The young lady from the capital was actually sold by her own mother while she was abroad for business. While she was overseas, her family arranged for her to have a husband. This young lady is notorious in the capital for being hard to deal with a temperamental and willful personality, and has been single for 26 years, never having had a man by her side. The Chi family is extremely anxious, but their daughter is not worried at all. As parents, they can only worry more. So over the past year, they have been constantly arranging blind dates for her. As a result, this young lady has stood up every suitor, and after a year of blind dates, not a single one has succeeded. This time, while she was abroad for business, the Chi family took the opportunity to arrange a marriage with the Pei family. Pei was also puzzled. She hadn't met anyone, hadn't gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau, yet somehow ended up with a marriage certificate. Her friend Shiryen asked Pei, "Are you really going to marry Chi-in?" Pei nodded. Shiryen was surprised and said, "Why marry her of all people? Everyone thinks she's quite hard to deal with. Do you know what she's been up to on her business trip in Alaska? It's said that her methods in business are a bit ruthless. Can you handle that?" Pei chuckled and said, "Is it really that exaggerated? If she doesn't like me, she can't just eat me, can she?" Shiryen irritably stirred his coffee cup and said, "I can't explain it clearly to you. Anyway, no one in the circle isn't afraid of Chi-in." Shiryen knew the situation of the Pei family and understood that marrying into the Chi family was the best choice. He took a sip of coffee and said, "When is Chi-in coming back?" "The Jiang family has a cocktail party the night after tomorrow. You should come with me to have some fun." Pei slapped her forehead, as it seemed that the day after tomorrow was indeed when Chi-in would return. 2 days later, Chi-in, who was forced into marriage, returned to the country, but she directly hid at her friend's house. Seeing that Chi-in was gloomy, her friend took her to a bar. Chi-in sat on the sofa, half of her face hidden in the shadows, just sitting there with her eyes closed, and indeed no one dared to approach her. Her friend Jiang and I came up with a bad idea and said, "If Xu Yan is in a bad mood, wake her up and bring over a few handsome guys. I don't believe she can keep this sour face forever." Lu Wan mocked her. "Come on, what kind of man hasn't she seen? I suspect she might be sick of men by now." Jiang and I scratched her head in frustration and said, "Then drinking should be fine. Let's accompany her to drink away her sorrows today, and we won't go home until we're drunk tonight." Chi-in rubbed her aching temples and sat up. This group of people was drinking and making noise, which annoyed her, so she pushed open the box door to get some fresh air. By the fountain outside, there was a splash, as if someone had fallen into the water. She instinctively looked over, her breath catching in her throat. There stood the man she had been thinking about day and night, kicking the man who was struggling in the pool, and then said to him, "You want to mess with me? Ha, my name is Pei, and I'm waiting for you." Shi Yin's tongue rolled over this familiar yet strange name, her gaze dark and unclear as she looked that way. After many years, Pei had shed the youthful innocence of his student days, yet he still effortlessly stirred her emotions. Over by the fountain, the man who was kicked into the water by Pei was probably some young master from a wealthy family. He shouted at Pei, "Pei, just you wait. Do you know who I am? When I get up there, you'll be in for it." Pei snorted with a laugh, not wanting to waste more words with him, and turned to leave. Li Zikai wiped the water off his face and quickly searched for the name Pei in his mind. There was no family with the surname Pei among the famous families in the capital, nor was there any in the celebrity circle. Could he be some small internet celebrity? Today, when he saw Pei, he looked honest, and feeling mischievous, he called Pei to the fountain pool to tease him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly honest Pei was so irritable. He thought to himself, did Pei not know that everyone at this banquet was either rich or noble? How dare he treat him like this? Li Zikai glared fiercely at Pei's departing back, thinking that he would definitely find Pei to settle the score in the future. After Chi-in returned to the private room, she still had that indifferent look, but everyone strangely felt a hint of joy from her. Jiang and I asked her, "When did Ru Yan go out?" Chi-in replied, "Just went out to get some fresh air." Her tone was quite gentle, indicating that she was indeed in a good mood. Lu Wan leaned over and asked, "What happened? Did you see a handsome guy?" Chi-in did not answer, casually opened a bottle of wine for herself, and after thinking for a moment, asked, "After 10 years, what are the chances of rekindling an old flame?" A young man holding a beautiful woman said, "It's been 10 years, do you know if he has a partner now? Are they married? Even if they are not, Ru Yan, you are already married." Chi Yin's hand trembled, and a bottle of fine wine worth 6 figures spilled all over, making everyone frown in shock. Jiang and I called the waiter to clean up the mess and curiously asked, "What happened?" The pressure around Chi-in dropped again, and she calmly wiped her hands dry, saying, "It's nothing." When she inadvertently raised her eyes, she saw that figure again. It was Pei, whom she had just seen by the fountain. Chi-in recalled what that person had said earlier and finally lowered her gaze. "Yes, I am already married." Chi Yin's mood became increasingly irritable. and unable to resist, she drank a few more glasses. Soon feeling drowsy, Jian and I noticed that Chi-in was not in good condition, so she tossed her a room card, saying, "Alright, you go upstairs to rest, whatever past or future, let's talk about it tomorrow." Chi-in took the card and went to the room on the top floor of the club. She hadn't been there many times, and after swiping the door open, she didn't rush to turn on the light but heard voices inside. A man's voice came, "Yen, pour me a glass of water." Chi-in froze in place for a moment, and her ears instantly turned red. It was him. Yin's slow brain couldn't process why the two of them were in the same room, but glancing at the corridor light again, it was room 303, so it seemed she hadn't walked into the wrong place. Yin stood there, feeling as if her legs had taken root, unable to move. Seeing that the person at the door didn't move, Peiyu painfully covered his eyes and said, "Help me pour a glass of water." Yin lifted her leg and poured a glass of water for Peiyu. Peiyu sat up on the bed waiting for the water. The room was pitch dark, and Peiyu closed his eyes, the alcohol numbing his nerves. He was a bit confused, thinking the other person was his friend, and continued, "I think I can stay here tonight, since Chi-in isn't going back either. I'll tell Auntie that I'm staying at your place tonight, it should be fine." Caught off guard, Chi-in was stunned to hear her name from Peiyu's mouth, and then suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly took out her phone to check the chat history with her mother. "You must like this boy, his name is Peiyu." So the one lying in this room was her groom. She could hear her heart racing wildly in her chest and saw her hands trembling, yet she couldn't help but step closer. A warm cup of water was handed to Peiyu. At that moment, he was both sleepy and dizzy. Not noticing that the person hadn't answered his question, he closed his eyes, drank the water, and then lay back down. Chi-in cautiously approached the bedside, quietly watching her groom. In front of the one you love, anyone's self-control is almost zero. Chi-in was an ordinary person, after 10 years apart. Seeing him again still made her heart flutter. Peiyu had a dream, dreaming of Chi-in, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. His sharp and wild features, warm lips pressed against Chi-in's neck, made her shiver all over. She tightly clung to Peiyu's neck. A sound of ah echoed in the dark space, and Chi-in hurriedly left. In the morning, Peiyu woke up and recalled the absurd dream from last night. Unable to help himself, he raised his hand to cover his flushed face. It felt too real. The room had thoughtfully prepared a set of clothes, all tailored to his size, indicating that aside from Yen, no one else had visited last night. He took the clothes and went to take a shower, then directly took a taxi to Longting Mountain Water, his and Chi-in's newlywed villa. Inside the villa, the maid was arranging flowers, and the once empty villa finally had some decorations, all arranged by Madame Chi the night before. When the maid saw Peiyu, she greeted him. The master bedroom on the second floor had already been set up with Peiyu's belongings. He took a glance and directly turned to the study to work. The owner behind the Pei Embroidery Workshop is the old lady Pei, and it has now passed into Peiyu's hands. The Pei Embroidery Workshop has a nationwide chain, with branches in the capital as well. Now that Peiyu has come to the capital, it does not affect his work. He has no other hobbies, painting occupies most of his time. Judging by Chi-in's attitude, the wedding seems to be a long way off. If she continues not to return, he is happy to enjoy the leisure, and the timeline for the painting he is working on should not be delayed. At the old Chi family residence, Madame Chi asked Chi-in in surprise, "You went to the Jiang family's party last night, did you see Peiyu?" Chi-in replied with a Madame Chi then asked, "Did you talk to him?" Chi-in answered, "No." Madame Chi looked at her, each word coming out slowly, and was instantly furious. "Can you stop being so reticent? You child, with this attitude, who would like you?" Madame Chi looked at her troubled daughter and continued, "If you're fine, don't come back. You has already gone to your new wedding villa. Also, don't try to impose your company's ways on my son-in-law." Chi-in said nothing and got up to leave. Madame Chi called out, "Where are you going? Did you hear what I said?" Chi-in replied, "Got it, I'm going back to the company." Chi-in still hadn't figured out how to get along with her husband. She thought it was better not to rush into getting close. What if she really scared Peiyu away? Hearing that she was going back to the company again, Madame Chi scolded her for being really thick-headed. The newlywed couple hadn't even met face-to-face yet, and she wasn't taking the initiative. Truly hopeless. On Peiyu's side, he finally learned from others that Chi-in had returned to the country. He thought to himself that she probably really didn't like him, which was why she had been unwilling to come home. He couldn't say he liked or disliked Chi-in. He had lived in the capital for a few years during high school and attended the same high school. Natalie Liu's high school was in the first middle school in the capital city. At that time, her second uncle and aunt were so busy that they didn't have time to take care of her, so she came to live in the capital city with Elder Liu for 3 years, and she repaired her high school studies together. At that time, Ik-in was still a good learning bad teenagers, all day alone, not with the group of boys in the class to play, withdrawn to death. Natalie Lu was a grade-skipping transfer student, transferred to Chi Yin's class in her sophomore year. So maybe Chi Yin didn't remember her at all, but she did. She remembered seeing this fierce teenager helping a group of kids from the junior high school beat up the punks collecting protection money outside the school one day after school, and then getting ready to leave with an impatient look on his face. As a result, the group of kids pulled him by the scruff of the neck and stiffed Yin on the protection money. The teenager's expression was staggered and dark and strangely amusing. Natalie Lu didn't hold back her laughter at that moment, not knowing if he saw him or not, and hurriedly ran away. At that time, she thought that although Ji-in looked fierce and bad-tempered, he should be a rather kind person, right? When you marry someone like that, even if you can't be as loving as a normal couple, you can always live in peace. Mrs. She told her that Ji-in would be back in 2 or 3 days, and Natalie Lu hadn't yet figured out what mindset she would use to face him. Having to pick up Kong Qing tomorrow, Natalie Lu took a shower and went to bed. I don't know if it's because she's not used to the change of environment, but she didn't sleep very well that night, and she had one dream after another. One day I dreamt that I turned into a rabbit and was dragged back to the den by a wolf holding the back of my neck, and the next day I dreamt that I was under the impression of a teenager, Ji-in, whose handsome and beautiful face was full of gloomy dislike, looking at myself and saying, "Don't think that I would like you just because my mom likes you. What value of interest can your Lu family bring to the Ji family in a business marriage?" When she woke up from her nap the next morning, she rubbed her face tiredly, her sleep-mussed hair dripping with disheveled energy. It was a dream she remembered extraordinarily well, and Natalie Lu sighed, thinking that it wasn't impossible for what happened in the dream to happen in reality. After all, the fact that Ji-in pigeonholed himself as a blind date meant that he definitely didn't like her, and as a result, he actually married himself even more insensitively and directly. So could he not hate himself? Last night's dream might have been a sign from God. Natalie Lu sat on her bed and rambled for a while, finally coming to the conclusion that she should not go near Ekin. It might become unfortunate. Chapter 5 Ekin meets his little swan. So you're really married to Ji-in? This was the 5th time Kong Qing had asked this. Natalie Lu looked at the gorgeous woman across from her and nodded helplessly. Really married? Kong Qing seems to be in what cannot let go of the ideological struggle. The face is red. You marry who is not good. Why must be Ji-in this crazy? My brother, I can always give you to keep it. You are to consider. Do you have any idea what he's been doing on business trips in that part of Alaska lately? He talks business with a gun to Daddy A's backside, and he's so fierce. How can your little body handle it? Natalie laughed. Is it so exaggerated? If you don't like it, then you don't like it. Can he still eat me? I can't tell you clearly. Anyway, no one in the circle is not afraid of Ji-in. Kong Qing stirred her coffee cup in annoyance. She knew about the Lu family's situation, and there really was no better marriage partner than the Chi family. Most marriages in the upper-class circle were exchanges of interests, not to mention anything about finding someone of one's choice to marry. Basically, it was all about how the family arranged things, and this kind of thing wasn't something they could be capricious about. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, Ji-in hasn't come back yet. There's a reception at the Feng family's house the night after tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Anyway, staying at home is still staying. Go have some fun. The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow seems to be the day Ikigami returns. Natalie Lu didn't immediately respond, only saying, let's talk about it. Okay, anyway, you have something to find me. I won't leave after I come back this time. Kong Cheng booped on the little girl's white face. Don't put up with Ji-in bullying you. You'll just run away from home and come to me. Sister Qingqing will support you. 2 days passed quickly. The computer on Nico Lu's desk rested on the screen. It was still early to hand in the drawing. She turned her head and picked up the half-finished Su embroidery that was placed on the other side. This was a small order that was taken at the workshop a month ago, and it was expected to be finished next month. If they were to get married all of a sudden, there would be a lot of chores, which might delay the schedule, and Natalie Lu had been scrambling for work for the past few days. The white peacock on the embroidered cloth was so vivid that every feather was meticulously groomed, and the dark pupils were so vivid that they were mesmerizing. As soon as she enters the work state, the little girl's surrounding temperament is more calm as water. Her eyebrows are quiet and meek. Natalie Lu embroidered all afternoon until it was almost dark, and only then did she rub her somewhat sore eyes when she heard Mrs. Chi knocking on the door. Natalie, come out for some fruit. Coming, Auntie, she answered and got up to open the door. Mrs. Chi's face at the doorway didn't look too good, and although she was still smiling, Natalie Lu still sensed her upset mood. Sure enough, the next second she was heard saying, Ji-in said that the company is busy with things, so he won't go home first, so there's no need to wait for him. Well, good-o. The little girl's voice was soft and sweet. Yu Yanqi was originally furious by that ungrateful and unfilial son, but when she saw her well-behaved daughter-in-law, her face eased. Don't pay any attention to him. Nico, clean up. Auntie will take you to play in a while. Natalie Lu cried and laughed. Yu's routine was very regular. It was now past 8 in the evening. Another 2 hours would be her rest time. And tonight she even made an exception in order to comfort herself. It seems that the kid from the Fong family has thrown a party that you young people love. So auntie will send you there to have some fun, she said. The Fangs? Natalie Lu thought about what Kong Ching had said 2 days ago and thought to herself that this couldn't be the same event. Could it? Half an hour later, she looked at the positioning that was getting closer and closer to Kong Ching and realized that she did seem to have guessed right. In the capital's most luxurious clubhouse, the man sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed and resting his mind was out of place in the surrounding noisy environment. Fong Zitaki pulled Qin Shi to the side and gritted his teeth. Why did you bring this furious god here? Harm. It's not just back from a business trip to catch up. Shouldn't you be home when you get back from a business trip? What's he doing here? Qin Shi touched his nose. Auntie, you led a daughter-in-law back to Master Qi. This is not first on you here to hide. When it comes to this, Fong Zitaki is not sleepy. He gossiped over. Really? I can't believe Master Qi still has this day? Qin Shi nodded fervently. How pathetic. No one can escape a business marriage without feelings. Fong Zitaki quietly glanced at the man on the sofa. Half of his face is hidden in the dark, long eyelashes drooping, deep eye sockets. He just closed his eyes to sit there. Is really no one dares to approach. The circle basically know the Pooling newly married this matter. Heard that the other party is a fallen family. Although the WeChat small group one after another in the Mouth High Carnival. When the person really back, each are silent. Do not dare to go to provoke people bad luck. Alright, I can call a lot of people in today. Knowing that Master Qi is in a bad mood. You wake him up and find him a few pretty girls to coax and play with. I don't believe that he can still have this stinky face. Fong Zitaki came up with bad ideas. Forget it, at Auntie Yu's matchmaking speed. What pretty girls haven't we? Master Qi, seen before? Qin Shi laughed at him. I suspect he's getting misogynistic now, so don't add fuel to the fire. Then drinking. Drinking is always okay, right? Fong Zitaki scratched his head depressingly. Buddy, drink with him today. A drunkenness solves 1,000 sorrows. Tonight let's not get drunk. What are you talking about? Brother Qin and Brother Fong? Another young man came over. Master Qi just returned to the capital. Why do you look so unhappy? This group of princes gossip up no less than women. Not a moment to surround a bunch over. I heard that Auntie Yu to lead back that little girl is very beautiful. Southern sister gentle like water. Master Qi this also do not like? What's the point of being pretty? You don't even recognize it. Okay, to be able to take Auntie Yu down so quickly. This sister has something. Master Qi will have something to suffer from in the future. Someone gloated. Okay, stop. Master Qi is still here. Do you really want to get your ass kicked? Ikian rubbed his vaguely aching temples and sat up. He hadn't slept well for the past few days, and under his irritable mood, even some bad memories from a long time ago were hooked up, and the bottom of his eyes were red. He was so annoyed with this group of people drinking and making noise here that he pushed open the door of the compartment and prepared to go outside to get some air. Fong Zitaki set up this bureau mixed fish and dragons. In addition to the circle of young masters, there are a lot of mixed in the netroot starlets. Upstairs they cannot go, so in the first floor hall here to search for prey. By the fountain pool, a considerable commotion caught his attention. Under the dim light, there seems to be a man and a woman are pulling something noisy. Ji-in frowned and was about to leave, then heard a thud, like someone fell in the water. He subconsciously looked over and his breath caught in his throat. The dreaming swan raised her snow-white neck high and retracted the kick, completely different from what she remembered. Shedding her well-behaved exterior, the young girl was bright and flamboyant, and snorted at the man in the pool in a state of distress. Looking for someone to screw me? Fine. My name is Nico Lu. I'll wait. Chapter 6. Ji-in has gone to the wrong room. Natalie Lu. The man's tongue rolled over the familiar and unfamiliar name, and his eyes looked over to the other side in dark uncertainty. After years of not seeing her, she has lost the youthfulness of her student days, but she can still easily evoke the fluttering of her heart back then. By the fountain pool, the farce wasn't over. The man who was kicked into the water was probably the young master of a certain family, and was cursing at the people on the shore. Natalie Lu? Wait for me. Do you know who I am? You wait until I get up there. I'm going to make your life worse than death. It's still worse than death. Natalie Lu grunted and laughed. Not wanting to talk more nonsense with him, she carried her skirt and ran away. Li Zikai wiped a handful of water from his face as his mind raced to search for the name Nico Lu. There is no surname Lu in the famous families of the capital, and there is no surname Lu in the stars he knows, but there are quite a lot of small netizens mixing in today. Although the little beauty didn't look like a netizen, he had no other guesses beyond that. When I first met the little beauty, she was talking to the person next to her, looking sheepish and well-behaved, with a cut of autumn eyes that seemed to be glowing. He liked it in his heart, so he called the person to the fountain pool to try to make out with her. I thought it was a little marshmallow, but I didn't expect it to be so spicy. Doesn't she know that all the people who come to this party are rich and famous? How dare you do this to yourself? But since it is not someone who can't afford to offend, this uneducated is still not at their mercy. Li Zikai glared viciously at her departing back. Inside the banquet hall, Kong Chang was bored and watching the scantily clad men and women talking and frolicking when Natalie Lu came around the side door. Is it someone you know? Kong Chang handed her a glass of juice. No, I should have known better. Natalie Lu was depressed. It was a guy I didn't know who came up and made a move. I should have gone out with you just now. Kong Ching thought for a moment. Didn't let him take advantage of you, did he? Let's go. Let's go upstairs. Upstairs is not for these random people. Natalie Lu deflated her mouth and softly pouted. He also said he would find someone to beat me. That's a condescending look, and I don't know who just kicked someone into the pool. It was Kong Ching who ate her up the most, her beautiful eyes narrowing. He still dares to come? I'll let him taste what it's like to have the heavenly Liang King broken. Right, didn't you say the other day that Chi-in was coming back tonight? The two of them walked out of the lobby and passed through the garden towards the upper floor when Kong Ching remembered. So who sent you here? I think I saw the Chi family's car. My mother-in-law, Natalie Lu said. Chi-in isn't coming home, and she's afraid I'll be sad and upset, so she told me to come out for a walk. Mrs. Chi personally sent you here. Ha, Kong Chang said. It seems she still values you. Their families are pretty good to me. Natalie Lu smiled. Then it's better this way. It's good not to bother each other. Upstairs in the box, the gentlemen are making a lot of noise. They thought that Ik-in was asleep. They are getting up and gossiping about people. After a while, the door of the box was pushed open, and the object of the gossip came in from outside the door. It was still the same cold and uninviting look, but the crowd strangely felt a hint of pleasure from him. Master Chi, when did you go out? Fang Zitaki didn't know if he had heard the gossip he had just told him, so he was busy digressing. Aha! Ik-in responded. Go out and get some air. The tone of voice was quite mild, and it really seemed to be in a good mood. What happened? Qin Chi went over to him. Having a fling? Without answering, Ik-in casually opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass, thought for a moment, and asked, after not seeing you for 10 years, what are the chances of renewing your relationship? 10 years? A cocky guy with his arm around a pretty girl sat up straight and shook his finger. First, this renewing of a previous relationship presupposes that you had a previous relationship. And second, it's been 10 years, do you know if she's married? Have they got a date? What's the situation now? Third, even if people don't, but Master Chi, you're already married. Chi-in convergence of eyes, hand shaking, a bottle of 6 figures worth of good wine with a bottle of a piece of pouring, watching people's eyebrows straight. Hey, the sound of a broken bottle caught the attention of the people over there, and Fang Zitaki called for a waiter to clean up the mess. Curious, what's going on? The air pressure around the man lowered again, and he didn't move to wipe his hands clean, saying, it's nothing. Without thinking, he raised his eyes and saw 2 silhouettes outside the box. One of them, the very same girl he had just seen by the fountain pool. Ik-in remembered what the man had just said and eventually lowered his eyes. And regardless of how people are, Master Ike, you're married. Ji Yin's mood was getting more and more irritable, and this feeling of having hope but not being able to catch it made him drink more without holding back. A couple of days of sailing in a row combined with a night of drinking made me drowsy in no time. Fang Zitaki could see that this person was not in a good state, and threw Ik-in a room card. Alright, you go upstairs and rest. What sinful and positive fate will be discussed tomorrow. Ik-in was undeniable. The top floor of the clubhouse was reserved exclusively for VIPs to rest in, and he hadn't been here a few times. Fang Zitaki gave him should be his own room card. Before retiring from the military, what hard environment have slept. Not to mention that this kind of place every day there are people to clean. Ji-in did not have so many problems. Make do to deal with a night is not a problem. He brushed open the door to his room, and before he could rush to turn on the light, he heard a rustling movement in the room. Emily, I'm thirsty. The girl's sweet, soft voice froze him in place, and the ears instantly went red. It's her. Ik-in's sluggish brain couldn't get enough time to think about why the two would be in the same room, and he took another look at the hallway light. It's 303. Then it's not a mistake to go on your own. Ik-in stood in place, feeling as if his legs had taken root and he couldn't move. Oh, the man at the door didn't move. Natalie Lu covered her eyes in distress. Help me get a glass of water. Ik-in couldn't say no, and he couldn't just turn around and walk away. He lifted his leg with difficulty and poured a glass of water for the man. Natalie Lu got up obediently and sat on the bed waiting for a drink of water. The room was dark, her eyes closed, the alcohol paralyzing even her nerves. Her small face burned a beautiful pink color with a thrilling sense of seduction. I think I can skip going back tonight. Ji-in isn't going back anyway. I'll tell Auntie you I'll stay at your place tonight. It shouldn't be a problem. Caught off guard by hearing his name from her, Ikian froze. Then suddenly something came to mind, and handily he flipped out his phone to look at the chat logs. You must like it. The little girl's name is Nico Lu. The phone ran out of its last ounce of power and the screen rested down, as fast as if it were a hallucination of its own. So in this room lies his bride. Chapter 7, Ikian is a wooden head. Ikian heard his heart beating frantically in his chest. Some kind of long-dusted throb magnified infinitely. He saw his hands shaking, but restrained himself from taking a step closer. The warm cup of water was handed to Natalie Lu. She was sleepy and dizzy at the moment. She didn't notice that the man didn't answer her words. She closed her eyes and drank the water, and lay down again. She sensed that the person next to her hadn't left, and because it was someone familiar, Natalie Lu sank into a dark, sweet dream with relief. Consciousness sinks in and out of consciousness, and dreams are very insubstantial. Sleeping Beauty, unaware of the scarlet color of the beast's eyes, was still sleeping senselessly. Ikian looked almost greedily at the person's small face in the moonlight, his gaze tracing the slender, soft curves of the girl's body inch by inch. An emotion called ecstasy took over a large portion of his brain senses, leaving only incredulity and what little shred of rationality remained. Natalie Lu. He approached the bed cautiously, looking carefully and preciously at his bride, in front of the beloved woman. Any man's self-control is infinitely close to zero. Ikian is a mundane, a decade apart. When that kind of feelings called like has long been precipitated by time into a kind of deep in the heart of the unspeakable obsession, the lion took hold of the still sleeping sheep, and the delicate wooing sound sounded like a signal for something to be sounded, and the prey was dragged into the lion's bred territory. Natalie Lu had a dream. She dreamed of Ji-in, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. The man's brows were sharp and wild. The color of lust enveloped his entire being. His warm lips pressed against her neck, making her entire body tremble with fear. Like a drowning man, she clung to his neck as if she were holding on to the only thing that floated. Why are you bullying me? Oh, a voice with a sob rang out in the dark space as the man scurried away. Natalie Lu moved over to Longton Mountain View. MS. You meant that Ikian is also back now. The younger two can't live with always them. She wanted the two kids to spend some time alone first to develop a bond. Natalie Lu naturally had no problem with this. The old mansion was packed up last night, so she could just go over there directly when she woke up. Kong Ching left early in the morning, leaving milk and sandwiches on the table. WeChat said that the company had something to do, and asked her to go back by herself when she woke up. Natalie Lu thought about that absurd dream last night again and couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her feverish face. It's too real. There was also a set of clothes thoughtfully placed in the room, all prepared in her size, and it seemed that no one else had come last night except Kong Chung. Natalie Lu hugged her clothes and went to take a shower, and when she came out, she took a taxi straight to Longton Mountain Water. The people from the housekeeping company had already come over and cleaned up. The little maid was arranging flowers, and the empty villa finally had a little more decoration. These were arranged by MS. You last night, MS. Lu, the coming person is wearing a goose yellow long skirt. The whole person looks like water like tenderness. This skirt is the latest model of the C family of high fashion. Without a little temperament really cannot be pressed. Bending boldly guessed that this should be the future mistress of the house. Natalie Lu greeted with a smile. Hello. When the hostess smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the two pair swirls around her lips were full of small sweet wines, and Ben was mesmerized by this smile, and enthusiastically said, Does Miss Lu have any other requests? Mrs. She said that everything is based on your opinion first. This was in the end someone else's house. How could she tell her what to do? Natalie Lu waved her hand. It's fine now. Let's wait for Ji-in to come back. Good. By the way, Mrs. She sent over pigeon soup early in the morning. Do you want me to heat it up for you to drink? Neither of them liked having outsiders in the house, so there weren't too many people arranged in the villa, and Ben came and cleaned up afterward. MS. You was worried that Natalie Lu would be scared at home alone and said she would come to play with her when she was done. Natalie Lu just laughed. This was really treating herself like a child. The master bedroom on the second floor had already housed her things. The white peacock embroidery was hanging in the study, and her clothes had been placed in the check room next door. In addition to the little clothes I brought, the entire huge check room was hung with seasonal limited editions of various high luxury brands. This battle was the same as when she was in the Lu family, and it seemed that the ladies' hobbies of buying dresses were all surprisingly consistent. Having eaten something in the morning, Natalie Lu wasn't too hungry now, so she just turned around and went straight to the study to work. The owner behind Sue's embroidery workshop was Old Lady Lu, and now it has been passed on to Nico Lu, a national chain, with the main store in Cloud City and the largest branches in the capital, White City and High City. Previously, Natalie Lu had been clocking in and out of the main store, but now that she was in the capital, it didn't affect anything. The operation of the embroidery workshop was already very mature, and when this white peacock was finished, she would just hand it over directly to the branch store in the capital. Natalie Lu didn't have many other hobbies. Painting and embroidery were enough to take up most of her time. See Ji Yin's attitude. The wedding or something should be far away. If he has not come back, then he is also happy to leisure. The hand of this picture should not be delayed. Natalie Lu thought bitterly. You went to the Fong family's reception last night? Yu Yanxie was surprised. And did you run into Nico? Aha. So did you guys talk? What was her impression of you? Nope. Yu Yanxie looked at her son who was popping out one word at a time and was furious. Can you not be like a log? This dead child. How can your daughter-in-law like you like this? The man sitting on the sofa had a cold face, and the bottom of his eyes looked like some perennial ice. MS. You muttered. Still looks so fierce. Kikeen. Don't come back if you're not doing anything. Nico has gone to stay at Longting Shanchue. MS. You looked at her bad son and said, don't use that stuff you brought back from the army on my daughter-in-law. I'll have your father beat you up if you make her cry. Ikian got up and left. Where are you going? Before she could finish her sentence. MS. You raised her voice. Did you hear everything I told you? Got it. I'm going back to the office. He hadn't figured out how he was going to get along with her yet, and Ikian knew what kind he was like, and as he remembered the rabbit-like, sheepish girl from last night, he thought it would be better if he didn't get so close in such a hurry. What if it really scares people away? Hearing him say he was going back to the office again. MS. You scolded him. What a log. The newlyweds haven't even met until now, and they're still so inactive. This stupid son is hopeless. Ikian didn't realize that his thoughtful consideration would lead to a whole month of self-eating, and when he reacted, he was furious. There really are people much more retarded than yourself. Chapter 8, Ji-in stealing and kissing Nico Lu. Shame. After returning from the Feng family's reception, Nico Lu resumed her previous salty life of not being able to leave the house. Perhaps MS. You thought that Ji-in would go to Longting Shanchue to accompany Nico Lu after he returned, and she really didn't come back in the following days. Came back to the country. This matter is also from other people's mouth out. Probably really do not like their own it. Otherwise how would it be after so long or not willing to go back to their own home? Natalie Lu sometimes felt that she was very much like the little maid who was forced into the young master's room in ancient times. It was obvious that people didn't like her, but she still had to come along for some purpose. Natalie Lu didn't let Ben run around. It was just the two of them in the whole villa, and she sat with Ben when she had something to do and chatted while basking in the sun. Only after getting acquainted did she realize that Ben was only 20 years old this year, 4 years younger than herself. I heard that Mr. She went to the Fong family's reception the day he returned to China. Did you guys not run into each other? While arranging flowers, the little maid curiously said, I heard that there were a lot of famous gentlemen at that reception, as well as internet celebrities and starlets. Did you see any of them? See, but I didn't run into Chi-in. Natalie Lu dropped the last stitch on the tip of the white peacock's tail, and by today, the list was complete. Nico, do you want to see Mr. Chi? Curious, Ben said. I heard he's fierce. Everyone is afraid of him. The fact that Ji-in is very fierce seems to be the default of this group of people. From the second aunt, to Kong Cheng, to the Bend, no one knows Ji-in's bad reputation. Why? Natalie Lu was really curious. In a society based on the rule of law, Ikigami can't kill or set fire to anyone, so how bad can he be? I can't say why. Ben scratched his head, unable to say for a moment. I've seen Mr. Chi before. Anyway, I don't dare to look at him. When Ben first came here a year ago and met the retired Chi-in, the man still had a lingering blood on him. His identity missions were kept secret, and even Chi's family didn't know exactly what he'd been up to in the past few years. Just come back that day. The man was like a demon crawling out of hell. His eyes and temperament made people not dare to look directly at him, coupled with the fact that after he later took over the Chi family's business empire, his methods were ruthless, and in only a year's time, he had made all of the capital's prestigious families remember him. Ben looked at Nico Lu with pity. A man like that, I can't imagine how he gets along with his own wife, Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu knocked the little maid with a sharp blow. You'll see later. Also, Ben covered his head. Slowly, come on. Married, all married. Make do with it. Can still leave what? Although she didn't take Ben's words to heart, when she dreamed at night, Natalie Lu dreamed of Ik-in again, dreaming of retired Ji-in wearing a suit, handsome and indifferent face in the moonlight, ascetic and seductive. His nose is still set on the bridge of the gold wire frame glasses that have not been removed. Living as Sven's scum. Nick, he said in an intimate and sweet tone as he leaned down and trapped her between his chest and the bed. Help me take off my glasses. Natalie Lu looked into the dark, sunken eyes and ghostly reached out her hand, obediently fulfilling the man's request. Good girls. Breath flooded suddenly to the tips of pressed lips, breath ragged and scattered between kisses, and her fingertips curled in shame as she heard a sensual gasp in her ear. Why is it this kind of dream again? It's with Ji-in again. Inside the room, The man looked at the little marshmallow, half asleep and panting slightly from his kisses, the color of lust in his eyes intensifying. She thought she was dreaming. Ji-in let out a soft laugh, brushing his fingertips across her soft, glistening lips, finally dropping a precious kiss before pushing the door open and leaving. The next morning, Natalie Lu woke up a little red in the face. The touch in her dream last night was so real that she subconsciously touched her mouth. Well, as usual, it seems like a real dream. Not surprisingly, Natalie Lu didn't suspect anything at all. It was obviously a little more likely that she was having an erotic dream than believing that young Master G had snuck into someone's room in the middle of the night to steal a kiss. But, why is this? Cotton, who had been bullied twice and still didn't realize it, couldn't help but mutter, why is this every time I dream about him? She never used to have such ridiculous dreams. Was it really her immodesty? Natalie Lu was skeptical as she got up to change and wash. Downstairs, Ben had breakfast ready, and there was no sign of a third person besides the two of them. It's also the day Mr. Ikari didn't come back. Nico, how did you sleep last night? Did the incense work? Ben was thinking about Natalie Lu's comment 2 days before she arrived that she couldn't sleep, and yesterday she lit a kind of sleep-aiding incense for her room, and now she asked for feedback. Useful is quite useful, Natalie Lu wanted to say. It's just that I always have messed up dreams and I'm groggy when I first go to sleep. It's good that it works. Then I'll even order it for you tonight. Ben didn't hear her tone and happily said, quickly try our capital city dishes. You're a southerner. Let's see if there's any difference between this side and your side. The little maid was too generous to refuse, so Natalie Lu swallowed back the latter half of her sentence and took the bean juice she handed to her. She took the first sip absent-mindedly, then swallowed rather hard. The beauty's little face was all scrunched up, and a mist of water gathered in her eyes almost immediately. Ben couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Is it that hard to drink? The capital's bean juice because it is fermented. Sour taste is heavy, and a bit astringent. Many people describe it as slop smell. Most outsiders cannot accept. Ben did not expect to actually give people hard to drink cry. It's sour and astringent, Natalie Lu said in a single word. It's better to drink green bean soup. Don't people in Cloud City like sweet water? Ben anticipated this and re-handed her a bowl. Natalie Lu was happy again, clutching her chilled green bean soup. Mrs. She said that Chi-in doesn't like bean juice either, and even though he's a native of the capital, he frowns every time he sees it. Natalie Lu said, it seems that the two of us don't have too much of a difference in our tastes. Ha ha ha. In fact, I don't like bean juice either. In front of my former middle school, there is a stall selling bean juice, saying that it is the most authentic bean juice in the capital, and that one is the one that is really hard to drink. Ben laughed. We sell them in front of the school too, Natalie Lu said. Cloud City? I went to high school in Capital One. Thinking back to the past, she couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. At that time, well, Ji-in and I were still in the same class, but then he went abroad himself, and the two people who didn't know each other well had even less contact. Throughout middle school, the only communication between them was probably, Ikian, the teacher wants you in the office. Oh, Chapter 9 Ikian's Garage. Natalie Lu was going to visit Sue's embroidery workshop in the capital this morning and turn in the completed white peacock drawing. It had been quite a while since she had been over here, and not to mention how Chi-in was, Ms. You and Mr. Chi were very good to her. She decided to embroider another peony picture for her in-laws. Ms. Yu's birthday was at the end of the year. 4 or 5 months was about right. Ben watched Nico Lu change her clothes and put on light makeup, so she stopped her hand movements. Nico, are you going out? Aha! Then I'll take you to the underground garage? Natalie Lu couldn't drive, but followed Ben to the garage to meet Ikian's assets. There's no man who doesn't love cars, and Ikian is no exception. And the two young girls gasp as the garage opens. The juniors of the Lu family's own generation were already small, with only one girl, Nico Lu. In the eldest house, the second house, Xingyan Lu, was born sick, and the third house emigrated to Australia at an early age, so Natalie Lu really didn't get to see much of that. The garage was neatly parked with all kinds of limited edition sports cars from around the world on one side, and more everyday cars on the other. She reasonably suspected that Ji-in had a fetish for collecting things, and any car that had a little bit of value on the market was in this garage. Ben also opened it for the first time, wowed, then gushed, you can drive whichever one you like. It's Mr. Chi's idea, not mine. Ha, Natalie wondered. Ji-in shouldn't have treated her well, and this house full of babies was just at her disposal? Really? Asked the lady. It's quite nice, but unfortunately I don't know how to drive, so let's take a taxi out later. Natalie Lu regretfully glanced at the Bugatti Veyron, of which there were only 5 in the world, and committed its handsome figure to memory. The capital Sue's embroidery workshop is in the busiest downtown section of the city, in the midst of the bustling city, and is one of the famous high-fashion brands in the upper-class circle. The best embroiderer in the capital branch was called Yao Ling, 38 years old this year, and I heard that many excellent works came from her hands. In addition to the high price she asked for, she almost had the highest rate of customer satisfaction, and Nico Lu had heard about it as well. She decided to turn in her work and pick up a few tips from this famous embroiderer both in and out of the circle. All the orders are unified in the name of Sue's Embroidery Workshop. The workshop's embroiderer according to their own ability to take the task, only after the completion of the note who is the embroiderer, both sides of the money in one hand and the other hand delivery. Each branch may receive orders from all over the country, and when they're done, they're just packaged from the nearest branch and mailed out. The white peacock was bought by a lady in Cloud City to make a table screen, specifying that she wanted Nico Lu's handiwork, and the honorarium was given generously. Girl, you're going to Sue's embroidery shop? The driver's uncle chatted with Nico Lu. Going to Sue's would be better to go to the other side of the street to Raw like Summer Flower. That store also has a lot of high quality designs, and the service attitude is much better than Sue's. Sue's Embroidery Shop is an old and famous store. The quality of the finished product will be a little more guaranteed, right? Natalie Lu didn't move. I'm from out of town. What's wrong with this store? Uncle laughed. Look out. Uncle tell you, Sue's Embroidery Workshop is indeed an old famous store. Just opened a branch in the capital when the flourishing. A lot of ladies and dignitaries like to come here. As the Sue Embroidery High Definition Store, that is called a scenery. It wasn't so good for a few years after that, but it had a good footprint and a regular clientele, so it wasn't that bad. But since the birth of Summer Flowers opened, attracted away a large number of young people who like Sue embroidery but cannot afford to buy high fashion. This store quality reputation are online. Many ladies also slowly like to go over there. Of course, the main point or because people have a good service attitude. You do not believe you personally go to the two stores around to know. Nichko thanked. The two stores are not far from each other. Compared to Sue's Embroidery Shop's grand atmosphere, Born Like Summer Flowers look obviously not so grand, but the door of their own store can be crowded. The other store people come and go. She felt strange in her heart and entered Sue's Embroidery Workshop with the bag in her hand, ready to ask what was going on. However, after entering the door, the cheongsam-clad waitresses in the store stood in twos and threes chatting together, without the slightest intention to come up to serve. That didn't matter. Natalie Lu walked over to a couple of embroideries hanging on the first floor of the store to look at them, and then up to feel what kind of material it was. Hey, that woman over there, don't get your hands on the merchandise. Will you pay for touching the dirty ones? The two waitresses chatting at the front desk looked like they saw it and shrilled. Natalie was startled and retracted her hand. Her eyes sank when she saw the word Yao Ling embroidered in the lower right corner. Why did you embroider your own name underneath the embroidery? Doesn't this greatly spoil the beauty of the embroidery? Who would do such a thing? A waiter waddled over, as if he was looking at people through his nose, and said in an overbearing manner, "This is RMS, Yao Ling's work. What's wrong with embroidering her name? Are you here to customize it? But this is merchandise. It's not like it's an entry that needs to be signed." Natalie Lu was a bit angry. And just because it's not customized doesn't mean it can't come into your store? The waiter looked at the woman in front of her angry, also warm words and soft, not much threatening appearance. Bossy flames more, cannot afford to buy. Get out. Do not come to our store to point fingers. Here any piece of work sold you cannot afford to lose. Natalie Lu. Natalie was about to say more when she saw another waitress at the door suddenly greet someone with a smile on her face. "Ms. Lee, you're here." A young woman wearing a luxury brand of high fashion, carrying a LV bag walked into the store, and immediately someone went up to serve tea and water. "Extremely doggy. Go out if you're fine. Check out at the front desk if you see anything." The waitress dropped a sentence with a cold face, then followed with a smile on her brow. The speed of the change of face made Natalie Lu call out, "Good guy." Well, she now kind of knew why Sue's embroidery was getting a bad reputation. Who would want to come back a second time with that overbearing, superior attitude? It is assumed that the entire embroidery workshop relies on that group of regular customers to eat, so the sales handed over to the main store each year are barely passable. But it's true. As long as you serve these customers who are waving their hands is a few $1,000,000, but also care about other small customers, what? Now there was no need to go next door to look. Natalie Lu sat on the sofa next to her, ready to find the person in charge of this branch to have a good talk when this order was finished. The embroidery workshop was originally founded by her grandmother, Old Lady Sue, and just because the Lu family had been so busy in recent years, they hadn't paid much attention to any of the other branches except the main store. Now it's actually become like this. Chapter 10, Ji-in doesn't want Natalie Lu to be angry. After that Ms. Lee left, the waitresses redispersed, and the waitress just now suspiciously said, "Why haven't you left yet? Why are you still sitting down?" Natalie Lu was tempted to follow her example of being overbearing and say, "Get your manager here." Characteristically, the words turned conciliatory. "Who's in charge of the store? I'd like to talk to her." "What are you looking for our manager for?" I don't know why. The waiter's heart was cold. She's usually very busy. How would she have time to talk to you? What exactly is your business? The dispute over here finally caught the attention of the people in the back. In the lounge, a woman in her early to mid-30s pushed the door out, sniffing. I'm the person in charge of Sue's embroidery workshop, Yao Ling. This young lady, what's the matter with me? You're Yao Ling? Is this the famous embroiderer from the circle? Natalie Lu saw her smooth, dainty hands with delicate manicures and thought something was odd. A veteran embroiderer. Even if she didn't have exaggerated calluses on her hands, that shouldn't be this tender. And she had a manicure. Dealing with needles and thread every day and having a manicure is especially inconvenient. How could Yao Ling make such a low-level mistake? Yes, you are? Yao Ling looked up and down at the girl in front of her. Her temperament was warm and soft and calm. Her looks were the kind of pretty that one could remember at a glance, especially her pair of watery eyes. Her dress was extraordinary, and the clothes on her body were a niche brand she hadn't seen before. Since when is there such a person in the capital? Natalie Lu didn't say her name, just said, I'm here to turn in my order. Newcomer? I haven't seen you in the workshop before. So it was the new embroiderer, and for some reason, Yao Ling subconsciously sighed in relief. The little girl looked warm and soft, but her gaze carried an inexplicably strong meaning, and she just looked at her and didn't dare to meet her eyes anymore, which was really strange. Okay, the work is handed over. Once the single number is left, you can go. The honorarium will hit your bank card later. Yao Ling resumed her just now lazy look. I'm going to keep an eye on the rest of the process. This order is pretty important and I don't want anything to go wrong, Natalie Lu said. Okay, Yao Ling said indifferently. Let's see. What kind of list makes you take it so seriously? Natalie Lu took the white peacock out of the bag and didn't miss the flash of awe and greed in Yao Ling's eyes. Alright, the embroidery is good. You will get a little more of the honorarium this time. Yao Ling thought herself generous and said. Natalie Lu frowned. What did she mean by sharing more with her? Taking away the money to be handed over to the workshop. The rest is obviously the embroiderer's personal reward. Listening to Yao Ling's meaning, does she still want to share it with anyone? Natalie Lu was so skeptical that she also asked, but received a laugh from the attendant next to her. Wasn't it clear when you signed with the workshop? The embroiderer's personal honorarium is split 37 between you and Yao Ling. If you didn't have sister Yao Ling's reputation, how could anyone find you? What kind of reasoning is this? Yao Ling doesn't have to do anything to get her hands on someone else's hard-earned work, and shamelessly signs her name to get both fame and money? Are all the embroiderers in the capital branch so squeezed? This is outrageous. Natalie Lu was really angry. She didn't expect the branch's business system to be completely contrary to the main store, and it didn't respect the fruits of the embroiderer's labor at all. This craft is a national intangible cultural heritage, and each piece of work is the result of an embroiderer's hard work. So how can it be tarnished by such rotten and shameless capitalists? Yao Ling noticed that the person in front of her sank in a flash. Her heart was clear. This kind of newcomers are like this. But didn't they still give in at the back? In the shares of the capital branch, her niece's family accounted for 40%, and was the biggest gold owner besides the main store, which was why Yao Ling, a half-assed embroiderer, was able to sit on the general manager's throne. The power of capital is indeed powerful. Sue's embroidery workshop and her almost single-handedly, not only rely on other people's craftsmanship to make their own reputation, and want to arrange for the store whoever you want to arrange, and every year you can take the sky-high wages. Just this white peacock painting, the capital branch does not seem to have received this order. Yao Ling was a bit puzzled, but she didn't think much of it and reached for it. Natalie Lu withdrew her hand at once, her gaze sullen. What are you doing? Give me the stuff. Yao Ling said inexplicably. For you? For you to take and sign your name in the bottom right corner? What do you mean? Yao Ling was instantly ashamed and annoyed. You don't want to take this order, do you? Natalie Lu pulled out her cell phone and directly called the person in charge of the main store in Cloud City. Soon, the person on the other end picked up. Hey, Mr. Lu, what's up? Gigi, what's going on here in the capital branch? Didn't it say that all capital participation can't exceed 10% and can't interfere with the original system and operation? Tang Ji heard Natalie Lu's obviously angry tone, and busy to adjust the information out to sea. Beside, in the phone small Lu general manager this name out. Yao Ling immediately white face. Although the branch of the Li family participation up to 40%, but the contract, the place belongs to Lu. Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu. Yao Ling instantly remembered something her niece Li Yanran had told her. Brother Jiyin got married to another woman. I heard it's some Cloud City Lu family. Damn it. Cloud City Lu Jia. General store seems to be Lu Jia. So the woman in front of her was actually Ji Yin's new wife and the real owner of Sue's embroidery workshop. Yao Ling forced herself to calm down and hurriedly ducked to the side to call Li Yanran while Nico Lu was still dealing with the head of the head store. The Qi family, the headquarters of the Qi group. the secretary pushed open the door to the brightly lit, spacious office on the 16th floor. Shi Xiao, this is Ms. Lu's itinerary for today. Please take a look. The man's large, long, bony hand gently rubbed the surface of the paper, rubbed his forehead, and said, "Dictation." The life secretary then went into great detail about what Natalie Lu had eaten in the morning, the bending that had taken her to the garage, and the chatting between the two of them, and after hearing that she had ended up taking a taxi out, Ikian's eyes sank in thought. The little girl likes handsome cars, but she doesn't know how to drive, so if she goes back and drives her and takes her for a ride, will she like herself? Then I heard about Sue's embroidery shop. The Li family. The Li family originally wanted to buy Sue embroidery workshop, but the branch is also deep. They can not eat, but also rely on the Lu family is not much control over this side for the wrongdoing. The little girl is still mad about it today. Young Mr. Chi, are we going to take over Sue's embroidery workshop in the name of the Chi family? The secretary asked. To still have the heart to manage the running of an embroidery workshop, it seems that the Li family has been doing quite well lately. The night pressed on, and the man stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the whole city seeming to crawl at his feet. I see. Chapter 11, Ji-in meets Natalie Lu. In the evening, Natalie Lu went back to Longtan Mountain Water. The white peacock drawing has been completed and sent out, but I'm afraid the matter of the capital branch is not so good. In addition to the Lu family, the embroidery workshop is almost the Li family in the strong holding, not to mention that now the Lu family hand simply cannot reach the capital, even if they have that 50% of the shares, and what to fight with the Li family. The two families had just joined forces, and Lu was in a phase of rising from the dead. She had already relied on the Chi family for so much. If she had to rely on them for this little thing, then she really owed the Chi family too much. What was she going to give back to Ji-in? Natalie Lu sighed and looked at the embroidered cloth in her hands, not quite in the mood for the next one. Under the floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor bedroom was facing the small garden. In the middle of summer, a large pink rose bloomed in the corner of the wall, like a beautiful painting. Nico Lu's heart moved. Let's embroider a small scented pouch for Ji-in. Just this beautiful rosebud horn. President Chi's reputation for ferocity was far-reaching, and no one could have imagined that one day he would be carrying a delicate and elegant trinket on his person with great care. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. The garden was serene and beautiful under the moonlight. Natalie Lu poured herself a cup of hot milk and sat cross-legged by the window to admire it while taking small sips. The incense that Ben had prepared for herself did have a very sleep-inducing effect, and in no time at all she was drifting off to sleep. Natalie Lu's mind was still anxious about the branch. One moment she thought of Ji-in who didn't want to see herself, and the next moment she thought of her second uncle, second aunt and grandparents. She braced herself for sleepiness and went to brush her teeth and wash up, then drifted off to sleep on the rug by the window. Beauty and flowers paint a fairy tale picture that tempts people to come closer, and the beast guards the outside, growling low to disperse all outsiders. Li family villa. Li Yanran smashed the vase in the room angrily. That Natalie Lu was so arrogant in front of you? Yao Ling from the opposite side nodded and said, yes. Yanran, what should we do now? Do we really let her take back the embroidery workshop? Sue's embroidery workshop was her main source of income. If Nico took it back, where could she find such a good thing to do again? The Emperor of the Earth is used to being the Emperor of the Earth. Now let her go back to the company as an idle staff. She does not even want to go. What are you afraid of? The Lu family has long been gone. It's only for a moment that she can play the bully in the store. I don't believe the Chi family will go against us for her, Li Yanran said proudly. The two families have many cooperative projects. The Chi family won't do anything for a woman, right? Also, why do I remember my brother telling me a week ago that there was an ungrateful woman who messed with him at the Feng family reception, also named Nico Lu? Li Yanran frowned. Isn't it the same person? The Feng family's reception is not for everyone. There is no big family surnamed Lu in the capital, so it should be the same person. Yao Ling hesitated. It might be following whoever mixed in. Brother Ji-in has been at the company for a week since he came back, so it does seem that he's not interested in that woman. Li Yanran smiled gloatingly. In that case, I'll organize a game in a few days and call that Natalie Lu over as well. I'm going to show her that there are some circles that she can't just blend into if she wants to. A mountain chicken can never be a real phoenix. Although he said that he was worried that the little girl could not accept himself, Ji-in had just returned to China this week, was indeed busy, eating and living in the company. It's hard to have free time, and then I'm shocked to realize that 2 weeks have passed. What does she do at home these days? Except for that time before, Madam hardly ever goes out, and Miss Lee has organized a bureau at the wedding tonight, and invited Madam to go as well. So did she go? It hasn't gone out yet. The life secretary glanced at the time and subconsciously said, it's already 9 o'clock, and I'll be late even if I go now. Ji-in didn't say anything, knowing in his heart that Natalie Lu most likely wouldn't go.
Perhaps the bureau Li Yanran has organized is a circle of noble women that any outsider would want to fit into.
But with her character, little girls are most afraid of socializing, and I'm afraid this kind of place would be too much for her to avoid. He still remembered the first day Natalie Liu had just transferred to their class. The homeroom teacher asked her to go up to the stage and introduce herself. The little girl held her head down and hugged her drawing board, shyly read to the roots of her ears, and at last managed to summon the courage to look up with watery eyes and a thin, soft voice. She said she was 15 years old, from Cloud City, an art student. The whole class subconsciously regarded this new little girl as a sister, and as a result, on the first exam, she directly rushed to the first in the whole school in the cultural class, so that everyone was surprised. At first, she never volunteered to talk to anyone in the class and was often left alone and quiet. Socializing seems to be unnecessary for her, because with her abilities, she's good enough to attract good people to come forward into her circle. Li Yanran and Li Zikai, the two siblings, had both tied up with Natalie Liu, and there might be some kind of intrigue waiting in this bureau. Li Yanran was unsuspicious. She confidently assumed that Natalie Liu would never reject herself and the opportunity to integrate into this circle, wanting to humiliate people. But he didn't know that Natalie Liu had responded to the situation with no change and directly pigeonholed the bad girls. Thinking about this, Ji-in let out a light laugh. In a good mood. Mr. Shi, are you going back to Longting Mountain Water tonight? The life secretary made the usual inquiry, expecting to continue to get rejections, but instead heard the man respond, "Aha, okay." The boss had to go home suddenly, and the life secretary was busy preparing clothes and necessities. At 10:30 p.m., Ji-in arrived home. It had been a long time since he'd been to this place himself. The last time he'd gone, the small garden had been deserted, and the house, though always tended, had always been missing something. This time when I came back, one corner of the garden was full of pretty pink roses, and the gardener had trimmed the boxwood shapes according to Natalie Liu's aesthetics, so it looked cozy and lovely. This haunted house has been remodeled nicely since it was inhabited. There was only a small light on in the living room, and without alarming anyone, Ikian prepared to go to the guest room to rest and get up tomorrow to pack the rest of his things. He turned to go up the stairs, but suddenly saw the little girl who was bending over to catch the water. She was wearing a white silk nightgown with a slim waist and milky white exposed skin, a look that could easily stir up some kind of sadistic desire. She turned to see herself after catching the water, and seemed to be startled as well, her almond eyes widening round at once. The two just stared at each other in silence in the faint light. It was the other man who finally broke the stagnant atmosphere first. She said, "So, do you want some water?" Ji-in looked down at her fragile, breakable wrist and took her cup. "Thanks." He felt his throat go a little dry. Chapter 12, Ji-in actually seduced Nico Liu. Natalie Liu didn't expect Ji-in to come back suddenly. The atmosphere was so awkward that she subconsciously handed over her own glass and asked, "Would you like some water?" Turns out he actually answered it. The man wasn't much different from his dream. He should have just come back from the office, his suit still on, and he looked svelte and ascetic. Natalie Liu watched with mixed emotions as he drank from his own glass, the words of reminder dying on his lips. Drinking water, and do not know what to say. He 80% is not remember themselves. Liu Nico also did not mention the previous things, as if it is the first time to know him. "Why did you come back all of a sudden?" she whispered, and after saying that, she felt that her words were inappropriate, as if she was kicking someone out, and was busy changing her words. "I mean, why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back?" After saying that, "I still feel that it is not quite right. This is someone's house. If you want to come back, you can come back." It seems that there is really no need to report to her. And, the two don't seem to be in touch until now. Natalie Liu blushed. Having lived over for quite a while, she remembered with hindsight that she seemed to be married to the man in front of her, and wasn't living alone as she had been before. In the days ahead, she'll have to live under one roof with Ji-in, meet with people morning, noon and night, and having gotten married, seems to have conjugal obligations to fulfill. "I do not know what the little girl thought suddenly out of focus." Ji-in whispered, "Today just finished busy. After all, live at home." Natalie Liu snapped back to her senses and let out an "oh," and then reacted. Was this his way of explaining to himself why he hadn't been home for so long? The two were just a plastic couple by marriage. He didn't really have to explain himself. "So where do you sleep?" Natalie Liu asked subconsciously. "The master bedroom sleeps by itself, and if he wants to move in and sleep with her, she can't seem to say no." "Guest room, you go up and rest." Seeing the little girl's nervousness, Ji-in took a step back and let her go. There was no rush to move into the master bedroom. He would invade her world little by little, and after she got used to his presence, then he would make it impossible for her to ever leave him. Good. Hearing him say that, Natalie Liu was relieved, and at the same time, there was an indescribable depression in her heart. The guest room was on the first floor, And Ji Yin's brain went down for a few seconds as he watched the little girl's hand suddenly reach out.
These small hands are slender and white.
A few parts have thin calluses, but it does not affect the beauty.
Still let a person want to hold in the hand. Mr. Ikari, give me back the cup. Sorry.
He watched Natalie Lu go up the stairs, her form hidden in the darkness.
The assistant had already put everything in the guest room,
and Ji Yin stood in place for a few moments before turning to wash up.
After taking a shower,
he suddenly remembered that Natalie Lu seemed to have just come down to get water. Having drank her water herself,
and having been so nervous just now, she probably didn't have any water with her when she went up there. A minute later,
there was a knock on the door to the master bedroom.
Natalie Lu was a bit nervous and couldn't sleep for a while,
so when she heard the knock on the door, she hugged the pillow in her arms and went to open the door. The man at the door was wearing the same black silk pajamas as herself, the slippery fabric pouring out like water,
revealing a large expanse of honey-colored skin on his chest.
The man perfectly interpreted the inverted triangle body to the extreme.
Beautiful lines of abs hidden under the pajamas,
and a few hideous scars on his chest, which added a little more wild charm to this perfect male body.
Natalie Lu couldn't take her eyes off it a bit. What is Ikin doing,
dressed like this in the middle of the night to seduce himself?
Water. The man's voice was cold and low, instantly pulling the horny Natalie Lu back.
Thanks.
Natalie Lu took the glass from his hand, her gaze not daring to glance away again. The glass of cool water calmed Natalie Lu's foggy brain for the rest of the night. We'll go back to the old mansion for dinner together tomorrow night.
That should have been notice.
And Natalie Lu responded.
Good. The two had been married for so long and had yet to show up for a meal together.
You
was concerned about their relationship status, and since they were busy, they really should go back and settle the elders' hearts.
The grandparents are back too,
and a lot of relatives will be there then,
Ji Yin added.
A socially terrified Natalie Lu clenched her small fists.
Aha! Don't be afraid.
I'll take you.
The man seemed to smile. Natalie Lu wasn't so sure.
Well, you go to bed.
Good night.
I think it's just to come upstairs and inform about this. Natalie Lu cupped her glass and waved with her other hand.
Good night. The mediocre glass was Ik Yin's usual one. He had given it up to someone,
and the life secretary had sent him a new one overnight.
The next morning, thinking about going back to the old mansion with Ji Yin for dinner, Nico Lu rarely slept in and got up early in the morning. Downstairs, Ik Yin was eating breakfast, and on one side, Ben didn't dare to take a breath. It was only 7:30,
and the living secretary said that little girls usually woke up at 8 or 9,
so Ik Yin wondered, so early?
Natalie Lu heard the surprise in his tone,
puffed out her cheeks, and walked over to sit next to him.
Didn't you say you were going back to the old mansion for dinner?
It's nighttime then, too. You could have gotten more sleep. I was a little nervous,
so I didn't sleep well all night and woke up early in the morning on my own.
Eat and go catch up on your sleep. I'll go to the company later.
The man subconsciously gave orders, and then remembered that this is not in the army,
nor in the company.
The tone was put more gentle. Wait for me at home. Pick you up after work.
Good.
The little girl answered obediently and dealt with the breakfast on the table seriously.
Ji Yin slowed down his eating,
watching Natalie Lu eat slowly and methodically with puffed cheeks, and suddenly remembered the stray cats on the high school campus that did the same thing.
Not afraid of people at all.
The little head just buried in his hand and eat with an arch. The heart almost softened into a puddle. After the two of them finished breakfast together, Nicole Lu saw the silver men's watch in the foyer and took the initiative to say,
I'll put it on for you. The man held out his hand obediently.
She looked down to study the strap of her watch, not noticing the desperately mad love and possessiveness in the man's eyes as he looked at her.
Natalie Lu tried to learn to fulfill the post-wedding obligations of a wife,
tying a tie or something a bit too intimate for her to do right now, but wearing a watch should still be no problem. She had heard that Ikian disliked being approached, and she had been prepared for rejection to come.
I didn't expect him to say yes. Natalie Lu clumsily fastened the strap for the man.
Felt a little loose.
Embarrassed. It seems a little loose. It's fine. The man didn't seem to mind at all,
adjusted his position,
and said, I'm leaving.
Natalie Lu watched the man get into the car and waved nicely.
See you later, Mr.
Chie. Chapter 13. Ji Yin takes the initiative to hold Nico Lu's hand.
After sending Ikian away,
the little maid was visibly relieved.
Natalie Lu just laughed. So afraid of him?
This who looked not afraid.
Then very bottomless said, Chi Young when to come back ah?
When I was making breakfast this morning he suddenly came out and scared me so much that my hands shook all morning.
It was about 10 o'clock last night.
Natalie Lu casually pinched a grape on the table and sympathized.
Indeed.
I was shocked when I first saw him.
Since Mr. Chi is back, I won't be around much from now on. Ben said, MS.
You said he doesn't like strangers in the house, so I should stay over at the old mansion from now on. The little girl accompanied herself for quite a long time last night. Natalie Lu was still a bit reluctant to give up.
So, hey, you can look for me when you miss me in the future. I'll switch with Lai's mom over at the old mansion. There's a lot of free time, and when I've researched my special little cookies, I'll definitely be the first one to bring them to you to try. He didn't sleep well last night, so after breakfast Natalie Lu went to her room to catch up on her sleep. When I woke up, it was already past 12 o'clock. Not knowing whether there would be any delay in the evening, Natalie Lu handed in the draft early. The cell phone sitting on the table rang and she opened it to see a friend request on WeChat. The other person's avatar was pitch black and his nickname was CL. Well, one of the branches of the Chi clan that Chi-in is now taking over is called CL Group. She hadn't been paying attention to the time while she was drawing her manuscript and didn't know how long it had been since that friend request had been sent. At the headquarters of CL Group, Ji-in looked at his cell phone with a deep gaze, as if he was looking at some big list of tens of millions of dollars. After a minute, he looked up at the life assistant. She's not through yet. Chen Shi touched the cold sweat on his head and said, the lady probably didn't see it, but it's been all morning. Why didn't she go through with her friend request? The man's air pressure around him was heavy, and he could see Chen Shi's eyebrows jumping. As the atmosphere stagnated, the cell phone on the table finally responded. Someone's forced disinterest cast a glance over at once. The woman had hung herself out to dry for so long that he was bound not to initiate a conversation. Ikian thought angrily, and then a couple unsolicited messages from that end. A hazelnut, Mr. Ikari, cat hugs JPG. Ikarian held on for a minute, pretending not to see it coming. A hazelnut, sorry, I was working in the morning. I didn't see your message. Are you finished? Ikarian holds on for 2 minutes without breaking guard. A hazelnut, perseverance, it's already 3 o'clock. When do you get off work? The tone was like a little wife waiting for her home, and Shi Yin's eyebrows relaxed as a sweet feeling filled his entire heart. Ikin held back for a minute, then picked up his cell phone to reply. CL, home at 6. A hazelnut, seconds back, then I'll wait for you at home. Afternoon delivery of that suit is to wear to the old house? CL, aha. Natalie Lu replied back with a cat okay emoticon, then went to change and clean up. She'd only just gotten through Ikian's friend request, and he'd replied just after she'd sent the message, so it didn't seem like he was busy. It was just as well that he hadn't interrupted his work or delayed his return for the night. Natalie Lu giggled with joy, completely unaware that a sulk on the other side had been dissolved so silently. Ji-in put away his cell phone, changing his previous low pressure, and said easily, get off work. Chen Chi immediately posted in the work small group, off-duty family members. The boss has gone home to accompany the boss's wife. Everyone will be able to leave work early in a while. The news blew up a bunch of feelers in the group. Sales manager, boss lady. Personnel manager, boss lady. Operations manager, boss lady. The working secretary laughed at them, look at your unseen appearance. Not the boss's wife. What? Boss lady. Chun Chi. This bunch of PhD and master's students from prestigious schools are hopeless. Front desk Shouchi, at life assistant Chun Chi Chen. Have you seen the boss's wife? Is she pretty? Receptionist Xiao Liang, brother Chen Chen. Are the boss and the boss's wife so close? When did they get married? So low-key. Chen Shi looked at his boss who had already gone downstairs and grabbed his cell phone to reply. Life assistant Chun Chi, don't ask me. I've only just found out not long ago. It seems like a hidden marriage? Work assistant, stop gossiping for a moment. The boss is coming down. The cell phone is put away. Bosses are off work. Chen Shi is also happy to follow off work, passing the secretary's office area to harvest a piece of envious eyes. Longton landscape. Chi-in prepared this set of dresses as a niche brand of customized. I have to say that the man's vision is not bad. After Natalie changed into it looks good and watery. At first glance is the kind of good baby that elders like. Ji-in says he'll be back in a while and picks her up straight away. So after Natalie Lu packed up, she just brought her things and sat on the swing at the entrance and waited. And in no time she saw a black car stop. The window slowly lowered. The man's sharp yet perfect side profile revealed. He was no longer wearing the same suit he had been wearing in the morning, but another more casual suit that looked like it was a couple's model with the one he was wearing. The man in formal wear was so handsome that it made people's legs go weak, and the clothes he wore also made Natalie Lu inexplicably blush a little. It's true that beauty is a mistake. The driver opened the door on the other side of the car and Natalie Lu got in. What gentleman headguard. Two people move fast did not give Chi-in a little room to play. The car started and drove slowly out of the city center. On the way the two of them relative speechless. The man has been closed eyes as if in a false sleep. Lu Nico embarrassed to take the initiative to open the mouth. Also do not know what to open the mouth to say. Simply follow the silence. I don't know how long it had been. The sky had darkened, and Nico Lu felt like she was about to fall asleep when she heard the driver in front of her say, Mr. Shi, ma'am, we've arrived. Natalie Lu came to her senses in a flash, looking at the brightly lit old mansion in front of her, and suddenly began to get nervous. She subconsciously looked at Ikin, but saw that the man was also looking at himself, as if he could tell he was nervous. The man gently held her hand and said, Don't be afraid. He quickly withdrew his hand from the car, leaving Nico Lu alone to stare blankly at the hand that retained the man's residual warmth. Nervousness was washed away by dismay, and Natalie Lu told herself not to think too much of it. The gesture was a little abrupt, but understandable. Maybe Akin is just so sweet that he is afraid of losing his temper and embarrassing himself? Then she got out of the car and realized things weren't quite what she thought they were. The man took the initiative to hold her hand, and the roughness of his palm made Natalie Lu's heart flutter. Grandma and Grandpa wanted us to be affectionate, he explained. This racing heart calmed down all of a sudden. Good. Hearing Natalie Lu's calm reply, Ji-in was a little chagrined. What's he explaining? Chapter 14, Ji-in. Are you not feeding your wife? The old Chi family mansion. Yu Yanxie was sitting on the sofa talking with old lady Chi when in the playroom. Chi Lian pushed a 5-year-old boy out the door. Chi Jin, third brother and third sister-in-law should have arrived by now, so hurry up and go get it. Why don't you go? The kid deflated his mouth in displeasure and reluctance. I've got a little bit of Lego left to put together. Come on, aren't you curious about what your sister-in-law looks like? Ji Lian roared. Help us take a look first. Ji Jin can see at a glance what idea his cousin played. Is not afraid of them too much fanfare to measure sister-in-law. Brother will be angry, and then launched his own this shield well. He had just returned from his first day in Y, and Ji Lian let him get into trouble. Ji Jin reluctantly took one last look at his Lego and struggled. They'll be in a minute. Ji, you go greet and show our family's hospitality. Unable to argue with Ji Lian, Ji Jin's little friend opened the gate and slipped out. On the couch, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are talking about family matters. Isn't it a bit too fast? This marriage is said and done? Old Mrs. Chi was a bit hesitant. It's been more than a year. It's not easy to find a suitable one. Besides, you didn't agree to this at that time. MS. You said, you don't trust me. I'm reliable. I know, but I also didn't think you'd actually be so fast. I took Xiao Jin out to play and came back, and this marriage was finalized. The old lady remembered the photo her daughter-in-law had sent to her and laughed. But the little girl does look like she's a delight to look at. That's true. By the way, Ji Jin didn't give you any trouble in the past few months, did he? This leather monkey, if it weren't for the fact that his father and I are really busy lately, we wouldn't send it to bother you. Harm, my little grandson. Say what, disturbing or not? Xiao Jin, naughty or naughty? The big thing is still quite reassuring. That's good, but what I'm most worried about right now is the boss. Let me tell you, the evening breeze of the summer night was finally a little cooler. But the calm atmosphere between the two was quickly broken as Natalie Lu looked at the little beaner in front of her who was blocking the way, and suspiciously looked at Ji-in. Little doubting, dressed in a smart little suit, cleared his throat and introduced himself. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Ji Jin. I am Ji-in's own brother. I am 5 years old this year, and I will soon be in first grade. On behalf of all the Ji family members I would like to welcome you to our big, loving family, Akin. 3 black lines slid across Ji-in's face as he said in a deep voice. Ji Jin, what are you doing? Little doubting shrunk his neck, ignoring his big brother, and summoned up the courage to say, sister-in-law, you're so good looking, can you take a picture with me? Natalie Lu lost her smile and subconsciously looked at Ji-in. Ikian poked his brother with one finger, received an inquiring look from the girl, paused, and said, you can take the picture if you want. Ji Jin was originally aggrieved and holding her forehead and was about to cry. When she heard the words, she let out a cheer and took a picture with her little sister-in-law who was bending down, and while sending it to the Chi family's juniors group, she took the initiative to hold someone's hand in a satisfied manner. Let's go, sister-in-law. I'll take you inside. He came with an empty hand. This brother can't have it. In the small group, Ji Genie sends out a photo of the two of them together, and all the ones who are diving and not diving come out. Chi Lian, third sister-in-law, is a bit pretty. Starry-eyed JPG. Poolstream, applause JPG. Applause JPG. Applause JPG. Ike asterisk 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 A, is it coming in? Is it coming in? Inside the house, Yu Yanxia looked at the juniors who all came out from the game room at once with a holler and wondered, how come they're all out? Not yet. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw his youngest son leading his daughter-in-law into the room, with his eldest son following behind with an unsettled look on his face. Natalie Lu followed into the house and was baptized by a roomful of stares. Even though everyone had seen pictures of the power holder's wife in advance, the real person still wowed them. Ji Lian coughed lightly, patted the two brothers beside her who were still in a daze, and took the initiative to say, hello third sister-in-law, I'm cousin Ji-in. My name is Ji Lian. Welcome. Hello, I'm Natalie Lu. The socially terrified little girl's face reddened slightly, and seeing how nervous she was, Ikian reached out a hand to hold her, rubbing the back of her hand slightly, in a rather soothing way. Yu Yanxia saw the small movements between the two. Her heart was surprised, yet she thought it was quite reasonable. The old lady smiled joyfully. Come in and sit down, Grandma. Ji-in took the initiative to greet her, and Natalie Lu followed suit. Good boy. Earlier, I heard my daughter-in-law say that the relationship between the two young people is not good. So far have not lived together. But now it seems that the relationship is obviously very good. Old Mrs. She took Nico Lu's hand and sat her down, looking the little girl up and down, feeling that she was still a bit thin. She said, eat more for dinner later. Is Ji-in not feeding you at home? Yu Yanxia frowned and chimed in. How mellow you were when you lived with us, and you've lost weight after only a few days back. Natalie was embarrassed. In Yu's side of the 3 meals a day, in addition to what the pre-dinner fruits and desserts, afternoon tea and night snacks, if something happens to be taken out of all kinds of dry rice, cannot be fat, right? God knows how much effort it took her to lose a little weight back after returning to Longtan Mountain Water. My bad, Akian replied, bowing his head. Natalie Lu, this time is quite obedient. You glanced at the son, thinking is it really their guess is wrong. In fact, the young couple get along quite harmonious? Alright, let's eat. Go upstairs and call your father and your grandfather. Seeing that the food was all served on the table, old Mrs. Chi waved her hand. All take your seats. The 3 generations of the Chi family, head of the family, are less talkative nature. In addition to the younger generation came to the old mansion to join in the fun. The other several houses, because of the busier work, did not come, but because there were so many women and children, the table was always quite busy, except for the attention at the beginning, which made Natalie Lu a bit nervous. After that, they got along quite naturally. Ji Lian was a happy-go-lucky person who was very good at mobilizing the scene, and Ji Jin's little friend was always laughing and joking, so the atmosphere was always quite good. After dinner, the other juniors left one by one, and Ji-in and Nico Lu, who were far away from the old mansion, were left to stay for the night. After the children had left, the old mansion was suddenly quiet. The guest room had been packed out long ago, and the 3 men went upstairs to talk about business, so Natalie Lu went to her room first to wash up and rest. It was just after 10. The elders were resting, and Natalie Lu stayed alone in her room, swiping her cell phone for a while, ready to follow suit and go to bed early. Just as he was about to turn off the lights, he saw Akin push his way in. Natalie Lu froze, and her hand, ready to turn off the light, shrank back. Chapter 15. The bed is quite big. Come up here and sleep. Natalie Lu suddenly reacted. Are the 2 of them going to sleep together tonight? I both opened and then shut up at the same time. You say. Natalie Lu bit her lip and buried herself under the covers, only showing her head on the outside, and asked in a small voice, are we sleeping in the same room tonight? Only the bedside lamp was on, and the room was quite dimly lighted, but Ikian could clearly see the little girl's eyelashes fluttering. She was getting nervous again. Well, he responded, looking at her suddenly reddening face and blushing a little himself, and busily added, I'll sleep on the couch. Without waiting for Natalie Lu to speak, he added, I'm going to take a shower, so go to bed early. It's less stressful when you go to bed early. 2 lone men and women who are both sober sharing a room with each other or someone they like. There's no guarantee that something won't happen. Aha. The little girl responded nicely, sweetly leaving the light on for him. I don't know how long she fell asleep, but the shower that would normally take half an hour was dragged out for a hard hour. The warm-colored bedside lamp was still on when he came out, and the person in the bed had his back to himself, as if he were asleep. Unable to say what he felt in his heart, Ikian sighed in relief and gingerly went to press out the bedside lamp and grabbed a blanket for the couch. The room was plunged into darkness. On the queen-sized bed, the little beauty, thought to be asleep, peeked open her eyes. The man's presence was so strong that Natalie Lu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and she felt a little guilty as she looked through the moonlight at the man on the couch who was curled up with his long arms and legs. It's not good to ask someone to sleep on the sofa in someone else's house. The bed in the guest room was so ridiculously large that sleeping 3 or 4 people at once wasn't a problem, and having a king-sized bed all to yourself seemed like a bit of an overkill. Natalie Lu looked at Ji-in, who was nestled in the small sofa, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt sorry for him. Then her heart fluttered and she whispered, Ji-in. The man responded quickly, can't sleep? Well, weak-minded. Natalie Lu said sincerely, why don't you come up and sleep? Ji-in laughed softly, not afraid I'll do something to you? Natalie Lu was shocked in her heart and honestly said, it's okay, but the bed is quite big. One of us should be able to sleep on one side. She was a bit surprised when this person suddenly teased her, but she thought seriously about it, about the aspect of conjugal obligations. Although a bit scared, she was prepared for it. It was not normal for something to happen between adult couples. There was no need to wriggle out of it. Ikin was surprised. Really, let me come up and sleep? Well, Natalie Lu blushed. The man's scent quickly invaded, and Natalie Lu moved to the side to make a large space for him. Seeing that the person is about to fall, Ji-in reached out in time and fished the person back. Don't need to be so defensive against me. Don't worry, don't touch you. Natalie Lu was originally startled by his actions, and then a little embarrassed when she heard his words. I didn't think about that. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to sleep. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. Sleeping down. Wow. With a large gap between them, the two slept peacefully through the night. At first Natalie Lu was a little sleep deprived because of the extra person in her bed, but she only lost 5 minutes of sleep more than usual, I think, and her heart was big enough to fall asleep. On the contrary, the other man in the bed, looking at the little girl sleeping soundly in the moonlight, his heart welled up with inexhaustible joy. Inch by inch, the man's aggressive gaze greedily traced the beauty's sleeping face, only to feel that he couldn't get enough of it. After the little Lu beauty fell asleep and unknowingly faced herself again, she used to free one hand to hold her face when she slept. Her mouth was squeezed slightly open, looking like a child. Good night. The man kissed his baby preciously. When he woke up the next morning, Akin was already up and there was no one else in the house but himself. Natalie Lu rubbed her eyes and sat up. The dividing line in the center of the queen-sized bed made with a blanket was still there, and it seemed that both of them were sleeping quite peacefully. Ji-in usually got up quite early. She fumbled with her cell phone to check the time. It was only 6:30 and the person was gone. The summer morning dawned early. It was quiet outside, and Natalie Lu yawned, a little unsure of what time would be a good time to get up. Just as he got out of bed, the door to his room was opened and Ikian had a towel around his neck, looking like he had just finished his morning workout. Awake? The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone. Good morning, sister-in-law, smiled Ikian, poking a small head out from behind him. Kids get up so early too. So disciplined. Natalie Lu was ashamed of herself. Morning. Actually, you don't have to get up so early. Ji-Jean squeezed in, a lollipop in her hand. Grandma and mommy's activities are all after 7:30, so you can still sleep for an extra hour. She couldn't sleep well with the change of scenery. Natalie Lu waved her hand and walked into the bathroom to wash up as Ji-In went to Ji-Jin's room to take a shower. In the afternoon, Ji-In finished the work at hand and said, "It's getting late. I'll take Nico back first." Natalie Lu was sitting on the sofa hacking with Ji-Jin. When she heard that, the little beanstalker yelled anxiously, "Take me with you, MS." You laughed and scolded. "Your brother and your sister-in-law are going home. Why are you fooling around? I still have to take my sister-in-law to play the game." Ji-Jin beamed, reluctant. The two play the game with a very tacit understanding. Nico Lu Auxiliary Play Thief 6, to cooperate with the cooperation, to be aware of consciousness. The two people a morning double row, happily on a lot of points. Ikian hugged his auxiliary king's thigh and didn't want to let go. Ikian lifted his brother up and tossed him to the side, mercilessly saying, "This is my wife. I can take it too. You're the one who doesn't have time to bring it." Ji-Jin gasped and wailed. "Don't think I don't know that you're all playing your own games even after you go home. Might as well stay here." That one sentence startled the 5 adults in the room. Chi father and the old lady were silent, and Yu Yanchi gasped and smacked Ji-Jin's ass. "What nonsense!" Ji-Jin covered his butt and fled, unconvinced. "I know how to read. I saw what that post-nuptial agreement was. My sister-in-law just gets to play with me." The crowd looked nervously at the young couple, but it was Natalie Lu who laughed first. "I can play with you." The little girl arched her eyebrows. "But I can't leave your brother behind." Ikin was stunned and raised his eyes to Nico Lu. "You're good. After a while when you're not busy, sister-in-law will take you to play, okay?" The little girl patiently soothed the bare child, gently and delicately diffusing the awkward storm. "What do you have to be busy with?" Ji-Jin tugged on Nico Lu's coat corner, fondly. "Then when you go back, we'll play again when you're not busy." "Good." Chapter 16. What do you think your marriage will bring to the Chi family? On the way back, Nico Lu sensed that Chi-In was not in a good mood, though he was his usual aloof self. She could just see the displeasure in his ice cube face. The air pressure around the man was very low, and the already silent atmosphere was even more depressing to the extreme this time. His face did not look right from Ji-Jin's sentence. "After the marriage, each of you will play your own game." Nicole Lu did not know what his attitude was, so according to her own thoughts, she spoke tentatively, "Mr. G, I've read the post-nuptial agreement, and I also remember it." Ji Yin's gaze sullenly looked over as the girl spoke earnestly. "Regarding our life after marriage, we're in a union, and we don't have an emotional foundation in the first place. But don't worry, I don't have that many social connections, and I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Well, I only have one request. If you have other redheads, at least don't poke your nose into grandma's side. It's better for everyone to be harmonious on the surface. Is that okay?" Ji-In was exasperated. So in her mind he was this kind of person. She couldn't say something nice to catch herself, but instead pushed herself far away. How sobering for her to speak in such a detached tone about their seeming separation as a couple.
It was as if the little distance that he had managed to close in the past 2 days together was all his self-righteousness.
Natalie Lu, don't be so self-centered. What do you think your union will bring to the Chi family?
The man slammed the door and walked out,
leaving the girl alone in the car.
What value do you think your union has?
What can it bring to the Chi family?
What Ikuo said in the dream really came up.
Natalie smiled to herself. If she didn't cooperate, then she didn't cooperate.
Why was she so mean to her?
This statement by Akin is yet another reminder of this unequal marital relationship. Yeah, she's the one who's parasitic now,
so who is she to ask for so much?
Natalie Lu sighed and pushed the door to get out of the car. The seemingly harmonious union actually implies too many problems. Ji-in did not come back for a month.
She lived alone a little more comfortable. She forgot that marriage is a matter of two people.
No,
it's only been 2 days together and there's a problem.
She knew at once why he was unwanted. Akin really fierce.
She cannot afford to provoke,
but also cannot hide it.
The little maid was also transferred,
and Natalie Lu walked alone on the path.
And the roses in the corners were also listless.
I don't know if he's home yet. Just after the fight. Isn't it a bit awkward for her to go in there now?
Natalie Lu thought about it and took the next turn in her steps.
Not going home,
but taking a cab in front of the neighborhood to find Kong Chang.
Hazel, Emily, where are you? Can I come to you?
The head quickly replied.
I'm at the company. You come to the Century building. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. An hour. I'll have someone bring you up.
Be a good boy and wait for me in my office first.
Your spare computer is in a drawer in my office.
As is a charger of the same model as yours. And there's your favorite green tea jelly in the pantry to take you to a nice meal when I'm done with the meeting.
Natalie Lu.
It was so sweet of her to arrange it. Did she anticipate that she would be homeless?
Hazelnut, good JPG.
The Century building is in the bustling city center, just across the shopping street from the CL Group headquarters.
It was getting late.
The neon lights on the streets were turned on,
and the bustling capital city gave Nico Lu an inexplicable sense of loneliness.
She thought back to the first time she and her grandparents had felt this way when they first came to live in the capital.
Because one doesn't belong here.
Of all the lights, none were lit for her. Natalie Lu was just a fragile little girl. Her nose was sore and she was a little homesick,
but her cloud city was hundreds of kilometers away. At 5:30, before closing time, the Century building was brightly lit.
The receptionist glances at her cell phone every now and then,
counting down the last half hour.
The front door was suddenly pushed open.
Not knowing what would be coming at this hour,
she looked up as a girl who looked like a white porcelain doll walked in.
Century building usually come either employees,
or come to talk about the cooperation of the party, eh? This girl dressed leisurely.
Neither like employees, nor like the party.
The visitor has a special temperament that makes one's heart quiet. With long hair draped over her shoulders, looking over with watery eyes and slightly reddened orbits, as if she has suffered from some wrongdoing, which makes her very lovable.
Hello, may I ask what?
The front desk lady's subconscious whispered softly, only to be interrupted by another person before she could finish her sentence.
Ms. Lu, Mr. Kong is in a meeting. You come with me this way. Secretary Wang, who usually only moved around the top floor, pushed up his glasses in a respectful manner.
Natalie Lu smiled at the receptionist lady, then followed Secretary Wang upstairs, in order to avoid the socially terrified little Lu beauty from being gawked at by the crowd along the way. Secretary Wang directly took her to the president's special elevator,
18th floor. The conference room door is closed. Outside the president's office is a secretarial area. Wang's secretary sent people into the office. Said, Mr.
Kong still has half an hour of meeting.
You wait a moment. Natalie Lu sat nicely on the couch and politely thanked people.
On the black leather couch was her usual little blue and white flowered blanket, and on the desk was a grungy bouquet of block flowers that Natalie Lu had pieced together and given to her in middle school. Kong Ching said that the pantry has a green mention of jelly. Did not wait for her to go herself.
Wang's secretary sent in. Natalie Lu. That's so sweet. So this is what it's like to have a reliable bossy BFF?
When Kong Ching's meeting ended, Lu Nico was sitting at her desk catching up on her drawings. She didn't bother anyone and went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette to ease her mood.
When she came back again,
Natalie Lu had resumed her seat on the couch and was waiting for her. Kong Ching put his suit jacket on the rack and sat down next to Natalie Lu, his voice a little hoarse from the cigarette he had just smoked.
What's wrong, baby? Did Ji-in bully you?
I had already gathered my emotions,
and when I saw someone close to me,
the aggravation I had previously held back came back all at once. Natalie Lu buried her head into Kong Ching's shoulder and shook her head sullenly.
Come on, don't I know you? Tell me when you want to talk. What do you want to eat later? Kong Ching had a familiar scent of lady's perfume mixed with tobacco,
and Natalie Lu remembered that 303 seemed to be the same scent in the rest room of the Feng family reception that day.
No wonder she slept so deeply that night.
Kong Ching couldn't help but laugh as she watched Natalie Lu arch over her like a puppy sniffing and sniffing.
What are you doing? Seducing me?
Natalie Lu sat up straight and took a sip of her green tea jelly and said, "I'd like to eat the butter fondue." "Okay, there's one downstairs. I'll take you there. There's no annoyance in the world that can't be solved with one good meal, and if there is, then two." Natalie Lu happily went off to eat hot pot with her little sister, not realizing that at this very moment in Longting Shanshui, a certain man was locking himself in his room and sulking. Chapter 17. The words of the afternoon are my nonsense. Don't be angry. Longtan landscape. Ikian regretted it immediately after he said those words. He sullenly got out of the car and left first, and didn't offer to wait for anyone, locking himself up in the guest room for 2 hours of FaceTime. It was quiet inside and outside the house. It was already dark and Natalie Lu hadn't come back yet. She must be pissed. Shi-in was chagrined. If he had heard those words he would have gotten angry too, let alone Nico Lu, a little girl who had married all the way here. She was alone in this huge capital city, being poked by her own hurtful words like that. She might be more upset. Ikian couldn't help but slap himself. The longer he stayed in the darkened room, the more remorse grew in his heart. But Natalie Lu was angry right now, and he didn't dare to take the initiative to go to people for fear that they would see him upset. Ikian tried to find Nico Lu, but was bewildered to realize that he didn't know where she would go. It's dark. Will she be in danger out there alone? Will there be other bad men trying to abduct her? The man felt his heart pounding frantically and uneasily, and the scarlet color in the bottom of his eyes intensified. The sky was finally completely shrouded in darkness and the entire room darkened. Under the particular space, Ikian's breathing suddenly intensified. Few people, other than the Ikari family, knew that young Ikari had been kidnapped when he was very young. The kidnappers left him alone in an empty warehouse in the middle of nowhere for a day and a night, and when it got dark, the howling winds blew the door of the warehouse with a clang, and the child had a high fever inside. The kidnapper was hired, and in order to get the leverage his employer demanded from the Ikari family, he used other tactics to scare little Ikari Hidden, forcing him to cry hysterically inside the phone. After being rescued, Koike Hidden has severe PTSD, and under certain circumstances he can become very dangerous, cranky and irritable, and won't allow anyone to come near him. After entering the army, he had always had a regular psychiatrist, and most of the time, he took out that negativity in various extermination missions. I didn't realize that a year after he retired, he would be sick in his own home. The man touched his cell phone with a trembling hand and sent a message to Chen-Chi quickly. The bright lights illuminated half of his face, making him look like a cold-faced Shura that crawled out of hell. "Boss, don't let Nico Lu go home." Chen-Chi looked at this inexplicable message and was a bit puzzled. "Boss, playing so fancy? He brought women home? It can't be. The boss clearly values the boss's wife. It's already 10:30, and judging by the boss, has Miss Lu not gone home yet? Was there a fight? You don't have to bully her like that even if you've had a fight. She's already a long-distance bride, and now she's not even allowed to go home." Chen-Chi shook his head while sending a message to Nico Lu, and by the way, he thoughtfully booked a presidential suite in his own hotel. Natalie Lu was in Kong Ching's car when she received Chen-Chi's message. She hadn't thought about not coming home at the first sign of a fight. Things always had to be resolved, and there was no use running away from them. She wanted to have a good talk with Ikian. Besides, the big deal was that she went home and didn't communicate with Ikian. After resuming her old routine, it wasn't really possible to run into him. Natalie Lu thought as she did, not looking at the newly received message, and after greeting Kong Cheng, pushed the door to get out of the car. It's 11 o'clock. Ikian should be asleep already. Going quietly to his room by himself shouldn't alarm him. The villa was quiet, and after the little maid left, she and Ikian were the only ones left in the house. Natalie Lu sighed softly, thinking that it wasn't possible that Ji-in had run away from home as well. Was it? She couldn't resist pushing the guest room door open a crack to see if her plastic husband was there. Who knew that just as the door was pushed open, a figure rushed out of the room like a cheetah and directly pressed the person against the wall by her neck. Natalie Lu was shocked in her heart, and her eyes immediately misted with water. "What are you doing? It's just a fight. You don't have to kill me." The bottom of the man's eyes were full of violence. His shirt buttons were ripped apart twice by himself, and his small, well-muscled arms were just stuck around the girl's fragile neck. The poor sheep didn't dare move a muscle, trembling and making tiny wailing sounds. It took all of Ikian's strength to pull back what little remained of his sanity, and the man who could kill a wolf with one punch desperately restrained himself from slowly relaxing the strength in his hands. "Who told you to come back?" The words came out almost as a low growl. The man's gaze was aggressive, like some kind of beast that had nearly lost its mind, and there was a strange beauty in the way it met the little girl's reddened, tearful eyes. "Do you realize that if I can't control myself, I'll strangle you?" Natalie Lu was dumbfounded by the man's sudden movement. In the darkness, she couldn't see the expression on Chi Yin's face, but she was sensitive enough to notice that his state was not right at the moment. She didn't know what she had done wrong to draw such anger from Ikian, and hiccuped pitifully,
huffing and explaining, I came to find you and make up.
Oh, the man froze and released his hand on her neck, turning to helplessly brace himself against the wall in front of her. As an adult, he'd struggled with darkness countless times, whether it was troop assignments or real darkness, and he'd thought he was going to face it alone this time, too. Only twice in his life had someone pulled him out of the darkness of his most lonely and helpless existence. Once in a nursing home, that little marshmallow-like mass reached out and handed him a shiny candy saying, "Here you go, brother." The other time was now, when the girl with the reddened eyes and nose from crying curled up in his form and said, "I came to you to make peace." It happens to be the same person both times, and it happens that she has been tied to her life for the rest of her life. The pressure on her shoulders suddenly increased, and Natalie Lu's legs weakened and she was almost crushed by Akeen, who had let go of her hand. "I'm sorry," she heard the man's low, husky voice. Natalie Lu froze. "Don't be offended if I'm talking nonsense about what I said this afternoon." His breath patted heavily on the nape of her neck, drawing a shiver through her body. Natalie Lu reached out to support his slowly sliding body and sniffled. "I'm not mad anymore. Thanks. Thank you for forgiving me. Thanks for coming back tonight. What just happened to you? Is everything alright?" Natalie Lu was a bit uneasy. "Are you not feeling well? Do you need to see a doctor?" Ikian shook his head and let go of the girl's warm, soft body in silence. Natalie Lu was actually scared to death in her heart. She held her composure and watched Ji Yin's mood improve a bit before slowly talking to him. In the darkness, the two of them were speechless relative to each other for a long time, and in the end it was Lu Nico who spoke first. "Are you better? Aha. So I'm going up?" Ikian opened his mouth, but finally let out a muffled Chapter 18, Ji Yin. "Do you want to save the beauty or not?" The man sat alone in the empty first-floor hall. Under the moonlight, he was like a defeated lion. The scarlet color in his eyes had not yet completely faded, disheveled and wretched. Ikuo didn't miss the fear in the little girl's teary eyes, an emotion he had seen in many people's eyes many times in the past. Past assignments had made it so that he saw fear in the eyes of countless people who abused and hated themselves and called him a madman. After returning to the capital for a long time, he was sleeping with a sword on his pillow. In fact, he was out of place in this world. Even though he pretended to be more like a normal person on the surface, it was really hard for him to integrate into society again. And just a moment ago, he even almost killed his lover. Now she's afraid of herself too. Ji Yin no longer had the ability to think about why Nico Lu would still come back tonight. Complex emotions filled his head. He was now filled with the sentence the little girl had just. "I've come to make peace with you. She says she wants to make up with herself, but after this, I'm afraid I'll never want to talk to him again." Upstairs, the color of fear in Natalie Lu's eyes had yet to completely dissipate. The state of Chi Yin just now had really scared her. She didn't know what Ikian had gone through to have this appalling reaction. The tiger's muzzle where he'd jammed his neck had thick calluses from the gun, and if she'd been a second later, she had no doubt she'd have died under his hand. Natalie Lu went to the master bedroom's own bathroom to wash her face, and when she looked up, the little girl in the mirror was pitiful, her eyes red from crying. Her skin was delicate, and just now Akin didn't know how much force he had used, and the neck that he had pinched was red. Natalie Lu sighed, her mind refreshing her perception of him. "When I woke up the next morning, my eyes were, not surprisingly, swollen like walnuts." After a few days of getting along, she probably figured out Ji Yin's work and rest schedule, and deliberately avoided colliding with the man this morning. Only coming downstairs after 9 o'clock, the whole villa was really empty. After Ben left, breakfast would have to be taken care of on her own, and Natalie Lu uncovered the pot and found that it was actually warmed up with sliced fish congee and crystal shrimp dumplings, just the right amount for her alone. The man left himself breakfast in silence, unable to say what mood he was in, and Natalie Lu served the rice from the pot, surprised to find that it tasted quite good. After breakfast, the cell phone that had been set aside rang. "It's Tanji. Nico? Busy?" "Not busy. You say. I've looked into the matter of the capital branch, and I've also reported it to the main family, and now the situation is like this." Tanji's voice was calm as she methodically said. At that time, the shares were sold to several different companies, but in the end, all of these companies were acquired by the Li family. So after so many years of the shares being combined, they all came into the hands of the Li family. The Li family's position in the capital is awkward. Neither considered a top-tier prestigious family, but also a little better than the lowest-ranking lineage. And Sue's embroidery workshop is a stepping stone they want to utilize. When the embroidery workshop was famous, this Li family did not know what nooks and crannies it was in, and now it has actually been reduced to a tool they use to climb the power. The Lu family is now taking care of itself. You know, since 5 years ago, there has been a mysterious force dealing with us in the open and in the dark. Although second uncle is not good at business, but the Lu family has a rich family background, and originally would not have fallen so quickly. I don't know who the other party is, they are ruthless to the core.
and they know us very well. These were all originally Lu family secrets. Tang Ji was the adopted daughter that elder Lu had picked up and personally raised. Although not much older than Nico, she was already able to help her second uncle with a lot of affairs. This mysterious force comes from outside the country. The Lu family is only a business family. There is not enough ability to find out. Can only watch the other side eat up. If it wasn't for Natalie Lu's marriage that pulled the Lu family back from the worst crisis. Not to mention that the branch in the capital would have been taken so casually. The main store wouldn't have been able to keep it either. On the other end, Tanji was still talking. Nico, I'll be blunt. The headquarters is in Cloud City. It would have been too high up in the mountains to care about that side. Grandma is also very sad, but we owe the Chi family so much. We no longer know what to pay back with. If you and Ji-in were serious and free to love until they got married, the Lu family would not have been so stylized that the branch would have taken it back at a whim. But now Natalie Lu is in the wrong place, and the Lu family is left to fend for itself. A lot of things have gone wrong with the operations of the main store, let alone the branches. She couldn't just tell Nico Lu that you should go beg Ji-in to make a move, could she? Not to mention that before Nico was 3 years old, she was raised by her own parents, and even after that, she was treated by her second uncle and second aunt, who never let her suffer, and the marriage was already a necessity. So how could they let her abandon her last dignity for such a thing? Natalie understood the meaning of Tang Ji's words, so she could only give a muffled There is nothing to be done. By the way, Nico, how are you getting along with Ji-in? Apart from business matters, Tang Ji and Natalie Lu had a good relationship, and at this moment, she couldn't help but be concerned about her recent situation. Pretty good. Natalie Lu didn't want her family to worry, and swelled her eyes and lied without moving. You know, Mrs. She likes me a lot, and when I followed Ji-in to the old mansion a few days ago, his family liked me a lot too. Just don't seem to like me much in person. That's good. Tang Ji breathed a sigh of relief and said rather sadly, Xingyan's condition has worsened again. Yesterday I went to second auntie's house to look for him and found that he was in particularly bad spirits, and his person has gotten thinner and thinner. Ever since I found out that you married into the Chi family, Xingyan has been particularly self-conscious. Natalie Lu was silent for a long time before she said, when did brother know? He heard it a week ago when uncle and auntie too were talking about your marriage. From the moment he heard her take the initiative to say that she wanted to marry the Chi family, Lu Xingyan was the one with the lowest emotions. He felt that he had dragged his sister down with him. If she wasn't in poor health, relying on expensive medication to renew her life every year, Natalie Lu wouldn't have to exchange interests with the Chi family. On the surface, it is said that it is for the Lu family, but in the end, everyone knows what it is for. A large part of the Chi family's industry was in M country, where Lu Xingyan could get the best treatment, but the Lu family didn't have any power over there, and if Natalie Lu had married there, everything would have been solved. Lu Xingyan's bad heart was brought out of his mother's womb. He couldn't do too strenuous exercise or be emotionally agitated, and before the onset of the disease at the age of 5, he used to be the most promising heir of the Lu family. Even now, Lu Xingyan can't go to school and work like a normal person. He has studied finance and management on his own, and there are a lot of things in the company that he can help take care of. In his case, who would not say that God is jealous of his talent when they see him? I'll turn around and talk to my brother. I'll just tell him that I couldn't bear to see my parents' land's heart and soul just fail before I join forces, so that he won't have too many psychological burdens. Chapter 19, Ji-in said, it's getting cold. Li should go bankrupt. CL Group headquarters. Chen Shi looked sadly at the pile of documents in his hands and roared up to the sky. I'm just a living secretary. Why are you giving me such a daunting task? In front of him, the twittering managers of the various departments finished stuffing papers, not forgetting to encourage him. Secretary Chen, you're the boss's most caring assistant. The boss is in a bad mood today, so we won't go in and touch him. Please. Hard work, Brother Chen. Brother Chen saved my dog's life. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll treat you to dinner later. These guys. Chen Shi ground his teeth, unable to do anything about it. A few days ago, Mr. She was in a good mood and went home from work early for several days, and along with that, the gang followed the slack. He sent a message to Ms. Lu last night, and when she didn't reply, he guessed that the two might have quarreled last night. The low air pressure that had come in first thing this morning had confirmed his thoughts. The consequence of a few days of relief is that the general meeting was held this morning, and the things handed in by this group of people were criticized by Mr. Chi as inferior to, and all of them were knocked down and redone. Not to mention them, even Chen Chi, who had followed Ji-in for 2 years, was terrified. After the meeting in the morning, Mr. Chi has been staying in the office did not come out. Chen Shi stood in the doorway hesitation for a long time. Finally, or eyes closed heart, pushed open the door. Mr. G, cough cough. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Shi was hit by the raging smell of smoke. The office chair, The man's fingertips light brightly, the ashtray on the table lying in a cylinder of cigarette butt. Ik-yin's face was still as cold as ever. Only his behavior confirmed his master's mood at the moment. Chen-shi felt like he was going to be smoked to death. After going in, he first put the documents on the table and then opened the window. He didn't say anything, but it was Ik-yin who took the initiative to open his mouth. The man's voice was hoarse, and Chen-shi had never seen him so out of sorts. Chen-shi, how do you usually coax your girlfriend when she's angry? Chen-shi was incredulous. What? No way. Ms. Lu looks soft and sweet and good-tempered. How did he make her angry? And, with this indifferent nature of Qi Xiao, he would actually be so. For a woman. I said, how am I going to make it up to Nico Lu when I piss her off? Chen-shi didn't have a girlfriend or a wife, and with his experience of being single for more than 20 years, he said with certainty, take her shopping, go out for a walk and then eat, drink and buy. What anger can't you get rid of, Ik-yin? Chen-shi saw the word useless in his boss's eyes. Oh yes, Miss Lu doesn't seem to like going out or shopping. If you don't like shopping, you don't like bags, and if you don't like bags, you may not like other jewelry in the collection. Hiss, Miss Lu, dares to be a girl with no desire? Chen-shi thought about it and didn't think of any other effective way to break the pot. Doesn't she have any wishes lately? Help her realize it. Recent wishes. Ik-yin pulled a pile of information from his desk drawer and slapped it onto the table. Chen-shi took a look at it, planning for the acquisition of Li. He looked at the bashful boss in horror. You come for real awe? Aha. Didn't she care about her job? Would she be less angry with herself if she gave Natalie Lu the capital branch of Sue's embroidery workshop? Chen-shi bowed his head and respectfully said, I'll go ask Secretary Li to come in. Secretary Li is Ik-yin's working secretary, and many important plans are implemented by him. Ik-yin nodded, still a bit bemused, and squeezed the roots of his mountain. Natalie Lu didn't know that she had been angered by the red face. She had nothing to do at home, and after embroidering the peony picture for 2 to 3 hours, her eyes hurt, so she stopped working and went to the back garden to look at the flowers and pick the scenery. It was also for the little scented pouch that had been given to Ik-yin. Early morning roses are actually the most beautiful. The delicate petals are still adorned with dewdrops, looking more and more colorful and bright. Natalie Lu had a quiet nature, and when she was very young she could watch the ants move for a long time by herself. She looked at the flowers from 4 to 7 in the afternoon. Not knowing if Ji-in was coming back tonight, she intentionally avoided it, so she went upstairs early and closed the door to her room, rather like a bully. Ji-in came back late today, and it was almost 11 o'clock before Natalie Lu heard a car downstairs. She had just finished her drawing, and, relying on the fact that she was on the second floor, she leaned over the glass window to look down. The man got out of the car, all suited up and long, and she remembered the full, powerful muscles under the man's shirt from last night. Alive with a suit thug. While he was lost in thought, the man downstairs, as if sensing something, suddenly looked up. Natalie Lu flinched and ducked behind the curtains. He couldn't help himself after ducking, shook his head, and simply pulled the curtains closed to stop watching. Beside the car, Ik-yin looked at the girl who fled away like a rabbit, thinking that last night had really scared her. He leaned against the side of the car in no hurry to get up there, smoked another cigarette without slowing down, and then waited for the smell of smoke to dissipate before entering the house. The roses in the corner swayed slightly in the wind, as if mocking someone's cowardly retreat. It was late at night, and the Li family in the other place was destined to sleep through the night. Li's father came home with a bad look on his face. Li's mother greeted him and frowned. Why are you back so late? What's so important at the company? Li Yanran was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, crossing her legs, sniffing, sneering. What could be the matter? Maybe she went to a company which Vixen again. Mother Li glared at her. What nonsense. Where's Li Zikai? Li's father's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. What's he, the president, doing when the company is in such trouble? If someone hadn't told him tonight, he'd still be in the dark. He doesn't go to the office for 3 days. He doesn't know anything about the company. All he knows is to spend all day drinking. This son is like a puddle of mud that can't be helped. It's hopeless. He may have gone to socialize. Li mother mumbled. Social engagements. Social engagements. You'll use that word to excuse him every day. Li's father was furious. Did those social engagements of his bring any benefits to the Li family? It's just another outing to eat and drink with his fox friends. Li's mother stood coyly to the side. Li's father's eyes came into contact with his daughter sitting on the sofa, remembering that several partners in the business world are shrewd businesswomen, and then took a look at Li Yanran, who grew up pampered and didn't know anything about anything, and was furious. And you, all day long, in addition to shopping and buying clothes, what else do you have to do? Dad, did you take your gun pills tonight? Why are you scolding me all of a sudden? Li Yanran also exploded. Can you go out and have something bad happen to you and not take it out on me? Cursing you. I'm cursing you tonight. What cow are you? The company is going out of business and you're still here. Lousy will marry you off in marriage now. Chapter 20, Let's Fall in Love. The company is going out of business. You're still heckling here, Lee's father said angrily.
This one sentence awakened the two women in the parlor who were blinded by their brain chaos.
What?
The first one to react was Lee's mother,
who was instantly anxious. What's going on? Wasn't it fine in the morning? Why did it suddenly go out of business? Lee father annoyed one after another smoke. I do not know. As if someone deliberately screw us. Starting this afternoon, the company's stock fell sharply. Many shareholders all sell.
Then it was all taken over by a small company of unknown origin.
He held a board meeting overnight. Many shareholders didn't show up.
And when he asked, he realized that these shareholders sold all their shares in their hands at almost the same time.
To know, Lee's company is not the Lee family people absolute holding. The whole group of shareholders is invested by a lot of shareholders.
Each person in the hands of a lot of shares pinched.
If someone deliberately screwed them, then as soon as tomorrow,
in addition to his hands, all the other shares will be taken away by others.
The whole company quietly will change ownership.
And he didn't even know who the other party was, why they were messing with the Lee family,
and what their purpose was. Lee Yanyan also froze in place. If the company fell, then she still do what Miss Mansion. Who is dad? Why?
The Lee family hasn't offended anyone lately, and she's also relying on the embroidery workshop to bring in a lot of wives of the world's families.
So this is a Chang Bite gene killed out of nowhere? In the entire capital, there is only one family that has the ability to bring a not-so-weak family to the brink of collapse overnight. In the clubhouse,
Shi laughed out loud and pointed to the man on the other side who was drinking silently.
Speak up, Shi Xiao. How did the Li family offend you? Fang Zitaki and the others also looked over curiously.
Yeah, this morning that guy Li Zikai was still flaunting his power in my clubhouse, and I heard that at night his father beat him so much that he couldn't even leave the door.
How did Li Zikai offend you?
Ikin thought for a moment and asked,
who is Li Zikai? Not impressed. Is the man your wife kicked into the fountain the other night? Speaking of this matter, Fang Zitaki was still a bit weak.
The matter of the lounge was something he only knew later. He really did not expect Kongqing, also silent, to come.
Fortunately that night by mistake, the person lying in the room is Chi-in, his wife.
Otherwise it's not sure what kind of disaster it would have caused. He broke out in a cold sweat afterwards,
and Fang Zitaki shrunk his neck, not quite daring to look at Ikuo's expression.
Ji Daoshao had long since stopped remembering this and said in a faint voice, "Oh, that deserved it." The woman bullied his wife. The man had thoughts about his wife, and the Li family really should be cleaned up.
Okay, let's not talk about it. Shi Xiao, do you have any idea about that piece of land in Suzhou City? If you don't have it, give it to me. Across the board, Fang Zitaki had helped himself a few small favors this time, and Ji-in generously said,
"Tomorrow I'll fly to Sioux City with you to look at that project."
Hey, okay, thank you Master Rick. How about it Nico? Just for fun. You don't have anything to do at home anyway, MS? You asked cautiously, looking at the expression on Nico Lu's face. Let's Fall in Love with Me
is the most popular relationship variety show nowadays.
In addition to celebrities, the program group also intentionally invites a vegetarian couple. 3 months after my son and daughter-in-law's wedding, there's still no sign of them. Not to mention the fact that having a child is so long ago, the two are clearly not having a relationship right now when they don't even mean to have a public wedding. The younger two lived far away from her, and she didn't know how they got along, but she could guess roughly. The little girl just came to the capital, is not adapted, not to mention fall in love, afraid that even the marriage thing has not slowed down. Her son she also understand, every day, and his old man in the company to meet. Listen to Chen Shi, that boy said, a few days ago, also caused Nico angry. MS, Yo is in a hurry. How long will it be before she gets her grandson? Her son was not giving it his all, and she had to worry about her as a mother. It just so happens that Let's Fall in Love is a show invested by one of CL Group's entertainment companies. MS, you immediately made the decision to cram the young couple in to specifically free up time to learn how to fall in love. Natalie Lu's mind was still clouded. She took a sip of the iced American in front of her, only to feel her heart as numb as her tongue. Let me think. Don't you worry, this one will be recorded for a month in total, and it's not recorded every day, except for the first installment. The back is mainly in the form of live broadcasting. There is no script or anything. MS, you persuaded bitterly, seeing that you and Ji-Yin's feelings are not progressing. Mom is anxious. Natalie Lu ate soft but not hard. Can't stand this kind of begging gaze, and she owed the Chi family too much. Her mother-in-law was good to herself. She had nothing to pay back. This little thing can still be agreed. As usual, there is not much to do. Lu Nico agreed, I have no problem. Look at Ji-in. He is usually quite busy, not necessarily have time. The company won't have any problems with him missing for a month. Don't worry, Mom will definitely convince him to join the program with you. You guys, just relax and rest. Don't have too much burden. Ah, Yu Yanqi was overjoyed and agreed in one breath. Natalie Lu nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, then I'll have that director contact you later. And you guys talk about the exact process? Good. Yu Yanxia left joyfully, and Natalie Lu sat alone in the cafe, not rushing to leave, but taking another sip of coffee unhurriedly. Participating in a variety show to enhance the bond of a plastic couple. Her mother-in-law really wants to do that too. After that night, under Natalie Lu's deliberate avoidance, although living under one roof, it was surprising that the two hadn't seen each other for almost a month. Luckily, Ji-in hadn't taken the initiative to look for himself either, and it actually worked. Nico Lu herself was quite incredulous. Maybe he also sensed that he was avoiding him. How could Ji Daoxiao, who was so proud of himself, take the initiative to bump into him and ask for trouble? Natalie Lu thought lost in thought. Moreover, I heard Chen Shi say that Ji-in seems to be traveling again, and I don't know when this variety show will start recording, so don't let the people not be able to come back by then. Natalie Lu glanced at the already embroidered rosebuds in her bag and pondered when she would find a suitable opportunity to give them away. It's been a long time since that happened, so Ji-in can't still be mad at himself. He can't be so petty, can he? The victim is obviously her, okay? Natalie Lu thought with a puff of air, and fiercely shoved the small scented pouch back into her bag. If he's still angry and doesn't come forward to talk to her, then she shouldn't send him a gift. At the airport, just getting on the plane, Ji-in sneezes. His cell phone is off. He covers up with a blanket and closes his eyes in preparation for a nap. Chapter 21. I don't like this sister. Blah blah blah. You said Let's Fall in Love is going to start airing? Yes, the guest lineup has been confirmed. Flo Young Flower Dai Shichi and top stream singer Capo, international superstar Lu Wanjin and Byingdi, as well as the exemplary couple within the circle, Wei Wei and Chen Yanli, and the last pair of vegans are from outside the circle, the CL Group's crown prince and his wife. Good news from upstairs. Sister station of the day Little Flower family? Hey, more attention to the variety show our Shiki is going to be on. Other than that, when did the president of CL Group get married? I remember that this master has a godly face that is handsome out of the circle. Which young lady has taken him? Ha ha ha. Upstairs, in this world, the upper class circle doesn't need such a vain thing as love. There is a kind of marriage called business union. Ah, business marriage huh? Business marriage? Mansion love. I'm an earth dog. I'd like to see it even if it's a look-alike. These days, no matter men and women, young and old, one of their major hobbies is to get high on CP. So in recent years, the love variety programs have been extraordinarily hot. And Let's Fall in Love, as a project invested by all major groups, it has raised enough money to invite several guests who are all heavyweights. The show released a teaser clip a month ago, and the interaction between the movie star and the international superstar, the sparks that Little Flower and Top Stream inadvertently rubbed off on each other, as well as the natural outpouring of love from the model couple had the crowd screaming for more. Of course, the most mysterious of all are Mr. and Mrs. Shi, and there's no footage of the two of them in the trailer, only a single image. The young girl sat alone by the window of the beautiful manor, lost in thought, looking at the roses in the yard as if in thought, and the man never appeared. Luxury love is not supposed to be lower than the flow of showbiz stars, and even more often than not, the common people are curious and yearning for how rich people fall in love. Photos of Ji-in often appear in financial magazines, and in the latest preview stills, Mrs. Ji has an air of sophistication. The face value of this luxury couple is surprisingly no less than that of celebrities, which has aroused even more public curiosity. When will it start? When will it start? I can't wait. +1. The main thing I want to know is how the unsmiling Mr. Shi gets along with Mrs. Shi. If it's really a seeming godly separation, it's too meaningless. It's okay. A CP fan who understands how to learn to withhold candy for themselves, just for their face value. I can too. The cold-faced crown prince of the capital and the delicate soft beauty are too good to get high on. Hey. She's so piu bright, starry eyes. In short, before the show began to broadcast, the trailer of any pair of CP or self-contained topic in traffic, even vegetarian couples also with the value of the hard circle of a large wave of fans, the expectations of the value of the direct pull full, while the online crowd was buzzing. Nico Lu was talking to Let's Fall in Love's director, Zhang Ping, on the phone. So Mrs. Shi, what you're saying is that Mr. Shi won't necessarily be able to come back when the show starts? Since the other party was the biggest gold master's father, the director's attitude was respectful. Yes, Natalie Lu said, a little worried. Will it affect anything? Because Ms. You had said she would notify Ji-in before. She hadn't taken the initiative to find him to talk about this, so to this day she didn't know when he would be back. The director said with a good temper, it doesn't matter.
The first phase of the program is mainly to introduce you all to each other. The program will be done for a total of 3 episodes, and after that it will be a live broadcast format. As long as Mr. G comes back within 3 weeks it will be fine. Natalie Lu was relieved and said, "That's good. Please send me the guest list so I can do my homework." Zhang Ping thought to himself that these serious luxury family wives are different. Not only do not have a little frame, but have the courtesy and patience. Unlike some small stars, relying on their own a bit of fame, they play the big name and bully others. After hanging up the phone, Natalie Lu looked at the information Zhang Ping had sent on her cell phone. The popular young flower Dai Shichi, with a pure and lovely look, began to burst into the limelight from the first web drama she took on, and then continued to appear in the limelight by cooperating with seniors in several dramas. And her momentum in the past 2 years has been as strong as ever. Top stream singers are the same, from participating in some talent show a hit, one after another, a number of excellent albums, young and fresh handsome, with their own skills crazy fan. The fans of these two are the most unstable, bomb-like, extremely combative, and the ones they've come down and torn apart almost never lose, and are an existence that people in the ring easily don't even mess with. Movie star Bai Yan, 25 years old this year, is the youngest in the history of the country of China, has taken the Grand Slam of the movie star. The number of fans is huge, has a very perfect backing group, usually are very Buddhist, really tear up, wherever you go inch grass no one can block. The other guy. Natalie Lu looked at the face of this young woman on the photo. I do not know if it is my own illusion, always feel a little familiar. Lu Wanjun. Lu Wanjun is an Australian-born Chinese, not as famous in China as the 3 above, but has fans all over the world, is young, and has a notable track record. Since she wasn't developing in the country, her profile wasn't as detailed as the others, and Natalie Lu looked at it twice before moving on to the next pair of couples. These two are both old men in the entertainment industry, although they have been mediocre, but because of their early entry into the industry and have acted in many old classic movies, they are both well known to everyone. Natalie Lu carefully read all the information and made a point of memorizing the faces of the people so that she could be in the right place when the time came. She is usually a salted fish, although not much to follow the stars, but occasionally look at the entertainment industry news. The movie star is very good to recognize. The two are old classmates. Small flowers often appear in the short video software marketing number. Seymour can also remember. As for this Lu Wanjun, I don't know why, but from the moment Nico Lu saw this face, which had 1 or 2 similarities to her own, she inexplicably felt an indescribable hostility. She thought to herself that it was strange. There was usually a reason for one person's hostility towards another, but for some reason, she just didn't like seeing this Lu Wanjun. Thinking about the conversation she had just had with the director, Natalie Lu finally decided to ask you about the situation on Chi Yin's side. Don't ask her why she didn't find Ikian herself. Asking would mean that the mountain is not for me and I am not for the mountain, unless Ikian sends himself a message first. Otherwise she wouldn't take the initiative to find him. The show starts at the beginning of next month, and Natalie Lu looked at the time and saw that there was still half a month to go. Not knowing if it would delay anything, the manga was already at the wrapping up stage, so she simply went straight into a half-month closure and solidly wrapped up the manga. Chapter 22, Want to give Natalie Lu a pink gemstone. CL Group Headquarters. Yu Yanxia frowned and called the phone over and over again, and there was never any answer. She hadn't given up on contacting Ji In the past few days, but the bastard kid didn't know where he'd died and couldn't be reached. He used to have this habit of hiding and not seeing anyone when he was in a bad mood, and it showed directly in. He would close all his contacts and go far away from the headquarters to deal with the tough issues in some special way. Most of these issues strayed outside the law, within the continent, and there was nothing the Chi family could do with them on the surface. As a former Special Forces veteran, Mr. G knows too well how to legally fight violence with violence. This kind of thing was actually expressly forbidden by MS.U a long time ago, because most of the people Ikian personally worked with were outlaws who were morally bankrupt and profit-driven, and these people were dangerous and violent. But the dead kid was always going on normal business trips on the surface, but in reality, he was going on those incredibly dangerous jobs, and every time he came back with a huge benefit from the recovery and an injury. As soon as she couldn't contact anyone this time, Yu Yanxia knew that it was broken. Suzhou City is located in the southeastern corner of China, bordering the dark and chaotic Golden Triangle, and the Qi family's jewelry business is very closely linked to this side. Before he left, Yu Yanxia asked Chen Shi several times to make sure that he had gone to look at the land with that boy from the Feng family. Now that I think about it, where is there any land to look at in that part of Su City? I'm afraid that I'm using the name of looking at land to go after that large list of raw stones that the Qi family lost a few months ago. Yu Yanxia was angry and worried. She had a daughter-in-law, but she still didn't pay attention to her own safety. If anything happened to him, what would Natalie Lu and them do? seeing that the show is about to start and there is still no news from Ji-in.
You thought about it and thought it would be safer to tell her daughter-in-law about it. She didn't tell Nico what Ji-in was doing,
only that he sometimes went on special errands and asked her to try to contact Ji-in.
In the bedroom, Natalie Lu felt that this special difference was not something she could know the inside story of. You didn't elaborate, so she didn't press the issue. Can't reach Ji-in though. Natalie frowned, looking at the contact notes for Mr. Icon tried to dial a number. No surprise it didn't connect. Seemingly busy, Natalie Lu didn't proceed to dial a second one, but was going to try again this evening. Sioux City. Habitual cell phone off GD Xiao actually carries with him is another old-fashioned cell phone, which is full of contacts cannot easily pull to the surface. He and Fong Zitaki had each separated after coming to Sioux City. You guessed rightly or wrongly that she did come to see the land herself, and recovering this list was nothing more than a passing gesture. Sioux City, with its generation of criminals who need to be cracked down on as much as cockroaches and rats hiding in the shadows, is old ground as far as Ji-in is concerned. This place all kinds of gray industry chain intricate and complex. Dubs, red light district, arms dealers, jewelry and minerals. Ikin knew quite a few people, and the next day, the dog-headed military officer flew over from the capital together. He remembered that he seemed to have opened a pink tourmaline in this batch of raw stones, and the piece of raw stone encasing the pink tourmaline was so large that it should be able to be processed to make a beautiful set of jewelry. Thinking that a pink gemstone would go well with his little lady, She is going to give his little lady a big pink diamond ring. She arrived in Sioux City at 8 o'clock in the evening, and as soon as he arrived he brought two pieces of news. Master G, I heard you're going to be in a variety show. Congratulations, and also, wasn't the Li family messed up by you? And now that Yenran Li is looking for you everywhere. Ikian, what variety? What Yen Li? He's in the middle of opening the pink gem. When did all this happen? She looked at the bottom of his blank eyes and said breathlessly, did you leave your cell phone on again? The two of them were on their way to some raw stone merchant together at that moment, and the business car was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. And Ikin finally remembered the life machine that he had left out in the cold for more than 10 days. Arriving at the place, tonight was the time for the inspection of that batch of raw stones. Ikin opened the door and got out of the car while turning on his cell phone. Although the cooperation had been negotiated, both he and the bodyguards behind him were carrying guns on them in case of a steep accident. Sioux City. The two largest raw stone merchants are the north of the city's Feng 3 masters and the south of the city's Chao 2 masters, on the surface of the jewelry business, but also under the hands of holding a lot of other. The road people will not take the initiative to mess with. They are not a good match with the Lord. The previous loss of the Chi family's batch of raw stone sheets worth $50 million was swallowed by Master Chao Er. At that moment, Ji-in was in Las Vegas and didn't have time to come over. It just so happened that this time he came to Sioux City to catch up with the fight between the two major jewelers. The first thing his people did after receiving the news was to go and negotiate a partnership with Master Feng-san, ferociously catching Chao Er off guard. As a price, the Chi family's original loss of that order Master Feng-san has to help recover it. Now that the dust has settled, in order to show his sincerity, Third Master Feng is hosting a banquet at his home tonight, and has specially identified the pink tourmaline that Ji-in asked for by name from that batch of raw stones. They are professionals and can be opened and sent for processing on the spot. Feng Sanya, these dignified road people usually do not do this kind of blackmail thing. Tonight is likely to be a peaceful drinking game. Ji-in brought his life machine, ready to deal with the past half a month of the capital. Feng Third Master is indeed a righteous person. At that time, Ji-in with people appeared to solve his urgent needs. Many years of nemesis this time again planted. He was in a good mood. Invited a lot of friends on the road to introduce to Ji-in. No. The drinks were flowing, and Ji-in responded in a muted voice for a few moments, then pushed the doggy scout out of the room and finally had time to look at his cell phone for a while. You took the brunt of the message bombardment. Ji-in absently slid down the slide, disappointed to find that want to see the person still did not take the initiative to send a message to themselves. He ignored the missed calls and instead clicked in to see what Qin was talking about with that variety show. His own mom's message board matter-of-factly describes that this love roundup is with Nico Lu and that the guy has agreed to it. Ikian couldn't help but curl his lip and glance at the start time. Only a week away. A little short on time, but should be in time. He cut out WeChat. There were more than 10 or 20 missed calls, besides Chun-Chi and Use. The latest one was actually Natalie Lu. Did she reach out to contact herself about the romance? Ji-in was a bit happy. It had been over a month. The little bit of awkwardness at the villa had long since been eroded by longing, and he couldn't wait to call Nico back. But it's 11 o'clock at night. Could she be asleep already? Chapter 23, She's waiting for me to come home. Ji-in didn't have time to think too much when Qin suddenly called him over. Placed in the very center of the ballroom was a head-sized, grayish raw stone. the very top of which was already open, with streams of pink gemstones peeking out. Even Master Fong-san, who had seen countless gems, couldn't help but marvel at it. It's so beautiful. The soft pink gems reflect brilliantly in the light, and anyone can't help but be bowled over by this masterpiece of nature. Smiling and puffing on his cigar, Third Master Fong turned around and inadvertently saw the tall man with his hands in his pockets and his face as usual, and suddenly became curious. Mister, she asked for this raw stone by name, and is trying to give it to? I upset the lady some time ago and wanted to make amends with it. Third Master Fong is also a family man, and sniffed with understanding. So that's how it is. Mr. and Mrs. She are in love. It's really enviable. This man is handsome and gold, style of action and wild enough. Many women at the banquet have secretly got the heart. I did not realize that people have already had a wife. Between the host and guest talking happily, a cell phone ringing broke the harmonious atmosphere. Ji-in lifted up and looked at the screen. The corner of his lips slightly pursed, politely nodded. Excuse me. Seeing him like this, Master Fong-san teased. The one at home? The man nodded lightly. Yes. Although his expression was as usual, everyone present could sense the good mood of this Chief Koike. When he left the table, Third Master Fong smiled and clinked glasses with Qin-chi. I didn't realize that General Manager Ji was actually a fearful one. I'm really curious as to what kind of heavenly fairy could take such a character in. Qin-chi did not move and held up his glasses, smiling meaningfully. Yes, this Mrs. She, dog training does have a set. Quarreling this month, he could see what it meant to be fidgety and distracted. When has Master Chi ever been so pinched? He didn't even dare to go up to them when they ignored him, for fear of being disliked. At this moment that one gave the initiative to call, the heart is afraid to have flown back. Longting Shanshui, the legendary dog training guru Mrs. She, was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding her cell phone and picking at the glass. After she finished her work, she remembered Ji-Yin's phone call that didn't connect during the day, and before she went to bed, she called another one in a mood to try, and this time she finally got a response that it wasn't off. Natalie Liu followed the ringtone and on the 10th ring the end picked up. Natalie Liu. The man's cold, low voice came through the microphone as if it carried a hint of coolness. Natalie Liu scrunched her neck and put the speaker on and off her cell phone on the floor and sat herself down cross-legged as she rested her cheeks in a muffled response. What's wrong? What are you doing? The girl's voice was soft and sweet, and her tone seemed to be unconsciously pampering, which made Ji-Yin's heart soft. Are you finished? Did I disturb you? Not busy. The man's voice was as gentle as it had ever been. On a social call, not really an interruption. Natalie Liu had a moment to pick at the glass, and by the tone of the man's voice, it seemed like he wasn't angry anymore. Then it shouldn't be a problem for her to talk more. Did you see the message Mom sent you? Natalie Liu asked. It's that variety show. Do you want to be on it? Ji-in let out a hearing what she meant, and said, I'll go back next week at the earliest. She was calling MS. You auntie before, but now she's changed her name to Mom. Does that mean she's slowly accepting the Chi family and herself? Oh. The girl's trailing voice was soft with a Gangnamese gentleness that instantly washed away the mania of the previous days. I'll wait for you to come back then. I'm going to bed. Good night. Well, good night. The call ended. Ji-in hung up the phone, and as soon as he turned around, Qin-chi's beaten face appeared in front of him. Master Iki, made up? Ji-in haughtily pursed his lips. She's not mad at me anymore, and said to wait for me to come back. Qin-chi can make you proud. In a good mood, Ji-in did not bother with this single dog, and discussed with him about something else. Can you finish this side of the matter within a week? My daughter-in-law is still waiting for me back at home. Qin-chi looked at Ji-Yin's springy face, and remembered that 2 days ago, when people ignored him, this person's empty-eyed and indifferent appearance. He simply wanted to film all of his before and after behavior and send it to Nico Liu. Mr. G, are you ashamed of yourself? Ji Daoxiao wasn't ashamed at all. He was practically drowning in pink bubbles right now. When he thought of the little girl's soft voice just now asking him when he was going home, he couldn't wait to take a flight back. Pretty much. Qin-chi rolled his eyes to the sky and said in a bad mood, it won't delay the two of you from going on a variety show to show your love. Natalie Liu hung up the phone. I don't know if it's my own illusion. Tonight's Ji-in seems to be in a good mood. Could it be that he has negotiated some big order? She sipped her milk and swiped through her Twitter feed, wondering if Ji-in would be back in time for the show to start. Approaching the start of the broadcast, a hot search list has recently dominated several entries about Let's Fall in Love. Words, and almost every pair of CPs has a notable degree of conversation. Only tonight, the hot list crept up with a few not-so-harmonious phrases, and on the next day, it became the #1 hot search in a lightning-fast manner, followed by a red explosion. Natalie Liu woke up early the next day, and while brushing her teeth, she received a call from Kong Cheng. Natalie, look at the hot search. Kong Cheng's voice was a bit serious. It seems like someone is trying to mess with you. Natalie Lu didn't even open her eyes, holding the toothpaste foam with a puzzled look. Gah, who ed her? I have to go to a meeting. Take a look for yourself first. Kong Ching seemed to be very busy,
and made a special call to remind her, and hung up without saying 2 sentences.
Call me if you need anything, or it's okay to talk to your mother-in-law. There are a few great PR firms underneath the CL Group. Natalie Lu answered down in a daze,
and slowly and methodically washed up and ate her meal before opening her microblog to look at it.
Hogging the headlines is hashtag Let's Fall in Love. Mr. and Mrs. Cheese Plastic Mansion Love.
One of the most explosive posts inside the topic was from an anonymous user.
Family members, inside information. Recently to start broadcasting that love synthesis is not a luxury couple? In just a few days, this topic post has been out of 10 million. I am here to splash you a pot of cold water hot. Luxury marriage. Not as sweet as you think. Not to mention the sugar.
When the time comes to start broadcasting, the probability is that you will see the scene of maids waiting for the young master.
Reliable news. Mrs. Chi original name Lu Nico, cannot be found 4 months ago to marry the small pool total? The typical family in the fall of Cinderella into the rich family drama. The door is not the right household.
The status of men and women are very different.
So well, you all understand. Chapter 24, Plastic Couple. So to put it bluntly, the Lu family is considered to be selling their daughter to hold the thigh. Nico Lu, the typical down-and-out noblewoman of the rich and powerful.
I heard that Mr. Xiao Ji is not a fan of her.
Otherwise why has it been so long?
There is no media coverage of the wedding of the two of them,
or even if the two of them together to attend an event. To eat a meal can be, but there is no. What does it mean? It means that this daughter-in-law, Lu Nico, is not liked by the Chi family, and people don't even have the intention of making them public. I reckon that this time on the program it should be for the sake of this topic degree, to drive the Chi family's stock growth and give the company more positive effects. This anonymous blogger spoke with a reasoned tone of certainty, and many netizens have covered the floor. The owner has a point. The show hasn't even started yet, so I don't see what you ladies are knocking about. Yeah, NC like really. Brothers can stop talking and give these women a chance to dream. I thought so before, that Natalie Lu has some good looks, but besides that what else does she have? Mr. She has money, looks and is young, so what does Natalie Lu deserve from a top-class family like this? Are you guys okay? People are married. Have some virtue under your mouth. There's a lot of red eye on the internet, and it's probably just that you can't see the good in people's homes. That's right, the show hasn't even started yet. Who are you to call people plastic couples? With that, the internet is divided into 2 groups of people. One saying that the Chis are a plastic couple, and the other saying that it's not necessarily so, and that they just want to believe that there are still real luxury couples in this world.
Natalie Lu scratched her cell phone with the mindset of watching the fun. She looked past the comments that were full of malice towards her and didn't take them seriously. Jokes aside, she's seen it all when her vest number was first more comic. What hard words haven't she heard?
That's all. Just look at it. And in a way, they're actually right on a few points. She and Ik-een are indeed a plastic couple, and she is indeed considered a family man. Natalie Lu looked at the entry for a few minutes, and except for her and Ik-een, who weren't quite so harmonious under the topic, the other pairs were all in harmony. And people still post candy on Twitter business from time to time, unlike the two of them, who haven't seen each other in months. The airport where Australia flies to China. In the VIP waiting room, a woman wearing large sunglasses is talking to the assistant next to her, surrounded by exotic faces. The unassuming Oriental woman stood out. She spoke fluent Chinese, and there was arrogance in her eyes. Sister Wanjin, the outside has already been cleared. You can get on the plane from the VIP channel in 10 minutes. The woman lifted her sunglasses, revealing the eyebrows that bore some resemblance to Nico Lu's, and said, "What did Bai Yan's side say? The White Shadow Emperor's studio side is very willing to cooperate with us." The agent pushed the door in and nodded at the young assistant. Lu Wanjin wants to move from the international market to China. Bai Yan is just the opposite. The two are temporarily tied. Business will be a win-win result. Aha. By the way, do you know Natalie Lu? The one that's been hot lately, Mrs. Chi? The agent suddenly remembered something and said, "Chi-een has a great status in China, so if you can, I would like you to befriend Mrs. Chi." A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Wanjin's eyes, and she snapped, "Lu Nico, is she worth me lowering my voice to beg for friendship?" The agent froze, not quite understanding why this ancestor suddenly lost her temper, and helplessly pacified. "She's been highly talked about lately, and if you're going to enter the Chinese entertainment industry in the future, several of the leading companies in the entertainment industry are under the CL Group's umbrella. You, Sister Liang, do you think I'm one of those little stars with little background?" Lu Wanjin impatiently interrupted her and said, "I know in my own heart, you keep out of my business."
Liang Fong knew the special nature of this big miss, so she really didn't say anything more when she heard this, but softly coaxed with her voice. Alright, don't be angry. I'm just making a suggestion. You know, I never arrange for you to do anything. Lu Wanjun snapped on her sunglasses and proudly left the scene. The little assistant and Liang Fong looked at each other. Both saw in each other's eyes helplessness and bitter smile. Lu Wanjun's background is not their ordinary people cannot afford to offend. The big family raised out of the big lady. Temper is very normal. Kwanghua Entertainment. Top stream singer and Little Flower is the same company. This time was arranged as a CP is also for the enduring flow. The duo recently got closer, but really a little bit of that see eye to eye in. In the lounge, Dai Shichi laboriously finished her newly learned dance, and immediately an assistant came up to help wipe away the sweat and bring water, patting her on the back in the process. Shichi danced really well. It's worthy of being taught by Kabo himself. Dai Shichi laughed and gave her a look. It's all my own effort. Okay. The young assistant nodded her head with an M and held her phone up to her. How about which ones to pass? Dai Shichi picked a few photos and videos that she was satisfied with. That's it. Right. There's still a week to go before the broadcast. This is the first variety show I've ever been on. So ask Sister Joe to help me push off the rest of my schedule. I'm going to make some adjustments, and I'll be in my best shape to face everyone by then. I've already arranged it for you. Except for an endorsement the day after tomorrow. You can rest for the next week. Yeah, let's fall in love. Windy is about to start broadcasting. A family quietly fell in the era of rapid development. Li Yanyan held the phone and incredulously looked at the guest list of the G couple. Murmured, impossible. How could it? Why would Brother G participate in this kind of laborious variety show for that woman? He obviously doesn't care about Natalie Lu at all. They obviously don't even get along well after their marriage. The Li family is now all moved to a rental house. The company bankruptcy liquidation. Their family owed a large sum of debt. All the family property all sold, including some of her brand name jewelry bags, not to mention the embroidery workshop. I even pawned my home. I heard that the one who replaced the embroidery Li family's shares was the Chi family. Li Yanran's heart was dead as ashes. She still couldn't believe that it was Ji-in who had done this kind of thing for Nico Lu. If that's true, then the man is simply insane. He made such a big deal that the entire capital knew about it, got the Li family, and actually did it just for a woman. Or the woman he married back in a business union and has been slow to return to his country since. Why? Li Yanyan frantically wants to find Ji-in and ask him, I like you so much. Why are you doing this to me? Natalie Lu. It must be Natalie Lu's doing. She murmured with her head down. I'm going to find Natalie Lu. It must have been Natalie Lu who used some unseemly method to beg Akin to make a move. Chapter 25, Mrs. She, where's your husband? It didn't take long for the hot search against Natalie Lu to go up, and it was quickly taken down. In the old Chi family mansion, Ms. Yu was staring at her cell phone screen with 10 fingers flying. She read the microblogging this morning, and was so angry by the ignorant fools that she didn't even eat well. Afraid that Natalie Lu would be sad to read it, she immediately moved to rush to Longtan Shanshui. When she arrived, Natalie Lu had just finished watering the roses and was sitting on the ground with her hands on her cheeks looking at the flowers. That little back looked especially aggravated from afar. Ms. Yu was instantly heartbroken, and when she thought of those people's disparaging remarks about her own daughter-in-law, she really wanted to rush over to the end of the net to give each of them a slap on the face. What do you mean? Sell your daughter for honor? What do you mean you don't deserve it? Obviously it is the Chi family initiative to find someone else Lu family marriage. Not worthy of should also be this bastard boy not worthy of Nico. A group of people who do not know anything, relying on that little bit of poor information on the malicious speculation there. Eat your heart out. Ms. Yu got out of the car. The driver went to park the car, and she carried her bag gently towards the wall. Natalie Lu was fidgeting while wondering how big to embroider the peony picture and where to hang it when she was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. The little girl shivered in fear, and even her eyes turned red, and the watery mist immediately clouded up. Natalie Lu, this damn tear incontinence body. Ms. Yu had been fearfully concerned about her daughter-in-law's mood, and when she didn't see her huffing her shoulders and sniffing her nose, her heart didn't let up for long before a pair of reddish, moist, almond eyes looked over. Mom? After being coaxed by Yu Yanchi to call her mom a few times from time to time, Natalie Lu had already changed her name out of habit, and she wiped her tears with her hand, wondering, why are you here? Natalie Lu didn't pay attention to Ms. Yu's gaze that suddenly became one of pity and affection as she stood up and patted her skirt, saying, come on in, just in time to give you a taste of the floral tea I've been brewing lately. How could Yu Yanchi care about the flower tea or not? She watched as Natalie Lu quickly dried her tears and only felt that the little girl was forcing a smile. Nico, listen, it's never been about you climbing up to the Chi family. It's Chi Yin's good fortune to have a daughter-in-law like you. Don't listen to those people on the internet, okay? Natalie Lu looked at Ms.
Yu's suddenly serious expression, and then thought about how uneasy she had just been, and instantly understood. The sheepish girl couldn't help but lose her smile and rubbed herself affectionately against Yu's shoulder. I know, don't worry, I'm the one who didn't take their words to heart. That's good. Yu Yanxi observed her for half a day and realized that she really didn't have any other negative emotions flowing out of her. Then she affectionately took Nico Lu's arm and walked inside. Let's go. Mom, try your flower tea. A week has flown by and let's fall in love. The hotly anticipated love variety show has finally kicked off amidst much anticipation. Due to the work schedules of the guests, the format of the program eventually changed from a taped broadcast to a full live broadcast. This means that all the guests will be more visually and thoroughly exposed to the audience. With no editing and no script, the itinerary remains unchanged, with the first 3 days still consisting of guests meeting each other for the first time and completing tasks to assign residences. The day of the start of the recording, Ikian still hadn't returned. The place where they recorded was on some very scenic island, and the first time the guests met for the first time was also on the island. Mango. Countless people guarded the beginning of the show. Point passionately sent pop-ups. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's on. It's on. CC's here. Yo-Yo is here. Nene is here. Let's see which one appears first. There's one thing to say. The place this program is looking for is quite beautiful. The island. The first to arrive in the limelight was a black car with a coded license plate, and a pair of feet in strappy high-heeled sandals poked out first. Further up, beautifully defined calves, flowing pink fishtail dresses. The metrosexual sweetheart girl appeared in front of the camera, obviously on her first variety show, and smiled coyly at her cameraman. Hello everyone, I'm Daishiki. Sister, it's my sister. It's been a long time, sister, and you're as beautiful as ever. Wife, roars, turns into monkey, flies into primeval forest, swings from vine, creates flying banana-eating monkey. After saying hello, she looked around and scratched her head. Am I actually the first to arrive? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Top Stream's car arrived. This pair of CP in the program before the beginning of the interaction is frequent. From time to time business sugar. This time after the same frame male handsome female beautiful. CP fans high life and death. The two fans are also fighting strong. Not a moment to the entire pop-up screen all dominated. Hello everyone, I'm Capo. The Top Stream singer greeted the camera with a self-conscious look, then smiled at Hannah. The atmosphere feeling sweet and ambiguous. The pop-ups were full of screams. After the two families' nanny vans arrived, a black car was next to quickly catch the eye. I'm Dirt Dog not seen. May I ask, is this car a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Holy, first time seeing a luxury car. So cool. Aha, this is my dream car. Who's here? White movie star or international superstar? Could it be Mr. She? It should not be the White Shadow Emperor and that what Lu Wanjin. Although the license plate hit the code, but this car seems to be a limited edition. Although they have money, but without some road is afraid to buy. Mr. Ikari, is it our Mr. She who has arrived? It must be our Mr. and Mrs. She who can attend in such a high profile. Daishichi and Kabo eyes also flashed a trace of amazement. In the entertainment industry, they have seen the most is a variety of luxury car mansions. Chief family financial strength. Casually take out a car are global limited edition models. The door slowly opened. The driver got out first and opened the door. The girl in the white tee and jeans got out of the car. She bent down and waved towards the occupants of the car before walking towards the recording plaza. It's just gone, Mrs. She, where's your husband? She's coming. She's so pretty and cute looking. White tee jeans. Not bad for you, Mrs. She. Say you're low key, you Rolls-Royce Phantom. Say you're high key, you come dressed like this. Mrs. Ikari is also pretty with light makeup. Am I the only one who noticed that she seems to have been sent by her mother-in-law? It seems like the Chi family clearly values her. After Natalie Lu greeted Ms. Yu, who personally escorted her back, she smiled and waved at her camera again. Hello everyone, I'm Natalie Lu. Oh, her voice is so soft and sweet, I love it. Beauty sticker. Chapter 26, but she called me her husband. Fans shouted frantically on the pop-up screen, and the socially terrified Natalie Lu immediately withdrew her smile after the greeting and stood quietly away from the young couple. Daishichi hadn't read a lot of rumors on the internet lately, and could only be considered to have a half understanding of this Mrs. She, as the three of them stood to the side after politely greeting each other. So Mr. Ikari isn't here? How come Mrs. Ike is the only one? Business marriage plastic couple actual hammer. You see Nico Lu's face, sandwiched in the middle of the young couple embarrassed what's the gloating upstairs? Maybe Mr. She is just busy and didn't have time to come over. Forget it, he doesn't know when the program starts? If he's still not interested in the program, he's not willing to do it. Yeah, what's a luxurious mother-in-law being nice to her daughter-in-law? He doesn't care about Chi-in.
Although she already knew that Ji-in would not be able to make it back today, Nico Lu was inevitably still a bit lost when she saw people in pairs. The discordant pop-ups didn't float for long before the next couple arrived. Lu Wanjin in a capable black suit is wearing European and American smoky makeup and has a powerful aura. Bai Yan came late to the scene, and as soon as he appeared, the entire video's pop-up screen was butchered by his fans in a grandiose scene. After the last pair of guests arrived, all the people had arrived. After everyone arrived, everyone subconsciously stood 2 by 2. Nico stood alone in the center, and was jokingly called the human lightbulb by all the fans. Bai Yan is gentle and elegant. A flawless face is even called modeling face by fans. He joined the industry early, almost know all the guests. After greeting politely, he looked at the girl standing in the middle, smiled and stretched out his hand. Long time no see. Nico Lu. Nico Lu. Bai Yan was a high school classmate, and Nico remembered him, so she politely shook his hand back. Long time no see. This familiar atmosphere between the two was driving another wave of heat. What? They both know each other? By the looks of this it should be. It feels quite familiar. I don't know who to say who dabbles in who. They actually know each other. There are also irrational fans who passionately open the microphone as soon as they come up. What? Lu Nico, you stay away from our brother. Okay. Don't you have a husband? Why are you still stealing other people's CP? That's right. Look at her unseen appearance. Brother, let's stay away from her. A passerby saw this confused speech and couldn't help disliking it. The star chasing in front of you chased your brains out? Is shaking hands with an old friend a seduction? Are you okay? That is really inexplicable. A come up so hostile. You are poisonous only, right? The back also with Lu Wanjin have sugar business it. You shall not vomit to death? The pop-ups are already at war and the two parties are still in friendly talks. I didn't expect you to remember me. Bai Yan raised an eyebrow unexpectedly. You were always pretty self-absorbed in high school. Schoolboy, how could I forget? Natalie Lu flirted twice. Old classmate. Ha! An overbearing female voice interjected. Lu Wanjin glanced up and down at Natalie Lu and hooked her lips. Hello, I'm Lu Wanjin. This person's gaze made Natalie Lu uncomfortable, as if it carried provocation and contempt. I don't know if it was because Bai Yan had said 2 more words to herself she was declaring her sovereignty. Nico Lu didn't take the initiative to get closer to either party again. After the guest introduction session, the crew had them drive separately to the first mission location. Because the CP was already clearly divided, the other 2 people in one car became 1 person and 1 car in Natalie Lu's case, and the unified large-screen broadcast room was also divided into 4 small screens. After separating from the crowd, Natalie Lu quietly let out a sigh of relief. The small live room was available for pop-ups, and the director meant that since there was only 1 person on her side, she could interact more with her fans. Natalie Lu came close to the camera to open the pop-up screen. A blowing pretty little face suddenly disliked it, and the originally stagnant pop-up screen suddenly rolled fast. Hi wife. Sister is so beautiful. So close to the face is also resistant. Wait. No distortion. No effects dropped. She didn't even have her beauty face on? The pop-ups were overwhelming, and Natalie Lu was so dazzled by them that she only caught the hi wife line at the top. A hazelnut on Weibo is also often so wife-to-wife nonsense with fans, so Natalie Lu didn't change her face. Hello all husbands, welcome to my live broadcasting room. There's nothing to see, so let's perform a flower shaking hand to help you all out. Wife, you're so cute. Wifey is so soft and plastered. But she called me her husband. Hey sister, you call me that. Mr. Ikari won't be angry. In addition to the sappy and cute ones, there are also the more serious ones. Call Mr. Chi if you want to see Nico. Upstairs. I second the motion. Want to see +1. I have diarrhea. +2. +10086. This request was appealed to too strongly by the pop-up crowd, and the guide who followed looked to Nico Lu for her opinion. Mrs. Chi, a lot of people want you to ask when Mr. Chi will arrive. Hey, do you think you can? The last time Natalie Lu had called Ji-in was a week ago, and not knowing what had become of him, she thought it would be okay to call over and ask, so she fumbled with her cell phone in response to the invitation. While she was over here trying to contact Ji-in, the other 3 live rooms were buzzing with activity. People were already carrying their own fan traffic. The young couple interacted while nagging fans. The group of Dai Shichi interpreted the 4 words happy couple to the fullest. The model couple's daily warm and ordinary, but also attracted a lot of viewers. Bai Yan and Lu Wanjin's live room still has a little more fans from both families, because they didn't know each other before, and the CP fans are just starting to sprout. Many passers-by also squatted at each live broadcast to watch the fun, and I don't know who said, Mrs. Chi called Mr. Chi. A large number of passers-by left the table and flocked to Nico Lu's live broadcast. Natalie Lu didn't pay attention to the sudden surge in the number of online viewers. The phone dialed out and rang 3 times before the other end picked up. Nico? The male voice on the other end was low and nice, like a pleasant cello.
causing a flurry of flamboyant squeals from the pop-ups. "Honey, when are you coming back?" Having just gotten used to talking to her fans, Natalie Lu blurted out. Only after saying that did he realize what he had called out, and his little face instantly turned red. The other end also froze, as if he hadn't expected her to call herself that, and smiled lowly in pleasure. Soon, Natalie Lu coughed and squirmed. "It's that what's it? Program is on. Everyone's in pairs." Ji-in understood her meaning in seconds and once again whispered reassurance. "Be good. I'll be back soon." Chapter 27, Ji-in. The movie star has confessed to your wife. Just these two words are so sweet. Where is the person who said that the couple is not getting along before? Get out and get beaten. Yeah, it's obviously great. "Mister," she said to wait for me to come back? "Is he on a business trip?" "I guess so. Business trip delayed." Natalie dutifully answered aha and hung up because she was on speakerphone and didn't feel comfortable saying anything more. That and because his wife is in a good mood and still want to take the opportunity to get tired of people for a couple of words with Mr. G. "You're dead? Just hung up?" Natalie Lu finished her work, and after perfunctorily finishing Mr. She responded, "Yes, he went on a business trip a month ago, and he didn't know about it at that time, so he didn't have time to rush back." The car didn't take long to travel to its destination. The first stop was at a large bed and breakfast setup where all the guests could choose a task to complete, with 1 point being awarded for a successful challenge and no points for failure. And the total points accumulated in these 3 days meant that it was up to them whether they would live in a sea view house or a small hut in the room selection session afterward. Because the guests invited to the curiosity is not a big difference, and it is the whole live format, so the show group does not have any shady favoritism and so on. In front of this B&B is the home of the local residents on the island, everywhere overflowing with the atmosphere of the countryside farmhouse. The villagers simple and enthusiastic. A large number of people have stood at the entrance of the village to watch. Natalie Lu felt that her social phobia had a tendency to relapse, and she hastened to look at the sky and the ground, just not the crowd, which made her feel a little better. After entering the B&B village, in order to save time to complete the task, all the guests acted separately, and the original 4 split screens became 7. The topography of the village is intricate and each mission site is marked by the program's logo. Most of the tasks were simple, such as helping villagers collect enough wheat for a certain number of crops, picking up cow dung, separating green and red beans, writing couplets, helping children sew cloth tigers, and so on. The program will then give points to the villagers based on their level of satisfaction, and as of 12 o'clock, the group with the lowest score will be responsible for cooking the noon meal. And because Natalie Lu was alone, it was finally discussed and decided that her points would be multiplied by 2 upon completion of her mission. The live stream is buzzing with pop-ups helping the guests out. "Mr. White, look at that, I think you can. Sister, go help with the writing. Didn't you say you practiced calligraphy before? Go write. Wanjin is dressed so nicely today, which is suitable for these tasks." After going in, everyone spread out. Nico Lu wandered aimlessly around the village, and in no time at all, she turned to the place where the wheat was being harvested. Collecting wheat actually gives a lot of points, but because most of the guests are well dressed over, the villagers subconsciously refused. Plus the job is very simple, but it is easy to get impatient after doing it for a while, and the task given by the program team is 2 hours to start. Natalie Lu turned around and bumped into Bai Yen, who had also picked up the quest. "You do this too?" White Shadow Emperor was surprised. "The hospitality is overwhelming," Natalie Lu said with a smile, glancing at the older woman who had pulled herself over. "They all say I have a gift, so I'm here to verify it." In fact, the old lady's original words were, "Little girl is so handsome, do you want to try our mission? You can do whatever you want, no matter how well you do it. As long as you do it for 2 hours you'll be given a full 5 points. Natalie Lu looked at the time. There were still almost 3 hours to go before the 12 o'clock closing time. Almost, plus the clothes she wore today by mistake had an advantage, so she agreed readily. How embarrassing that would be. "It's nothing." The pop-ups were ha 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 ha. Favoritism from Big Mama. Ha 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 ha. This Big Mom turned down so many guests. Ha ha ha. So she has her eye on Natalie baby. "My sister looks like the type that is very favored by her elders. Ha ha ha. And it's so easy to do whatever she's wearing today. Did she predict that the program would pull this?" Laugh out loud. The guests all thought this was a romance variety show. "Dressed up and came, but when they came you made us do farm work." This mission was limited to 2 participants, and Bai Yen was a man, so he naturally passed the Big Mom screening. Natalie Lu was personally put on the bib and straw hat by the Big Mom, and after the countdown started, she followed to learn how to harvest the wheat manually. Both were quick learners and were easily up to speed in no time. The older woman stood watching with a smile on her face as Natalie Lu drummed up the energy to yell cheer for herself and work earnestly. Bai Yen, a man, had originally dried much faster than Nico Lu, but he had deliberately waited for her,
so his movements were naturally a few points slower.
Do you remember when we actually went to help cut the wheat in high school practice sessions?
The man naturally started the conversation.
Natalie Lu let out a feeling a little strange. In fact, they did not know each other well before how to graduate so many years, participate in a program together. Bai Yan instead behaved so familiar, as if he could tell what was on Natalie Lu's mind. Bai Yan frankly said, I know that you may not be too impressed with me, but at that time, I actually liked you, Natalie Lu. The pop-up stalled for a moment, then blew up. I go, what is this powerful news? Is this something we can talk about? Is this something we can listen to? Damn, this program is not already set. CP? White movie emperor, you run to the married young woman here to dance. What? Something's wrong. You're not right, Bai Yan. No way. You like her? Then what about us, Wanzhen? Bai Yan, you scum. Good strong melon is to say. When Bai Yan said this, he not only stunned Natalie Lu and the audience who were watching the live broadcast, but also the entire director's team. No, Mr. White, that's not what we said. Natalie Lu was shocked for a split second, and subconsciously said, but the place where I spend the most time is in the drawing room. She rarely came to the classroom except to show up during class. So how did he like himself with so few encounters? Bai Yan laughed softly, but it's all in the past. After graduation we all have our own peace of mind. There is fate, and I'll see you again in the jungle. It was also true that he should have let it go if he could say it so openly, and Natalie Lu quietly let out a sigh of relief and let out a This melon was so powerful that Nico Lu didn't need to look at the pop-up screen to know what they were talking about, and she earnestly did her work for 2 hours without the two of them exchanging much more. 2 hours later, the sun reached the top of his head. Nico Lu's small face was flushed, straightened up and wiped the sweat, looked at the pile of wheat ears by his feet, and was quite satisfied with the fruits of his labor. Yeah, a little peasant girl, limited skin, so cute and adorable. I want to get close and stick it. Ha 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 ha, Mrs. Ikari really doesn't have a bit of a rack. Chapter 28, Natalie Lu. Oh Huang. Natalie Lu's side is cutting wheat in a frenzy, and although there are few people in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere is harmonious and cozy, and they are all cheering for her. She and Bai Yan were completing the same task, and the program team simply composited the duo's live broadcasts into one. Bai Yan's fans flocked in, and the popularity of the two's live broadcast room skyrocketed, leaping to become the highest among the 7. When the crowd is large, discordant voices come out. Lu Wanzhen's fans took a look and instantly exploded. I'm convinced. Bai Yan, you and our Wanzhen are the CP. What are you doing with Nico Lu if you're not going to her? That's right. This popularity should have been our Wanzhen's. Okay. Bai Yan and Lu Wanzhen's CP powder was originally less, because of the two people a piece of wheat cutting, but also fell a large area. The two fans suddenly more than another force, high on the movie star and Mrs. Cheese CP, although the two now cannot hit, but the White Deer fans have already made up their own brain when the two were young and regret to see each other again is already a thing of the past and the beautiful love. There's a kind of bee's regrettable beauty, and it's possible to get high. Lu Wanzhen searched around and couldn't find her suitable quest, so she continued her search while chatting with her fans. All of a sudden the pop-up started saying that Bai Yan greeted you and is with Nico Lu. Lu Wanzhen did not show it on her face, but in her heart, she minded it fiercely. As time pushed past, the original 7 live rooms slowly synthesized 4 more. The other CP groups have converged and gone together. She waited for half a day but did not wait for Bai Yan to come to find himself. It turned out to be with Lu Nico that got together. Lu Wanzhen was on fire inside, but she also had to pretend that she didn't see the content of the pop-ups and aimlessly looked for a task to complete. She had just passed by the place where she had been tasked with cutting wheat, and had quickly left because she didn't want to do such hard and tiring work, only to have to go back without moving now. Dai Shichi and Kabo separated not long soon after the reunion. The two together to find a water fight with the children's task was originally fresh and reckless young people, a burst of crazy running soon after the task, but the clothes were soaked. It's already early fall and the wet clothes are a bit cold. Capo took the big towel given by the show to wrap Dai Shichi up and personally helped wipe her hair. The two of them were so sweet with one look at each other that the fans in the broadcast room wailed with excitement. Model couple side. Chen Yanli, retired for many years, has long been a good wife and mother. She took a sewing cloth tiger's task, while her husband is writing calligraphy on the side. The scene is warm and everyday. The duo took a moment to go through the quests and instead of rushing off to find the next one, they wandered around the BNB hand in hand. After the two of them finished their turn, they happened to bump into the duo of Natalie Lu and Natalie Bai Yan, who were sitting at the card table. Fight the landlord? For short of 2? The sweet, soft little girl smiled as she extended the invitation. Chen Yanli and Wei Wei have never had children. See, such a little girl is naturally like the heart. Plus there are benefits to completing the task, so they gladly agreed. The 4's live feeds were synthesized into one, with fans happily and coquettishly swiping pop-ups. Ahahaha landlord. The program? So true. I'll do it, let me do it. I'm good at this. Ha 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 ha. Movie Emperor and Mrs. She don't even look like they know how to fight the landlord. I didn't expect that the ones who received this mission would actually be the two of you, and just happened to run into Auntie Chan and Uncle Wei. Let's get started. Ha 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 ha. I'm curious if the movie star will curse like us after he loses his hand. Upstairs, I won't lie to you. Our little white guy is a black hole in the game. He hasn't won a single poker game he's ever played. The cards were divided down, and the people gazed at their cards, and after a few moments, it started with Chen Yanli first. She shook her head. I'm a bad card. Don't. Uncle Wei smiled. I don't want it either. Bai Yan hesitated and seemed to be completely convinced by his own hand, and said dismally, don't. Only Natalie Lu remained. She looked around and confidently raised her hand. Grab the landlord. 3 of them beat her 1, and a fierce fight for the landlord began. The deadline for the mission was approaching. Everyone subconsciously gathered in one place after finishing the task at hand, and it so happened that the place where they played cards was not far from the center square. Dai Shichi bounced over and exclaimed, what a hoot! What are you guys doing? Capo stood behind Wei Wei with his hands in his pockets to watch, and Lu Wanjin quickly arrived at the scene. Ha 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 ha, they look like the grandparents at the entrance of our village like that. Come on, come on, come on, I'm coming. How's it going? Who won? Natalie Lu is the landlord, and the 3 of them beat Natalie Lu alone. Halfway through the hand, the Shadow Emperor really didn't live up to his title as the black hole of the game, with a half dozen more cards in his hand compared to the others. Cabo circled around the 4. Sked twice with an uncertain look and didn't say anything. Sked the 4 together and shrunk their necks. Finally, after a pair of bombs from Natalie Lu, the 3 non-competitors with bad hands fell back and took the victory in one fell swoop by the little Lu beauty. Ha 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 ha. In front of absolute luck, everything is floating clouds. Akeen, your wife has a good hand. Whoa, Natalie Lu's points are doubled. She cuts wheat for 5 points and wins the landlord for another 5 points. She doesn't need to double her points to be stable already. Hey, yes, hey. Kaki, Daishichi and Kabo CP name, water gun totaled 6 points. Lu Wanjin guessing 3 points. White Shadow Emperor cutting wheat 4 points. And Uncle Wei Anti-Chin a total of 7 points. After this game of cards, the directors team waved their hands and gathered all the guests together. It's time to announce the scores and let's find out which chosen pair is cooking for lunch today. The director's trumpet blurred as if he was about to let out a square dance the next second. Natalie Lu was very old-fashioned with her hands. The midday sun was high. Her straw hat was not taken off, so she just kept it on for shade. As a result, Lu Wanjin's fans jumped out with a burst of cynicism. Snort! Natalie Lu is really corny. Wearing a straw hat like a village girl, where can she compare to our Wanjin? This name is also copied from our Wanjin, and the man also robbed Wanjin. Nico Lu, do you want to be shameless? This mad dog biting behavior instantly provoked outrage? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've always heard that Lu Wanjin's fans are fierce before, but I've seen it today. What the hell? It's just a matter of accomplishing the mission, and this is pulling a stomp? Lu Wanjin, mind your crazy dog. Our Nico is obviously sweet and cute. Where does she look like a village girl? The pop-ups caught them off guard and got noisy again, and the director's team took a look at the heat, which had been rising steadily, and were relieved to announce the next phase of the mission. The losers are our Capo and Shiki, so I'm counting on you two for today's lunch. Now I'm going to hand out $200 to you. You have to have your meal ready by 1 o'clock. Don't make everyone wait too impatiently. Chapter 29. But, Nico Lu, don't be afraid of me, tame me. It's 11:30, which means they have an hour and a half to get ready. The director's team sent out 2 cameras to follow them, while the rest of them went back to rest in the Seaview Villa arranged by the program. They're staying here until the house is chosen in 3 days. Shi-in hadn't returned yet, and Natalie Lu had the king-sized room all to herself. Tired from the midday, she went to the bathroom to take a shower first and came out before she had time to survey what this ocean view room looked like. The 2 men's room was by the sea, much like the Longton landscape, and both had a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a set of rattan table and chairs by the window, and Natalie Lu relaxed and sat down against the window. There was also a camera machine filming indoors, and Natalie Lu, with her hair half-dried and wet, stepped on the floor with her bare feet, and suddenly, as if remembering something, Thumpton ran off to pull open a couple of large suitcases she'd brought with her. I was admiring my wife's beauty. Why did she suddenly run away? Bathing hibiscus spasma. What are you looking for, wife? With all eyes on Natalie Lu, the biggest blue box opened. Oh, wow, lots of snacks. Ha 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 ha. Nico Lu, are you afraid that this program won't keep you fed? Self-heating pot, instant noodles, fry Skittles. Wife, this is all for me, right? Nonsense. That's what my wife brought me. Natalie Lu looked at the box of used thoughts and smiled helplessly, finally picking and choosing to take several pieces of bread and cookies out. Then one by one, they knocked on the door and sent them out. It's a little while before dinner time, so let's all have a little snack to pad out.
Bai Yan pinched the small bread in his hand and said unexpectedly,
You actually brought this?
Natalie Lu nodded seriously, not saying that this was brought by her mother-in-law in case she was hungry in the middle of the night.
Thanks, Natalie said. You're welcome, and went to knock on Uncle and Mrs. Wei's door. WWW, I also want to be fed by the little Lu beauty too. Me too. After returning from delivering the snacks,
Natalie Lu glanced at her phone and realized she had an unread message.
Getting off the plane. A hazelnut, good come back when you're rested. There's no rush. In the taxi, Ji-in looked at the message and his face sank. As soon as he returned home,
he was slammed with a couple of hot tips from Chin Chi's notification.
Hashtag white movie star and Mrs. Chi are actually old acquaintances. Hashtag Bai Yan admits he used to like Mrs. Chi. Hashtag Mrs. Baiyanchi cuts the wheat together. Hashtag Bai Yan. Chi vaguely remembered. This person is their high school famous schoolgrass. Gentle and elegant, modest and polite. The family is also very rich. He likes Lu Nico?
A sense of rushing anger and the overwhelming feeling that everything was about to be taken from him hit the man, and the atmosphere around him was oppressive to the extreme. Is she letting herself not rush back, now so that she can speak to Bai Yan more openly and honestly? Ji-in opened the live broadcast, and then saw that Lu Nico took the initiative to knock on Bai Yan's door to give him snacks, and was even more jealous. They were all in the same class in high school. Why did she remember Bai Yan, but not herself at all? After ignoring herself for so many days, she was now familiar with other men. Ik-in was angry and aggravated, and his eyes were red. The box with the pink jewel and the file bag with the shares of Sue's embroidery workshop were lying quietly beside her, as if mocking someone's self-interest in so many days. In favor of her, she said that he should not be in a hurry and go back when he had rested, and he could not fail to carry it out. Chief Koike was so anxious that he flew directly to the city where they were recording, but instead of going directly to the island, he opened a hotel and stayed there until dark, and waited until the day's recording was over before going to the island. He followed the director's instructions to the Ocean View Villa and saw the room labeled with both of their names again. It was dark in the villa. Everyone should have already rested. Ji-in carried his suitcase gently up the stairs, then knocked on the door of Natalie Lu's room. It was already past 10 o'clock, and Natalie Lu was about to call him to ask about it when there was a sudden knock on the door of her room. Who's looking for her this late? Is there something else going on with the program? Natalie Lu yawned and went to open the door, then was hugged. She froze as the man's scent was overbearing and strong, pushing the suitcase into the room with one hand and bringing the door with the other, wrapping his other arm around her waist and pressing the person against the wall. Natalie Lu didn't have time to yell, and was caught off guard when she hit the bottom of the man's dark, sunken eyes. There was only a bedside lamp on in the room. The light was dim. The man's handsome face zoomed in front of his eyes. Natalie Lu wanted to say, "You're back," but the man stole the words first. He said, "Natalie Lu, you really don't remember me at all?" Natalie Lu heard the gnashing of teeth in his tone. The little girl twisted and struggled, wondering, "What did you say?" "I haven't forgotten about you." Ji-in felt the slender piece of waist under the large palm. His voice lowered. "You clearly remember Bai Yan, but do not remember me." Natalie Lu froze, finally realizing where he was getting this aggression from. It turned out to be Bai Yan. It didn't take much thought to realize that Bai Yan's confession to her during the day had definitely made it to the hot search engines, and although she was surprised that Ji-in would actually be reading this, she was still prepared to give a serious explanation. The man, however, didn't have the slightest intention of listening, and took her by the waist and headed for the bed. Natalie Lu sensed that his state was not right, thinking that he was going to do something impulsive in his rage, and her almond eyes widened round in fear. Ik-in, don't be impulsive. Listen to me." The man didn't say a word, the slightly cool cufflinks on his suit brushing against her delicate lips as he pressed his large palms against her head and tucked the person into his arms without a second thought. "Natalie Lu," his voice rang overhead, "if I had been braver before, would our marriage be so different now?" Natalie Lu froze. She tried to look up at Ik-in, but she was firmly imprisoned in the man's arms and couldn't move. As if afraid to see the look on his face, he impulsively and seriously said, "I like you, too, from a long time ago to now. Rumor has it that Master Chi has been unheard of for over 20 years, not to mention a serious girlfriend, and has never brought any of his female companions to any of his meetings. But on this night, after he had been cold-shouldered by his new wife for a month, he finally couldn't restrain the repressed feelings inside him and held the person in his arms and said, 'Don't be angry with me anymore for what happened before, okay?' This crazy batch of evil dogs in the eyes of the crowd was now obediently wagging his tail at his little lady, and said as if he were offering a treasure, 'I have brought you a present, and count it as my apology. I frightened you that night,' he said warmly and abjectly, knowing that Natalie Lu would not easily forget that night of a month ago. so he spread his heart out and willingly gave her the chains that bound him.
But, Natalie Lu, don't be afraid of me, tame me. Chapter 30, Natalie Lu made me breakfast.
Natalie Lu was slammed by Ji Yin's words.
But don't you have someone in your heart?
She blurted the words out of her mouth while breaking away from his arms.
There is a momentary empty feeling in his arms.
He knows that he said this suddenly.
The little girl is also 80% not quite believe, even if she remembers herself, but after many years of reunion,
they are in such an awkward a position.
More is also embarrassing.
But he still impulsively blurted the words out. The man clenched his fists and slowly unclenched them.
He didn't say anything else more to dumb the person.
He even took the initiative to move away from them and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was impulsive." All at once he resumed that indifferent gentlemanly manner, as if the person who had confessed his love with red eyes just now was not himself.
Natalie Lu's heart was in turmoil.
She didn't dare to think much about Ik Yin's earlier words.
She couldn't understand why even if she thought about it baldly.
People who clearly did not have the slightest interaction in the past suddenly said that they liked themselves.
Jokingly, right?
Was Ik Yin afraid that he was really playing away with someone else in that shape-shifting agreement?
And that's why he was so eager to catch himself? Natalie Lu shook her head.
The hem of her cotton and linen nightgown crumpled in her grasp, and she smoothed it out bit by bit with another frown of her own.
She never dared to look into Ik Yuo's gaze,
wondering if she was afraid she'd see something else in it.
It's late, don't think too much, go to bed early.
The amends gift to her was not sent out in the end.
Ji Yin warmly said, "What I said tonight, don't take it to heart.
I'm not forcing you to accept me so quickly.
I know that this kind of thing can't be forced. I'm just, kind of in a hurry."
His voice lost its way,
and between this advance and retreat, Natalie Lu didn't know what attitude to face him with.
She nodded carelessly and looked at the couch in her room, and couldn't bear to let him sleep. The bed was huge.
"But tonight,"
Swoi Ji Yin took the initiative to speak at this time.
"I'm going to take a bath. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. You don't have to wait for me." Just as well, the choice is left to him.
Natalie Lu kicked off her shoes and got into bed, knowing he wasn't supposed to be that kind of guy, but she couldn't help but roll herself into the inside of the king-sized bed,
curled up in a tiny little huddled mass in the corner, looking pathetic. She closed her eyes with her back to Ik Yin, so she didn't see the man's eyes, which became dark and restrained for a moment. Everything that was said tonight was true, and only one thing was false. It was expedient to tell her not to take it to heart, and only he knew it, and hoped that she would soon come to accept herself, and depend on him with all her heart. He wanted to see love in those eyes as moist and clear as water, eyes only his own, blazing love, and he was willing to return that love 1,000 times over. He wanted to hold the delicate, sweet cotton in the palm of his hand. It's just that she doesn't believe it yet, doesn't accept it, doesn't fit in. It's okay, Ik Yin told himself. He could give her time to get used to it, to accept it, to believe in herself. He could wait. He'd waited 9 years from high school graduation until now, and one more year didn't seem like much. Anyway, the best thing he could do was wait. The little light over the bed was still on when Ik Yin got out of the shower, and the man was cowering in a tiny ball in the corner. He went over and turned off the light, then nestled down on the couch and went to sleep. After the room was plunged into darkness, Natalie Lu quietly rolled over. Only this time she didn't call anyone up to sleep. She looked longingly at the figure of the man shrinking resignedly into the couch and couldn't help rubbing her eyes. The original heart full of bewilderment turned into complexity. Where in the world can there be so much love and fondness for no reason? She grew up living in her second aunt's house, and knowing how it was to be a foster child, she made herself good and quiet and stayed out of trouble because she had nothing to give back to them. She married herself off to the Chi family and returned the favor of raising her second uncle and second aunt. But what was she going to give back to the Chi family? After so many days of being married off, she asked herself over and over again, what are you going to give back to the Chi family? She was never able to openly accept people's favor. Or rather, she was never cured. Sensitive, vulnerable and self-absorbed, Natalie Lu was never erased at the age of 3, and she has grown up with Natalie over the years. She said, Natalie Lu, you don't have a home anymore. Natalie Lu, you must be good, you must be obedient and understanding, because there won't be another pair of parents in the world who will dote on you and pamper you as wholeheartedly. You've only got yourself. The memories of 20 years ago were too long ago, but she always remembered that when she woke up from the hospital room, her grandmother said in a muffled voice, Natalie, Mom and Dad left you. You still have your grandparents and aunts and uncles. They said Mom and Dad died in that car accident and only they survived. At that time Lu was in its heyday, and with the departure of the two principals, it was hurriedly handed over to the second uncle and second aunt, and then it was defeated. Old memories crossed over in Natalie Lu's mind, and she didn't know when she fell asleep. It's just a dream where she sinks into a dark abyss and no one can pull her up. The next morning, Natalie Lu was woken up by Ik Yin. After she had changed her clothes and washed up,
the little girl from the program team carefully knocked on the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Chi. The recording of the program will open in an hour on time. There are a lot of outdoor tasks today,
so you guys can have a good time getting ready during those hours.
Ikian nodded,
and the little girl closed the door and backed out. He looked frankly at Nico Lu, his eyes clear as if last night hadn't happened.
Naturally, Natalie Lu would not mention last night again.
She quietly washed up and sighed when she saw her crying and swollen eyes in the mirror. This is afraid to be seen to have cried. The director's team said there are outdoor activities today.
Is there anything you want to eat for breakfast? Seeing her embarrassment, Ji-in didn't mention the eye thing again, but talked about something else.
Natalie Lu slowly drank a glass of warm water,
passing a glass to Ik-in in the process. It was the same glass he had sent up the other night. Thanks. Can we go use the kitchen downstairs? Natalie Lu asked. I'll make it for you. The man's lips curled into a smile. May I? It's okay.
Natalie Lu took a hair elastic and tied her hair up,
her slender white wrists seeming to glow in the sunlight. I'll help you. Come along. It was after 7 in the morning, and apparently not everyone was awake, and it was quiet downstairs, just enough so that no one was using the kitchen. So Natalie Lu opened the refrigerator to take a look at it and was surprised to find any number of ingredients. She opened all the kitchen cabinets to familiarize herself with them, ready to just get to work making some simple white porridge. Natalie Lu was a little uncertain about whether to prepare one for the others as well. When Ji-in came through the door and solved the problem with a single word, the rest of the director's team prepared breakfast, so you can just make it for the two of us. Chapter 31, Lu Wanjin's Show of Goodwill. Natalie Lu was puzzled as to why only theirs was prepared, but seeing Ji-yin's expectant gaze, he swallowed his words again and took some rice out to wash it. With an hour left to record, there wasn't really much time left for them. Luckily, porridge doesn't take that long to cook and is ready in no time. After the two of them finished eating, Ji-in took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Nico Lu didn't grab them from him. The other guests came downstairs, brightening at the sight of the two in the kitchen and offering greetings. The camera turns on while Akane is washing the last bowl. I'm coming. Good morning, everyone. I know it's taped, but is there anyone like me who squats and waits for the live stream? Wow, is this in the kitchen? What a hoot. Wait, Nico Lu was sitting at the table eating, so who's that man at the sink? From my eyes, which have been immersed in the world of beautiful men for many years, a narrow waist, long hips, and long legs do not match the bodies of the other three male guests, so it would have to be our Mr. Koike. When did Mr. Koike come back? Is he washing dishes? So the president has to wash the dishes himself too, hahaha. As the pop-ups buzzed and brushed by, a few of the guests began to exchange pleasantries and get acquainted. Bai Yan laughed. When did Mr. Shi come back? In such a hurry, I had planned to organize a reception banquet for you. The man's long fingers twisted a rag to dry the bowl before placing it back in the cupboard, and he opened his hand toward Nico Lu in a hugging gesture. Natalie Lu understood, and went up to help him take off the little floral apron. He didn't bother to look at Bai Yan, staring intently at the top of the little girl's hair as he whispered, last night, no need to bother. She'd seen a few interviews with Ikian, and the man always seemed to be so shy with his words to the outside world. If Jin Shi were here at this time and knew what Natalie Lu was thinking, 80% would have sneered and said, not only are they as good as gold, but they are also cranky and impatient. This gentle look now was all pretense, in front of outsiders. He had always acted perfectly considerate, without a single mistake. Natalie Lu practically wrapped her arms around his waist, and that knot in the back was also tied by her. When did it become so tight? This close proximity gave her an unmistakable sense of the man's blazingly hot body, a level of intimacy that to an outsider would seem to be the most normal contact between a husband and wife. But in fact, Natalie Lu's heart was about to pop out of her throat. It was so hard to untie it that she blushed and took a step back, whining, why is it so tight? Wow, is so close. Nico, can you do it? I'll do it if you can't. I can tie an apron or something. Sha mister. She is so handsome. Nico is so beautiful. Born for each other. Is Mrs. Ikari shy? Your face is so red. The blushing camera had seen it all, and naturally Chi-in hadn't missed it either. The man curled his lips pleasantly and said, thank you. Breakfast was delicious. Dai Shichi. This is a show of love, right? Right. Kabo smiled at her and volunteered. I can make it for you next time too. Little Flower took 2 steps back and waved her hand. It's not necessary. Don't you have any idea of your cooking skills? I still want to live for 2 more years. Between the two of them, Lu Wanjin, who had been vaguely wandering away, even opened her mouth. She ruffled her hair and said offhandedly, next time, Mr. Chi can also try my handiwork. Having specialized in learning from the chef before, there was an imperative ambition and fondness in the way she looked at Ji-in, so clear that Nico could see it. Everyone was stunned. This kind of blatant display of goodwill was indeed a bit too bold. The White Shadow Emperor watched to see what was going on, smiling with a sense of gloating as he looked at Ji-in. Lu Wanjin did not grow up in the country,
and many concepts are naturally different. For example, she liked Ji-in a long time ago, and it was hard for her to have the opportunity to go back to her country, only to find out that he was already married. Normal people would probably give up, but Lu Wanjin didn't think so. She felt that since it was a hurried union, there must be no emotional foundation between the two. The Lu family has long been broken, and now like a bloodsucker climbing the Chi family, married can be divorced again, and besides, with the strength of their family, she is confident that Chi-in will be moved. Her mother's family was powerful and she had a successful career of her own, while Natalie Lu had nothing to show for it. She would definitely be a more qualified coupling than Nico Lu. Besides, Wanjin, Dad is just one last step away. It's up to you to clean up Ik-in. Those were the last words my father gave himself before he left. In public and in private, she was going to get her hands on this man. Such an excellent man. Only match her Lu Wanjin is the most suitable. The trashy woman who sells tens of millions of dollars for a single piece of artwork and is always paid for it quietly earns a lot of money. Nico Lu, innocent JPG. She heard Lu Wanjin's declaration of war and smiled, teasingly looking at Ji-in, wanting to see how he would handle his rotten peach blossoms. As a result, the man didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard. Well, cold turkey. Not getting a response from the man, Lu Wanjin bit her lip in embarrassment. She herself didn't say anything more, but her fans came out jumping straight up and down with heartache. What? Ik-in is so rude. People say they invite you to dinner and you ignore them? What do you mean? That's it. What an attitude to have a few bucks. What's the meaning of silence if you refuse? Playing deaf and dumb? Wanjin is an Australian. Specially learned Chinese food. Ji-in, you don't know what you're doing. Lu Wanjin's fans are all over the world. The number is not as much as Bai Yan or even Little Flower, but they are arrogant and haughty, always looking down on the stars of the inner entertainment, boasting that they Wanjin is a global superstar, and that no grass grows wherever they go. But I didn't expect this time to run into two hardcore and easy to not get down fans of the movie star's family, and all of a sudden it set off a storm of bloodshed. Lu Wanjin fans? Are you guys okay? The master's stinky feet have been held up so much that he thinks everyone has to lick you, don't you? I thought I was wrong. Lu Wanjin so blatantly to a married man to show favor. Cold treatment is not the best way? She really doesn't have any emotional intelligence at all, but where she says it everyone, the purpose won't be exposed so quickly. Yesterday the movie star confessed his love to Mrs. G, and today there's a Lu superstar and Mr. G showing their love. It's not far from the Shura scene I wanna see. Good lord, Master Chi is giving face. In the past, he would have punched her hard and scolded her mother. Someone lazily said, "Who's upstairs? Have a story?" Mr. G doesn't look like that kind of person. He looks quite gentle. Chapter 32, let's go to a hot spring together. The scene was very awkward for a while, so this time Bai Yan took the initiative to come forward to speak. Dissolve the embarrassment, Wanjin. I'm going to be sad. Only let the gold master father taste your handiwork. We cannot? Yes, the company under Ji-in is the biggest investor in the entire program, and it's only right for any person to take the initiative to curry favor with him. Lu Wanjin's ugly face finally slowed down a bit and forced a smile. Of course, everyone is coming. Dai Shichi and Kabo exchanged glances, but in the end, they laughed and made some small talk together with Mr. and Mrs. Wei to liven up the atmosphere. I'm embarrassed for people all over again. Baingdi has a high emotional intelligence. Lu Wanjin fans thank him. Lu Wanjin's emotional intelligence is really low. White movie emperor's trick to save the country. Pure roadrunner. Thunder to the master. Thundered me, too. This side of the fix didn't last too long before the directing team was tasked with the job. As of today, all of our guests have finally arrived. Everyone welcome Ik-in. The crowd applauded cooperatively, because this regular event arranged by our program is only for 3 days. After that it's everyone's daily live broadcast, and today is already the second day. Island life will be shown to you later, and today our destination is a hot spring resort. There's nothing better than a hot spring in late fall, and everyone couldn't help but cheer when they heard about this event. Finally, no more farm work woo. That's right, I came to see my knockout CP sweetie, not to see them sweat and work. The first day I was still scolding the program group does not do people. Today directly crooked Rue Goudi, soak in the hot springs and so on, too suitable for cultivating feelings. Right, yeah, the resort is not on the island, it's in the city of M, the closest to the island, and the show is so wealthy that they just rent a small cruise ship and go out to sea. The small cruise was slow and the journey lasted a total of 2 hours. Naturally, everyone did not want to waste this good opportunity to see the sea view, and they were taking pictures on the deck and enjoying the sea breeze. Dai Shichi and Kabo were playing around on the deck. Emperor by Shadow was holding his camera up and taking pictures of the seascape. Lu Wanjin walked up and exchanged a low exchange with him, and not long afterward, Bai Yen pointed the camera at her. Natalie Lu sat on a small white stool,
in a good mood, whistling into the sea breeze.
Her long hair was blown up, and she didn't care if her bangs, which she had combed carefully in the morning,
flew off. The midday sun was nice and it wasn't cold when it blew like this,
and Natalie Lu remembered her unfinished peony drawing.
After that it was all about daily life.
She hadn't thought to hide her work. She had brought all the needlework and fabrics she should have brought, even the little scented pouch she now carried in her small carry-on bag that she wanted to give to Ikian. Not quite the perfect little bomb.
Ikran was in a video conference inside the cabin, and it would probably be a while yet, just the right time to take it out and refine it a bit more.
With no one coming from the four corners of the room,
Natalie Lu enjoyed the moment and watched for the right moment to pull out her tools of the trade. Natalie Lu didn't have the bad taste to sew him a pink one,
but a very gentle geese gray, with magnificent pink roses adorning it, depicting that face of rose horns to the fullest. All the roses were budding,
and Natalie Lu looked left and right,
but she felt that something was missing.
What's missing? That's right, it's the moon.
It would be most appropriate if it were adorned with a clear and cunning moon. It happened to be with the veiled color thread.
Nico Lu's 10 fingers danced flexibly. It seemed that even the sea breeze was quiet.
Her long hair hung down obediently,
and even the person with the scenery was beautiful as a painting. In the live room, even the scrolling of the pop-ups became slow.
Nico, what is this?
It's Suzuki embroidery, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Well, my wife knows how to do women's honor. My wife is so good. Natalie Lu looked down and concentrated on embroidering the moon,
not paying attention to the pop-ups,
and when she felt satisfied,
it was almost time, and the ship was about to dock.
During this time people came over to look curiously and then walked away quite uninterested after having seen it. On the contrary, Natalie Lu, who had been worried about Chi-in, hadn't come out. Maybe the meeting was delayed.
Natalie Lu had just retrieved her stitches when she heard a low, clear voice behind her.
Sitting for 2 hours?
She looked back and a large open coconut was shoved into her hand.
Natalie Lu was happy.
Where did you get the coconuts?
It's on the ship.
She stuck a straw in and nibbled on it for a while, and when she saw that he didn't have one in his hand, she asked, "What's yours?"
"There's only one left."
"Ah." Natalie Lu felt a little guilty for a moment as she drew out her own straw and put it in the opposite direction.
"You can drink this then." The program group really, how to get this point?
The little girl dissatisfied muttered, did not see the man's triumphantly smiling eyes.
Ikin took a couple sips from her hand and wondered, "What are you doing over here by yourself?" He knew Natalie Lu's nature. He just couldn't help but wonder what she usually relied on to pass the time when she was alone. For some reason, Natalie Lu subconsciously didn't want Ji-in to know what she was doing, and vaguely said, "Days, give it to him when it's done." Natalie Lu thought, "It's docking soon, the hot springs have to be soaked at night, it's free time in a while." Ikian doesn't pursue the question, but talks about something else. Want to go shopping? The Chicken Thieves program only provided the venue,
and you had to prepare your own clothes and towels and everything. M City was a second tier. The hot spring resort was at the top of a mountain, and there was a grand fireworks display after dark, so when they got off the boat, they could go ahead and pick up a few things they needed. After disembarking the ship, the soldiers split into 4. The black business cars were parked on the roadside in a low-profile manner. The driver came out and opened the door. "Mr. She, Mrs. Please." The director smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes, the car is sponsored by Mr. She, and so is the boat. I'm just really hugging Daddy Gold's leg." "Ikian, you're loaded again. The wealth is great." "Ikebukuro, there's one thing to say, Boss Chi is really good to his wife. He gave her the last coconut to drink, and he's willing to hang out with his wife even though he's obviously so busy." Upstairs, "You didn't really think there was only one last coconut, did you, Mr. and Mrs. She should be true, but it should not be completely emotionless, from the point of view of today's day to get along. Mrs. will give Mr. She to cook breakfast. Mr. She took the initiative to wash the dishes. Usually should be busy with each other, but a lot of details to get along with each other are quite warm, so my out of a conclusion. Mr. She likes Madam, but Madam doesn't know Mr. She well enough to like it. Don't ask. You can't hide your eyes when you like someone. He just likes her. Upstairs in my internet mouth instead. Good clarity. It does seem to be the case so far. Chapter 33, She took the initiative to hold me. In the taxi, Natalie Lu and Ikin each sat on one side, with a small gap between them. Just this will work for a while. The company came to another video meeting. The man with a Bluetooth headset, focusing on the computer screen, the bottom of the eyes deep, in different color. Brother Camera didn't dare to speak. Brother Driver didn't dare to speak. And Nico Lu didn't dare to speak. The man's aura was not very approachable from time to time, especially his eyes, which were cold and indifferent. And you said he was fierce looking. Natalie Lu actually often felt that he was mean when he wasn't talking.
It was just that the man would always be a little softer in front of himself, and she could tell at a glance that he was faking it. Last night, for example, it was clear that her eyes were red with unhappiness, and she had to say that she should not get attached. Nico sneaked a glance at the expressionless Mr. She. The man was mostly silent during meetings, only occasionally popping up with a sentence or two of decision-making words, and his voice was all cold and light. They, the bystanders, were afraid to speak up, so you can imagine the pressure on the company directors who were facing him directly. Natalie Lu suddenly remembered again some of the rumors she had heard about Ji-in a long time ago. The man went into the army right out of high school, and all his knowledge of economics and management was all learned in the last 2 years while practicing. Some people are indeed chased by God to be fed, and he has accomplished in just 1 year what many people could not achieve in a lifetime, even if he was learning as he went along. The largest CL group under Chi's umbrella was flourishing under his leadership, and Ji-in had thunderously eradicated a number of bloodsuckers residing within the group, and then with a single hand, he had raised the newcomers he had cultivated, and it took him only 2 years to do all that. Even elder Chi, who had single-handedly founded the Chi clan, had publicly praised the heir's talent. Natalie Lu was so lost in thought that she didn't notice when Ji-in closed the computer. Was it good? Natalie Lu looked back and saw the man's smiling eyes, then realizing that she seemed to be looking out at the side of his face, her ears flushed. I just didn't look at you, she whispered in defense. Ahem, no one's even talking about it, are they? Fine, I won't say anything either. You looked. You obviously watched for a long time. The party and the people are watching. Nico Lu. You're blushing again, little Lu beauty. Don't lie, Mr. She is indeed handsome. There's nothing to be embarrassed about looking at your own husband. Nico, go up and stick it to Mr. Chi. I'm sorry, Ji-in suddenly said, which made Natalie Lu tilt her head quizzically, and she heard him continue. I'm a bit busy having just returned from a business trip, so I'll take care of the company's recent emergencies within the day, and spend the next few days with you. Wow. Natalie Lu thought for a moment and gave him a serious thank you for his promise. Thank you. Ikian didn't say anything, except that the young girl's politely detached tone made him pause. Uncomfortable. The atmosphere is silent and stiff if neither one of them initiates a conversation. Ikian seemed to be suddenly a bit upset again. Without the intention to speak more, Natalie Lu took the initiative to open her mouth and said softly, I'm going to buy some clothes in a while, can you join me? By the sound of him, it might take a bit more hustling, and she could actually buy it herself, but mainly because she didn't know his size. Still in the midst of his displeasure, Ikian nodded without thinking. Natalie Lu just smiled at him. Sweetly, thank you. This time the thank you was finally not as harsh as last time. Ikian pursed his lips haughtily and was about to say something when the car, which was moving smoothly, suddenly turned a corner. Natalie Lu's entire body fell uncontrollably towards Ikian. The original seam in the center was gone, and Ikian wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, catching the person securely. The little girl's face turned pale all of a sudden, as if she had remembered some bad memories, and her heart was beating violently, to the point where even Ikian noticed that something was wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Shi, there's a kid in front of us running the red light. The driver's voice came from the front. Ji-in didn't have time to pay attention to what the driver said. He saw Natalie Lu's lowered head and slightly trembling body, and while stroking the back of his heart to comfort him, he softly said, Scared? Don't be afraid, it's already fine. Natalie Lu pursed her lips and shook her head. The car accident when she was a child traumatized her so much that it took almost 10 years of recuperation before she dared to ride in a car again. The family chauffeur had always known her condition, and driving was always a matter of stability and not speed. It had been many years, and this violent shaking had instantly awakened her memories from back then. Time was slowly healing her wounds over the years, but there are some engraved scars that can't be gotten rid of completely. She hesitated when Ikian took her into his arms and didn't resist. Only she didn't crave the warmth too much, and once she had eased up she sat up straight and pushed him away. She didn't have time to say much before she heard the driver and the camera brother say together, World Trade City is here. World Trade City was the largest commercial center in M-City, housing dozens of bustling shopping malls and financial institutions. So as soon as everyone got off the ship, they took a bus straight to this place. Since it's a hot spring, you should go to a swimsuit store, but you should also be spending the night and need to buy a set of pajamas and a change of clothes. I'm not used to the birth control products in the hotel, so I'll have to prepare a set of brands that are commonly used at home and pack them back together. Natalie Lu was taking inventory, and before she knew it, she was in front of a men's suit store. All of Ji-in's suits were privately customized by a certain family. A set of them would be 6 figures, and the ones outside were probably not worn, so Natalie Lu hesitated for a couple of seconds, resting her mind on trying to buy him clothes. Better go to the swimsuit store. The World Trade Center was too big. There was a street dedicated to selling swimsuits, the quality of which ranged from high to low, and Natalie Lu was going to go there to take a look. Ikian had no opinion whatsoever and followed the person without slowing down. It's true, whether women love to shop or not, they always have a tendency to stop whenever they come out to buy something. Ji-in overturned his previous conclusion of choosing a gift and thought that Natalie Lu would like the bag as well. Natalie Lu walked alone in front of him, disliking Ji-in's slowness, and turned back to tug on his wrist. Hurry up, it's going to be so hot at noon. Feeling the catkin on his wrist, Ikian cooperated by picking up the pace. Do you have a favorite style? Natalie Lu asked as she walked. You decide. There didn't seem to be many styles of men's swim trunks, and after half a day's thought, Natalie Lu couldn't think of anything special. All of Mr. Chi's things from head to toe were prepared by the living assistant, and for the first time the two of them were doing it themselves. Natalie Lu was still a little unsure of what to buy. Then we'll watch it together later. Aha! Ikian liked the word together. Chapter 34. It seems that there has been no paycheck for Nico Lu. The man looked as if he really didn't have a problem with it at all, and Natalie Lu thought for a moment that this kind of thing should only be worn once, too, so there really wasn't a need to be so elaborate. She followed the navigation into a swimsuit store, because there's a big hot spring resort nearby. The swimwear industry in M-City is apparently also very competitive. The women's clothing section is filled with a variety of styles that are eye-catching, even though it's just a bathing suit, and it's in a woman's nature to have a fondness for pretty clothes. Wife, look at that black bikini. Buy. Wear it for Mr. Chi. Nico baby, don't listen to the upstairs. Don't wear anything too revealing. There's 6 guests to meet up with. There's a big pool. Nico was staring at the avocado-colored one for a long time. Hey, does she like that one? Green is whiter. Nico, buy it. Natalie Lu did have her eye on the green one, and it's a generally regular style, but with a scooped waist and backless design. But it's pretty conservative compared to the others here. Although Chi Yin's expression was as usual, Nico Lu could feel that from the moment he came in, his eyes sank, and he didn't look too happy. It's true that Ikian was less than thrilled. How come these clothes have so little fabric? Although Mr. Chi has been in the prince circle for many years and has seen all kinds of scenes, he doesn't go out to mess around. What kind of pool party la? He has never entertained. The water in the pool outside was not clean, and there was an open-air pool on the top floor balcony of his own house, so he really hadn't seen so many women's bathing suits. Now that I've seen so much of it at once, I just think it's too revealing. Is this to save fabric? Why are there clothes that just consist of a few straps and pieces of rags? Can this really be worn out? Mr. G was always on edge, worried that Natalie Lu had taken a fancy to a dress that had very little fabric. Fortunately, she seems to have looked favorably on it. The green, boobs, tummy, it's all blocked. Wait, why is there less at the waist there? Where's the fabric in the back? Ikian was deeply confused. The poor straight male aesthetics jumped at the chance to buy a sexy bikini. But unfortunately the scene was more than enough for him to buy a sexy bikini other than this one. One could only look a little aggrieved as Nico Lu took the checkout piece. It was only when his swim trunks were picked out piece by piece and paid for that Ikian responded. I'll do it. This store is the most expensive one inside this row. The mediocre avocado green picked by Natalie Lu is actually also small 10,000 yuan. The two pieces together are almost 15,000 yuan. Ikian finally reacted. Seems like he hasn't offered to turn in her paycheck since we've been married. Though busyness is one of the main reasons I guess. But there hasn't even been a Microsoft transfer. So where is her usual source of finance? But luckily for Natalie Lu, her cell phone number was directly tied to Alipay. And as soon as she finished paying, everyone in the store heard an electronic beep. PayPal arrived at $1,000,000. Natalie Lu looked at him wordlessly, saw the expression of Ikian with a bit of weakness. Before, has been in the company, forgot, don't dare to look for her, let alone mention such a sensitive topic as money. The little girl was very pushy, and if he had just given her a card, he might have gotten her angry in return. Natalie Lu said breathlessly, I still have this amount of money, but you are for the two of us to buy. Ikian seriously with her break, just put you there first. In the future you think want to buy me anything, just from this out of the deductions. No more tell me, can it? Aha can. Of course it can. Pick up a generous transfer of boyfriends. Mr. Ike's atmosphere. I'm the one who didn't see it coming. So you rich people use Alipay to transfer money from 7 digits up? But, they too are so rusty. It's only natural for a wife to spend her husband's money. Natalie Lu seems to be dividing this very lightly. She doesn't look too keen on asking for Mr. Chi's money. It's true that Natalie doesn't really want Ikian's money, but he had said so, and it was no good to refuse. So Natalie Lu had no choice but to nod her head and agree. It was noon when they exited the swimsuit store, and the duo was going to go to dinner before they did any other frivolous shopping. Natalie Lu yawned and said aimlessly, is there anything you want to eat? The seafood in M-City seems to be quite good.
You're not allergic to that, right? Do you want to eat it? The city near the sea is always no shortage of all kinds of seafood. Usually inland, not often eat. Ji nodded. Seafood restaurants were everywhere. And Nico Lu found a high-profile Black Pearl restaurant and dragged Ji inside. I was worried about the need for a reservation, but it turned out that Akin seemed to have an impression of the restaurant, and went to the front desk to present some kind of information, and the waiter arranged for them to be seated. Mom used to run around the country and love food. Basically all the local Black Pearls were patronized by her and had membership cards. I happen to remember this one, Ji explained. It turned out to be this. Nico nodded and took the menu and read it absently. Wow, even. Is this the joy of being rich? www. I want to feel the Black Pearl restaurant too. I want to experience looking at the menu without looking at the price. Woo. So next, the life variety show is going to turn into a live food show, right? I'm going to go put my bubbly on right now. Am I the only one who noticed that, mister? I kept looking at Madam. When Madam walks in front, he looks behind her, and when Madam lowers her head to order, he still looks. The food broadcast didn't go on air after all. For the sake of the privacy of all the guests, when they entered the restaurant, the camera Big Brother only photographed the people and not the environment. But there were still a lot of Sherlock Holmes dugout where they were based on some details. Only a few shots of the meal were taken for use in the video that was cut out later. And then the camera brother got off work. Not having to face the camera, Natalie Lu relaxed. Even her tone was much lighter. You also see what you want to eat. While the duo's side is having a lavish seafood dinner, the other guests have their own arrangements. Daishichi and Kabo went to the biggest amusement park in the area for a morning of madness before getting things ready in the afternoon. Bai Yen and Lu Wanjin, on the other hand, went to visit the movie base together. Uncle Wei and his wife drove around the coastal highway. So, only the little land beauty is doing serious shopping. Haha. Actually, a lot of things the spa hotel will prepare. Harm, nothing to do chanting. People like them should be more elaborate. All the things with their usual, not bad money and time, shopping and then buy a set of how normal. That is, don't they really go around to the local specialty spots? There's a lot of fun to be had in M City. Chapter 35, Sleeping with Nico Lu. Natalie Lu was in the habit of taking lunch breaks, and after eating, her spirits withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. Sleepy? Ikian looked at the little girl, whose long eyelashes drooped as she rested her hands on her cheeks, and said, looking for a place to rest before the afternoon's activities? Natalie Lu yawned and nodded. Even though it's fall, the sun can be fierce at 1 or 2 o'clock. So find a place to sleep through the hottest part of the day and get out and about when it's cooler. The director's team had already set up their equipment at the spa hotel, and in addition to the follow-up shots, the rest of the crew was in place at the hotel ahead of time, ready for the guests to stay for the night. Going to the spa hotel? Natalie Lu asked him. Go to the Hinton Hotel. Zitting was a luxury hotel chain under Chi's umbrella, and it was found in every city in the country, and M City was naturally no exception. He had just sent a message to Secretary Chen that the hotel side was ready. The spa hotel is quite a long trip up the mountain, and the hiding in M City happens to be right next to World Trade City, making transportation very convenient. Natalie Lu didn't have much of a problem with that, and drifted off to sleep when she got in the car, so she got to the place in less than 10 minutes, and was awake when the car pulled up. So sleepy. Akin looked at her with unblinking eyes and Natalie Lu smiled a little embarrassed. The little girl's long eyelashes drooped listlessly when she was sleepy, and those moist, lovely almond eyes were held back, making them look even more harmless. Ji-in got out of the car first and walked ahead, naturally holding Natalie Lu's wrist. Holding hands is still too intimate for them. Natalie Lu felt the heat on her wrist and hesitated for a second, but she didn't resist and obediently followed. The receptionist had obviously received the news early on. The boss had an outstanding temperament, and the boss's wife and groom were so beautiful that she recognized them at once. Mr. She, Madam, this is your room card. The special elevator is over there, on the 17th floor. Thanks, Natalie Lu said sweetly. The receptionist froze for a moment at the sweetness of the smile, and when she looked back again the two had already left. It also seems to hold hands? Holding hands. It looked like it was still Mr. She who took the initiative to hold the family. OMO. She snapped a picture of the two men's backs and sent it to the small group at work. Mr. and Mrs. G came to our hotel, hand in hand. Go to work and blow out a bunch of feelers. Is Mr. G handsome? Is he so handsome that he can't keep his legs together? Handsome is quite handsome. Just look at the face is very cold, a little fierce, or the lady looks good. She smiles, all of a sudden sweet to this heart of mine. Bah, if I were cold-faced Mr. She, I wouldn't be able to handle a beauty smile. Madam is so good looking. I can already imagine how sweet she is when she smiles so. I hate it so much. Why am I not on duty today? Don't think about it, it's already up there. I see that the two of them have stopped broadcasting.
They should have gone on a lunch break, and I guess they'll only be on in the evening.
The two who had already gone upstairs didn't know they were being filmed. Ik-yin's work computer had been placed in the room ahead of time.
Natalie Lu glanced at Mr. Xiao Qi, who seemed to be continuing to work overtime, and said, "Aren't you going to take a nap?"
The habit of taking lunch breaks had been picked up in high school, and she actually remembered Ik-yin spending a lot of time sleeping on his desk.
"There's a meeting, so go to sleep. Good boy. It's not easy to be a boss." Nico Lu sighed in her heart.
It's true that all those TV dramas where the presidential male lead has nothing to do but eat,
drink and have fun with his wife every day are all fake.
True bosses only have endless meetings and papers to sign every day.
Chapter 36, Who the hell is Lu Wanjin? The 17th floor is all reserved for the presidential suite.
In addition to the large bedroom for sleeping,
there is a small study and kitchenette, etc.
Shi-in has already turned on the computer to deal with emails. Nico poured him a cup of hot water and put it on the table, and yawned and went to the bedroom to rest.
Her usual nap is only half an hour is enough.
Sleeping for a long time will be dizzy and do not know the southeast and northwest.
So when she came out, Ik-yin just finished processing 2 lists.
So soon? He was surprised. It's plenty of time to get some more sleep.
The program's requested rendezvous time is 6 p.m. It's just after 1 p.m. Not sleeping.
Natalie shook her head, saw the half-drunk water he already had in his hand, then got a glass from the sterilizer and poured herself one as well. Boss Chi was busy working, so Nico Lu fumbled with her phone and looked at the Let's Fall in Love official website. Only Lu Wanjin and Bayan's group was still open for live broadcasting. The other groups had probably gone on a break, since all the other people's live rooms were closed.
Everyone swarmed into the one that was still open,
and Nico Lu was no exception. Lu Wanjin and Bayan look like they're also resting in some hotel,
and she's the only one in the shot, chatting with a fan. She was asked why. As an Australian,
she came up with a name that was quite national.
Lu Wanjin glanced at the question and said, "I was in our country when I was a child, and then I followed my parents to immigrate to Australia because of some family matters." Family. My intuition tells me Lu Wanjin's identity isn't simple.
She's not the young princess of some family in the country, is she?
I've already brainstormed a secret history of the mansion and am curious as to what compelled you to emigrate. Am I the only one who noticed that Lu Wanjin and Nico have similar names? Come on, look at the comparison yourself.
It's obvious that our Wanjin's name has more connotation.
Look at that what's her name Lu Nico. It's the same as a nickname.
Though but, upstairs, have you ever heard of The Peach is Young?
Nico means lush and thriving,
and it's also one that people's families have taken seriously, and it has a very good meaning. But apparently there were a bit more fans of Lu Wanjin here, and once they heard that, they weren't happy about it.
I don't care, her that forcefully put together the name, but also all surnamed Lu. Name copied, right? Wanjin sounds good. Wanjin is good.
Wanjin, don't pay attention to these black people.
We will always support you. Innocent passerby called black, turned black. Regarding the name issue,
Natalie Lu also saw the pop-up words, and when you think about it, it seems to connect to some kind of coincidence.
Lu Wanjin's surname is Lu,
and he looks 1 or 2 points similar to himself, and he has immigrated to Australia since he was a child and is still a year younger than himself.
She's not Uncle Sam's daughter, is she?
The more Natalie Lu thought about it, the more likely it was, and she couldn't help but send a WeChat to Kong Chang.
Ching, do you know the names of all the children in my third uncle's family?
The Kong family had also developed in Cloud City for a long time in the past, and at that time, the third house of the Lu family had not yet fallen apart, so maybe the old man of the Kong Ching family knew something. The person on the other end shouldn't be busy at the moment, and the message he just sent was answered almost in seconds.
Yo,
I thought you guys couldn't play with cell phones on your show, and hasn't your family's third house emigrated for a long time?
So why did you suddenly think to ask about this? Natalie Lu didn't know what to say about her inexplicably hostile intuition, so Kong Ching didn't ask any more questions and quickly sent the next one. I'm not sure.
It's been too long since they moved out.
I'll ask my old man for you. By the way, why don't you come to my house for dinner sometime? After you came to the capital, my mom has been talking about you a lot. Good, thanks Ching.
Then tell my godmother that I'll go back in a couple days when I don't have a recording assignment. Kong Chung had a hard time being idle and asked,
"Do you have a camera around? Let's video chat." The camera isn't there, but there's a man.
Natalie Lu hesitated slightly, but finally went out onto the balcony and closed the door to pop a video to Kong Cheng.
Ji-in was busy in his study. The soundproofing of the balcony was not bad. He shouldn't disturb him, right? Kong Cheng quickly picked up. She had a long,
thin lady's cigarette in her mouth, which she immediately clamped onto her fingertips after seeing Natalie Lu, and greeted her warmly.
"Natalie, are you in the office, sis?"
Natalie Lu smiled sweetly and softly as soon as she saw her, her almond eyes curving into a lovely crescent moon.
"Busy? Have you been drinking water?" "Aha, not busy. Drink up." Kong Chang took a drag.
A large mouthful of mint flavor refreshed her mind.
She pressed the cigarette out and relaxed, leaning backward in her boss chair. Aren't you recording a show? Lunch break, well this time is free arrangement. I'm resting in the hotel. Anik-een. You two together?
Kong Ching's beautiful eyes were about to hang up the phone.
Excuse me. Hey, wait. Natalie Lu said helplessly. He's busy in the study. I just woke up and split up. Ching is really,
obviously know that she and Ji-een do not have a relationship basis well.
Kong Ching read her sultry eyes, laughed, harm, we are all adults, legal couples that what, is not very normal. You know me. Natalie Lu glared at her, her gaze soft and unintimidating. Kong Ching stopped teasing her, still a bit puzzled in his heart.
It's normal for Natalie not to be forthcoming.
Did Akin not mention it either? The two of them live together every day and actually don't have any physical needs to solve? By the way, I watched a little bit of your program. That Lu Wanjin hissed. Are you suspecting that she is from your third uncle's family? Kong Ching obviously knew her well enough to instantly see Natalie Lu's suspicions. Natalie Lu nodded. The woman from Australia with the surname Lu looks a bit like you. I'll turn around and ask the old man what she's doing all of a sudden back in her country when she's an international superstar? Probably wants to develop domestically. Natalie Lu absent-mindedly said. Doesn't their company have a cooperative business with Yan's company? Also, Nico, what do you know about your Uncle Sam's family? Natalie Lu shook her head. I don't know. How old was I when Uncle Sam's family emigrated?
It seems like they immigrated after a car accident.
Is there any connection between the two?
She remembered the 3 uncles and 3 aunts are very smart,
bold and daring,
will take snacks and toys to tease her. The first set of embroidery toolboxes the 3 aunts carefully selected to give her.
The rest of is too strange. She didn't know the reason why third uncle's family had emigrated.
And if Lu Wanjin was really a cousin,
then where did this hidden hostility come from? Do such naturally repulsive magnetic fields really exist when the two don't deal with each other the first time they see each other after decades?
There seemed to be a lot of questions creeping to the surface, and Natalie Lu was netted in a complicated past,
unable to feel or see. Chapter 37, Hot Springs with Nico Lu. Come on, don't you worry about that. I'll look into it for you.
The two chatted about something else for a couple more minutes,
then hung up. Natalie Lu didn't go back immediately.
Holding her cell phone on the balcony and thinking about Lu Wanjin and Uncle Sam's family, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Ji-een met those frightened almond eyes and smiled.
What are you doing on the balcony for so long? How sunny. Natalie Lu followed him out. Nothing. Chatted with Kong Chang for a while. Are you done? Pretty much. You can leave the rest to Chin Chi. So you want to go rest for a while? It was just after 2. Plenty of time. Chin from last night to now. No matter in the car or the hotel.
Basically caught the time to busy work. Nico Lu looked at his indifferent and emotionless eyes.
Think he has worked to wear out the enthusiasm for life. After all, eat and sleep have no time.
Every day stuck in a variety of documents. As the G family heir, in addition to his current hands under this company's things,
the main family things sometimes also need him to busy.
Boss Chi was really quite difficult, and Nico Lu's heart ached for him.
Ji-een hummed and said, whenever you want to go out, wake me up half an hour in advance. I can do it myself.
Natalie Lu felt that it wasn't easy for him to rest for a while and said, why don't you stay at the hotel? I'll come back for you after shopping and we'll go to the hot spring resort together.
Heartbroken?
The man hooked his lips pleasantly.
Half an hour is enough. When I was busier before, I only slept 3 or 4 hours in a whole day. Hand over all the work at hand today,
and take a break from recording the variety show for a while.
He insisted on accompanying himself, so Nico Lu could only nod and urge him to hurry up and get some rest.
She made a list of things to buy, and all of the household items were doubled up.
Double ah. She hadn't felt it before when Ji-een didn't come home, but since last night,
the two of them had become spending more time together,
and that's when she got a real sense of being married.
She squeezed another person forcefully into her side, and she's going to take her time accepting this person's body, soul, and perhaps the rest of her life.
With him, the whole rest of my life ah.
She turned her head and saw the rest of her life lying where she had just slept. The man's eyes not as aggressive when they were closed.
Like a sleeping sky god. Oh, it's on. It's on. Free time is really long ah.
Khaki color, you guys are really the least businesslike pair I've ever seen.
Say, what did you go off live for so long? Really, as soon as we got off the bus, we all went negative.
And only Lu Superstar's booth stayed on. Too bad there's not much sugar in this pair.
You guys are real honest.
There's no natural sugar.
Industrial saccharin isn't even produced. You guys just acted out. That's fine. At 7:30 p.m. Let's fall in love. The major live broadcasts open on time.
The hot spring park in the mountains has a beautiful and quiet environment.
Fresh air, water features, spring pools, walking paths, pavilions, etc. And the mood is brightened up when you are in it. It's outdoor pool, built according to the shape of the mountain, pavilions and pavilions, ancient color, comfortable lying in the pool. Into the eyes is the green mountain scenery, so cozy. Pairs of guests got out of their cars and greeted each other familiarly. Dai Shichi cheered. It's awesome. I haven't played in the water for ages. Uncle Wei also nodded, his eyes showing approval. This place is well chosen. The last time I soaked in a hot spring was 2 years ago. Nowadays, people's work is busy. Most of the time is home and the Unit 2.1 line.
A long time do not know how long it has not been a good relaxation. M City is a famous hot spring town in China.
And since ancient times, there are many benefits of soaking in the soup.
And playing in the water and interacting with each other can also enhance the relationship between the guests.
So the program group's arrangement of the activities really makes everyone satisfied. Punch punch punch. Capo led the way in with his suitcase,
and the cheongsam-clad waitresses smiled as they greeted the guests who had traveled from afar. It warmed up immediately upon entering the gate. The chill of the late fall night was dispelled,
and a not-so-unpleasant smell of sulfur filled everyone's nostrils. Natalie Lu had never been to a hot spring before,
and when she heard that the northern bathhouses had all sorts of scrubbing services, she had long been eager to try it out, and as soon as she walked in the door, she quietly asked Auntie Chen if there was any such service at the resort.
Auntie Chen laughed. Yes, after rubbing people will really loosen up a great deal. I'm going to experience it later. Ahahaha what? Natalie Lu, you want to go scrubbing? Laxatives, Southerners.
The first time to the northern bathhouse rubbing almost by the ant rubbed off half of the life.
But after the end of the matter feel that the whole person is 5 pounds lighter.
Ha, how much old dirt are you saving upstairs? The North tells you that scrubbing is really cool.
Nico, experience it. It's not a bad idea to get in.
The director's team had their machine set up in a large soup kitchen.
Live for 2 hours. Shoot some more footage and call it a day. Natalie Lu did what she said she would do, and as soon as the others entered,
they changed and headed straight for the soup kitchen. She was in no hurry and took a slow turn,
ready to get a feel for the dry rub service first.
I'll come later. The little girl's eyes lit up as she offered.
Well, why don't you have a dry rub service too? You go. Chief Poole declined her offer, and thought better of it, but warned, it might hurt a little. Natalie Lu,
preoccupied with the novelty of the experience to come, waved her hand and said,
it's fine. Half an hour later, she came out with a vegetable face.
She saw Akian leaning against the far side of the large soup kitchen by himself with his eyes closed. He looked alone and out of place as everyone was playing with the ball.
As if by sense,
Ji-in raised his eyes and saw the girl who had just walked out of the locker room.
The female guests' swimsuits were sexy and open, showing off their bodies however they could,
while the younger girls' one-piece dresses were designed to be more conservative. The waist was so thin that he could hold it with one hand. A large expanse of milky white skin was exposed, and the calf lines were slim and beautiful,
better looking than many actresses who spent a lot of money on maintenance.
She was walking towards herself with a balled-up head and red eyes.
It hurts too much. Kikeen. Natalie Lu grunted in aggravation.
She sat on the bank and put a small foot in to wiggle around and test the temperature of the water, which was so foggy that she couldn't see the person in the center of the pool, only the man in front of her. His long, thick, upturned eyelashes were wet, and he just closed his eyes like a lion in the rain.
Look, there was no one around,
so Natalie Lu turned to show him her back, the delicate milky skin covered with large red marks.
There is a beauty in being abused. The man's eyes suddenly became dark,
his throat rolled, and his large, broad palm caressed the girl's back. The warmth of his palm burned almost from his back to Natalie Lu's heart.
Chapter 38, accompanying Natalie Lu in a strange way.
In his ears was the little girl's sobbing accusation.
Ji-in looked at the smooth and delicate back like a demon.
The spine under his hands seemed to be trembling slightly. She was like a cat shivering under his hands.
She didn't dare to move a bit.
It's pathetic. Half-heartedly, and a little lugubriously, he withdrew his hand and his gaze.
Did it hurt?
His hand had just been taken out of the soup kitchen and was also dipped in hot water, and Natalie Lu reacted to the fact that he was helping herself to test her senses, and felt guilty for a split second for what she had just thought. The man reached out suddenly, startling her and making her shake. Such a place had never been touched by the opposite sex before, or this kind of intimate contact. Nicole Lu had just been uncomfortable for a long time. It turned out that people were helping themselves to test the temperature of the water, but she was the one who thought of the gentleman in a small way. She felt it for a moment and shook her head.
It doesn't hurt.
Being just dominated by the scrub ant was the most painful.
Natalie Lu laughed in and cried out.
Before he finished rubbing one arm, Natalie Lu's eyes were red from the pain. At times like this the little girl was stubborn, tears turning in her eyes for half a day, just refusing to fall down. Her body tensed up, tossing and turning to be kneaded. But after rubbing it actually does not hurt. Hot water, a splash of cool. I guess after a while on the back of the red marks slowly disappeared.
Natalie Lu tested the temperature and went down the steps a little into the water. This feels a bit like a TV show where ancient concubines take a bath, ahaha. The yellowish hot spring water didn't go past her calves, waist and stomach. The swimsuit that had absorbed the water clung tightly to the young girl's body, and her delicate and exquisite lines were hidden by the hot spring water. The screams of the various fans in the broadcast room were already going through the sky, and the heat throughout the show was at an all-time high. Ah, Lu superstar kill me. Bai yin hubby paste paste. Kabo hubby paste paste. Help. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching TV. Nosebleed flow flow. Lu Wanjin, this body is also too top. Dare to wear, dare to show. If I had a body like that, I'd leave the door open in the shower. Lu Wanjin changed a set of red sexy bikini. A large area of white skin is exposed. The front and back is not enchanting. Once out of the scene to catch the eyes of all the people, the live room is all occupied by her fans. Natalie Lu stared enviously at the others for a while before she saw another tender yellow figure. Dai Shichi was splashing around with Kabo, her hair tied up in two little pulls that drooped listlessly when wet. Teach me to swim, ah Capo. Dai Shiki gushed. Here, ha, you can't drink too much hot spring water. Go, I'm not going to drink it. You don't trust my skills that much? Ha 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 ha, the famous dry duck Dai Shichi. Bobo teaches Kiki. I want to see hot guys and girls posting in the water. Ha 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 ha, Dai Shiki, can you swim or not? Do you have no idea in your own heart? But then again, where are our Mr. and Mrs. Ikari? Apparently there are also a lot of people who are concerned about Natalie Lu's plastic couple and have been asking inside the pop-ups. The crew cooperated by turning the camera to the poolside. Uncle Wei and Aunt Chen were both playing in the center of the pool, and these two leaned moderately over the edge, taking it easy like seniors. When the camera came over, Natalie Lu was taking a red and a blue towel out of her bag and leaning over to put the steaming blue towel on the person's face. The misbehaving Koike always obediently leaned over the edge of the pool and didn't move a muscle, allowing the girl to do her bidding on her face. Natalie Lu put a compress on Chi-in and wet her own powdered towel, and the moment she got it on her face, she let out a sigh of relief at the pleasure. In the live room, the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud at the couple's strange behavior. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lu beauty, what are you doing? Mr. Chi's wind review is being jeopardized. Ha 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 ha, I like this when I soak in the soup, especially in the fall and winter. It's so cold at night. My body is in the hot water and my face is even colder. So this can be so comfortable, okay? Like +1, totally understand the odd behavior. Ikin, you look like a big man. Holy, am I the only one who thinks Mr. Ikari has the top-notch body among the boys? This is not unreasonable. Xiao Lu beauty is bent on soaking. In addition to their husband's face exposed outside, other places froze, not dare to see more at all. Although the man has been retired from the military for 2 years, but has not been negligent in exercise, full and robust pectoral muscles, beautiful and not exaggerated, was hidden by the water. Waist and abdomen can be seen clearly narrow down the line. Madam looks so small in front of Mr. G. Yes, Mr. G is really thin in clothes and meat in clothes. The two of them standing together hadn't felt it yet, and only after wearing a little less did they realize that Nico is so thin. Wife, eat more food, ah. You are too thin. Ikin also felt that Natalie Lu was too thin and small to feel full in her arms. Why don't we just transfer Ben back when we get back? He's too busy to cook at home every day. And it's another way for Natalie Lu to be in the kitchen all day by herself. Her hands were used to paint and embroider the most beautiful and magnificent mountains and rivers on the embroidery cloth. Once in a while was fine, but if he used it every day to wash his hands and make soup, he couldn't afford to do it and wouldn't let her. Feed Natalie Lu a little fatter, like when we first met as children, round as a pink cotton ball. Natalie Lu, unaware of a group of people trying to feed herself fat, was enjoying the warmth of the soup kitchen with her eyes closed. Caught off guard, the towel dropped and Dai Shichi looked at herself with a smile. Inviting. Natalie Lu, come play in the pool center. We're preparing for a swim meet. Do you two want to join? I don't know how to swim, hey. Nico Lu thought for a moment, but I can yell cheer for you guys. Pool hidden most likely will not swim, but go to the center of the pool to join in. The fun is also quite interesting. Going or not? She poked the man's sturdy arm. Hard. Aha. Natalie Lu didn't get her hopes up, but who knew he'd actually agree and head into the water to go over. You're from the water country and you actually don't know how to swim? Dai Shichi had just learned to swim and paddled less skillfully. Cloud City is in Jiangnan, but it's not really a water town. The next door South City is the water town. It's by the sea, and there are many rivers inside the city. There are bridges and boats everywhere. Natalie Lu was a bit homesick. I've only just learned how to swim too. I'll compete with Aunt Chen Wanjin and the others in a while. Dai Shichi clenched her small fists, her fighting spirit high. Good. There was actually no special arrangement for tonight's event, but since the guests brought it up on their own, the director's team, who had the material to gather, were naturally happy. All the machines are headed for the center and the lifeguards are ready to go. Chapter 39. Then see more of me. The water in the center of the pool was slightly deeper, and Nico Lu, as a cheerleader who didn't know how to use the water, floated in the middle as the atmosphere group holding a little yellow duck swimming ring. First up was the boys division. Koike was always a professional who was banned from competing, so he stood with Natalie Lu as a referee. The race between the old and strong Uncle Wei, the movie star who works out all the time and the newest swimmer, Keipo, has officially begun. At the sound of a whistle, Bai Yen, like a flexible fish, entered the water and quickly swam out. Uncle Wei was also seated when he was younger, and followed him steadily, always ready to bend the rules. Keipo was surprised for a split second, then followed unwillingly, cursing inwardly, asterisk, said it would only be a little bit. I can already see the anger and dismay on Bobo's face, hoping that when they were just being humble there, only Keipo was telling the truth. You guys look at Daishichi's expression. She looks like she's disgusted. Daishichi, you're the one who said the most mean things just now. Capo, you chucklehead. There is no clear track in the hot springs pool, all just pulled out. Bai Yen took the lead, drummed up all the energy from beginning to end is the first. Cabo because a few seconds behind, but after the reaction also swim fast, after all, is a young man, and soon overtook Uncle Wei. Natalie Lu held the little yellow duck without blinking her eyes. Bai Yen was very good looking when he swam, even without the added beauty of that recognized modeling face. The man's beautiful body was as flexible as a mermaid's when he entered the water, smooth and silky. It's an aesthetic show worth enjoying. Nico, wipe your mouth. Your husband is still around. The child has looked foolish. Natalie baby with a little yellow duck on her head is really cute and adorable. Sister boo hoo 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 hoo. Madam is looking at someone else. Mr. Icky is looking at Madam. I see jealousy in Mr. Ikari's eyes. Deer hide. White stag. The pool of more than 100 meters quickly came to a head, and the final result was Bai Yen in first, Cabo in second, and Uncle Wei in third. No matter who won, Natalie Lu blew a rolled whistle in her mouth in encouragement. When it came time for the post-race pep talk, the girls group came forward. Daishichi rushed over with a dragon's tail and hung onto Keipo's back, naturally giving him a kiss on the side of his face. You're so great. You're in the top 3. Lu Wanjin proudly passed in front of Ji-in and went over to high-five Bai Yen, lifting her chin and saying, it's just at the same level as me. Getting closer, Natalie Lu could almost smell the scent she had deliberately left on her body. Can't help but wonder. So what fragrance lasted so long in a pool full of sulfur? Aha! Did I read that right? So Lu Wanjin came over to show off her figure on purpose? She glanced at Mr. and Mrs. G when she passed, and these two eyes, how to say it, TSK, very deep meaning ah. Dinner CP is really career strong, although not as mushy as a couple, but teaming up to be the strongest is also good to get high, isn't it? Lu Superstar lifted his chin so arrogantly. Am I the only one who noticed that Mr. Icky is not looking away, but the lady is the one who is not looking away? Too funny. Ikian reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Come back to your senses. Natalie Lu turned her head, her eyes clear and innocent. Do they look good? The man's voice was low and seemed to carry a bit of imperceptible displeasure. Natalie Lu subconsciously nodded. The man suddenly approached. His cello-like voice cleansed and seemed to carry a kind of intentional compulsion. Am I as good looking as I am? Natalie Lu stared at him blankly. Just from the good looks alone, without any emotion, Ik-een is indeed the best looking one. She shook her head like a fool. Ji-een looked at the little girl whose eyes were all about herself. The party's displeasure dispersed cleanly, and said with a low smile, then look at me more often. Can someone tell me what they're whispering so close? The little land beauty's face is red with curiosity +1. No way. I couldn't get a tone in the first place and you guys are doing this. Why are you so secretive? Are you treating us like outsiders? Someone who can lip read. What did Ik-een just say? It turned out that a big brother who knew lips had actually come out to translate. The first sentence is, am I as good looking as I am? The second sentence is, then see more of me. It's solid. These two are secretly sugarcoating and not letting us know. No wonder Xiaolu Mei Ren's face is so red. Ik-een, hello dog. Is it fun to molest your wife? Real couples really are the best to get high. Favorite couple is Deer Hide and Riviera. Perhaps it was because they had been in contact for a day and a night. The two of them had become slightly more familiar with each other, and Natalie Lu was mortified by his words, glaring at him with watery eyes, silently holding the duckling a little farther away from this immodest man. There is no such shameless. While the two of them were talking, the competition for the girls group over there also started. Natalie Lu perked up and squeezed the duckling on her head, making a comical quack dash. Ready, start. The whistle blew. Lu Wanjin was as good as her word, and rushed out with a momentum that looked professional as hell. There were two left, Dai Shichi, who had just learned how to swim, and Ant Shin, who was heavily involved. An unquestioned first place. Wanjin is awesome. I knew you were the strongest. We Wanjin are the best. Unlike some people who don't even dare to participate. That's right, it's still our Wanjin. What's that Natalie Lu? She's just like a stupid white sweetie all day long. Silly Natalie Lu was trying to learn to doggy paddle by following Dai Shichi's position. I've heard that one of the first easy swim strokes for beginners to learn is the dog paddle. Dai Shichi learned to swim for a while. Her own very skillful dog paddle did not correct a nervousness before learning all forgotten, and began to dog paddle. Behind Lu Wanjin a big cut, ahead of Aunt Chen a small cut. Natalie Lu followed with great interest, paddling each arm and leg. Ha 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 Nico Lu, you learn the first place swim stroke. Ah, good, don't learn bad. Too funny, right? Ha 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 ha. I'd be really amused. Dai Shichi, are you a comedian? Why are you bringing down our little Lu beauty? Ha 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 ha. But there's one thing to be said for the first one. I learned to doggy paddle as well. And that position is the perfect example of how to float even if you're stomping around. Ikin, you teach your wife. Look at what she's doing. Chapter 40, Never teach Nico to swim again. Natalie Lu whimpered and dog paddled for a while, and then looked at the distance she had swum with satisfaction, thinking that she was not bad at all. This is not learning quite fast. Not far away. Dai Shichi saw it and laughed embarrassedly. Why are you learning this from me if you're not going to learn a more normal posture from Mr. Chi? She could guess what all the pop-ups on the internet would be. The two threw the chuck in one piece. Time slips away. 2 hours passed. The pool is really big water fog. The machine was wet foggy. So sex swim after a while and then shoot a barbecue material. The second period is almost the same. The director's team retrieved the machine, told the guests they could move about on their own, and headed off to another location. Natalie Lu had no fun swimming by herself for a while, and she remembered how Chi-in had just swum over the edge, fast and beautiful, and couldn't help but envy it. Maybe she was staring at people with too much heat, and Ikian turned around as if he had sensed something. Natalie looked at him with bated breath, hoping he would read his mind. Natalie Lu, do you want me to teach you how to swim? Ji-in understood her meaning in seconds, and Nico Lu nodded, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Only swim for 10 minutes and then go ashore. Everyone went ashore one after another to rest. Natalie Lu was not greedy and assured, whether I learn to learn or not, I will go ashore in 10 minutes. Good. The little girl's warm, soft body came forward and pressed against him, listening to him attentively. Swimming is a matter of practicing your posture. Natalie wanted to throw away her swimming ring, but the water was so deep that she could choke on it if her feet slipped. Before she could hesitate, the little yellow duck gave a pitiful quack and was dropped along with the swimming ring. Trust me, and hold me if you're scared. The man's low voice came from his ear. Natalie Lu nodded. 10 minutes came quickly, and Natalie Lu only felt as if she had just touched a little sensation. And before she had time to speak, Ji-in turned around and walked away as if there were jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards chasing behind her. Natalie Lu stepped on the swimming ring and swam slowly to the shore, puzzled to see the picture of the beautiful man out of the bath. There weren't many people left on the shore, and 2 bath towels were placed side by side, and Ikian hastily took one away to wrap himself up without even waiting for her. Natalie Lu, it's a little weird. Not sure. Look again. In the bathroom, Ikian turned on the bouffant and hot water poured down over his head, then turned to lukewarm. After a while, it turns cool again. The man's eyes were closed as the water snaked down through the top of his hair, the cold water seeming to dispel a little of the dry heat inside. Ji-in furrowed his eyebrows and decided that he would never teach Nico Lu to swim again. He was at his most bloodthirsty age, and no amount of determination could hold a little girl in a close hug. She choked on several mouths of water in the middle. When she looked up, her eyes were red. I don't know whether it was water droplets or teardrops on her eyelashes. And then the back of the unsteady to be embraced. Both arms and legs are wrapped up kind of octopus-like. He knew that there was nothing charming about the little girl's mind, but her body was as soft as her character, and when she looked at herself with red eyes, she always evoked the most primitive abuse in one's heart. Masochism. Lust. It's killing me, not being able to think about it anymore. Ikian slapped his face with cool water and waited for himself to completely calm down before changing his clothes and going out. Natalie Lu had been wiggling her little legs for a long time waiting when Ji-in came out. You're so slow. Nico Lu's stomach rumbled with hunger and she pouted unhappily, but he was out, and the little girl was happy again. Come on. Dai Shichi said she left 2 kebabs for me. I'll share one with you. Ikian smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Go go go. They'll eat it all up in a minute. When the two arrived at the open-air restaurant, everyone had indeed arrived, and the smell of the barbecue wafted out so far that Natalie Lu felt even hungrier. What are you doing? Why did you just come? Dai Shichi smiled and gave her a look, her gaze full of deep meaning. Natalie Lu had been completely captivated by the kebabs in her hand and subconsciously said, I swam for a little longer. I blame Chi-in. He's too slow. Natalie Lu grew up with Mrs. Lu and rarely ate these greasy, fishy and spicy things, and she had a craving for them.
The meat skewers were not as hot and flavorful as when they were first grilled, but they still had a lingering warmth to them, and she picked up one skewer and handed it to Ik-in and one to herself, not forgetting to say sweetly, "Thank you Shiki." "You're welcome." Daishichi had the sweetness of Natalie Lu's crescent moon eyes and said, "There's something else over here. Come on." Natalie Lu took a bite of the large meat skewer in her mouth and followed with gusto. Uncle Wei was honored to be the barbecue chef, and the grill was filled with apricot mushrooms, chicken wings, pork, etc., which were cooked with a lot of noise and oil. "Eat this chicken wing. Uncle Wei's handiwork is excellent." Daishichi grabbed a bunch from the rack and handed it to Natalie Lu, and the two girls sat down near the grill to nibble on the wings. Wei Wei looked at the young people with a smile. Chen Yanli handed him a cup of lemonade. Hard work. It turned out that there was a reason why Auntie Tu didn't let Natalie Lu eat these, and that night, she tossed and turned with a stomachache that prevented her from sleeping, presumably in consideration of the fact that not all guests are the same as the two couples. The hotels in the spa lodge have double and queen beds. The two were no longer familiar, but they were still a couple, and the director's team directly granted them a king-size room. Natalie Lu was thinking that sooner or later, the two of them would have to sleep together, so they would just get used to it slowly. The result was a stiffening of her body as the raging pain traveled from the pit of her stomach. No way. She never gets stomach aches. Natalie Lu gritted her teeth and endured for a while, despairing that it was useless. "What's wrong?" The man's low voice came from beside him, smoothly turning on the bedside lamp. Even though Natalie Lu had moved with extra care, she was still noticed by Ji-in when she sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. "As soon as I turned on the light, I saw the little girl whose eyes were red with aggravation covering her stomach and her body curled up like a shrimp." Stomach ache? Ik-in could tell at once. She had a mixed diet tonight, mostly spicy and hot stuff, and then a cold milk beer. Blame him for not warning. Little girls have weak stomachs. He remembered that this time. Natalie Lu nodded pitifully, and before she could say anything, the man took it upon himself to get up and go pour a cup of hot water over. "Drink some first, I'll get the medicine." As he said that he was about to get out of bed, Nico Lu pulled the man's clothes and said, "It's so late, and it's in the mountains, so don't bother. Be a good boy and wait for me. I'll drive there without bothering anyone else." He lowered his head to talk to Nico Lu. His dark eyes under the light seemed to have a little more tenderness. "Even if you drive yourself down the mountain, it will take half an hour, and it's already 12 o'clock. Natalie Lu didn't want to bother anyone and said in a small voice, "Maybe it won't hurt for a while, so don't go. Go to bed?" Chapter 41 Rubbing Nico Lu's tummy. The little girl's voice was thin and soft, and because she was not feeling well, she sounded pitiful, and she looked at herself with this kind of eyes, and in normal times, Ik-in really could not refuse. "I won't be in pain in a while." "Really?" Natalie Lu held the glass of water and sipped it into her lips one sip at a time, fearing that he wouldn't believe her. She had to add one more assurance that wasn't very convincing. A little bit of hot water went down and things seemed to get a little better. Natalie Lu wasn't able to celebrate for a few seconds before the raging pain hit her, and the little girl's eyes reddened again as her eyebrows furrowed. Ji-in sighed, looking at her stubbornly enduring the pain and refusing to trouble others. He couldn't help but pull the person into his arms. "I'll rub it for you." Natalie Lu lay flat breathlessly, her nightgown surging upward a bit to reveal a lovely belly, a look of being at the mercy of others. Ik-in couldn't help himself, his large hand finding the spot where his stomach was and rubbing it for her in a not-so-gentle manner. The bedside lamp was dim, and a very, very low humming sound came from the little girl's mouth, her thick, curly lashes covering her half-squinted eyes. Natalie Lu felt the big hand on her stomach warm and strong, and she didn't know how long it had been pressing, and it made her so drowsy that she fell back asleep without realizing it. When she was thoroughly asleep, Ji-in withdrew his slightly sore hand and moved his wrist. "After all that tossing and turning, it's already after 1 o'clock, and I have to get up in the morning and have activities at the lodge, so I don't know what time I'll be done." The night was deep, and the man gingerly donned his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and headed down the hill alone. The next morning when she woke up her stomach still hurt a little bit. Natalie Lu felt bitterly for a while, thinking that she should be able to carry it until she went down the mountain with some effort. Ik-in was still awake, except that the man felt it immediately when she sat up, and his open eyes were clear and calm, looking especially awake. "Wake up," he said with a bit of a just woken up rasp in his voice, glancing at Nico Lu's face. "Does your stomach still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." It hadn't hurt as much as it had last night. She looked up and was surprised to see a large bag of stomach pills sitting on the table. "This is..." Ji-in didn't say anything, only said, "I don't know when today's activities will end. If it still hurts, take the medicine. The dosage is written on the box." He didn't say that he had gone down in the middle of the night last night to buy it, and Natalie Lu didn't press the issue, except that there was something more in her eyes, and she said seriously, "Thank you." Ji-in didn't say "you're welcome." as if he didn't feel like responding to every polite thank you from Natalie Lu. After washing up, a glass of just warm enough to drink was placed on the table. The morning breeze in late fall was chilly, and Natalie Lu drank her water and found herself a large white scarf, and Ik-eun had a navy blue one of the same style. The restaurant had to go around the corridor, and Nico Lu, afraid of the cold, wrapped herself tightly in a large scarf, revealing only a pair of watery eyes. She's wearing a camel-colored trench coat and calf boots, and she's a lot less girly and more of a gentle southern girl. Ik-eun came out when Natalie Lu was already fully dressed. The clothes matching were all picked by Natalie Lu, the same coat and scarf as her. The two of them used the same set of scrubs, and when they got close enough they could smell the same scent flavor as each other. The same cool tea scent on Natalie Lu with a little more milky sweetness. Ji-yoon's mood was pleasant, and the cold ice at the bottom of his eyes that hadn't melted in 1,000 years almost melted into a puddle when he looked at a certain little woman. Natalie Lu didn't realize how much of a shock her actions had given Chief Koike, as she walked ahead at a brisk pace, looking out over the evergreen landscaping of the courtyard, which really was a bit of a four-season thing if not for the solidly cold temperatures. Her small hands, which had been warm indoors, had become cold, and she hated to stuff them in her mouth to warm them. Natalie Lu was really afraid of the cold, and when the wind blew, she couldn't wait to retract back into the house. Ik-eun followed quickly, intentionally or unintentionally, blocking the direction the wind was blowing. It doesn't seem as cold. Natalie Lu lifted her eyes again, the bottom of her brilliant eyes filled with broken starlight. The duo had gotten up early, everyone was barely here, and the dining room was empty. Breakfast is in buffet form, and in addition to a variety of regular breakfasts, there is a wide range of Japanese food such as sashimi and sushi, and Western food such as burgers and pizzas. Natalie Lu glanced at the rich breakfast and when she came to sit down in her seat Ji-eun had already brought back a bowl of fish slice congee that was radiating heat. He pushed the bowl in front of Natalie Lu, his gaze gentle. He didn't say anything. Natalie Lu knew what it meant, and obediently took the spoon and dug a bite. He watched her eat before Ik-eun went to get his own breakfast. The live stream had begun, and the duo came in clearly not exchanging a single word, but the pop-ups were rolling in fast. Oh, is it just me? How come it feels like these two seem to be getting a little better together after one night? Nico, why do you still have to be watched for dinner? Ha. Are you so bad? Chief Koike is so sweet, serving breakfast to the lady. Why only give my Nico porridge? Give her good food. Look at how the baby is craving it. Natalie Lu did have a bit of a craving, but the fish congee was delicious, steaming hot and nourishing to the stomach. So by the time Ji-eun came over she had already buried her head and eaten a small portion of it. A vinegar dish was pushed over. A small dish of peeled shrimp meat was full and smooth. Ji-eun looked at her and said softly, "Wait until your stomach is good before you eat something delicious. Behave yourself in these 2 days." Natalie Lu was burned by his gaze and lowered her head to stir the fish and chip congee. Embarrassed. Wow, how did he see it? Ji-eun was a good person. Natalie Lu couldn't eat good food, and he didn't intentionally eat anything too gluttonous in front of her, and drank the same porridge as she did. Only the portion was significantly much larger. What happened last night? Suddenly give Nico a fast? Stomach ache. I think, I old stomach ache people, when offending my mother also every day to give me porridge to drink. So sweet, so spoiled, so high. Who said plastic couple before the show started? It's only the second day. Do your face hurt? Does it hurt? That's it. It's obvious that they are jealous of the couple's good relationship, and they have to make something about the woman not being good enough for the man. They are sick. The Chi family and Lu family are joined in marriage. The parents are willing. Both parties are willing. The netizens are not. Let me just ask, what business is it of yours? Netizens who had previously been disliked jumped in to speak out, and it resonated with many. In the capital, in some dark rented house, a cloaked young woman stared at the screen with hatred, almost biting her mouthful of silver teeth. Why, brother Chi? Li Yanran's eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. Why Natalie Lu? What's so great about her anyway? What makes her worth all this pampering? Chapter 42, watching a movie with Nico Lu. Only after the two had finished breakfast did the others get up and come into the dining room one after another. You guys are early. Daishiki yawned sleepily. Has been 2 consecutive days in the morning to get up. Are these two in the greetings? They seem to be about the same age as their own. Actually do not stay up all night? Daishichi sheepishly touched her face. Well, fortunately, there is no acne. Probably because they all got a late night's rest last night. Everyone woke up yawning this morning, especially Keipo and Baiyen. Daishichi looked at him suspiciously. Were you a thief last night? Why are you so sleepy? Kabo yawned. Because the routine has always been rules. Occasionally stay up all night. Dark circles under the eyes will immediately hang on the face, coupled with his white skin, early in the morning to get up and lazy makeup, so it looks exceptionally poor color. That's right, Bobo, you were a thief last night? Wow. so handsome guys can have dark circles under their eyes.
Is Bobo a vegetarian today? She looks good too. Capo's face is really good. Even if his color is like this, he's still handsome and yuppie. I played games last night, didn't pay attention to the time. Capo was also looking around sheepishly, and was obviously much more arrogant after not seeing the agent. I was busy for half a month in a row before I came here, and it's not easy for me to have time to play games. Dai Shichi, who stayed up late reading novels, expressed understanding. Ha 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 seconds. They both have the exact same weak-hearted expression. It seems that celebrities are usually tightly regulated. They can't play cell phones, they can't play games, and it's hard to take a break, but they're actually still at work. Agent, do you guys think I don't watch live? Ha 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 ha, what a lot of shoots in the front. Natalie went back to bed early last night, only to wake up again in the middle of the night, and a little bit of bed recognition. Did not sleep soundly all night. After breakfast was brought back to the room to take the medicine, and after taking the medicine sleepy again. Today's event was an immersive home theater where 4 couples had to watch a movie in a large room with a dim atmosphere. After taking the medicine, Natalie Lou drifted off to sleep, and the discomfort that was still a little bit there completely dissipated. She couldn't watch any of the movie on the big screen, and several pairs of guests were separated from each other by a distance, so Natalie looked back when she was so sleepy that her consciousness was fuzzy. The simmering duo had fallen asleep side by side on the big bed in the back. Bai Yen is quite spirited, probably because of his work habits. He has been holding a pen and paper to write something, and from time to time he exchanges a few sentences with Lu Wanjin, arousing the curiosity of the pop-up crowd. Good lord, in a room full of people, only Mr. and Mrs. Chi and Uncle Wei are watching the movie properly. Am I the only one wondering what the movie star writes? Taking notes. My brother has this habit of watching every movie. Worthy of being the youngest movie star in the history of China. He's really putting his heart into accomplishing his acting career. That's a really professional work ethic. Khaki color laughed me out of the room. Dai Shichi, you just said Capo. You sleep faster than Capo. Ha 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 ha. Mrs. Iki is asleep too. Was she too tired last night? Upstairs. I'm not right. The 3 of them are really sleepy. Those 2 lying wide awake and Nico Lu curled up next to Mr. Chi. He seems to be shielding the lady from the light. The light cast on the white screen was eerily bright, and the girl, covered with the man's coat, slept heavily beside him, her hands clutching at one sleeve as if in search of a sense of security. The movie was 2 hours long, and Natalie Lu got out of her coat after an hour's sleep. Ikian seemed to sense something and looked down as the girl by his legs came out of the darkness and tilted her head to look at him. She still didn't look very lucid, her normally watery, clear eyes a little foggy and cloudy with a sort of innocent blankness. Ikian froze a bit as he looked into the eyes that seemed to have suddenly become vulnerable, and for some reason, his heart throbbed and ached. It wasn't until he saw her open her mouth to say something that Ikian leaned down. What? I said what time? Hasn't the movie ended yet? Natalie Lu's voice was placed softly, and after a moment's hesitation, she came up and repeated herself. Halfway there. Sleep some more? Watching her yawn a tiny bit more, teardrops seeping from her eyes. The fragile sense of bewilderment from earlier finally dispersed, fast as if it were his fault. Not sleeping. Natalie Lu shook her head and sat up, her coat sliding down her body. Watch a movie for a while. Ikin handed her a cup of warm water and said, Does your stomach still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Now it really didn't hurt. It was still warm inside, and Natalie Lu took her coat to the door and hung it side by side with her own. When he passed by Yen, he glanced at something he had written, as if it was some kind of lens analysis, and Nico Lu quickly averted her eyes. The second half of the movie was also very exciting, and where she couldn't understand, Ikin would tell her information about the first half, and Natalie Lu carefully watched the aftermath. The man's back but is clearly a bit distracted. He could never help but look at the side of the girl next to him and see the light coming back into her eyes. After the lady woke up, Mr. G has been looking at her. His gaze is so deep. Nico said before she went on the show that she and Ikari were in a business marriage and they've been doing their own thing since they got married. So is this the first time they've seen a movie together? Does that count? There's something really atmospheric about leaning in and watching a movie together. And sometimes, I really think that the guy next to me is deeply in love with me. G.E.N.A. You are completely planted in the hands of Nico Lu. Unrequited love can be a bitter thing, especially when the door to the other person's heart is closed. What kind of perseverance does it take to keep going? Ikian doesn't know. He could only do what he could to restrain his restless eagerness and move a little closer. His little girl was short of love. Very, very short, but she wouldn't take love from just anyone, so all he could do was pull her to him by some means and then tell his love with time. The courting lion steps close to the mate he's taken a liking to, careful yet forceful, inviting her to return with him to his carefully furnished love nest. There was ambition in his eyes, there was violence and stupid agitation, and there was irreplaceable tenderness. Ji-in looked at the man and woman who were kissing in the movie. both of them finally breaking the mirror and getting back together. But when would he be able to fill in the gaps and distance between him and Nico Lu? The movie ends, and with a pop, the lights come on. Ji-in was stunned when he saw Natalie Lu's slightly reddened, tearful eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but move closer and offered to hold her cold hand. Chapter 43. Nico is awesome. Natalie Lu froze and subconsciously drew her hand back. She reacted to the fact that Ik-in was trying to comfort himself. His hand was warm and dry and it had felt wonderful for a moment when he had just wrapped her hand around it. The little girl went to look at him a little uneasily, and was relieved when she realized he didn't react. Sorry, Ik-in, however, opened his mouth first without changing his face. Just now, couldn't help. Natalie Lu shook her head. The little bit of sadness in her heart completely washed away by panic. So easily startled? It's fine. The little girl unnaturally pushed her drooping hair behind her ear. It's over. Going out later? Aha. With the cold temperature of that little hand still lingering in his palm, Ji-in lowered his eyes, blocking out the love desire that surged madly in the bottom of his eyes. No one noticed the small movements of the two, and when the lights came on, Daishiki and Keipo woke up as well. The two rubbed their eyes and sat up, stretching comfortably. The sweet viewing is over, and today's task is afterthoughts. The director's team's loudspeaker rang out unexpectedly. Tomorrow is the time for you all to separate and choose your rooms. Today's afterthoughts are about your future residence. Just turn in one for a group, and turn it in by 5 p.m. The director's team will look at the check rate. Daikohana and Keipo, who didn't even glance at it from start to finish. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Sure enough, the director's team never creates something out of nothing. What is the experience of waking up and suddenly having to write an afterthought without saying anything before you watch it? Help! The director's team set up this task. It's like I'm back in my middle school days. Kaki, what a bummer. Did the movie star already know about this mission? He's been writing about his viewing experience. Hey, the difference between a school bully and a school ha. I thought the directing team had forgotten about the room selection, so they were waiting here. On the first day, it seems that Nico Lu's group has the most points, doesn't it? The pop-ups rolled, and Daishiki and Keipo crumpled in unison, scratching their heads and wailing. Help! I'm counting on you, Kago. I've been a bad student since I was a kid. Neither can I. I slept with you. You can do it. I believe in you. We seem to be in the top 3 in points. Your afterthought will definitely give us a good house. 2 down is 2 down. Don't be so confident, and don't bring me along when you're bragging about being awesome. This pair of happy couple pushing and shoving each other humble. The crowd cannot help but laugh. But the director team also emphasized the need to write their own. The check rate is too high to give them down one. Over here, Nico Lu tilted her head in seriously disgust with Ji-in. The director's team said that there are 4 houses in total. A small villa, a sea view room, an apartment and a bed and breakfast, all of which are on the island. I earned 10 points on my first day of doing the mission, and I'm the first place as far as I can see. So as long as today's afterthought is also well written, then we'll be given priority in choosing a room. Nico is awesome. Ik-in didn't mince his words of praise. Xiao Lu blushed. That's the point. It's not like she's taking credit. I'll just write the afterthoughts. Ik-in said. Well, I can do it too. Natalie Lu wasn't quite ready to leave all the work to Ji-in. I'll watch it later. You did all the seriousness on the first day, so I'll do it today. And you didn't sleep well last night, so you can catch up on your sleep later. He had said so Natalie Lu had no choice but to oblige. After watching the movie just at the point of lunch, we all went to the restaurant to eat together in a feverish manner. When we all sit at a table during dinner, it's natural to chat, and it's a love synthesis. And the question of coming and going just can't be separated from when to get married, when to have kids, what traits you appreciate in each other, etc. Let's fall in love. The purpose of this show is to help all the guests find love. There are Daishichi and Kabo, who are in love with each other but not together, Ji-in and Nico, who are in a business marriage with no emotional foundation, by Yen and Lu Wanjin, who are more cooperative for the sake of their careers, and Uncle Wei and Auntie Chen, who are long-time married couples and have no freshness left in them. Everyone enjoys and loves the feeling of being in love, and Let's Fall in Love is all about helping guests get that feeling back. Nico, did you and Xiaoqi meet after you got married? At the girls' table, the atmosphere was cozy and harmonious, very suitable for chatting. As Aunt Chen picked up a chopstick of bok choy and curiously said, "We met in high school." Natalie Lu lowered her eyes. "I didn't think it was possible to get married by mistake after all this time. Little Chi always likes you a lot." Aunt Chen sighed. "Young people are good. Relationships are always more passionate when they are young." The other 3 groups are stars, in front of the camera to set up what persona we all know, business or sincere, true and false who cannot say. Only this couple is really here to cultivate a relationship. Daishichi smiled proactively. "Mr. Ikari spends most of his time looking at you quietly." Natalie Lu blushed and embarrassed. Her little face quietly reddened to the roots of her ears, and she didn't know what to say. At that moment, an unholy snort interjected itself. A question everyone is curious about. What's it like to be the wife of a wealthy family? Is it true that you have nothing to do at home every day? Or else you take the money your husband gives you to go out shopping and please your in-laws? Even though it was already in a suppressed tone, you could still hear the obvious vitriol. Lu Wanjin's words, both explicitly and implicitly, were saying that Natalie Lu had been raised in the Chi family villa as a useless canary, and now in this new era, independent women who are good at their jobs are truly respected. Natalie Lu heard the malice in her tone. Since she had married into the Iki family, there had been more and more of this kind of similar malice, and she had been able to deal with it in a normal way. Natalie Lu glanced at Lu Wanjin and said, half and half. It's true that you don't have to go out to work when you have nothing to do at home, and it's also true that you go out shopping once in a while, but the money is spent and earned by myself, and I don't have to deliberately curry favor with my in-laws, and I occasionally go out shopping. Most of the time they work at home. On the pop-up screen, many of Lu Wanjin's fans followed the words of their own rightful owner. So Natalie Lu is one of those? A vase without even the most basic dignity? Still, our Wanjin is great and has been financially independent for a long time and doesn't have to reach out for money. Most of the wives of the rich and powerful are like this, aren't they? They look glamorous, but they're actually all humble as hell. Lu Wanjin, your fans on the girl's malice is very big. Oh, may men hate women also hate the rich, really is the powder with the steam. Hostile, slipping away. It's obviously Nico Lu herself who is incapable. Chapter 44 Again. You're too good. Most of my work is done at home, so I don't get out much, Natalie Lu said. What kind of work can you do at home? Natalie Lu, will you stop talking tough? Are you okay upstairs? This is the age when more work can be done at home. No. There can't be anyone who doesn't know that Natalie Lu is a non-heritage cultural heir, right? When did this happen? I'm local to Cloud City, the same place as Nico's mother's family, and the Lu family's old lady, Su Min-en, was the founder of Su's embroidery workshop, which I've heard was passed down to Nico a long time ago. Can someone please enlighten us on what Su's embroidery is? Su's embroidery workshop, it's very famous. There are branches in 3 of the most powerful cities in the country. It's full of all kinds of Suzhou embroidery craftsmanship haute couture. From the smallest handkerchiefs and scented handbags to the largest clothes and screens, Su's will be able to provide you with the best embroiderers. I'm from Beijing, and I feel that the Beijing branch is really only affordable to the rich, and every time I only dare to look at the door, I don't dare to go in. So actually, even if our little Mr. Lu doesn't do anything, he can collect money by lying at home every day? Damn. Envy. Where's the one who just called Nico a vase? Come out and get scolded. Che, I just don't believe it. Blow it. The pop-up quarrels were red hot. Lu Wanjin against Natalie Lu's always flat and soft tone. In contrast, it seemed as if she was extraordinarily mean. If she said anything more excessive, Natalie Lu didn't seem to care, and this feeling of hitting a fist on cotton was not pleasant. There was nothing she could do if her opponent didn't pick up the slack. Don't fail to make an impact on Nico Lu in the end, but instead corrupt your own roadkill. Weighing the two sides, Lu Wanjin closed her mouth. By the way, Nico, so have you and Mr. Shaoqi ever considered when to have children? With the person who took the initiative to pick a fight gone, Auntie Chen hastened to talk about other topics. In a few years, this question is not easy to answer. She and Ji now have no emotional foundation, not to mention, all day and each busy each other. How can have time to think about children? Well, I don't want kids after that. Dai Shichi, who was listening to the hilarity next to her, said smoothly, why don't you wanna? How happy to have children. Aunt Chen was surprised. She and her husband could not have children until now because of health reasons, and not having children has always been a regret. It's too much of a hassle, and I'm usually so busy I don't want my kids to look like me when I was a kid. Natalie Lu thought for a moment about having children in the future and deeply agreed with Shiki Dai. It's cumbersome and noisy, and most of all, it hurts too much to give birth. She doesn't want to be born. None of the 3 young girls seemed the least bit interested in children, and Auntie Chen was deeply perplexed. Is she out of step with the times? Forget about that. It's still early. Dai Shichi scrunched up her face. The problem now is, how to write afterthoughts. Didn't you ask Capo to write it? Natalie Lu had heard the whole process of the duo's humbling, and in the end, it was Capo who couldn't resist Dai Shichi's softballing and reluctantly took on the task. Then we can't all rely on him. I definitely have to help out. Today is just a blunder. Never thought that the directors group would pull such a trick to shade us. The more Dai Shichi thought about it, the more annoyed she got. She had to hurry up and go find Capo to finish the mission. Capo, who hadn't finished his meal, was pulled away from the table. Crowd, you two just worry. Big point deduction for the scum group. Kiki was still being kind and didn't really leave it all to Capo to write alone. Laughing my ass off, On that topic just now, I actually don't want to have kids. Me too. Everyone left one after another after dinner, and Nico Lu didn't stay long, wrapping up her big scarf and getting up to find Jean. The man was on the phone outside. Natalie vaguely heard the words Huenli family in his mouth, and felt that it was better for her to keep her nose out of society's affairs, so she turned around and left. The table where the boys and girls had just been sitting was next door, and she could hear almost everything that was being said, and she wasn't sure if Akin had heard them or not. She just remembered that question that every couple had to think about after marriage, and still didn't quite want to face it head on, nor did he want to discuss it with Ikian. It's too early for them. It took a bit longer for Ji-in to make this call, and by the end of it, Nico Lu was the only one left still hovering in front of the restaurant. The midday sun was still warm, and the girl basked in it, her eyelashes casting a small shadow over her face, and every strand of her hair seemed to glow. Seeing himself go by, his eyes, which had been bored, brightened all at once. She came toward herself. Everyone's gone. Let's get back to writing too, Natalie Lu said. Good. The girl took the lead in walking ahead without any hurry, and Ji-in looked at her back, the tenderness in the bottom of his eyes deepening infinitely. He drowned forever in the starlight of Nico Lu's eyes. Ji-in said to do not let Natalie Lu pen really did not let her read. Take a pill to take a nap, a moment of effort. He finished writing. There are very few formats that still use pen and paper to turn things in. Yet the program is just so unorthodox that it claims to still have written points. The man's handwriting was as stern and strong as his own, and he used to write beautifully. Natalie Lu knew. In middle school his calligraphy was often posted on the wall as an example, and this kind of atmospheric writing can't be practiced in a year or two. As an all-around talent who studied finance for a year on his own, Mr. Koike's writing is so well structured and smooth that he can't even pick out a single fault. The director's team gave it a perfect score decisively and made the 4 aftermaths public for comparison and repeated floggings. It means I have to wear my glasses to read the afterthoughts of Mr. Ikari, so that it seems to be right for this word, this content. White Shadow Emperor actually writes professionally too, but it's a pity that your opponent is Chief Koike. I didn't think Mr. G would actually participate in this kind of event, ha 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 ha, what a big deal. Yeah. His hands are on a $10 million list in minutes. It's really a waste to use them to write afterthoughts on a tiny little movie. Why do I feel that when the director's team announced the results just now, Xiao Ji always glanced at the white movie Emperor intentionally or unintentionally? Finally, someone else notices the same thing I do. Koike couldn't have been acting up in front of Nico and deliberately being so giving, could he? Look at that inviting look in his eyes. He's just doing it on purpose. Natalie Lu gave Mr. Ik a quip as she wished. Akin, you're too good. Right casually. Xiao Qi always pursed her lips haughtily, as if she wasn't the one who had been frantically flying eye knives at Bai Yen in the beginning. Chapter 45 Heartwarming Playground. Today was the last day of shared accommodation, and there was another event in the evening where the men and women were taken down the mountain separately to different places to get ready. Natalie Lu was taken to the nanny car arranged by the show with a confused look on her face. I don't know whether this activity is a temporary arrangement or the director group has been planning for a long time. Before going down the mountain, everyone did not receive any news. They are all caught off guard expression. Down the hill, the car drove steadily forward, and the co-pilot staff handed her a mission card, and Natalie Lu found out about the rest of their trip. Heartwarming amusement park. A beautiful night descends on the largest and most romantic amusement park in M. Princesses wait for their princes in a high castle to come together for a final masquerade ball. All of the guests will be dressed in different doll costumes and dispersed throughout the playground. Requirements. All guests are not allowed to speak again upon entering the fairgrounds, and you are to vote to find out your dance partner before the 8 p.m. dance arrives. If the vote results in a successful pairing with each other, then 5 points are added to that group of couples, and if the pairing fails, no points are added. The time has come to test your tacit understanding. Natalie Lu cried a little as she listened. Although it is said that let's fall in love, one thing that makes it different from other romance series is that each group of couples has already been paired up. But then again, everyone is paired up temporarily, so there's still a difference from real couples. At the end of the day, it's only been 3 days since everyone really started getting along, not familiar enough to be recognized with a hood on. It is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The largest theme amusement park in M City has been lit up with colorful lights. The tall Ferris wheel stands under the night curtain. This place is known as the Holy Land of Romance by the young people in this city. I heard that couples who confess their love at the highest point of the Ferris wheel will be blessed to be together for the rest of their lives. This kind of rumor is found in almost every large Ferris wheel, and people have always been good at giving good symbolism to all kinds of things. The car pulled into the playground through the back door and Natalie Lu was taken to a huge costume room. There was a whole bunch of doll costumes neatly arranged inside. Pikachu, Snow White, Pixie, Strawberry Bear. The staff told her to pick one at random and put it on. Natalie Lu took one look at the little pink fox. From time to time,
there would be a parade of floats in the park, and many of the staff would follow the floats in their doll costumes, with Raina Bell being the most popular character. The cartoon costumes were stuffy and hot. No one knew who was under the shell, and you could probably only tell the male and female guests apart by their height. It's 6 o'clock in the evening and night is creeping in. The amusement park visitors were enthusiastic as 8 staff members dressed in different doll costumes came out from different corners. As the largest theme park in the city, Nico Lu was disturbed by the dazzling rides as soon as he came out. Just looking at the rides, the smaller roller coasters, the elevated rainbow umbrellas, the little spinning airplanes, there was laughter everywhere. So she's now located in the children's section? She turned around and saw the words Pandaland on the plaque through the 2 holes in her hood. Not far away, a little child saw the little fox here, and with a wow, broke away from his mother's hand and ran over to her, shouting, "Raina Bell! Mommy, there's a Raina Bell here!" The shout attracted almost all eyes in the children's section. The little pink fox was lost in general, standing in place in a daze with a cute sense of innocence on her dopey face. May I ask what child could resist such a temptation? So in no time at all, Natalie Lu was surrounded by cute little kids. A little girl in a puffy princess dress shyly walked up to the little fox and asked with her little face up, "Ling Nabel, can I take a picture with you?" Seems to be treated like a staff member. The hooded Natalie Lu was less social when confronted by the children, and she couldn't resist the big, cute eyes, so she nodded. This was so good that the kids were clamoring for a picture with Raina Bell when they saw it. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the children, Nico Lu answered one by one. After taking the last one, Natalie Lu turned toward the baby who was bending over to thank her, gave him a big heart, and watched him run happily to his mom. Then the whole fox was paralyzed with exhaustion. The pink fox, who had been light on her feet when she first came out, slumped her shoulders and headed outside the children's playground, exuding an air of decadence from top to bottom that amused her camera brother. I don't know what time it is now, let alone finding Ik-een in such a big park. She may not even come across the other 7 dolls. Natalie Lu was so tired, she didn't want to look around aimlessly. She was going to find a carousel to sit on for a while. It was a little habit she had a long time ago. The slow up and down carousel can be very relaxing. Coincidentally, the capital of the first middle school in Cloud City Junior High School near the playground. So she went to school at that time when nothing to go to ride. There was a 2-story merry-go-round just outside the children's area, and Natalie Lu's eyes lit up as she slowly made her way over there. After nightfall, the colored lights on the carousel had been turned on, and tourists were leaving the park one after another, and there were not many people left in this place. Not being able to get on the merry-go-round easily in her doll's clothes, Natalie Lu tried in vain, and finally had to stuff herself whole into a white wagon. The clothes filled up the wagon when they went in, and the little fox's big pink tail was still hanging out. He thought for a moment, sat up slowly, scooped his big tail into his arms and cradled it, then lay back down. The silver wolf, now on the stairs of the 2nd floor, saw the scene, and a soft chuckle escaped the man under his shell. Natalie Lu was lying in the carriage looking at the intricate and ornate floral patterns on the ceiling, and after a while, she inadvertently turned her head and finally saw the silver wolf who had been standing on the stairs for I don't know how long. I don't know why, but compared to the others in doll suits, this silver wolf doll was extraordinarily handsome and not at all bulky. The man at the bottom would have been tall and strongly built, with nothing but a furry head and a flimsy doll suit held up perfectly by his. This cool and adorable silver wolf has a handsome smile on his furry face and an athletic, tall body. Natalie Lu thought it was absurd that she could tell the words handsome from a doll suit. The 3 male guests weren't really that far apart, just slightly different in size but they don't usually stand together more often than they do, and it's even harder to tell which is which when they're separated. But for some reason, Natalie Lu just felt that there was only one person who could wear a doll costume so handsomely. Chapter 46, Carousel. After taking pictures with the kids, Nico was so passive-aggressive that even when she met a male guest, she just wanted to lie down in the carriage and not go anywhere. So she turned her head again. Well, it's okay to be rude once in a while with a hood on. Natalie Lu said this to herself. So after a moment, Silverwolf's face appeared upside down in his own field of vision. The mission required that the guests could not open their mouths to communicate, so neither of them opened their mouths, and one wolf and one fox stared at each other silently for a few moments. But in the end, it was Nico Lu who lost the battle. She sat up slowly and gestured to the seat across from her, signaling that it could sit down and rest with her for a bit. With a bit of effort, Silverwolf squeezed himself in as well. The already cramped space of the carriage became even smaller. The two rode the merry-go-round twice together. Then Natalie Lu stood up of her own accord. There's a vote to be held later, and she has to at least meet all the guests first, right? Who knew that the man across the table was sitting motionless? Natalie Lu became anxious and stood up to tug on his arm to leave. but was pressed back into place. Because of the points-based format of this quest,
everyone except Nico Lu actually intentionally hides their character traits. There are just 4 teams of guests in total, and if they are assigned together by good and bad luck, then they can quickly tell who is who through some behavioral habits. And they, adhering to the principle of I can't get the points and you don't want to get them either, chose to imitate the behavior of others. A good date at an amusement park was hardened into a spy meeting. The guests from the park over there didn't get blocked by the kids and quickly converged, and Ji-in quietly admired their poor acting for a while, turning away in boredom. Then he remembered some of Natalie Lu's habits as a student. He followed the map with an attitude of trying to find the carousel, and then there was a disheveled and adorable little fox. The little fox tugged anxiously at his arm to go, and Ikian gripped it back, pulling her onto his lap with one firm push, signaling her not to go. This déjà vu. Natalie Lu unloaded her strength and obediently sat in the man's arms without struggling. Forget it, we've found the people. Just don't go. Just wait for the notification to vote. The 2 on this side of the room are aging well. The 6 over there converge, and it's time to spell out the acting. Nick Fox stood equally tall and leggy, with Snow White next door about his height and another equally tall SpongeBob standing next to him. These 3 people were so motionless that from their appearance alone, Aunt Chen couldn't tell who was her own husband when she arrived. Pikachu scratched his head in confusion and came up and circled around twice, not seeing anything. The 3 men tacitly played woodchucks at the same time, standing there without moving or speaking, the mermaid dragging her bulky tail to peek in, and Peter Pan boldly going over and patting them one by one. This event is not live and will be released as a special. The 3 men were ironically not moving, and the mermaid swooped up from behind Snow White, and skillfully hung on to its neck. This familiar action. Nick Fox turned around and gripped her. Seeing this, Peter Pan had the good sense to go and lean on Nick Fox's shoulder to see how he would react. The gang's chaotic trysting behavior went on for who knows how long before the director's team's announcement rang out. Now, all are invited to go to the little house under the Tree of Life and vote. The Tree of Life is the largest tree in the park and is filled with colored lights and balloon ribbons, making it especially beautiful at night. 6 people head to the voting booth together and then realize it looks like 2 people are missing. It didn't matter though, all 6 of them were on this side. Even if those 2 speculated on each other's identities, that only ruled out one option. The remaining 3 were impossible to speculate on. Just a little nervousness relaxed again. The other 2 dolls came in late when all 6 had voted out. The silver wolf followed the pink fox, not slowing down as he walked behind. The pink fox's large hood was dopey and his stubbed-up tail wagged as he walked. For some reason, when these 2 appeared together, the other 6 all had a thought in their minds at the same time. A bit of a match. Natalie walked into the voting room first, and with little hesitation wrote down the words Silver Coyote. When both came out, the director's team signaled that it was time to take off the headgear. It wasn't too hot to wear this contraption in the fall, and Natalie Lu was still quite fresh when she took off her hood, her hair dry. Both of them guessed each other's identity and weren't very surprised, but the 6 people over there were all winded after removing their hoods. Aunt Chen, you just pounced on me. Bai Yen was still calm. The mermaid blushed. Just try any recent one. She turned her head and looked at Nick Fox quizzically. What's with the big reaction though? Uncle Wei scratched his head. Acting. Lu Wanjun, who had just been patted on the shoulder one by one, calmly held her big head in her arms, and Dai Shichi looked confused. You guys are really good at acting. This conscious and unconscious get wrapped up in it. What a game. Alright, the results of the vote will be announced tonight. Now everyone needs to get ready to go to the masquerade, so please board the pumpkin carriages and go get transformed. Princesses. The director's team showed up at the right time to interrupt the weird and confusing scene. 4 identical pumpkin carriages appeared, and the girls each got in one, leaving the confused men in place. What about us? Please each choose a scene as the location for the ball. The princesses will be in full regalia. It's a ball for just the 2 of you. Prepare yourselves. Princes, only 2 people at the masquerade? So is there a point to this masquerade? The crowd looked confused. At 8:30, the 4 men were spread out under different scenes. The pumpkin carriage reared up and flew off to a different place with the princesses. Next to the carousel, a man in a black and gold suit with a mask, only revealing the lower half of his face, like a noble king in the dark night. There are roses blossoming uncontrollably in his fingertips. Ji-in chose the merry-go-round as the location for the dance. In middle school, he had seen Natalie Lu go to the playground alone more than once, and out of curiosity, he had secretly followed her once. Natalie Lu went mostly in the evenings, when she didn't have to stay in school for evening study, and would head for the playground after nightfall. It seems like a princess who wants to secretly transform. He remembers her going to sit alone on the carousel right before her first monthly exam and following along with a vacant stare. 8 laps. She was in a bad mood when we went there, but after the 8 turns, the little girl's ponytail was bright and happy all the way back. The carousel seemed to be a very healing place for her. That's why Ikian chose this as the location for the dance.
Everyone's gone to pick the most romantic Ferris wheel,
just so no one can steal it from him. Chapter 47, The Ferris Wheel.
The pumpkin carriage slowed to a stop and the silver stiletto heels were the first to peek out. The champagne-colored long dress gown perfectly outlined the curves of her exquisite body, making her circumferential temperament change from a girl to a woman on this night.
Flirty and bright woman. Natalie obviously didn't wear much of this kind of revealing and slimming clothing, and was a little embarrassed when she first met the man, but she quickly adjusted. The hem of her skirt swayed behind her with her steps as she walked toward her, and Ikian's eyes grew dark.
Natalie Lu was not too skillful at walking on her high heels,
gradually becoming more skillful after a few steps.
Why did you pick this place?
She couldn't help but wonder.
You like it. The man's voice was light, and there seemed to be no discernible emotion to be heard.
How do you know?
Natalie Lu was puzzled.
This was the first place you chose when you came out. Obviously closer was that spinning teacup, but you chose this one, so I thought you'd like it. Ikian made up his mind. You can't say you've secretly followed her before, can you?
You'll be treated like a pervert.
I do like it here.
Natalie Lu curled her eyes and offered her hand to him.
Won't you invite me to dance? Ikian offered his hand submissively and led her toward the small auditorium next to the carousel.
One of the man's hands was already on Nico Lu's waist when the elegant and smooth dance music started. The smooth and delicate touch under his hand came, and Ikian was shocked to realize that the front didn't really look too good. But this dress was surprisingly backless as well. It's cold outside. Natalie Lu felt the man's blazing palm and couldn't help but shrink and whisper. Wandering around in this dress on a late fall evening, not just her back, she was actually cold all over. It was a dance that both knew, or rather, the obligatory courtly social dance of such balls, which the children of the upper circles grew up learning. Although they hadn't jumped for a long time, the two of them had an unexpected tacit understanding, and there was no stepping on the feet. And after a big jump, the woman's elegant skirt, like a flower that blossomed and quickly withered, returned to Ikian's hand. Natalie Lu looked up, stunned by the intense lust in the man's eyes, and then her face instantly reddened. The man's body movements were honest and gentlemanly, but his gaze was one of undisguised love and admiration, and Natalie Lu was almost burned to death by him. This look, half seductive, half invasive, too provocative crime. The dance music gradually proceeded to the intense place. After a few extremely fast laps, Natalie Lu returned to his arms. Their bodies were close to each other. She could feel the man's hot beating chest. The testosterone was just invading the air around her. Natalie Lu was led by him to spin and jump, almost finishing the dance with him in the lead. The music fades out and a good dance finally ends. Nico leaned into Chi Yin's arms with a sharp gasp. Her face was covered with a slight perspiration from the exercise. Her normally clear almond eyes were charming and confused at the moment, and her slightly open red lips made people want to wantonly ravage them. Ikian suddenly raised his hand and caressed the woman's hair. When it fell again, a bright red rose was pinned to the woman's dark hair. At Natalie Lu's puzzled look, the man leaned in and leaned over, not knowing if he was kissing the delicate, colorful petals or the hair. He locked eyes with Natalie Lu and removed the mask that had gotten in the way of her face. Her makeup tonight looked carefully painted, and she was usually beautiful in her plain face, with her round, lovely eyes pulled into the shape of fox eyes after the makeup was applied, and her eyelashes were long and thick, with a kind of flirtatious and moving, flamboyant beauty. Like Rosebud, Ikian thought in a daze. These eyes looking into his own were so beautiful and bright that there were dense, fine kisses that he couldn't help but land on them. The kiss was light and restrained, neither smudging her makeup nor making the little girl feel scared, and when it was over, he stepped back slightly. The hand on her waist seemed to be restraining, rubbing ambiguously, and even that patch of skin was pink with shame. I don't know why. A sense of crisis suddenly arose in Nico Lu's heart. She felt as if she was a lamb being stared at by a wild beast, and immediately had an urge to break free and escape. But the man quickly withdrew his hand, and with it that burning gaze. He was back to that restrained and courteous look, his eyes clear and gentle, and the change was so fast that Natalie Lu almost thought it was her own illusion. Obviously a mad dog, but Ra collected all the wildness, learned like a pet, in front of her pretend to be a tame and quiet. The dance is over. You can go out now. Ikian glanced at the staff who were collecting the machines in the small auditorium and removed the jacket he was wearing and draped it over the woman's shoulders. Aha! Natalie Lu nodded obediently. The man's suit jacket was so large that it hung down almost to her thighs, blocking her back along with her arms. She gathered her clothes together, feeling as if her entire body was wrapped in Ikian's scent. He has a very nice men's fragrance with a comforting pine note at the end, refreshing and chilled. They say it's a dance party, but after a dance you're free to go. Most of the thrill rides in the park are closed, but the carousel, the Ferris wheel and other gentle, best for couples dating rides will be open until 9 or 10 o'clock. The two of them went out. Nico still didn't leave her beloved merry-go-round right away, and took the lead in carrying her skirt up. Waving at Chi-in at the bottom,
Come on, now we can both sit in it. Was she actually planning to sit with herself?
Ji Yin's lips pursed up as he accompanied his princess into the carriage. She really did seem to just like sitting around in circles,
being nice and quiet and sitting next to Akin, and not initiating conversation.
I don't know who exclaimed. Fireworks. The two of them looked up at the same time, only to see countless bright fireworks rising up into the sky beside the tree of life not far away,
blooming in the darkened sky. Under the fireworks, there seemed to be a girl giggling. Natalie Lu couldn't hear it. Her eyes were all in the grand fireworks in the sky. She didn't even pay attention to what the person in her ear said. It wasn't until the fireworks ended and there seemed to be couples embracing under the trees that Natalie Lu withdrew her gaze. Turning back,
she met the man's focused and deep gaze straight on.
You, what are you looking at me for?
Before she finished her words, she heard Chi-in say,
Natalie Lu, want to go on the Ferris wheel? Go ride the Ferris wheel. He invited bluntly. I'd like to see City at night with you. Is that okay? Meeting these dark, bottomless eyes,
Natalie Lu nodded furtively.
Yes. Chapter 48. Natalie Lu, can I kiss you? The late autumn night was heavy, almost 10 o'clock,
and most of the lights in City's largest amusement park had gone out, with only a few large pieces of equipment still on. Ferris wheel in the innermost part of the park. The road has basically no tourists.
Trees, shadows are cast on the ground,
as if it is a monster with teeth and claws.
A gust of wind blew.
Nico only felt her cold legs, her upper body on the man's suit jacket, but can block most of the wind blowing, just for the show effect dressed like this in the middle of the night outside blind.
Natalie Lu felt that she was truly bewitched. After completing the mission and not going to meet up with the director's team,
why did you impulsively agree to Ji-in and come out to run around with him? She felt her hands were wrapped in the man's warm palms, and couldn't help but be surprised that Ji-in actually wasn't cold even when she wore so little.
On the contrary, she was almost cold all over, and if it weren't for this jacket, she really would have frozen to death outside.
Natalie Lu thought again of the man's naked upper body in the hot springs last night. The robust and beautiful body was strewn with a number of scars, especially the knife wounds on the chest, which were so hideous that one could not dare to look at them directly. It's hard to imagine where all these injuries came from and what he suffered at the time.
In fact, everyone in the room saw it, but no one took the initiative to ask about it.
Everyone knew that the heir to the largest consortium in China had once enlisted in the military,
but most of this experience was kept secret. No one took the initiative to ask, and Ji-in never mentioned it to the public. The same in the experimental class of the first middle school in the capital. At that time, Shi-yin's grades are very good, even in their class is one of the best. With his grades, obviously on the best school in the country of China is also more than enough, and close to home. Just don't know why. He gave up the easy and high degree,
and turned to become a soldier.
Everyone was shocked by his decision back then, but no one could stop him.
All of this was seen from the group of past classmates, and Natalie Lu only knew a general idea.
What was I doing when the whole Akin thing became a big deal?
At that point it seemed like she had stepped into the land of Y for 4 years of study abroad plus a new round of psychotherapy. These memories are not too long ago, but lonely and difficult. She was alone in a strange land, without any close and familiar presence around her. Fortunately at that time, Kong Cheng would occasionally come to visit her, and in the last year, he stayed with her in Y country for a long year.
After graduation,
the two of them were almost on different sides of the world, and Nico never imagined that they would meet again by mistake years later.
She actually did not want to get married a long time ago.
She stayed alone for a long time, although lonely, but it will also be very comfortable. She has the ability to make herself better, and she is not willing to accept those foreign love. She was afraid that all this unconditional love would be as fleeting as it was when she was a child.
If I never meet the light.
Ji-in looked down at the small woman beside him who was lost in thought, and his heart stuttered.
For some reason, at this moment,
although they were standing very close to each other, he felt that the distance between the two of them was incomparably far.
She hid in the mist, unwilling to let anyone find her. Akin couldn't help but tighten his grip on Natalie Lu's small, cold hand,
as if he were grasping at something in vain. I don't know how long they had been walking along the road in silence, but after skirting a wooded area, the Ferris wheel finally appeared in front of the duo. This year-round loneliness of the tall building in the night shrouded in a particularly silent.
Someone came, all the colored lights snapped turn on, like a silent welcome. The duo rode the Ferris wheel.
The view in front of her rose a little and grew smaller, and Natalie Lu finally came back to her senses,
new and quiet,
and plopped herself down by the window to watch the night. She could already see the canopy of the large tree on the ground,
and a little higher, the entire amusement park was in view. Natalie Lu turned back, curving her eyes. Is that a merry-go-round?
The two were suddenly in this cramped and narrow space, and there was no one else beside them, so when they looked at each other,
the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous.
Ji-yin's gaze was actually very gentle, and it didn't have the kind of heat that made people dare not look directly at him when they danced together just now. But Natalie Lou still couldn't help but have a layer of goosebumps creeping up the back of her spine. "Yeah," he said with a smirk. Natalie Lou hastily withdrew her gaze, concentrating only on the night scene below, but sensing the man's scent slowly approaching. "Natalie Lou," she heard Akin say, "why are you afraid to look at me?" Natalie Lou whipped her head around and looked him bravely in the eye. "I'm not. Do you like Bai-yin?" The man's tone could not be heard as happy or angry, and waves were hidden underneath his calm gaze. Although Natalie Lou couldn't tell what he was feeling, she knew that words couldn't be spoken, so she shook her head decisively and said sincerely, "I don't like it, but he likes you." He continued, "If the post-nuptial agreement was valid, and we each played our own game, would you be in a relationship with Bai-yin?" Natalie Lou looked at him strangely. "No, why do I have to be with him just because he likes me?" She actually sounded a little angry, and Ikian was a little sad at the same time as she was happy. "She's loyal to her marriage, but that's because so far the one who makes her heart sing hasn't appeared," she said. "Why do I have to be with him just because he likes me? She seems to be gentle and courteous to everyone, but she won't really respond to love she's not feeling. Would she still want to be with herself if such a person appeared in the future? Will she try to run away from herself?" Ikian was silent and stopped talking. "I won't divorce you." Natalie Lou seemed to recognize that his mood was off, and assured him seriously, "And I won't be with anyone else either. But the love you want, I can't give it to you for the time being." The Ferris wheel has reached the highest point. The amusement park are turned into a small square. The whole city night scenery is in the eye. Neon lights colorful. The cars flow endlessly. Natalie Lou was hooked around her waist and brought into Ikian's arms. The man seemed to be repressing some emotion, and the gentle facade was torn apart, revealing the endless abyss underneath. "Natalie Lou, can I kiss you?" Her unvoiced exclamation of surprise was gagged for all it was worth. "Where is this inquiry? This is clearly an unreasonable notice." The men attacked the city forcefully, with a certain vindictive fury. Natalie Lou didn't know why he was angry and just passively accepted his intrusion. It was the first time the two of them had kissed while awake, and Natalie Lou just felt like she could barely catch her breath. It was as if she were going to burn. A strange feeling. It was also a bit frightening. She felt like she was going to be eaten next. Chapter 49, Ikin, your peach blossom is here. Already she didn't know how the second half went down, and she didn't get a glimpse of the scenery coming down anyway. As soon as the Ferris wheel came to a stop, Natalie Lou covered her mouth and went down in a hurry, not being able to hold back a fierce glare at Ji-in as she left. That glance was brimming with water, and with the slightly red and swollen lips, instead of having any threatening power, it carried a charm if nothing else. Natalie Lou didn't wait for the man behind her and fled towards the outside of the playground, her jacket still carrying the scent of the man on Ikian's body, a constant reminder of what had just happened, a scent that had always enveloped her. Natalie Lou was tempted to stiffen up and throw away the denizen's jacket with him, but the temperature outside made her give up on that idea. Why should she throw herself away for a dog man? She's not losing it. Just outside the park are theme hotels that offer accommodation, and it's easy to take a break, so no one is in a hurry to get out, but rather to hang out with their partner for a while longer. Presumably, he had deliberately given himself time to ease up, and Ikian didn't catch up anytime soon. Without realizing it, he was at the entrance to the park, and Natalie Lou was ready to go back to the hotel by herself first, and to ignore him for one night. In the distance, there seemed to be a dark figure in the doorway, spinning around waiting for someone. Natalie Lou didn't pay much attention, and went around her to leave, but who knew that the dark figure suddenly pounced in agitation. "Natalie Lou, it's you!" This sharp female voice contained gnashing teeth of hatred, lunging over as if she wanted to strangle her alive. Natalie Lou reacted quickly by taking a step back to avoid the woman's stone-cold lunge. "Who are you?" The woman in front of her was wearing an ordinary sweater and pants. Her features were not ugly, but because she had not been properly dressed, she looked extraordinarily haggard, especially her eyes, which were streaked with blood, and her lips were pale and dry. How did she get herself into such a haggard mess? Natalie Lou took a closer look at this person and still couldn't remember who she was. Li Yanran looked at Natalie Lou, who was a stark contrast to herself, and the cynicism in her heart went crazy like a poisonous flower. She couldn't wait to just kill the gloriously beautiful woman in front of her. She was all over her, but now she asked with a blank look on her face, "Who are you?" "Natalie Lou, how dare you be so blind?" Li Yanran was simply going crazy. She glared viciously at Nico Lou, almost gritting her teeth as she said word for word, "I am Li Yanran." "Huma Li?" Natalie Lou still had that blank look on her face. She really hadn't come into contact with this woman called Li Yanran in her life. She didn't even know when she had made the enmity. Natalie Lou tried to be reasonable. "Maybe you've got the wrong person?" "It's you, Natalie Lou." The other party looked even more enraged. "If it wasn't for you, how could the Li family have fallen overnight?" It must have been you who blew in Brother Chi's ear and got him to help you against the Lee family.
What does that have to do with me? Natalie Lu laughed at her inexplicable accusation. I don't even know who you are and what the Lee family is. Still blowing off steam?
It's been months and Shi-in hasn't even been able to climb into her bed.
Okay? Sue's embroidery workshop. It wasn't until Li Yanran said those 4 words through clenched teeth that Natalie Lu finally reacted a little.
At that time, Tangji found out that the person who messed up the capital branch seemed to be this Lee family.
Take a closer look at the brow of the woman in front of you. She finally remembered. The first time I went to the store, a woman went in after her, and it seemed like she was the one the waitresses were racing to impress.
But this woman was wearing a big brand high fashion. Carrying a bag is also 7 or 8 figures of luxury goods,
painted exquisite makeup, and now the woeful appearance is very different.
So it was her. Natalie Lu's gaze instantly became unkind. She had yet to settle the score with the Lee family,
and this person actually took the initiative to find them.
Everything in and out of her words meant that she had blown the wind in Ji Yin's ear and brought down their Lee family.
Let's not talk about whether it's true or not, but judging from the way she called Ikebukuro, I'd say it's not true.
This woman more than likely had thoughts about Ikian.
The more Yanran Li looked at Nico Lu,
the more hatred she felt in her heart. She was wearing a man's jacket. It couldn't be her own. Then it could only be Chi Yin's. Since this program started, the bit of hypnosis that Yan Li had in her heart for herself was completely torn apart, and she watched her beloved man with her own eyes with the same careful yet gentle attitude towards his new wife. She could have said before that it was unloving that the two hadn't lived together for so long after their marriage, that it was unloving that they never ate together, that it was unloving that Ji-in hadn't publicly married until now. But now, he had sent the Lee family straight to hell for Nico Lu, and her status in the capital circle was in tatters. A joke. He loves and tolerates Nico Lu at every turn in his life, and is cold and indifferent to anyone else. Is this really unloving? But on what grounds? Obviously it was she Li Yanran who knew Ji-in first. It was she who moved her heart first. She came first. Why did this Natalie Lu take away and destroy everything she had without any effort as soon as she appeared? And this vicious woman is standing in front of her right now. And she even managed to indifferently say, "What's it got to do with me, and who are you?" What she hated the most was the way Nico Lu was so blind. She clearly had nothing. She was clearly just a doddering flower climbing up the Ikebukuro family. Who was she to look down on herself? Natalie Lu felt that Natalie Li Yanran's gaze on her was becoming more and more frightening. She didn't want to theorize anything with this woman who had inexplicably appeared, and walked around her to leave. Then he was grabbed by the arm. "Natalie Lu, you're not allowed to leave." Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu sighed, wanting to say that I didn't do it, so go settle the score with Ji-in. Li Yanran's grip on her arm was so hard that her nails were digging into her flesh. Natalie Lu let out a hiss of pain and shook off this crazy woman who suddenly made a move. "Get out of my way. You go tell Brother Chi. You tell him to stop. I'll return Sue's embroidery workshop to you, and you tell him to spare the Lee family." Natalie Lu thought, how could I have so much power to say let go? Would Ji-in move the Lee family for herself? She didn't even say anything about Sue's embroidery workshop. He must have moved the Lee family for some other reason. Did he have anything to do with himself? Lee Yuma seems obsessed with the idea that it's all about her. Natalie Lu was depressed and angry. "Akin, you caused trouble. You're rotten peach blossom. You can't handle it yourself, and you're hitting me with it." I said, "It has nothing to do with me. I don't know why Akin moved the Lee family, and I don't know anyone in the Lee family." Before Natalie Lu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by another cold snort. "Spare the Lee family?" The tall and handsome man walked over. The bottom of his expressionless eyes carried sarcasm and indifference. "Why?" Chapter 50, I am absolutely loyal to you, Brother Chi. Hearing this voice, Li Yanran was shocked and delighted. She even ignored the man's arrogant and detached tone herself, and pounced over to hug him. "You're here, as a wife." Natalie Lu felt that it didn't seem appropriate to spectate the scene of her husband's love-hate relationship with a rotten peach blossom, and with the rightful owner of the score to settle, she turned around and was about to leave, but the man took his arm. "Go back together. I don't have my room card." Natalie Lu shrugged him off in annoyance. Inexplicably, "Neither did I." The little bit of faint affection that was born just now on the Ferris will seem to completely dissipate, and she didn't want to see Ji-in at all. Li Yanran was furious when she saw that Ji-in had directly ignored herself and was begging this woman in such a low voice. "Why, Brother Aki?" she asked in a sad tone, the question she had been hysterically unwilling to face. "What exactly makes her better than me? Why is it that after we've known each other for so long, you got married and didn't consider me at all?" These two people staged a love-hate relationship blockbuster, but also did not let themselves go. Natalie Lu took it all as a spectacle, arms wrapped around, staring at these two people as if they were watching a play. Li Yanran's movie heroine-like tone of voice made Nico Lu stare. She only knew that Ms. You had given Chi-in quite a few matches.
The Beijing circle maybe quite a few girls have met. Listening to Li Yanyan this tone of voice, was there something between them too? Natalie Lu's gaze toward Ji-in also immediately became meaningful. Ik-in. He had a feeling that this was going to be hard on him later if he didn't explain himself. Li Yanyan was pestering over here, and Ji-in didn't recognize her at all, and in no time at all. He was getting annoyed along with her. He didn't want to answer those inexplicable questions at all, nor did he know what this Li Yanran was looking for at his door. Seeing Ji-in ignoring herself, Li Yanran became even more hysterical and mouthy. Brother Ji, you made the Li family like this to please this woman. Do you see her accepting it? Do you see what kind of attitude she has? She was heartbroken that the man she loved was so humble and lowly, jealous that Natalie Lu could have the favor of her brother Chi, and blaming Natalie Lu for not cherishing him at all. I know, at that time as I rush a little bit with a bad way to lead to anti-you-to-me antipathy, but I also is to be with you you know right? You actually like me right? She almost broke down and cried out all of this, and then fell to her knees to beg him. You gave your life to save me back then, why can't you let the Li family go now? I beg you. Natalie Lu was stunned beyond words by this, and her heart was a little complicated. Putting his life on the line to save that scar on his body because of her? Li Yanyan said for so long. The man finally opened his mouth. That year to save you was to complete the mission. In any other person I would have put my life on the line to save. Li Yanyan, don't take yourself too seriously, and stay out of our way. Li Yanyan collapsed to the ground at once, murmuring in despair. It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this. It's you, Lu Nico. You're the one who stole Brother Chi. If it wasn't for you, I'd be the one who ended up getting married. I was clearly on the verge of making it. Ik-in pulled up Nico Lu, who was looking dumbfounded on the side, and turned his head away. This time, Li Yanran finally didn't block it anymore. Not far away, behind a pillar, something clicked, and someone smiled low in amusement, recording the wonderful scene. In the hotel room, Nico Lu didn't care what Ji-in was rambling on about. She went to the bathroom herself to take a shower and change into her pajamas, and after the warm air came up, her cold body finally got a hint of relief. She carefully removed her makeup and covered her face with hot water, letting out a sigh of comforting relief. Then when she rushed the shower to wash her face she got water in her eye and it hurt so much she came out in a basket of tears. When Natalie Lu came out after a comfortable hot shower, the man was on the balcony gulping down clouds, his back looking extraordinarily sad. Is it about Humali? Hearing the movement inside, Ji-in pinched his cigarette and turned back. He didn't go in right away, but stood outside to dissipate the smell of smoke. He saw the girl's reddened eyes and thought she had already cried inside, and his heart immediately fluttered. He pushed the door in, only to see the girl turn and walk away. I don't know that Yen Li, don't be angry. The man grabbed her arm. Natalie Lu, who was about to fetch the mask. I saved her on a mission once, a long time ago, and she thought I liked her. Ji-in explained seriously. If it wasn't for this time, I wouldn't remember her at all. The girl's tone was light. Aha. She wanted to say what does this have to do with me, but looking at Ji-in's serious expression, she didn't say anything in the end. Ji-in held the girl's warm and slender wrist and said, the matter of the embroidery workshop. I did not go through your consent and moved it on my own initiative. I want to return it to you, but I am afraid that you are not willing to accept it, so I have not had the opportunity to tell you. Natalie Lu. Ha, the Li family bullied you, and I didn't like it, so I got rid of it. He downplayed the matter that had shocked the entire capital circle, as if getting rid of a lineage was crushing an ant. Natalie Lu, don't be angry. In the future absolutely none of these obstacles will appear in front of you. I will take care of everything. Ji-in looked at her with gentle eyes and used the most harmless tone to say words that made Natalie Lu's heart skip a beat. You Don, break the law is never allowed. Natalie Lu finally couldn't help but speak. Ik-in? How she seemed to react differently than she thought she would. Natalie Lu listened carefully to Ik-in's explanation. She wasn't angry in the first place, and now there was even less reason for a cold face. And can I sleep in the bed tonight? The man looked at her cautiously. Natalie Lu, did he just hear that he hasn't even crawled into his own bed in 2 months? Natalie Lu was so embarrassed she wanted to burrow into the ground. You, do whatever you want. I'm going to put on my mask. She dropped the sentence and quickly walked to the outer room. The man finished his shower with great speed, and as if he was afraid that she would back out of it, he babbled forward. Nico, are you really not mad at me anymore? Natalie Lu was applying a mask and looking at her cell phone when she sniffed and casually said, I wasn't angry in the first place. Ik-in knew what she meant, and it was true that he couldn't be guilty of getting angry about things he didn't care about, but he still couldn't help but make his feelings clear. Like you said, I'm just as absolutely loyal to you, obviously a wolf, but immediately came up to the girl and wagged his tail. Natalie Lu couldn't help but smile. Good. Chapter 51, Living Together. Up the next morning, the group rejoined the island. Today it's time for the room selection cohabitation session. The rankings have been finalized, and everyone is excited to pack their bags and get ready to see where they'll be staying for at least the next half month. Each of the 4 very different styles of residence has its own benefits, and it's the little moments of time spent together between the guests afterwards that rub off on the guests. Because Natalie Liu was favored by Big Mama on her first day, was dragged to mow the wheat, and won a card game of landlord, and because of the afterthought of Yin's contribution, Mr. and Mrs. Dear Ian are the deserving first place winners. Next up was Bai Yen, who had the same number of points as Nico Liu on the first day, and with Lu Wanjin's 2 points and a professional viewing report. Second place went to the dinner couple. The third place is the hard-working Uncle Wei Antichen too, crying at the bottom of the natural only khaki color. Dai Shichi was very strong and patted Capo's shoulder. From now on, we'll be the hard luck guys. No one should dislike anyone, just live well, okay? Top stream was affectionate. Of course, even without a big house. I love you. Natalie Liu covered her mouth and snickered, tiptoeing around Shi Yin's ear. After that you can work from home. The first few days of recording took several days. Natalie Liu was really worried that it would delay Ji Yin a lot of things. After the split room, the program team will occasionally come to record some material. The next is their own selective live. Shi Yin could see Nico Liu's worry and lost his smile. Don't worry, I can still turn the company around without it. After being so up and about for the first few months, it's still okay to free up a month to take a break. It was still a boat ride on the way back, and this time lunch was settled on the boat. The camera pulls over the red king crab, the cute bouncy and smooth oyster shrimp, and the neatly yards of sashimi, tickling the cravings of countless people's mouths. None of the guests were native beachgoers, so the midday seafood dinner took the crowd's breath away. Only Lu Wanjin and Shi Yin were the most calm. What kind of mountain delicacies hadn't she eaten? Just these fish and shrimp. Only Nico Liu, these unseen bumpkins, would marvel at them. Natalie Liu turned around to receive a very superior glance from Lu Wanjin. You all have more. You really can't eat these things normally. I'm on a diet, so I won't grab them from everyone. Anyway, she had plenty of people to bring it up when she wanted it. Naturally, the others could also faintly feel the disdain in this woman's tone, and Dai Shichi finally couldn't help herself and let out a small ch. What's the point of showing off? You're just a rich immigrant who's an international superstar. Do you really think you are a superstar? You look down on the domestic entertainment industry? The smile on Aunt Chen's face also faded a lot, and without moving, she exchanged a glance with her husband and shook her head helplessly, as if Bai Yen couldn't feel Lu Wanjin's attitude. He greeted everyone over for lunch and didn't forget to round up. Dinner has to be very long. Eat less. Sashimi isn't fattening. Lu Wanjin this only sure sit down. Picky clip a few slices of fish. While eating also did not forget to comment, well, not enough to eat before I had a tender. Also did not have that kind of fresh and sweet flavor. Crowd. Seeing that Dai Shichi couldn't help but put down her chopsticks and leave, Kabo held her down at once and looked at the camera, signaling her to calm down and not to get into trouble with this person. Everyone's interest in eating lunch had been flaunted by her, but Natalie Liu was unaffected, having just finished a slice of fish when a small plate of peeled shrimp was gently placed at her heels. Natalie Liu looked up, but saw that the man's gaze was staring in another direction with little emotion, and when she looked up at herself, he turned back and smiled gently at her. Eat it. I tasted it. It tastes pretty good. Thanks. Natalie Liu fed him one in his mouth very smoothly with her gloves. You eat your food. Don't mind me. The director looked at the two interacting over here with great satisfaction. The worries he had before the show started dissipating into thin air. Originally, when he received the news from Mrs. Yu, he was worried that he would invite a pair of guests with no sense of CP. And it's just that their show doesn't have a script, and these two have special identities, so even if they arranged a script, they wouldn't necessarily accept it. How can you get high on this candy? As a result, I didn't expect to get along these days. This pair of legendary plastic couples obviously very good feelings. You don't even need to remind yourself. Look at the performance of Mr. G. The sense of detail is pulled full. Which girl will not be moved? Lu Wanjin finished her critique and was proud of herself, thinking that this would show how knowledgeable she was and also attract people's attention. No, even Ikian looked over. That's just it. He should obviously be looking at more insightful and capable women like me, not at Nico Liu, the dirtbag from a broken home all day. Some young man who was sitting cross-legged on the floor playing a game in a large living room in a large manor in country Y with European-style finishes. Ah Chu, are you ready or not? It's been a month since I asked you to return to the country. A calm middle-aged man's voice came down from upstairs. The young man raised his head, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at his dad, helplessly saying, "What's your hurry? You also know that I was the one who returned first. Didn't second uncle say? My sister's side is quite good." Good. Get the hell out of here. Lu Yuanjin angrily kicked his son. Domestic. Island. For some reason, Natalie Liu suddenly shivered. She looked at the still bright sun suspiciously, and there was always a vague strange feeling in her heart. The premonition was indescribable and appeared only for a moment. Natalie Lu quickly put it behind her. What's wrong? Next to her, Ikian noticed the tiny movement and stopped. Cold? Natalie Lu shook her head and her attention quickly shifted. No, come on, let's go see our new house. She said herself that she was fine, so Chi-in didn't ask too many questions and nodded to follow her. The large villa is on the far west side of the island. The ocean view house is on the east side. The apartments are on the south side, and the bed and breakfast is on the far north side of the island just above. 4 pairs of guests, 4 directions, southeast, northwest and north, arranged in a clear way. That is to say, after living separately, no longer have to deal with other people's moths. The next half a month or so is to live their own lives. Pretty good. Everyone is quite happy with it. Chapter 52, Cooking for Nico. After splitting up the rooms back on the island, the director's team distributed a relative number of cameramen to each group of guests, and then shot another installment of check-in material. Although the villa on the island is not as big as Longting Shanchue's, and the decoration is not as trenchant, it is better than the scenery, with a large floor-to-ceiling window facing the sea, and you can see the sun crashing into the bottom of the sea when you lie on the big bed in front of the window. Said to be on vacation, but the two did not really do nothing every day, just so dry-sitting. Work with the computer were Chen's secretaries sent over. There is also a small garden at the back of the villa on Sea Island, where the seasons are evergreen, with plenty of sunshine and a bright sea of violet-colored lavender blooming all year round. You can see that sea of flowers from the window of your study, and it's a beautiful thing to watch and relax in your spare time at work. By the time everything was in place, the day was pretty much over. The refrigerator was filled with ingredients, and Natalie Lu was looking for something to eat when Chi-in, who had just come down from upstairs, took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to eat?" Natalie Lu was surprised. "Do you do it?" "Aha." Ikian skillfully tied on his apron and opened the refrigerator to look around. "Noodles?" Natalie Lu nodded. Yes, Chi-in had left breakfast for herself earlier, and she'd assumed that Ben had come to make it, but now it looked like he might actually have a hand in it. Natalie Lu followed into the kitchen, ready to help him with the ingredients, while the two were warm and cozy on their side, preparing for dinner. A media company on the mainland. "Boss, this is something my people filmed recently, that very hot romance series Let's Fall in Love. In it, there are pairs of guests arguing at the entrance of the amusement park in M City. This is a big melon. It's going to be a hit." Sun Chi is a bit nearsighted. As soon as he heard that it was Let's Fall in Love, in the melon, also felt that this heat can be rubbed, and it is their exclusive. Not yet happy for 2 seconds it heard the video of the woman's voice of sadness. "Gee brother, why can't it be me?" Pool. Sunki's intuition wasn't right. She grabbed the glasses she had placed next to her and put them on, and then her whole body went bad when she saw the image in the video. "Have this video been seen by anyone else besides us?" The tone of his superior's voice was also excited, but it was nothing like he expected, as if he wasn't happy, but instead had a lot more trepidation. "Last night's shot, until this evening to their own hands. No surprise tonight after editing. Overnight can be sent out. This melon is enough to blow up the microblogging of the various topics of the square. Their company will follow suit and explode, and the dividends of that can't be explained in a single sentence. But this melon is no one's fault but Mr. Cheese. Put it on any other pair of guests and they send it out without bringing hesitation. But it was the notorious mad dog from the capital. Not to mention the minions. How many big shots in the capital circle shunned this man? They do media operations. They were not afraid to offend people, and their guts were much bigger than average. But this time, Sun Chi hesitated. Sun Chi's previous teacher, who was now with one of the public relations firms under the CL Group, pressed her subordinate's stupid hand and made a decision, and that decision directly saved her entire company. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, it's like this. I'll send you an email for you to take a look. It's related to Mr. Chi." Eventually this call was transferred to Secretary Chen, a life assistant. After Chen Chi heard this, he calmly said, "Well, I know, this matter was handled very well. Turn around and give that what's-her-name Sun Chi a little favor." The person on the other end of the phone should be terrified. "Good Lichen secretaries. Then you look at this matter to report to Mr. Chi it? Don't worry about the rest. I'll take care of it." Chen Chi hung up the phone, then opened his mailbox. This video, which was released enough to cause an uproar, went through several streams and was finally sent by Chen Chi to Ji Yin's personal cell phone. The people in the secretary area inexplicably shivered when they saw Chen Chi's expressionless face and looked at the president's office, which had been empty for a long time. The chaos of the CL Group from M City to the capital hadn't yet affected the island, and the husband and wife were having dinner at the other time. At this time the cameras in the room were turned off and Yin's personal cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller and went out to answer it with an unchanged face. Natalie Lu finished her mouthful of soup beautifully, and when she looked up, the person who had just been across from her was already on the balcony. He took off his jacket and sweater, the shirt underneath tucked flat into his pants, and because of the cooking he had just done, the sleeves were rolled up at the moment, revealing small, well-muscled arms. That backside would make any woman squeal at the sight of it. It's pretty windy out there, and even though it's springtime, it's supposed to get a little chilly at night. Natalie Lu went to wash the dishes, and the open window in the kitchen carried Ik Yin's words in a blur. Did that video get out? Just watch and deal with it. Natalie Lu came out of the kitchen just as Ji In came in, and she asked in passing, "What's wrong? Is it something at work?" Ik Yin paused. Should that be considered? Then he let out a hum and said, "It's taken care of. That's fine." Natalie didn't know that the man in front of her had invariably dealt with a bloody storm that hadn't arisen by virtue of his notoriety. She pinched up the watermelon carving in the snow-white porcelain plate and showed it to him as if she were showing off. "Does it look good? I carved it. Good looking." This carving was made by Nico Lu in the afternoon when Ji In was busy. The craftsman who could paint and also embroider seemed to be extraordinarily gifted at these fine things. Her second aunt said that Natalie Lu had learned to carve turnip flower bunnies from her mother when she was 3 years old. Natalie Lu's real mother, Shang Yan, was a famous carver in China, her workhorse on all sorts of rare jades, back in the days when one of her thumb-sized creations could fetch astronomical prices. Natalie Lu heard about it for a while when she was very young, but she never had the chance to touch it again. She looked at the brightly colored watermelon flowers in her hand, thinking absent-mindedly, if my mother were still alive, then perhaps I would have taken up her mantle of carving by now, instead of painting or Suzuki embroidery, wouldn't I? By all accounts it was a long time ago, and at her age then, she couldn't remember that much, but she just remembered. Like she was afraid that she would completely forget the two favorite people in her life. She remembered a lot of things from her childhood in a profound way during the big illness she had. Natalie Lu still remembers the warm embrace, her mother's bright and gentle brow. That is the past that she can't even dream of going back to now. Ik Yin looked at the top of the girl's suddenly lost hair and couldn't help but raise a hand to rub it. He didn't know what was wrong with his little wife. He just sensed that she was suddenly sad now. Chapter 53, Ji In. Stop showing your love. After dinner, the two of them each took a shower and then worked at the table for a while, and before going to bed, Natalie Lu remembered the scented pouch that she hadn't given away and pulled it out of her bag. Goose-gray small scented pouch lying in the young girl's tiny hand. She pretended to be natural. "Well, I have nothing to do the first few months of the hand-embroidered trinkets. Married for so long also do not know what to send you if you do not like it on. Love it." Without letting her finish the second half of her sentence, Ik Yin took the small, gently colored object seriously, suddenly feeling like he couldn't hold what he wanted to give all of a sudden. Natalie Lu was still a little happy to see him accept the scented pouch. After all, She does not lack anything. Watches, luxury cars, all kinds of luxury goods. What he does not have, they buy their own. People may not necessarily be able to look at it. Wealth is not enough to make up for the heart. Natalie Lu received from Grandma Lu's inheritance, after marriage, to give her husband a scented pouch that carries her love. There was no love between her and Ik Yin, and as long as she didn't say anything, it was perfectly fine not to send it. But they have, after all, built a family together, so the bomb is still a gift. If it is in the future, she will replenish Ik Yin one. Is it? Ik Yin hesitated for a moment, but finally took out the reparation gift he hadn't been able to give out on the first day. "I'm sorry, I only have this right now." Ji Deshao felt a little guilty as he carefully handed out the file bag worth millions of dollars and the set of beautiful jewelry that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Feeling that his own things were very unworthy of Natalie Lu's heart, the little girl decidedly frowned and refused. "I don't want it." There was a moment of loss for Ikoyan, and her next sentence said, "It's too expensive. I can't have it." Inside the jewelry box lay a set of necklace bracelet earrings made of pink tourmaline. The most attention-grabbing was the ring in the very center, which shimmered extremely brightly under the lamp. And even if there was no brand marked on this black box, one could tell that it was of extraordinary value. I have to say that this kind of girly pink diamond ring instantly sweetened Natalie Lu's heart bar, but she couldn't accept something so expensive for no reason. It's as if by spending the other person's money, the duo's reciprocal status becomes unbalanced all of a sudden. But as a practical matter, the two had actually been unequal for a long time, and she didn't know what she was holding on to, so pathetically and clumsily trying to maintain her last bit of pathetic dignity. "Like you said, we've been married for so long, you gave me a gift, it's only natural for me to return the favor." While being glad that he hadn't shown her the bag of papers that had already been signed, Ji In said, "We'll pick out the wedding ring together after the recording is over, so you can wear this to make up for it first. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of hand-cut pink tourmalines. Make do. Look down on who?" Well, Natalie Lu only took the ring, and put the rest of her things in the dresser drawer along with the black leather case.
It just so happened that the work secretary was sending an email to ask herself what to do with Sue's embroidery workshop now that the personnel inside the company had been replaced by a large number of people under Ji Yin's command, and various positions had been left vacant for a long time. And the store where Natalie Lu had gone to had been closed for a long time afterward. Natalie Lu was staring at the ring in disbelief, and Ik-in unhappily typed a reply. You're on your own. What does he need an embroidery workshop for if he can't deliver the stuff? Anyway, the name of the owner of the whole embroidery workshop had already been changed to Natalie Lu, so she would just let Secretary Lee arrange the rest of the operation, and Natalie Lu would go there whenever she wanted to. He didn't dare to tell Natalie Lu about this. The diamond ring she received reluctantly, and he sent the ring and the company. It always seemed to have a kind of package. The duo are clearly not at a point in their relationship where they can be open about all of this. The little girl's psyche is actually fragile and sensitive. Ji-in can detect her. Do not want to owe yourself this idea, so carefully cooperate with her adaptation progress. Grasp the right balance. He wanted to be good to Nico Lu. He wanted to give her everything he had. He wanted to give her his life, but she didn't want it. Ik-in was annoyed. He told himself not to rush and to take his time. Soon adjusted the mood. Natalie Lu was drinking milk. Ji-in took a picture of the small scented pouch. The more you look at it, the more you like it. You cannot help but send it to the small group to show off. C.L. Pictures. C.L. Natalie Lu gave it to me. At this moment just 10 o'clock. Fox Friends of the Nightlife has just begun. This message out. The bottom immediately followed a group of brush screen. Chin Chi, yo, did Mr. G receive a gift? Fanzataki, applaud JPG. Gu Shixuang, what's the point? Why do you have a beautiful little scented pouch from your gentle wife and I have nothing? Hee, the girl at hand doesn't smell good all of a sudden. Ji-in looked at the group of people envious and jealous of their statements. His vanity was greatly satisfied, haughtily hooking his lips in reply. C.L. My wife embroidered it herself. Chin Chi narrowed his eyes to see the new message brushed out of the screen. All of a sudden exploded, crackling to the private chat output. Ik-in, you went too far. You have a wife, marvelous. At that time, who is the one who was not willing to go back? If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to persuade you. Damn it, are you still not a human being? Brothers are still single at you special send group show love me hashtag and at asterisk, and star. Fanzataki took the time to glance at Chin Chi's cell phone and lazily said, I'm not single, I have a woman. Kong Chang Chin Chi rolled his eyes toward the sky, not even wanting to dismantle him. Can a friend be compared to a wife? Let's talk about it when you can really marry Miss Kong. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Ji-in sent it back to the work group. The diving boss who hadn't spoken in a million years suddenly bubbled up and sent out a picture of a showy, gentle little scented pouch, and it didn't take much to figure out who it was from. Subordinates are much more uptight than their buddies, and rainbow farts don't pay for the insane output. Personnel Xiao Shang, wow, is this embroidered by the boss's wife? So beautiful. Flower JPG. Front desk pony, the owner's wife is really mindful. Secretary Department Wangy, wish the boss wife 100 years of good luck. Variety I've been following the boss's wife is gentle and pretty. Secretary Department Ox 2, www boss is so happy. I also want to have a wife like boss's wife. Shinchi, the bomb is so beautiful. The boss's wife is so beautiful. The boss is so happy. Ik-in quietly admired it for a while, and his mood, which had just been a bit depressed, became good all of a sudden. Go to sleep Ik-in. It's already 11 o'clock. The gentle voice of the little girl came from his ear, and Ik-in immediately let out a hum and put down his cell phone, turning out the bedside lamp. Ik-in listened to his lover's breathing close at hand and felt that happiness meant much more than that. Chapter 54, I will help your brother for sure. The next morning, Natalie Lu woke up early. She strangely didn't recognize the bed last night, slept until dawn, and the quality of her sleep was not bad. Could it be because there was Ji-in beside her? But technically, this is only the second night they've slept together. Does she recognize people but not beds? Ik-in was still asleep when she woke up, a large white pillow separating the two of them. Natalie Lu secretly put it there last night while Ji-in was asleep. The man's eyes were closed when he gathered most of his indifference and violence, and he looked much more harmless and gentle. Natalie Lu watched for a short while, afraid to make a big move for fear of waking him up, and reached out to touch the cell phone on the nightstand. The curtains were lit only by a slit. The room was dark, and Natalie Lu raised her hand and snapped a picture. Click along with the flash. Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu's body froze. She cautiously turned around and was met with a pair of sober, dark eyes. Woke you up? Natalie scratched her head and sheepishly retrieved her cell phone. Sorry, it's still quite early. Will you sleep a little longer? At 7 o'clock. It was just getting light outside. Ji-in shook his head and turned on the bedside lamp. No, I'm usually about this time. He sat up and rubbed his sleepy brow. The neckline of his pajamas rubbed apart from a night's sleep, revealing a large, toned, beautiful chest. Natalie Lu's face was hot from the shock of this beauty early in the morning, pursed her lips and sat up to help him pull his clothes back on, muttering, "The camera is going to be on in a while. Can you pay attention to your image? Being seen by others how to do." The man laughed softly, obediently letting her pull her clothes back on, and said, "Mom sent me a message last night, afraid that you'd be bored while I was working, and asked Jean to come over and stay for a few days." Natalie Lu, who had just put on her furry slippers, froze. "May I? Does it hurt anything to expose a child to flashing lights?" "It's fine." Ekin saw her concern and said, "Jean didn't grow up attending events with Dad. It doesn't affect." "That's fine." Natalie Lu nodded, saw Ekin looking at his cell phone, and asked, "When will you arrive?" "Now." Ekin put away his cell phone, casually threw on a shirt and headed out. "I'll get it." "So early?" "The cameras start working at 8 o'clock, and it's only 7:30. Don't Ekin kids sleep in either?" The roar of the clearing at the very center of the island broke the early morning silence. The helicopter emblazoned with the golden-eyed falcon landed with aplomb, and a young boy in a smart little suit was carried off the plane by strong black-clad bodyguards. "Where's my brother?" The child's voice was milky, and as soon as he got off the plane he couldn't wait to jump down and look around. "Not a bad view from here," he commented as a small adult. A short while later, the tall man in a jacket came into view, and Ekin excitedly ran across the room. "Brother!" Running to heel, he was met with one of the man's fingers against his forehead. The kid punched and kicked for a moment, then pouted unhappily and held his arms. "What for? Are you the only one? Where's Sister Nico?" Jean looked behind him for half a day and said in disappointment, "Is Sister Nico not here? Look at the time now." Ekin said with an expressionless face, "It's also true, and it's so cold. If you come, you come." Jean thought about it and took the initiative to go forward to hold his big brother's hand and said, "Then let's get going." Ekin nodded with the black-clad bodyguard who had escorted him here and took his little friend's suitcase of luggage, leading him back with one hand. "How have you been doing with Natalie-san lately?" Jin's little friend was concerned. "I heard from Mom that you guys went to the playground. Was it fun?" "Aha. Wow, I forgot. You guys have only been here a couple days. Are you getting along okay? Does Natalie's sister not like being around you?" His brother ignored him and the little Ekin kid was not affected at all, muttering to himself, "But don't worry, I'm here. I'm here with a mission from my mom. I will definitely help you, brother." Ekin laughed at his little friend's words and tossed him the case. "Okay, then let's start by doing things on our own. I'm already a big kid. I don't need you guys to take care of me." Jin's little friend exasperatedly pushed his suitcase away, and from a distance, it looked as if Jin had been surrounded by an additional large suitcase that would walk by itself. The villa was some distance away, and by the time Ekin arrived home with Jin, the kids were already sweating, their faces flushed and out of breath. Hearing the sound, Natalie Lu turned off the fire and went to open the door, and as soon as she looked down, she saw the little friend and his big suitcase, as well as Ekin, who was idly sticking his hands in his pockets. "Sister Nico!" Jin happily jumped over and hugged Anna's thighs. "It's been a long time. Did you miss me?" Natalie Lu smiled and rubbed the little friend's furry head. "I want to. Come on in." The cameras went to work. A large number of viewers flooded into the broadcast room, and as soon as everyone entered, their jaws dropped at the sight of a family of 3 walking in hand. "Holy, one night and they have a baby? Holy, the little friend looks like Mr. G. He can't be a bastard, right? What happened? I crossed over? A child? Whose child is this? Their child? Calm down you guys, it's obviously not Nico's birth. Yeah, the kid's 6 or 7. Nico's only in her 20s. You can't have a kid at 18, can you? They're only married. Broken case. This is Mr. She's brother, Mr. She has been on the financial channel with him. Oh brother, I have waited 10 years for you. My brother is so cute. Let me kiss him. Mwah 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 mwah. Have you had breakfast? Natalie told Jean to go upstairs to wash up, fried an extra egg and poured a glass of milk for her little friend. Patting? Thank you sister. The little child Jean, who had already eaten breakfast, happily took the plate, indicating that he could still eat. IKEA's family education can be seen from the children. 6 or 7-year-old children eat without delay. Did not eat everywhere? Dining etiquette is very good. Has gradually had the shadow of IKEA-een. Natalie Lu started out by glancing at him every now and then to see how he was eating, but later realized that she didn't seem to have to worry about it at all. Oh, today it's the virtuous little Lu beauty. My brother is so svelte for dinner. Their family is so eye candy for dinner. Couldn't help but kick at my son who ate all over the floor. How do you teach it? How do you teach it? Homeschooling is really so important. Most kids from rich families are really polite and educated. Chapter 55, Natalie Lu, can you draw me a picture? Jin's little friend is only here for one weekend.
and the day after tomorrow he's going back to the capital to go to school. The villa on the island has everything, and there is a children's room right next to the balcony on the second floor, which is great for kids under 10. Natalie Lu led her little friend up the stairs, and Ji-in dutifully carried the suitcase in the back. When she was about to ask him if he needed help cleaning up, Ji-jin waved his hand and seriously rejected her. No need. I can do it myself. You go play. Natalie Lu lost her smile and watched as he opened his suitcase, taking out his change of clothes and arranging them neatly, and hanging up his small school bag. It's kinda awesome. After seeing that he really could, Natalie Lu turned around and went about her business. The camera in the room captures a quiet morning in the life of the three. Ikian is a quiet and self-sufficient child who finds things to do on his own when the two adults are busy, and the scene is at one point very harmonious. Natalie Lu saw the sea of lavender flowers under the floor-to-ceiling windows, and when the wind blew and rolled up the waves of flowers, she couldn't help but hold her drawing board out to record this beautiful scene. When she finished drawing, she turned around and saw Jin's cute little face. Natalie Lu was startled, wiped her hands, and set her brush down when she heard Ji-jin's voice in awe. Sister's brush is a camera. During her years abroad, Natalie Lu's mentor was an internationally renowned oil painting master, whose warm and healing style of painting sold paintings on the streets of Y during her junior year of college, and a pair could even fetch a high price of £50. Although she switched to drawing hot-blooded comics after graduation, the base from back then is still there, and when she's in the mood, she'll get back to oil painting and occasionally draw for fun. In the sunshine, the gentle and pretty girl bent her eyes and smiled. Then it's for you. Really? Ji-jin was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't wait to touch the drawing board that he hadn't removed yet. A little hesitant. Sister, won't brother be angry that you've given me your first drawing? It's still the first painting you've ever lived together, and my brother won't beat me up if he finds out, will he? Brother is so mean. Unlike me, I only heart my sister. Natalie Lu. A little green tea. Not sure. Look again. Ha 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 Ikyo-jin, you are trying to kill me with laughter. Who did you learn this from? Kids brush less jitterbug. What a nice kid. How can he still be intermittently astute? I was just about to brag about Nico's painting and envy my brother for receiving it when I heard this. But Nico's paintings are really good. Also knows how to do embroidery and painting. WWW my treasure wife. I now believe that Madam can really get by without a penny from Mr. Ikari. Ji-jin's words not only stunned Nicole Lu, but the second afterward, Shi-yin's low voice came from behind him. Is that so? This familiar voice scared Ji-jin's tiger body shook. In the sister-in-law's skin a little actually caught on the spot by his brother. Ji-jin was scared. Brother, are you already busy? The child obediently turned around and fluttered to pour him a cup of water and brought it over. Hard work. Quickly drink a cup of water and rest. Say I'm mean? Ikin looked at the little friend who hated to shrink himself with a smile and said, I'm mean to you? Natalie Lu felt like Iki-jin was going to cry, and her little hands that were gripping the corners of her coat seemed to be trembling. Not fierce. Ikin let out a humph, seeing Ik-jin's little maneuver. He simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. Natalie Lu removed the painting and handed it to him, and Ji-jin ran away in a huff, as if there were jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards chasing behind him. I want Nico's hand-drawn picture too. The man walked away, and instead of chasing after him, Ji-in looked down at the little girl, looking pitiful. Not going to clean up the brother here to sell the misery. Pool dog really have you. There's one thing I'd like to. WWW me too. Help. 1 second fierce Tibetan Mastiff. The next second pampered little wolf dog. Who can stand this contrast? I'm a hyena I can. I just love this sellout literature. No one can resist Chief Ike's pampering. Natalie Lu was no exception. Her face heated up at Ik-yin's bluntly incandescent gaze. I'll draw for you later. Then I want. The man suddenly lowered his head and quietly whispered something in the girl's ear, and Natalie Lu's face exploded red all of a sudden. She glared at Ik-yin in shame and scolded him in a low voice. Rascal! The man hooked his lips and asked her gently, May I? Natalie Lu blushed. She simply wanted to cover her ears and not listen to this man's nonsense. No. The man's eyes immediately lost again, a regretful okay before he could say, I heard the little girl reluctantly whispered, later, have the opportunity to do it. I've given my brother a painting, so it's not a big deal if my brother wants one. Natalie Lu thought hesitantly. Ji-in was happy again. His good mood was simply not hidden at all, reaching out his hand to hook Nico Lu's palm. When will it start? Whatever. Depends on your time. Natalie Lu always had the feeling of falling into a hole. Every night? Once every 3 days. This conversation between the duo was so low in sound and movement that the squatting live viewers were also listening in on the clouds, and quickly shifted their focus to Nico Lu's canvases. And another burst of rainbow farting output put the matter out of their minds. Natalie Lu and Ik-yin's mysterious deal didn't start tonight.
Ji-jin ate his dinner and then dutifully did his homework for a while Natalie Lu cuddled up next to him and worked on the computer.
As soon as she looked up, the child wheedled over to her and whispered, "Sister-in-law, there's a question I don't know." The brothers went out to talk for a while this afternoon, and when they came back, Ji-jin changed his name. Natalie Lu quickly adapted well and took his book to read the questions. How can a first grader's questions be difficult for her? This was Natalie Lu's thought before she read the question. 1 minute later. Not really. Natalie Lu glanced at Ik-yin,
who was working on a file next to her, and after sitting for a while struggling with her thoughts,
she finally asked for help. Ik-yin, I don't know one question. Ah no, it's my brother who doesn't know one question.
These words were like a dream back in high school. Ji-in had fantasized countless times that the little girl in the front row would turn around and say this to herself, not realizing that years later, it would actually appear in this scenario. Let's see. The man's brow was gentle, and a large, well-behaved child came around to sit beside him. I don't know what kind of children nowadays have become inwardly rolled up. Only first grade questions. Without some logical thinking and knowledge of you really can't do it. Natalie Lu listened with an open mind, thinking that it was still Ik-yin who was great.
Chapter 56, Painting. The first night after Ik-jin left, after all the cameras were turned off,
Natalie Lu set up her drawing board in the duo's bedroom. She had previously agreed to do a sketch portrait of Ik-yin, and the model herself had positively agreed to set aside an hour every third night for her to draw. Ik-yin was in the shower and Natalie Lu was sitting on the couch staring at the door. The bathroom door was frosted, revealing a vaguely human form, and the night was quiet. Natalie Lu had always been accustomed to this kind of quiet, but tonight there was inexplicably a strange uneasiness in her heart. The bedroom light was dim, and Natalie Lu was counting the minutes almost to the minute, waiting for Ik-yin to come out. In this extremely quiet environment, even the passage of time was infinitely stretched and became extraordinarily clear. Natalie Lu couldn't sit still. She was ready to get up and go around, and in the meantime, pour a glass of water back for both of them. There was a gale blowing outside, and she had just looked at the weather report, and there seemed to be a thunderstorm tonight. There was a pair of couples glass cups placed downstairs, which should have been thoughtfully prepared by the director's team, and Natalie Lu used them after cleaning them, just one for each person. The door to the room upstairs was open, and Natalie Lu went up with hot water. The white shirt was not tied into the black suit pants like usual. In this kind of dim light, the material seemed extra thin. The man's beautiful body curves were hidden under the shirt, carrying a kind of extreme temptation. It was killing me. Natalie Lu was practically afraid she was going to get a nosebleed from the excitement. She pushed her way in and set her cup down gently, shifting her gaze hastily. It's raining outside. Aha! The man's voice was faint. The gauze curtains were blown over, and Natalie Lu was stunned as an odd moody emotion slowly grew. I don't know if it's the wind or the heart. The girl kept her head down, thus not noticing the man's expression that suddenly became out of place the moment the thunderstorm sounded. Ik-yin forced down the restlessness in his heart under the given circumstances, not wanting to ruin the rare atmosphere. Come on, little painter. You. Lu Nico wanted to let him change clothes. The words reached his mouth and swallowed back. The long coat and pants didn't show any flesh. There's nothing wrong with what people are wearing. Natalie Lu looked up depressingly, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the man's wonderful body. It's so contradictory. Love of beauty everyone has. He dared to wear so. His own more look at two eyes how? The little painter thought brokenly, finally convincing himself to stare brightly at people. You find a place to sit. The girl lifted her chin, and there was a startling brightness in her dark gaze. Ji-in was almost scalded by her brightness, and under these circumstances, all the countless dark emotions that had been fostered in his heart seemed like unseen monsters crawling out, screaming to tear them all into the endless abyss. She was the only light outside the darkness. Rumble! A huge clap of loud thunder crashed down, which almost instantly reminded him of that night many years ago, in the nightmare that had plagued him for decades, when this loud clap of thunder threw itself into his heart and blew his entire being to pieces. Natalie Lu thought the man was going to do something tonight anyhow dressed like this. The male vixen-like dress was obviously seducing herself, but how come it's laying down now? Natalie Lu couldn't tell if she was lost or relieved that the rain was coming down and she turned to close the window. The gauze curtains finally dropped, and the lavender outside the window was blown about, looking pathetic with a broken and fragmented beauty. Natalie Lu finally found the words to describe Ik-yin tonight. It's the sense of brokenness. This man was usually like a hard rock. Outsiders could not easily see his emotions, and in front of Natalie Lu, he always seemed to be gentle, but this gentleness masked something that he himself would not divulge to himself. On this night, the false shell seemed to shatter a little. Unaware that the man was on the verge of losing control, Natalie Lu sat down on the couch and sipped her water nonchalantly. The man's face was trapped in the shadows and she couldn't see his face, but this haziness constitutes an eerie beauty.
Natalie Lu's eyes were amazingly bright.
This man was her muse on this night. The girl was so focused on her painting that she didn't notice when the man who had been sitting in the same spot leaned over. Another thunderclap that the windows couldn't stop, and the rain crackled against the windows.
Natalie Lu's exclamation of surprise was gagged back into her lips.
The young girl's slender, soft waist was too much to hold,
and she fell into a hard embrace. Ik-yin's hot exhale seemed to be right next to his ear, and Natalie Lu struggled.
"What are you doing, Natalie Lu?
I'm afraid of dark claustrophobic spaces."
The man's voice was muffled,
and he buried his head into Natalie Lu's shoulder and neck,
a gesture that made him seem especially vulnerable at the moment. That night was the first time the little girl had gotten a peek inside his mind,
and Natalie Lu didn't know what he'd been through before,
but she could understand that he would darken the space thing.
This evening
was ill-considered on her part. Natalie Lu panicked at once. The man's emotions were so intense that night that she had to get up almost immediately.
"I'll turn on the light." "Don't." Ik-yin wouldn't let her go, and he said, "I've got to get over this sometime." Once upon a time,
it seemed that he could easily suppress these bad feelings, but when it came to the little girl, a man could never help but show weakness.
Natalie Lu handed him the water, and after a moment's hesitation,
she took it upon herself to hug the man's hot body and stay with him in silence. There was a subtle scraping sound between the thin fabrics, and the man was surprised by the unsolicited embrace.
And for a moment, the atmosphere grew even more silent.
"The weather is bad tonight,
so I won't paint,"
Natalie Lu said softly.
"We'll continue when you're in better shape."
Ji-in couldn't help but hook his lips, his abyss-like black eyes meeting those eyes full of worry.
"Can I kiss you?" That memory of being eaten as if she was going to be eaten came back to her,
and Natalie Lu rounded her eyes at once.
"No, can." "Well, this time it's notice again."
But the kiss was much gentler this time,
and that breathless feeling didn't come back.
"Idiot, close your eyes." Fuzzy words spilled out from between their lips, and Natalie Lu closed her eyes as a reflex.
In the overwhelming darkness,
she was like a rootless floating weed that could only cling to the man's shoulders.
Outside in the raging storm, in the warm room,
something quietly took root in Natalie Lu's heart, and at some point in the future,
it completely grew into a huge tree that could not be eliminated.
The shattering of the glass sounded clearly, and Natalie Lu didn't have time to lament the pair of couple glasses that she actually kind of liked, when the man who noticed her inattentiveness bit her lip as if he was punishing her.
"Woo!" The girl immediately reddened in aggravation. Chapter 57, The Grandmother Comes. The next morning,
Ik-yin made temporary arrangements to travel for a week.
Natalie Lu didn't know exactly where she was going,
just that she woke up in the morning after Ji-in answered a phone call on the balcony and said in a depressed manner that she had an urgent business trip.
"It's fine. What we are filming is the daily routine.
It's not possible for everyone to have nothing to do and stay on the island all the time. The other guests who have urgent schedules have also gone."
"It doesn't affect anything."
The director waved his hand without any concern. "The first few episodes are already in the editing process and will be aired next week at the latest. The taping hasn't stopped in the last few days. It's just that all the heat on the air has clearly gone down."
"It doesn't matter though."
Aside from the overly concerned fans of the show, this 24-hour broadcast wasn't supposed to be watched all the time. And 2 weeks from now, after the first season of the show is over, is when it officially starts airing.
Even though Ik-yin is temporarily traveling for a week, someone else is filling in. "I'm going with Dad.
And it just so happens that Mom has nothing to do at home lately, so she's coming over to the island to stay with you for a few days."
Ji-in asked for her opinion. "Is that okay?"
"It's okay, Ms. You had always been good to herself, like she was her own daughter, and she didn't have a mother-in-law demeanor. She liked young and fashionable things, and the two of them were able to talk, and Natalie Lu enjoyed spending time with her. Relationship to marriage and mother-in-law and daughter-in-law getting along is also a big part of the story."
"Didn't a lot of people wonder about the Chi family's attitude?
Here,
didn't the man just deliver himself?"
The topic of how luxury mothers-in-law all get along with their daughters-in-law is enough to generate a lot of heat.
And isn't it more exciting than the two of them getting along uneventfully? And even if Ik-yin wasn't traveling,
it's almost time to arrange this mother-in-law-like episode in the next few days.
Sure enough,
as soon as this news was sent out from the official website, the heat that had been vaguely declining was fired back up.
Even more so.
"I heard that Chun Yanli, her mother-in-law, has been unhappy that she can't have children.
I really don't know how they usually get along." "Keipo's mom. No way. The parents have met and this is still not getting married in place? I've seen pictures of Bobo's mom before, and she's huge. I'm still most curious about Mrs. Ikari. We just mean that no one really wants to know how a luxury mother-in-law gets along with a daughter-in-law who comes in by marriage."
"Upstairs, the first step in a marriage.
The first thing that has to happen is that the parents are satisfied, which means that even if Mr. Chi doesn't like Natalie Lu, but due to Mrs. Chi's pressure, he still has to marry Natalie Lu. So Mrs. Chi herself must like Natalie Lu. Positive. Are all the guests going to have to deal with a mother-in-law coming? Geez, that Lu superstar and white movie star would have to die of embarrassment, wouldn't they? What's so embarrassing? It's not like Bai's mom doesn't know that the two of them are tying up their business. Besides, Bai's movie star is very powerful, but I heard that Lu superstar's background is not to be underestimated either. In the ocean view room, the live camera had not yet been turned on, and Lu Wanjin looked at the message from her father with a depressed expression. Wanjin, did you pay attention to Ji Yin's side or not? How many times have you taken the initiative to show your love? That Ji Yin just doesn't care. He only has Nico in his eyes. In front of the camera, can't you give her some face? Lu Wanjin was really getting angry, and she didn't want to reply to her father at all. What's wrong? It just so happened that Bai Yan was coming out of his room to pour water, and when he saw Lu Wanjin looking bad, he asked, "Are you worried about how you and my mom will get along after I'm gone?" Lu Wanjin didn't say anything. Bai Yan said to herself, "Don't be afraid, my mom is quite nice, and she knows our situation, so she won't have any other ideas." Lu Wanjin annoyed, which is this. Her father's side every 2 days to urge her side of the situation. People are just not interested in their own. Then what can she do? What else can she do? Go and please his mom? Wait, it's not really a no? Natalie Lu was just a young lady from a rundown family. While she herself was truly raised by pampered parents who smashed resources, Ji-in was seduced by Nico Lu, that little foxy girl, and couldn't tolerate herself in her eyes. So was it possible that she could peek at Mrs. Ji's favor? Anyway, if Mrs. Ji could even look at a small family like Nico Lu, then she must be able to do the same. Lu Wanjin was confident again. Natalie Lu's side doesn't know that her husband is not going to make it, and her mother-in-law has been missed. She watched as Akane gathered a bit of his own stuff and got ready to go out. It was a beautiful day, and the door opened and the foyer was flooded with sunlight. "I'm leaving." Akane looked down at the little girl and admonished, "Take care of yourself." Aha! Without a hint of reluctance, Natalie Lu offered a wave. "See you later." Nothing else? Ikian wasn't satisfied. I need to socialize outside sometimes." Ikian nodded at the snow-white collar. "Stamp me?" Natalie Lu immediately understood what he meant and blushed. "Is that necessary?" "Yes." The man looked serious, and Natalie Lu hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't argue with him. "Go back to your room and apply lipstick and come out." The girl stood slightly on tiptoe and kissed a pretty lipstick on his collar. Before he could get away, he was cupped by the chin in response to a brief kiss. "Aha, what are they doing? Is this something I can see without paying for it?" Kissed. Natalie baby is actively kissing Mr. Chie. Oh my god, this man is so good at this. Lip prints and chin pinching kisses. Where has my simple Nico ever seen this before? Natalie had never seen this kind of battle before. When no one was around, a kiss or two would be fine. But this was still a live broadcast. Natalie Lu quickly pushed Chien away and scolded him with a red face. "It's live. Can you pay attention? Hey, don't be polite to us. Go on." "Holy, that means you guys have done a lot of things off the air that can't be aired?" "Who said the business marriage has no feelings that person you out? These two have been on the show and they are obviously showing love and spreading dog food every day. Does this look like they don't have any feelings? Go away." Ikian didn't put up any more of a fight, finally bending down and hugging the little girl before turning to leave. Natalie Lu watched him get into the car before she closed the door and went back. There were several messages from Ms. Yu lying in her phone's WeChat, and Natalie Lu was ready to reply to them one by one when she realized that the last one was that she had arrived. Shein had just left in front of him when Ms. Yu, wearing sunglasses and delicate makeup, rang the doorbell. "Mom!" Natalie Lu's surprised voice rang out. The moment the face entered the camera, netizens who were ready to watch were stunned. "Who are you, beautiful? So young. She's so young? Is this 40 or 50? Good for my direct sister." Chapter 58. Do you like Natalie Lu? Nico. At the sight of her daughter-in-law's face, Ms. Yu smiled. "How have you been?" Natalie Lu welcomed Ms. Yu through the door and said, "It's fine. That brat Chien didn't bully you, did he? Tell mom. I'll fix him." "No," Natalie Lu cried. "The two of us are fine." As the person most concerned about the duo's relationship status, Yu Yanxia had been following the livestream, checking out the duo's CP Super Talk when she had something to do. She was really a bit afraid that this was an act by the duo. That wooden head of Ji-in didn't take the initiative, and Nico was a well-behaved one. Even if there were no real feelings between the two of them, the act could be acted out in order to put her mind at ease for the time being. You can't really tell much on the live feed. Too much dark poking and prodding of sugar and she'll think it's real. So this time she'll take the opportunity to check the progress. In front of herself, the little girl had been so well-behaved and polite that she was actually uncomfortable, but she smiled gently for the peace of mind of those around her. Natalie Lu had been very uncomfortable in the Chi family up until now, and Ms. Yu could actually see everything. At the end of the day, the little girl still feels that this place is not her home, so she feels detached. If Ikian can't do it,
then he'll do it himself.
MS. You are full of fight. The morning was sunny,
and Natalie Lu worked with Yu Yanxia to get the guest room cleaned up.
The big white quilt in the guest room is out,
so let's get the master bedrooms together. The bedding in the master bedroom was a set that Natalie Lu had brought over herself.
A large quilt with blue and white flowers that looked extra cozy. Ha 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 ha, I have the same blue and white big flower quilt as Nico's, hee hee.
It's hard to imagine someone as rigid as Akin sleeping in a big blue and white flower every night, ha.
So what if he's the president? He's still going to sleep under the same blue and white big flower quilt as our Nico. My mother-in-law is so unassuming. As a posh wife,
she also takes it upon herself to clean up her room with Nico, and they water the flowers and cook together.
Just like sisters. WWW, I would love to have this kind of fairy granny. That's nice.
The duo tanned the quilt and watered the flowers.
Then MS.
You herself made a cup of flower tea, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wore sunglasses and sunbathed together in the yard. Natalie Lu hadn't been out for a long time. Her already white skin was raised even whiter. It seemed to glow in the sunlight, and the small ankles that were exposed seemed like they could be easily held in one hand.
Ikian,
who was already sitting in a taxi to the airport,
thought so. What are you looking at? On one side, Papa Chi reached out his hand and waved. The person I'm taking you to see this time is very important. You need to be prepared. What's the point of deserting here?
Aha. Akin snapped his cell phone and said, who is it? Who could make the head of China's largest consortium say the words very important?
You'll know when the time comes. Papa Chi's face was a bit complicated. His eyebrows tightly furrowed into a chuan. It's a long story.
All right. Akin bowed his head and took the time to glance at the airfare.
It was from China to Y.
The Chi family had properties in various countries, and Chi-in didn't think much of it, assuming that his father had brought him just to meet some important business partner.
If it's any other social occasion, then why didn't he bring MS? Yo, watching Natalie and your mom live?
Papa Chi glanced at the content on his phone and teased.
That's how long you've been gone and you're thinking about it? Ji-in didn't say anything before he heard the next sentence. When I first told you about getting married,
you were still reluctant to come back.
Or your mom has a way. Do you like Nico? Papa Ik asked bluntly.
The young man nodded without hesitation.
Aha, that's good.
Papa Ik relieved. At least we're not totally messed up. The main family of the Chi clan has a single lineage,
and I don't know if it's genetic or not,
but every generation of the family head has had strong abilities, and hasn't grown crooked until now.
Ike's father is known as a smiling fox in the business world, and only in front of his family would he be more sincere,
and it's rare for father and son to sit down and have a good chat.
He didn't really want to meddle in the child's affairs.
It was his wife who was too worried about his son's state, fearing that the psychological shadow from his childhood coupled with his experiences after entering the army would make it even worse, so he wanted to find a confidant to keep him company. The live stream he watched occasionally, and he was much relieved to follow as the two kids seemed to be getting along just fine.
Dad, the silent Ji-in suddenly spoke up. What exactly happened to Natalie Lu and her family before? Can you tell me?
His previous memories were long and incomplete, and he only knew that as a child.
Natalie Lu was autistic, but he didn't know exactly what caused it. In middle school,
the two had very few encounters. Parent-teacher conferences or similar activities have never seen her family to attend. To meet again is to learn that she has actually been boarding at the Lu family's second home, and that her real parents died in a car accident when she was very young.
Lu Wanjin's show of goodness he is not to feel not. This woman's background Akin checked. Is the Lu family immigrated for many years of the third house family daughter? Since she already knew about their relationship, why would Lu Wanjin still show herself favor? You'll see. Papa Ikari clearly had no intention of giving any more details either. Natalie Lu fell asleep in the sun,
and when she woke up again it was high noon,
and MS.
Yu next to her was gone. She stretched and stared at the flowers next to her for a few moments when she heard MS.
Yu standing at the window at the kitchen and calling, Nico, come back for dinner. Natalie Lu turned around and saw MS. Yu wielding a spatula.
She had come in a long black velvet cheongsam, draped in furs and aristocratic, and now stood in the kitchen with her apron tied, rather out of place.
Natalie Lu didn't expect that a noble lady like MS.
Yu, who looked like she didn't dip her fingers in the water, would also cook herself, and looking at the finished product on the table, it was even quite good. She still got that big pigeon egg on her ring finger.
Try it, MS.
Yu threw chopsticks of shredded potatoes at Natalie Lu.
It's been a while since I've made it, so it might not be as good as Ikyin's.
Natalie Lu's level of cooking was just a trifle good, and the two of them basically watched Chi-in cook everything they ate every day, which did surprise her at first.
It turns out that MS, you can actually cook as well. Quite tasty. Natalie Lu commented pertinently.
Really, MS, you had the ambition to fatten up Natalie Lu in these few days, and simply put all her enthusiasm into cooking.
Get ready for dinner. Eat more. Natalie Lu smiled and responded. Good. Chapter 59, Lu Xingyu. While the mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were harmonizing over here, the other three groups of mothers-in-law took their places. Chen Yanli looked at old Mrs. Wei, who had a look of disgust on her face, and whispered, "Mom, aha." The old lady, with her nose in the air, looked around halfway when she arrived and said, "Where's my son? He traveled on business." Chen Yanli choked a little, but there was no impatience at all at her warm brows. "This is where you've been staying lately?" The old lady's face was dissatisfied. "Why is this house so small?" Uncle Wei and his wife were the third-place winners, and were given a normal apartment of 120 square feet, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen, which would suffice for an ordinary civilian family residence. The old lady snorted. "I told you guys to live a good life. You had to participate in this variety show or whatever, and you end up living in a place like this?" Chen Yanli whispered. "We're doing quite well." "Good for what? Can people live in such a small house?" Old Mrs. Wei's voice was stern. This time, not to mention Chen Yanli, the sideburns of the director's team were suddenly jumping. "I'm convinced. Auntie Chen's mother-in-law is like this? What a nitpicker. To make the atmosphere so frosty as soon as you arrive. No wonder the couple doesn't want to live with you. Families get it right. The isolated Nico side is sci-fi. This side is normal family ethical drama." "Who said that? Mama Card and Shiki get along very well too. Lu Superstar and Mama Bai aren't as close, but they're both polite and courteous, which is not as stifling as this side." "Alright, you two are also so old. Our Wei family did not leave a seed down. I think of this thing I am sad." Wei old lady said and wiped her tears. Again, this sentence. Chen Yanli held back and did not make a sound. In order to protect his wife, Wei's external meaning has always been his problem. It has nothing to do with Chen Yanli, but Wei's old lady still blames her daughter-in-law. Every time she looks at her, her nose is not her nose and her eyes are not her eyes. If she finds out that it's really her daughter-in-law who can't have children, it's going to get worse. My mother-in-law is the same way. When I didn't want to have a child when we first got married, she kept pushing me and incited my parents to push for a child as well, putting pressure on me. Sometimes I feel like I'm not the daughter-in-law of their family, as if I'm just a tool for having children. Having children is a constant topic in every home for ages, and while the other two pairs may not have much to say about it, I'm betting that in a few days Mrs. Aki will be talking about it with Nico Lu as well. Surely people's serious daughter-in-law, and this kind of marriage, the importance of the birth of the heir do not need me to say more, right? Jinjin is Australian? In the Ocean View room, Mama Bai asked offhandedly. "Auntie, call me Wanjin, that title I don't like." Lu Wanjin's face visibly deteriorated. "Yes, my family emigrated when I was very young." Bai mother's face stiffened, the movements of her hands paused, a little unsure, but still politely said, "I'm sorry, Wanjin. So what are your plans after you return to China?" "I want to develop in China in the future," Lu Wanjin said carelessly. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about anything more, Bai mother wisely stopped introducing any topic, and the two of them did their own thing, with silence around them. "What Lu Wanjin, how do anyone so drag? Never seen anyone talk so righteous. What's the problem? If you don't like it, you don't like it, so what's wrong with saying it? Still don't like the name. TSK, clearly don't want to have an alliterative name with Mrs. Icky, here and now. Humph. There can't be anyone who doesn't know that Lu Wanjin is actually a year younger than Mrs. Chi, right?" The shark arm that said Mrs. Chi copied her name earlier stand out. In the compound of the thatched hut, Mamaka managed to collect her jaws from dropping in shock and patted Dai Shichi's shoulder in a serious tone, saying, "These past few days, it's really been hard on you guys. You'll have to suffer for a while next, too, Auntie." Dai Shichi sighed, a little guilty. "The two of us are not competitive, but had we known you were coming, we would have definitely fought hard." "Hey, it's fine. Card Mom didn't care. It's not like we haven't lived here before. What's not to get used to?" That's good. By the way, do you cook?" "Not exactly proficient." "That's great. Auntie, you don't know. It doesn't even matter where we live. It's mostly about eating. You don't know how hard it is for both of us who can't even cook together. I feel like I've lost weight." The agent off camera glared angrily. "It's not good yet, you're the one who eats more." "Dai Shichi, you have the face to say that." Dai Shichi shrunk her shoulders, her back inexplicably getting a little cold. "Country, why? It's late at night. On the mountain highway known as the Road of Death, there are 7 or 8 transformed top sports cars parked." The Oriental man's face stood out in a crowd of blonde Europeans. Though he looked decidedly more boyish, he lost none of his swagger when he leaned against the tawdry red sports car with a cigarette in his mouth. "Hey Lu, you finally came out." A white kid brother and sister put a hand on Lu Xingyi's shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows and flirted. "I thought you were going to pigeonhole us again tonight." Lu Xingyue shook off Lucia's hand and stomped out his cigarette. "Cut the crap. Dude is in a bad mood today. Accompany me for a ride." What could possibly put you in a bad mood? This handsome oriental man was a famous devil in their circle. He was always the only one who could put others in a bad mood. Who else could put him in a bad mood? Never mind. When Lu Xingyue thought about what her father had said, not to mention greeting that person with a smile on her face, she was simply so depressed that she wanted to directly punch someone. If their family was in the country, where would this forced marriage happen? But things were too complicated back then. As of now, they can't appear in Nico Lu's field of vision in an honorable way. Fine. Lucius raised his hands in surrender. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Let's go. It's rare to come out once. We'll have a good time this time. Lu Xingyue inserted the car key into it, and the several surrounding supercars roared at the same time. And with a whistle from the plump-breasted, thin-waisted beauty, the red supercar took the lead and instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a taillight for the remaining people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lucius, who was right behind him, let out a low curse. Lu the madman, really don't want to die. As Lu Xingyue began his venting general speed and passion, a certain culprit who had depressed him also got off the airplane. This night, some things that had been dusty for years were rehashed, and the man pursed up his lips to hide a monstrous rage. Domestic, lying in the chair of the small Lu beauty knows nothing about this. MS, you are considering where to take her daughter-in-law tomorrow, a piece of the years. Chapter 60. Let's go together sometime later. Nico, let's go shopping together tomorrow. You usually stay out all the time and don't know how to add to your clothes. Yu Yinshi said, having a huge, barely open checkroom in Lontin Hillside. Natalie Lu. Good. At night, following MS Yu's routine, Nico Lu went to bed extraordinarily early. It was only 9 o'clock. She casually touched a new human figure that she had drawn up in her head a few days ago, and when she put down her drawing board she looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Unsure of what Ji-in was doing on his end, Natalie Lu opened her phone. The last message from the duo remaining from the morning when he said he got off the plane. Daytime at home is nighttime over there. So it should be dawn by now, right? Afraid that he was resting from jet lag during the day, Natalie Lu hadn't bothered him, and it was only then that she typed a few words and sent them over. Ji-in, what are you doing? It came right back. Nothing right now. I have to go to a reception with Dad in 2 hours. Natalie Lu didn't have time to send a second message before a video request popped up on the other end. Natalie Lu raked her hair twice and picked up. Ik-yin's side was supposed to be in a hotel room, decorated in a very European style, and the man's clear, cold, hard jawline appeared in the shot. He seemed to be casually adjusting the position of his cell phone as he meticulously buttoned his shirt to the top with his other hand. Needless to say, the man was pleasing to the eye from top to bottom, and just this little bit of content revealed exuded a strong dose of testosterone. Ji-in fastened his buttons, his indifferent eyes softening as he looked at the person in the video. Nico, aha, getting ready for rest? Ik-yin was surprised. So early, isn't it only 9 o'clock at home? Mom went to bed early, so I followed suit and rested early. Natalie Lu was curious. You're in why? What kind of place? Boo City. I went to college in Boo. You can go around when you're done. It's a very romantic city. There will be a chance to go together later, Ik-yin said. The man hid his emotions well. Even after knowing something that big, he still didn't show anything different in front of Natalie Lu. The two talked about something else, and finally Ik-yin bid her goodnight and went about his business. After hanging up the phone, it was only 10 o'clock, and Nico Lu thought that she had to get up early tomorrow, so she also went to bed. MS, you did come knocking on Nico Lu's door early in the morning the next day. No live broadcast today. MS, you was capricious. Let's go to M City and hang out. I have a few friends who have been over here lately, so it's a good day to get together. Am I going too? Natalie Lu yawned. She hadn't undone her braid before going to bed last night and woke up with her hair curled into waves. She rubbed her face sleepily. So do I have to clean up? You don't have to worry about that. I've got it all set up. In a sense, this would be the first time the Chi family had made this daughter-in-law public, and Mrs. She was drawing a little bit of her connections to Nico Lu. Don't worry, it's not all of us old aunts. They all brought their daughters-in-law, daughters-in-law and so on. You're all about the same age. You should be able to talk together. MS. You even comforted Natalie Lu. At the same time the sea view room, white mother while wearing earrings while softly said, go to be more comfortable. Auntie is to take you to take a break. You don't want to stay in the reception is fine. Go to the surrounding shopping buy clothes. Lu Wanjin nodded absently. Bai's mother also suddenly received an invitation to an old classmates party, and it just so happened that she was in M City, so she simply went. It's not a good idea to leave Lu Wanjin alone in the house, as the male guests of the party are not here, so if she leaves them behind and goes out on her own, how bad would it be and what would those people on the internet say about her? So she tried to offer to bring Lu Wanjin alone, and luckily the human girl agreed. The afternoon tea for the wives started at 3 p.m. Sharp, and Ms. You took Natalie Lu out on a boat, and when they got to shore, the driver with dark sunglasses respectfully opened the door for the two of them. Mrs. Ms. Lu, go downtown. It turns out that what Ms. you said about not having to worry is really not having to worry. She took Natalie Lu all the way through the mall, and managed to pick out a few high luxury fall limited, and waited for the person to change out of the clothes, which barely still satisfied nodded. When we go back to the capital, go to the ones I always go to for customization. The store attendant in the two temperament of the lady came in. It is keen to feel that the identity of these two people is not simple. In Yuyenchi without saying anything to pick away the most expensive pieces when it is even more smiling. Service attitude is very warm and thoughtful. After buying the clothes, Nico Lu was dragged to do the styling and makeup. A set of process down is considered to be completely sober. Yuyenchi looked at Natalie Lu, who had walked out from several years, with satisfaction, ruffled her freshly blown hair, and said, "Worthy of being my daughter-in-law, so beautiful." The little girl's already superior appearance was even more bright and eye-catching after being carefully groomed. Wearing a mask could not even be blocked. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted and could not help but glance at her. Although it was still early for the time on the invitation, several of the most central wives were old friends and had gone over early, now bombarding Yuyenchi one after the other, causing her a headache. "Let's go. My sisters are curious about you. I'll take you there so they can see the world." Yuyenchi took Nico Lu's arm. Onlookers couldn't tell and thought that these were sisters who were on the street together. One Piece court. The wives already in place were chattering and chatting, when the host, Mrs. Ma, said, "Has Yenchi arrived yet? We're waiting for her. What's the hurry? It's still early." These days is not in that daughter-in-law of hers to participate in a variety show? It's probably inconvenient to come out. That's why it's delayed. Someone said. Mrs. He, who has always been at odds with Yuyenchi, snickered, throwing your head out. "You don't mind the shame. You can't say that. That variety show has been pretty hot lately. Isn't Xiaobai there too? I wonder if the two of them bumped into each other. When her daughter-in-law fools around, she follows suit. She really doesn't take her status seriously." Mrs. He's mouth was venomous as she grunted. "She's the only one who takes that Lu family's little girl as a treasure." Mrs. Fong, who is on good terms with Yuyenchi, sank her eyes. "Li Yenxiu, don't be disgusting. Isn't it just that Jiin didn't look at your niece? Don't forget the identity of the little girl's own mother. When the Lu family was at its peak, Li Yenxiu was not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes." Mrs. He choked for a moment, then choked back unwillingly. "So what? What's the point of flaunting yourself here when the person is gone? Who are you calling a flail?" Chapter 61 Concealment. Who are you calling a flail? The visitor is a high-fashion small black dress. Well-maintained face cannot see the traces of the years. The figure is pretty good, charm still exist. The young woman next to her had a pair of extraordinarily beautiful and watery eyes. Her temperament was serene and light. It was standing in front of such a powerful aura of Yuyenchi. Surprisingly, she didn't lose the battle in the slightest. Mrs. He stalled, bristled, and stopped talking. "I can finally get you here." Mrs. Fong was beaming with joy, and her eyes flashed with amazement when she saw Nico Lu next to her. "This is Nico, isn't it?" Naturally, Yuyenchi didn't miss the emotions in her old sister's eyes. She was happy in her heart and smiled. "Yes, my daughter-in-law. Nico, this is Mrs. Fong, you can call her Auntie Long. Ms. You led her around." And Natalie Lu was a good girl and called out. When it came to Mrs. He, Yuyenchi coldly said, "This is the wife of Mr. He of He's real estate." Natalie Lu had just heard what this Mrs. He had said, and only nodded politely, not smiling like she had just done when she was speaking to the other ladies. Li Yenxiu's heart was blocked, but she couldn't say anything. She only said in a conspiratorial manner, "Mrs. She came late, so she brought her daughter-in-law. The other girls can still be downstairs. You're the only one who's special. Can't a little girl like you get into the circle of wives? There are no rules at all." Yuyenchi rolled her eyes without hesitation. "I'm just happy to bring my daughter-in-law out to get to know my sisters. If you don't want to go downstairs and stay with those little girls, what's the point of dragging us, Nico?" You, Mrs. He really didn't expect this woman to actually pay so much attention to her cheap daughter-in-law, and was going to open her mouth to stab a few more times when she was tugged on the arm by Mrs. Ma next to her. "Alright, you two are really two. The moment you meet after so many years, you're all at swords." She smiled and rounded up the situation. "It's also been quite a long time since we've seen each other. All sit down, have a cup of tea and chat." Mrs. Fong also gave Yuyenchi a wink and said, "Let's go. You know, she's just like this. Don't bother with her." As soon as she arrived, she saw the dark tides of the noble wives. Natalie Lu smiled calmly on the surface, but inwardly she was secretly eating and watching the show. You grunted, and for the sake of her good girlfriend, took Nico Lu's arm and went into the beautifully decorated afternoon tea sunroom. Downstairs, Mother Bai was dealing with a staff member, and Lu Wanjun looked at the excited young girls and only felt annoyed as she listened to their chattering voices. I heard that this afternoon tea was organized by Mrs. Ma's family from the know. One group in M City, nominally an old classmates reunion, but actually helping her son to look for a daughter-in-law. The Ma family. Her son is like 25 years old? Pretty much. I heard that Mayu is playing with flowers. How many rich people play without spending? But her old classmates must all be of unusual status as well. Just pick up any one of them and you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Ha! The people who had the same dream as you are here. No. Aren't you excited? You really don't have any ideas? Ideas are ideas, but Mrs. Ma's daughter-in-law must be a good match. So what's the matter with us? Why don't we do anything? Didn't you see those two people who just came in? That's Mrs. G and her daughter-in-law, the one who's so hot these days. I heard that Natalie Lu's family situation is not so good. From Cloud City, this can marry the Chi family. I want to think about what's wrong with the Ma family. Hearing this, Lu Wanjun, who was originally still a bit impatient, had a heartbeat. Mrs. Chi and Nico Lu, they're here too? It's also true that the white mother said that it was a class reunion. They can show up here is also beyond reproach. After the rooms were divided, the four groups of guests lived far away from each other, and even though she had the intention of reaching out to Mrs. Ikari, she never found the opportunity to do so. Since it's all here, wouldn't that be heaven helping her? Lu Wanjun glanced at Mrs. Bai, who had already turned around and walked over, and heard her say, Wanjun the top can only go to us old classmates. You wait for me at the bottom for a while, I'll come down when I say hello. Lu Wanjun nodded, her face not showing, but she snorted in her heart. No wonder there were all young girls at the bottom, so people without status weren't allowed to go up. There's no hurry, since it's Mrs. Ma looking at her daughter-in-law. She'll always come down later. Lu Wanjun glanced in the direction of the upstairs with an obscure expression and found a card seat and sat down. In the restroom, Natalie Lu, who had finally been spared by her wives, caught her breath and leaned over the sink to pull out her phone to read it. Just now in there, she was smiling so hard her face froze. You has the intention to bring her to recognize people. The other wives will not give face to this first lady of the Beijing circle, cooperate to praise her to the sky without. Natalie Lu sat there like a well-behaved doll, not quite skillfully coping with the unfamiliar enthusiasm. Socializing is exhausting. Natalie Lu pulled down the hover window and glanced at the news that popped up. The crown prince of the Qi clan and the youngest genius businessman of country Y, Lu Xingyue, have negotiated a corporate partnership and will return home together at that time. Qi, Ikian? The familiar name made Natalie Lu freeze and subconsciously clicked into the news. All the content of the marketing number was basically gathered in the headline, and Natalie Lu clicked in and wasted 5 minutes reading a bunch of crap. This youngest genius businessman of country Y was an oriental man, with no photo underneath, only the name Lu Xingyue, and no other information whatsoever. Lu Xingyi, the name was very much like that of their own grandchildren's generation, and the brother of the second uncle's family was called Lu Xingyan. There are so many renames in this world. There shouldn't be any connection between the two. She read the news, thought about it, and sent a message to Ji-in. Congratulations, you've made a new partnership. The head came back quickly. Thank you. Ji-in, who had just received the news from his wife, was actually a bit nervous. He didn't expect the news from the marketing number to reach the country so quickly. Fortunately, Lu Xingyue's photo was not taken, or else someone with a heart of gold could immediately find out about all these things they were trying to hide. Lu Xingyue's current external identity is that of an overseas Chinese from Y, and the information about Lu's father and mother has not been revealed at all. This newcomer to the business world who came out of nowhere will return to China in an extremely arrogant manner, and when there is a suitable opportunity, he will take back everything that the Lu family's big house lost back then. The secret game had been slowly brought to the surface by the young men of the two houses, and until the third house had fallen, Nico could not be recognized so soon, lest it bring her harm. Jean thought of Lu's mother's tearful eyes, and then remembered the vulnerability that Natalie Lu would occasionally show, and only felt a headache. He never hid anything from Natalie Lu, only this thing he couldn't tell her now. But if we don't tell her, when we know the truth later, then how sad she must be. Chapter 62. What kind of brother does my sister like? Natalie Lu wasn't able to hide in the restroom for long when you called to her from outside. I just ran into Mrs. Bai at the corner downstairs. When the person came out, the duo said as they walked, "It's Bai Yan's mom." Aha, she's here too. I don't know if that Lu Wanjun came. You mentioned, Mrs. Ma is quite fond of Lu Wanjun. She wants her to be her daughter-in-law. Natalie Lu froze. Having sat and talked for so long,
She certainly knew the main purpose of the host, Mrs. Ma. Well, Ms. You, who had watched the variety show the entire time, smiled peevishly. I do dislike that Lu Wanjin, low emotional intelligence, clearly targeting their Nico, and having thoughts about her son. How can she not see this in the little girl's mind? And those fans of hers, who say things that are hard to listen to, Ms. You, who once had a passionate confrontation with a black fan, thought as she did. And noble wives compare their sons' husbands and daughters-in-law's grandchildren with each other when they have something to do. Although everyone is happy on the surface, there is a lot of secret rivalry. Mrs. Ma thought that Lu Wanjin was a pretty hot star, and she wasn't hard to look at, so she would have more face than Nico Lu when she took her out. Natalie Lu smiled and didn't say anything, thinking to herself that I don't like it either. But it's hard to say anything about other people's families. Yu Yanxi said, let's have less contact with her anyway. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wanjin, who was wearing sunglasses, appeared in front of the duo. Natalie Lu, Auntie Yu. Lu Wanjin didn't call her Mrs. G like the others, but affectionately called her Auntie Yu. Yu Yanxi, who was still in a good mood just now, immediately ended up. You are? She asked knowingly. Lu Wanjin's smiling face stalled. All on the show. No, the guest is the most basic. Right, she actually do not recognize there. So sightless. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Wanjin. The young woman arrogantly raised her chin. There's something I'd like to talk to you about alone. Is that okay? Is there anything you can't say in front of my daughter-in-law? Ms. Lu, Ms. You was so protective that she felt this little girl didn't have a good heart. Sure enough, Lu Wanjin said with a wry smile. Auntie Yu, are you sure? Yu Yanxi was going to run out of patience. She glanced coldly at Lu Wanjin and said nonchalantly, if Ms. Lu doesn't have anything she wants to talk about, we'll leave first. There's something else to do in a while. She turned around with Nico Lu and was about to leave when she heard Lu Wanjin raise her voice. Auntie Yu, I'm a better fit for Jiin than Nico Lu. Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu didn't expect her to be so brave to say anything out loud. Ms. You were amused by her. On what grounds? With my family background being superior to Nico Lu's. It's the marriage of our two families that will maximize the benefits. The Yun Changlu family is just a vampire. Lu Wanjin said confidently. Little girl, I don't think you've gotten one thing straight. I'm willing to choose Nico as my daughter-in-law because I like it. My son likes it, and for that exchange of benefits, we can't see it. The forced composure on Lu Wanjin's face finally couldn't hang on. Against such a sharp noble wife of the capital circle like Yu Yanxi, she was still tender. Lu Wanjin's face was ugly as she glanced at the woman being protected by Mrs. She, only feeling the gentle and harmlessness on her face getting in the way. Natalie Lu, what is so great about her? Why did either Ji-in or Yu Yanxi like her so much? Isn't she just a good-looking face? Other than that, where else does she compare to herself? Lu Wanjin really couldn't figure it out. As the largest consortium in China, cooperating with their family could obviously allow both families to go a step further and expand all of their businesses. Why wouldn't the Chi family be willing to do that? Ms. You took Natalie Lu away, and the hard-faced Lu Wanjin was left alone. She calmed down for a few moments. When Lu Wanjin also left, a fat-headed man walked out from a corner where no one could see him. He looked at Natalie Lu, who had left with Mrs. She, and a hint of evil flashed in his small eyes. Compared to a powerful-looking woman like Lu Wanjin, it was still a gentle and delicate little girl like Nico Lu that men liked more. It must be nice to see such a soft beauty crying in bed, too, right? It's a pity that he actually married Akin, a mad dog. Ma Yu is a bit annoyed. The Chi family is something they absolutely can't offend. But that Lu Wanjin is not as good as Natalie Lu, but she can barely quench her thirst. He was horny and brutal, but he was no cutie pie. He knows who can and cannot be messed with. Although Akin had never brought this wife out. Looking at Mrs. X's attitude, the Ik family must have valued this woman. He can't touch Nico Lu, but a little starlet he can't move? Ma Yu headed upstairs. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Country Y Airport, VIP waiting room. Lu Xingyue, who originally didn't deal with Ji-in, was sitting next to him in a well-behaved manner. Brother-in-law, tell me more. What kind of person is my sister? What kind of brother does she like? Akin. Ji-in listened to him call out intimately with a mouthful of brother-in-law, and wondered who had almost pointed his nose at him the other day and said that he wasn't good enough for Natalie Lu. Next to him, Papa Chi was old-fashionedly watching the financial news, as if he wasn't listening to the commotion over here at all. Lu Xingyue is by nature a proud and difficult person to get close to, and at first he couldn't see Ji-in as his brother-in-law at all. It's only been a couple days and it really smells good. I don't know what kind of brother she likes. All I know is that she has an older brother who seems to be very close, but that's my second uncle's cousin. I'm the younger brother. Lu Xingyue was jealous and wanted to spit out blood.
It was obvious that if she wanted to be close, she should be close to herself first. After a moment, he reluctantly pressed, "And what was my cousin like? He'll see if he can learn." "I'm not sure. Lu Xingyan has been in poor health and doesn't appear in front of the public much. Lu family situation is special. Only the second house on the surface of the family, no matter how much dark tide underneath. Other news, a rate of ignorance." Ji-in looked at his great-uncle's depressed expression and said, "He'll be returning to China soon, so you'll know by then when you make contact yourself." "I'm not nervous," Lu Xingyue said. "My parents can't go back to the country right now. I'm going back on behalf of. We've left her behind for so many years. She must hate us. Brother-in-law, you have to help me." For the first time, Lu Xingyue, who was not afraid of anything, tasted the feeling of being fidgety. Lu family things, Ji-in has no right to interfere too much to ask. Not to mention Lu Xingyue, even he himself has not entered the heart of Lu Nico. The sweet female voice on the radio was signaling that it was time to board the plane, and the man's long, pale fingers tapped on the screen. "Nico, I'm home." Only a few days away and already he was missing his little girl. Chapter 63, Want to give all my love to Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu was watching the first installment of the show with MS.U when she received the message from Ji-in. It was the 5th day of Ji-in's business trip, and Natalie Lu would wonder what he was doing when she was fuming. It turns out that spending time together does make it easy to develop a relationship. The duo hadn't purposely gone out of their way to create some sort of sweet atmosphere, but after living together for half a month, it was a bit of an odd feeling to suddenly have one less person in the room. Natalie Lu pursed her lips a little happily when she saw that message. "I'll wait for you at home." Habits can be scary. Next to the window where she was painting was Ik-yen's desk, and usually they were very quiet doing their own thing, and when they were done, they went outside together to soak up the sun. Most of the time it was Ik-yen who cooked, and she would chime in, but he never let himself do the dishes. He said, "Natalie's hands are for painting the beauty of the world, and I don't want you to get your 10 fingers in the water." He would sometimes point to a nice dress or bag and ask her, "Can I buy it for Nico?" When Natalie Lu nodded, he would curl his lips happily. It was like a big, gentle dog that happily wagged its tail at her and circled around her every day, itching to deliver its heart full of love to her eyes. He was gentle and careful with himself, never pushing himself to accept him or forcing himself to be overly intimate with him. He put a just right amount of distance between the two of them, as if the impulsive confession of that night had never happened. This quiet intrusion was felt by Natalie Lu the second night after he left. Natalie Lu felt worthless, just letting herself sink into the man's tenderness. Even though she knew that underneath this gentleness lay an abyss she had never stepped into before, she would still fall bit by bit. Ik-yen was too perfect for his own good. Why is he so good to you? Even second uncle and auntie could sell you to the Chi family for profit. What makes Chi-yen so good to you? The darkness at the bottom of her heart surfaced and she saw her eyes filled with malice. Natalie Lu, don't accept someone's love too easily. Don't give your heart away too quickly. Natalie Lu was a bit uneasy, and she subconsciously wanted to escape, but she knew she wouldn't want to run away. "Mom," Natalie Lu leaned her head onto MS.U's shoulder and whispered, "Tell me what Ik-yen used to be like." Yu Yanxia suddenly tensed up. Being curious about the other person is the first step to falling in love. It's rare that her daughter-in-law cares about her son and shows that she wants to get to know Ik-yen. She'll have to think about what to say about him. After thinking about it for half a day, MS.U got depressed and said, "Something happened to Ji-in when he was a child, and since then his temperament has been very stuffy, and he doesn't like to communicate with people, and a bit of a mental problem. Can't help being bad-tempered sometimes. Is this something you can say? This has to be a demerit if you say it, right? But he likes you very much." MS.U hastened to remedy the situation. "I've been matching him for more than a year, and he always goes abroad to avoid it, and those who can't avoid it don't see it when they come back. Only you are an exception. You guys used to be in a high school." He had a crush on a girl in high school and secretly wrote a lot of unsent letters addressed to L. The high school graduation picture he had framed in a frame, and there was a single picture on the back of that frame. "Natalie, that man is you," Yu Yanxia confessed. "It was something I accidentally saw when I went into Ji-yin's study once. He didn't know about it himself." "Natalie, it was selfish of me. It did start out for my son. I wanted him to be with the person he loved, so I checked out your family and offered a marriage. But after spending time with you, I also like you very much. You're an inviting child. Even if there's no Ik-yen, I'm willing to love you as my own daughter." Natalie Lu buried her head into her mother-in-law's shoulder, having mixed feelings about her confession. The Chi family can't be said to be taking advantage of the situation. Lu's problems are there and her marriage seems to be the only way out. Even if it's not Chi-yen, it could be someone else. He could only say that Yu Yanxi and Ji-in were worthy of being mother and son, and that they were very precise in holding a soft-hearted little girl like Nico Lu. They are impeccably good to themselves and the only requirement is to accept them. knowing the boundaries and knowing how to advance and retreat.
This kind of moral abduction will not make people feel too disgusted, but has a certain impact in.
What was wrong with Ji-in? He was just trying to get Natalie Liu to give himself a chance. You is even more right.
She is just a mother who cares about her son.
She won't even ask her daughter-in-law to do anything.
She can do whatever she feels comfortable with.
Natalie Liu really couldn't refuse and had no reason to.
This great net had suddenly caught itself and was tightening very slowly.
Whatever happened to him? Natalie Liu asked. 5 years old, kidnapped.
Her heart stuttered.
No wonder. He was emotionally out of control inside a dark room.
Natalie Liu didn't dare to think deeply about the details of that kidnapping. She knew that 5-year-old Ji-in must have been terrified. She suddenly wanted to hug Ikuo, just as Ikuo had shielded her without hesitation when the car had suddenly shaken that day.
Ikin doesn't yet know that
Yu has already swiped him a lot of points with Natalie Liu, and he sees Natalie Liu's past in his dark dreams. It's the past as told by Liu's parents themselves. It was as if he saw that little milk ball pass out in a loud crash, and wake up again to face the report of his parents' deaths.
The car accident contains so many complex intrigues, family feuds, power grabs, resentment and jealousy.
Beneath the surface of peace and joy are countless quarrels and deceitfulness. The old man left his shares to the big house and someone wants them dead.
Natalie Liu is the biggest victim in this silent war. She's 3. She doesn't know anything.
She doesn't know why her parents faked their deaths and didn't take her with them. All she knows is that the happiness she had was shattered.
In the sanitarium, this little group of people used to say to themselves, with eyes full of tears, "Brother, I have no home, so I was sent here."
Maybe now she didn't even remember saying it herself,
but Ikuo had always kept it in mind. 3-year-old Natalie Liu couldn't remember 5-year-old Ikin, but he recognized the bright-eyed little girl the first time she transferred to the class years later.
She's still quiet and well-behaved, with a vibrant and unseen side rarely shown to anyone,
and a self-absorbed sullenness sealed away in her heart.
He thought about confessing after high school, but she left the country without warning. He had inquired about her countless times and knew that she had never had a partner. He was wounded and in bed for 6 months,
and finally had to be discharged from the army. And when he got busy he never got to know how she was doing. Then later, fate delivered her to herself again. This time, he wouldn't let go of his hand. He wanted to give all his love to Natalie Liu. Chapter 64, Mr. Your wife is cheating on you. #Mr.
Ma of M City's Fengyun real estate and a variety starlet are close to each other, and they were photographed coming out of the one pavilion together. Natalie Liu was following a tutorial to bake little cookies when this news broke on the Hot 100.
There is no ready-made mold.
The shape of the whole rely on pinch. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pinch out of the world.
One is the standard bear, the other twisted and unlike.
When they were put together inside the oven to wait for the time,
Natalie Liu saw the tweet. One piece, Pony General? Another look at the time just happened to be the day Mrs. Ma was hosting afternoon tea. She and Yu actually didn't stay long before leaving. She didn't even know what that little Chief Ma looked like, and naturally, she didn't know how Mrs. Ma picked her daughter-in-law.
There are so many actresses in variety shows these days,
and there were quite a few who went to the afternoon tea that day, so Natalie didn't gossip about who this actress was,
until she clicked on her Twitter page. Found myself bursting with private messages.
In order to promote the variety show, Natalie Liu registered a new microblog.
The bottom of only a few tweets were full of questions.
Is that you, Nico? That actress side face looks like you. Shame on you. Mr. She traveled you cheated? Nico come out and respond. That side face really looks a bit like you.
And that marketing number that broke the news said it was a popular variety show recently.
No way. How long has it been since I collapsed the room? I'm still in the middle of a love affair. So act like you're still in the middle of a love affair. I'm convinced.
Really in showbiz touched love is not a real.
After the wedding each play each really real hammer. Small pool always on the surface is a business trip.
Who knows if he also went to see his lover?
Natalie Liu looked puzzled. The actress is actually myself?
She clicked under the post that broke the news and finally realized why she was being suspected.
In the video,
except for the fat-headed pony chief who was bending over and fawning over the people in the car,
with the window halfway down and only the side of a young woman's face.
And this side face does look a lot like himself at first glance.
Just by looking closely you could see that Nico Liu's side face was a little softer in line, with a little bit of doe-eyed baby fat on her cheeks, and the woman in the car had a sharp jawline, and naturally didn't have that kind of soft, fleshy look to her. If a little more of the face was revealed it would be recognizable, but the woman in the car was wearing sunglasses that blocked her eyes, revealing the small half of her face that simply looked like herself. The main thing is that the time and place all match up. Natalie Liu didn't broadcast live that day, so people don't know what she went to do. A blurry photo and a malicious speculation can start a huge outcry. Who is this? Yu frowned, apparently having seen the news as well.
Although that marketing number didn't name who this actress was, the words were all leading to Nico Lu.
Obviously it doesn't look like you at all. What nonsense are these people saying? MS. You said angrily. I'll contact the publicist to clarify. Natalie Lu let out a hum and said, I'll live stream it tonight, too. By the way, when is Ji-Jean coming back? It's the weekend. MS. You thought of Ji-Jean who was home alone, and said with a headache? His father and I are away, and the bears mustn't tear the house apart. It seems like tonight? Natalie Lu laughed. It's fine. You can go back and watch Xiaojin first. It's not like I need anyone to take care of me here. Can you do it yourself? MS. Yao was uneasy. It's okay. Ding. The oven went off, and Natalie Lu took out the little flour jar she had prepared long ago and filled the bag with a tin of cookie cutters. Take a little back to the little one and try it out. See if he likes it. Okay. MS. You took the bag and asked her assistant to book herself a flight, not forgetting to say, after you go live tonight, I'll arrange for the PR team to operate again, and I'll be able to clarify things tomorrow. The side of the mistakenly injured Lu Nico was unaffected, and in the ocean view room, Lu Wanjin almost smashed the entire house. After separating from Ikeda that day, she was so depressed and angry that she couldn't control herself and drank more. I don't know how that drink got so strong. She got drunk and woke up to see the fat, greasy Mayu sitting on the edge of the bed while she was unclothed on the bed. He probably didn't expect to wake up so soon when he pounced, his little eyes full of surprise. Lu Wanjin was going crazy with anger, and she swung a slap at the fat pig. She was all limp at that time, almost using all her strength to glare viciously at him, threatening the dead fat man that if he dared to touch himself, then the entire wind cloud real estate would disappear. Luckily, although he was disgusted, that Mayu didn't dare to touch himself after all. He tried to befriend himself as he left in his car. How is it that this scene was captured on camera? The only consolation was that everyone's suspicions were now directed at Natalie Lu, and she hadn't suffered a single ripple effect. Lu Wanjin pulled in her contacts with a grim face, looked for her usual water army company, and said, give me Nico Lu to death. So Natalie Lu, who had been baking bear cookies all day, was completely unaware that the public opinion against her had gone to another level. Someone said they saw Ikuta leaving the show in the morning pulling a suitcase and left with a bad look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It seems to be a real hammer, that Natalie Lu did cheat on her husband after marriage. It's disgusting, and the cheating partner is still such a fat, lewd man. I threw up. What's wrong with Mr. She? Natalie Lu, you're blind. Nico Lu, come out and say something. Come out and respond. Isn't it disgusting you? Can the program team kick this kind of person out? The character is so bad. You still Baba cooperation? Why? Maybe that's the power of capital. On the first day I felt that G's couple got along unnaturally. Too rusty. It felt like they were formed on the fly, and the industrial sugar behind them was just as high as a brainless CP fan could get. My original favorite was Dear Kainuwa. Why is that? Natalie Lu, who wasn't looking at her phone at the moment. Well, this little cookie is the best. Stay for Akin. After reading it in the morning she cut back to her big one, not realizing that the small one's Twitter background had been bursting with private messages. She took a picture and happily posted it daily. A hazelnut, first time making little cookies, just save one for Mr. C. Manga fans heckling at the bottom. Just one piece? Ha 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 ha. Oh, Hazel's tweets since she got married have Mr. C appearing so often. I'm jealous. This is my wife. You're not allowed to think. You're not allowed to think. The big one is happy. The little one is fishy. Chapter 65, Live Broadcasting. As night fell, Natalie Lu finished the task at hand and finally had the time to cut the microblog back to the big one. She roughly swiped for a while. Several marketing agencies are tone of voice to analyze that the person in the car is her. Although not by name, but a Lumuniko is enough to explain everything. Many people were clamoring for her to come out and give a statement, especially Lu Wanjin fans, who could not wait to rush and dance in front of Natalie when they saw that she was down on her luck. Whether it was Natalie Lu's personal microblog, Ji Yin's microblog, and the duo's CP Super Talk, even the show's official team were all affected. The powdered circle of cursing is really a bloodbath. Ji Yin's personal microblogging credentials is the CEO of CL Group, and before he participated in the variety show, he retweeted about the company, and then someone with a sharp eye noticed. Mr. Ikari never even made their wedding photos public. In addition to the company's attention, only Nico Lu and another user called a hazelnut. The only time I've tweeted something unrelated to work was a picture. The content of the photo is a small, delicate scented capsule. In addition to Mrs. G's number, another number, the user called a hazelnut. Her microblogging daily in addition to manga is a variety of beautiful embroidery, and Natalie Lu didn't have a single concern. Netizens, who have been itching to rake the two over the coals lately,
all of a sudden looked like they had found some evidence and attacked the traces like crazy. The camera in the room for the program was used to capture weekday footage, and at this point in time, the cameramen following the program were all asleep, so Natalie Lu could only use her own cell phone to broadcast live. She sat cross-legged on the carpet by the window and tinkered with it, and hadn't even fumbled with what software to use for the live broadcast when she got a call from the director. "Hey, Mrs. Ikari, good evening." The director was also torn before making this call. If Natalie Lu really did have a tangle with the ponies from Winsong Realty, then this was a dispute between the higher-ups. It spread to their program team. The whole program was yellow, and he couldn't do anything but hold his nose and admit it. He was really angry and scared. He just hoped that all the rumors on the internet were not true. Mrs. She liked her so much. Mr. She was not bad. The two of them don't live a good life. What is the point of cheating? Seeing that public opinion has been fermenting for a whole day, and none of the husband and wife have stepped forward to speak, the director really can't calm down anymore. Don't be in the middle of a divorce already. So he made a quick call to check on the situation. "Good evening, director." The woman's voice sounded calm and gentle, not at all what he expected. The director inexplicably stabilized a few points in his heart and spoke. "It's like this. I'm bothering you tonight just to ask how to deal with that hot search. Have you read the stuff on the internet yet?" Natalie nodded. Then realizing that the other man couldn't see, she whispered, "I see. How could such a calm and gentle Mrs. She cheat?" The director had already believed Lu Nico a few points in his heart and said, "Now the netizens are very concerned in reacting to this matter, seeing as the program is being aired hot. Look, don't you have to clarify it for everyone? If you don't clarify it, it's going to hurt the ratings, and it's going to ruin the entire program's reputation." Natalie Lu assured, "I'll be live tonight. You don't have to worry. Tomorrow at the latest, I'll be sure to fix the problem." Hey, that's good. The director was overjoyed. "Okay, then if you need anything, feel free to contact the director's team over here. We believe in you. Those on the network are nonsense." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Nicole Lu hung up the phone and finally found a suitable platform for live broadcasting, took a screenshot and sent it to the director's team, asking them to help publicize it, and then opened the live broadcast room. No one came in for half a day because it was a new number. Natalie Lu was in no hurry, sitting in front of her cell phone and studying the features of the live feed. The directing team was very efficient, and 10 minutes later, the show's official microblogging site sent out an announcement of Mrs. Chi's live broadcast and posted a link to the live broadcast. Countless viewers who guarded their cell phones to see which way the tide of public opinion was blowing flocked to the event. The live room that was in single digits just a moment ago almost instantly broke 10,000, then 100,000, and went straight to the top of the favorites. That is, 5 minutes after the start of the broadcast, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has already broken 1 million, and is still rising vaguely. In addition to the various fans, there are also unknown passers-by who saw this good-looking anchor that suddenly rushed onto the homepage recommendation and came in to join in the fun. "Hello everyone, I'm Natalie Lu." The person on the screen smiled and opened her mouth as she watched the numbers basically reach their peak. She was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in a goose-yellow loungewear. Behind her was the floor-to-ceiling window with a view of a large sea of lavender, and the lighting in the room was gentle and non-irritating. The woman diaphanous, smiling sweetly as she greeted everyone. The pop-up that was still full of hostility suddenly paused. *********. I suddenly don't think that's her in that picture. Ooh, my wife is so cute she won't cheat on me. That ma always something he deserve him. Wife sticky. We believe you. That person in that picture must not be you. Wife mamam. Don't let the internet get to your head. We're clean." With so many people supporting her, Nicole Lu was a little warmed up as she softly said, "Thank you everyone. I'm quite surprised that I suddenly took up several hot searches today. But the person in the photo really isn't me. I went to One Piece Court with my mother-in-law that day, and we stayed together the whole time, except for a bathroom break in the middle when I did, and we left together at the end." Some people don't believe it. Empty words. If you say it's not, it's not? Ask Mrs. Ikeda to come out and clarify it herself if you can. Snort. Mrs. Ikari is so busy. How would she have time to watch her jumping up and down on the air? If she could clarify, she would have come out already, right? Would have waited until now. Where's the proof? Show us the proof. Don't be anxious. There will naturally be evidence after tonight. Natalie Lu was not annoyed and remained calm and gentle. Okay, we'll wait for tomorrow. This counts as past, so let's talk about something else. You and Mr. Ikari aren't in a contractual relationship? Did you act on purpose to get money on the show? You got paid for the movie and cheese stock went up? That's right. I don't believe it. Which have real couples microblogging do not show wedding photos? And who is that one hazelnut in Mr. G's concern? And who sent that scented capsule? It must be another woman, right? After all this time,
You haven't even paid attention to Mr. Ikari. Are you two seemingly gods apart? Natalie Lu. Chapter 66 Where's My Little Cookie? Natalie Lu used to not pay attention to the entertainment industry, so she really didn't think that both of their microblogs could be raked over the coals. Some of the passers-by watching were shocked. Eat your own melon. Hazel. Is that the circle jerk I've been following? Hazel? Mr. G is following Hazel? Froggy fun. Why the sudden mention of my concerned wife? Laugh it up. The wife you're focusing on could be a mistress and still be here eating her words. There's actually that one hazelnut fan here? Funny. What's the deal? Someone quickly posted a science fiction. A hazelnut is a famous big brother in the circle of painters. Graduated from the famous Royal Academy of Molenwood, made up by the author, in Country Y. In addition to comics, oil painting, watercolor, and sketching are almost nothing. If you don't know her, you should have read the comic Night Stalker, right? There's a fire out of the circle figure is her work. I'm going to go. The Royal Academy of Molenwood? This can be in the world or ranked in the top 3 of the Fine Arts College. Why country royal family to support the university? Any professor in it is at the national level. Is this one hazelnut so awesome? Why doesn't she go on to further her education and become a great painter too, but came back to draw comics? Natalie cried and laughed at the suddenly skewed topic, drawing randomly, and earning pocket money in the meantime. When I first started Nightcrawler it was simply a passionate open draft, something in my head, and after graduation and nothing to do, I opened an account to draw along the way, and when I sit and laze around with nothing to do, it's just touching up the plot, and I didn't expect the back to suddenly catch fire. After the fire, then you continue to draw, and then you accidentally go out of the circle. You're a hazelnut? Don't be ridiculous. You don't want to be an imposter while people don't know, do you? Casual paintings. She said casual paintings. Blackie off. Can't you see there's a drawing board on the reflective piece of glass? How come it can't be? You really can't see the good in people's families. We, Nico, have said before that we know how to do susu embroidery, okay? You don't know how to dig deeper even if you dig for material. Draw anything. By the way, pocket money. I'm numb. Don't be so Versailles, okay wife. You've got a higher profile. That Lu Wanjin's fans stomped all over you before. If we had known you were so good we would have just slapped their faces. I'd have slapped them in the face if I'd known you were this good. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How can Natalie Lu be so powerful? She's just an empty vase. Let her show us the proof. Natalie Lu couldn't help but laugh as she thought about that comment someone had made earlier about a hazelnut being a mistress. Did I triple myself? What are you doing? So happy? Suddenly a low, pleasant male voice came from the doorway, and Natalie Lu turned her head. Chi-een. The man was dusty in his camel-colored coat, and his suitcase stood at his feet. That's right. He did say he was coming back tonight. She was so busy she forgot. The little girl seemed to have a light in her eyes at the sight of herself, and the emotion that had just been flat and calm was instantly broken by surprise. The contrast was inexplicably gratifying to Ji-een, who felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. Days of longing erupted strongly in this moment, and he stepped forward quickly. Natalie Lu just looked up stupidly, watching the man's tall figure step closer. Her body couldn't help but sit up a little straighter. The man's cold and slender hand lifted her chin, and a soft yet cold kiss landed on Natalie Lu's lips. The live streaming crowd. Aha! Did I hear you right? Wasn't there just a boing? Dear Kane is real. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Mr. Ikari. We're all still here. The cell phone was set up not too high and not too low, and when Natalie Lu sat up straight she could only see a small pointed chin. And Ikaruga only has one hand in the picture. Just the sight of the shadow that suddenly loomed over the girl and the jawline that crumpled when she was forced to lift her head, and the barely audible boo. Anyone could have guessed what had happened. Natalie Lu's face almost instantly burst into red. Neither Ikian had crossed the line since that last kiss at the playground, and this was the first kiss the two of them had had in so long. And, still in front of so many people, Natalie Lu pushed Ikian and said in annoyance, I'm on the air. Do you please not be annoying? The little girl was just soft and unthreatening when she was angry. The tips of her ears and even her neck were colored pink, like a rabbit. Ikian looked down, then saw the content of her cell phone, lost his smile. Sorry, it's been too long. I just can't help myself. He said he couldn't help it. He said he couldn't help himself. It's only been a few days, not even a week. Okay, don't you guys have to be so mushy? I can't stand it. I don't see anything wrong with their relationship from what I've read. Why? What the hell are the black fans hacking at? Don't understand +1. How many times have people proved that they are obviously sweet to the point of falling off their teeth, and they have to say that the appearance of separation, your family's appearance of separation is like this? Natalie let out a small hum, the surprise of not seeing her for a week turning into a blush. Are you on the air? Because of the news online today? Ji-een smoothly sat down next to her and looked into the live feed camera. Hiss. These two together are a beauty blitz. Mr. G is so handsome. Mr. G is so handsome. Natalie Lu nodded. It looked like he should have seen those hot searches as well, and helplessly said, Mom and I went to one pavilion that day, and it's been like this since we came back. Aggrieved? Ji-in stroked the top of the little girl's soft hair. I'm back to help do justice to Nico. Natalie Lu blushed and turned her head away. It's not much of an aggravation. I'm not going to look at what they're saying. Ji-in stopped making the little girl shy and smiled. By the way, where are my little cookies? Natalie Lu then realized afterward that the man had been running all the way and was probably tired and hungry. Stood up and said, in the kitchen. I'll go get it for you. Ji-in smiled and nodded at her, his gentle smile converging after he watched the person go out. There are still black fans in the livestream who are not dead set on jumping up and down, saying that the person in the car is Natalie Lu, and they're just here to deny it to the death. After the little girl left, the man's gaze bit by bit returned to its usual indifference. He glanced at the pop-ups and said, that person is not. My wife has a mole on her left earlobe. Also, what kind of thing is Mayu? He's also worthy of standing with my wife? Chapter 67 Mr. G doesn't have a name yet. After Natalie Lu left, Chief Koike was simply a different person than he was a moment ago. The crowd in the live room was silenced all of a sudden. Mr. G is so fierce. WWW Nico, come back here. Your husband is mean to us. I think what Mr. G said is fine. How can that Mayu compare to the Chi family? On one side is the handsome and golden president husband, and on the other side is the fat-headed lecherous man. No normal person would make the mistake of choosing the latter, right? It was. Just close your eyes and hack hard. Did you see that side face? Nico's face is not that sharp. A mouthful of my wife. I can see that Mr. G is very possessive. There is a small mole at the earlobe, such a private and subtle feature. Only he will remember it. When Natalie Lu came back, Ji-in was leaning against the window with his eyes closed. Probably because he was really tired for several days. There were faint dark circles under the man's eyes. The live stream was chattering and scrolling with pop-ups, and Natalie Lu glanced at them, not seeing anything. The prettiest of the bear cookies was in a little cardboard box, and in the refrigerator she had ravioli she and Ms. You had wrapped and cooked some of one piece to bring up. Why don't you talk to them? Natalie Lu handed him the warm water in her hand. Don't want to talk to them. The man opened his eyes and looked at her intently as he spoke. Just want to talk to you. Natalie Lu's face heated up, inexplicably hearing the second half of what he hadn't said. Let's eat. She panicked and covered the topic, waiting for Ikian to go eat next to her and rejoin the live stream herself. Do you have any questions? Go ahead and ask. We'll be off the air at 10:30. It's still half an hour, and she's going to bed when it's all said and done. Oh, is the lady in a hurry to spend the night with Ikigami? Nico, you're finally back. You don't even know Mr. She was so mean just now. I'd like to ask why you guys don't show your wedding photos when your relationship is so good? Upstairs, it's supposed to be good but not completely good. How? The most likely reason. The hasty union. Mr. She fell in love with the lady at first sight, but the lady did not feel. So Mr. She began the long road of chasing his wife, and now he has not yet caught up, so the lady does not disclose him. Mr. She has no name. I'm a manga fan, I'll testify. Hazel's tweets are most often about manga and embroidery before someone named Mr. C shows up every now and then, and the marriage license was issued months ago, and we were surprised for quite a while. Mr. G really doesn't have a name yet, ha 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 ha, but it's close enough. Being able to appear in Hazel's tweets shows that Mr. G still has a place in Hazel's heart. A little status, but not much, ha ha ha. It had to be said that the analyzing emperors had taken the state of affairs between the duo about as well as they could, and Natalie Lu was embarrassed. Is she acting that obvious? Stealing a glance at Ikin. The other was concentrating on eating with his head down and didn't seem to be paying attention to this side. It's good that you didn't see it. Natalie Lu thought for a moment and voiced. The wedding photos were not posted because they hadn't been taken yet. In the first month of marriage, both of them were so awkward that it was difficult to live together. Not to mention taking wedding photos. It was hard to accept the change of identity. And then there was that incident. Natalie Lu deliberately avoided people, and Ji-in himself traveled every other day. Then there's Ms. Yo getting antsy and sending the two packing straight to Variety. So while it seems like they've been married for quite a while, the progression of the relationship between the duo was actually driven by spending time together after being on the Variety show. Or maybe it was Natalie Lu who had only recently gotten a little more acquainted with Ji-in and was slowly willing to accept it. The eyes of the crowd are shining. But, when did Ikin find out about that vest of his? Then didn't he see everything he tweeted every day? The little man in Natalie Lu's mind was rolling all over the place while screaming, ah, so embarrassing, saved his life. And then inevitably blush again. Nico. What are you thinking? Why are you blushing? Didn't you notice that Nico was always shy after Mr. Icky came back? Wife is so cute when she's shy, sticky sticky sticky. Ah, so now am I the only one who's curious about who that woman in the car really is? Natalie Lu couldn't tell who the man was, but suddenly someone in the pop-up said, "No, don't you guys think it looks a bit like Lu Wanjin? Or rather, Nico and Lu Wanjin's faces actually look a little bit alike."
Lu Wanjin's fans who were lurking in the live stream and peering at the screen exploded at once.
Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can that be Wanjin? You guys are blind. Where is the resemblance? What does this matter have to do with our Wanjin? Nico Lu fans, don't throw dirt on our family. Crowd of passersby and Natalie Lu fans. Reacting like that, there's something in your heart. No way?
We've been hacked at Nico all day and we haven't seen her jump like you guys.
And this is blowing up after just a few mentions. It's killing me with laughter. Something's not right. Lu Wanjin fans are thieves. Ha! A hot knowledge. Lu Wanjin fans and our family have always been at odds. Today's overwhelming fluff is afraid it's not related to you guys? Can't wait for us to be trampled to death. Right? Exactly. If it wasn't for Mr. Chi coming back just in time and all the rumors not breaking down, Nico wouldn't know how he's going to be treated by you guys tonight.
Seeing that the two fans in the live broadcast suddenly started to tear up, Nico carefully recalled the side face and realized that it seemed to be a bit similar.
Lu Wanjin. She's really her cousin. She went to afternoon tea that day. Natalie Lu didn't have a penchant for assuming that others were harming her.
It was just that this time the winds of public opinion were clearly being steered by someone.
If it really was Lu Wanjin, then everything made sense.
She does have the potential to throw dirt on others in order to wipe herself clean.
And coincidentally, MS, you had to go back to take care of her baby today.
And by the time she found out that public opinion was thoroughly fermented,
it was already evening.
The best time for clarification is lost.
Then it will be difficult to find the right opportunity again. But the timing of Ji Yin's return this evening was too good, and the duo's interactions in the livestream put all the rumors to rest. Along with MSU's side of the operation,
I'll be able to issue a circular clarification first thing in the morning in conjunction with the monitoring of the one pavilion that day.
Instead of beating these two into the mud, it provided them with enough heat to show off their love. And the fans in the live stream had already sensed what was going on, with Lu Wanjin, who was always keeping an eye on what was going on with Nico, having a frighteningly gloomy gaze.
She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to find a water army,
and it didn't work out. Not to mention that she even now gave the other party as a chaperone,
and she was going to be furious.
Chapter 68, Hashtag Centennial of Mr. and Mrs. Deerhide Hashtag.
What needed to be explained had basically been explained, and Natalie Lu closed the broadcast on time. She stood up and rubbed her legs, which were numb from sitting, and then realized that she had a large amount of extra bounty pending withdrawal in the back end of her live stream. She had just turned off the gift effects when she went live, but she had forgotten to turn off the reward channel. This extra money made Natalie Lu cry and laugh. With 1 million popular live broadcasts, $1 for one person was a lot of income. Not to mention the rich fans who had liked Natalie Lu for a long time.
Swiped a number of gifts, and when Natalie Lu couldn't see them, she thought about it and donated the proposed money to one of the CL Group's rural booster programs, and then tweeted, "Natalie V, I just didn't open the gift pop-up, so I just saw it. Thank you all for your rewards."
Natalie has her own pocket money,
so she's already donated it to the needy. Good night, everyone. Meanwhile, Ji In also sent out a tweet. Pool hidden V, we're fine. Pictures.
The woman in the picture was wearing loungewear, which made her look even more slender and soft, and she was sitting live on the carpet with a soft smile on her face.
WWW, this angle has an urge to take Nico into your arms. Is this the boyfriend? Yuck. Husband perspective? Nico looks so small and soft. The couple tweeted together. They're fine. Rumor mongers can go away. Ikin, I'll see who bullies my wife while I'm away. Later that night,
several new hot topics were topped with quiet.
Hashtag Nico, a hazelnut hashtag. Hashtag Mr. She is back hashtag. Hashtag Mr. Ikeda is backing up his wife hashtag. Hashtag Mr. and Mrs. Deerhaven will be happy for 100 years hashtag. Hashtag Ikian kissed Nico Lu live on air hashtag.
The last word came later. Natalie Lu was lifted up by the chin of that motion picture almost fire out of the circle, with the latter line hard to help. Now the world knows that Ji In came back to kiss Natalie Lu.
Ji In,
who secretly bought the two people's love hot search, looked at the Stone CP fans with satisfaction and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with going on this variety show.
What are you doing?
Natalie Lu looked quizzically at someone giggling into his cell phone in the kitchen.
Come to bed.
Ji In had just gone down to wash the dishes,
and when he hadn't returned by the time he was all off the air, Nico Lu came down to see for himself.
Ikian put away his cell phone with a hum and went upstairs to shower and change. Natalie Lu looked at the other drawing board in the bedroom.
The man on the paper was wearing a light shirt, beautiful muscular curves hidden, buttons fastened down a couple of times to reveal a lean chest. Further down, his long legs were wrapped in his pants. He was biting his tie in his mouth, the other end of the tie seeming to be handed to him through the frame, and the man's hands were bound. A feeling of confinement that for a moment made Natalie Lu blush. He was kneeling on the ground, tilting his head back to look at himself, with undisguised possessiveness and submissiveness in his eyes, and there was no sense of wretchedness in this action and styling, but rather a seductive energy everywhere. Natalie Lu was selfish enough to add 2 fluffy wolf ears to the man's head. Although the drawing style is manga, people with a clear eye can tell at a glance that the protagonist is our famous Mr. G. Some people are in charge of the power of life and death of countless people on the surface, violent and cold and unsympathetic, but behind the scenes they are pressed by the girl in the little white dress on the ground to draw this kind of painting that makes people blush. The painting was perfected after Chi-in left, and was just finished last night. Nico Lu didn't show it to anyone and took a black canvas to cover it up. Natalie Lu had already regularized his suitcase by the time Chi-in returned to his room. Their regular clothes are hung side by side in the bedroom closet, giving them a little taste of home. The little girl was playing with her cell phone on the inside of the bed, taking up just a corner and leaving a big spot for him on the outside. It looked as if he was being overbearing, when it was clear that the two of them had slept in one place when they got up in the morning. Ikian cried and laughed. He had just come back that moment in the live broadcast. Both of them didn't talk properly. Natalie Lu put down her cell phone and said, "When did you get off the plane? If I had known, I would have gone to pick you up. It was late at night, and when I saw you were going live, I didn't tell you. Mom went back to bring Xiaojin, otherwise it would have been resolved in the morning." Natalie Lu looked into Ji Yin's eyes, wondering if he was angry, and said, "Those marketing numbers are all nonsense. I haven't even met that what's his name, Mr. Ma. Well, I know." Ji Yin of course could not possibly suspect his wife of anything. He looked at Natalie Lu, who took the initiative to explain to him, and hooked his lips. "Natalie's vision is not that bad. That's it," Nico Lu muttered in a low voice. "I'm not blind. I really don't know what those people think. Go to sleep. Wake up and everything will be settled." In the ocean view room, Lu Wanjun, who watched public opinion go completely sideways, almost stayed up all night. Keen, why did he come back at this exact time? He even acted like he was close to Natalie Lu in the live broadcast. Originally, her water army had already succeeded in sidetracking everyone. As long as it passed tonight, it would be completely out of hand. And even if Mrs. Chi stepped in later, she could still say that it was the Chi family's attempt to save face. But Bias Lu Nico is live tonight. Bias Ikin is back. Lu Wanjun this time to steal the chicken failed to etch the rice. See, the program is about to wrap up. This separation after this time to find another opportunity to mess with Natalie Lu will be more trouble. Anxious and annoyed, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to someone. The first order of business is to clear your name first. Natalie Lu and the others were able to find the surveillance to prove that she wasn't there, so she definitely had to delete the part of the surveillance where she came out with Mayu as well. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, in the presidential suite of a star hotel in the capital, a certain jet-lagged young man had finished chasing all the materials about Natalie Lu all night long. And by the way, he had hacked the monitoring system of one pavilion. He packaged a surveillance video and sent it to Ji Yin, accompanied by a sentence, "Brother-in-law, this Lu Wanjun is no good. My sister was hacked because she did it." Lu Xingyue looked at the face in the video that resembled her mother's and took a screenshot and sent it to her parents. Why? Lu's mother looked at the photo for a long time, and finally covered her mouth and lost her voice. Her daughter had been such a lively and willful little girl, but now she was quiet and well-behaved. It was all their fault. They made Natalie feel the pain of losing her parents at a young age, and they never had the right to hide it from their children. At first they kept it from their daughter to protect her, but then it dragged on longer and longer, and as the child grew up, they had gone from not being able to see it to not being able to see it. Even though they had settled down in Y, they didn't dare to see their children even though they missed them, so they could only ask the second one to send them to a school close to them. They are afraid to see their daughter as painful and angry eyes. Even if they blame themselves again for hiding it for so many years, the damage has already been done, and running away will never solve the problem. Chapter 69. What if I like Ji Yin a little bit? Having slept late the night before, there was no one next to Natalie Lu when she woke up the next morning. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, subconsciously assuming she was still sleeping alone. Then she saw the man's coat in the closet, and that's when she reacted to the fact that Ikian had returned. The curtains are drawn around the window. The morning sun did not penetrate a ray of in. Autumn and winter would have been late dawn. The environment is also so sleepy. No wonder I fell asleep and did not want to wake up. Natalie Lu stared at the ceiling for a moment, then was snapped back to her senses by a phone ringing. It's Kong Ching. Ching Ching? The two of them hadn't been in contact for a while, and there were no cameras in the bedroom, so Natalie Lu simply sat on the bed for a while longer. What's wrong? A few days ago I flew abroad on a business trip. I was so busy, How come one didn't pay attention and you gave someone a bully? The voice on Kong Ching's end was noisy, like at the airport. Just 2 days ago, Natalie Lu said. Did you just get back home? Aha. Over there suddenly quiet. Should be sitting in the car? Ho Ching's voice clear up. I saw the content of C.L. Public Relations. The 2 surveillance video a piece of release. Pool hidden quite ruthless Natalie wondered. 2. She guessed that she might wake up this morning with clarifications. At best finding out about the videos that proved she was with MS. You, and one of who? Yes. The woman's voice with a lazy smile. That Lu Wanjin must not have imagined that your man even a piece of her dugout. Ha! Deserved. How is this not quite what she expected? Natalie Lu turned on the speakers and listened to Kong Ching while she confusedly opened her Weibo to read the clarification. The clarification announcement was sent by the official C.L. company. Ik-een has a famous PR team in the industry under his hand. In addition to the public opinion of the head office, the largest entertainment company under his banner has also relied on this PR team many times to turn things into a safe and sound situation. 2 years ago Under the Star Entertainment debut will be a hit top stream River 9 continents of the whole network black is after they took over to start to deal with good. In a week's time, Zhang Jojo not only completely reversed public opinion, but also directly rocketed up to become the global top stream that even Capo now has to call a senior. The boss's wife is the best way to control the public opinion with evidence, and even the culprits can be caught and pressed down. The official clarification style has always been concise and clear with sharp words. 2 surveillance videos are enough to explain too much. Their own video of Natalie Lu knew that there was another one, and from what Kong Ching said, Lu Wanjin? She clicked on the second video. The video from the surveillance view is without sound, and only sees the drunken Lu Wanjin enter the room, and after about an hour or so, she walks out with Ma Yu. Then, Lu Wanjin was personally escorted to the car by Ma Yu with a disgusted expression. The window rose halfway up, and the man bent over as if he was saying something to her. The truth comes out. Let's not talk about whether or not Lu Wanjin really did have something going on with Ma Yu. The one who ended up being photographed and sent out was indeed her, but the target of the hacking turned out to be Nico Lu, who was with her mother-in-law the entire time. There are conspiracy theorists on the net who have spoken. Is this still unclear? In order to divert attention, Lu Wanjin bought water armies to blacken N's head, and the 2 of them haven't been at odds for more than a day or 2. When N was hacked all over the internet, wasn't Lu Wanjin the one who was most pleased? It's no wonder her fans jumped so happily when we guessed it was Lu Wanjin in the live broadcast last night. It's true that she's a thief. Lu Wanjin is really disgusting. Go back to your Australia. Messing around. This hand of planting evidence and framing play so skillful. Into our internal entertainment do not know how many people to harm. That's right. Go be your international superstar. It's not like we're short of you as a female star in inner entertainment. Treating people like cuties here. What about it? Laughing to death. She doesn't really think that the Lu and Chi families don't have any feelings, does she? This time she's kicked the iron plate. I'm used to being arrogant in Australia. I didn't realize that any random person pulled out of the background in the country is so hard. You don't look at who you're bullying. The internet is full of cynicism and Lu Wanjin's hard to establish straight and strong woman persona collapsed almost immediately. Director trembling. He really did not expect Mrs. Pool's side of no problem. Actually Lu Wanjin's side of the moth. Normally when something like this happens to a female artist on the show, if she can't clarify it like Nico Lu did, then for the sake of the show's reputation, they can just terminate the contract with the other party. But the trouble is in this Lu Wanjin's head is not small. The background is quite hard. They cannot directly put forward the termination of the contract. The director's heart is bitter. The only consolation now is that the whole show is wrapping up in the last week, and the remaining episodes can cut out as much footage of Lu Wanjin as possible. In this way, even though it will involve buying D, it's better to be scolded by fans than to be targeted by capital, right? The director sighed and could only pray that there would never be another accident before the program ended. After clarifying that this matter would have absolutely nothing to do with her, Natalie Lu hung up the phone and slowly went to the bathroom to wash up. It was getting cold outside, and Natalie Lu found a big fluffy robe to drape over it. Downstairs, Ji-een had already finished breakfast, and was supposed to be in a meeting in the study, where the man's low, cold voice could be heard from time to time. Surprisingly, the breakfast on the table was still hot, and the water in the glass was just about ready to be ingested. Like pinching myself. Natalie Lu had the habit of drinking water when she woke up in the morning, and after Ji-een first learned about it, he made sure to have hot water ready for her whenever he woke up earlier than her. Breakfast was also basically made by Ji-een, who memorized Natalie Lu's every obscure preference and varied it to please her stomach. This man's thoughtfulness shows up in every aspect of his life, and that sense of detail is hard to ignore. Every girl couldn't resist this kind of meticulous care, and Natalie Lu was no exception. She pursed her lips and glanced at the ajar study door, clearly feeling a soft mess somewhere inside her. Natalie Lu is a love-starved little girl, and all kinds of love will make her feel secure. She didn't dare to accept Chi Yin's love in its entirety because she was afraid that he would one day take back this feeling that was uniquely his. What will she do then? Maybe she could also be brave and learn to accept and love others wholeheartedly. She never dared to give all of herself away though. It was her subconscious instinct. Natalie Lu began to secretly plan a retreat for herself. She was kind of liking Ikian, but she had to get out of it whenever she could. Chapter 70 of course. Dear Mistress, let's fall in love. Entering the group for a total of 1 month. The middle weeks are for couples to live together, while the first and last weeks have regular activities arranged by the show. On the last 3 days of the final week, the first day all the guests had to attend a barbecue party together in the center of the island, chatting and playing games. The second day was for everyone to write a letter to their CP. The guests received letters from each other to themselves in the letter room, and the last day was to leave the island. This kind of romance is still more of a couple interacting with each other, and all the guests can't claim to be familiar with each other. The barbecue party is at night, while during the day everyone is together to experience the island. The others were already there when Natalie Lu arrived with Ji-in, except for Lu Wanjin. Because of Wanjin's sudden illness, she has left the island. So unfortunately, she won't be able to participate in the last 3 days. The director informed with a loudspeaker. There was nothing unusual on everyone's face, and they all cooperated with expressions of regret, as if they didn't know about the public opinion on the internet in the past few days. Natalie Lu raised her eyes and was caught off guard to meet Ikin, who was also looking at her. She pursed her lips and averted her gaze, thinking that Ikin was quite good at pretending as well. We'll be leaving the island soon, and I'm sure you're all very sad to leave, so the last 3 days will be free for everyone, except for the barbecue party and the heartfelt letters, which are essential parts. Let's Fall in Love is indeed a variety show with a lot of freedom. The director saves his mind, and the guests save their minds and do whatever they want. The barbecue party was at night, and after the director called everyone over to account for them, he sent a follower behind each pair of guests and then dispersed. Natalie Lu resisted the urge to retract back into the room and looked up at Ji-in. Where shall we go around? There's a flower party on the island today. Wanna go see it? Flower party? To be precise, it's the Chrysanthemum Fair, in the Garden of View. Ji-in said. I heard it's quite lively. There should be a lot of people there. Then let's go take a look too. Having come out, surely she couldn't go back home again. Natalie Lu liked to look at flowers. She was excited. Is this an activity unique to the island? Yes. The two walked forward side by side. Chi Yin's eyes were downcast, absently looking at the girl's hand hanging down at her side. The island's climate is unique. You won't be able to see it when you return to the capital. There was a wind blowing, and the white, slender fingertips that were exposed under the sleeves curled up. It seems to be cold. Ikin ghosted out his hand and clasped the small hand hidden under his sleeve tightly in his palm. Cold and soft, like the person she is, soft and gentle on the surface, but in fact, inwardly, the coldness that rejects people. He felt the little girl's hand stiffen, but didn't draw it. This was indeed unexpected. Ikian got the better of him and switched to crossing his fingers after helping the man cover his hand. She remained unresisting, obediently clasping the back of her hand. Ikian looked down and saw the tips of the girl's reddened ears and her long, lowered eyelashes. The corners of his lips curved up proudly, and his heart seemed to be covered in honey. Is she accepting herself a little? Natalie Lu was actually nervous as hell. She felt her hand wrapped in the man's large, warm, dry palm and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't resist. There was none of that discomfort of being donned by the opposite sex. Instead, there was more shyness and an indescribable sweetness. Natalie Lu sighed and forced herself to relax a little. It wasn't just holding hands. Holding hands with your own man. What's the point of being nervous? What's there to be shy about when you're lying in a bed together? Natalie Lu looked up bravely, and after seeing Ikian's dark eyes, the two flew together and averted their heads. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's weird. The maternally single couple thought at the same time. Some couples have been sleeping together for a month and are so shy about holding hands that they can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Shy as they were, neither one of them let go. There were no words on the way to the location of the flower party. As a special tour on the island, many tourists come to join in the fun. In addition to the show's crew, in the hustle and bustle of the crowd, they are just the most ordinary and inconspicuous couple. In addition to flowers, there are also many stalls set up by locals, which offer a wide variety of delicious flower cakes, perfumes made from flowers, and honey. Natalie Lu hadn't been out to this kind of folk meeting for a long time, and the freshness quickly washed away the shyness she had just felt. Let's buy some of this chrysanthemum tea and go back. Natalie Lu finished drinking the freshly brewed flower tea from the stall next to her and shook Chi Yin's hand. Qingqing will love it. Ikin, who was still in a good mood. What about me? After Natalie Lu finished speaking, she also felt as if she had neglected the people around her and added, Wow, you too. Need to drink more flower tea to clear your fire. Ikian grudgingly accepts her statement. Thousands of dollars of tea do not drink the young Master Chi. At the moment holding a few dollars a pot of homemade chrysanthemum tea contented. Natalie Lu coaxed the childish fellow and pulled him onward. Inside the viewing garden is where you can see the flowers. Different varieties of chrysanthemums were circled in different flower beds. Red, purple, blue, all bursting enthusiastically into big blooms. There are many flowers in the Longtan landscape as well, but none of them look as stunning as the chrysanthemums throughout the viewing gardens. Natalie Lu was so fond of looking at flowers. This life force that still blossomed in the fall and winter, vigorous and exciting, easily reminded her of something beautiful. Ikian, look! There was light in the girl's eyes, her undisguised joy and elation making her whole being come alive. How pretty! Ji-in looked at the girl who was brighter than a flower and smiled, nodding in agreement. Yes, the girl was looking at the flowers and he was looking at the people who were enjoying them. Natalie Lu giddily pulled Ji-in through several flower gardens before finally calming down a bit, looking at the person next to her as an afterthought, and scratching her head in embarrassment. Well, isn't it a bit boring? No, the flowers are beautiful, the man said seriously. If you like, we can plant so many flowers at home too. Natalie Lu was a little surprised. May I? This hobby of hers was boring to many people, and even Qingqing rarely wandered around the botanical gardens with her to look at flowers. In the past, when she was in Lu's house, because Lu Xingyan was allergic to pollen, she only planted a few pots of jasmine in her room, and there were only green plants in the yard. The Longting Shanshui's garden didn't have anyone specializing in taking care of it in the first place, and after Ben was transferred, Natalie Lu could only take care of the vase of roses in the corner and couldn't take care of all the flowers and plants. I don't know what kind of light they will become when they go back. After so long, the roses should be thankful, right? Of course, dear mistress. Natalie Lu smiled when she saw Ji-in. Chapter 71. I'll secretly leave you something delicious, he said. Of course, dear mistress. Natalie Lu's heart stirred slightly as she looked up to see him and met a pair of serious and deep eyes. Yes, Ikian is serious when he makes many promises. Natalie Lu smiled and answered. Good. As night fell, guests who had been roaming around the island returned to the center one after another to gather. The director's team had rented a B&B specifically for the occasion, and when the duo arrived, Keipo and Daishichi were already setting up the stove, the gray smoke from the charcoal fire rising, and Uncle Wei's voice coming from behind them. Wow, has it started already? Behind the stove, Kabo and Bayan exposed their heads with gray heads. Uncle Wei, come quickly. They're clumsy. Daishichi ran over and her eyes lit up when she saw Nico Lu. You guys are back too. Natalie Lu walked over with her to check it out. Aha, what's this all about? Setting up the stove. We've been building it for half a day, and it always feels like something is wrong. Daishichi was depressed. Last time at the hot springs resort, the stoves were all set up. We just need to bake them. It's going to be hard to reassemble it this time, but it's going to be hard for them, the heroes. Let Old Wei do it. He can. Aunt Chen smiled as she voiced out. We brought a rack around to barbecue some time ago. We have experience all over. As they spoke, Ji-in and Uncle Wei had already taken over the work of the gray-headed duo. Quickly go and wash your face, ha ha ha. Daishichi couldn't help but burst out laughing. You two look as if you've been shelled now. The girls sat down and handled the ingredients, chatting in whispers, and the atmosphere was cozy and beautiful without a certain scene stealer. I didn't expect Mr. Chi to have this craft. Last time you guys came late and didn't even give him a chance to show it off. Ji-in was the golden father of the entire program, and everyone, except Nico Lu, respectfully called Mr. G. I just realized it too. Natalie Lu looked over. The man's sleeves were rolled up, revealing smooth lines of his small arms, his every move exuding an unmistakable masculine charm. All she knew was that Ikian was a good cook, and now it seemed like he knew a little bit of everything. That's awesome. Not bad for her man, Natalie Lu thought proudly. We'll be leaving the island the day after tomorrow, and I'm still a bit sad to think about it. Aunt Chen sighed. I think this place is quite suitable for cultivating one's body and mind. When the program is over, you can also come back with Uncle Wei for a few more days off. Daishichi cried gibberish. It's different for me. I'll take it easy for the last few days again, and once I go out I'll be a social animal overwhelmed by work again. Sister Lu said she got me a big long drama. I'll be soaking in the crew for at least half a year, woohoo. Natalie Lu thought as she skewered the food. Surely Chi-in would be busy when they got back. She can't really stay home every day and do nothing. A few days ago her mentor in college told her that he had a friend at Kyoto University, and asked him to help him find a visiting professor in China for the art program these days. Prof. Morris, whose peach and plum are all over the world, and whose most favored disciple in the country is Natalie Lu, naturally told her about it and asked her if she would like to go. A visiting professor at Kyoto University amounted to nothing more than a name, and she was only required to attend 3 classes a week, with optional attendance at events the rest of the time. Only 3 classes a week. It was something to pass the time, and Natalie Lu agreed readily. Most of the time she is still free, but there has to be a center of gravity. If you do not find something to do for themselves, then she cannot be at home every day waiting for her husband to come home, spending her husband's money to pander in a low voice. What's the difference between that and the kind of canary that gets bagged? The basis of equality in a relationship is the equal ability of the two people, personally, financially, etc. Since Natalie Lu had chosen to slowly accept Ji-in, she first had to make the status between the two of them equal. At least when people mentioned the two of them, the first thing they thought was that both of them were great. Instead of just calling her Mrs. Ikari, she had to be Natalie Lu before Mrs. Chi. What is Nico going to do when she gets out? When are you going to take wedding photos with Mr. Chi? Daishichi smiled and went over to her. Remember to invite us when you're having a banquet too. Natalie Lu didn't know when to do these, but she nodded and agreed. I'll be sure to call you guys when the time comes. When the dishes were almost skewered, Nico Lu sent them over there, and Ji-in took the plate, looking at the little girl's flushed face and frowning. Cold? The temperature was fine during that part of the day, and the duo came out without scarves, and it cooled down at night and got cold at the outdoor grill. I'll go back to get it. The stove is burning up. Lean over there a little less cold. He covered Nico Lu's cold face with his hand. Be good and wait for me. Good-o. Natalie Lu answered obediently. The place where they lived was still some distance away from here, and it would take half an hour to go back and forth. So Natalie Lu righteously said, I'll leave you some good food. Thanks baby. The man laughed softly. Natalie Lu blushed at the baby call and gently pushed him. Go on. Ji-in was tall and leggy and was soon back at his place. Natalie Lu's scarves were stowed away in a small drawer, and although she usually packed her clothes a bit more, he wasn't at all oblivious to them and soon found the one that matched her outfit today. Thinking of the little girl who couldn't sleep in the middle of the night with a stomachache after the last barbecue, he looked for the stomach pills as well. Seeing her giddy look, if she didn't let her eat, the little girl would definitely have to commiserate with herself again. Iki knew that he could not resist the little girl's blear-eyed eyes, and had no other choice but to wait for her to be happy first before considering the later. The big deal is that you'll have to rub someone's tummy all night then. After grabbing her things and heading out the door, she saw a woman standing quietly in the doorway, seemingly already waiting for a long time. It's Lu Wanjun. The woman's demeanor was calm, and she no longer had the condescending air she had before. Ikin ignored her and was about to leave with a long leg. Isn't it curious how I knew you were here? Lu Wanjun spoke. I was going to leave, but I was still reluctant and wanted to come and see you one last time. Ms. Lu, we don't seem to know each other well. Lu Wanjun laughed to herself. Yes, from beginning to end I came here for you, but you never put me in your eyes. The man who was cold from the inside out to anyone was at that moment holding, very much at odds with his style, a soft pink scarf and a thoughtful stomach medicine. He was anxious to see his wife, the woman who had willingly bent him over. He's never had eyes for just one person, and he's lost completely on his own. Chapter 72. You're hiding something from me. Ms. Lu, I don't think we have much need to communicate. The man's gaze was cold and sunken as he nodded slightly, wanting to leave. Chi-in, does Natalie Lu know that you met her undead parents behind her back? Lu Wanjun raised her voice. The cry did stop Ikin. His eyes finally returned to himself, and although it was with disgust and violence, Lu Wanjun still felt a strange pleasure in her heart. No matter how unbeatable you are, don't you still have things to be afraid of? I'm sure my dear eldest uncle is still hiding like a rat, not daring to show his face in front of Natalie Lu, right? Lu Wanjun sneered. After all these years, they haven't even thought of recognizing Natalie Lu. Are they worried that she will grow up with irreversible personality defects like that brother of hers? But Lu Xingyue has already returned to China. How long do you think this matter can be kept under wraps? Will Natalie Lu accept that she has a mentally ill brother with a dual personality and a mother with disabled legs? What are you trying to say? Ji-in looked at her coldly. What happened with Nico and her family isn't going to change anything just because of a few words from you. It can't change anything. She will definitely hate when she knows her parents aren't dead. But, Lu Wanjun let out a cold laugh. Mr. She, guess, will Nico Lu break with you as well because of your concealment? Ji-in looked at the woman whose brow was filled with undisguised malice and said nothing. His gaze was too piercing, and it was clear that he was the one who should be alarmed right now. But Lu Wanjun woefully averted her gaze. I failed Ikin. I'll go back to Australia right away. But my dad won't let you guys off the hook if you work with my eldest. My big brother has already returned to China. Back then my father had the ability to bring down the entire Lu family to make a comeback in Australia. He will definitely step on all of you as well. She put her hat on and left him with a backdrop. Not marrying me will be the thing you regret most in your life. So do yourself a favor.
When Chi-in came back, Natalie Lu was warming her hands with a cup of hot flower tea, and when she saw the visitor, she pouted and said unhappily, "What took you so long?" She handed Ik-in the tea in her hand and took the bag he was holding, a rare moment when she felt the coldness of his hands. The man's hands are like a furnace at all times. "Is it that cold out?" Immediately and smoothly, he pulled this hand into his arms. "I've left a lot of them for you. They are all wrapped in tinfoil. Have a sip of tea. I'll go get them for you." "Nico." He subconsciously grabbed the girl who was ready to leave. "What's wrong?" Natalie Lu turned around, thinking that there was something strange about Ik-in tonight. The man somehow flickered with an unspecified emotion, seemingly hesitating about something, but finally sighed and said, "It's nothing. I brought you stomach pills. You'll remember to take them later as well." Oh, Natalie Lu intuited that there was something else he was hiding from her, but seeing as he looked like this, he shouldn't have said anything, so she didn't pursue the matter. After dinner, the two of them looked at the stars in the yard. The chaise longue was covered with a thick fox fur blanket, and with a fireplace squatting at her feet, Natalie Lu wrapped herself in the blanket, revealing only her face. Looking at the stars on such a cold night, the director's team will really do anything for romance. The little girl bent her eyes and smiled. The footage is now shot for post-production material, with the duo of Dai Shichi and Keipo playing a sweet double row game in the house, and Uncle Wei's husband and wife sitting around drinking tea and playing chess. Just the two of them out in the cold. Natalie Lu pulled the blanket up a little higher for herself, and in the process covered Ik-in up tightly as well. "Chi-in, I took a job." Natalie Lu remembered that she hadn't told anyone about it yet. "I'm reporting to King's University in mid-November, and my old instructor asked me to help out as an art professor, just to hang around and take 3 classes a week." "Well," the man looked a little distracted. "What about the rest of your work?" "Other? You mean embroidery?" Natalie Lu said. "I can do it at home." "Good thing too." Ji-in nodded. "Well, you don't mind?" Natalie Lu couldn't help but ask. "Mind what?" The man finally snapped back. "In all your families, aren't wives not allowed to go and show their faces?" Natalie Lu remembered Mrs. Ma's criteria for her daughter-in-law from before, and the first one was that no matter what job she had before, she would quit it after marrying into their family. This one was unanimously approved by all the wives. And you didn't say a word. I guess they all default to this rule? Who said that? Ji-in couldn't help but laugh. It's not ancient times. Where did the saying of not allowing women to show their faces come from? Mom herself is a consultant for several venture capital organizations, and she goes everywhere every year. Like this? When your brother marries a daughter-in-law, will your second aunt not let her go out to work and have to stay at home? Ji-in asked rhetorically. No. Natalie Lu shook her head honestly. We don't have that rule in our house either. Ji-in laughed softly. So Nico can do whatever she wants without asking my opinion. Natalie Lu's heart softened and she nodded. The night is late. The original task like stargazing in the quiet of the two people but also serious. The night on the island is not like the capital. There are no colorful neon lights. The most primitive starry sky is presented in front of the two. There was no such exaggerated river of stars, but the moon also became seemingly less bright under the illumination of countless stars, and the only thing that was quiet around was the sound of insects. Nico, the man spoke suddenly, and Natalie Lu was keenly aware that his emotions seemed to carry the same hesitation they had just had again. What is it? The little girl's voice was still gentle and patient, and with no intention of pressing hard, she asked, Do you have something to say to me? Ikian looked at the side of her face and nodded. It's not good to say it out loud? Or rather, can't say it out loud? Ji-in nodded again. I don't really have the right to hide this matter, but there are some truths that shouldn't be told by me. Natalie Lu was confused. What on earth could make Ikian get so tangled up like this? Is it bad for me? She asked. No, Ji-in shook his head. But it's not fair to you. It shouldn't be. It's someone not letting you talk? Can make Ji-in tangle in front of himself? Natalie Lu's heart lurched. About my parents? The man nodded. I just ran into Lu Wanjin, and she told me something, so my original firm choice wavered. Natalie Lu laughed softly. What is it? You're divorcing me to be with her? Chapter 73, Le Shuyu. What are you talking about? Ikian scolded her. Don't say such things. I'll never divorce you. Then it's not over. Natalie Lu put her hands behind her head and said in a light tone, related to Lu Wanjin. Other than this matter that I will take it out on you. Can there be anything else? Ikian was silent for a moment, and finally sighed imperceptibly. Alright, it's not like I'm going to force you to ask anything. It's almost time. Let's go back. Natalie Lu was the first to jump out of her chair and held out her hand towards the man. Go back to bed, Mr. Chi. Ikian latched onto the small, glistening white hands and lent his strength to stand up. Aha. Write your letter tomorrow. Have you thought of what to write me, Mr. Ikari? Think about it. But I haven't thought about it yet. Hey, what should I do? It's okay, you can tell me yourself later. After a good night's sleep, Natalie Lu woke up the next morning and opened her eyes to see a white field outside the window. She froze, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Ikeen. She couldn't help but nudge the person next to her and whisper, "It's snowing." Last night, fearing that she had a stomach ache, even though she had already taken her medicine, the man insisted on rubbing her stomach for half an hour, making sure that there was nothing untoward before stopping. Natalie Lu herself didn't even know when she fell asleep. The man who was disturbed in his sleep early in the morning frowned, and when he opened his eyes again to see the girl's small face, a gentle smile quickly surfaced in his eyes. Natalie Lu was a southerner and rarely sees snow, and the first snowfall of this winter came shyly and carefully, piling up a new layer on the ground before the grains of snow had completely melted. Although it was not as warm and grand as the goosefeather snow, it had surprised Natalie Lu enough. The first snow fell in early October. It's cold so early this year. Natalie Lu was lying in front of the window in her furry slippers watching the snow. She let out a mouthful of fog at the glass. It's only October, and it's already snowing. It's still a month before winter. The cold snap will come a little earlier this year than in previous years. Natalie Lu got a little chilly and ran back, thumping and burrowing back under the covers. With her body re-enveloped in warmth, she pulled the covers up high, revealing only a pair of eyes. "Can I get up later today?" Ji-in woke up at 7 o'clock every day to go for morning exercise, and Nico Lu was brought up early by him. Winter mornings always make people can't help but stay in bed. Nico Lu twisted toward the man, softly pouting. "It's too cold." Ikeen was adored by her and smiled. Of course, Natalie Lu was content to go back to her cage until 9 o'clock. The man did keep his promise to remain in bed, and Natalie Lu poked out a hand to tug at his covers, signaling that she was awake. Ji-in should be dealing with some kind of paperwork at the mailbox. With a serious look, even Nico Lu inexplicably had a guilty feeling of being bedridden. He looked down at Natalie Lu and reached over to give her the warm water on the nightstand. "Still sleepy?" The girl looked down and dutifully drank her water, then shook her head. "Wake up." Today's session had been announced yesterday, and there wasn't really anything else going on other than letter writing, so she could actually sleep a little more. "Hungry? I'll order breakfast." Natalie Lu nodded as she rubbed her eyes and climbed up to go wash up. When she returned, the food cart was already in the room, and Ikeen was putting the meal on the table. After breakfast, Nico Lu made a cup of flower tea for each of them. "Let's go." To write a letter? One found a quiet place for 2 hours, each writing. With the heartwarming letters segment over, the whole show is basically over and you can go home tomorrow. Natalie Lu was happy and upset. In the evening, Kong Ching messaged her. "Nico baby, does your variety show end tomorrow? When you get back to the capital, why don't you come out for a drink with me?" Natalie Lu answered. She intuited that something was wrong with Kong Chang, so she asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter that requires you to get drunk to relieve your sorrows?" Kong Chang often have to socialize outside, in order to protect the stomach, usually seldom drink, annoyed when the most smoke to relieve. What can make her worry to drink to solve? It's a long story. I'll tell you more slowly later. By the way, did you know that Li Shuyu also returned to the capital? Natalie Lu had a question mark on her head. Who is Shuru Knight? Don't you know? That head excitedly sent over several exclamation points. It's that female comrade in arms of Ji-in. She's also retired. You even pried into other people's female comrades? Natalie Lu cried and laughed. She went back to Beijing. What's wrong? It's not much. It's just that Li Shuyu grew up in the same dean's school as Ji-in and the rest of them, and they happened to enlist in the army together, and they happen to have lived and died together for several years, so it's just a matter of time. Ji-in has just returned to the capital, and that Li Shuyu followed him back. It's hard not to think about it. Natalie Lu wasn't a cutie either. He knocked over 3 words, "My love rival?" The head replied in the affirmative. "Aha, there was Li Yen Yen, and we just sent away Lu Wanjin, and then Li Shuyu pops up again?" Natalie Lu sighed. "Let's talk about it. You do not swing so quickly this time, and what Li Yen Yen Lu Wanjin is not the same. This is a childhood sweetheart we've been through thick and thin together." Across the screen Lu Nico felt her friend's anxiety, helplessly said, "Then I can't have nothing to do to go blindly picking fights. If they have anything, it's still my turn to do anything." In the end, she inwardly trusts Ji-in. This kind of trust comes inexplicably without any reason. She just feels that Ji-in will not have anything between him and other women. It seems like it's always someone else chasing after him, and he had been waiting for himself to turn around. "We are all adults and have a measure of what we do in our hearts," Ikeen said. "Nico can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to report it to me." Then Natalie Lu would naturally give Ikeen a certain amount of trust. "We'll talk about the future later. Just live the present first." Natalie Lu turned around and was shocked to see Ikeen about to lean into the canvas-covered panel by the window. "Ikeen, what are you doing?" Natalie Lu was nervous. The painting hadn't been shown to Ji-in yet, but she had a gut feeling she couldn't let him see it. Otherwise something terrible must have happened, so she subconsciously stopped the man's movements.
Well, help you collect your drawing board? Ikian said uncertainly. That, I can do it myself. I don't need you. There were several drawing boards propped up in the villa, all in different places, so Ikian shouldn't know what was under this one, right? Looking at the man's skeptical eyes, Nicole Lu explained sheepishly, the drawing boards are different. I marked them for fear that I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Ikian watched the girl move the easel away, wanting to say something. Can't tell the difference. Why don't you just open it and take a look? Chapter 74 Ikian, come home. The next day she had to go home, and with things on her mind, Natalie woke up a little early. She lay awake with her eyes open when there was a knock on the door of her room, and Ikian draped himself in his clothes and went to answer it, returning with a card a short while later. What is it? Natalie Lu poked a fluffy head out to see. Task card from the director's office. Ji-in handed it to her. It's the last day. Any more assignments? Natalie Lu muttered. Nope, just going to collect my own letter and then I can leave the island. Ikian said as he sent a message to Chen-chi. In the secretary group, Secretary Chen's sudden appearance blew out the crowd of beaters who had been groping for fish for half a month. Attention all departments. Attention all departments. The boss is coming back. Personnel kinglet, so soon? Gone are the days of groping for fish woo-hoo-hoo. Front desk pony, the president is not in the day. Even the air is permeated with ease. How did he come back so soon? Not more time with the boss's wife. Secretary Department Ox 2, already imagining the department managers being sanctioned by the president. Ha 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 ha. Sales manager, after what happened last time, we're no longer going to let our guard down just because the president is away for a while. Chun-chi, this group is really. He contacted the people over at the old mansion to clean up Longting Shanshui's hygiene, while he himself went to help his boss pack up his things. The mailbox room for the heartwarming letters session is in the center of the island at the very beginning. There are lots of pictures posted around this little pink house. Natalie Lu saw herself on her first day in a white tee and jeans, and the girl smiled sweetly and shyly as her eyes curved up at the camera. There are also photos of many activities afterward. Hot spring pools, barbecue parties, watching movies. I didn't realize that so many memorable things could have happened in such a short time in the past. Natalie Lu followed the directions into the little pink house and found the mailbox labeled with her name. The crew gave a small heart-shaped key, which when opened contained 2 letters lying inside. 2. Natalie Lu took out the one Chi-in had given herself and saw that the other was signed by Bai Yan. Bai Yan? Doesn't each guest only get to write for their CP? Bai Yan's envelope should be in Lu Wanjin's mailbox, right? Natalie Lu pinched Ji Yin's letter and was about to leave when the director's team called out. There's one more. This is written by Bai Yan. It's in your mailbox. It's for you. Not being allowed to leave without it, Natalie Lu had to pick up the other letter as well. The heartfelt letter is the last part of the process, and the results of reading the letter are not publicized, so it's kind of a holdover. Natalie Lu was sitting on the pink suitcase playing with her cell phone when Chi-in came out, and next to her, Chen-chi respectfully said, Mr. Chi's private jet roared to a landing on the island. The hem of the man's coat lifted by the wind. Natalie Lu trotted toward him and very naturally shoved her hand into his to hold. Go home Ikian. Nearly a month without living people Longting Shanshui depressed and cold. Bending with people to clean up a long time to clean up the house. The sound of a car came through the door as he was crossing his arms and worrying about how to take care of the small garden. Ben looked over in surprise. Beside the man stood the petite girl, and at the sight of herself, those round almond eyes bent into a beautiful crescent moon all at once. Bend. Mr. Chi, the little maid greeted respectfully towards Chi-in first, before looking happily at the person next to her. Nico, you're back. The person who had spent the most time with Nico Lu when she first arrived at Longting Shanshui earlier was Ben, who was later transferred back to the old mansion because of Ji-in. She had to say, she actually missed the little maid who wasn't too far off from her own age. Natalie Lu looked to the man next to her and grunted. Let's not transfer the Bens away. You're usually away all the time, and there's not even anyone here to keep me company. Before not familiar with the time to be embarrassed to say, after familiar with the bold up, the little girl grunted to express their dissatisfaction. To the second half of the sentence tone and softened, besides, you work so busy, can not always you cook and such a big place to clean up. The two of us is also very hard. Ikian laughed helplessly. I never said anything about not letting Ben stay. Really? Natalie Lu's eyes lit up and she said happily, Chi-in, you're so nice. Ben watched the interaction between the two with complexity and relief, thinking that it was still the lady who had the solution. In the beginning, not to mention being so intimate and natural with each other. Mr. G didn't even come home a few times. Coming back from the last variety show was simply very different from before. Being able to stay in Longting Shanshui, Ben was also quite happy, saying, you guys worked hard all the way back. Do you want to eat something? I'll go prepare it for you. Ikin just came back to go to the company to be busy. Not a moment later, the family is left with only 2 girls. Natalie and Ben went up and tidied up the bedroom, and the panels were all placed in Natalie's study. As soon as Ji-in left, Ben, who was still formal a moment ago, relaxed a lot. It's going to take more than an hour to get back from M-City, right? You go and rest for a while. I'll bake you some of the new cookies I learned from Mrs. Lee. Natalie Lu went upstairs to change into her fuzzy pajamas, not having been back for a month, and suddenly still feeling a little strange. After a month and a half of rest at home before she had to report to KYU, Natalie Lu took out her cell phone to look at the map. It was found that the C.L. Group's headquarters seemed to be not far from Kyodai. Maybe one day she'd even be able to commute with Ikian? By the way, the peony drawing for M.S.U. is not yet finished embroidering. Natalie Lu stepped on her slippers and went to her own little embroidery room to take a look, estimating that she should be able to finish in time for December. Suddenly having nothing to do when she was alone, Natalie Lu fumbled with her cell phone to play with it, and saw the message Kong Ching had sent herself earlier. That said, neither of them seemed to have introduced the other to their best friend yet. She hadn't met any of Ikian's friends either, and while he and Kong Ching knew each other, they hadn't been formally introduced in their new capacities. Since that Li Shuyu grew up in the same institution as Ji-in, everyone in their circle should know each other, right? Natalie Lu was suddenly despondent. It's true, it's a lie to say you don't mind. She couldn't help but send a message to Kong Ching. Sister, how did you know about Li Shuyu's matter? The other end quickly replied. Fong Zitaki's friend circle sent it out. It was accompanied by a screenshot. It looks to be a photo from middle school. A picture of young people laughing with reckless abandon. The boy on the far side with an inch of hair looking absently into the camera. His gaze lazy and slack. Natalie Lu instantly recognized the man as Ikin. The only girl in the photo stood in the very center, her gaze smiling and clear as she looked over to where the teenager was. Chapter 75. I have people waiting for me at home. Of course I have to come back early. Ji-in didn't come home at night. Natalie Lu was watering the few trees still green in the garden when she received his message. Night had just fallen, and the garden was lit up with night lights, and the girl in the woolen skirt looked like a genie who had suddenly appeared in the garden. The next second, the elf frowned unhappily. Nico, I have a date with Fong Zi Taki Chin Chi and the others tonight, so I might be back a little late, so don't wait for me for dinner, and rest early. He just came back today, have not even had a good rest to go to participate in this bureau and that bureau, really do not care about their own bodies. Natalie replied, I see, and carried the small kettle back to the house. The little servant girl poked her head out of the kitchen. Nico, ask Mr. Chi when he'll be back. We're ready to eat. Natalie Lu put the kettle back in its place and said, no need to wait for him. Let's eat. He's not coming back until tonight. Ben was also a bit depressed. It's only just returned to the capital. What's so urgent? I don't know. Natalie Lu looked down and peeled the eggs, her mind speculating. Ikin and Chin Chi Fong Zitaki they usually actually get together quite a lot. Their pile of people both grew up together brothers. Grew up is also a partner, whether it is work or life and a piece of talk. It's okay to be intimate. It's just that today's innings happened to coincide with the juncture of Li Shuyu's return to China. It's a little uncomfortable to put on anyone. It's as if Ji-in just got off the variety show and couldn't wait for Baba to run over to meet people. After dinner, Natalie Lu sat in the living room and drew a picture of the defeated Rose Corner. An hour later, the painting was done. Natalie Lu looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock. She had never felt that time had passed so slowly before. And although she usually stayed with Ji-in and did nothing, at least she wasn't so lonely with someone beside her. Ben went back to his room to catch up on the show, and the large place seemed to be empty. Natalie Lu skimmed her lips, but in the end, she couldn't help but send a message to Ji-in. I've clicked into the dialogue box, and for a moment I don't know what to post, and at this point it seems like I'm checking in with whatever I'm posting. She wanted to ask when are you coming back and then remembered that he said that there is no need to wait for him, so that he can go to bed early. That's what it means to not want her to check in. So the dialogue box was deleted, and not a single word was sent out after all. Natalie Lu tossed her phone aside and disheveled, burying her head under the covers. So when Ikian opened the door to his room, this is what he saw. The little girl had her head covered in the fluffy quilt like an ostrich, her buttocks puckered out, and her pajamas were the same color as the coverlet, so that it looked as if the quilt was bulging with a small tip, with only a pair of glistening white feet showing. What are you doing? Natalie Lu heard the man's muffled voice and thought she was hallucinating. Then the covers were lifted off her. A fluffy and disheveled head peeked out and the girl's gaze was aggravated and confused. How did you get back so soon? It's not like they had anything going on over there. So I went and sat down. The man leaned over and smoothed the hair of the little girl sitting on her knees on the bed and asked rhetorically, didn't want me to come back? No. Natalie Lu let him smooth his head and rub it a few more times, saying, I just didn't expect you to come back so soon. There are people waiting for me at home. Of course I'll be back early. Ji-in laughed.
I sent you a message because I was afraid in case something delayed me.
Nasty. Natalie Lu remembered something and got capriciously angry, muttering under her breath. Thought you'd gone to see your mistress. What? The latter half of the sentence Ji-in did not hear,
but could also feel the little girl's resentment when she came back late. Her heart sweetened up.
Don't be angry, La. Brought you flowers. Natalie Lu turned around and saw the large bouquet of beautiful hydrangea roses on the table. Eyes became bright all of a sudden, and without even putting on the slippers she ran to the table to look at it. It looks good. I passed the florist on my way back and thought you'd like it. The man's tone contained favor and laughter. Thank you. I love it. Natalie Lu instantly stopped being angry.
Ji-in bent down to put on the fur slippers.
In such a cold day, no barefoot running around. I don't usually do that. I'm just a little happy today. Ikuo body a little light smell of wine.
Sitting that moment should also inevitably drink a few cups, but also stained with a little tobacco flavor, mixed with the men's fragrance of his coat.
In fact, it is not difficult to smell, but the smell was still a bit mixed, and Natalie Lu disgustedly pushed the person who wanted to hug her. You go take a shower. Disliked by his wife, Ji-in was not annoyed and obediently went to the bathroom to wash up.
Natalie Lu picked up the hydrangea roses and went downstairs to look for a vase so that she would still have a fresh,
beautiful bouquet to wake up to in the morning. Shortly after she left, Ik-yin's cell phone on the table lit up,
and a WeChat message popped up on the lock screen. Lee Shuyu, fourth brother.
I'm back.
The message was probably sent to more than just Ik-yin,
and soon enough, messages rolled in from the prince's small group. Fanzataki, return. Miss Knight has returned. Shin-shi, why are you so excited? It's not like it's your woman. Fanzataki, I poo-poo you dog-headed warlord. That's my cousin. Gu Shixuan, how can we say we have to have a reception banquet?
Ji Dishao has been simmering like a ghost for so many years. I just can't imagine how much Miss Lee has suffered.
He, that's true. Back then, Missy went to a hole for someone, and now she's following back. So she's in love. It's a shame she came back just a few steps too late and got cut off, ha ha ha.
Fanzataki, waste darling. You've lost 10 years of merit with this smile.
Shin-shi, pull back. Say as if people Lu Nico is the third party.
Shi-in has been no interest in Miss Knight.
Okay, have to chase people as her.
You cannot moral kidnap our Chi Shao.
Fong home, Fong Zi Taki depressed. He turned back to look at wrapped in a towel still hot body Kong Chung.
Cannot help but go up to seek approval. I'm convinced.
What do you mean Shin-shi?
The words were not finished before the woman impatiently interrupted.
Fong Zi Taki, you right?
Young Master Fong, who was suddenly scolded.
Ha, have you forgotten what Natalie Lu is to me? That just slipped my mind for a second. Alright, I'll stop. Fong Zitaki knew that the friendship between these women was not something that normal people could understand, and looked at Kong Chung, who was rapidly changing clothes and putting on makeup, and said, you really won't stay tonight?
Suddenly there's a collaboration to go talk about.
Next time. Okay. The relationship between the two was close, but they weren't over everything.
He and Kong Ching were just friends who fit together in bed and ordinary friends in life.
However, this period of time, both of them are busy. It is not easy to have time to rest. Kong Chang and something. Fong Zitaki was even more depressed.
Chapter 76, Taking Nico Lu to go skiing. When Ji-in came out after his bath, he saw that the bouquet of hydrangea roses he had brought back had been very carefully trimmed and put in a vase. The bouquet of flowers really added a lot of color to the bedroom, which was still a bit monotonous after I just got back and hadn't had a chance to clean it up. He opened his phone and saw that he had been aitken numerous times in the group, and that text message from Shuru Knight. He and Knight Shuyu had been comrades for several years and politely replied, welcome back. The person on the other end seemed to have been waiting for his message, and after receiving a reply added, next Tuesday, can you pick me up at the airport? Ikin didn't even think about it. I'm sorry, something came up that day. Fong Zitaki and the others should be happy to pick you up, but I'll be there for the evening reception, somewhere in a room thousands of miles away. The woman's grip on her cell phone tightened, her downcast eyes blocking out her true emotions.
She quickly perked up and replied, thank you. She knew that Ikin had taken over a certain company under X after he retired from the military and was busy working that day. She understood.
Thinking of the days when everyone used to be reckless and dashing when she was young,
Li Shuyu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile.
She has been chasing after Ji Yin's footsteps for so many years and has never changed her mind.
No matter what, he can do it very well. She Mu Chiang, and has always taken him as an example. Her father and Ji Yin's uncle were comrades in arms,
and when she learned that he was going to enlist,
Li Shuyu actually hesitated. But in the end, I chose to go with him. The Li family was originally a military and political family.
Enlisting in the army is not what they call chasing after it without hesitation.
She was already thinking about joining the army. Just that last bit of hesitation turned into determination because of Ikian. If he can, then why can't he?
When she learned the news that Ji-in had gotten married, Lee Shuyu felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. After all these years of pursuing it, it would be a lie to say that I didn't like it at all. She did like Ikian, but it should have been more of an admiration, the kind of admiration that was aimed at him. In the midst of this admiration, that little liking pales into insignificance. She was going to mention to Ikian about dating once she got out of the army 2 years later. I didn't realize he was actually married. Is she late? What kind of person was the other party that could make Ikian, who was indifferent to anyone, willingly bow down? Lee Shuyu was curious. With a bit of a test in mind, she offers to have Ji-in pick her up at the airport, but he refused completely. It did come as a surprise. She thought that after all their years of love, there was no reason for him to refuse this request, even if he was married. So what? Lee Shuyu had once thought unthinkingly, the other party was just a woman in a temporary union. But now, Lee Shuyu was really curious. Ji-in refused Lee Shuyu's request to pick him up and turned to Nico Lu. Do you have something tomorrow? I'll take you out. It should be fine. Natalie Lu was curious. Where to? Skiing, Ji-in said. Gu Shishuang has opened a ski resort in the North City. Opening tomorrow. Let's all go to support the scene. And by the way, introduce you to my friends. Go or not? Natalie Lu's little bit of unclear emotions from before completely dissipated. Before she could even get her mind off of it, Ikian took it upon himself to build her up enough to feel safe. Go! Natalie Lu readily agreed. But I don't know how to ski. Cloud City's climate is not destined to have a ski resort, let alone a ski resort. Even snow rarely falls throughout the year. Ikian said, it's okay, I'll teach you when the time comes. Aha! Natalie Lu gushed. So do we need to prepare anything when we go? There's everything over there. All you need to prepare is a good night's sleep to keep your strength up for tomorrow. The man was gentle. Natalie Lu lay down obediently. A good night's sleep. Except for that first snowfall we saw in M City, the climate since returning to the capital has been dry and cold. As a native southerner, Nico Lu was extraordinarily afraid of the cold, and having gone to school for 3 years in the capital, she knew that the winter in the capital was vastly different from that in Cloud City. So she got up the next morning and dressed herself as a bear. The thick down coat wrapped around the outside instantly blocked out most of the cold air, and Natalie Lu stomped her feet and darted into the car. The man wore an overcoat, looked reserved and gentlemanly, and stood in eerie harmony with her in the picture, although the duo wore jackets that weren't from the same season. Underneath was a couple's thin sweater that Ikian had personally picked out. He said, when we go to an indoor ski resort, we don't have to wear so much thickness, just wear a sweater underneath, and then very thoughtfully picked out the couple's model. One blue and one pink, matchy-matchy. From Longting Shanshui to North City, it would take an hour. Lu Nico suddenly remembered. Today seems to be a working day. Don't you need to go to the company? It took him all the way to the road to remember to ask about his schedule. Ji-in laughed softly. What do you think I was doing being so busy the other day? Of course, it is to empty the schedule after returning to the capital, and take a good rest with his wife. Even if he hadn't had Gu Shishuan's invitation yesterday, he would have taken Nico Lu somewhere else today. Natalie Lu, an idler, deeply sympathized with Mr. Shi, who had to clock in and out of work every day. Gu Shishuan's ski resort opened in the north city of Bailin Snow Mountain, surrounded by a red-walled white-tile villa resort. A glance past the snow was very beautiful, as if in the fairy tale world. It was Natalie's first time on the ski slopes, and her almond eyes were filled with undisguised curiosity and joy. The little girl never hides her emotions. Like is like and happy is happy. She's happy when she sees pretty flowers, and she's certainly curious when she sees new and exciting things she hasn't touched before. It can be seen that Gu Shishuan's publicity work is in place. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the entrance to the ski resort has been parked in large and small cars. As the limousines gathered, and the gentlemen got out of the car with their arms around the cool and hotly dressed beauties, Natalie Lu looked at the down jacket she was wearing suspiciously. Was she exaggerating? How come these people don't look cold? Can I just wear a shawl over my dress? You'll get cold feet. Natalie Lu went to touch Ikian's hand and clearly felt the coldness of her small hand. The man obediently took her hand and helped her cover it with heat. Natalie Lu quickly put that behind her, automatically ignoring the beautiful women who cast their astonished gazes over. She's just cold. What's wrong with wearing more? What's the problem? The two went indoors piece by piece. Gu Shishuang saw Ji-in, who was holding a little girl, at a glance and raised an eyebrow with interest. Gu Xiao, the woman beside him, called him daintily, and Gu Shishuang said impatiently, "Don't make noise. This way." He waved his hand at Ikuo. Gu Shishuang's female companion looked at the fickle man. 1 minute she's a sweetheart, the next she's telling her to knock it off. Chapter 77. May I call you sister? Gu Shishuang didn't move to measure up the woman Ji-in had brought. Petite and gentle. This was the impression Natalie Lu gave at first glance. Unlike her famous, voluptuous best friend Kong Qing from the Beijing circle, Natalie Lu looked gentle and soft. With milky white skin, delicate and pretty features, and clear watery eyes with the innocence and purity of a young deer. She looked well-behaved and pure, although the aura around him was calm and indifferent.
He would not be overwhelmed by the aura next to anyone. It turns out that Mr. G likes this one.
Gu Shixuan's gaze was not indiscreet, or at least Natalie Lu herself did not feel how much this measuring gaze made her uncomfortable.
As soon as he turned around,
the man was looking at himself with an unimpressed gaze.
Gu Shixuan, what's that look? I was just looking at your wife.
Growing up together in open crotch pants,
Gu Shixuan knew that this master was upset,
and busily withdrew that measuring gaze.
Smiling, hello little sister-in-law. I'm Gu Shixuan, Ji Yin's friend. Turns out he's the owner of the ski resort.
Natalie greeted the handsome man in front of her,
who smiled a bit badly, and at the same time, she was a bit wound up by his little sister-in-law. Hello, my name is Natalie Lu. Compared to Nico Lu's gentleness, Ji Yin was much more cold and easygoing,
and he only nodded faintly to his best friend.
It seems extraordinarily rude. However,
their gang had long felt this doggy virtue of Ji Yin.
Gu Shixuan was not annoyed, still smiling.
That, Qin Chi and the others are also here.
Do you want to get together for an introduction? Ji Yin shook his head. At night, we're all here to have fun.
So we're definitely going to have all the fun we can during the day and talk about this at night when we're resting.
Can't wait to hang out with his wife, thought Mr. Ikari.
Okay.
Gu Shixuan had some small regrets, but quickly said, by the way, this is our ski resort's VIP card. Little sister-in-law will often come to play in the future. No need to make reservations and no need to line up. Ji Yin nonchalantly pulled the card from the person's fingertips and turned around with the person.
Aha, thanks. The little girl stuck her head out from behind the man to thank him. Her eyes curved up like cute little crescents.
No need to be polite with him. The man's low voice came out. That guy usually doesn't screw me out of goodies.
It's only right to accept a membership card from him.
That's a thank you too.
The girl's voice was sweet and soft as she sternly lectured the imperturbable fellow.
It's polite. Fine.
The man had no choice but to compromise.
Where did this little marshmallow come from? Soft and sticky, gentle and polite. No wonder it could eat Ji de Xiao to death. Gu Shixuan's teeth itched as he thought, how come he didn't have such a cute wife? We're going to the indoor ski resort.
Ji Yin didn't move and glanced at his cell phone as if he was replying to someone's message,
which Natalie Lu didn't see. It's a little warmer indoors,
and also more suitable for newbies.
Ikian continued, we'll go play outside when you get started.
Natalie Lu saw the big and exciting outdoor ski slopes when she first came in,
and actually wanted to go outside.
But she really didn't need to be in such a hurry when Ji Yin had said so.
One step at a time. You can't run away before you've learned to walk.
Good. The two of them separated to change first,
and 10 minutes later,
Natalie Lu walked awkwardly and slowly to the place where the two of them had previously agreed. Ski suits wrapped both of them tightly, and Natalie Lu saw her tiny form in Ji Yin's ski goggles. Ji Yin told her some basic skiing skills and points, and Natalie Lu listened carefully.
Can't wait to practice after hearing about it.
The small slopes indoors were gentler, and Ikin was on hand to guide Natalie Lu's movements.
Natalie Lu wobbled and paddled onto the right track,
a new and unfamiliar sensation as she felt herself gliding more and more smoothly, the scenery flying by around her.
She wanted to turn around and say look at me to Ikian,
and then cried and laughed as she realized she was moving stiffly and didn't seem to be able to adjust her movements very well.
Can't stop it. How do I stop?
Natalie Lu forgot her previous technique when she was nervous, and slid out a good distance in favor of Ji Yin,
who didn't follow her. Relax, look ahead and adjust your posture.
A cool male voice came from his ears.
Natalie Lu turned around. The man's posture was upright,
and his voice alone sounded like it was somewhere between a teenager and a young man.
Looking at his demeanor and tone, he looked like an old hand at this. Natalie Lu followed his instructions, and in no time at all, he did slow to a stop. When she stopped, she breathed a sigh of relief and gratitude.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The man waved his hand and naturally chatted with her.
I couldn't stop skiing the first time either, but no one was there to help me, and the losers I was with were looking at me funny. I fell a couple of times at first too, and slowly skated my way to it, but I haven't skated in a long time either.
Natalie listened attentively with an occasional hum in response.
Did you come alone?
The man wondered.
Come with me, mister. Natalie Lu turned around and finally saw the belatedly arriving Chi Yin, and immediately waved happily. This way.
Ikin stopped beside her,
and without moving, surveyed the man. Ski goggles covered his face, so it was hard to see who it was. As soon as he opened his mouth, though, the subtle irritation that had just risen in Ikua was gone. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sheng Xing Yue.
I'm 21 years old,
the man said. Shang, the maiden name.
Natalie Lu had a strange feeling in her heart,
and she couldn't help but look at the young, tall man. Unable to see his face, she said, my name is Natalie Lu and I'm 24 years old. Ikin.
The man's answer was consistently succinct.
You're a bit older than me, can I call you sister? Shang Xingyue tilted her head, her tone sounding extraordinarily well behaved. Natalie Lu was inexplicably a little nervous and nodded softly. Aha, strange, it's not like no one has ever called their sister before. Why does it feel so strange today? Ikin watched his brother-in-law interact with his wife, unable to say his real name, show his face, or his identity. My own sister is right in front of me, but I have to pretend that I can't recognize her as a passerby. Hiss, it's a bit of a tragedy. Alright, Lu Xingyue, who had called her sister, was satisfied. Let's go over there. It's not spacious enough here, and there are many corners, so if we don't pay attention, we'll fall. Aha! With two veteran skiers around to lead the way, Natalie Lu was much more at ease and nodded. It was obvious that this new little brother did have some experience in skiing, and Natalie was excited to hear about his novice exploits. I hadn't noticed that the man who had always been on guard seemed to be extraordinarily tolerant of this passerby. Guidance theory plus practice. A morning passed, the three people talked to each other, and finally Lu Xingyue successfully added her own sister's WeChat. Chapter 78, You're my favorite. After playing all morning and making new friends, Nico Lu naturally invited Shang Xingyue to lunch, and the latter gladly went with her. The three of them each separated to get changed, and Nico Lu was a little faster than the two of them, and after coming out stood waiting for them at the agreed-upon spot. She was really striking in her down coat, and no one coming or going was wearing anything as thick as her. Natalie Lu was automatically immune to the stares of passersby. The temperature at the indoor ski resort was a little warmer than outside, and it wasn't nice for her to wear more, but it was warm. What's another bike when it comes to temperature? It didn't take long for Natalie Lu to look up and see another young man coming out with Ikin. Closer, she saw the person's appearance. Black hair and ink pupils, lips are very colorful, stern features. This face is not to mention in the entertainment industry. Even in the sight of Chi-in is no less, and strangely enough, Natalie Lu always had a strange sense of familiarity when confronted with this man. I can't tell you why, but you just can't help but get close. Sister? It was the voice of the new boy he'd met, and he smiled at himself, the curved corners of his lips revealing so much good behavior. You're pretty fast. Natalie Lu was still in the daze of the fact that she had casually picked up a handsome little man as a friend, and smiled back at her words. I'm afraid you'll be waiting outside. Let's go. I know a good Hunan restaurant in this neighborhood. Want to try it? Lu Xingyue proposed. The other two didn't have much to suggest. Ji-in and Natalie Lu came with a chauffeur, so the two waited for Lu Xingyi, who drove up to bring them. This Shang Xingyue was 21 years old and looked like a recent college graduate, so when he showed up in his racy Rolls-Royce Phantom, Nico Lu was genuinely taken aback. But the capital this place well. Hidden tigers and hidden dragons. The roadside pulls an ama out to weigh the identity of others. So Shang Xingyue such a look as the existence of a family's noble son to drive a car of more than 7 million seems to be not impossible. The Hunan restaurant was a short walk from the ski slopes, and the heat was on full blast when you entered. After Shang Xingyue showed the front desk what the card was, a waiter came and respectfully took them to a private room on the second floor. Natalie Lu took off her down jacket, revealing a pink sweater that looked more tender than a college student. Any contraindications? Shang Xingyue, who was the host, skillfully ordered the menu. Natalie Lu rested her cheeks. Don't like old tofu and carrots. Ji-in shook his head. I didn't. Shang Xingyue froze, thinking that genes are really a magical inheritance. So, raising her head, she said, I don't like carrots either. Ikian, who is not a picky eater, didn't understand. Why? It smells funny. There's a funny odor. Crinkling her nose, Natalie Lu looked over at the man who was speaking in unison with her, and both of them couldn't help but laugh. After lunch, the two of them went back to the ski resort, and Shang Xingyue said she had something else to do and left first. Do you think Lu Shang Xingyue is the kind of person? The man beside him suddenly asked. Natalie Lu couldn't hear his emotions, and after some serious thought, she said, an okay guy? Enthusiastic and poised, confident and unassuming in his mannerisms, very typical of a rich young man, but with seemingly few bad habits? So do you like him? Mr. Icky, who had been bombarded all the way by his brother-in-law, asked with a headache. Natalie Lu stalled, inexplicably feeling that there was something in Ji Yin's words. What's wrong? Could it be that he's upset because he's been talking too much to strange men today? You're my favorite. Natalie Lu hugged the man's arm softly and pouted. Ikin. Suddenly sweet, but that's not what he meant. The man cried and laughed. Nico felt that Ji-in was strange today, not to mention before. She and the White Shadow Emperor, two words can make people aggrieved red eyes. Today and the new acquaintance of a strange man. Why does he look like he doesn't mind at all? Ji-in also noticed that it was strange for him to ask such a question, so he stopped talking about Shang Xingyue. Lu Xingyue, brother-in-law can only help you so far. Any more and you'll be exposed. The bureau appointment with Gu Shixuang and the others was in the evening, and the two of them took a nap in the lounge that came with the ski resort, and then proceeded to play in the afternoon. It had also been a long time since Natalie had played so soundly outside, and the smile on her face basically didn't stop all day. It's true, being outdoors makes you feel better. Natalie Lu, who had been bored at home all day, thought as she did. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, really tired, Natalie Lu leaned against a tree to catch her breath, and said to Akin, who was slowly paddling toward her, "I can't do it. I'm tired." The man still looked refreshed, jealous of the man's stamina while Natalie Lu was tired and hungry. The two were so close to the locker room that Nico Lu dropped her ski poles, and her whole body, like a wombat, wanted to hang right on Ikian. The man stood in place and gave her a moment to hang on before he patted the person's buttocks as if he was pacified, and coaxed temperlessly, "Fong Zitaki's clubhouse isn't far from here. Let's go over there to rest, okay?" Natalie Lu nodded with her eyes closed and fought the urge to go and change. On the way to the clubhouse, Natalie Lu took a look at her big cotton coat and hesitantly said, "Would it be less formal for me to wear this? The customers coming in and out of the doorway don't seem to be as uncouth as she is." "No, it's all our own people." Ji-in looked down at the small head leaning on his shoulder, couldn't help but rub it under his hand, and after thinking about it, he added, "There might be a bit too many people at that time. Don't be afraid." It was fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Nico Lu suddenly became nervous. She wasn't really good at dealing with these scenes, and her body stiffened at the thought. Noticing that the girl's mood was not right, Ji-in was immediately distressed. "Forget it, why don't we not go? It's not too late to go back when she's ready." "That won't do," Natalie Lu was busy saying. "That's not true, it's almost here, and I'm just a little nervous. It's not like I can't see anyone. There's no need to be so exaggerated. People are waiting for it, they have agreed. How can you let them off because of this little problem of hers?" "Okay," Ikian said helplessly. "Let me know if you don't feel well." He remembered what the little girl used to suffer from, autism, although after so many years of treatment has completely disappeared at the beginning of the shadow. But the legacy of the aftermath is do not love to go out, moderate social fear, do not like to communicate with strangers, extremely quiet, like to stay alone. Taking her to a big party like this is torture. The last Mrs. Afternoon tea was fine, with you escorting her back and forth the entire time, and she basically had no interaction with anyone the entire time, like an exquisite doll in a cupboard being taken on display. Not this time. He knows exactly what his brothers are like. It's a social terror hell. Chapter 79, Introducing Natalie Lu to my friends. It's coming after all. Natalie Lu took the initiative to stuff her hand into Chi Yin's palm for him to hold. Her watery eyes glanced at him and firmly said, "Come on." The feeling of being relied upon obviously hit home with the man, and Ikian took the girl's small hand back and led her inside. The porter at the door had long recognized this famous master of the capital, and said self-consciously, "Master Chi, young Fong and young Gu, they're both at their usual places, so you can just go straight up." When he finished with his head down, he unconsciously looked up and saw that the always uninviting Master Chi was accompanied by a woman. Most importantly, none of these great lords were held so cherishingly by the female companions they brought with them each time. Is this girl the hidden little petite wife of the legendary Pool young man? The little porter's eyes were hanging down, looking at these two people's affectionately clasped hands drifting away, with nothing but great shock in his heart. The top floor of Fong Zitaki's clubhouse is reserved for their close friends, and the downstairs is very lively, with a resident singer holding a guitar and singing love songs with a gentle, clear voice. Natalie Lu looked away and quickly rolled her eyes to follow Akin up the stairs. Still nervous, the door was pushed open, and the crowd that was originally talking and laughing froze, and their eyes, like a spotlight, immediately looked over, all eyes on the world. A small, delicate, white hand peeled away from the edge of the door. Unlike the other women in the box who were so exquisitely made up, this face was unpowdered, and because of the afternoon's exercise, the lips were brightly colored, and the whole face was pink and red. This hibiscus invariably seems to beat a room full of delicate roses. Whose sister is this? Came simultaneously into the minds of all the men present. The next second, the man who appeared behind the woman answered the question wordlessly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Akin. Fong Zitaki was the first to shout. "What took you so long? The big guys are waiting for you." Gu Shixuan grunted and helped lift the chin of someone next to her, reminding, "Don't look, this is young Master Chi's woman. I'll go." This face is too topsy-turvy, isn't it? It looks even better than on the variety show. A certain person sighed, "Is this the little fairy raised in the water village?" Gu Shixuan thought to herself, "I also looked dumbfounded the first time, for which I also ate a blank stare from someone in G. Your reaction is not a disgrace." Fong Zitaki and Qin Shi were not as exaggerated as their reactions. After all, they had met in high school back then,
After all these years, the thoroughly grown-up little marshmallow was simply a crowd pleaser, and no one could resist a direct look from those watery eyes. Natalie Lu felt the eagerness of the group's gaze and couldn't help but lean towards Ikuo's side. Seeing this, Qin-Shi laughed and scolded. "Alright, put away your wolf-like gazes. Where do you stare at people like that?" The crowd then snorted and started introducing themselves. "Remember us?" Fong Zitaki blinked at her. "Back in high school, I was in class 5 with Qin-Shi and the others. We often look for Qin to play." Qin-Shi naturally picked up. "Remember, Little Cotton." Cough. Natalie Lu. Usually with a keen little cotton called Smooth, almost exposed. Of course Nico remembers them. The teenagers were all the talk of the town at the time. Good students, good looks, good family, and the girls who had crushes on them didn't know what to expect. Even if she didn't have anything to do at the time to soak up the drawing room, she had heard of these people's great names, and Kong Qing was close to them, so naturally she wasn't much of a stranger. "Remember, Lu Nico accurately right one by one. You're Qin-Shi, perennial 5th in grade. Fong Zitaki. Well, it seems to be hovering between 200 and 500? Gu Shixuan let out a pfft laugh. "Is that how you remember people? Ranked by grades?" "Mr. Gu." Natalie Lu smiled back. "I usually don't make many friends. Just occasionally stand and look at the bottom of the results list when it's released." It was thanks to these two that they were able to climb up the list, or else Natalie Lu would really have been unimpressed. Except for Kong Cheng, she knew but didn't know the other girls in her class well, not to mention the boys, who basically didn't remember many of them, but she was still more or less impressed by the man of the moment on campus, too high profile not to be memorized. As soon as he turned around, he saw Yen's ghostly gaze again. Remembered by Yen even if she remembers. She even remembers Qin-Shi Fong Zitaki from the outside class, just not herself. At the beginning of that moment she was not remembering herself. She was clearly pretending not to recognize. Natalie Lu realized the man's gaze almost immediately and moved over to whisper, "I remember you too. You sat at my back table for so long." Though the pair had had almost zero communication for 2 years at the back table, she really wasn't so far gone that she couldn't remember people. She was afraid at that moment that she was making a fool of herself in case they didn't remember her. Everyone else introduced themselves one by one, and the atmosphere in the box was not as intimidating as Natalie Lu thought it would be. After all, there was the dogmaster in Gu Shixuan here to regulate the atmosphere, and we all knew each other in high school, and Natalie Lu had a good personality, and although she was shy, she didn't have stage fright. Count on a good conversation. In the box, the female companions brought by the various young masters looked enviously and jealously at the woman surrounded in the center. They drank until they threw up, but the man was sweetly stuffed with hot milk and didn't drink. That's what separates people from each other. Some people are born to be held in the palm of their hand, and when they grow up another person will take over their parents' love to then love and care for her. They were envious, but they also knew that this person's identity was as different from theirs as a cloud. She wasn't ready to switch female companions at any time. She was the wife of one of these upper-class men. It was Natalie Lu, who was favored by the entire family of the Chi family, the capital's #1 family. That's the Ikebukuro family that countless women have squeezed their heads to get into. Not to mention the lord's wives. Being a lover in their house was enough to clothe and feed them for the rest of their lives. After the introductions, the men started to talk about business, cooperation and whatnot, and Natalie Lu consciously tried to shrink away with her hot milk. Akin sensed that she wanted to hide and thoughtfully whispered, "Turn right out of the restroom." Natalie gave him a get-me look and said hello before heading out. So sweet. The others had never seen this kind of battle with young Master G before, and they could vigorously coo after the little girl left. "I'd be like that if I had a wife." Fong Zitaki was sour. "Old Fong, are you any good? You've been with MS Kong for so many years, when are you going to make it right?" Someone teased. "What do you know about?" Mentioning this, Fong Zitaki was also depressed. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Kong Cheng hadn't thought about fixing things with himself. This circle everyone plays the flowers. A certain time the two families cooperate. Drunk accidentally have sex. After the two people simply say goodbye to each other to solve the physiological problems. The result is really only go kidney not heart. And I don't know when it started, but even the kidneys don't go away. This friendship is breaking up. Chapter 80 Homecoming Kiss. What do you think that Natalie Lu is all about, that mister? She is so precious? Natalie Lu in the toilet cubicle froze when her name suddenly appeared in the mouth of the person outside. It's very clear. The Lu family in Yun Cheng sent her for marriage. I don't know how Qi Xiao took a liking to her. What other features do you think she has besides her good looks? What lady in the capital city doesn't have a family history that hangs over her? I think the worst is still Li Shuyu, who has been chasing after Qi Xiao for so many years. I wonder how she'll react when she comes back and finds out that Qi Xiao is married. Soon too. I'm genuinely curious. We won't be able to marry into the family, but we can still get high on gossip. TSK,
TSK, I think the capital is going to be unsettled soon. The voices of the two women chatting outside faded away, and only then did Natalie Lu push the door out. You can't go to the bathroom without hearing people talking about their gossip. She was really kind of crying. This was the second time I heard the name Shuro Knight from someone else. Then back to the box. Has been 3 rounds of wine. Ji-in away from this group of people. Is hanging eyes with a hand on the forehead, like a little sleepy. The group of young masters did take care of their little sister-in-law, but it was not the same for Ji-in. They still remembered that he hadn't informed the brothers when they were newly married. It's not catching a dunk. Natalie Lu sat over. The man's eyes that were often stoic were rarely watery, and although the face appeared to be colorless, the leaking emotions underneath the eyes still signaled that the owner was not sober. Go home, Nick, Ikian said seriously as he looked at the girl who sat leaning over and looked her in the eyes. Them? Natalie Lu's eyes signaled the group next door. Can go back. The man dropped his eyes and held Natalie Lu's hand, looking a little upset. Don't want to stay with them. Well, Natalie Lu couldn't help but laugh lowly and coax gently. Then let's go home. Natalie Lu sent a message to Uncle Lee to come pick them up, and then after saying hello to the group, she took Chi-in to the door to wait for the car. The man was obediently led by her throughout the arrangement, his eyes downcast and extraordinarily quiet. After leaving the clubhouse, it was quite windy at the entrance, and as Nico Lu held the large dog's hand, he felt as if he was a bit listless. Sleepy? The man raised his eyes and looked at her again, as if reacting for a moment, then shook his head. How much did you guys drink after I left? Natalie Lu had never seen a man in such a state after drinking and couldn't help but ask. Not much. The not-so-clear-headed Ikian suddenly remembered the way Ms. You stormed out every time his old man drank, and glanced cautiously at the girl. Doesn't seem angry. Dizzy? Kind of. Have Ben prepare a sobering soup for you. Drink it later before you go to sleep. Good. Neon lights flashed in front of the entrance. The trees were on fire, and not far away, under a tree, a couple was kissing. Natalie Lu looked at it, blushed a little, and quickly averted her gaze. Ikian looked thoughtful for a moment longer, then turned his gaze to the delicate, rosy lips of the person next to him. Natalie Lu felt the man's undisguised, blazing gaze. Nico, the man spoke, his voice very, very soft, like he was afraid to scare her. Want to kiss? Natalie Lu watched as the man leaned closer and closer, and froze as she took the kiss, which smelled slightly of alcohol. Past a locomotive, the young man on it whistled flirtatiously at the duo. It's still outside. So many people. The immense shame almost overwhelmed her, but Ikian still had a little count in his heart, and the kiss didn't last too long. As Natalie Lu let go after a gentle push, the man's forehead rested against his own and he spoke first. I'm sorry. Natalie Lu's words to scold him were blocked in her mouth. You, the girl sobbed, her tearful eyes glaring at him. Still want to kiss. Intentional. Natalie Lu covered her mouth. The car is here. Okay. The man withdrew his gaze regretfully, this time taking the initiative to lead the person over, not forgetting to bargain with her seriously. Go home and kiss. Natalie Lu wanted to punch him in the face. Uncle Lee lowered the window and waved this way with a smile. Kane. Nico. No words on the way. The sobering soup was placed in the kitchen, and Natalie Lu handed it to him, who dutifully drank it, staring at people's mouths after drinking. Natalie Lu. That's a blunt stare. Nico found out that it's usually not a good thing for this man to call himself by his first name when he's been drinking. Natalie Lu didn't want to answer him. Nico. The tone grew aggravated. Natalie Lu averted her gaze. Natalie Lu said, trying to turn away. Ikian sighed, then commiserated and went to wash the dishes before blearily following the man upstairs again. Natalie Lu went to take a shower and when she came out the man's eyes were much clearer. Was on the phone with someone on the balcony. After a day out, a bunch of company stuff saved up to come out again. Natalie Lu got into bed comfortably to play on her phone, and when she swiped through her friends, she swiped the new boy she met today. Shang Xinghua, happy __, with a picture of the ski resort on the back. Well, the one on all fours next to the tree is himself after a fall. Natalie Lu commented at the bottom, ring in equal to. Then Shang Xinghua quickly popped a message to herself, sister is still awake? Natalie Lu went out partying with Ji-in. Just got back. We didn't have fun today, so we can go outside next time we have the chance. Good. Sister go to bed early. Good night. Natalie Lu put away her cell phone, thinking that this person was a bit strange. Having only known him for a day, he seemed a little too intimate with himself, but this intimacy was distinguished from the ambiguity between a man and a woman. He knows Ikian too, but again, the man had a precise grasp of scale, and after only a couple of shallow conversations, they bid each other good night and rest. The edge of the bed sank, and the man, freshly washed and cleaned, sat down beside him. He took his laptop and came over to the bed, still seemingly scrambling to return emails. Sober and busy, This man should have forgotten what he just said on the way, right? Natalie Lu stole a glance at him and realized that he didn't react. He was able to play with his cell phone while waiting for him. The bedside lamp was dim, the night was getting darker, and Natalie Lu yawned, feeling a little sleepy. She looked at Ik-in and was about to speak when the man closed his computer and pressed over. This kiss was domineering and passionate, not the kind of careful gentleness and pleasing as before, but with some irresistible oppression. This night, Mr. She physically showed Natalie Lu that she did have a good memory. Saying kiss really kisses people up the ass. Chapter 81 Jung Jojo. On the day that Kong Ching asked Nico Lu out, Ji-in woke up early to go to the office. As much as they want to be with their wives every day, they can't afford not to make money, and after skiing, the duo didn't go out for a long time. It was Tuesday, another weekday, and Natalie Lu slept until she woke up naturally. Then she received a call from Kong Ching. The woman on the end wasn't as gaudy as usual, and looked like she'd just woken up, with her hair and bed in disarray. She yawned, disheveled and inert. Nico, come out and drink with me tonight. Ching Ching? Natalie Lu intuited that her good sister wasn't in the right state, although she was usually like this after an all-night workout. But today it was all too obvious that she could sense that the person was in a bad mood. Natalie Lu didn't ask her what was wrong. She just said, sure, what time and where? Kong Ching thought for a moment and asked, do you have something to do today? Natalie Lu shook her head. It was a month of nothing until she reported to KYU. Tell you what, I'll pick you up in my car and we'll hang out today and get drinks tonight. Naturally, Natalie Lu had no problem with this. Kong Ching was usually no less busy than Ji-in, and it was true that the two of them hadn't gotten together in a long time. Natalie Lu sent a message to Ik-in, telling him she was out. Ben looked at the girl sitting in front of the mirror carefully combing her makeup and said with new curiosity, Nico, are you going on a date with Mr. She? Natalie Lu pursed her lips and shook her head. No, with my sister. Ben, you don't clean up when you go out with your own husband, but you dress up with your sisters. Is this a common problem for all girls? Ben cried and laughed. Going out with Mr. She wasn't even this elaborate. I haven't even seen her for a long time. Natalie winked at the little maid. You don't have to keep me for dinner today. I don't think Ji-in is coming back to eat, so I'll give you a vacation. Really? Ben said happily. That's great. It just so happens that my Heroes movie was recently released. I'll go see it. Ben has a perennial wallflower that even Nico Lu knows as the internationally famous superstar Jung Jojo. The man started out as a singer and dancer and then transitioned into acting with a very smooth career. This one is a true global superstar. Natalie Lu became interested. What kind of movie? Kong Ching is in a bad mood, so it's good to take her to a movie. When Kong Ching came, she came in her tawdry, jewel blue Ferrari, the convertible sports car with flaming red lips of the beauty. Out to deliver. Natalie Lu's bending looked straight. The beauty took off her sunglasses and stepped out of the car with her long legs. Baby, this way. Natalie Lu pounced on her with a bear hug. Ching Ching. Natalie waved at Ben from the car and the Ferrari swished out. Kong Ching is probably really something in his heart. In the wide and flat highway, the speed of the car directly soared to 200 meters. Sister. Natalie Lu shivered and grabbed the seatbelt. Slow down. I'm scared. Kong Ching slowly exhaled a breath, then remembered that there was a little poor thing next to him, and the car speed really slowed down. When he arrived at the city center, Kong Ching lightly backed his car into the garage, came up and dumped the car keys into his suit pants pocket. Go. Next to the gentle goose yellow sweater dress girl, stood a head taller than her beautiful girl in a suit. The little girl very naturally took the arm of the person next to her, looked up and smiled sweetly at her. The pair constantly attracted the eyes of pedestrians passing by. These two very different styles inexplicably have a very matching feeling. For a time, the boys who want to go up to ask for a microletter are hesitant because they cannot get the relationship between these two. The movie theater was on the 5th floor of the central square, and even though it wasn't a weekend, as the busiest part of the imperial city, there were still a lot of pedestrians coming and going. What did you say we were going to see again? Kong Ching, who had just returned from buying drinks, finally remembered to ask Nico Lu. It's starring Jung Jojo. I think it's called Emperor's Heart? For some reason, Kong Ching suddenly frowned and whispered, how come everywhere is him? It's okay, let's go. It's almost time. Although a week has passed since the premiere, there were quite a few people who came to see this movie. The man on the poster is dressed in a dragon robe. His handsome face is as sharp as a knife. As the pillar of star entertainment, this face has the title of Hybrid God Face. Natalie Lu didn't miss Kong Ching's very slight frown when she saw the poster. She didn't think much of it, and the two of them went in together. Before the movie started, the audience came in one after another, and soon the front and back were filled, leaving a seat empty in the back right. The light fades as the commercial advances. A young man with a masked hat entered from the side and then sat behind them. Kong Ching stiffened. What's wrong? Natalie Lu was concerned. Not feeling well?
She seemed to have been distracted from the moment she entered the movie theater. At this time, John Jojo's face appeared on the big screen for the first time, and Kong Ching quickly lowered her eyes.
It's fine. Natalie Lu gave her a suspicious look, intuiting that Kong Ching's current mood must have something to do with her approaching her for a drink. The movie started, and I don't know if it was her fault, but she always felt a looming gaze behind her. Not long after, Kong Ching said he had to go out to use the restroom. Natalie Lu was so engrossed in the movie that she didn't notice the young man in the back quickly following her out as well. Snap! The sound of a crisp slap resounded through the empty bathroom, and Kong Ching gasped slightly, raising her eyes to look at the person in front of her. The ambiguous water stains that crystallized on her lips foreshadowed what had just happened. If Natalie Lu were here, she would have screamed out in surprise, for no other reason than that the man who had pinned Kong Ching to the sink was actually the protagonist of the movie they were watching. Jiang Jojo, sister is still really cruel. The man pulled down the mask, his eyes almost obsessively looking at the woman's beautiful lips. Only he knows, this mouth not only looks beautiful, eat up is also let a person eat the marrow of the taste cannot stop. Jiang Jojo, you're quite bold. Kong Chang raised her chin and propped herself up on the sink. Her powerful aura even steadily overpowered the height difference between the two. In this way, Jiang Jojo, who was nearly 5'9", appeared a little more vulnerable instead. I also didn't expect that I would actually be able to see my sister so soon. The man didn't seem to mind that slap just now at all. Those glazed eyes that made millions of fans screaming looked deeply at the woman in front of him. I'm very happy that my sister can come to see my movie. Scram, Kong Cheng coldly said. Our relationship has long been broken. There's no need to contact each other again. Who agreed? The man's tone was still gentle, but Kong Ching felt a danger creeping up her spine, cold into her bones. Sister, Jiang Jojo smiled sweetly at her. We will never end. Chapter 82 Li Shuyu's reception. Not long after, Kong Chang returned, and in the dark light, Natalie Lu didn't see anything unusual about her. The movie ended and everyone exited one by one. I thought that watching the movie would put Kong Chang in a better mood, but it turned out that she looked even more depressed instead. Sitting on a bench in the mall, Kong Chang stood up to, let's go, shopping. One of the ways a woman can lighten her mood is to buy. Natalie gave a Naturally, she would accompany him to the end. Then she realized she had underestimated Kong Ching's fighting ability when she was in a bad mood. It seemed like she hadn't come here to shop, but to stock up, and in addition to what she herself had seen, even the clothes that Natalie Lu had taken more than a glance at had been packed up and thrown into the shopping bag. It would be a hell of a thing not to feel Kong Ching's emotions again. Natalie Lu pressed her shoulder and breathlessly, stop, Kong Chang, who hasn't had enough? I can't, let's go eat. Not to say she hadn't noticed, after lunch, Kong Chang dragged Natalie Lu to indulge in the joy of sweeping up the goods, not realizing that it was already dark. Okay, Kong Chang let her go with intent. The trunk of the Ferrari was filled with shopping bags from various luxury brands as the duo winded up, arrived at Fonzataki's clubhouse. Looking at Kong Ching's stance, Lu Nico felt that she was in trouble tonight and didn't know when she would be able to go back. Ikin was probably really busy today, and he hadn't responded to the message he'd sent him in the evening until now. 6 p.m. Natalie Lu and Kong Ching entered box 301 on the 5th floor of the clubhouse. At 7:30, Shi Xiao, who had been busy all day, was forcibly dragged to the Fong family clubhouse by Fong Ziteki, who had been squatting him all day at the company. Today, Tuesday, was the day Li Shuyu came back, and the gang from the compound threw her a reception banquet. In the car, Ikian rubbed his forehead in fatigue and said in annoyance, you better be up to something great. Taking up people's off-duty breaks is really lackadaisical stuff. Li Shuyu is coming back today. Did you forget? Fong Zitaki let out a strange cry. Didn't she tell you? Even if she didn't tell you, don't you read the news in our group? Didn't we agree to hold a reception for her, and no one is allowed to come? Ikin, having already been abducted into the car, he couldn't argue with Fong Zitaki, and said helplessly, I need to talk to Nico. I'll be home after 9. She gave you rules? Fong Zitaki was taken aback. I can't tell you're still a wifey. Natalie Lu didn't make the rules for him. It was all self-consciousness on the part of Qi Xiao, the head of the men's class. I hadn't looked at my phone all day, and a stream of unread messages came pouring out. On the top of WeChat was a message that Nico Lu had sent to herself just after 10 o'clock this morning. She said she went out on a date with Kong Ching and wasn't always home for dinner. It's already so late. She should have gone home already, right? Ji-in replied. I have to attend a party tonight. I must be home by 9 o'clock. There was silence on the other end. No reply. Usually at this hour Nico Lu was probably painting or busy in the embroidery room, so Ji-in didn't think much of it. A long-legged step into the elevator. Meanwhile, Natalie Lu, whose cell phone was dead and turned off, looked dumbfounded at the table of wine that Kong Chung had ordered. foreign wine and beer, down to a few dozen dollars up to hundreds of thousands of dollars of wine was laid out on the small table in front of the two of them. Natalie Lu gulped, her voice a little shaky. This is for me to drink? No. Kong Chang hung his eyes and pried open a wine cork, pouring himself a full glass. You have a bad stomach. Don't drink so much. These are mine. You're crazy. Natalie Lu was about to get angry. Did you forget about the stomach bleeding from drinking before? Don't drink so much. Kong Chang frowned. The usual killing decisive thunder and lightning of a strong woman in the shopping mall disappeared without a trace, and at this moment appeared to be particularly decadent. She downed the wine in front of her in one gulp, her voice low. Nico, I'm in a bad mood. Of course Natalie Lu knew that. She poured herself a glass as well and said, see, what's the matter? Man? Career? Both. Kong Chang leaned back, depressed. Men's reasons are a bit more. It's Jiang Jojo? How did you know? Kong Chang was shocked. She and Jiang Jojo things she did not say to anyone. Would have been 3 or 4 years ago. Natalie Lu was in the last stage of her psychotherapy when Kong Ching was hurt by her love. So naturally she didn't tell her best friend about it. It was expected that the two would never cross paths again after that. Who knew that now? He was actually filling up his entire life and even his job. Kong Chang really needed someone to talk to, so she didn't think to hide anything and nodded. It's Jiang Jojo. Her behavior was so obvious that even if Natalie Lu was slow, she could sense it. Today, the guy sitting behind us, is that him too? The only person who could make Kong Chang lose his temper frequently was that one person. Aha! The latter nodded decidedly. Sister, you're the one who came to mess with me first, and you're the one who told me to get lost, and all these years I couldn't get over you, and yet you turned around and took up with young Master Fong, and you really fulfilled the agreement between us completely. In the restroom, Jiang Jojo's words seemed to be still ringing in his ears, and Kong Chang murmured in disorientation. But, it was clearly you who betrayed first. Natalie Lu didn't hear him clearly and looked down to take another sip from her own glass. Kong Chang shook his head, looking like he didn't really want to talk about it. Ching, you've never been trapped by love. Lu Nico touched Kong Ching's shoulder. What exactly happened between you and Jiang Jojo? And what about Fong Zitaki? It's a bit complicated. Without realizing it, the bottle of wine in front of them had actually been finished by the two of them one glass after another. Lu Nico, who had originally said to drink less, accidentally drank too much, and after listening to what Kong Ching said in a daze, she came to a conclusion. So after 3 years, Jiang Jojo came back to you? Kong Chang nodded. Do you want to be good with him? Natalie Lu was aware of the relationship between Kong Chang and Fong Zitaki. The two of them were completely mutually beneficial, and there was no emotion in them. Besides, Kong Chang had broken off with someone for quite a long time. Kong Chang shook his head, a rare trace of confusion in his eyes. I don't know. Ching, you said it yourself. Life is short. Have fun in time. I can't really give advice on what's going on between you two. Follow your heart. Natalie Lu lay on Kong Ching's shoulder. Her little face flushed as she mouthed. Big deal. I don't want both of them. I'll just find another one. There are so many juicy male college students out there. Are you afraid you won't find a good one? You're right. Kong Ching sat up violently, suddenly enlightened. Manager, get me all the top quality goods in your store. Chapter 83 I Want Ears. A minute later, a line of tall, leggy young men stood before the pair. Natalie Lu poked Kong Ching's arm and reminded, Honey, aren't you forgetting something? I'm a married girl. What's that? Kong Ching raised her hand. Those men who are married don't still come out to look for women. Don't be afraid. Sister is bringing you to be happy today. What kind do you like? Just pick. Natalie Lu. The men the manager brought up were indeed all good-looking, with various styles, and a glance down was quite appealing, but in front of Jiang Jojo and Ji In, they were a bit inadequate. Natalie Lu glanced at the manager and then at Kong Chang, who was already delirious, and said gently, No need. Take someone down. No leaving. Kong Chang, however, became insistent and asked, Are you in a hurry to go home? Natalie Lu. Maybe not. Don't go back. I heard from Fong Zitaki. Today Li Shuyu returned to China and held a reception banquet. Ji In must have to go as well. There's no one at home if you go back now. Kong Ching vaguely said. He hadn't returned his messages for a day. Was it because he had gone to Li Shuyu's reception banquet? Natalie Lu's heart was suddenly a little clogged. He usually told himself everything, though he didn't ask, but he would volunteer for any trip. And no news all day today. Even Fong Zitaki and Kong Chang knew about this kind of relationship, but Ji In refused to tell himself. Surely, Shuro Knight is a special person to him? There was only one person who was upset, but now both women in the house have become upset. Nico. Kong Chang, who was already drunk, was slow to react, but could sense that his best friend seemed to be upset, and said, Don't be angry, he's not going home, And you're not going back either. Let's not get drunk today. What's so great about men? No man, old lady is living a tasty life. The table was already empty with several bottles of wine, and the manager looked at the honored VIP guests of his own club and wondered for a moment if he wanted to really back off. Without realizing it, Natalie Lu also drank a little too much. Her beautiful almond eyes fogged up and she looked especially good at bullying. She eyed the group of young men, then shook her head rather unsatisfactorily. No, it's not nice, mister. Kong waved his hand. Change the batch. The manager dared not listen and changed the batch with fear and trembling. Natalie Lu squinted her eyes at it, and after a moment of effort, beamed and shook her head. No good. Much worse than someone. Kong Cheng lazily lay down on the sofa and spat out depressingly. What kind do you want? 2. Want ears. Natalie Lu suddenly remembered something and her eyes lit up. Ching accompany me to buy them. Ah. Kong Cheng froze. Now. Aha. Go home so you can dress up someone. Natalie Lu's spirit became extraordinarily exuberant at the moment, almost as if she was hot. Go get it. But we are drunk. Kong Cheng's only remaining sanity made her dying to say, tomorrow? No, right now. Go buy it, Emily's sister. Kong Cheng couldn't block the little girl's pitiful eyes and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, bye. There was a what's his name store right outside the clubhouse, and 2 drunken women walked in. After some careful selection, Natalie Lu finally found a prop she was satisfied with. The back and forth didn't take long, and Natalie Lu hurried upstairs with a packet of things to build her doll by hand. First you have to find a beautiful model. Kong Cheng was so drunk that he was completely incapacitated and could only look drunkenly at Natalie Lu as if she was swarming around like an ant on a hot pan. What are you looking for? After drinking too much, Kong Cheng became a bit sleepy. Natalie Lu couldn't find a doll she was happy with inside a room full of boys. Then she pushed the door open. Standing in the manager's dumbfounded expression, he went to 303, the only open door in the 5th floor box. Ms. Lu. The manager was alarmed and tried to block. This is their proprietor's exclusive box. Every time in it can be the capital city's gang of status is not bad young masters. And the proprietor has specifically ordered that they have an important party tonight, so that no one should disturb it. Natalie Lu stood in the doorway of 303. The box was bustling with the smell of smoke coming out and she frowned in discomfort. The only woman in the center of the all-male house stood out. She was raising a glass with the man next to her, smiling and laughing. The man next to her looks familiar. Natalie Lu shook her head, feeling only as if she had found a satisfactory doll. She looked down at what she had in her hands and rushed in full view of the crowd. Then in the stunned eyes of the crowd, skillfully put the holster on the neck of the ice-cold face of Ji Xiao. The atmosphere was stagnant. Qin Shi's gaze froze, and Gu Shixuan's gloating expression looked like it had been suspended on his face. Even Ji Yin's surprised look at the sight of Natalie Lu froze. The otherwise lively house was silent. Li Shuyu looked at this woman who suddenly appeared and only felt that the scene in front of her was absurd. You are. Before her words of suppressed anger could be uttered, she was interrupted by the man's doting, helpless voice. Baby, his voice was low and husky. Go home and play with you. Now let go of me. The holster was attached to a metal chain, the leather end of which was held in Natalie Lu's hand. The girl was practically on his chest, the man's body leaning back slightly. Natalie Lu cocked her head at the new doll she had found. Satisfied. Are you coming home with me? Aha. Ikian smelled the slightly tip of alcohol on the tip of his nose, and while he hadn't expected her to be here this late, he could tell she was definitely drunk. The usual Natalie Lu wouldn't have the guts to do that. Who is she? The girl suddenly pointed at the woman next to him with an annoyed look. Why are you guys so close? Li Shuyu was about to speak out when she was interrupted again by Ji Yin. Sorry, gotta go. Gu Shixuan had already reacted, and as he looked at the completely different Natalie Lu from his impression, he couldn't help but give Ji Yin a thumbs up. Still, Ji Xiao knows how to have fun. Go. I know you're in a hurry. I was supposed to be home at 9, and I was hard pressed by the group. Originally thought it was Nico who came out to look for himself because he was in a hurry, but now it seems to be a bit different from what he thought. The man was just let out of the box by Nico Lu. 301. The man with the masked hat looked at the drunken woman on the couch, and then with a scowl at the room full of young men who hadn't dared to leave, picked the man up in a crossbody. Each of the 2 cars drove low into the darkness, taking a room of absurdity with them. Chapter 84. There's a lot of people I click with. Which one do you count? Natalie Lu didn't feel that the 2 having sex was anything she couldn't accept. In fact, from the moment she agreed to the union, she considered everything after the marriage. Conjugal obligations were also something she didn't think to resist. Not to mention that after all this time, Ikian had actually given her a long time to adjust. We're all adults, and we're doing this kind of thing with people we like. Nothing unacceptable. The main thing is that, last night seems to be his own initiative to bully people.
Natalie Lu quickly talked herself out of it and patted her chest with the assurance.
I'll be responsible for you. The man laughed lowly, a pleasant vibration emanating from his chest. Aha, so who were you drinking with last night? Natalie Lu hadn't forgotten yet. Li Shu Yu, my former comrade in arms. Ji-in said. I didn't want to go, but Feng Zitaki blocked me for a day. My bad. Said I'd be home by 9. The man's attitude was sincere. Natalie Lu was out of temper. Ik-in is too honest to hide anything. Objectively speaking, Li Shuyu was indeed just his comrade in arms. I seem to have interrupted your party last night? Natalie Lu suddenly remembered. Hindsight felt the loss of Chuff. She's walking away with that thing lassoed in front of so many people. Lean on. Lean on. Ik-in actually didn't stop him. Nico Lu covered her face. This is great. What are his group of friends going to think of the two of them? Natalie Lu lay straight in bed for a while, glancing at the clock, ready to get up. Then she grimaced in pain. I don't feel it when I don't move, but when I do, I'm sore as hell in my lower back and abdomen, and the roots of my legs hurt, and my knees hurt. Natalie Lu's eyes reddened almost immediately. It hurts. Jean scooped the person into his arms and rubbed her leg while saying, where does it still hurt? I rubbed my grunting little girl before bed last night, and she was still sore in the morning. It hurts. Everywhere, said Natalie Lu, not even remembering the bed. After being coaxed into rubbing their bodies for a long time, the two of them slowly got up and washed up. I woke up quite late today. Ben looked at the breakfast on the table, which was already a bit warm and cold, and said, didn't you sleep well last night? Natalie Lu, who was tossed around and basically didn't sleep all night. Yeah, more than just not sleeping well. The aroma of the seafood congee in the morning made Natalie Lu hungry. Hungry. The man was still as slow and graceful as ever, and it was not at all obvious that he was the one who had really been tired all night. Looking at Ben's innocent and pure eyes, Nico Lu averted her eyes and said unnaturally, I'll clean up the second floor today. The little maid said enthusiastically. I can do it alone. I'll do it. Gotta organize the den. Natalie Lu was weak. The place of the crime. Can this be shown to her? Okay. Ben didn't insist, saying, just yell for me when you're tired. Natalie Lu nodded her head and nodded, turning her eyes to see the man's smiling gaze. What are you laughing at? Shai glared back at the man. After eating, Lu Nico immediately went back to the second floor study. Surprisingly, the mess was put away. Even the marks left by the duo on the landing window were erased. The black canvas recovered the panel by the window. The props that had been used last night were nowhere to be found, and Natalie Lu looked around for them, but couldn't find them. Count on this guy to have some shame and know to clean up the scene. Natalie Lu doesn't usually use her desk, so there's not much on it, but last night the table was kind of put to good use. Can't see straight anymore. Natalie Lu looked around and realized that there wasn't really anything that needed to be cleaned up in the study. Better go to the bedroom. It was quite a mess in the bedroom as well, and I woke up this morning to see that the bedroom hadn't been cleaned. Natalie Lu blushed and put away the clothes hanging on the doorknob, then saw Fluffy in the corner of the cabinet. Throw away. Passing the trash can, I saw a few more little four-sided bags torn open by teeth. Aha! After cleaning up the scene and throwing the bedsheet and duvet cover into the washing machine by hand, Natalie Lu sat down to rest for a while. By the way, Emily, both of them were drunk last night. She found Ji-in by mistake to take herself home, and Ching-Ching was still in the box. Hurriedly, he dialed Kong Cheng over. It took a long time for someone to answer. Nico? Sister, where are you? Have you gone back? Kong Cheng on the other end of the phone almost subconsciously shuddered. This title was really going to give her a psychological shadow. Last night someone had been whispering intimately in her ear about her sister. Back. Kong Cheng laughed bitterly. You were quite mad last night. You forgot about me. She doesn't have amnesia when she's drunk. Hey. Never drink again. Natalie Lu was chagrined. What a mess. Aha. Kong Cheng thought deeply. How did you get back last night? Is everything alright? Natalie Lu was uneasy. Friends sent me back. Kong Cheng paused and said, don't worry. What can I do? Natalie sighed in relief, and vaguely heard a nice male voice call out sister over there. Someone on your side? She almost immediately thought of the room full of young men last night, thinking I'm not interrupting anything, and immediately said, hey, that's off the table. You're fine. Hey. Kong Cheng looked at the phone that couldn't wait to be hung up, and looked at the man on the other side with an unpleasant expression. Jiang Jiuzhou. The latter blinked innocently. What's wrong, sis? Do you have a death wish? Is my sister going to eat her dry without admitting it? The man's expression looked resigned and weak. I'll be sad. Scram. Kong Cheng pinched the center of his forehead and coldly said. Jiang Jiuzhou's lips hooked out a self-deprecating smile. You're still the same as 3 years ago, cold and unfeeling, as if they would never move on anyone. Kong Cheng sneered and asked back, why did you show up at the clubhouse last night? Of course I'm worried about sister. Zhang Jiuzhou smiled again. See how timely my appearance was. You followed me. Yes, the man admitted without wriggling. I want to see you, all the time. Don't be angry, sister. Looking at the woman's cold face, Zhang Jiuzhou pushed down the bitterness in his heart and pretended to be relaxed. At least we're still as compatible as before. There are more than enough men with whom I am compatible in bed. Kong Cheng coldly said. Which one do you count? The heart felt like it had been torn apart, and the global top stream with unlimited splendor in the spotlight was really in a sorry state at the moment. Just like a female branch child who had been kicked out by her gold master. After so many years, he couldn't play Kong Cheng in the beginning, and now he could still be pierced to the bottom of his heart with just a word from her. Chapter 85 Mess. Lu's nobility is forgettable. Natalie Lu didn't know what was going on Kong Cheng's side, and after cleaning up her room, she stood up her drawing board and prepared to draw as usual. Then it suddenly came back to me that I had to report to Kyu soon. So is she going to prepare to prepare? It's good to be prepared for anything, and you can't just sit around at home all day anyway. In fact, back then, so many people in their class had been promoted to Beijing University, and they were not familiar with this top institution in China. But Natalie Lu hasn't even been inside, so she decided to go around Kyoto University today, and listen to how all those professors lectured. Even though there are only 3 classes a week, you have to prepare your lesson plans carefully. Natalie Lu thought as she did, not knowing if Kyoto University allowed outsiders on campus. She called the president first just to be on the safe side. It wasn't that she was putting up a fight against the person in charge of recruiting, but her mentor had only given her the principal's contact information. Hello? The president of Kyoto University was a not-so-young female gentleman with a kind and gentle voice. Natalie Lu's original nervousness about interacting with strangers faded quite a bit. Hello, I'm Natalie Lu, she tentatively mentioned. My mentor is Professor Morris, and not long ago, he told me. The principal patiently listened to her words and responded. I remember this matter, Ms. Lu. Our appointment is in November, so you can visit our campus earlier if you wish. The duo's thoughts actually clashed together, and Natalie Lu pursed her lips happily. Then do I need to go through any formalities to enter the campus? No need. The gentleman smiled amiably. Kyoto University is an open and inclusive college, and it just so happens that there's an open art class today, so you can go and sit in on it, I guess. Comfortable talking to the principal, Natalie Lu hung up the phone, then changed her clothes and got ready to move. She couldn't drive herself, so she asked Ben to give her a ride. The latter gladly obliged. Nico, are you going to Capital University? Knowing that Natalie Lu tends to get nervous in the car, Ben chatted with her. I heard that today happens to be their anniversary. There's a great party and people from outside the school can visit. You know this too? Natalie Lu was surprised. Unlike himself, Ben knows the news in all directions. After the variety show and the future generation Shiki and Kabo have each fired a new CP, Bai Yen went abroad for further study, including but not limited to the entertainment industry. Ikin Company has dozens of small groups, the leaders of the group isolation, and parachuted a trainee as which high-level relatives. These small things she knows exactly, and share it with yourself regardless. A close schoolmate of mine told me. Ben stopped to wait for a red light and said, she told me to check it out too, that there would be a whole bunch of hot guys and girls at the party. Natalie Lu stifled a laugh. Didn't you yell about wanting to fall in love every day, and here's your chance? No, no, no. Ben shook her finger fervently. I'm not interested in little boys. I like the more mature ones. So are you going today? Natalie Lu actually wanted Ben to accompany her. She felt like she would be left alone on the KYU campus. Unfortunately, Ben shook his head. You go ahead. I'm going to be home today to clean up the back garden. The gardener will be here at 12. By the way, are you coming back for lunch? The green light came on, and Ben fired off. If you're staying for the party, you can eat at the Capital University cafeteria. And let me tell you, the spicy chicken in the second cafeteria is one of the best. Ah, the cinnamon candy root is also delicious. You can try it. I don't know if it's still available. Ben rambled on, not paying attention to a figure hurrying forward on the main street, brushing against the tail end of a green light. The sound of tires scraping against the ground was loud and ear-splitting, and Natalie Lu turned pale almost instantly. There was no sound in her ears, as if there was an overwhelming sweep of blood. Ben didn't know that Natalie Lu was stressing so badly. She was getting road rage and was cursing and angry at the moment. Natalie Lu actually managed to speak. You go and see how it's going. If the man is okay. Her lips trembled and her hands went cold. Is there blood? Get her to the hospital quickly. She saw what looked like a young woman who had been knocked down. Natalie, don't worry. Ben finally realized that Natalie Lu wasn't in the right mood either, and her voice was shaking too much, so she was busy calming her down. I didn't feel like hitting anyone. I'll go down to take a look now. Natalie Lu gulped and responded with difficulty. Good. Ben herself had no idea what to expect. Traffic accidents on the road were a common occurrence, but she had forgotten that Natalie Liu had a big shadow over car accidents. The family's drivers have always been looking for stability, not speed.
She's been too careless today, too.
And it's not just Natalie Liu. In case something happens to that person. Chagrined, Ben was busy opening the car door to go down and look. Natalie Liu fidgeted in the car,
not knowing how long she had been waiting, when the door next to her was opened and a woman sat in.
Her face was helpless. I've said I'm fine.
There's no need to go through so much trouble.
Live and let live to what hospital ah.
At the sight of Natalie Liu's face, the woman's words came to an abrupt end.
Natalie Liu?
Her voice was slightly distorted.
Ah.
The person called looked up blankly.
You know me? We just met last night. Can we not recognize each other?
Li Shuyu let out a light laugh.
MS. Liu is a noble person who forgets many things. Natalie Liu searched around in her head and really didn't find any information related to this woman. She focused on, just now, are you okay? The concern on the woman's face was genuine, not in the least bit fake,
and she didn't care who she was.
Only one question about whether she was okay.
Li Shuyu couldn't believe that she hadn't heard of her name, and all those rumors between her and Ji-in.
How can there be such a person in the world, who doesn't seem to care at all when facing his love rival?
Li Shuyu felt new. The other party was out of sorts, and she softened her subconsciously erected thorns and said,
I'm fine, it's just a scratch. You really don't remember me? She obviously talked to someone last night.
Natalie Liu was still shivering with chills as she subconsciously shook her head.
I don't remember.
Only then did he react very slowly and look up at her, very seriously for a moment, and shake his head very slowly.
Let's take you to the hospital. She seemed insistent. I'm afraid something will happen to you.
It was a novel statement, and Night Shuyu's heart stirred.
You actually look like you need a doctor more than I do, she said. Chapter 86 Li Shuyu's reputation is as bad as Ji Yin's. I don't. Natalie Liu didn't finish her sentence, but she felt as if she had a bit of a problem right now, so she nodded and said to Ben, go to the hospital. The person who got hit is fine. She's going to be fine.
Natalie Liu's palms were already wet with cold sweat. Her nervousness was palpable, her lips pale, her eyes misted over,
and she winced. It looks like a fragile, cliffside shaking flower, so much so that Li Shuyu, who had summoned up all her energy to go up against Nico Liu, instantly went soft. At the end of the day, they're not really love interests. Girls always subconsciously protect something weak and fragile when faced with it, and Li Shuyu was no exception. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Li Shuyu.
The girl next to her was obviously nervous for some reason,
and Li Shuyu took the initiative to speak. Last night, we've already met. She is Li Shuyu. The people were fine.
Natalie Liu came back to her senses a little bit. Remembering her ridiculous behavior last night, she was a little embarrassed.
Sorry for stirring up your business.
Her voice was small with extremely obvious embarrassment.
I was on a date with a friend last night and got drunk. Last night's impression of Li Shuyu was just a glimpse. She actually didn't remember too much about the person's appearance,
and it was only now that she finally raised her eyes to take a closer look.
As a retired soldier, Li Shuyu had a kind of resolute and heroic aura that no ordinary person had, and when Ben just crashed into her, she quickly reacted,
which was the fundamental reason why she didn't get hurt much.
Natalie Liu apologized quite sincerely.
Li Shuyu's attitude was okay, and she didn't have the same sense of targeting as a love rival, so she naturally spoke politely. Li Shuyu listened to the little girl's soft apology, which was a stark contrast to the dotty girl of last night.
Natalie Liu didn't know that after they left, not only the men who were watching, but the consternation in Li Shuyu's heart was far greater than the anger. She was even bewildered. She watched as the fresh, bold girl burst into Ikyin's arms, who indulged and doted on her. Well, in this moment,
Li Shuyu confirmed that she did not like Ji-in. At least she was suddenly more interested in Nico Liu as a person than the person she had been chasing for years.
What kind of person would make the Chi family, which had never been arrogant and cold, hold them in their hearts and spoil them? It doesn't matter, Li Shuyu admitted dryly. I was the one who asked little Fong Fei to bring Chi-in. He could have been back with you sooner.
Li Shuyu purposely uttered these words,
wanting to see Nico Liu's reaction.
To her surprise, the little girl didn't look as if she was offended.
Oh,
Natalie Liu could sense that Li Shuyu was actually not hostile to herself,
and she didn't seem to be as
fond of her as Kong Qing had said she was.
Liked Chi-in.
She cares more about herself than she does about Ikin.
Li Shuyu was curious. You're not angry? Why are you angry?
Natalie Liu slowly covered her hand back up and asked rhetorically,
do you like Ikin?
Night Shuru really considered it for a moment, and finally said honestly,
I don't think so. The imagined emotion called jealousy didn't appear when facing Natalie Liu.
She saw the words "then it's not over" in Natalie Liu's eyes.
Well, Li Shuyu said, I'm just interested in you. I might have liked Ji-in before,
so I'm curious what kind of girl would be his sweetheart.
Natalie Lu didn't know what to say. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know.
She really didn't know that the youthful stirrings of youth came so passionately and unexpectedly that perhaps he himself didn't know why he couldn't get over her.
Natalie Lu thought so. Can I add a friend?
Li Shuyu shook her cell phone. Even though you don't necessarily communicate much when you friend them,
you just want to.
Well, there should be medical bills to transfer later.
Natalie Lu asked her to scan her QR code.
The two in the back row were talking to each other,
and Ben, who was sitting in the front,
had been dumbfounded. The moment the woman said she was Li Shuyu, the three words Shirawi bounced wildly around in her head. She was afraid the two would fight,
and was even ready to call Ikeen.
Li Shuyu is a former soldier.
How could Nico beat her? She'd have to be beaten to death unilaterally.
Ben was so worried he was on the verge of tears, and he was scared all the way.
As a result of chatting, the atmosphere between these two people is weirdly not bad.
Li Shuyu was talking to Nico Lu about what had just happened.
Obviously I'm the one who got hit.
You look more nervous than me,
Li Shuyu said. Been in a car accident before? This kind of stress reaction is common.
Yes.
Natalie Lu had slowed down and didn't deny it, but didn't mean to go into detail either. So in a little while, I'll go get a physical and you'll go see a psychiatrist?
Well,
Natalie Lu knew herself. She did have to check it out. The hospital is here.
Ben's voice came from the front, and Li Shuyu jumped out of the car,
saying,
you don't need to pay for the medical bills. I was the one who ran the red light.
Natalie Lu. It's quite a dry admission. It was afternoon by the time we got out of the hospital,
and the principal said that the open house was at 5 o'clock, and that the party would start right after it was over. Natalie Lu seems to have planned it in a pinch, with not a minute more or less than a second to spare. Ben's plans for the day were put on hold because he had to drop her off.
Natalie Lu felt a little guilty. I'm sorry.
Lunch also did not have time to eat. Ben chewed the chopsticks,
said, how can I blame you? It's me who accidentally bumped into someone
and also caused you to confront Li Shuyu.
How is it that in their eyes, Li Shuyu seems to be a very bad person to get along with? Natalie Lu laughed. She doesn't seem like a bad person. Isn't that more normal than Yin Yen Li who comes right up to the house and confronts people?
Ben opened her mouth to say something else,
but in the end it didn't come out. Okay, droopy. After the meal, Natalie Lu was in a much better state. Just now at the hospital,
Li Shuyu left at some point, like she was afraid she'd have to pay her medical bills.
Let's go to Kyoto University.
Natalie Lu wiped her mouth.
Ben sent her on her way and still couldn't stop rambling on the way.
Nico, it's not that I'm biased against Night Shuru. Everyone in the circle of young ladies in the capital doesn't like to deal with her. She wasn't in the circle, but she had connections.
Why? Natalie Lu asked smoothly.
Because she has a bad temper and is as
same fierce reputation as Mr.
Chie.
Natalie Lu couldn't hold back her giggles. That MS. Night, actually? Chapter 87, Lu Xingyue accompanied Nico Lu to class.
Beijing University is located in the capital of China's one of the top institutions of learning.
The gate is grand and atmospheric. A left and a right, 2 stone lions guarding. Red walls and green willows. Looks a different kind of style. Not far away, the UW's overall architectural style is just the opposite. Filled with a silvery, technological feel. Natalie Lu waved goodbye to Ben and got out of the car with her own small bag. There is indeed a steady stream of pedestrians coming and going at the entrance. Today there is an anniversary celebration, and many students who have already graduated will come back to visit their alma mater. That open art class was in 30 minutes, and Natalie Lu was ready to find her classroom first. The campus was too big, and Natalie Lu headed inside, following the information the principal had told her, to find the corresponding building. Tonight's party was mainly handled by the College of Humanities and Arts, and the students who had finished their classes basically didn't linger in the teaching building. Everyone hugged their books in a hurry, making Natalie Lu too embarrassed to stop anyone to ask for directions.
Sister, a familiar voice rang out from behind her, and Natalie Lu turned around to see Shang Xingyue. It was a bit of a surprise.
It's you? Is sister coming to see the party today too? Lu Xingyue was a bit strange. As far as he knew, Nico Lu didn't graduate from Beijing University, came to listen to an open class, and to join in the fun. Natalie Lu smiled and asked, "You're a student at Kyoto University? That's too much of a coincidence."
"Ah, yes." The boy looked embarrassed. "I went to university abroad before, and for some reasons, I went back to my home country to study for my doctorate.
Right here in Kyoto University. He's only 21, and he's a PhD student?" Deeply shocked,
Natalie Lu gave a thumbs up and said sincerely,
"Very impressive. No, my sister is the really good one." At about the same age, she had already made a bit of a name for herself throughout the oil painting world. "Sister's manga is wonderful, and I'm sure a company will be coming to you soon to buy the rights." Natalie Lu smiled and said, "By the way, do you know where this classroom is?" "I know, I'll accompany you. There was only one open class scheduled for this time of day, and although he hadn't been here long either, he was still aware of the information. This was the second time he had helped himself, and Natalie Lu said, "Thank you." After sending the person to her, Lu Xingyue did not have the intention to leave, but obediently took a seat right next to her. "There's no need to listen with me," Natalie Lu said. "Go about your business. I don't have much to do, and I'm just playing games back at the dorm, so it's nice to listen to a class and potter around." He had said so Natalie Lu stopped saying anything and took out her notebook and pen, ready to listen to the way these professors lectured. The open class hadn't started yet, and the classroom wasn't crowded, so Natalie Lu, an outsider who had graduated many years ago, didn't look out of place in it at all. The little girl was already tender-looking, and today's dress was purposely understated and fresh, and the bags she brought were embroidered by herself, so anyone looking at her would think she was a mediocre college girl. The boys and girls of the Academy of Fine Arts were divided in half. Shang Xingyue wore a black coat and pants, and her hat was also black. The two deliberately low-profile people sitting together still attracted a lot of people's attention. Slanting back, a number of boys and girls looked over in secret. "Isn't that Lu Xingyue from the finance college? It seems like, what do you want? He's sitting next to someone's." People seem to come together. "What are you thinking?" "I'm just curious as to what he's doing coming to see an open art class." "Stay with your girlfriend." "No wonder he doesn't even pretend to be with girls. So he already has one." "Is that his girlfriend? Looks a little older than him." "What's wrong with being a little older? Siblings smell so good." Discussed duo, Days JPG. Natalie Lu had graduated several years ago, and sitting in the classroom at this moment, she had the feeling of being back in college. Familiar and strange, she was used to being alone, and for the moment, despite being surrounded by people, she was able to compartmentalize a mental vacuum for herself as if it were normal. After sitting there for a short while, an old professor came in at the door. Natalie Lu found a bit of the feeling she had in class and immediately sat up straight. Bringing the lazy Lu Xingyue next to him, all had their bodies shaken, subconsciously sitting upright. "Sis, you don't have to be so serious. There are a lot of people here today." The old professor smiled kindly, his tone cheerful and surprised. "It seems everyone likes me." This large classroom with a capacity of 100 people was basically packed. Professor Su was very popular with the students of the Academy of Fine Arts. So many people come to her public lectures every time. Lu Xingyue quietly explained in Natalie Lu's ear. The way she taught the class was comforting, and Natalie Lu listened for a while, deeply impressed. "I see a lot of new faces, so ask one of the students to tell us about 3 issues that are happening in contemporary oil painting." This female student. "You do it." Natalie Lu froze, then stood up, because it was a public class. The class content wasn't much more advanced, and the question was kind of pretty basic, as Natalie Lu knew from her freshman year of school. A classroom of eyes looked over. "Luckily, it wasn't the first time I'd been stared at." Without skipping a beat, he answered the question and received an approving glance. "Very good. A very comprehensive overview and many insights. This student has researched this thesis?" "Nope." Natalie Lu smiled and shook her head. "I happen to know about it before." "Sister is awesome." Shang Xingyi cheered her on. Natalie Lu couldn't help herself. She's been studying for so long, at least an hour of a class passes quickly. Lu Xingyue had already noticed that many people next to him were stupidly trying to lean over. Men know men best. He pulled Natalie Lu, who had just packed up her things, and left. "The party is about to start." Lu Xingyi said sheepishly, "Hurry up and get in. There are still seats available." Lu Xingyue, who gave Jiyin the chance to pinch off a piece of unemerged peach blossom, hides her merits and fame deeply. Natalie Lu organized her brain and said helplessly, "Fine. Really think she can't see what this kid is thinking? She won't mess around adding strangers to WeChat, okay? Besides, it's the kind of little boy who is interested in her at a glance." Shun Lu Xingyi's intention to enter the meeting place. Asterisk. Who's that kid? Really her boyfriend? Ha? Going so fast. WWW, I fell in love at first sight with my fairy sister. She's really pretty. It's a real deal. The newest departmental weed to kill in the finance department has a girlfriend. Sisters disperse. Ooh, don't my aborted love. The people behind them whispered, and neither heard them. The annual meeting was just that much of a process, and when the representatives of the scholars took the stage, Natalie Lu couldn't help but sigh. It's such a small world. It was actually the youngest master of the Fong family, Fong Zitaki. The two of them were in the front row and saw each other right away. Both parties froze, then nodded in greeting. Chapter 88, The Child is Sorry. Fong Zitaki was speaking on behalf of the outstanding students who had graduated, and after getting off the stage, he naturally sat next to the duo. Ms. Lu, Ikyun's wife is watching the school festival with another young man? Fong Zitaki greeted the people. then stared suspiciously up and down at Lu Xingyue. What is this kid? Look at the age of. Also ordinary male college students. These days many girls like well-behaved and obedient younger brothers. For example, Kong Qing eats this one up. This Miss Lu and Kong Qing are BFFs. Their tastes are probably the same. Ik-een was green? As Fong Zitaki guessed, he felt as if it was a bit outrageous. How dare they? How dare they go out in pairs together in the light of day? His eyes were undisguised, staring at Lu Xingyue for a moment. Have you seen enough? This guy looks like he knows his sister. Doesn't he know she's married? Is it rude to stare at her like that? Fong Zitaki coughed and sardonically touched his nose. Sorry, thinking about something else. You are? My name is Sheng Xingyue, and I'm a friend of Sis. S. Lu Nico. Natalie Lu watched the atmosphere between these two people somehow tense up, so she had to take the initiative to introduce herself. Fong Zitaki is Ji Yin's friend and my best friend's best friend. And this little friend is someone I met while skiing before. Speaking of which, Kong Qing. Fong Zitaki's eyes darkened, and he said offhandedly, by the way, has Kong Qing been busy lately? They'd been out of touch since that day when they said something was wrong. Natalie Lu didn't intend to get involved in the matter between these three people, so she said, I'm not sure about her work. We all have time to get together, and it's not uncommon for us not to be in touch for a few weeks sometimes. Like this. Fong Zitaki was a bit frustrated. He didn't know why Kong Qing suddenly broke off with himself. She drew away cleanly, leaving him alone and a bit bewildered at the spot. But no one knows about what's going on between them. Kong Qing has always been dashing. They said before they got good, go for the kidneys not the heart. It was Mr. himself who was out of his mind when he shouldn't have been. Kong Qing's family of origin raised her this kind of thin and cold family. Seemingly amorous. In fact, the heart cannot be loaded with anyone. It was probably only this Mrs. She in front of her that was one of the few people she treated sincerely. Fong Zitaki still wanted to ask Kong Qing how she was doing, but Natalie Lu obviously wouldn't tell herself. So he shut his mouth and talked to them about something else. Is Ms. Lu interested in paintings? Recently there was an auction in the city center, and I heard that there was an authentic painting of some great master from the Song dynasty. I heard that Natalie Lu went abroad to study Western painting, and I don't know if she likes Chinese painting. Gu Shixuang, that kid with the ski resort, to curry favor with people. How he cannot be left behind. And maybe in the future he will have to ask some news about Kong Qing from Lu Nico. Fong Zitaki didn't mind sending her a personal favor. I have 2 invitations for the auction here. You can go with Ji Yin. If he's busy, you can go with Kong Qing. She's always busy and doesn't seem to have relaxed for a long time. Natalie Lu thought to herself that this young master of the Fong family really seemed to have a few feelings for Qingqing. Pity, remembering her status last night. The beauty clearly has her heart in the right place. It was too complicated. A favor she could take, but she couldn't just help Kong Qing. Natalie Lu laughed. Qingqing is my sister. I will naturally make her happy. Fong Zitaki understood the implication of her words and had to give a bitter smile, saying, also, even without Natalie Lu, without herself, people willing to please her were still coming forward. What's he worrying about? After chatting for a while, Fong Zitaki had to rush back to the company, so he bid farewell to the two. After he left, Lu Xingyue curiously said, is sister on good terms with him? I can't say I know them well. I just know them for various reasons. Natalie Lu said, it's okay. Lu Xingyue nodded thoughtfully and didn't say much. The duo watched the program intently. It had to be said that an event like the school festival was really lively, and Natalie Lu's mood was mobilized by the atmosphere around her. Lu Xingyue could see the delight and happiness in her eyes, and her heart moved. Does sister like to be lively? Natalie Lu thought for a moment and said, I like to watch other people being lively, more used to being alone myself. Because of her dull and uninteresting nature, none of the hustle and bustle is relevant to her. She couldn't fit into the hustle and bustle. There was no way to change these character flaws, and after so many years, Natalie Lu had long ago gotten used to adapting to solitude and quiet. Lu Xingyue fell silent, and after a while, suddenly said without a head, I am sorry. Blame them. He was born a year after his parents left his sister, and his childhood was still intact until that happened. Whatever he went through back there, at least he didn't go through the kind of pain his sister did when he was 3 or 4 years old. His injuries were caused by other bad people, but Nico Lu's trauma was caused by them. Lu Xingyu said, I'm sorry. The other teenager in my heart who has been asleep for years also says, I'm sorry. Did he feel like mentioning his sadness? Natalie Lu smiled and said, it's okay. What's there to apologize for? Lu Xingyue didn't dare to look at her for fear of being stimulated to tears by the sincerity and gentleness in her eyes. She only lowered her head and stubbornly bit her lip and called, sister. All right. Natalie Lu wondered why he suddenly looked so guilty and smiled. The party's going to be over. The two looked quietly at the stage, where the handsome guitarist was singing with a soft, beautiful voice. He sings, Son, I'm sorry for you. Actually, Daddy loves you very much. For you, I'm willing to suffer no matter how hard I have to. I'm sorry, son. Actually, Dad loves you very much. You have to remember that you're an extension of Dad's life. I wish I could see you grow up every day. I want to hold your hand and go home every day. Actually, Dad has a lot of hard feelings. Can you understand me? I hope you understand, Dad. Natalie Lu heard the lyrics and laughed. He's so young. Why would he sing that song as a father? Lu Xingyue felt her eye sour and shook her head, not speaking. After it was over, the two walked out side by side towards the school. Lu Xingyue didn't look any different anymore, as if the sudden loss of emotion at the party just now was her own illusion. It was only 8 o'clock, so Nico Lu looked down and messaged Ji-in. Are you home yet? The person on the other end quickly replied. Working late, finishing up soon. What's up? I'm at KYU. Going to look for you? Wait for me in front of the school for 10 minutes and I'll pick you up and take you home with me. A gentle smile played on the girl's lips. She seems to have become very dependent on others. If it hadn't been for these things, she would still be a favored, unmarried girl by her parents. Lu Xingyu thought so. Chapter 89. As long as it's you. A black sedan appeared at the entrance of the capital gate in a low-profile manner. The driver, Uncle Lee, got out of the car first and waved at the two people standing side by side over here. Madam. The long and elegant man then got out of the car, and Natalie Lu's eyes lit up as she said goodbye to the little kid next to her. Bye, mister. She is coming to pick me up. In the darkness, Shi-in could see the fine starlight blooming in the bottom of the girl's eyes, with trust and delight in herself, as if the milky swallows had thrown themselves into her arms and darted toward her. The sight made his heart soften as if it had fallen into the clouds. He was forever falling for the way Nico Lu focused on himself. Hungry? Want to go get something to eat? And the people spoke at the same time, then couldn't help but laugh again. The atmosphere between the young couple was simply honeyed, and it was as if little flames of love were bursting out between glances. Now that's what I call a loving couple. Uncle Lee, with his eyes on the ground, reminded, Mr. and Mrs. Get in the car first. We're not allowed to stop here for long. Shi-in saw the disoriented Lu Xingyue over there and said, You went to the capital university with Shang Xingyue today? He didn't seem angry, even gentler than usual. Natalie Lu looked at the hand that he had naturally held since just now, contentedly enjoying Ji Yin's hand-warming service, and said, I came here on my own, and I didn't realize that my little friend was actually studying at the capital university as well, so I let him take me to recognize the way, know the truth about Ikoyan. Lu Xingyue obviously only went back to school once in a while and spent most of her time busy with the company, and she actually had quite a bit of luck. By the way, the team of experts from M has made some progress on Lu Xingyin's condition, and he can be taken over for treatment at the end of the month. Ji-in gently pinched Nico Lu's cold fingers and said carelessly, I'll accompany you back to Cloud City in a few days to take a look. Do you have time? Natalie Lu, remembering that he worked 9 to 5 every day, said, I can get back on my own. As long as it's you, there's always time. Good. Unable to say what she felt in her heart, Natalie Lu responded, wanting to say thank you, but it seemed a bit too polite, so she took the initiative, a little clumsily, to come up and leave a clear, light kiss on the side of Ikian's face. Then it flew back. Ikian, dorky JPG. This seemed to be the first time Natalie Lu had taken the initiative to stick it to him. Ikian turned his head, his eyes burning at the shrinking little marshmallow, and if it weren't for the thin blush of shyness on the girl's face, he would have thought it was a gently unrealized illusion. A certain big dog's tail was about to wag to the sky. His happiness was not hidden. Straight and even Nico Lu followed and laughed inexplicably. What are you doing? In the end, they went home for dinner, and Ben looked at the two who came back with them, inexplicably feeling that the atmosphere between these two was a little different than usual. Odd day myself. Bending to look at the two eating, Ikin smoothly and unmistakably peeled a plate of shrimp for the man and handed it over. All at once it dawned on me, oddly bright today myself. Although she didn't understand why the two seemed to have suddenly fallen into a passionate love affair, Ben had the good sense to make room for the two and went back to her room to catch up on her drama. Finishing his meal and tossing all the dirty dishes into the dishwasher, Ikian leaned against the runners and waited for a moment to take the dishes out and set them back in their original places. Natalie Lu took out a carton of cold milk to warm it up, and the two of them were in the same small space, inexplicably a little nervous. Natalie, the man's eyes were so wanting to eat in the dim light as his hindquarters were pressed against the runner. Why have you been refusing to look at me? Where did I? The little girl stubbornly denied it and bravely looked up. The moment you looked into each other's eyes, you were going to be sucked in by the depth of the other's gaze. Ah! The cry of alarm was crushed as best as she could between her lips as she was picked up and sat on the desk so that when he lowered his head, he would be flush with her. Natalie Lu nervously grabbed at the side of Ikian's waist. I don't know how long it took, but Natalie felt that the air in this small space was about to be cleaned out by the two of them when there was a ding. Milk! It's hot. Natalie Lu nudged the man in front of her and mouthed, Lu Nico, you are trying to get me killed. The latter almost uttered these words through gritted teeth, kissing out of the fire. But she will not refuse. Half push, half response. This feeling of not up and down is really killing me. The girl looked over at him with uncertain resignation. Ikian lost the battle. Appointedly, he let go of the person and watched as she dutifully finished a glass of hot milk while clutching the cup, tidying up the mess in the kitchen. The two of them went upstairs together. Natalie Lu ate her fill and went to the rooftop alone after cleaning up first. The feeling she got when she was alone with Ikian scared her a little. It was a strange and out-of-control feeling. She patted her burning cheeks, trying to calm herself down as well. There was an unfinished picture of the starry sky on the drawing board, which Natalie Lu had drawn one night before when she suddenly had a feeling while looking at the stars. There were few more starry skies like the one that night afterward, and the painting became half-finished. Natalie Lu raised her head and stared blankly into the night. She went to mix the colors, allowing herself to relax and immerse herself in the painting as she usually did. It was slow to settle down. Natalie Lu was holding up a color palette when Ji-in came up. It was a perfect night for Natalie Lu to finish her painting. It's just that the person doing the painting is obviously very out of it. Natalie Lu didn't turn around. The tip of her brush lightly tapped, little by little making the stagnant river of stars flow again. The man had no intention of bothering her, simply sitting next to her and reading his own stuff. The night wind blew, and the lights of the city went out, and Natalie Lu stopped her pen, moved her sore wrists, and turned her head. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked svelte and ascetic. The aura of the party that dangerously made her want to run away was washed away quite a bit. Natalie Lu stood up and stretched, saying, Ji-in, go back to bed. I'm done painting. The latter gave a hem and quickly closed the computer. Last night was a bit of an overindulgence, and even if he had just been turned on by someone who couldn't get enough of him, the man was restrained enough not to initiate sex tonight. Of course, the main fear was to scare the little girl away. The two tacitly cooled each other down, and the atmosphere finally reluctantly returned to a fairly healthy channel. Natalie Lu's body is cold and her hands and feet are cold on a daily basis, so after she is not afraid of Ji-in, she will consciously burrow into someone's arms every night to keep warm. Tonight she hesitated and retreated to the other end of the bed. Ikian looked at the little girl who hadn't come over of her own accord, eyes sullen. It seems to have scared her after all. One day back to liberation, he didn't say anything, and after watching Natalie Lu fall asleep less peacefully, he skillfully reached out with his long arm, carried his wife back. Chapter 90, accompanying Nico back to Cloud City. Wake up the next morning and call your second aunt. Natalie Lu was thinking about her brother, and after breakfast she dialed her second aunt. One of the conditions of her marriage was that the Chi family would use their power in M to help cure Lu Xingyin. Ji-in had been following this and told Natalie Lu as soon as there was any progress. Nico, Auntie Tu's voice was surprised. How have you been? Having not contacted Auntie Lu for a long time, Nico also missed the woman who brought her up, and spoke with a petulant tone that was not usually present. Auntie Lu, hey, knowing that you and Xiaoqi just got married to get used to it, fearing that you don't have time, usually don't dare to contact you. Missy, Auntie Tu misses you. I miss you too. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Natalie Lu talked to her about business. By the way, Ji-in told me yesterday that my brother's illness. What exactly is the situation? She is actually not very clear. Only to pick their own can understand to say to the second aunt, mainly to go to the M country treatment thing. Although his brother had been in poor health, as he grew up, the core of the Lu family was supported by the second aunt's family, and many of his brother's decisions were even more pivotal. The family's previous situations she hadn't been a part of, but she understood them all. Previously has been openly and secretly nibbling on the family of that force. Do not know how it is. If my brother went to cure, I am afraid that not a year and a half to come back. Who will support the Lu family then? Natalie Lu voiced her concerns. The second aunt froze, not realizing that she was still thinking about her family even after she had already married out, and busily said, Don't worry, Natalie, the family is quite well, and a lot of the situation has stabilized. She didn't go into details, and Natalie Lu guessed that it might have been the Chi family that had stepped in. After all, the purpose of the marriage in the first place was to save the Lu family. She had no doubt about the ability of the Chi family and logically put all the credit on Ji-in's head. The second aunt was about to say something, but eventually sighed softly and talked about something else. Missy, when will you and Xiaoqi go back to Cloud City for a visit? Xingyan mentions you from time to time, and grandparents also miss you. Natalie Lu responded. Soon, just in the next few days, when Ji-in is not busy, we will go back together to see you. Well, there's no need to rush. We've been here all along. Hanging up the phone, Natalie Lu fumed as she held the phone. It had only been a few months and yet she felt like she hadn't belonged in that home for ages. Or maybe she wasn't from that family in the first place. She's also not from this current family. She hadn't accepted any family accommodations, just Ikian taking his time, cracking open her hard shell in his own way, not as Ikian's family, but as Ikian as an individual, inviting her, and himself, to start a family again. She's the matriarch, she gets to call the shots, the way she feels comfortable running the household. No more parasites, no more caution, no more walking on thin ice. Natalie Lu covered her face, her past self tangling and tearing at her present self. She said, "You accept him." Another she said, "Don't take a love at random, don't surrender your heart at random." This is the second time. This time, the second voice was much smaller. Natalie Lu thought to herself, did she already like Ji-in that much? Since when? Is it the unmitigated care and detail? I guess so. After all, no one has ever loved themselves so patiently and intently. It's like she's the one, the only, the most important treasure. She can also be cherished. Your heart is so worthless. The voice sneered. He won't value it much. Watch. Natalie Lu raised her hand and flicked the voice away. Just watch, she thought defiantly. Big deal. She doesn't want a keen, go-bag young male college students, the good-looking and obedient kind. Ji-in didn't know that Natalie Lu was planning in her mind to adopt a male college student. Shen Shi knocked on the door of his office, followed by a woman in professional attire. It's Shuru night. You've only just come back and you're working so soon? Next to him, Fang Zitaki followed his cousin, still persuading, take a few more days off. Li Shuyu gave him a sidelong glance and said, Ikin is also this fast. What can't I do? Fang Zitaki, you don't want to compare yourself to him for more than 20 years. What? Ikin looked up and looked at the two of them lightly. Family matters are noisy about my company? Chen Shi touched the cold sweat on his forehead and said, cough, Mr. Shi, it seems that Miss Li and Mr. Fong have something to look for separately. Fang Zitaki was very familiar with himself and found a stool to sit down. Not to dwell with Li Shuyu, it's not a business matter. Just, can you ask Nico Lu to bring Kong Ching to my auction? Ikian? I really can't help it. Kong Chang is ignoring me, but I have something to find her. What is it that you have to be so circuitous about? Li Shuyu was curious after hearing Fang Zitaki mention it earlier. You stay out of this. Fang Zitaki looked at Ikin. Isn't it a brother? Help me. Li Shuyu bristled, waiting for Fang Zitaki to finish pestering the person before sitting down, and said nonchalantly, the information you asked me to pull out earlier. The information on the third house of the Lu family I found for you. Thanks. Ji-in was much more polite and detached to her, saying, I've also done what you said. I'll send you an email back. The exchange between the two was simple and efficient, and when she thought that Li Shuyu would leave immediately after she finished speaking, she sat down on her butt, with no intention of leaving for the time being. Anything else? The man's voice was light, and he didn't look attached to anything. Shuru Knight said, did you know that Natalie Lu has severe stress to car accidents? Ji-in paused and nodded. Got it, and have been looking for the right therapist to help her adjust, except the little girl doesn't seem to want it much. She always says she's better and doesn't seem to have any major problems with her normal traveling, but when the car is in trouble, it still shows something. You haven't thought about taking her for treatment? Li Shuyu was surprised. She shouldn't have. She won't cooperate. Ikin was also helpless. He had mentioned it before, and the little girl was adamant, saying that she sometimes needed detachment, but that she didn't need to undergo systematic treatment yet. There was nothing he could do but try to snuff out the source of her stress, but as you can see from the last car accident, the little girl is still clearly not in a good mental state. Even Li Shuyu, an outsider, could see at a glance that something was wrong with her, not to mention Ikin, who lives with her. I have a friend I can introduce you to, a pretty good psychotherapist, Knight Shuru said. You can put them in touch first. Ikian looked over at her, trying to decline. Thanks, but what? Li Shuyu clasped her arms and raised her chin proudly. I just think the little girl is strange and pitiful. It's not like you were introduced. Tears were welling up in her eyes and she persisted in caring if she was okay. Chapter 91, Wedding Photos. Natalie Lu was planting flowers with Bend when she received the invitation from the young master of the Feng family. Seeds planted in the winter will have to germinate next year. She clapped her hands and shook the dirt off, then went to the side and washed her hands before accepting what the Feng family's bodyguard had delivered. Wouldn't it be better to have Chi-in bring it to me? Nico Lu muttered, opening the beautifully crafted invitation. The VIP table at the auction was invited, and there were several lots on display that were wildly popular with many collectors. Natalie Lu was thinking about the Chinese painting that Fang Zitaki had mentioned, and flipped backward to see it on the auction list. Grandpa Lu actually likes Chinese paintings. She thought that since she was going back to Cloud City, she would take a picture of it and bring it back to the old man. He would be happy. Before she got married, she had never thought about her mother's family and return gifts,
but she was pushed too fast to be able to deal with these things with ease. But she already had the concept of etiquette. She was pushed too quickly and was not yet able to handle them with ease. Since she was going back, she'd have to prepare for her grandparents, her second uncle and aunt, and maybe in a few days she'd have to visit the old mansion as well. The Akari family had taken good care of themselves when they first arrived. I heard Akin say that the Ik family's grandparents, who had been traveling abroad, had also returned. Natalie Lu sighed, thinking that just picking out a gift was enough to worry her. The auction is still going to go. Turn around and wait for Kong Qing to have time to pull her out to accompany herself. She looked at the date, just 2 days later, with 2 invitations. Natalie Lu's first choice was Akin, ready to wait for him to come back in the evening to talk to him about the matter. In the afternoon, Lantin Mountain Water welcomed someone I hadn't seen in a long time. Mistress, Ben happily greeted the visitor as Natalie Lu, who had just woken up from her nap, came down the stairs and saw Ms. Yu, who had just entered. Mom Natalie Lu walked over slowly, her sleepy, warm face rubbing against Ms. Yu's shoulder in a pout. Married for so long, the little girl did not have a little become a woman of the vicissitudes of maturity, but was nourished by the love of more delicate water. Spreading pettiness was simply sweet to Yu Yanxia's heart. She was almost cheerful from the moment she walked in the door, and all the fire she had been holding at home by her bare children had dissipated. What's the use of the 2 sons she had? It's still the soft little girls that are sweet. Just woke up? Ms. Yu softly said, did you not get enough sleep? Go sleep some more? Natalie Lu rubbed her messy hair and shook her head. No sleep. She walked to the kitchen to pour a glass of water for herself and Yu Yanxia alone, fuming as she drank. Knowing this habit of hers, Yu Yanxia didn't disturb her and quietly drank water while waiting for her to wake up. 2 minutes later, Natalie Lu came to her senses. Mom, why did you come? The little girl in front of her elders was well behaved, calling out softly. It's not an exaggeration to say that when she was a child, Natalie looked like a snowball, with a sweet mouth and a good tongue, which made it hard for the whole Lu family to treat her as a baby. I don't come and you guys don't come home often enough. Ms. Yu blares at her and asks as usual, how's it going with Ji-in lately? Did he bully you? No. Natalie Lu smiled shyly. No bullying. Bullying elsewhere doesn't count. That's good. You, don't you usually go out much? It's going to be boring at home. Ms. Yu worriedly said, it's fine, more often let Ji-in take you out to play. The elders seem to be extraordinarily obsessed with letting her go out to play things. Before, and the Lu family is also at the beginning of the second act that is really trying to do everything to take her out to play. The back of the Toss is really tired, no matter what she is. It's not like we're at home every day. Natalie Lu told her. Last week we went skiing in the North City, and I went out shopping with Qingqing, and the day before that we even went around the capital university. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat on the sofa and chatted while Ben brought over the baked cupcakes for a side trip to afternoon tea. Right, you two have been together for so long. Shouldn't you be preparing for the wedding photos? Wedding and all? Yu Yanxia came here this time mainly to discuss this matter with Nico Lu. The two married in a hurry after the wedding and has been tossed to familiarize themselves with each other. This moment to see the two get along with the state obviously much better. Ms. You cannot wait to do up. She could be more anxious to go public than Akin. Natalie Lu hadn't really been thinking about that, and it was logical that it was something that both parents would discuss. But the Lu family's two uncles and aunts are far away, not to mention that in the end is not the biological daughter. Lu Xingyan's disease as soon as there is progress. Surely it is also a priority to take care of the son's side. In desperation, Ms. You had to talk to her client. Although she had gotten used to the fact that she had no parents for many years, Natalie Lu couldn't help but be gloomy. She obediently said, yes, it's all up to you guys to just decide. The little girl was like a lost soul rag doll, obediently letting people pick and fiddle with her. Yu Yanxia looked at her empty eyes, inexplicably heartbroken. Natalie, have any ideas? It's all open to suggestion. Natalie Lu doesn't have much of an idea. It's not like she's a professional wedding company and hasn't thought about this stuff before. She moved in her heart and said, can the wedding photos also take a set in Cloud City? Of course. Ms. You busied herself. The plan now is to have 4 sets of themed locations, with the first stop being in the capital. In 1 month Nico Lu will report to Kyoto University, and within that month, the couple's wedding photos will be completed during the journey. Yu Yanxia shows her the 4 sets of themes that are currently tentatively set, which are in the capital, Su City, Luo City and Yun City. Expect to spend 3 to 5 days in each city, with the last stop in Cloud City. Natalie Lu looked at the plan, felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and nodded her head in agreement. When do we start? Next Monday, right? Ms. You said, I'll take you to see the team in charge in a couple of days, and you can pick out the wedding dress you like. Good. As for the wedding, it's rushed, and it'll be after the first of the year when it's ready, so consider the date. and your respective work schedules.
You said, is that okay? Natalie Lu didn't have much else to say, so naturally she said whatever she wanted. That's it for now then. When Ikian gets home, you two will discuss it too, mainly based on your opinions. Natalie Lu took in a whole lot of information in one breath, still thinking about the wedding photos, and nodded at the mention of the wedding later in the year. It's really time to think about considering these two. In a blink of an eye, it has been 3 months since the two got married. Time goes by so fast, Natalie Lu thought. The days of coming to the Ikebukuro are actually pretty happy compared to a lot of people. At least over here, the Iki family is loving themselves too, and she was struggling to accept it, responding clumsily. Everything's looking up now. Chapter 92. Just being jealous. How about that? You didn't stay long at Longtan Mountain Water and left after informing them of these matters. Originally, he wanted to wait until Ji-in came home to discuss things with him, but he suddenly sent a message to tell Natalie Lu that he had to go to Haiching for business in the evening. I don't know how long he has to be gone, and in such a hurry, he doesn't always have time in the evening. Natalie Lu thought about it and messaged him, can I meet you at the office? There's still quite a lot going on. We still have to meet and talk. The person on the other end quickly replied, okay, have Ben send you. Ikin finished returning the message and looked at the 2 rows of men under him, nodding his head to signal them to continue. The meeting is not yet finished. The size of the leaders at the bottom of the sneak a look. She has always been disciplined in strict discipline. This seems to be the first time that the total pool at the meeting to play with a cell phone. Hey, it looked like it was returning a message. Whose message was so important? The whole thing softened considerably after returning it. After a round of meeting, the person sitting at the top waved his hand and called for Secretary Chan, whispering, later on, Mrs. is going to come to the company. You go to the bottom and wait for a while, and bring her directly to my office. Okay, Mr. Chen Chi responded submissively. The duo's voices were not too loud and not too small, and many people pretended to take a break in the middle of the meeting, but in reality, they had been secretly paying attention to the situation over here. Naturally, he also heard these words from Mr. Chi. The small group was swept up in a frenzy. Did I hear you right, family? Did the boss say madam is coming? Boss lady, boss lady, boss lady. Has the boss's wife been here yet? Not that I recall, and even if I did I don't remember. Someone was conspiratorial. What's the boss's wife doing in the company? Checking up on you? So distrustful of Mr. Chi. The person who spoke was a supervisor in the political department, wearing a blue wraparound dress with a sexy and hot body, and she had been explicitly and implicitly seducing people since Ikyen's first day at the company. Nah, the man was so greasy that he didn't tighten up until people got married. As a result, this woman didn't know where she heard the rumor that Mr. and Mrs. Chi were respectful of each other after marriage, not loving enough, and her seduction mind came out again. Today specially wear this dress. Not only that, she also want to go to the Chi-in office to report work alone. It is said that men can't reject a woman who takes the initiative, and she has sent it to her door. So I don't believe that Ji-in won't eat it. Li Chanqian's mind had just been enlivened, but she was thrown into cold water by the fact that Natalie Lu was coming. The next round of meetings is expected to end in half an hour. Maybe she can go with the flow. Natalie Lu hadn't arrived by the time the meeting was over. Ikien simply took care of his work for a little while longer, and within a few minutes, there was a knock on his office door. The sassy woman wiggled her way in. Ikien did not look away. Leave the documents there. People can go. Mr. G, I have a few questions I need to ask you. Li Chanxian bold. This man in the company's prestige is very high, even if many women have seduced his thief heart, but not this thief Gaul. She hadn't heard of the ridiculous things Ikien had done in the ring, and just felt sure she could be the first person to conquer this iceberg. Li Chanxian deliberately did not wear a suit jacket when she came, and there was a large area of snow-white skin exposed in front of her chest, which was very eye-catching. She was confident in her body. Unfortunately, a certain open-eyed blindness could not receive her secret glance at all, and not only did he not look at himself, who was approaching step by step, but his indifferent lips even burst out a sentence. Roll. The word made Cynthia Lee pause for a moment, but she wouldn't die. Men are all the same. No one will refuse a special thing that comes to them. She went around behind Ikien, her soft body trying to get close to him. Clatter. The door was pushed open. Natalie Lu stared blankly, followed by the equally stupefied Chen Chi. The first reaction pushed Chen Chi out and closed the door. The color of the little girl's eyes went cold, not the same as her usual gentle and quiet side. It hides an icy flame. She stepped forward and mercilessly slapped Li Chanxian in the face. Ah dash! The woman's scream rang through the office. What are you doing? Natalie Lu sneered. You're asking me? How dare this man ask her? This woman is going to stick to her husband. Okay. Those two pairs of meat on her chest are all shaking out. So blatantly seducing. as if she did not exist? Li Chanqian softly dropped to the ground.
The documents in her hands scattered. She pathetically covered her face, crying. Pear Blossom with Rain still looking at Ji-in. Madam,
this is a misunderstanding. I just sent a file to Mr. G.
Natalie Lu believed the hell out of her. She had eyes of her own that would see, and said coldly, "You're fired. Take your things and get out."
Mr.
Che. The man didn't say a word the entire time.
And Li Chanqian screamed incredulously. Is he seriously going to let this unintelligent woman fire herself?
Natalie Lu clasped her arms and glared fiercely at Ji-in, as if she would pounce on him and bite him to death if he dared to say a single word of no.
Didn't you hear me? The man finally spoke,
pulling Natalie Lu onto his lap without looking at the man on the floor.
You're fired. You. She is a high school graduate from Kyoto University. How many companies competed for her without even going there? I can't believe they fired this woman just because she made a flippant remark. On what grounds? Didn't she fail?
Roll. The man's voice was cold, and for some reason, a great fear suddenly crept into Li Chanqian's heart.
She couldn't muster a trace of disobedience at once and rolled out of the office. Does your hand hurt?
When the men had gone, the man spoke warmly and softly to the man in his lap.
Natalie Lu was quite angry.
Just now she was giving him face and didn't resist.
As soon as the person left, she immediately struggled to get down. Ikian was strong,
and when he saw her intentions he imprisoned the girl's waist tightly,
not letting her go. Ji-in.
Natalie Lu scolded him with red eyes.
Bad thing, so notorious and still attracting butterflies, can't he settle down a bit?
Ikian was helpless and dodged even as he lowered his head to kiss her.
I didn't. He tried to explain, but saw the little girl cover her ears in exasperation. No kiss, no explanation from him, a refusal to communicate. Ikian laughed,
loving her little tantrum to death.
He said, Nico, I didn't let that woman touch me. Natalie Lu heard, and knew, that Ikian was leaning on a chair behind him, and that there was nothing wrong with the lack of hesitation just now, but she was just angry. Her possessiveness was actually quite strong.
She didn't care about the first few women who had pestered her over because she hadn't liked them yet, but from the moment she decided to like Ikian, this person is then categorized as her.
No one is allowed to covet it. Nico, are you jealous? The man's laughter-laden voice came from his ear.
Natalie Lu was so annoyed that she raised her head and bit the man's thin lips viciously.
Just being jealous. How about that? Chapter 93. I'm waiting at home for you to come back. Ikian smiled and kissed her back. Not really. I'm glad.
Natalie Lu tilted her head in embarrassment,
calmed down by a second kiss.
The little sharpness that had been shown was all but gently withdrawn. It was like what she had done that night long ago when she had kicked someone into the hot spring pool when confronted by Li Zikai. This rare freshness. Ikian had a moment to squeeze the little girl's hand hanging down by her leg and said, "Why did you come to me all of a sudden?" Natalie Lu thought of the main thing and let the topic go for now. Mom came by this afternoon. She said she's going to get ready for the wedding photos in a few days.
How many days are you traveling? 2 or 3 days, Ikian said. I'll be back before the photo shoot. Oh, there was a bit of talk about other things, like the date of the wedding. And the gifts he was going to buy over at the old mansion, and how his work might have to be put on hold for the next month. Ji-in listened attentively, and every now and then opened his mouth to answer her, saying, "It's fine to go back to the old mansion and bring nothing with you. It's a courtesy. No big deal."
Natalie Lu bumped him with her forehead. Then the skin on both men's foreheads went red. The originator's eyes were red with pain.
Ji-in couldn't help himself. Okay, listen to you. You don't have to worry about the gift. I'll prepare it in the next few days. Without saying yes or no, Natalie Lu said, "Remember to show me what you buy. Back to Cloud City too, right? What do the grandparents like?" The two of them discussed these trivial matters softly, like a couple that couldn't be more different, with a harmonious and cozy atmosphere. At this moment, both of them seemed to understand what happiness is. By the way, are you not going to be able to go to that auction? Natalie Lu was a bit regretful. Well, you can have a good time with Kong Cheng. Buy anything you see. There is a black card on the bedside of the bedroom. You remember to take it with you. Natalie Lu let out a wow sound, wondering if it was Fong Zitaki's doing, trying to find a way to distract Ji-in so that she could take Kong Cheng out. After all, the Fong family was behind this auction. If Fong Zitaki were here, he would have admitted it with a bitter smile. The suddenness of this difference in Ikian's life is that Fong Zitaki has gone out of his way to throw a piece of land in his hands to him, so that he and the Fong family can eat that new project with a pretty good future together. He himself drew off to find someone at the auction. Young Master Fong can really throw away money in order to meet a beauty. There is a cheap knot to take advantage of. Ikian did not say very obviously, but also vaguely mentioned a mouth, did not hide from his wife. If it is because of Fong Zitaki this guy, let the two little girls between the birth of suspicion cannot be good. Besides, Fong Zitaki also did not say a word cannot be divulged.
This matter in the end is between him and Kong Chung, two people. He had to involve the couple.
How to show some sincerity. Natalie Lu then nodded, ready to go back in a while or talk to Kong Chung. The two of them talked for a while, not realizing that it was getting dark. Ji-in touched a piece of milk candy from his office and gave it to the little girl, asking her, "What do you want to eat in a while?" After dinner, he had to fly to another city. Natalie Lu thought hard. Fondue. It's so cold. Of course we have to eat hot pot. When Mr. She came out holding the little madam's hand, all the people in the secretary department looked at each other, pretending to be busy with their own business, but in reality, their gossipy eyes were flying around. Out. It's been an afternoon. Mr. Ikari's fighting strength is really not poking. Do these two look like they've been fighting? Just now Li Chanxian came out of the office with her head cloaked. The fight should have been a fight, only it might have been the less harmonious kind. Blind guess the two had a fight. Mr. G has been coaxing the lady, and just now, it's hard to imagine how Mr. Ikari coaxes his wife. His serious face makes me cringe every time I look at it. Hey, what happened in the president's office? Li Chanxian when she went and said she was going to deliver the documents, and after she came back, she cried while packing up her things to go to the personnel. What's going on? She got fired? She didn't go in there to try to have something with Mr. Ikari and the lady bumped into her, did she? It's not impossible. Her mind, the clear-eyed people can see it at a glance. All day long that disgusting eyes are going to stick to Mr. G. Serves you right. All day long you're sneaking around doing nothing but thinking about how to catch a golden son-in-law. Everyone in the secretarial department had 10 fingers flying, and messages were flying upward on the WeChat group on their computers. Chen Chi, who had nothing better to do, also interjected, Mr. She is flying to Ice City tonight, and it seems that Madam is here because she has something urgent to discuss. There's one thing to be said for the lady's temperament. It's really possible. Chen Chi thought back, and it was indeed possible. But Lu Nico, who had such a calm temperament, also turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye when the two of them just pushed the door in. In connection with the glance he had seen, Chen Chi could probably imagine what was going on inside. I can't help but shake my head and pray for Mr. Ikari. Let's cozy up to Madam early, or we won't have any sleep. Looking at the duo just now, their mood swings don't seem to be too big, but as a qualified living secretary, Chen Chi was still prepared to go through fire and water for Chief Koike. Koike always doesn't need Secretary Chen to go through fire. Madam is very easy to coax, and a hot pot makes her happy again. Chien looked at the several bowls of spicy oily water that had been shabu-shabued, remembered Natalie Lu's fragile stomach, and said, Alright Natalie, eat less spicy food. He wasn't here tonight, and given the little girl's nature, she probably wouldn't say anything if she had a stomachache, let alone call out for help. Suddenly not so sure about going, Natalie Lu couldn't get enough of it, but she still put down her chopsticks. I've already shabu-shabued it. Ikian handed her milk to keep her stomach down. After dinner, the two of them went out for a walk together, blowing away the smell of hot pot from their bodies, and with Ikian keeping an eye on them, it hadn't made it any harder to get through, except for the first time after they had had a stomachache. Natalie Lu walked Ji-in downstairs to the office and stopped by to say goodbye as she waited for Ben's car to arrive. You go up. It's weirdly cold down there. The man had only a not-so-thick suit on him, and it wasn't cold in the store or the building with the warm air. Not outside. I'll go up after I put you in the car. Speaking of this, Ji-in remembered the psychiatrist that Li Shuyu had mentioned, and the words reached his lips, but still didn't come out. Wait a little longer and arrange for them to make contact on the way to the tour. Natalie is actually a bit resistant to seeing a therapist, so let's induce her to treat her in some other way. Natalie took 2 steps out of the room, thought about it, then came back in, pulled down his tie and kissed him as he stared at him in disbelief. I'm waiting for you at home. After the two had been intimate, Natalie Lu had been able to give a kiss quite openly. Chapter 94, Who Upset Your Sister? The auction was just 2 days later, and after Natalie Lu went back at night and rolled around on her bed holding her cell phone for 2 days, she finally dialed Kong Ching. At this point, it took quite a while for the other end to pick up, video to voice. Natalie Lu had a question mark. Ching Ching? Well, the person on the other end sounded hoarse, and Natalie Lu was immediately worried. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, just a fever. Kong Cheng seemed totally unconcerned. What's wrong Nico? You have a fever? In the hospital? Natalie Lu couldn't help but sit up straight. When did you get a fever? No, at home. Kong Cheng's voice paused. Just today. The house was now a mess. A mess of beer bottles and water stains, as if it had been ransacked. Kong Cheng looked at the obvious red marks on his wrists, and a bit of absurd sadness grew in his heart. Which house are you in? The voice of his best friend was gentle and caring, and Kong Cheng crawled back to the human world on the strength of this warmth. Don't you come. The voice of the always strong person actually brought a choking. Kong Cheng wiped away his tears woefully and said, "My house is now a little messy." Natalie Lu knew she was in a bad state as soon as she heard it. In fact, it seemed like Kong Cheng had been stuck in a huge rut since she'd been idle this time. "You can't stay home alone. Listen, go to the hospital, or I'll pick you up and come to my house," Natalie Lu advised. "Ji-in is away on a business trip. It's just me and Ben at home." "Nico," Kong Cheng's sobbing voice came over as she said, "I don't have a mommy anymore." Natalie Lu's heart ached. The voice was suddenly too hard to make a sound. Kong Cheng's family is complicated, and Kong's mother is her only spiritual support, and she has been fighting with that bunch of ambitious bastards for the family fortune because of this reason. But now, her spiritual pillar has fallen. Not to mention Kong Cheng, even Nico Lu couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of the woman who had been sick for years but was gentle and beautiful. Kong Cheng adjusted his emotions, his eyes bloodshot. Natalie Lu said, "Where are you? I'm coming out to get you now." She was in a bad state, and Natalie Lu was afraid something would happen to her. Qingqing is her most cherished friend. She knows how sensitive and fragile the heart of this female president who seems to be calling the shots on the surface is, and with the death of Kong's mother, she can't let Kongqing do anything stupid as well. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and Kongqing especially needed someone to rely on at the moment, so she obediently told Nico Lu where she was. Her brain is drowsy, and she remembers that John Jojo seems to have come. What is one's reaction? It seems to have driven him away. She was unstable, and this mess was just made. The man had finally removed his usual mask of sweetness in front of himself and displayed other emotions for the first time. The years they were good. John Jojo knows what's going on in his family. For the first time that man didn't have that genuine smirk in his eyes as he gazed at himself, but instead asked calmly, "Who has upset your sister? Kong Yenji, or Kong Xin? Or, was it that good father of yours?" It was so hard that she could barely breathe, and all she could remember was the man gently feeding her something to eat and medicine, and then cleaning herself up and tucking her under the covers. Now that she thinks about it, she seems to have overlooked. There was a flash of murderous intent in this wolf cub's eyes. What's he gonna do? Kongqing burning confused brain chaos. She is usually rarely sick. Once sick is not a medicine can stop. Have to go to the hospital cannot. John Jojo didn't know where to go after she kicked him out. When Natalie Lu came a little while later, Kongqing forced herself to change and sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket. It was obviously warm, but she felt a bone-chilling coldness that froze her teeth. After Natalie Lu hung up the phone, she went downstairs and knocked on the door of Ben's room, asking her to take her to where Kongqing lived. Longting Shanshui was not too far away from there, and Nico Lu was so anxious to get to the place so late in the day that the journey was unimpeded, and he soon arrived at the place. She had been to this residence of Kongqing, and lightly went up the stairs, then entered the password and entered the room. A quick glance showed the woman cowering on the couch in a shivering, wolfish state. He was heartbroken. "Qingqing?" The man stirred, as if coming to his senses a little, and lifted his tearful eyes to her. "This rain-soaked rose looks like it's zeroed out and looks pathetic." After the two women went out, a shadow hidden in the darkness silently watched the direction they went, and only disappeared into place after the high-profile, symbolic Shi family car left. The warm air in the car was turned on sufficiently, but Nico Lu clearly felt a shiver run through the body of the woman leaning against her. Immediately, he gritted his teeth. "Bend, not home. Go to the hospital." The little maid answered and turned on her heel. Kongqing, however, struggled up. "Not going to the hospital." "Qingqing," Lu Nico soothed her. "Do not go to the Kong families, go to the Qi families. Safe, no eyes. You're good, you're sick, you must go to the doctor." Kongqing silently wept, and after a while, he mumbled, "Yes, I have to get well. I want to let them have their way." The city hospital is owned by the Kong family, and Ben drives to a private hospital at the foot of the mountain from Goodwill. It has a medical team not inferior to the city hospital, although it is a bit expensive, but the beautiful scenery and good environment make it the best place to come. Once you know who's coming, green light all the way. Half an hour later, Kongqing hung onto the water and fell asleep. Natalie Lu also closed her eyes a little tiredly and said, "Ben, go home. I'll stay with Qingqing for the night, get the injection, and be back tomorrow." Ben said, "I'll do it, you." It was interrupted by the former's peremptory, "Go back to rest. The VIP room facilities are great and it doesn't hurt anything to sleep here for a night. The fever has gone down now, mainly because I have to get up in the middle of the night to feel Kongqing's temperature." Natalie Lu looked at Kongqing painfully for a while, and after seeing that everything was normal for her, she tiredly laid down on the accompanying bed next to her. At this moment, Ji-in, who had just landed on the ground, received the news that his wife had gone to the hospital overnight, and suddenly his eyebrows jumped. "Just left and something happened." Afraid of disturbing Natalie Lu, he sent it directly to Ben. The little maid who answered Mr. Xi's phone for the first time had her hands shaking. "Mr. Chi. Nico is hospitalized? The man's brow also colored with undisguised fatigue. Nope, Ben said. Ah, it's MS. Kung Ching who's sick.
And Nico sent her over and stayed behind to keep her company.
Ikian dropped his heart. Aha, hang up the phone. Message to Nico Lu, getting off the plane.
Take care of yourself while taking care of Kongqing.
Chapter 95, Auction. Natalie Lu woke up early the next morning.
Worrying about Kongqing's condition last night, she watched her sleep in a daze only after she finished hanging water. And I don't know how many times I woke up in the middle of the night to touch her forehead.
First thing I did when I woke up this morning was to touch it too. Body temperature is normal. Natalie Lu was relieved. It would still be early, so she sat on her bed and fumed for a while, asking Ben to bring some light breakfast. Check again this morning. Nothing is wrong and you can go home.
Natalie Lu waited for Kongqing to wake up and opened her cell phone. Only then did she see the message Chi-in had sent last night.
How does he know? But it's normal to think about it. This hospital is owned by the Chi family. A nice. Oh, yes. After Kong Chang woke up, Lu Nico didn't ask anything more,
but only took care of it very carefully.
The young man's body base is good. The day of the auction, Kong Chang has been completely well, when it is a distraction, so he accompanied Natalie Lu to make a trip.
Her vulnerability was rarely revealed to people,
and when she went to the auction, the scenic Miss Kong was back.
The delicate and bright makeup covered up all the woes and disappointments of the past few days, and Kongqing was all smiles.
You said, Fong Zi Taiki is looking for me? Natalie Lu didn't have time to tell her before, and when this day came, she couldn't bear to leave Kongqing, who had recovered from a serious illness, alone in the house, so she brought the person. Yes, said Lu Nico, as the two entered the VIP seat specially reserved for the youngest member of the Feng family. What is going on between you?
Kongqing fiddled with her newly done nails and said carelessly,
I've said before that I want to break it off with him, but he doesn't want to and has to ask me why. What's so why?
The red lips opened and closed, uttering words that sent the doorway crashing into the ice.
Just don't want to go on. Then you and Jiang Jojo?
Natalie Lu could see that her recent worries were all piled up together, and had the intention to help her enlighten her.
Do you want to be with him? The latter, however, avoided the issue and bypassed the topic. I have to think about it. Let's not talk about me.
I heard from my brother that Mrs.
She is making a big deal of preparing the two of you for marriage? Natalie Lu didn't press the issue and said on the subject.
Yeah, we'll have to get busy for a month after that,
taking wedding pictures for a month.
She had read the proposal MS. You had sent over, and apart from a TSK and a sigh of a great deal, she had no opinion at all. It was all arranged for them in a clear way,
sort of a little honeymoon trip for two.
That's great.
Kongqing could also feel the importance that the Chi family placed on Nico Lu.
At first I was afraid that you would go into the tiger's mouth, but now it seems that Chi-in is indeed more suitable for you than my brother. Although her brother liked Nico too, he might not be able to raise his whole family to spoil and love her. After all, the Kong family had a large number of heirs in their lifetime, and there were endless struggles in the open and in the dark.
Unlike the harmony of the Chi family, Nico is afraid that it is not a good choice if she marries her brother. Natalie Luck just laughed. In fact, at first, everyone thought she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth.
Kongqing glanced at her best friend who was living a happy and nourishing life after marriage,
and was a bit envious. In the past, how could I not expect you to get married before me?
Flirtatious Miss Kong from kindergarten to fall in love can be described as a million flowers over the leaves do not touch the body, in the end a fruitful are not.
On the contrary, it is the mother fetus single Natalie Lu, who was bored to do great things without making a sound, and quietly got married. After the wedding, it was a belated hot date,
and all day long the man spoiled me teeth gnashingly.
If you want, there are plenty of men to pounce on you, Natalie Lu said.
Her afterglow saw the big screen that had been darkening light up,
and came interested. It's starting.
The two simultaneously closed their voices and put their attention to the auction.
Natalie Lu had a clear goal today,
and it was to take down that Chinese painting. I don't know how many collectors came today. Nico Lu knew that this kind of occasion would be lost if she added this amount of money to the price a few times, so she still brought Chi-in's black card when she came. Kongqing's recent money invested in several large projects.
Blood has not come back up.
See, a lot of things are also lack of interest.
Hilarious as a few times to raise the card after also lay down. Finally, I waited for that painting to come up. After the auctioneer introduces himself, he sets the starting price, and at first, there are indeed quite a few people who follow. Natalie Lu just waited until there were only a few people left.
Then she joined the bidding.
With 5 left,
it was still within the acceptable range of Natalie Lu's small treasury.
3 people, she gritted her teeth. There was only one person left at the end. In the end, it was still the Chi family's financial strength that was slightly better. Nico Lu half-heartedly pressed forward,
and the man seemed to feel that he had exceeded his budget,
and eventually gave up unwillingly. Natalie Stick.
These rich kids waved their money around like it was just a string of numbers. Something like money seemed to be just a string of numbers. Kong Ching had thrown his money away for something when he was handy from before. At this moment he leaned back lazily in his chair and complimented the little girl who was competing with someone for the first time.
Natalie Lu waved her hand. Ik Yin's money.
I bought a painting for Grandpa Lu and a peacock cheongsam for Grandma Lu that I can just collect.
She understood the preferences of the two old men of the Lu family, and the two of the Chi family were clearly not in the same style as them. They were playing all over the country, and Natalie Lu couldn't decide what they would like. At the end of the day, he hadn't decided to buy anything to bring to the Ji family. Never mind. I'll check it out when Ikian gets back. It was a rewarding visit. Natalie Lu left her address and asked the people here to send the stuff straight back to Lungtan Mountain Water. After the two left, two young men came out of the next room. One of them hung back with a laughing voice. Honorable, the one who robbed you for half a day tonight is actually a little girl. Lu Zhanyan snorted coldly, his gaze somber and cold as he looked at the back of the duo as they left. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, that taller one, is that Kong Chang? Not bad. How long have you been back in the country? And you figured out the situation here. The person next to him raised an eyebrow. It's the eldest Miss Kong family. Then this, next to me is my cousin? A hint of calculation flashed in his gloomy gaze, like a viper spitting out scarlet letters. Lu Nico? Cousin. The man gave an impish chuckle. That's not what you're aiming for. The Chi family, which she was now relying on behind her, was what Lu Zhuyan was dealing with. It's really just like that brother of hers, Lu Zhanyan commented in a cool voice as he raised his eyes. Disgusting. Let's go. You came back a little late. Always not as much information as Lu Xingyue has. That painting didn't get it even if. Across the board there are other things to please the old man. How's Lu Wanjin doing these days? Didn't cause any problems, did she? Lu Zhuyan remembered his useless sister. Every day he looks like he's hurt by love. And he doesn't know if it's true or not. Rubbish, and I have to do it myself. Chapter 96, Can't You Be a Better Man, Ji-in? The third day of Ik Yin's return was the day he was scheduled to meet the wedding photo team. The capital set the location in the suburbs of Lofthouse Castle, the fairy tale castle of countless girls' dreams, a place more gorgeous and dreamy than Disney. This is the first stop in the capital. Castle Lofel is very close to the old mansion, and the old man and old lady miss their grandchildren and daughter-in-law so much that they should be staying over at the old mansion on the days of the photo shoot. The day before they left, Natalie Lu dragged Chi-in out to pick out a gift for the two old men as if they were on the verge of a disaster. The last time she went to the old mansion was when she first got married to recognize people, and she didn't stay for long. Natalie Lu only remembered that the old lady was a very kind-tempered person, different from Grandma Lu's slightly serious style. Grandma Chi was a very free-spirited person. After retirement the second old man flew all over the world, mainly because of Grandma Chi's idea. Don't laugh, just help me think. That night, Lu Nico sat in the man's arms and went to grab his face in dissatisfaction. The little girl was bold now, with no trace of the caution she had felt when she first arrived. Ik Yin was happy to see this transformation in her as she relaxed, indulging it bottomlessly. It was the first time he had seen such a chagrined look on this face that didn't care about anything, and as he found it interesting and new, he couldn't help teasing her, remove her unnecessary quiet good behavior and reveal a bit of her inner capricious liveliness. Shi-in came back with a set of icy jadeite, extremely beautiful color, said to be given to the recent sudden interest in Ni's Chi grandmother. As for Master Chi, no need to send anything, accompany him to go fishing trip will be happy. Ik Yin's return had indeed been very effective in calming Natalie Lu's uncontrollable manic restlessness when she had to go see someone again. Natalie Lu, as a person, hated to stay in her own little circle all her life and not socialize unless necessary. She was very unskilled at learning to deal with social relationships that scared her. The Akari family was nothing if not intricate, but there were certainly a lot of people who wanted to see her with good intentions. It's impossible to stay out of contact for the rest of your life. Natalie Lu knew this had to be learned, and she was willing to come out of her shell a little bit to reach out to the strange and vast outside world. Ik Yin sighed tersely. Nico. He looked into her firm, gentle eyes, and much unspeakable joy welled up in his heart. She's giving herself a very precious response now. The psychiatrist that Li Shuyu mentioned had returned to China. He had contacted her, a round-faced little girl who was easy to get along with and relaxed his mind. Such a moist and silent treatment is the most suitable for Natalie Lu. He hoped that the repressed, vivid and lively Natalie Lu would one day be completely released, no longer living for the shackles in his own heart. Natalie Lu fell asleep against Ik Yin's chest. She would unconsciously clutch something tightly in her sleep as if she was insecure, and after being with Ik Yin, this action changed to clutching his fingers, as if this was her new source of security. On the day of the wedding photo shoot, Nico Lu got up early, afraid to get up the next day, face swelling. The night before going to bed early, before going to bed also according to the requirements of the makeup artist to toss a good deal. The next day up really full of energy. The whole face is hydrated. The two were separated and taken to makeup. Ji-in made breakfast and didn't have time to eat it, so he had to pack 2 portions. One for Natalie Lu to pat her stomach while she did her makeup. Thumb-sized bit of sashimi. Good to carry and tasty. The makeup artist was envious. Your chef is so good at what he does. I've had breakfast and I'm looking hungry again. Natalie Lu pursed her lips and smiled sheepishly. Ik-in did it. Generously share your breakfast with someone. Natalie Lu usually seldom wore makeup, was not proficient, and was too lazy to toss it. She had a decadent salty fish life state, and did not do anything if she could. The makeup artist was happy to enjoy herself as she patted her face, and she was able to see a beautiful version of herself as soon as she opened her eyes. The 4 themed wedding dresses were also discussed with Ms. Yu when she first married a few months ago, handmade and customized, and have just been completed as of today. Her body numbers have always been pretty solid, so she hasn't purposely tried them. Today was the first time I wore it and no one predicted the results. I don't know how long it took, but Nico Lu looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face in the mirror. It just felt as if the makeup artist had ripped her quiet, soulful self to shreds and painted another personality of herself. Zhang Yang bright, smile between the eyebrows is no longer quietly well-behaved, but never had a wanton seductive phantom, the kind that can seduce a man with a single look. The makeup artist looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and said, "It's even more stunning than I imagined." Well, go change. Really can't wait to see what the unassuming Mrs. She will look like in full costume. Ik-in was quick on his end, going out early to watch the scene outside and listen to the cameraman droning on about his plans. The castle theme is naturally extremely romantic and luxurious. In front of outsiders, the Chi family's eldest young man is cold and unsympathetic. Even on occasions like wedding photos, his sharp eyebrows seem unwilling to soften a few points, looking bitter and hateful. The photographer's voice stuttered and he couldn't stop talking to himself. This atmosphere. Who loved to pull it? He had just closed his mouth when he saw the expression on Mr. Ikari's face change, quick as a juggler. It went from cold and impatient to stunning. Photographers have seen this kind of scene many times, and the only thing that can make a groom look so pale is, the bride is out. He turned his head to look. The cameraman, who had seen many beauties, still couldn't help but fall hard for them when he saw the visitor. Finally, I realized why the calm and collected Ikebukuro would react this way. The princess walked slowly out of the castle carrying her dress, and as soon as she appeared, everything around her seemed to lose its color. It was as if Ik-in was getting to know Natalie Lu for the first time, and it wasn't until the girl took the initiative to shove her hand into his, that familiar, slightly cool feel that brought him back to his senses. Is it nice? She seemed a little embarrassed, and the shyness in her smile dissolved into a bright plea for compliments. Good looking. Ik-in heard his heart pounding frantically in a very uncontrollable way. This is his bride. Natalie Lu was really embarrassed. Ji-yin's gaze blazingly blunt. This man was already good-looking, after deliberately dressed up as even more first-class seductive. Good-looking too, so good that Natalie Lu was embarrassed to look directly at him. Ahem. Well, the photographer reminded the duo after giving them enough time to look at each other with deep frowns and eyes. Ready to start. The two of them looked back at this and darted their eyes back. The consequence of not having the wedding dress fitting part was such that Ji-yin's eyes were practically glued to Nico Lu, and he couldn't even peel them off. The photographer was provoked by the occasional reminder. Groom, stop looking at the bride's eyes and look at the mouth. Mouth. Chapter 97. Be sure to protect your sister. A morning of wedding photos soldiering on. The duo were both quite nervous at first, but luckily the photographer has become quite adept at mobilizing the atmosphere and mood. At the end of the day, Natalie Lu was tired and hungry, and after a set of shots, she hung on to Ji-in like a wandering soul. Why didn't I know before that taking photos is so physically demanding? Well, that's pretty much it for today, so we'll go over to the highway tomorrow afternoon to shoot another set of stylized ones, the photographer said as he flipped through the photos with satisfaction. So we won't have to get up as early as we did today. Yeah, Natalie Lu was breathless. When I washed and removed my makeup, I kept my eyes closed and looked like I was letting the makeup artist rub my face in it. With the afternoon free, it was natural to go to the old mansion, and when Mrs. Lee heard that the two were coming over, she was ready early. It's been a while since they've gotten together. So Ms. You and Papa Chi bring Chi Xiaojin along for a meal over at the old mansion. Hot damn. In the car, Natalie Lu leaned against Ji-in, and in no time at all, she was sleepy and confused. The old Chi family mansion. The old lady is looking at the album of wedding photo proposals with Ms. Yu. This looks great. When the old man and I went over to Scandinavia, there was a couple that got married in a church and it was just like that. Ms. You nodded. We're so good looking, Nico. We can try any style, and I'm looking forward to the shoot. When will my sister-in-law arrive? Ji-jin nibbled on a peach next to him, nibbling carefully to protect his wobbly teeth. Already shot. On the way here. MS. You replied, ask again and I'll break your mouth. Keep asking and asking. Oomph. The kid turned his head away angrily and went to huddle with his dad to watch the financial news. The soup is almost ready too. So when the young master and madam arrive, dinner will be ready. Mrs. Lee served the last dish. How many times have I told you to call what a young master? Just call Xiaoyin and Nico. MS. You cried and laughed. It's not customary to call them young masters in this day and age. Calling them misters isn't even that strange. Lai's mom smiled and said, it hasn't been so long. I'm used to it. As he was talking, the sound of a car came from the yard. Coming. Ji Jean first threw the peach kernel and ran out. MS. You looked at her staggering young son and cried and laughed. He's in a hurry. Home. Ji-in gently patted the sleeping Natalie Lu, whose little mouth was slightly open. The latter woke up with a jolt. What? Brother and sister-in-law. Ji Jean couldn't wait to be tapping on the car window. Ik-in. What a battle. The car stopped, and as soon as I got out of the car I was hugged by a child's leg. You're finally here. Ik-jin's passion is like fire. Natalie Lu is going to be unable to resist. Ik-in picked up the back of his brother's neck with unrivaled skill, and the three of them went into the house piece by piece. We're all here. It's time to eat. Ji Jean gave Ji-in a grudging look and ran behind Ms.'s legs, not daring to make another move. Tired of taking wedding photos? Seeing the look of fatigue on the little girl's face, Grandma Chi painfully took her hand. You have to get up very early in the morning, right? Aha. Grandma Chi's hands were just as rough and broad as Grandma Lu's, and Natalie Lu felt warm and reassured as she pouted. I'm so tired after getting up at 6 o'clock. Is tomorrow still so early? Tomorrow afternoon only go. The two said while eating at the table. Ji-in usually does not return to this side. Come back once naturally extremely sumptuous. A large table of dishes, colorful and fragrant. Although it is a famous and prestigious family, there is no such thing as food without words at the Chi family dinner table. Mainly Grandma Chi and Ms. You are talking, while the others occasionally interject a word. The central issue at the table naturally centered around the couple who had a good time. Do Xiaoyin and Nico have any plans on when to have children? The old lady smiled and gave Natalie Lu a chopstick of food. Let's wait until we're all a bit more free. Ji-in naturally took over the topic. As you know, Grandma, Nico will definitely be busy for a while when she goes to Kyoto University in a month. This question Ik-in answered, and Nico Lu didn't say anything. In fact, the duo hadn't considered having children yet. Both were still young and Natalie Lu felt like she was still a child. Besides, Ji-in is right. The rush schedule is tight. Even if you want to prepare for pregnancy, it will have to be next year, at least after the wedding. But the older generation is always in a hurry to have grandchildren, and even if they don't plan to have them for a while, then they have to play it safe and not deny it all. The old lady nodded decidedly and stopped talking about the subject. After lunch, the men went to the study to talk as usual, and Natalie Lu chatted with the two elders for a while, drifting off to sleep and being urged to go to bed by Ms.'s. The brothers grew up in the old mansion and naturally had their room. Natalie Lu was led upstairs by Mrs. Lai and pushed her way into Ik-in's darkened room. Not a moment later, the door to the room was pushed open again. The girl has entered a light sleep. Sleeping face is good and quiet. Ik-in cannot help but close, in that the moist and red lips gently rubbed above. It was meant to be a touch-ango, but then the kissing got a little out of control. Natalie Lu grunted lightly in dissatisfaction. Annoyed with this disturbing guy, after waking the person up, the bad guy became even more reckless. And when it was over, Natalie Lu glared at him in exasperation. Ik-in. Aha. Someone brazen enough not to feel the little girl's resentment as if she was not there, lowered her head and pecked again. You woke me up in bed. Sleep again. I'll stay with you. Damn. You're so annoying. Doesn't bother. Pressing the person for a kiss. Natalie doesn't bother. Natalie Lu laughed in exasperation. Mom. Inside a high-class apartment somewhere in the capital, the young man was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pen in his mouth, and was sketching on the paper in front of him. Has it been raining lately, and does your leg hurt? As usual. Star language. You have returned to China for so long. How is it? Nico sighed. Has recognized you? What's her attitude? No, Lu Xingyue said helplessly. I saw my sister. She looks like you. The Chi family values her. And she is doing well now. She's got a new home. She doesn't need us. It's good that she's doing well. The voice over there choked up. Mom would like to go back right away, but the treatment has entered a critical stage, and Mom can't move so quickly. As long as the end of the month, this stage has passed, she can be transferred back to the domestic hospital. There is no need to hurry. By the way, Lu Zhuyan has also returned to China. Lu Xingyi said, there is no need to look so tightly over there. Everything is going according to the plan of my brother-in-law and I. Soon, our family can be reunited brightly and squarely. Good. You must protect your sister.
Lu Jianyan was able to do that kind of thing to you back then even when his dog jumped over the wall.
Since he has returned to China, he must have plans too. Don't worry, I'm on this side. Just get well as soon as you can.
Chapter 98, accompanying Grandpa Chi to go fishing. When he woke up from his nap, Ji Jin pestered Natalie Lu, who he didn't get to see very often, to play a game. She didn't have much to do in the afternoon. Ms. You and Mrs. Chi went to the beauty salon. Chi-in and his father and son went back to the office, leaving the old man, Chi Xiaojin and Nico Lu at home. The old man was a keen fisherman, but no one in the busy family responded to his hobby. After playing the game with the kids for an hour to get over his addiction, Natalie Lu watched the old man wandering around upstairs and downstairs as if he was getting something to go out and was curious.
Is Grandpa going somewhere?
Master Chi was also a number one figure when he was young, and his majesty remained after he grew old, and with a serious face, he invited, go fishing at Thousand Heart Lake O. The seriousness was ruined cleanly by the trailing sound. Ji Jin, who was fondly looking at his cell phone, sniffed and skimmed his lips.
Grandpa can't catch any fish even if he sits all afternoon.
The old man has long since not expected the young grandson to accompany himself, took out the momentum of the negotiating table when he was young, and continued to add conditions. Thousand Heart Lake's tea house has delicious cupcakes, so have eaten them all, say good. Oh, you've already fooled me once with that excuse.
I'm not going to go again, humph.
Ji Xiaojin hugged her chest.
Natalie Lu was adorable by Grandpa Chi,
and she was idle at home. She had never been to the Thousand Heart Lake, so it should be a place with a great view. Besides, Natalie Lu was already fond of quietness and could sit still.
A match for Grandpa Chi's hobbies. Grandpa, take me with you too.
I'll bring my drawing board and go sketching.
I'll sit next to Grandpa.
The little girl was sweet and sticky. The corners of the old man's mouth hooked up,
thinking that his daughter was still good and considerate.
He and the old lady gave birth to 3 sons, and his son gave birth to 2 more sons, and there was not a single little girl, and it was not easy for his grandson to marry his grandson's daughter-in-law, so he naturally looked at her as his own granddaughter. Besides, the little girl was well-behaved and understanding, and what all these brats were unwilling to do with him, the little girl was very willing to accompany him as a bad old man. Hatefully, he glared at his youngest grandson.
Wait, you're all going? When Ji Jin heard this, he crossed his face. Then I'm the only one left at home.
You can play by yourself at home,
with someone accompanying him.
Elder Ji changed his previous humility and hummed arrogantly.
Didn't you say that it would be better to accompany me to fish than to go to a meeting with your father? So you go to the company.
Grandpa.
Ji Jin was dumbfounded. I'm still a child. You guys can't do this to me. Take me with you. I knew you boys couldn't stay away from Nico.
Master Chi smiled smugly and said grudgingly,
all right then, it's not impossible for the helicopter to have one more of you.
Then you'll have to help me dig earthworms in a while,
or I won't take you.
Iki Jin agreed sadly. The old man is usually interested in going to a trip,
but must be accompanied by someone, not about his fishing friends when he pulled the old partner. Sons are busy, usually very not come back. The eldest grandson is busy. The youngest grandchildren are not willing to go with their own. There are actually 2 people today. Grandpa Chi is serious on his face,
but in his heart he is already happy. The helicopter landed on the top floor platform and the trio checked their gear. Nothing was missing, and headed upstairs. The body of the Chi family's private helicopter also had a huge goldenite falcon,
looking very grand. This is the same one that brought you to the island last time, isn't it? Natalie Lu said. How do you know?
There was more than one airplane in their house, and his sister-in-law had seen others,
and in Ji Jin's eyes, all airplanes looked the same,
which made any difference. Some of the details are different.
She smiled. It's just a habit of looking at everything more than once.
The captain greeted the people, saw the small bucket the old man was carrying, and said respectfully,
still going to Thousand Heart Lake?
Yeah, said Ikian with a listless look. It's been a long time since young master accompanied Ji Dong.
The captain, familiar with talking to people, reminded, fasten your seatbelts, we're ready to take off.
Helicopters aren't as spacious as the cabins of private jets, and that feeling of being up in the air and the view beneath your feet becomes clearer. The old mansion was getting smaller and smaller, and all 3 had noise-canceling headphones on. The Thousand Heart Lake was not far from the old mansion, and on the way, Natalie Lu saw the castle of Lofthouse, which she had photographed this morning, and which looked even more exquisite and dreamy when viewed from above.
Natalie Lu watched the scenery all the way with great interest. Not a moment later,
the plane landed. Thousand Heart Lake surrounded by mountains on all sides. An elegant tea house is located in it. The lake is a very beautiful turquoise color. The place is so ecological that people look at it. The mood will involuntarily become better. This place was a piece of land specially bought by Master Chi, not for profit but for pleasure, and usually only his fishing buddies were qualified to enter. Natalie Lu tilted her head and looked around, thinking that this was a good choice of place. When she has money later,
She will also make such a piece of land exclusively for recreation, and no one will come to destroy it, so as to keep this original ecology. When they arrived at the place, the old man skillfully fiddled with his fishing gear, and Ji-jin pulled Nico Lu into the tiny tea house. Although it's boring to follow Grandpa here for fishing, the afternoon tea here is really delicious, and Mom often borrows the pastry chef here. There was a table full of small plates on the table, all kinds of delicate treats placed in different pretty plates. Ji-jin sat down on his knees and handed the matcha tea treat in front of him to Natalie Lu. Brother likes this a lot. Try it. Very heavy matcha flavor, slightly bitter in the mouth. Natalie Lu gently sip. The pastry melted between the lips. Seeing his little sister-in-law's slightly furrowed brow, Ji-jin smiled. Is it bitter? Natalie Lu nodded. But after the bitterness it's just a very refreshing flavor. Try something else. Everything else is sweet. Ji Xiaojin was a child of his word. He was still thinking about the old man's earthworms, and after sitting there for a short while he ran out to buckle the mud. Natalie Lu sat alone in the small transparent tea house, enjoying the view and eating delicious food, feeling that her entire state of mind was going to rise, hands itching to paint. The grandchildren in the mountains are very harmonious. A piece of digging full of mud. 7 or 8-year-old children. Although they are well brought up, cute playful nature has not been extinguished. Not a moment to let fly. There was no hint of the reluctance that had preceded his arrival. These teas were sweet but not greasy. Natalie Lu tasted a few of them, clapped her hands, and also went to find a place to support a drawing board to prepare for painting. Sister-in-law, there are fish in the small puddle over here. Hey, Ji-jin's voice came. Nico Lu looked over. The child was squatting on one side waving at her. Natalie Lu, I don't want to play, but it's a puddle in the mountains. There are fish in the puddle. It didn't take long to take off my shoes and socks and step into the water like a child. Hiss. The mountain water was so frozen that Natalie Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. I can't help but admire Iki-jin, who isn't too happy to play in the water. Chapter 99, Sioux City, Departure. The water in the mountains was cold, so Nico Lu didn't let the children play for too long, and quickly carried the man out. Ji-jin put on her shoes and socks while beaming her dissatisfaction. Sister-in-law, don't learn from your brother. I'm already a big boy. Don't always carry my clothes. Someone just said they were a child. Grandpa Iki, who was fishing off to the side, said in a leisurely manner. Okay, little friend, you'll catch a cold playing like that. Natalie Lu put the small fish he caught up into the old man's bucket as well. A few stomach finger-length minnows were swimming around happily in the bucket, and Iki-jin had a sudden thought. Can I use the minnows as bait? Big fish eat small fish. Grandpa, you haven't caught one in so long. It must be that the big fish don't like worms. They want to eat small fish. As the grandchildren bickered, Nico Lu sat down at the drawing board, wiggling her white feet and tickling her lips as she put down her brush. When he went to bed at night, Aki noticed that Natalie Lu's feet were unusually cold. I can't stop the coolness even after a hot shower. The little girl had a cold body. He knew, but the temperature was clearly off today. Where did you go this afternoon? The man scooped the tiny feet into his arms and covered them. Why are they so cold? Natalie Lu curled her toes in a bit of urgency. No one has ever been so. I went fishing with Jean and Grandpa at Thousand Heart Lake and played in the water for a while. Inexplicably, there was a bit of a heartbeat. Playing with water? Iki frowned. You guys play in the water at this time of year? Now that I think about it, it seems to be a bit inappropriate. Nico Lu cried. At that time, I followed Xiao Jin. I don't know what I thought. It's not too cold to tread water in the middle of winter. Ji-in patiently covered her. This pair of restless little feet moving around. The man's eyes deepened. Half an hour later, it was discovered that another form of exercise would bring her back to temperature more quickly. The snow-white, slender foot and wrist were grasped in her hands, and Natalie Lu whimpered. Unable to break free, sweat soon broke out, and for a certain extreme moment, the glistening, lovely toes curled together viciously, like a cat being pinched. The next day, Sheen woke up refreshingly early for his morning walk, and when he returned, Natalie Lu was still awake. The little girl was wrapped in a warm comforter, her little face flushed from sleep, and her whole body looked warm and fragrant. Tossed her around a couple times last night, and by the end of it Natalie Lu was crying and cursing him at the same time, then softening her voice and begging for forgiveness, saying she'd never step in cold water again. Ikin couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Get up, Nico. The man's intimate, slurred voice came to her ears, and Natalie Lu struggled to open her tired eyes. Saw this abomination of a man. Humph, he said, ignoring him and turning his head the other way. Ikian took her into his arms with the covers and rubbed his head against his loved one's neck and face like a large dog. Undaunted, Natalie Lu surrendered. I'm up. I'm up. The man carried the freshness of a shower with him, rubbing himself against her, almost drenching her in his scent. Circled the land like a beast, domineering and stubborn. Today's photos were taken in the afternoon, but we had to get ready after lunch.
This morning Chi-een did not go to the company. In the study at home to take a few phone calls, in the middle of the seemingly also opened a video conference. Natalie Lu followed the old lady to the back garden to look at the flowers and made a bottle of flower arrangements herself. The time passed quickly and fulfillingly. As it turns out, there's a reason why Natalie Lu was able to be the kind of kid her elders loved when she was growing up. She is gentle and patient and quiet. Yesterday she accompanied the old master fishing. Today she accompanied the old lady flower arrangement. Although not skilled, but she learns seriously, and she is quick to learn. And most importantly, this attitude is very satisfying. After spending a few days together, Natalie Lu had been able to completely capture the hearts of the two old men. In the afternoon, as usual, makeup was applied before the shoot, and the theme of this set on the highway was dashing and free, with the duo bouncing down the highway hand in hand, kissing as the sun set, and everything was romantic and beautiful. The makeup artist had already left by the time she changed, and in the empty dressing room, Natalie Lu called out in a difficult voice, "Ik-een? Whom?" The man quickly answered her, "Is there no one else out there?" Natalie Lu was a little bemused. "I can't get the zipper down behind me. Let me help you with that?" You come in." Ik-een pulled open the door, and saw the beauty's fragrant shoulders half exposed, and the black bustier dress she just wore for the photoshoot was half falling. If he didn't know Natalie Lu's nature, he almost thought that the little girl was deliberately seducing. "Can you help me see if it's stuck?" Natalie Lu felt as if a handful of her hair didn't seem to be quite under control either, and frowned commandingly. Dry, warm grasps took hold of the girl's cold shoulders, and the man behind her rolled his throat. It stuck a handful of hair in. Ik-een's fingers were nimble, and it didn't take long to free the handful of hair. After pulling down the zipper, his hand did not leave immediately, but held the girl's voluminous waist. Asterisk. What for? Natalie Lu felt the large palms that were lighting fires all over her body and bit her lip. There are people outside. The driver was waiting to take them back. Well, then one has to serve the lady comfortably first. The man glanced at the little girl with a spring in her step and lowered his head. Half an hour later, the duo, fully dressed, walked out one by one. In the car, Natalie Lu glared viciously at the well-dressed and moralistic beast. How can he? Rascal! The little girl scolded him through clenched teeth. Is Nico not feeling well? The latter looked at her accusingly. Natalie Lu couldn't see straight almost immediately as she remembered the equally wet nose he'd just had. No, she didn't want to answer that question, and the man wouldn't relent. Natalie Lu covered his mouth. No more talking. He really dared to do such a ridiculous thing. Natalie Lu ignored the beast until she got home. I was already tired, but I was so tired that I almost couldn't walk. With the sets of photos in the capital basically over, the next stop was Sioux City. The photography team gave a departure date of the day after tomorrow, and the shoot was on the day after the big day, so you didn't have to rush, and you could still have a few days of fun while you were there. Sioux City is famous for its foggy city, with the misty sea of clouds on Junshan Mountain like a fairyland on earth. Well worth a climb. Ji-jin had been having fun with Nico Lu at the old mansion for the past few days on vacation, and as soon as he heard that they were going to another city, he immediately became reluctant to leave. Before she could finish her sentence, she was hit on the head with a chestnut by Ms. You, take your head. You have to go to school. You're the only one who likes to go everywhere. Damn it! Ik-een cried as he ran away, clutching his head. Ik-een grunted and laughed, not sympathizing at all with his lightning rod brother. Natalie Lu had been reading Sioux City's travel tips for a few days and planned the day's arrangements with confidence. Sioux City, depart. Chapter 100, Their First Acquaintance. Sioux City was the most famous cloud city in China. The clouds and mist here are the sea of clouds and mist that covers the mid-levels of the endless Nanling Mountains. The theme of this set is naturally also in Southridge. So, to climb a mountain? Natalie Lu looked at the plan in her hand and fretted a little. Well, don't like climbing mountains? Ji-in could see the little girl's reluctance and said, you don't have to climb too far, and there's usually a cable car at the attractions, so you can go straight up. But they didn't have to take the cable car where they were going. The car would drop them off halfway up the mountain when they arrived, and they had to walk up on their own for some of the filming scenes. Natalie Lu responded, slumping down in disarray. The consequence of going deep into the mountains to tread cool water with the kids the other day was that she was physiologically arriving and almost passed out from the pain on the first day. Originally cold, usually carefully nourished only did not let her leave menstrual cramps, but the result went to play a trip. All the credit is lost. Ji-in had been angry. He knew that Natalie Lu was not well, afraid of the cold, and did not wear shoes properly when he was at home, and the bedroom was covered with a thick carpet, and then one of them did not pay attention to. He was cold when Natalie Lu was in pain, and the words that were on his lips ended up in silence, warming her stomach and hands and feet, and making brown sugar and ginger tea. I'll never touch cold water again. Natalie Lu stated with a sob.
It hurt too much.
A pain she really didn't want to experience a second time. The original intention to plan to play around in Sioux City was also wrested. The set theme was shot in the mountains.
One day was enough.
Natalie Lu was better and less uncomfortable towards the end of her physiological period.
And that's when the crowd went up to the mountains. After the first snow, in Sioux City for a few days and fell a few light rain.
Early winter rain mixed with a trace of cool cold. Dipped into the human skin can be frozen people straight cold shiver.
Wedding dress fabric are light and thin. In the capital city is a bright sunny morning. Not so cold. These days it rained. Natalie Lu took off the jacket to feel freezing. The mouth is white. The man frowned, his fingers gently touching the soft, dry lips, or else, a few more days, when it's not so cold? Natalie Lu heard his words and said, today is already the last few days of my stay in Sioux City, so I won't push it. Just today. Usually 2-day photoshoots are tossed around for hours at a time, and I'm afraid it's going to take even longer this time for a one-day only shoot. The cameraman, as if sensing Chief Koike's displeasure, smiled and turned back to communicate with the duo. It's already been filmed once. The two of you should have a bit of a basic sense of the camera, and today's photos will be much quicker than the last time. Don't worry, tell us about how we're going to shoot today, Natalie Lu said, clutching her skirt. Since we have to be quick, we can't ignore the quality and communicate well in advance, lest they don't know what to do when the time comes and the photographer instructs half a dozen times. Well, lo, Mrs. Poole, you see, Natalie Lu lowered her head and listened attentively, her snow-white slender neck like a swan dropping its beautiful head. Ikeen couldn't help but raise his hand and gently caress the warm, cool, soft flesh. Many animals were dumbfounded by being held by the back of their necks, and Natalie Lu was stunned, likewise brought up by the shackling sensation, and looked at him quizzically. Ikeen grunted, his men playing with the pretty neck, and said, go on, you guys, Natalie Lu. The temperature on the mountain was colder than they had expected, but the view was also first class. The fellow staff members were all wearing sweaters and thick coats, and Ji-in had more clothes than Nico Lu. Having already discussed the moves and poses in the car, the duo worked well together, and even so, it took 2 to 3 hours to take the last set of photos under the arched water curtain. Natalie Lu huddled in her seat with her thick coat on, her fingers resting on the glass becoming red at first to numb and blue at the back, returning to warmth little by little. The cameraman flipped through the photos and was quite satisfied that half the work was done, yet the results were pretty good. One in particular has the fragile beauty of a fallen elf as Natalie Lu rests in Ikeen's jacket, crouching and leaning against the foot of a hill. The scenery and the people are stunning, and any casual shot can be used as a positive. In all his years in the business, this was his favorite kind of customer, good shot and generous. The good-natured and generous Natalie Lu gulped down 2 large cups of hot water in one gulp, and only then did she feel alive. The staff also had to pack up the scene to recover the props, and could not leave for a while, so Ji-in took her to the other side of the place to see the mountains. Look at the sea of clouds on the mountain. Natalie hadn't changed the skirt underneath, and had only added a thick jacket, but it wasn't far to the lookout point, so wearing this wouldn't affect her movements. It had just rained, and there weren't as many tourists coming and going as usual, and Ikeen didn't know where to find the road. It was even more remote, and hardly anyone passed by. But this viewpoint doesn't have to be crowded to see clearly. The sea of clouds is even thicker after it has rained, and something seems to be rolling around in it. The sea of clouds is so thick that the tips of the mountains are hidden, and from here, the mountains are not green, but blue, extremely ethereal and quiet blue color. Natalie Lu looked dumbfounded for a moment, staggered by the beauty of the world's most pristine wildness. No wonder they say traveling makes you feel better. There are so many beautiful mountains and hills that just looking at them opens up the mind so much. Ikeen helped the man gather his clothes around his shoulders and said, what's on your mind? Natalie Lu said softly, sometimes I just wonder what the light would be like now if we had missed it. With so many years between them, there was absolutely no way that they could come together again if it wasn't for this marvelous misadventure. The teenager named Ikeen would shine in her young years, but would not be able to stand side by side with her and look at the sea of clouds. Ikeen thought about it. If the person you took the liberty of marrying for him wasn't Nico Lu, but another woman, he might have killed the person's house and just backed out of the marriage after rudely delaying his return date. At the same time, he recalled the death of his heart and hostility when he didn't know that he was marrying Natalie Lu. It's also really, this is what happens when you don't look good at the news, having left his baby out in the cold for so long for nothing. Nico, remember when we first met? The man asked suddenly. First time, I think it was the day I dropped in, Natalie Lu said, not quite sure. No, it's at the Lingshaw Sanatorium. The man smirked. Natalie Lu froze. It's nice that she's lived in a sanatorium, but she doesn't remember knowing Ikeen. Nope, or maybe they knew each other then. It was just that the memories of the sanatorium were vague and long ago.
and her body instincts were subconsciously erasing the memory of the year she was 3.
Ik-in knew she probably didn't remember, and he said, I had a wish then, and now it's come true.
He had thought of taking that poor Snow White mass home with him.
Chapter 101, A Serious Date. The day after the photo shoot,
they stayed in Sioux City for an extra day. After spending the last few days in the hotel because she was not feeling well, Natalie Lu finally finished her physiological period and couldn't wait to drag Chi-in to carry out her travel plan. In fact, the most worthwhile to see the Sea of Clouds in the city of Suzhou has been seen, but come all the way, always nestled in the hotel, how meaningless. In addition to the Sea of Clouds, they can go to other places to have fun. Let's see. Natalie Lu scratched her cell phone and suddenly remembered.
Have you had any important work lately?
His wife seemed to care more about work than he did, and every time he was free, she would first ask him about his schedule.
Ik-in said, nope, even if we did, we'd have to put it off. Who talks about work on their honeymoon?
And Natalie Lu was at the hotel the other day, so he had nothing to do but take care of his latest job.
It's been a while since I've had such a relaxing break. Well, then let's go on a date.
Natalie Lu looked at her phone for a moment and looked up, her eyes shining.
A date?
The man smacked the word on the tip of his tongue and nodded with a light smile.
Sure, I'd be happy to go along with anything Nico wants to do. What's the dating process all about? Shopping and dinner and a movie? Since we are traveling to Sioux City,
we have to go to the famous attractions. I heard that the night market in Sioux City is worth a visit. There are very beautiful lights every day.
The ancient Long Street, people are wearing Chinese clothes. It seems to be back to the ancient times.
Now that it was still light and there was no rush to go to the night market,
Natalie Lu scrolled through the nearby food and drink on Meituan again. Ik-in, do you want to watch a movie? It seemed like they hadn't seen a movie together yet. Alas,
the latter naturally had no problem with it, glancing at his cell phone and saying, yes. Natalie Lu had watched many movies with Kong Chang, and she would never get hung up on any of them, but it was really the first time with her lover. She's been maternally single for over 20 years, and for the first time she's been on a movie date with a man. It won't be arranged. Obviously you've been married for months and living under one roof for so long, and you'll still be nervous about the thought of a date and won't know where to put your arms and legs.
Natalie Lu found it strange and funny.
Lunch at the hotel was pretty good, and the two ate briefly before changing and heading out. It rained all night again after I got back last night,
and when I went outside I could feel it was colder outside. Early winter in Sioux City is wet and cold.
Natalie Lu scrunched her neck and stopped thinking about going to the mountains to see the Sea of Clouds again.
It is well known that the temperature in the mountains is colder than in the cities. Passing by the movie and television base in Suzhou City,
Nico Lu stopped and heard Dai Shichi say that she seemed to be filming on this side of Suzhou City in the past few months, but the film and television base this side of the squatting fans and paparazzi quite a lot.
No work permit is not allowed to enter. Inside the filming of a number of crews, Natalie Lu tiptoed to take 2 glances, or forget it, she was just passing by. She couldn't call out Dai Shichi, who was busy, to bring them in.
Look,
isn't that Natalie Lu who was on the variety show before?
There was a chattering discussion behind them, and Natalie Lu froze at the sound of her name.
Aha, me? Wait, I can't see without my glasses. That's her. Is that man next to her Mr. G? Nonsense. Besides Mr. G, who else could she be out on a date with? I didn't realize it's all down to the variety show.
And the least favored plastic couple at the time is now the happiest and most harmonious pair.
The man sighed.
Natalie Lu thought of her lone self during the promo shoot, and also felt quite marvelous, but her crossover with Ik-in did become more of a thing from this variety show.
Dai Xiaohua and Kabo, who were the hottest at the time, are no longer very much in business. Uncle Wei and his wife have also gone down low, and Bai Yan and Lu Wanjin are even less so. Quick shot. I didn't realize that Nico Lu looks even better in real life than in the variety show.
This skin condition is really great.
Is this something that can be filmed?
Her companion was a bit hesitant. She looked at the demonic god next to Natalie Lu and just felt fear in her heart. It was as if they had heard their conversation over there, and as soon as those words fell, Sage's cold gaze looked over.
Sorry, no, he said.
The 2 little girls froze and immediately lowered their raised hands as if they had been burned.
Yes, I'm sorry,
said the 2 little girls, who looked as if they were both about to cry from fear,
and, taking each other by the arm, ran off in a huff. Natalie Lu. Ha 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 ha. Natalie Lu didn't see the cold and impatient dark eyes. The man didn't target himself with this aura. No wonder so many people in the capital circle are afraid of him. I guess it's not just the tactics that I'm afraid of, but also this good-looking but cold eyes. Scared off the people. Ik-in looked down and reached down to hook the girl's scarf upwards to block the pretty little white face, as if she hated that no one could see her. Natalie Lu laughed, reaching out to tickle his palm with her fingers, indulgent and amused at the man's possessive gesture. Let's go. She really didn't expect anyone to remember the 2 of them after all this time, but it is in the film base such a place. Well, In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, they had better quickly go. The man took her hand back and tucked it into the pocket of his coat to warm it. Good. It would be 5 or 6 after the movie at this point, and the duo walked around and took one of the famous Sioux City buses where it would have taken half an hour to get to. The driver traveled in 10 minutes. Natalie Lu was still in a bit of a trance when she got out of the car. If I remember correctly, it seems like we were just sitting down, but the butt hardly ever lands on the stool. Ikian was more calm than she was, but the calm expression on her face showed signs of shattering. The car drove like the armored car he had on one of his missions. Just how did this driver get that effect on flat ground? That drift, he had only seen it on the drag racing Lu Xingyi. The average person can't do it. Natalie Lu stood pale and slowed down for a moment, noticing that the others who had gotten off the bus looked as normal. They look at them with an out-of-towner look. Is this a memorable Sioux City specialty? The theaters aren't very crowded yet because there aren't many new movies coming out lately, and only a few fans are buying tickets repeatedly to up the ante. But these movies that are almost out of theaters are enough for 2 people who don't get out much. Natalie Lu was so excited that she asked Ji-in to choose one. Once you've chosen your slice, naturally, you can't go wrong with a popcorn milkshake. Natalie Lu asked him, what would you like to drink? I'll get in line. Someone like Ji-in, who used to be in the army and now spends his days in the office, can't imagine what it's like for him to line up and buy these little snacks for people. The latter glanced at the people who were lining up, but shook his head. I'll go. Just sit over there and wait for me. It's all the men in line for this kind of thing. How can you let Nico come? Chapter 102. Natalie Lu couldn't help but give a smile as she looked at Ji-in, who was not far away, standing in line for milk tea like any other unusual boyfriend. Before this, she'd never imagined that Ikebukuro, who had a living secretary for almost everything, would do something so grounding, weird but reasonable. The man seemed to be cold and aloof except when he was with himself, when his expression would be softer. Natalie Lu picked up her ticket and sat where he could see it and waited. After a while, Ik-in came back, carrying her favorite green tea jelly. How did you know I like this? Natalie Lu was a little surprised. She'd never told Ikuo about these little things. Took a lesson from Kong Ching. Not only do they know what she likes to drink, but they also know that in addition to embroidery and painting, she likes to look at flowers, is very interested in learning to bake a variety of small cookies, and does not like to cook, so every time they cook their own meals will be very serious to praise him. Natalie Lu was a little embarrassed. Come on, the movie's about to start. It's not like watching it outside in a movie theater is the same as watching it at home in the last variety. The duo passed the ticket check and entered the darkened screening room. There really weren't many people coming to see the movie today. Sparsely seated couples, little sisters shopping together, and young mothers with small children. It wasn't noisy and everyone was pretty quiet waiting for the screening. Natalie Lu closed her cell phone and kept her voice low as she inclined her head to talk to Ik-in. The lights dimmed completely as the last commercial ended, silencing everyone. They chose a heartwarming family-oriented movie, and this time they weren't sleepy, so Natalie watched it with great interest. It's just that the person next to me seems a little distracted. The young couples who came to see the movie seemed to be drunk, and as they watched, Natalie Lu's afterglow inadvertently glanced diagonally ahead. It wasn't that she was deliberately looking, but mainly the pair's movements were just a bit too loud for Natalie Lu to see even if she didn't want to notice. It's a big crowd. I wonder if movie theaters have infrared cameras. As he was thinking about it, his head was held in a large, broad palm and changed direction. In the darkness, the man's dark eyes seemed to have a bit of other emotions. He didn't get close enough to say it, but Natalie knew by the way he mouthed it that he meant no looking, crying and laughing. I didn't mean to, she just saw it by accident. The girl's breath fell on her neck, fluffy, and she leaned in close to herself. Those round, beautiful eyes were also gentle and bright. Ik-in looked into those eyes and lowered his head as if possessed. Lips fell, a gentle and restrained kiss, a touch. Natalie Lu hooped and sat up straight. Somewhat annoyed, he glared at him, didn't lean towards the men again until the end of the movie. The second half of the movie is very touching. Natalie Lu doesn't have any paper and when she sheds tears she raises her arms like a poor bullied child. Ik-in looked on, skillfully taking tissues from his pocket. Cry baby, don't you find it touching? Natalie Lu asked him with her sleeve free and her eyes red. Ik-in nodded, but didn't say anything else. It was touching, but there were so many more tragic fates than in the movie and the missions he had done in those years that the fledgling teenager would still be sad and shaken at first, and then just numb after more. After it was over, the crowd filed out, and the couple making out in front of them looked extraordinarily sweet with their shoulders and heads leaning against each other. Natalie Lu thoughtfully stole a glance at Ik-in, getting a questioning look from the latter. Then it turned into realization as he leaned down and touched the girl's soft lips before taking her hand and leaving his seat. Natalie Lu. He doesn't think he's asking for stickers too. It's a big crowd. So many people coming and going. This is too much to be embarrassed about. The man didn't feel any embarrassment as he asked her with a calm demeanor. What would you like to eat later? It was already 6 or 7 o'clock. The night market had almost begun, and the long, hot, old-fashioned street was not far away. Check it out. There should be quite a few snacks at the night market. A little bit of each and you'll be full in no time. At the entrance of the long street of ancient winds there were many places to rent handboks. Natalie Lu pulled Chi-in to pick some with great interest, and finally found a store that was a bit expensive but the quality was still good. The owner, a very posh sister with a great eye for detail, picked out a set for each of the two to go in and try on. Since the weather was cooler, everyone was dressed in winter styles, with layered skirts, and the boss's wife was afraid that she wouldn't be able to understand what she was wearing alone, so she purposely followed her piece by piece. Natalie Lu was a little embarrassed and thanked him seriously. You are outsiders, right? The boss's wife skillfully helped her fasten the belt with one hand, while saying, there is a bridge on Yumian Street that is full of concentric locks. You can walk that bridge with your lover. It doesn't matter if you hang the locks or not. When you walk to the end of the bridge, make sure to go to the temple next to that and ask for a lamp to be released. You know the lanterns, don't you? You can make a wish for years and years of peace, to be together for a lifetime, or something like that. The ones with the nice symbolism are very romantic. Chapter 103, I want to be with Mr. G forever. After nightfall, the street finally shows the charm of the old-fashioned long street. Natalie Lu looked at the sword-browed man beside her and the passers-by coming and going, and in a flash she really thought she had traveled to ancient times. The boss's wife said that in a while to go can concentric bridge to see. Chi-in reached over. Natalie Lu subconsciously lowered her head and rubbed it, like a well-behaved rabbit. The buildings in the street of the sleeping of the ages are also ancient, and all the people who come in this street are dressed in ancient clothes and the things they buy are also changed to very ancient names. There was a lot of traffic, and Ji-in kept holding Nico Lu's hand tightly, as if he was afraid she would get lost. The little girl was interested in the occasional hustle and bustle, pulling him through the crowds and buying lots of trinkets that interested her. It didn't take long for both of them to fill their stomachs. Move towards the concentric bridge. Ikian looked at the little girl's flaming red skirt and her own tightly held hand, and felt a long-lost peace and healing within himself. There weren't too many people heading toward the concentric bridge, and it took the two of them a while to find the place. It was a red bridge, hung with silver, tiny concentric locks. We shouldn't be able to hang our locks, said Natalie Lu, but we can still make a wish. The capital's ferociously famous Mr. G accompanied his beloved little wife squatting by the bridge, his hand, which could sign millions of orders a minute, earnestly writing down his wishes on the tiny lanterns. May my girl be safe for years and years. Natalie Lu let go of the lamp in her hand and turned her head to look at Ji-in. What did you write? Secret. The man smiled, not telling her. Also, Natalie Lu muttered, quickly convincing herself, wishes don't work if you say them out loud. Under the lanterns, the girl's eyebrows and eyes are as delicate as a painting. Ji-in looked a little infatuated, and remembered the milk ball that he saw many years ago. She left the paper lantern that the nurse's sister had given her and invited him, a bipolar patient that no one dared to come near, to play with her. Brother, the nurse's sister said that a lantern can make a wish, so Nico's wish goes to you, okay? She always says okay to herself in a soft voice. By that time Natalie Lu was doing much better, from being autistic in the beginning to being able to simply communicate with people later on, and everyone loved her, whether it was the doctors and nurses or the patients they were with. He was so ill that no one in the sanatorium dared to go near him except for the physically strong male nurses. The little girl always smiled quietly at people, and even when she didn't speak her eyes curved up to express friendly kindness, while he was like a wolf cub gone mad that everyone avoided. The first exchange was one night after taking the medicine, when Milk Donut hesitantly rubbed up against me, his voice small, brother, for you to eat. The sugar cube in her hand melted a bit, but it did wash out the bitter taste in her mouth. The little teenager nastily pinched her cheeks, and Milk Donut's eyes reddened with a pitiful slur. Brother bullied me. Don't bully Natalie, okay? With nasties at work in his body, Ji-in lowered his head and bit Natalie Lu's lips, seeing her reddened eyes as he wished. Ouch! Luckily, the dog man was a bit measured and didn't bite her lips off, and although the kiss was a bit aggressive, it shouldn't have any effect until the next photoshoot. We left for L.A. The next day. The place we stayed in L.A. was a bed and breakfast nestled on the outskirts of the city center, and the owner had many cats of all breeds. These soft little guys were especially kindred spirits, and as soon as they entered the door, they pounced towards the visitor, or to be precise, towards Nico Lu. The owner was startled and asked if they had any fears of cats or cat hair allergies so he could take the little guys back into the cat room. When Ik-in turned his head, Natalie Lu was already holding a chubby white orange in her arms. For the first time, our family cat is so enthusiastic towards guests. Even Hachi ran out. The boss pointed to the black-faced Siamese that had been sitting squatting not far away and smiled. It's very high-strung. Usually it's indifferent to me.
This Siamese was really dominant and beautiful looking. Natalie Lu saw that it kept staring at this side thoughtfully and leaned over with the little orange in her arms. Hachi gave the little orange a harumph, and the poor little orange rolled and ran away. Natalie Lu let out a hey sound, did not stand up to chase after the scared little orange. The little 8 paws lifted, lightly jumped into her arms, and quickly found a position to coiled. Natalie Lu cried and laughed as she carried Hachi everywhere she went. The other cats didn't dare to come near. They didn't come close to Hachi, nor did they come close to Ikian, and there was a vacuum around the two of them. The cats gathered back around the boss. Ikian pulled the pair's belongings upstairs to clean up the room. The owner sent a clerk up, and Natalie Lu stayed behind to feed the cats. At night when she went to bed, Natalie Lu had a craving and lay in the man's arms and grunted, "Chi-een, let's get a cat too." Aha! What Natalie Lu liked, Ikian never refused. When he returned to the capital, Natalie Lu was at home every day, and it wasn't impossible to raise a small thing to play with. The bed and breakfast was quiet at night, so quiet that it seemed as if they were the only two people in the world, without a hint of noise, and when the heavy curtains were drawn, they didn't know where heaven and earth were. The next day was going out for a photo shoot. Natalie Lu vaguely, "Don't leave a mark on your neck." The man was quite cooperative and did spare her neck, marking it quite a bit elsewhere. The weather in L.A. has been so nice these past few days that you don't have to deliberately rush a certain point in time, and you're not in a hurry to get up the next morning. The owner of the B&B was a very good cook, and the breakfast was a special beef soup from Luochang, which was fresh and appetizing, and with a full stomach, Natalie Lu felt better again. The famous peonies in L.A. are not in bloom at this time of the year, so the red maple was used for this wedding theme. During the few days in Luo City, Nico Lu's greatest joy was that every day she could jerk endless cats and kittens of all kinds. The day she left and the boss gave her a cub of Hachi, a long-haired Siamese, full term, a soft ball, every day lively and wiggling his buttocks to walk around. Natalie Lu called it Xiaojiu, and the boss was a bit surprised. The generation is not right, right? If you call it Little Nine, isn't that the same generation as its father? It doesn't matter, it's just Little Nine. Natalie Lu was persistent. Because the duo would still be going to Cloud City for a while, the boss found a professional consignment to send the 1-month-old Xiaojiu back to the capital first. Longting Shanshui still had Ben to take care of, and Natalie Lu knew from talking to her that she was also a cat slave. By the time they got back, Joe and Ben should have gotten mixed up. On the day he left, Hachi was a bit saddened that he didn't care that his cubs were going to be given away, as if he hated to let Natalie Lu take him along with her. Chapter 104, Back to Cloud City. The second aunt was excited to know that they were going back to Cloud City and had started preparing early. It was still the height of summer when I married, and then it was early winter when I went back. Natalie Lu closed her eyes and leaned against Ji Yin's shoulder. When I was a child, that sanatorium we lived in together is also in Cloud City, so you can go back and visit it sometime. The winter in the water town is not much colder, and the capital is almost halfway across China. Ikin instantly knew why Natalie Lu was so afraid of the cold. On the day of the homecoming, Mr. and Mrs. Lu also came, and the second uncle and second aunt were all at home, almost taking out the most sincere attitude to treat the guests. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and as soon as we met, Auntie Tu's eyes reddened. Nico's back. Natalie Lu was also excited, and Lu Xingyan sat quietly on the sofa, looking in good spirits. Grandparents, second uncle, second aunt, brother. The little girl's eyes were red. I miss you all so much. Alright, it's not easy to come back for once. What's the point of crying? The old master cried and laughed, his majestic gaze looking towards Ji Yin. Don't stand. Come and sit down. Ik-een was courteous and he couldn't pick any faults. This marriage was tied in a hurry, and the Lu family's knowledge of this junior is still stuck in those rumors. The second aunt looked Natalie Lu up and down for a long time, and realized that not only did she seem to have not lost weight, but she was a bit more round and lovely than before. Her face looked tender and her emotional state was also very good, so she let go of her heart. The two were holding hands when they came in just now, and they seemed to be in a good relationship. Married to the Chi family, Nico seems to be having a good time. Today's meal was cooked by Auntie Tu herself, all the flavors Natalie Lu remembered, and at the table Ik-een and her family were all talking to each other, and it was obvious that they were happy with him, especially the old man. The more they talked, the more they felt that this young man was not ordinary. No wonder he could become the head of the Chi family so quickly, and the Lu family's situation began to improve after he made a move. There is no doubt about his ability. The old lady glanced at her granddaughter-in-law who had carefully helped Nico Lu pick out the good thorns, and also felt that the marriage was not bad. The atmosphere between the couple looked sweet. The boy Ik-een knew his stuff and was awesome, barely worthy of their Nico, I guess. After dinner, Nico Lu dragged Chi-een out, saying that she wanted to show him the place where she lived as a child. Our family's garden only has trees, not flowers.
Natalie Lu pointed to the osmanthus tree in the very center. I planted this one with my brother when I was 5 years old. He wasn't so serious then. And sometimes he still plays with me. Brother is allergic to pollen, so I planted some flowers in my room. And they should be in second uncle and second aunt's room after I left. Natalie Lu remembered that second aunt said that Lu Xingyan was going to M country for treatment after they returned. So she asked, right, how long will brother be gone? Chi-in naturally remembered this and said, it's less than half a year, more like 1 or 2 years. So let's wait until we get over there and have the medical team there scrutinize it, depending on the situation. Natalie Lu nodded and saw a strange old tree in front of her house and said, this tree is very old. When I was a child it looked like this. I heard that it was planted together with the one in front of my grandparents' house, and that you can climb up this to the rooftop above. It's very sturdy. I don't know if it's okay now. She didn't seem to come back this way much after high school, and the tree was never climbed again, and the streets outside, not far from a small cloud city. Every place is a memory. Right, I'll take you to see the IC where we're going to take pictures tomorrow. It's not far from here. I'll go over there to play when I'm fine. Natalie Lu remembered and excitedly pulled Chi-in away. Playing in the water in this weather is even better, but it's okay to take a look. Ik-in has seen every part of Natalie Lu's pointing, and can almost imagine how that quiet milk groupie climbed a tree alone to sit on the rooftop to watch the sunrise, watched other children play in the street, or crouched in a corner to watch ants move, and watched how her little tree sprouted little by little. He was curious about Natalie Lu's childhood, though he no longer had the chance to be a part of it, but she had a future of her own. She would no longer be on her own. The ice sea didn't freeze, or rather, all the rivers and oceans didn't freeze when it was the coldest in Cloud City. The waves lapped against the reef where the sounds of the raging sea could be heard. I looked at the plotting and the place where we took the picture is on the beach. It's that way. Where Natalie Lu was pointing was a silver-white sandy beach with blue water washing up and white waves. Very beautiful. A lot of bloggers on our side take videos of catching the sea also in the sea of ice. But not this one, the other side, which is a tourist attraction and mainly used to sea. When talking about her hometown, Natalie Lu is eloquent, comfortable and lively. Ik-in looked at the side of her face and gave a soft What are you staring at me for? Natalie Lu had been talking to herself for a while before she realized that Ji-in had suddenly stopped moving, and when she turned around, she met his gaze. He always seemed to stare at himself like that, as if he didn't recognize him. Ik-in smiled and shook his head, saying, getting to know my Nico little by little. In looking beneath the calm waters there are details no one knows about. As the two spoke, not far away, the woman in the wheelchair looked at this side obsessively, her eyes full of grief and longing. Is that, my Nico? Shang Yin murmured, it's sister. Mom, are you going over there? Lu Xingyue was similarly looking this way and asked tentatively. No, 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 only to be met with a refusal from her mother, who looked even a little pitiful. I can't see her yet. Would she recognize herself as a mother if she didn't know how to face her? How would she react to seeing herself, now that her legs were disabled and her face was haggard, and she looked nothing like Nico remembered her? Is it joy or sorrow, or resentment and dislike? She only dared to sneak a peek at her daughter from a distance, as she had done countless times before. Lu Xingyue hadn't even gotten a foothold in the country yet, and the people from the third house were already moving to the country. They were in the dark and the third house was in the light. At home, those people's tactics were a bit more restrained and they didn't dare to do anything to Nico. And besides, now that the Chi family was protecting her, this 20-year-long tug-of-war could finally come to an end. Soon, they'll be able to appear in front of Nico with honor. Want to go back and meet your second uncle and grandparents? Lu Xingyu asked. Shang Yan shook her head. No, your father's side of things is still not finished. Wait a little longer. It's almost time. The return was going to be pushed back even further, and she couldn't wait to come back just after the surgery. Her Natalie was old enough to marry, and she wanted to see it for herself. Chapter 105, Looking at Photographs. Natalie Lu's room had been kept. What it was when she left, what it was when she came back, and it had been kept regularly cleaned, and the two of them naturally stayed here tonight. After dinner, each went to his own room, and Chi-in observed Natalie Lu's boudoir with considerable interest. The usual cupboard had a few coats hanging in it that might have been worn recently, and on the other side were the school uniforms, saved and hung by the second aunt from kindergarten to college. The little kindergarten outfit was a little navy blue uniform, middle school was black and white, and high school was the familiar blue and white. Natalie Lu didn't wear a school uniform on the first day she came here. She wore a little dress of her own, which looked especially pretty, and when she changed into it after receiving her school uniform on the second day, she looked more like a young girl's spirited, youthful and flamboyant self. Ik-in could still remember what Nico Lu was like back then. The university's uniform was very new, and at first glance, it wasn't worn much. It was a very British long uniform from the Y side of the country.
and Natalie Lu said that she only wore it when she was attending an event. On the bedside table was a picture of Nico Lu as a child, a young gentlewoman holding a pink milk ball. I don't know where I found it. It was already a little yellowed, but it was very carefully put into a frame. Natalie Lu followed his gaze, paused, and said softly, "That's my mom. I can't even remember what she looks like. I can only rely on some photos and only occasionally remember my childhood. Can't really think of anything? The good and the bad, all taken away by a horrible car accident." Akin was silent for half a second and said, "You guys look alike." "Well, a lot of people say that." Natalie Lu smiled and said, "I keep a lot of pictures in my locker of mom and dad and me. Do you want to see them?" Akin nodded. She then pulled open the drawer of her nightstand to reveal a stack of photo albums. All the albums were carefully dated, from the year Natalie Lu was born, all the way through college. The handwriting used to write the date had changed since Nico Lu was 3 years old, and it was obviously written by two people. Natalie Lu opened the oldest one, and the album's title page read, "In the fall of XXXX, his beloved wife, Shang Yan, was pregnant." It was full of pictures of Shang Yan, the pregnant woman looking very motherly, leaning against the tall and handsome man next to her. "I was born the following summer," Natalie Lu muttered as she flipped through the pages. "Auntie too said that I was so good in my mother's womb that I was born without giving her much difficulty. The mother is not uncomfortable, but the newborn little thing is skinny and tight with malnutrition. This child seems to be different from other children, not crazy to draw on the mother's nutrients, just enough to maintain their own life. So Shang Yan's ecstasy reaction is particularly mild, so that the second aunt who has just given birth to Lu Xingyan is envious. The second book already has little Nico in it, probably congenital malnutrition, born out of a year. The couple tried all sorts of ways to feed, which fed the baby girl a little round. The two black grape-like eyes were bright and large, and had taken on the shape of that later snowball. Cute, isn't it? Natalie Lu flipped through the photo album and proudly asked Akin beside her. "I want to cuddle when I look at them myself." The next 2 years old, 3 years old, just from the photo album can be seen how pampered the Lu family's big house is to Natalie Lu. When the Lu family was in its heyday, and no effort was spared to throw anything good at the snowball. Smart and beautiful babies have never been about money. At that time, Natalie was so cute, sweet and cheerful, that she was a treasure for the whole Lu family to hold in their mouths for fear of being melted and in their hands for fear of being dropped. It was Dad's idea to build me a photo album. And even later, the second uncle and aunt and grandparents never fell out of the habit. Natalie Lu opened the photos from the age of 3 onwards. The year between the ages of 3 and 4, the entire Lu family was in chaos. She was sent to a nursing home, and her photos were greatly reduced. The little girl in the album was documented with changes almost visible to the naked eye. She had lost a lot of weight, and her originally lively and happy eyes had turned into the quiet melancholy they later became, with dark eyes that always seemed to contain a pool of water. It turned out that the Natalie he had seen then had turned out to be a pathetic little thing. "My worst looks shouldn't be recorded," Natalie Lu laughed. None of these photos were taken when the big house first met with dramatic change. "I heard from my second aunt that for the first 3 days after the accident, Natalie always went into all kinds of dark and narrow places without eating or drinking, and on top of that, she was very resistant to adult hugs." The psychiatrist later said that it was Shang Yan who jumped over and hugged Natalie Lu, and the child was able to remain unharmed. To be fair, the Lu family had actually been very good to Nico. Without her parents, she still had her second uncle and aunt who treated her like their own, and her grandparents who spoiled her even more. So when the Lu family hit rock bottom, Natalie Lu would take the initiative to step forward to join forces. The love was mutual, and she had to do something when her second uncle and aunt were so good to her. The nursing home doesn't let outsiders in, and several of the photos are of a small figure taken from a distance. After coming out, Natalie Lu was 4 years old and looked in much better shape, although she was no longer as lively and cheerful as she had been before. That godless gloom had dissipated a lot. She became quiet and well-behaved, not noisy. At first, the entire Lu family was worried about her state, but she would answer when spoken to and take the initiative to find someone if she needed anything. It was a slow acceptance of the fact that she was healed, but her personality had changed drastically. Worried and heartbroken, "I just couldn't raise it back anyway." 5-year-old Natalie Lu went to kindergarten, a little later than the other kids, and settled in for her 3 years of kindergarten. She was a very smart little girl and willing to work hard. She jumped 3 levels in a row in elementary school, not only catching up with her progress, but even a little faster than her peers. A photo album from junior high school with Kong Ching in it. The two little teenage girls often walked together arm in arm, with occasional bright smiles. Then later in high school, more people showed up. Ikian even saw himself in one of the pictures. The young girl hugged her drawing board and hurried toward the drawing room. Herself and Fong Zitaki Chin Shi and the others held the basketball toward the playground. Teenage Ikian's gaze seemed to fall on Natalie Lu, and then again it didn't.
The two just rubbed shoulders. A lot of the activities, some of the routines of the high school years, have been documented. The last one is a graduation photo. Natalie Lu stood on the far left of the first row, and Ji-in was on the far right of the last row. The former flashes a sweet smile at the camera, while the latter glances absently to the lower left. The image is frozen in place. The hem of the young girl's skirt was blown up a little by the breeze, and the blue and white school uniform lyricized youth. That's the past where they've crossed paths. Chapter 106 Mother. When she woke up the next morning, Natalie Lu got out of bed to get a drink of water, and her legs went weak for a split second. Last night Ji-in was inexplicably excited, pressed her to make a mess several times, and the school uniform skirt that hadn't been worn for a long time was also used to. Natalie Lu looked at the skirt that had already been rewashed and hung up, and she could no longer look at it straight. She sat on the bed and slowed down, feeling almost ready. Before getting up to wash and change, the appointment with the photographer was at 10 o'clock. They had breakfast and then went over there, and lunch was settled directly over there. Trying to finish the shoot in one day, breakfast was made by Auntie Lee, and it was a flavor that Nico Lu missed so much. Ikin had already eaten breakfast and was in the study talking to the second uncle and the others. It should just be some business matters. After a while, Ji-in came back, and seeing that it was about time, he asked the driver to take them to the makeup place. The photography team you hired is really not simple. A national chain. Almost the first and second tier of the big cities have their chain stores. Just go directly to the branch on this side of the Cloud City. Coincidentally, next to the branch was the main store of Sue's embroidery workshop, and Nico Lu was a bit surprised. I've been here so many times before, and I actually didn't notice it once. I don't know if Tanji is at the store, and it's been a while since I've seen her. Natalie Lu thought about it and sent a message to her best friend asking her out for dinner tomorrow. I got a reply right after I sent it. Tanji's tone was quite cheerful. Nico, I heard you're back. Are you home now? No, I'm taking pictures outside today, Nico Lu said. It's right next to the embroidery workshop. Do you want to come? I'm out talking about a list today. Let's make an appointment tomorrow. Tanji was a bit regretful, then remembered something. By the way, Nico, your wedding dress is already finished. Natalie let out an ah before remembering that she had begun embroidering the dowry a long time ago. It's just that the wedding is in the spring of next year, a few months away, and she's looking back to see if there's anything else that needs to be improved. The two of them chatted for a few moments. Tanji went back to her work, and Natalie Lu went next door with Ji-in. The photographer and makeup artist were sitting in one piece going through the brochure with a few uneaten pastries in hand. Coming? Followed the pair is considered to be publicly funded travel. Handsome men and beautiful women look bright. The camera sense is also very good. And cooperation. And each city only need to be busy for one day. The rest of the time is to play around. The whole team is very fond of these two. The work is also more on the heart. After today's shooting, the camera team will go directly back to the capital to cut the film. So generous customers, think about it and a little reluctant to give up. The two separated and followed the makeup artist. Natalie Lu closed her eyes and leaned back on the stool, waiting for the long makeup time. I'll see you after this photo shoot. Next time it's the wedding, Amy said. The team that takes the wedding photos is part of the staff of the entire wedding planning company, and they are also responsible for the photography and makeup for the turnaround wedding. That's in the next year law, Natalie Lu said. Hey, I thought I told you not to leave marks on your neck and back lately. I'll cover it up for you. After applying her makeup, Amy did her usual inspection and smacked her lips. The young couple is so affectionate. Natalie Lu reacted to what she was saying, and was instantly a little bit ashamed, and in her heart she cursed Ji-in, this beast, for not stopping him with 1,000 instructions. After taking the powder and covering it up, it didn't look like it affected anything anymore. So Amy let the person go to the stylist. Natalie herself felt too mortified to be seen, but Amy was not surprised. By her hand makeup bride not 1,000 there are 800. Young people, dry fire, it is the time of good feelings. So a month and a half months that is indeed a little difficult for people. The love is hard to resist, this is all normal. To the silver sandy beaches of the ice sea, very few people come to play in the water in the winter, and the beach rental is kind of a savings. The weather was fine, not as cold as when I was in Sioux City before, and with a blazer for today's outfit, it wasn't that tough. After finally finishing the last set of shots, Nico Lu took a sip of water from the cup Ji-in handed her, and inadvertently looked not far away. There were very few people on the beach, and she caught a glimpse of the woman in the wheelchair. Did she just seem to be looking this way? The distance was too far for Natalie Lu to see her face clearly. Only the moment she looked over, the woman immediately lowered her head. She seemed to be going up just now. How did she get down here alone? Natalie Lu tugged at Ji-in's sleeve to show him. There's someone over there, like he needs help. She can't get up there? And too embarrassed to ask the bunch of them to help? Ikian looked over in the direction she was pointing and almost immediately his eyebrows jumped. looking at Natalie Lu. It looked like she didn't recognize it. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Natalie Lu said. She probably can't get up there. How can her family be so irresponsible as to leave a disabled person on the beach? Ji-in hesitated for a moment, and by the time he reacted he was already being tugged that way by Nico Lu. Why is Lu's mom here? When did they go back to China? Ji-in immediately sent a message to Lu Xingyue. Holy, I wasn't paying attention and my mom ran out. Hold on, I'll call someone to pick her up. Did my sister recognize her? A few exclamation points expressed Lu Xingyue's mood at the moment. Ikian said breathlessly. It seems like he didn't recognize it. Lu's mom is now the person Natalie Lu remembers. Not to mention that she hasn't seen her in over 10 years. And even the first time she saw someone, she couldn't correspond to the picture she saw last night. The woman in the wheelchair was almost described as bone-thin, gaunt and melancholy, with no hint of the voluptuous warmth of her youth. She bowed her head so deeply that it was impossible to tell what she originally looked like. Natalie Lu carried her skirt over to the man before she got a good look at him. Looked skinny and pathetic. You could probably tell her age by the gray hairs sprouting from her head, but she kept her head down, and Natalie Lu wasn't very good at addressing her. So she said, "Hello?" The man didn't speak, like he was very scared. Natalie Lu is a bit embarrassed. She rarely initiates conversation with strangers, but looking at Ikian like this, the words he came to say could be even more frightening. You just kept looking over here. Do you need any help? Natalie Lu gathered her courage. Is it for me to push you up? Shang Yan almost lost control of herself as she listened to her daughter's concerned, soft voice. She tightened her grip on her trembling hand and nodded her head down in a very small range, the voice under her breath so hoarse that the original timbre was barely audible. Thank you. It's okay. Natalie Lu pushed her way up the other side. For some reason, she was inexplicably a little heartbroken at the sight of this slender, lean woman, nose a little sore. The three of them had nothing to say all the way. On the shore, the woman still lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you. In a moment my family will come to pick me up. Please." Chapter 107, Take Ji-in to meet Tang Ji. A black sedan drove up on the side of the road. The black-clothed bodyguard got out of the car and quickly came over. "Ma'am, don't run around if you're not well. The little young master is worried." The woman gave a low hum and let him lift her into the car. "Thank you for sending the lady up. Our masters are all rather busy." And when she didn't pay attention she came out on her own, which made the young master anxious. Bodyguard. No owner has come down from the car since the beginning. Natalie Lu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. How could this family be so inattentive to the well-being of a patient? But after all, it was someone else's house, so she couldn't say anything, and could only sulk and drag Akin back. The black car didn't move in place for a long time after they left. Inside the car, the woman stared blankly at Nico Lu's departing back until she was completely out of sight. Lu Xingyue sat quietly with her for a while, waiting for her to come back to her senses before saying, "Let's go, Mom. Sisters should have already gone back." Shang Yan gave a dull hum and said, "Let's go. Did you get cold while you were out? It's quite windy at the beach. You stayed for quite a long time, right?" Lu Xingyue rambled while covering Shang Yan's legs with a blanket. The woman shook her head and said, "No, just watched for a while. I was scared to death when I got the news about my brother-in-law. And my sister didn't recognize you?" "No, I would have just looked from afar." Shang Yan said lowly, "Nico is a kind and good child. She thought I needed help. Only then did she come over." She did not recognize herself, and Shang Yan was heartbroken and thankful. Lu Xingyue nodded thoughtfully and added, "I heard Qin say that they might stay in Cloud City for a while recently. It just so happens that we're also taking care of things over here, and Cloud City is small to say the least, so maybe we'll have a chance to run into each other afterward?" "Aha." Shang Yan nodded. On the way back, Natalie Lu was still thinking about the man from earlier and was a bit distracted. Qin. Once he turned around, the man seemed to be out of his mind as well. Oddly enough, Natalie Lu nudged him. "Akin, what are you thinking?" He snapped back. Thinking about work." "Oh." Natalie Lu couldn't help but talk to him. "I think that guy just now looked kind of pathetic." When Ji-in didn't say anything, she continued with her own. "How can her family be relieved that she's alone at the beach? I don't know why, but it's hard for me to look at her. It's just an indefinable sadness." "You're not comfortable with her?" Ji-in suddenly said. "How about, kind of, there will be a chance to see you again in the future." The headless sentence was not on Natalie Lu's mind. "It was only in the afternoon when I got home. After a busy day, Natalie Lu didn't have much energy to go out, and had been lazily nestled in the house." Qin accompanied her. Her bedroom window also has an easel, with a piece of black cloth masked. Went to the capital did not bring over. This time back actually still. Natalie Lu pulled back the black cloth to show him. "I've had this drawing board for a long time now. All my drawings since middle school are on it." The day she left, she drew a picture of the landscape by the window. a bird chirping and burrowing into the clouds. There's also some of the designs and drawings that I embroidered blindly on there as well. Natalie Lu thought for a moment. Take it away later. Could be. I have a dinner date with Branch tomorrow. Do you want to join me? Natalie Lu asked.
Ik-in had heard about this person Tang Ji from her mouth,
and was mainly responsible for things in the Su-style embroidery workshop. He remembered the capital city branch that he had taken back from Lee a long time ago, which was temporarily under CL's name because no one wanted it. Although Chi's family is big, it really hasn't been responsible for this aspect of the business, and will have to turn back to the professionals. I hadn't mentioned it before for fear that Natalie Lu wouldn't want it, so maybe I can talk about this tomorrow. Ik-in nodded. The little girl was introducing herself to her friends, so naturally he didn't have any reason not to say yes. Gigi was adopted by my grandparents, the same generation as me, and is also considered a member of our family. It's just that she's usually very busy and travels all over the place, and she's the person in charge of Grandma's embroidery workshop. Natalie Lu briefly introduced to Ji-in. Tang Ji was one of the heirs of the Lu family supported by the old master and used to assist Lu Xingyan. Her status was not just a simple adopted daughter. The two had been on pretty good terms, and it was only natural for her to meet them when she returned tomorrow. Nico, Auntie Tu has baked cupcakes. Come down and try them. Mrs. Lu's voice came from downstairs. Natalie Lu answered and got up in a flash. Coming. Everyone in their family possessed the skill of baking delicious cupcakes, and Natalie Lu loved it so much, though she sometimes made clumsy attempts herself. But in the end, they weren't as good as Auntie Tu and the Benders. Second auntie will make very delicious almond cupcakes. Natalie Lu didn't forget to call out to Ji-in. I haven't learned this craft so far. Quick, there won't be this store after this village. Mrs. Lu actually didn't usually follow her second uncle to work, but it was not easy for Natalie Lu to come back once, so she stayed at home all the time. With the Chi family and the big house's secret rescue, the Lu family has finally regained its blood, and the next step is the fight between the third house and these two families. After being so busy for so long, the whole family is now in a rare moment of relaxation. Lu Xingyan was there when he went down, and he was now able to move around in places other than his room. Brother, earlier, Tang Ji said that he had been in a bad state of mind because his own union had caused him a lot of stress. This time, he also came back with the intention of comforting Lu Xingyan, and when he saw that he was doing well, he was able to go to M for treatment without worrying. After Ji-in talked to them, Lu Xingyan was in a much better mood. He nodded at the duo. Mrs. Lu brought out almond cupcakes and homemade flower tea and said, "There's a message from over there saying that Xingyan will be leaving tomorrow." Ah, Natalie Lu froze. Is it so urgent? It's been put off for a long time. Just to see you guys again? That's why it's been delayed until now. With her son's matter resolved, the second aunt was much more relaxed. Seeing that you guys are doing well, he will be able to feel at ease and go for treatment. Okay, Natalie Lu nodded. It's a pity that tomorrow, when Gigi comes back, she may not be able to see her brother. And the next time she sees him again, it will be 2 years later. The second aunt obviously thought of this too, and said with a bit of regret, Gigi didn't say when she'd be back tomorrow? Natalie Lu shook her head. Lu Xingyan hung his eyes in silence. His handsome pale face had little expression, a look of indifference. What's going on here? She looked curiously at her second aunt. She was under the impression that her brother's relationship with Iboshi had always been quite subtle, though not as close as her family, but it definitely shouldn't be this kind of reaction either, right? Chapter 108, Lu Xingyan and Tang Ji. Lu Xingyan didn't stay downstairs for too long and sat down for a while before going up. Natalie Lu asked the second aunt about what was going on between these two. What happened to brother and Gigi? Mrs. Lu shook her head with the same uncertainty. I don't know when it started. The two children's previous feelings were obviously not bad. Natalie Lu scratched her head. It seemed that she could only ask Twig what was going on tomorrow. After dinner, the two of them went upstairs to rest. Natalie Lu was nestled in her bed playing with her cell phone when she received a message from the Capital University reminding her that she had half a month before she had to get ready to prepare for classes. Time flies pretty fast, and the half month of eating and playing in the photo shoot went by, and it was indeed fulfilling and enjoyable. It's almost time for both of them to go back to work. The next morning, Tang Ji asked Nico Lu out as soon as she landed. After the two of them packed up and prepared to leave, it was only when they turned around that they realized Lu Xingyan was sitting right behind them. Natalie Lu was startled. Brother? Lu Xingyan nodded in silence. We're going to go meet Branch. She just came back. Do you want to come along? After thinking about it, Natalie Lu still asked. Lu Xingyan, however, shook his head. No, you guys go ahead. So when's your flight? I'll see if I can drop you off later. It's no trouble. You guys are busy with yourselves. Uncle Song will see me off when the time comes. Natalie was a bit depressed. Why did her brother seem so uninvolved? But he clearly had something on his mind. But he wouldn't say anything. When he didn't say anything, Natalie Lu had to say, Okay, it wouldn't be enough for her to ask second aunt and Uncle Song. After leaving the door, Uncle Song said, "Nico, where are you going? Uncle Song will see you off?" Natalie laughed. "No need. Ji-in is driving. Don't you have to see your brother off later? Hey, Xingyan will only leave in the afternoon. It's still early. It's not too late." Uncle Song waved his hand. "Then you guys be careful on the road. Call Uncle Song if you need anything." Nico got into the car. "Okay, thanks Uncle Song." The place where he had an appointment with Tangji was a private restaurant, not far from the embroidery. Natalie told her to meet Ji-in. The other party was quite happy. "Okay, I would like to see what kind of virtue this legendary Ji Dazhao is, and whether he is worthy of our youngest." Tangji was already there when they pushed the door open and went in, and the waitress gave them the ordering tablet before leading the door out herself. Opposite the woman looks beautiful, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, looks very gentle and wise. She has not had time to change down the body of the professional dress. See the people. Slightly serious face immediately showed a smile. "Missy, Ji, long time no see." Natalie Lu was also very happy and went up to hug her, then introduced the two of them. "This is Ji-in, my husband, Ji-in, and this is Tangji, sort of my sister." Tangji's eyes underneath the frames did not move as a hint of scowling slipped through them. The man sitting next to Nico did not seem as dangerous as the legend had it. Of course, it could also be that he had deliberately curbed that oppressive feeling and looked quite a bit more low-key. "Hello, I've heard a lot about you." The two extended their hands for a shallow handshake. "So is MS. Tang. Nico, come in order. You know what we eat." After the greeting, Tangji's attention returned to Natalie Lu. Natalie Lu nodded and casually said, "My brother is going to M for treatment this afternoon, and it may be years before he returns." Tangji froze, her fluttering mood then fell much lower. "For years?" He didn't tell himself that. Just then I heard Natalie Lu say again, "I don't know why, but he always seems to have something on his mind lately, and it's definitely not because of me. He won't let us see him off on the afternoon flight either." Even if Tangji was slow, she could hear the meaning of Nico Lu's words. Whatever was going on between them, it was best to go to the airport and talk to him about it. Otherwise there was no telling when they would see each other next. Tangji let out a bitter laugh in her heart. If only things could be so simply stated. There was too much involved between her and Lu Xingyan to be resolved in a sentence or two. She sighed and still managed to hold up a smile to pull away from the topic. "The embroidery workshop is right next to it. Do you want to go and see your dowry after dinner in a while?" Natalie Lu thought about how she had told her yesterday that the dowry was finished, and looked forward to it a little. The daughters of the Lu family, the dowry dresses are all embroidered by their own hands. Even the old lady will personally get on to help finish it. You should know that the old lady has been retired for a long time. Her works on the market have been out of print. Any piece of embroidery by her hand invariably sells for a sky-high price. For 3 generations of the Lu family, technically only Nico Lu had this treatment. The old lady's eyes were not as big as they used to be, and she had started embroidering the day her little granddaughter was born. Most of the back was done by Natalie Lu herself after she learned how to do suzhou embroidery, but this dowry would have to be at least 8 figures if she took it out. By the way, speaking of the embroidery workshop, Tangji remembered the phone call Nico Lu had made to her a few months ago and asked, "How is the capital branch doing now? Is it still the same? I have a lot of time this time I'm back, so I'll go there with you later to take a look." Previously, when Natalie Lu asked for help, the Lu family was still unable to take care of themselves. Even if they were angry and anxious, they couldn't do anything for a while, and now that she had freed up her hands, she could deal with that Li properly. Natalie Lu then remembered this matter and hesitantly said, "I'm not too sure now." After handing over the white peacock drawing, she got so busy herself that she had no time to follow up on the matter. Ji-in, who was acting as a backdrop on the side, was finally able to join the group chat. The Su-style embroidery workshop is now titled under Nico's name, with C.L. helping to run it, and it would naturally be great if MS. Tang could take over and go back to it. To be honest, the capital branch is a mess right now, and even after taking it back from the Li family, they haven't carried out any in-store reforms or inventories. The Chi family has not done business in this industry. This group of laymen can only barely maintain the basic operation of the entire embroidery workshop, and then a little more detailed, but cannot help. "It's in my name?" Natalie Lu was surprised. "When did you?" Ji-in before only dared to send big diamonds. Now it is a little more justified. It is the pink tourmaline that time. In fact, there is also the contract of the Su-style embroidery workshop. I didn't dare to take it out for fear that you don't want it. Natalie Lu actually understands this aspect of running and operating a company. She only has her hands full. Branch. Natalie Lu turned to the professionals for help. "Why don't we return the branch's equity to the main store after all? She wouldn't know how to do it if I gave it to her." Tangji thought for a moment and said, "No, I'll send a few of the head stores over later. and promised to return you a functioning embroidery workshop. Shares come and go, and the final owner is Natalie Liu, so why bother? It's just people. She's got plenty of them. Chapter 109. After eating, the three parted ways. It was still early, so Natalie Liu was ready to take Chi-in to the embroidery workshop. The old lady took her to the embroidery workshop when she was not doing anything. At first, she followed the embroiderers to see and learn, and later, when she had the ability to take orders herself, she spent more time in the embroidery workshop. It could be said that the embroidery workshop was sort of half the place where she grew up. Tangji said that the dowry was in the embroidery workshop, so Natalie Liu naturally wanted to go and see it, and visit her former colleagues. In addition to the embroidery workshop, the main store also had an office building used by the management for office work. As the boss behind it, Natalie Liu had her own separate office, but the place where she stayed more was still the embroidery workshop. The embroidery workshop in the main store of Cloud City retains the architectural style of the old workshop, which is very retro and looks very much like that of the ancient times. Many of the old embroiderers in the workshop were brought up by embroiderers from the same generation as the old lady, and the old embroiderers then brought up new embroiderers, so that Sue's embroidery workshop became the largest embroidery workshop in the whole of Cloud City. There weren't too many people in the workshop, and Nico was still mixing like a fish out of water here a few months ago, but now that she's back again, she actually feels a little strange. It's been almost half a year. Hey, Nico? A young woman who was resting was a bit surprised to see the two come in together. You're back? Everyone knew about Natalie Liu's marriage to the capital, and her wedding dress even had the handiwork of a few old embroiderers in it. They were all acquaintances, and Natalie Liu greeted them with a smile. Sister Bai, long time no see. This is Xiaoqi's general manager? When Sister Bai saw the person beside her, she didn't move and sized her up, saying, "It's been a long time, how have you been lately? It's quite nice." "Yes, this is Ji-in," Natalie Liu said. "I recently returned to Cloud City for my wedding photos, and I just had dinner with Ji in the neighborhood, so I came to see you and the embroidery workshop." Sister Bai let out an "oh," feeling that Natalie Liu looked much happier than when she left, and it was obvious that she was spoiled by her husband's family. At that time, although no one deliberately told Natalie Liu about the Liu family and Liu Xingyan, she herself had been concerned about these things, and when she was at a loss Natalie Liu was desperately trying to figure out what to do. At that time, these people in their embroidery workshop were still saying how the Liu family had come to the point where they had to rely on their daughter's marriage, and I don't know where the rumor came from that the person Nico was going to marry was a bad-tempered and appalling. At the time, everyone was watching with a mixture of heartache and a little bit of fun. As a result, after marrying, the Liu family is really on the mend. People always speculate about others with the greatest malice, and they were wondering again if Natalie Liu had suffered something over there, and that's why the Chi family was so generous. You know, this kind of family, just leak something out from the crack of the finger can hold up the Liu family. This time, when they came back to take a look, it seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Mr. Xiao Ji was a talented man, and although he looked a bit fierce and bad to get along with, the atmosphere between him and Nico was obviously harmonious. Being able to run here and there with your daughter-in-law shouldn't be as appalling as the legend says. A moment of relief and envy. Nico? A round-faced girl just came out from the inner room and saw the person talking with Sister Bai. She was also a bit surprised. Why are you here? Right. Your dowry has just been completed in the past few days. I'll take you to see it. Round Face was very excited. Natalie Liu's dowry was the best piece of work in their workshop in recent decades. The kind that was confident of winning a prize when taken to an international competition. Good. Everyone said so, and Natalie Liu couldn't help but look forward to it as well. Mr. Tang has it hanging in the inner room, and other than the few of us who participated in the embroidery, no one else has seen it. She said, you only finished a part of it at the time. You don't know how stunning the whole dowry will be when it's finished. I've never seen such a beautiful dowry in my life. Compared to this, those wedding dresses coming in from abroad are simply weak. Okay. Follow the round face to the inner room. Natalie Liu had often worked or rested in the inner room before, and it was the equivalent of her private turf, where no one else normally came in. As soon as he entered the room, he was occupied by a fiery red Chinese wedding dress hanging on the shelf. Gold and silver threads as if they didn't cost anything. Magnificent and radiant phoenix tails blooming almost throughout the entire skirt. Gorgeous but not too noble. Anyone who looked at it was going to be stunned into speechlessness. The oldest participant in this dowry was in her 80s, and the youngest was Natalie Liu herself, and other embroiderers who had won countless awards at international competitions, and could no longer be measured purely in terms of price. This is a work of art that is simply second to none. Although she had already prepared herself mentally, even Natalie Liu, who had seen many kinds of precious embroideries, was still shocked and voiceless. It's really pretty. After a long time,
Natalie Lu gently touched the hem of her coat. It was the best wedding gift the old lady in the whole embroidery shop could give her. The best wedding gift. Already 3 o'clock. Tangji back to their own apartments after a simple wash. Originally intended to sleep a good rest, but do not know why. The heart has always blocked something. Toss and turn and can't sleep. The woman's glasses rested on the table next to her, revealing a pair of beautiful, unmoving eyes, which had toned down her sharpness and made her look a lot more gentle and pretty. Tangji lay quietly on the bed for a while, her mind filled with the matter that Lu Xingyan was leaving. By now, he doesn't want to have any interaction with himself? Tangji was both sad and miserable. Maybe he was the only one who was entangled in pain, and that person didn't care at all. What does she want with him? What's left to turn around between them? Besides, Lu Xingyan thought so much of himself, so what need did she have to appear in front of him? As if convincing herself, Tangji brainwashed herself so, it doesn't matter if he wants to hate you. You're not afraid of the shadow. Just do your own and live up to your grandparents. Tangji looked at the blurred ceiling. The whole room was indistinguishably dark after the curtain was drawn. She felt a sense of loneliness like a tidal wave that nearly drowned her heart. But still, can't help but care about him. Does he really hate himself that much? Tangji was so sad in her heart that she wanted to go and meet Lu Xingyan now. Especially, in the end, it didn't go against his heart. Tangji grabbed her car keys and headed out the door. She didn't know when Lu Xingyan's flight was, so she called Uncle Song and prepared to wait at the airport gate to see. Uncle Song told her that Lu Xingyan's flight was at 4:30. Fortunately, she should be able to catch it if she went now. Tangji thought so, and the usual hour-long journey hardened to 40 minutes. After half an hour, she finally saw the familiar license plate number. A lean figure got out of the car, and Tangji sat up straight, her eyes unblinking as she looked in that direction. Chapter 110 Waiting for My Good Morning Kiss. The dowry was temporarily kept in the head store until her wedding day, and Natalie Lu chatted with them some more before heading back. In the evening, Tangji sent her a message, saying that the company was preparing to carry out some systematic reforms to the branches in various cities, and asked if she had time to make a trip tomorrow. Although Natalie Lu seems to be a titular president, Tangji is the main operation of the person, but the big thing is still to Sue's embroidery workshop nowadays, the real owner to listen to an ear. She was idle, so naturally she had to go and listen to it, and the capital branch would definitely have to come back and ask for her opinion at that time. Even though you are a handful, you can't be completely uninvolved, Natalie Lu responded, and when she went to bed at night, she asked Ikian if he wanted to go with her to the office to check it out. The latter responded with a smile. This time when she went back to Yun Chang, she was like a child who got her beloved toy, and she couldn't wait to tell the whole world that she had a wonderful husband, and took him around her circle of friends for a long time. Ji-in pressed Natalie Lu into the soft pillows and kissed her. Baby, is this a sign to the world that she's taken? The man's hot breath sprayed between her neck, and Natalie Lu smiled itchily and replied without wringing her hands. Yes, I'm going to tell all my friends that I married someone who loves me very much. Her gaze was open and passionate, and Ikian only felt as if his heart was about to be set on fire by her as well, and the attack became more and more ferocious. Then it makes people cry and sleep with their backs huffing and puffing. Ikian ruffled the little girl's moistened hair, dropped a kiss on her forehead, and then contentedly hugged his daughter-in-law to sleep. It was dawn when I woke up the next morning. No one at home. Aunt Lee said Mrs. Lu went to the beauty salon, and the second uncle went to the company to be busy. Out of nowhere, Natalie Lu thought she was back a year ago. However, a year ago, his brother would still come out occasionally, and now that Lu Xingyan had gone for treatment, it was a different person who walked into the room. Xiyin looked at the little girl sitting on the bed in a daze and said, "Awake? Auntie Lee has heated up rice, just in time to eat." The little girl's snow-white feet fell on the side of the bed. Ji-in saw her sitting without the intention to move, so he went straight forward, squatted down to help her put on her socks, and softly said, "Tangji called this morning. The meeting is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's no need to prepare anything, so we'll just go and listen to it." Natalie Lu stepped into her slippers and went to wash up, so Ji-in watched from behind with his arms wrapped around her, and she met the man's eyes in the mirror with a bubbly grin and slurred her words. "What are you looking at me for?" Without saying a word, Ji-in waited for her to finish brushing her teeth and washing up, and connected with her in a minty kiss in the bathroom splashed with morning light. Waiting for my good morning kiss. The man was so compulsive that Natalie Lu's face was red as she ate. Aunt Lee had gone out to buy groceries and a blush-inducing breakfast, and she was once again impressed by Ikian's cheekiness. It's so exciting, and the dog thing is pretty spendy to play with. At 1 in the afternoon, the duo arrived at Sue's office building on time. As the invisible boss, Nico Lu said, "Don't know the way." The receptionist lady did know her. Seeing the people coming, she smiled and said, "Hello Mr. Lu, Mr. Tang should be resting in her office right now. The president's office at the innermost part of the 19th floor."
The secretarial department is just out of the elevator, so if you can't find it, you can ask them.
Natalie Lu nodded awkwardly. She hadn't been here a few times in total, and I don't know if it was at Branch's behest, but every time she came, she was carefully instructed by the front desk lady, as if she was afraid she'd lose it.
Tang Ji, who has long since gained insight into the attributes of Lu's general society fear plus Roadrunner, said that he was indeed afraid that she would lose it. Tang Ji was just waking up from her nap when she went up, and had just prepared the papers for the meeting when Natalie Lu pushed the door in. A little earlier than I expected. The woman in a smart professional outfit raised an eyebrow and snickered. Someone's leading the way. You didn't get lost this time? Natalie Lu was annoyed. I just got lost the first time. Iboshi is such a jerk. Always laughing at her with that.
No wonder Tang Ji was so careful with her instructions afterward. The first time Natalie Lu reported to the office was during one of her winter breaks from college.
It was already long and small, and at that time,
Tang Ji was outside talking about business and told her to go to her office to play for a while first.
Natalie Lu stood in the hall at a loss, feeling that everyone was in a hurry and too embarrassed to ask people. The main reason was that in addition to Tang Ji,
there were a few other leaders in charge of other operations on that floor as well. It was so hard to fumble up there on my own that the secretarial department outside was so busy at the time that they all thought the young lass was a new intern. Natalie Lu was pointed at for a bit of muckraking, rubbing her nose and remembering that she was here to look for someone. So why was she suddenly doing a job?
Coincidentally, at this time, a certain chief went out to talk about business to bring a person. Saw the 19th floor of the only idle person.
Index finger point let her go with their own piece.
Natalie Lu at the time, I'm not.
That total. Okay.
I know you're inexperienced. Let's see how I play when the time comes.
The main thing is to help me block the drinks.
Just have an eye for it. He hurried off, leaving Natalie Lu to follow,
cursing the other man for how shameless he was as he went.
Natalie Lu. In the end it was Tang Ji, who hurriedly came after she finished her work, who saved her and poked her forehead with hatred.
The road is all under your mouth.
Why don't you ask?
Natalie Lu then smiled good-naturedly.
I'm idle. It's nothing to help them a little.
It's just that blocking the wine is really difficult for me.
I've never had a drink.
That chief was shocked when he realized Natalie Lu's identity, obviously not expecting that he had pulled out the real big boss of the company with a single pull of his hand.
And blocking drinks.
Geez. Tang Ji poured a cup of water for the two of them and said,
the meeting will be held in a while, so you two can just sit next to me at that time.
The people in the meeting are basically the managers of the districts, and some shareholders and so on.
You guys listen to it, and if you have any comments, you can also mention them.
They all know your identity.
Natalie Lu nodded,
looking at the time it was almost time,
and followed Tang Ji to get up,
heading towards the conference room.
The conference room was also on the 19th floor,
and Tang Ji's secretary had even thoughtfully sent the two of them the materials for this meeting.
Nico looked at these big head like a bucket. She is not learning these. All kinds of planning orally can be a little simple. Put on paper. One after another terminology is really a little difficult for her.
She turned around and saw Akin looking through the information quite seriously.
He seems to have some ideas.
She wouldn't be the only one with a bad major who went over to listen to the fun,
would she? Nico usually listened to their meetings as an observer, listening to the general meaning and generally not having any opinions, just like a puppet emperor. How come Empress Chi seemed to have a posture of listening to the government from behind the curtain? Chapter 111, Ji-in. Hold me. It was already afternoon when I came out from the company, probably because it was hard for the boss to come,
and this meeting lasted for 3 whole hours.
Natalie Lu was extraordinarily touched to see the seriousness with which the company's management worked. As usual, she listened vaguely to the general, Ji-in, although for Su embroidery does not understand,
but on the sales operation of this aspect is very insightful.
After listening carefully, gave a few decisive suggestions.
It seems that bringing Ikigami here to brush his face this time is not a bad choice. Natalie Lu thought happily and turned back to take the initiative to hold Chi-Yin's hand,
asking him, what do you want to eat for dinner?
I saw a pretty good Cantonese restaurant on the way here.
Do you want to try it? The latter naturally returned the handshake, and as the two walked side by side, he added, or, eat the company's staff meal? Natalie Lu hadn't eaten at the company either,
and she had often heard Tang Ji praise the chef in the cafeteria for his divine craftsmanship,
so she couldn't help but be interested. Hey, let's go eat at the cafeteria then. After graduation,
the two of them basically said goodbye to the cafeteria,
and now with their plates in hand, they actually felt like they were dreaming of going back to high school. As far as I can remember, you always seemed to skip lunch back then, Natalie Lu muttered. Every time Ching and I came back from lunch to take a lunch break, you were already on the table taking a lunch break. Either that or you went out with Qin Shi and the others to play soccer. Ikian raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. So you've been paying attention to me? You'll sit behind me, even though there's nothing to cross. That's not so bad that you won't see anything at all, Natalie Lu said. She was an art student and was usually in the studio by the afternoon, except in the morning when she would spend more time in the building during class.
And she was in the same class for 2 years. She did not recognize all the people. Her circle, in addition to the whole Ching is the front and back table can still mix a familiar face. Capital 1 students who do not live in the middle school can stay at noon for lunch break, except that they can only lie down in the classroom to sleep for a while. They are in the spring experimental class. One more than one role. People are not too willing to waste the noontime on the road. A class can stay. A large part of the class does not go home. Ji-in handed the fruit tea he had just bought to Natalie Lu and said, I got sidetracked with you guys in time, and only went to the cafeteria to catch the last train when you didn't notice. The two of them finished dinner while chatting, and on the way back, Nico Lu suddenly said, Ji-in, will you buy me a bouquet of flowers? Ji-in naturally agreed and told Natalie Lu to wait for herself in the car while she went down to the flower store on the side of the road. It had been overcast when I came out, and now a light rain was falling from the sky, and it was only 6 o'clock, and the sky seemed to darken all at once. Nico, where are you guys? The second aunt's phone suddenly called. Nico Lu picked it up and heard her tone a little anxious. The weather forecast said there will be a typhoon tonight. I forgot to tell you guys to go home earlier during the day, and it's already starting to rain. Natalie Lu looked up and out of the car. The sky seemed like a giant beast with its mouth open, ready to devour everything. This typhoon came so fast and furious that everyone was a bit caught off guard. In the flower store, the owner's wife was packing up her things to go home when a tall, handsome man suddenly came in. Hello, are there any more hydrangea roses? The man's voice was low and cold, and the boss's wife hurriedly raised her head and said, Yes, there are. There are still the last 2 bunches left. Thinking of the delighted expression on Natalie Lu's face the last time she received that bouquet of hydrangea roses, Shi-in said, I'll take them all. Can I wrap them up into a bouquet? When the little girl saw the beautiful flowers she was like a cat that had seen a small fish. Her eyes were bent into a crescent moon. Especially nice. The boss's wife got up hand over fist to wrap the flowers, looked at the rain that had already fallen, and said, The typhoon is coming. Hurry home. Ikian took the flowers, paid for them and thanked him, then turned and walked out of the flower store. The boss's wife glanced at the man's back hidden in the darkness and wondered what kind of girl his lover would be. The man looked cold and fierce, but when he looked down at the flowers he showed a little tenderness, probably thinking of his lover. Inside the car, Natalie Lu hugged her arms full of flowers and said happily, Thank you. Ji-in started the car. Between his eyebrows was a gentleness never seen in front of outsiders. You're welcome. Natalie Lu hugged the flowers and actually wanted to hug Ji-in, but he was driving and it was inconvenient, so she sat upright in the passenger seat and said, Let's hurry home. The typhoon is coming. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, but fortunately it wasn't far from home already, and it was pouring down by the time we backed into the garage. In the room, Natalie Lu turned on all the lights, illuminating the whole bedroom warmly and brightly. She also remembered how Ikian's mood would get bad if his room was dark and depressing on a bad day, so every time she would turn on all the lights in her bedroom ahead of time and wait for him to come home. It was only a short walk from the garage, and the two of them were still soaked, and even the large bouquet of hydrangea roses that Natalie Lu had been protecting in her arms got a little wet. Natalie Lu skillfully found a vase from her room to put the flowers in, and as soon as she turned her head, Ji-in came out of the bathroom with a towel. The two of them had just gotten a little wet downstairs, and Ji-in purred like a kitten as he held Nico Lu's head down and purred. Drying her hair, Aunt Lee brought ginger soup up for the two of them, sighing, Drink some quickly. Nico's body, a little cold will give you a cold. Natalie Lu drank it obediently, quietly sticking her tongue out where Aunt Lee couldn't see it to ease the pungency of the ginger. Took the two men's wet clothes to the laundry room again, and before he left he repeated, Just dry off, and don't take a bath tonight. You can soak your feet. There are often typhoons landing in Cloud City, but these sudden ones are actually very rare, and every time before she goes out, Auntie too will watch the weather forecast and admonish her, but there are still a few times when she gets wet. When I got back, I had a high fever, which was as fierce as a typhoon and scared the whole family. Natalie Lu responded obediently, waiting for the people to leave before she hugged the still warm cup and grunted, I'm not a child anymore. My resistance won't be that bad. Listen to Aunt Lee, I'm also afraid you'll get sick. Ji-in added a glass of water to her and touched her forehead uneasily. It's cool, like okay, but it wasn't a hot day, and neither of them were sweating much, so no shower was fine. Natalie Lu changed her clothes and soaked her feet beautifully in bed. Ikian turned off the headlights in the house, leaving only the dim bedside lamp. Beans of rain smashed against the glass. Fuchsia lightning seemed to cut through the sky, and there was a loud clap of thunder as Natalie Lu shrunk herself into the warmth of Ikian's arms. The man looked down at her, and the little girl raised her eyes, her voice small. I'm scared. Ikian, hold me. Delicate as hell. Ji-in wrapped the person into his arms, as if he wanted to block the wind.
rain and thunder from his body. Not afraid. Good boy. Chapter 112.
It was still raining when I woke up the next morning.
In a rare moment, Ji-in didn't go out for a morning walk,
but instead accompanied Nico Lu to Nestle under the covers.
A rainy day is perfect for sleeping. Natalie Lu was still in a daze,
and listening to the sound of the rain outside gave her an inexplicable sense of reassurance.
It's still early, you can sleep a little more.
Both of them were regular as hell with their work and rest, completely unlike young people of their age, who went to bed at 11 o'clock sharp at night and woke up at 7:30 in the morning.
Occasionally, I would indulge until after 12 and wake up on time in the morning,
so Natalie Lu didn't feel guilty at all for staying in bed once in a while. Ji-in told her to sleep a little longer, but Natalie Lu shook her head,
unable to sleep.
The two of them just lay in bed and listened to the rain for a while, and it was after 9 o'clock before they got out of bed and went to wash up for breakfast. It's going to rain for 2 more days, so don't go anywhere for a few days. The second aunt was watching the weather forecast, and when she saw the two of them coming down, she admonished, it should clear up soon, so if there's anything you want to do, just put it off for later. Safety is more important. There wasn't much to do, so Natalie Lu nodded. Staying home was fine. 2 days later, the weather did clear up. Natalie Lu went out for a walk and could smell the fresh air after the rain with a bit of earthy fragrance. Want to visit the nursing home? Natalie Lu suggested as she was able to go out today. There was less than a week to go before I had to return to the capital, and the cozy days were going by too fast. Ji-in nodded. Good. Uncle Lee had gone to take Uncle Tu to work, so the two of them drove there themselves. Do you remember where? Natalie Lu strapped herself in and said, I haven't been over here in almost a year either. The two people live in a piece of that sanatorium has an excellent reputation. In the country is well known. Otherwise the Chi family would not have sent Ji-in over a long way. Navigable. Natalie let out an oh. Yes, my elementary school was actually not far from the nursing home, said Natalie Lu. When I first started school, when I was in first grade, sometimes I would subconsciously turn toward the entrance of the nursing home after school. I remember the nursing sister who was in charge of our ward at the time had 2 dimples in her smile and would leave me candy after I'd dutifully taken my medicine. Ji-in quietly listened to her, recalling his own days that year. Not so many good memories. The only colorful is that Snow White soft and sticky dumplings, you see, were actually quite related. Natalie Lu looked at her hand. If you think about it, we can't be considered complete strangers. They crossed paths a long time ago. Yeah, it was God who gave them the chance to meet again and again, and they ended up together. The Cloud City Sanatorium is at the foot of a mountain with a beautiful view of the years, and as soon as you see the front door, the feeling of familiarity comes over you. After the weather cleared up, there were many patients who came down to walk in the courtyard. The two of them found a bench and sat down, quietly looking at the lake in the center of the courtyard. Nico Lu suddenly said, when I came here on the first day, I secretly sat by the lake for a long time. At that time, she did not have a clear concept of death, but only knew that her mom and dad were gone, and she was lonely and scared, and sometimes wondered if she would be able to see them if she died, too. This immature idea had not yet materialized before he was carried back to the ward by the back of his neck by the rushing nurse's sister. In the same ward with her was a girl who also had autism, and the two of them didn't talk to anyone in the same room, each immersed in their own world. Only that sister was a little more serious than herself, and Natalie Lu was discharged from the hospital before the first phase of her treatment was complete. Her world never let in a single ray of light. More than 20 years had passed, patients had come in and been discharged from the sanatorium, and the nurses had changed, and should have long since forgotten the two of them. So both of them were surprised for a split second when the old dean's wife pointed at them and called out the names quite accurately. It's you guys, isn't it? The old woman smiled kindly. You still remember us? Natalie Lu didn't know what to say and repeated with a bit of excitement. It's been more than 20 years, and you actually remember us. Of course I remember. Nico, you visit the nursing home almost every year. Mrs. Dean smiled. I know all about it, and you donate money to the nursing home every year. You, the grumpy little guy. She obviously remembered Akian as well. Mean to everyone but Natalie. You guys together after all this time? Natalie Lu nodded shyly. We're married. That's nice. Want to go inside? Mrs. Dean asked. The two of them exchanged glances, and Nicholas Lu shook his head. Let's not go in and disturb. It was considered a hospital after all, so they could just look around outside and not go in and cause trouble. Not far away on the lawn, Lu Xingyue, who was pushing Shangyan, smiled helplessly. Do you count this as mother and daughter? Indeed, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Shangyan stared blankly at her daughter who was talking to the dean's wife not far away, a place where she had buried her 2 grayest years. It was hard on her heart, and she wanted to avert her eyes, but she couldn't let go of her daughter's beautiful, gentle face. Natalie had 2 years of living here, she murmured. She must have missed her mom then.
Actually, Mom misses her. Especially. Shun Yen had countless impulses to take Nico with her, but reason told her that it was still safest at home, and that the bloody storm within the Lu family was not something a child could withstand. She was only thinking about the safety of the child now, but not whether Nico herself wanted it or not. Every decision made back then was about the future, and it was the optimal solution to weigh the pros and cons. It wasn't until they left the sanatorium that Shang Yan retracted her gaze and asked somewhat bemusedly, Xing Yue, do you think it's best if I don't appear in front of her for the rest of my life? In fact, she'd asked herself that question countless times, the answer torn back and forth by reason. She couldn't afford to give it up. How did she survive all these years? All because she wanted to see her daughter, so countless times in danger. Husband and wife have gritted their teeth and pulled through. The third house is ruthless, and after leaving the country, it is even more unscrupulous without any moral boundaries. When the old master preferred to hand over the power to the second house refused to give the third house behavior completely angered the eye of the wolf. If not the big house first step abroad to hold them out, the entire Lu family will be completely destroyed by the third house, and they have the nerve to blame the old man for being biased. How come they don't think about how viciously they do things themselves? For the sake of power, even their own brothers. That seemingly accidental car accident was the sign that the third house and the Lu family completely tore their faces off. Chapter 113, Back to the capital. After the weather cleared up completely, Ji-in and Nico were ready to return to the capital. It's already the end of the month, and Auntie too was a bit sad to see her go. Aren't you going to stay for a while? Nico hasn't been back for a long time, and it's only been a few days? I'm going to work next month. Natalie Lu hugged her second aunt. I can't stay in Cloud City all the time, so when you and second uncle aren't busy anymore, I'll come to the capital to stay for a while. The second aunt touched Lu Nico's head and said, I asked Aunt Lee to make some specialties from Yun Chang. You send some over to your mother-in-law. They are all made by my own hands in the past few days. Green and non-polluting. Good. Auntie too had actually done her best to be nice to Natalie Lu all these years, and that was all she could do for her own daughter. She walked the duo to the airport again with Uncle Song and watched them enter the terminal before turning to leave. Once on the plane, Natalie Lu covered herself with a small blanket and drank a cup of hot water before putting on an eye mask and preparing to take a nap. Flying from Cloud City to the capital was about 2 hours. Not too long and not too short. A nap was about right. Ikian watched her tilt her head as she slept, and with little sleepiness he opened his laptop to look at the small pile of emails that had been piling up for half a month. It's time to get back to the grind, and for a while it's been a bit hard to let go of this free time. In the Chi family clan, the people had already received the news that Chi-in was coming back, and were running to tell each other, quite literally crying tears of joy. Brother Hidden and little sister-in-law are back. I can finally be liberated. Days. Really? When do we land? I'll pick them up myself, drop Ikian off at the office and come back. God knows how I've spent this month. What those damnable capitalists did to me once they heard that Brother Kane was away. I still have a handful of bitter tears when I think about it. Suddenly I realize how hard it is for Brother Hidden to be the head of the family. Brother Hidden has worked hard. Brother Hidden has worked hard. Still on the plane, Ji-in did not know that he had not finished the short half actually have so many people miss him. Just look at so many unprocessed mail. Feel that these people with the same as the dry food. Everything has to be his personal hands. In addition to the Chi affair, there's also action in Australia. The man sked impatiently and rubbed his brow, preparing to take the time to find Lu Xingyue for a meal when he returned. He didn't have that much patience with the third house of the Lu family, so naturally he wouldn't be merciful. The crux of Natalie's heart problem lies in the internal disputes within the Lu family. Would it not be better for her to see her parents once she has solved this problem directly? Ji-in thought so. His mind was already planning how to clean up the third house's gang of brats. The little girl beside him slept with a tight grip on the corner of her blanket, her sleeping face looking harmless and a little pathetic. Lu Zhanyan is back in the country too, right? Then let's start with him. Natalie landed in half an hour when she woke up from her own nap. No matter when I wake up from sleep, I'm always waking up for a while, and this moment is no exception. Ji-in asked the flight attendant for 2 cups of hot water, one on the tray in front of Natalie Lu, while closing the computer and resting his own eyes. Natalie Lu held her cup and drank from it before lying on the window and looking at the clouds, big soft white clouds, her mind blank and out of focus. After a while, returning to her senses, she turned her head and saw that Ji-in was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, saying, "Did you just not sleep?" "Nope." He opened his eyes and looked at the time. "Almost there." "Aha! Then you'll have a good rest when we get home in a while." Natalie Lu touched her stomach. "I seem to be a bit hungry. Mom said she brought Icky Jean over to pick him up, so you can have some of his snacks to pad out." Natalie Lu's eyes lit up. How embarrassing that would be. Jean often carries a variety of small snacks hidden in the small bag when he goes out. Sometimes a mess. You take him to the company to find Ji-in. These snacks have not been less by his brother Hua. Ikian smiled. I'm sure he'd be happy to. 20 minutes later, the plane landed. The duo didn't really have much luggage and were all relaxed, with a bunch of messages coming in on their cell phones that were connected to the internet. Without looking at a few of them, Ji-in led her straight toward a commercial vehicle. The car window came down and Ji-jin waved cheerfully. Sister-in-law brother, we're over here. The children's faces were filled with enthusiastic smiles, causing Nico to follow suit, and her steps were much more cheerful. When she got into the car, Ms. You took a closer look at Natalie Liu and said painfully, it seems like you've lost weight. Ji-jin followed and looked around, saying fervently, well, it's thin. It's been a hard half-month of running around in the wind and rain, so it's been hard on Natalie. Ms. You lovingly, Akin, who was ignored the whole time. Aren't you guys forgetting something? Oops, you're back too. Ji-in, Ms. You just saw him and said in surprise, how did you take care of your daughter-in-law? How come she's getting thinner and thinner? Akin, the well-behaved Ji-jin was already pulling her own little bag. Nico's sister-in-law, I've brought my favorite round cookies. Try them. Natalie Liu took it with a smile. Thank you Xiao-jin. You're all hungry after such a long flight, aren't you? Ben said he's already made dinner, just waiting for you guys to come home and eat. Ms. You also smiles. Nico, have a good rest after dinner. Ji-jin, hurry up and go to the office. That group of people have been rushing me to my cell phone for the past few days. Akin, good. He can be such a laborer. Natalie Liu fed Ji-in a small cookie and said heartily, can't you start your busy schedule tomorrow? He's just been busy all the way. No one heartache she finally a little comfort in his heart, or his wife heartache himself. Seeing that the round cookie went into her smelly brother's mouth, Ji-jin was very dissatisfied. Brother, you are already an adult. How can you eat kids' snacks? Akin lazily took the small cookie from his hand and poured it into his mouth. Have I eaten less? Ji Xiaojin angrily puffed out her cheeks. Brother is so annoying. That's what I brought for Nico's sister-in-law. What's hers is mine, and what's mine is hers. Ms. You was speechless as she looked at her childish two sons. That's right mom. Second aunt sent some Yunchang specialties over. We'll both send them over to you in a few days. Natalie Liu remembered. Good, said Ms. You, obviously more concerned about another matter. How was the honeymoon? What about the wedding photos? Is it good? Natalie Liu smiled helplessly. The pictures will take a month to come out. The trip was great, and the last few days a typhoon came to Cloud City, so we were all at home resting. That's good. Ms. You sighed. Back and busy again. I'm not busy. Mostly he is. I know you feel sorry for the brat. He earns money to support his wife. He should. Chapter 114. It's okay. You're enough. Back at Longton Mountain Water, Ben ran out with the cat. Nico, you're back. Little September jumped down from Ben's arms and meowed around Nico Lu's legs. The latter squatted down and picked up the kitten and put it in her arms. Back. Hungry or not? The rice is ready. Come and eat. The little maid had thoughtfully prepared appetizing hawthorn juice for the two of them, obviously about the same age as Natalie Liu, but with an aura similar to that of Ms. You, frowning heartily, she said, I feel like you've lost weight. The rice outside really isn't as good as the one I made, right? So Natalie Liu ate an extra half bowl of rice to express her recognition of Ben's cooking. In the end, the company's matter is urgent. Again eat a mealtime received Chun Chi's chain call. There is really no time to rest, change clothes and go to the company. Natalie Liu sympathized with him for a second, then happily went off to play with September. Sent back almost half a month time. The little September has already from the beginning of the cat bug into a round head, round brain, round belly cat cub, lively and cute. Natalie Liu likes to keep hugging and not letting go. Ben showed her upstairs to the cat room. Let's see how it looks. Is there anything else we need to add? Natalie Liu turned around and was satisfied. Not bad. Looking at it makes me want to sleep in this house. A sunny cat and cat room. Who wouldn't be tempted to look at this? Little September licked her paws and nudged her from behind, as if inviting Natalie Liu to come in and sit down. Unlike the leisurely and relaxed side of Longting Shanxue, as soon as Ji-in entered the company, he saw the various contracts piled up on the table. The boss finally came back, and the secretary stood up at the same time as if they had seen the backbone and were ready to go in. At the same time, asterisk. I'll go in first. Don't crowd. No air you don't billion. I'm in a hurry. I'll go in first. I told you 2 days ago. Not a minute more. Let me in first. Chen Shi struggled to maintain order. Don't crowd. Come one by one. Line up. Line up. Ikian could hear his heartbreaking cries from inside. The secretaries waited outside holding the documents, and the department managers immediately prepared the meeting materials when they heard that Mr. Shi was back. Ikian, there's never been a moment when I've felt so important. Chen Shi bit her face. The boss did not come back before this group of people seemed to touch the fish touch quite happy. The original They Back So role? Luckily he was just a little life secretary and didn't have to go through that. Over the next few hours, one by one, people came in and out of Ik-yin's office, all of them holding their papers in and out calmly with an anxious face. Unconsciously, night fell, and after the last manager went out, Ik-yin pressed his forehead in fatigue, having the feeling of making up homework the day before winter vacation. There was still a pile of papers on the table waiting for him to sign. Chen-chi pulled up the timetable and said, "Boss, it's time for the meal that the madam instructed." It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, so Ik-yin ate something random to pat his stomach and dove back into the sea of work. At 10 o'clock at night, Natalie Lu called. The little girl in the video was sitting on the sofa with a cat squint in her arms, and smiled as soon as she saw him. "Ji-in, when are you coming back?" The afternoon's fatigue seems to have dissipated quite a bit. The man loosened his collar. His large bony hands picked up a cup of coffee to wake up, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was a little hoarse. "You go to sleep first, don't need to wait for me, there are a lot of things to do today. I don't know what time to finish." Natalie Lu saw his obviously tired face and said, "So have you finished eating? Are you hungry? Why don't I go bring you a midnight snack?" Ji-in looked at her warm little face under the light and said soothingly, "I've eaten. I'm not hungry. It's a big night, don't come out. It's cold outside." Well, the little girl's scowl faded and she asked him in a small whisper, "Can you not work that late from now on?" Ik-yin froze when he heard her continue, "You're so tired, and I can make money." His heart softened into a puddle, and the man's dark eyes looked at her, seeming to see through the screen to the bottom of her eyes. "I want to hold Nico." Natalie Lu blushed, seemingly a little shy, and thumped up the stairs without even hugging in September, darting into the bedroom and getting into bed, showing him the other half of the quilt, "Then come back quickly and cuddle me to sleep." The knot in Ik-yin's throat rolled as he looked at the last drinking game on the schedule. The game was set up by the gang specifically for him, but even if they had gone over, they would have just watched them drink and play with women, and then used these extravagant contraptions to try to bring them closer together. That, might as well go home and sleep with your wife. Her heart was already shaken with her next words, "I miss you, go home." Completely firm, the delicate and soft little beauty is also the first time to say such sticky words. The whole face is permeated with scarlet color. The watery eyes look over even more looks like a good bully. Ji-in put on his jacket and headed out. Chen-chi, who was napping in the secretarial area, stood up. "Boss, are we going to Chendong and their drinking game now?" "Push it." The man's voice was a little strained, and I wondered if it was his fault that it seemed a little muffled. "But Chendong Bay, this bureau is prepared for you." "Invited? From last month?" Chen-chi was a bit hesitant. "Are you really not going today?" "Well, anything tomorrow. The old man is going home." "Well, anyway, it's those big bosses who are begging for it, so what's wrong with waiting one more day?" Chen-chi quickly convinced himself that he was ready to follow Ji-in to work overtime until the early hours of the morning and relaxed. "Okay, then I'll send you home now?" "Aha, TSK, have a wife is not the same. Look at the pool total." This return to the heart of the arrow. In the past, this is not overnight is not going to be. Chen-chi was happy not to work overtime, and after sending his boss home, he was happily off work himself. In the bedroom, Natalie Lu looked at the video that had been hung up, uncertain and a little ashamed at the same time. He is so busy, it's not easy to take the initiative to pamper yourself. Hanging up so soon? Damn it, next time I'll never play with him again. Natalie Lu charged the battery and was just about to turn off the light and go to bed when the sound of a car came from the yard. She gave a start, got out of bed and went to the window to look, and saw the familiar black car. Ik-yin, what's he doing back here? Natalie Lu was all ready to sleep alone when the man suddenly appeared downstairs. The body reacted faster than the brain. Natalie Lu put on a jacket and flew downstairs. Ik-yin just got off the car as the little girl's soft body pounced on a full embrace. The hands of the roses squeezed in the arms of the two. Low as a piece of fragrance. "I brought you flowers." Ji-in hugged her and whispered, "But there are no hydrangea roses tonight." "It's all right." The girl's soft lips pressed against his, and her curved eyes were all about the tiny him. "It's enough to have you." Chapter 115, Ji-in, I'm here to see you. On the first day of November, Natalie Lu went to King's University on time with her bag. Ben drove her to the door and said, "Come on Nick, don't be nervous, I'm there for you in spirit." Natalie Lu cried and laughed. Today she was just going to schedule a lesson time, or maybe follow a few lessons first, not necessarily a class yet, though she did get a little nervous. Bending like an old mother sending her child off to school for the first time, she waited for Nico Lu's figure to completely disappear before wiping her tears and leaving. Bushi, being able to familiarize herself a bit this time compared to the bewilderment she felt the first time she came to Kyoto University. Natalie Lu followed the information given by the principal and went to look for the registrar's office in the complex. It can be seen that Beijing University attaches great importance to this external visiting professor. Nico Lu went in when the president and the dean of the School of Fine Arts were. She felt like she was back at her college interview. Anyway, by the time the series of formalities were completed, it was morning. The dean of the Academy of Fine Arts is a middle-aged woman with a remarkable temperament, who speaks in a gentle voice, and whose character and learning can be seen in her conversation. Like Dean, Natalie Lu was so comfortable with her that she couldn't help but relax. Professor Xiao Lu, since we're going to a lecture in the afternoon, why don't we just eat at the school at noon? She slightly inclined her head, her tone like she was talking to a small child. Natalie Lu really had no resistance to this kind of gentle big sister. Her pretty almond eyes stared at her and said, "Can Dean Bai accompany me?" She pursed her lips slightly, as if embarrassed. "I'm still not too familiar with the campus, but of course, it's fine if you're busy. I can go by myself." Where did Dean Bai carry off this request from the sweet and soft little girl, immediately throwing her husband, who had asked her to lunch, to the back of her mind? Of course, it's just as well that I'll introduce you to our Academy of Fine Arts. The two of them chatted as they headed for the nearest cafeteria, and on the way, many students who knew Dean Bai greeted her while looking curiously at the young girl next to her. Looking so young to be personally led by the godforsaken Dean Bai, could it be one of her students? Is the dean taking on students again? For a while, the crowd looked over with envious and curious gazes. Dean Bai is a famous figure in the international oil painting industry. What's this little girl's origin that she can actually be accepted as her student? So it was that the newly promoted Professor Lu Jr. was mistaken for the mysterious great disciple of the dean of the beauty school on his first day at the school because he looked too young. Our Academy of Fine Arts actually sends exchange students to country Y every year, and many outstanding talents can't be separated from the joint cultivation of the two schools. Dean Bai took Natalie Lu to the faculty and staff cafeteria on the second floor, and ordered a cup of milk tea for the little girl after she had finished her meal. Smiling, "I didn't think that Prof. Molly's would let you come, and even more so, I didn't think you would actually agree. After all, those who drew to a realm like Nico Lu's had a unique talent, coupled with acquired hard work, and such a master teacher, who had reached a peak at such a young age that countless people could not stand up to in their lifetime. When she hadn't graduated yet, she was the first of countless people to take out any assignment, and now she was semi-retired. She put on a newcomer vest to draw comics. After all, the base is there, not to mention drawing comics will explode. Such a person, take the foot to draw things, touch the casual pen are very powerful. A successful painter will not lack of money, not to mention that she is married to the first Qi family in the capital city of China. This kind of lying win life, what is the need to come out to work? Being a vase in the Qi family can lie down and count the money, so I guess it is also idle to let them pick up the leak. To be honest, Natalie Lu wasn't much different in age from her niece, and since she didn't have any children of her own, she would be extraordinarily fond of seeing this kind of outstanding offspring. I was at home all day with nothing much to do. Natalie Lu winked at her mischievously. After studying abroad for a few years, it's good to be able to go back home and contribute to the motherland. Dean Bai smiled gently, and in his heart, he liked this excellent but modest little girl more and more. By the way, Dean Bai, I've only been a student before. I've never taught anyone else. Natalie Lu was a bit hesitant. Is it okay to just look at other professors like that? Are you not allowed to take a higher education teaching credential or something like that first? The dean could see her concern and said, every professor's teaching style is really different. Just take the classes the way you're comfortable with. And don't be nervous, the kids at the university are very smart, and taking them on won't be as difficult as you think. Natalie Lu nodded, thinking that she still had to take the time to get a license, or else she would always feel that she was not professional enough. After dinner, Natalie Lu was a little sleepy. The class she was listening to was still at 5 p.m. It was still early, so she decided to go find Ikeen. It was a busy morning, and I didn't have time to glance at my cell phone until after dinner. The latest message was from Ikeen, asking her how the interview went and if it went well. Natalie Lu snapped and typed a reply. It's over. It went well. They're scheduling my classes now. He should be resting at this moment as well, and quickly returned the message. Are you still at school now? Have you had lunch yet? I have to go to a class at 5 p.m. Dean Bai looked at Natalie Lu looking down and messaging with someone. The expression on her face was gentle and sweet, so she didn't need to think about it to know. Chatting with Mr. Ikari? Dean Bai's husband was the president of a certain listed company, and had a lot of cooperation with Qi, so naturally he knew the not-so-tempered Qi young man. Natalie Lu looked up and smiled shyly. Aha! You didn't apply for the staff dormitory. Go to the company to find Mr. Qi in a while? Dean Bai glanced at the time. She didn't have to stay at the school in the afternoon. This would be ready to go to her husband as well. Said, I'll take you if you go. It happens to be on the way. Natalie Lu naturally responded. After following Dean White straight past the garage, the skirt-clad Dean White clicked the car keys in her hand. A little pink donkey beeped. 5 minutes later,
Natalie Lu with her white round helmet gripped her cell phone in one hand and hugged Dean's thin waist with the other, happy and new to the feeling of the breeze on her face. On the cell phone, it shows a message just sent. I've come to your company to sleep with you. Beijing University from C.L. Small electric donkey in the past is only a matter of 15 minutes. The white Dean has a kind of gardenia fragrance. Lu Nico very pleasant to hold her all the way. Get off the car is still a little bit unfulfilled. She'd like to have one of those rides too. Thus, Akin, who had come downstairs early to wait after receiving his wife's message, caught a glimpse of the little girl with the round helmet milling out of the car, cooing something to the owner of the car with a look of dismay. Chapter 116, My husband is here to pick me up. After Natalie Lu asked Dean by what brand of this mount that was so close to her heart was bought from, she then looked up and saw Chien who was looking this way not far away. The somewhat glum little face immediately cheered up, as if seeing a parent who had come to pick him up, and waved his hand to indicate that he was here. Akin headed this way, and Dean White froze for a moment, still in no hurry. Akin, let me introduce you. This is Dean Bai, the Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts of Beijing University. Natalie Lu took it upon herself to introduce both parties. This is my husband, Akin. Dean White nodded. Hello. Ji-in also nodded as a greeting. Mrs. Dong. Dean White was a little surprised. You remember me? There was a meeting at the last bidding meeting. Ji-in explained. The little girl's social circle was simple, and her likes were straightforward. As long as she liked them, she would usually simply introduce them to her own family, which used to be Mrs. Lu, and now it was Ji-in. Dean Bai sighed in his heart. It's true that people who can do big business, this kind of sharp and powerful memory, anyone else would feel flattered. Now it seemed that the legendary cranky and cold general manager Ji didn't look as if he was all that he appeared to be. He does have a disarming manner with no one, but the tone and whatnot isn't off-putting, and the communication can be described as open and shuttered. But in front of Natalie Lu, that mask of detachment and indifference looked like it had been lifted. Natalie Lu didn't know that Dean Bai had actually thought so much in just a few short breaths, and after a brief introduction, she said goodbye to the people. Only after Dean Bai left did she stuff her hand into Ji Yin's, saying, Why did you come down without a jacket? Is it cold? As he spoke, he warmed his hand, which had just been covered all the way in his pocket. Ji-in held her backhandedly and led her towards the building. I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way in, so I came down to pick you up. He did remember what Tang Ji had said last time, that the interior of the C.L. building was a little more complicated than a Soviet-style embroidery workshop, and it wasn't like she'd been here a few times. Natalie Lu shook her head, smoothed her hair, which had just been crushed by the helmet, and said, I'm going to get a little electric bike later, too. She doesn't know how to drive, so it's convenient to have a small electric donkey to get around. Ji-in nodded. What do you like? He turned around and had someone choose a good one for her to pick. I don't know much about it. I want a pink one, and it would be nice to be able to carry people. Ikian nodded, making a note of her needs. At this point he hadn't realized that the car he picked today had, sometime afterward, made him the center of attention. The wife's request, Chien is sure to be the best to complete. In the afternoon, a few beautiful car was sent to Nico's cell phone. The afternoon class was at 5 o'clock, and Natalie Lu was in the lounge when she woke up from her nap. Chien didn't know when he had also prepared a computer for her here. While he was busy outside, Natalie Lu was playing by herself in the lounge, and every now and then a pretty hot secretary lady came in to give her some snacks and drinks or something. The man has been very deliberate in creating an environment where the little marshmallow is so comfortable that he doesn't feel like he's annoying anyone during his work hours, but instead he can't wait to be glued to his wife at all times. Natalie Lu then looked at materials online to refine her less sophisticated lesson planning notes. The two of them were busy with their own lives, but because they were in the same space, there was a sense of reassurance. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Natalie Lu felt that it was about time and stretched herself out of the restroom. Natalie Lu, who had just finished brainstorming, looked a bit tired, and her hair couldn't even be brushed in time, so she looked like a disheveled person who had been tragically ravaged. Then she saw an office of large and small managers who were trembling and reporting to Chief Koike. The crowd caught a glimpse of this watery little girl coming out of the lounge, and some immediately recognized that this was the boss's wife. Revealing a look of bewilderment, Natalie Lu, hiss, so embarrassing. Should she now greet them with a look of confidence or retreat to the restroom? As Natalie Lu was torn, the indifferent-looking Chief Shao-Chi spoke up, breaking the inexplicably awkward atmosphere in the office. He said, "Come here." Natalie Lu leaned over hesitantly, and the next second, the man's large hand gently yet skillfully smoothed her hair and said, "Are you leaving?" Natalie Lu nodded. "Wait for me over there?" Natalie Lu nodded. Next, Akin spent 10 minutes settling this side of the job, and only when everyone had left did Natalie Lu get up. "I'll drive you there. Wait for me to go back together when it's over, okay?" The man lowered his head, gently asking for her opinion.
Not the same person as the workaholic who killed and killed just now. Natalie Lu nodded curtly. Good. He looked down and kissed the tip of the little girl's pretty nose and said, Good Natalie. She's just as good as she looks. It was 6 o'clock by the time Natalie Lu finished her lecture, and she messaged Jean before she slowly packed her things. It feels like every time I listen to a class I get a little something out of it. This student, are you also from the Academy of Fine Arts? Can you add a WeChat? Natalie Lu looked up blankly and saw the person who had spoken. It was a very young boy, quite good looking, a little shy when he spoke to her, and when he looked past himself, he seemed to blush. Natalie Lu shook her head and said, I'm not a student at the Academy of Fine Arts, so don't add WeChat. Are you from another academy then? My name is Liao Tao. I think we can get acquainted. Seeing that Natalie Lu was leaving, the boy was a bit anxious and followed her out of the classroom. Natalie Lu wasn't very good at dealing with this kind of scene and frowned. Sorry, I don't add strangers. I like you a lot. Can you give me a chance? Just start as a friend. Liao Tao noticed this beautiful girl before class, had not seen before. He is really not much resistance to this kind of quiet and warm beauty. He is an unsociable person, or the first time so active. Though he was already being careful about socializing, he was still sensitive to the fact that the object of his affection at first sight didn't seem to like him very much. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked to the entrance of the school where Natalie Lu and Chi-in had made an appointment. Thank you for liking me, but I'm already married, and my husband and I are in a good relationship. Natalie Lu replied seriously, and your task now should be to study hard. She had never considered anything like a relationship during her school years. Liao Tao was a bit bored by her serious education, but also felt that this classmate was a bit cute, and wanted to say something more. Then he saw the little girl's eyes light up, and darted in a certain direction. She flung herself into the arms of a man in a trench coat. Hubby, you came to pick me up. Liao Tao's classmates heard the little girl's soft and sweet voice. The newly budding heart of spring shattered. Chapter 117, My sister took the initiative to find me for dinner. The next day, Natalie Lu was officially on duty. In the conference room, Liao Tao saw a few girls discussing something heatedly, and from time to time, he could hear words like visiting professor and Mr. Morris's student and so on, so he couldn't help but go up and listen to his ears. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Is there a new professor coming to our college? Liao Tao's classmates were still immersed in their love that died yesterday afternoon before they were even born, and even their curiosity wasn't as strong as it usually was. One of the girls turned around and said, Yeah, I heard from our tutor. I heard that the new visiting professor is a great guy, and the main thing is that he's young and pretty. Liao Tao, so you girls are more concerned about this? She's in the second big class this morning, just 2 a week. Don't you want to check it out? Liao Tao became interested. Just take a look. Which classroom? Anyway, he didn't have classes this morning, so he just went to see what kind of god it was, and it caused so many people to discuss it before he even came. The latter classroom on the 5th floor of the gathering building. The girl pulled up her companion and hurriedly said, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to take a seat. Quite a few people know about this news. There's no place to sit if you're late. Morris Master's students, casually pull one out, are internationally renowned painters. Only his old man's Chinese students are few and far between. The school actually dug up is also quite impressive. The sadness in Liao Tao's heart dissipated, and he followed them with a curious face. Is it so powerful? Compared to Dean Bai? No less than that. It was 20 minutes before class started, so Natalie Lu got out of the car and headed toward the gathering house. She only made it as far as the entrance to the Academy of Fine Arts before she was a bit lost for direction again, and after some thought, she sent a message to Shang Xingyue. Are you at school? The person on the other end quickly replied, Sister In. What's wrong? Natalie found her savior and asked for help. Do you know the road of the Academy of Fine Arts? What direction does the Ideas building go? Where are you now? I'll take you there. The kid was quite enthusiastic. Nico Lu was touched. In front of the Academy of Fine Arts, she stood still and waited for a while before she saw the suited Shang Xingyi hurrying in. Hey, what are you doing? Boys look a little tired, like they haven't slept in a few days, and that's not like being at school. Seemingly seeing what was on her mind, Shang Xingyi said, I just finished participating in a simulation conference, and I was exhausted after preparing the information for several days before that. So it is. Are you done? Natalie Lu suddenly regretted it, feeling that she was delaying someone else. Actually, it's fine for you to send me the map, Shang Xingyi said. After you're done with your work, you can't be late for your first day of class. Let's go. I'll take you there. Natalie Lu had to nod and say, Thanks. Thank me? The boy next to me smiled. Buy me lunch then. No problem. Natalie Lu agreed cheerfully. I'll get out of class at 11 o'clock. Contact me then? Okay. Shang Xingyue really knew Jingde University well, and after looking at Natalie Lu's class schedule she directly brought the person to the classroom door. Natalie Lu waved to him and just stepped into the classroom when she was surprised by a classroom full of people. She, so popular? The latter classroom with a capacity of 100 was full, and Natalie Lu's nerves that had just eased on the road came out again when she saw so many young and curious faces. Seeing a person come in at the door of the classroom, everyone didn't pay much attention at first, thinking that they also came to listen to the class. It wasn't until the man took his place at the podium that the young declining lady looked not much older than them, and her features were exquisite and beautiful. The Academy of Fine Arts and the Conservatory of Music produced more than their fair share of beauties, but the people on stage were clearly no slouches. Is this the new professor? Someone who knew her had already whispered in alarm. Natalie Lu? The man next to him wondered. You know? No, don't you all surf? One of the pairs in this year's limited summer romance roundup was her and the Prince of Chi. They were the ones I was bumping into at the time. So it's her. My friend was shocked for a split second. She's not being her posh wife and coming to teach at our school? What are you talking about? I heard she was picked up by our dean himself. No, she's Mr. Morris's disciple. Did you forget? Natalie Lu didn't know that so many people were discussing herself down there. The classroom was pretty quiet when she came in, and after studying it for a while, to no avail, she had to say, "Can someone come up here and turn on the projector in this classroom?" "I'll do it, teacher." Someone volunteered to raise their hand. "Thanks." Natalie Lu smiled at her and fished a candy out of her pocket and gave it to her. That student was a bit flattered. After adjusting the PPT, just as the class bell rang, Natalie Lu briefly introduced herself first, a little nervous, feeling as if her hands were shaking, but the voice didn't shake. "Then it's fine. Everything went pretty well according to her plan." And she asked Dean White for advice on the content and direction of her own classes, all things she knew by heart, and quickly grew into them. Liao Tao's classmates, who were sitting on the end at the bottom, were already numb. So the little goddess he'd fallen for was actually the new professor? Natalie Lu felt quite comfortable in her first class. Just like what Dean Bai said, the college kids really don't need her hand to teach them. A lot of things just need to point them to understand. Natalie Lu advances the degree according to her own method, and any students who don't know how to do it will raise their hands to show. Anyway, by the time the class was over, it dawned on Natalie Lu that she might have that much talent in her. The new beautiful professor is obviously the first time in class. The way is very different from other experienced professors, more vivid and interesting. The voice is also good, gentle and soft. There are a lot of girls in the Academy of Fine Arts, and at this moment, they have completely succumbed to Professor Lu's gentle voice. After listening to a class in a trance, Mr. Liao Tao saw Natalie Lu packing up and leaving the classroom, and subconsciously followed him out. Then he saw Professor Lu, who had rejected him without hesitation yesterday, walking away with another young male student. Professor Xiao Lu didn't expect Shang Xingyue to be waiting for her so early. She messaged Jiyin that she wasn't going to his company for dinner and then said, "Let's go. Do you want to go off campus or on campus?" "Off campus," Shang Xingyi said subconsciously. "There's nothing to eat in the school cafeteria." "Okay." Natalie Lu didn't have much of an opinion. "Any restaurant recommendations?" "Yes." Shang Xingyi cheered up. "I'll take you there." A few days ago, he was exhausted from fighting with that dog Lu Jingyan, and it was not easy for his sister to take the initiative to find herself once. He must brush up on his goodwill. Chapter 118. Yes, sister. Shang Xingyue seemed to be familiar with the restaurants around Kyoto University, heading for the parking lot after exiting the school gates, looking like she wasn't in the area. Natalie Lu chatted with him. "Don't you have class this afternoon?" "Nope. Don't worry. Having classes doesn't delay my lunch." Shang Xingyue drove lightly out of the street. Inside a car not far away, a man hummed softly and said, "Is that Shang Xingyi's car?" Lu Zhanyan, who was sitting in the back seat with a gloomy face, raised his head and coldly said, "Follow." "Yes, sir. He can finally appear under my nose." Lu Zhanyan gritted his teeth. His development after returning to China was not as smooth as he had imagined. He had thought that the main person he had to deal with was this Lu Xingyue guy, but he did not expect that his dear cousin would actually intervene as well. The Qi family's influence in the capital was obviously not something he could fight against. They were intent on protecting Lu Xingyue's development, and there was nothing he could do about it even if he gritted his teeth. For so many years, he had never put this cousin who grew up in the country in his eyes, and the rival of the two of their siblings was Lu Xingyue. As for Natalie Lu, she was just a coward who hid in her grandparents' arms after being scared out of her wits by a car accident. I didn't realize that the biggest resistance after coming back wasn't Lu Xingyue, who had been working against them, but this neglected cousin. It was true that they didn't expect her to marry the Qi family. He was busy on the domestic side, and before he succeeded in penetrating the Chinese market, his business in Australia went wrong again. The First Room's Hand of Sound and Fury is a wonderful play. Lu Zhanyan was furious. His father called him every day to ask how he was progressing domestically, and if he couldn't do it, he'd take a break and go back to Australia. Anymore, the home base can't be lost. But seeing the Lu family has been screwed by them for so many years, languishing until this, now that a marriage has taken place, all the years of preparation have been wasted. I can't believe the big house has been hiding it all these years, too, for nearly 2 decades. How did they put up with it? From blood brothers to the next generation? Lu Zhanyan couldn't figure it out, but he was now overcome with anger. And he saw Lu Xingyue and Lu Nico getting into the car with a smile on their faces. Did they recognize each other as siblings? Plus the Qi family's help in the end, it's a happy ending for all? Nice try. Lu Zhenyan's grim eyes stayed glued to the car in front of him. The driver whistled excitedly and said, "What do you want? This isn't Australia, and there's no room for them to mess around openly and honestly in China. Follow first." In the end, not being swept away, Lu Zhanyan kept his wits about him and said, "In the next few days find me a private detective to take a good look at Natalie Lu's movements, since the source of it all is her. Then start with her. Look at how much the youngest member of the Qi family and Lu Xingyu care about her." Natalie Lu didn't know she was being watched by her bad brother. She and Lu Xingyi arrived at a French restaurant and felt a little weird. This kind of moody romantic meal for two should be eaten with one's lover, right? The two of them are a bit out of place. Natalie Lu looked at Shang Xingyue, wanting to speak. The restaurant was basically filled with couples, looking at each other with smiles and love. Natalie Lu had a bad chill. She had a husband. Didn't he wait for her to open her mouth yet? Shang Xingyi directly bypassed the big restaurant in front of her and led her to the back kitchen? Back room? Natalie Lu watched with a puzzled expression as he walked into the inner room. Then a bearded foreign man hugged him warmly and the two exchanged words in French. Natalie Lu didn't understand, but she could tell they knew each other. "I forgot to tell you, the chef and owner of this restaurant is a friend of mine. You can call him Lyle, and he just happens to be in today. Take you to try his handiwork," Shang Xingyue said. "Those French food outside in the hall is only a little bit. Eat and not full. How meaningless. We'll eat buffet directly in the back kitchen." "Ah." Natalie Lu looked at Shang Xingyi and then at the bearded man. "Is that okay?" The latter enthusiastically flew her a kiss indicating that of course there was no problem. Natalie Lu, "Okay, that actually sounds pretty good." There was a small bar outside the back kitchen, and the two of them could see the whole process of the chef's cooking straight away. Natalie Lu didn't understand French, so the two of them cut to English mode and had a piece of the conversation. "The atmosphere is actually quite nice, relaxed and pleasant. By the way Lu, how are your parents' health?" Lyle skillfully sliced the foie gras and said, "Auntie Shang's legs seemed to be able to stand up last time I was there." Natalie Lu is the only one here with the surname Lu, and she subconsciously said, "What?" Shang Xingyue movement paused, quickly picked up, "Quite good. The last time you came to my house was a few years ago. The back of my mom had an operation, and is now in the recovery stage." Natalie Lu didn't immediately ask him about the questions in her own mind, but patiently listened to the two of them chatting. Shang Xingyue didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it strongly, and the two of them chatted back and forth. As Natalie Lu listened, she had an inexplicably strange feeling in her heart. From their conversation, it seems that Shang Xingyue's last name is not Shang, but Lyle calls him Lu. Which Lu is it? Shang Xingyue is back from Y country. His mother seems to be earlier in the years of both legs out of some problems. His father is a gentle and elegant man, and are Oriental. Natalie Lu didn't actually think in that direction right away at first. She just thought that if Shang Xingyue's last name was really Lu, then they were actually quite destined for each other, because her mother's name is also Shang, and all the boys in the Lu family's generation are of the Xing generation. Are these really just coincidences? Natalie Lu's mind leapt to a speculation that made her heart skip a beat. But how is possible? She inclined her head and looked carefully at Shang Xingyue's features. In fact, it was hard to make her think of anything based on looks alone. After all, she hadn't seen her parents for almost 20 years, and their looks had long since faded into the depths of her memory. The only thing she had was a picture of them together, but that was too long. Besides, biological mother and son brothers don't look alike when you look at them yourself. But Lyle's next words completely made Natalie Lu's heart skip a beat. He said, "Lu, you and this lady you brought seem to have a little resemblance." "No, it is this lady and Auntie Shang who have a little resemblance." Natalie Lu raised her eyes, forced herself to look at Lyle, and said, "Is that so? It's true, hey?" Lyle looked at her steadily for a moment, and as he recalled it, said, "You have a similar air about you, too, very gentle, and your eyes are most alike." Natalie Lu was suddenly a little out of breath. She looked toward Shang Xingyi, who had been silent, and said, "Lu Xingyi?" "Yes, sister." He kept calling, "Sister." Chapter 119. Mom, Dad, Brother, and Nico. Natalie Lu sat alone on the rooftop, looking through the glass window at the bright moon outside. Not a moment later, someone came up through the side door. Ikian looked at the lost girl. She had been in this state since she came back in the afternoon until 11 o'clock now. Bewildered, vulnerable, as if back to when I first entered the nursing home. She doesn't talk to anyone, like she's stuck in some stubborn mood. Concerned about her state, Ekin walked over to the chair where Natalie Lu was sitting and whispered, "What's wrong?" It took a long time before her eyes blinked very, very slowly. Said, "Ekin, my mom and dad are still alive." Natalie Lu didn't really have any particularly strong emotions when she confirmed the news. In her perception, her parents were family members who had passed away when she was 3 years old and lived only in her memory. But now all of a sudden she's told that your parents are actually alive and that a passerby you knew before is actually your real brother. In anyone's case, the first reaction would be unacceptable. Natalie Lu couldn't remember how she was separated from Lu Xingyue. She looked at the moon and the sky and the faces of her parents suddenly became clear in her memory. They smiled and said, "Nico." My father hoisted himself up on his shoulders and flew, and my mother kissed my cheek tenderly. The images in these albums suddenly appeared in the brain with special clarity, and Lu Nico couldn't help but think that it turned out that these were things that had really happened. They're still alive, so why don't they take a look at themselves after all these years? Is Natalie being a bad girl? Natalie Lu curled herself up, the thin blanket wrapping around her body. The girl looked like a broken porcelain doll at the moment. She doesn't have a mom and dad. So poor, these were the words that appeared in Natalie Lu's ears the most on her first day in the sanatorium. She was bewildered and saddened, but she couldn't refute it. She did lose her mom and dad. Natalie Lu had a crying little man inside her, a little man who wet her whole heart. She thought the person who loved her most in the world had left, so she had no choice but to put a thick shell on herself. When the rarest of things used to exist only in the memory, or even become something that one can no longer crave later on, this state of affairs becomes a big knife stabbing hard into the heart. It's turned into a huge trauma. The first emotion Natalie Lu reacted to was not resentment, but profound self-reflection. She just kept wondering why they didn't want to take themselves with them when they left. Natalie Lu wasn't very unintelligent. Within the Lu family, she could vaguely see a bit of clues, and she understood the choices that her parents had made in order to keep Uncle Sam in check. It's just that she's just stubbornly wondering why mom and dad were able to take her brother, but not herself. She looked up, her eyes like beautiful glass orbs after losing her concentration. Not as much negativity as Ikian had imagined, just pure disbelief as she said, "Why don't you take me with you? Is Nico really misbehaving?" Chi Yin's heart ached, and with a very gentle movement, he gathered the person into his arms and said, "No, Nico is very good." She grew up understanding heartbreaking. She knew she was in the wrong place, so she never wanted to bring trouble. As the Lu family's only pearl, she would have been able to take for granted that she shines brightly, but after the loss of shelter, even the acceptance of the goodness of a loved one took on a touch of caution. Natalie is the best behaved child in the world. Hearing this reply, she flattened her mouth and her nose turned sour as tears fell in big clumps. "Then why don't you want me?" She was expressionless when she cried in this state, looking dazed and disturbed, clutching at Ikian's shirt around her shoulders. Heartbroken beyond words, Ji-in balled her into his arms like a child and said, "I will never not want Nico." Natalie Lu rested her forehead against his shoulder, the piece of clothing wet with tears. Lu Xingyi had it when Natalie Lu was 3 years old, the year of the car accident. That car accident almost killed Lu Xingyue, who was still an embryo at the time. It was only later, when they were examined at their own people's hospital after faking their deaths, that Lu's parents discovered the unexpected little guy. He had a strong desire to live, and could live under that much turmoil. Forced to separate from their daughter, they naturally couldn't bear to remove the child. In accident after accident, Lu Xingyue tenaciously survived. He's been through more accidents than he can count since he was a little boy, and has grown hard as a wolf cub to adulthood, able to stand on his own. Natalie Lu lay on Chi Yin's shoulder and fell asleep after she got tired of crying. There was a drawing board on the rooftop, a departure from the usual style of Natalie Lu's mature oil paintings. On the white drawing paper is a very simple sketch. A few strokes outlined a couple next to a young, tall boy. In the corner, there was a tiny girl watching them. That's 3-year-old Natalie Lu. The name of the painting is written in the lower right corner. Mom, Dad, Brother, and Nico Lu. Don't forget Nico, and Nico. Chapter 120. Natalie Lu's classes were scheduled for Mondays and Thursdays, and today there were no classes, and it was 8 o'clock when she woke up in the morning. Waking up at this hour with no one around, Natalie Lu went to wash up and saw herself in the mirror. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were swollen and a little haggard. Natalie Lu sighed and covered her eyes with a wet towel for a while to reduce the swelling after washing up. When he went downstairs for breakfast, Ikin was surprised that he hadn't left yet and was sitting on the couch as if he was waiting for himself. "Good morning, Ikin." Natalie Lu told him good morning. Wondering, "Don't you have to go to the office today?" Ikin put down the things in his hand and walked over, cupped the little girl's chin and carefully looked at this little face. Eyes a little swollen, but last night before going to bed he helped her to compress for a while. This morning got up has not been so serious. Not today, he said, to take you out. When September saw Natalie Lu coming downstairs, she also wiggled her little butt over and rubbed against her feet, so Natalie Lu bent down to pick it up and said, "Where to play?" She didn't seem as if she was too affected by yesterday's events right now, at least as far as her current mood was concerned. There was no state of affairs occurring as Ikian had feared. The little girl looked quiet and understanding. Any person looking at her wouldn't think she had any psychological problems. Only Ji-in knew that in the bottom of Natalie Lu's heart, she had an almost morbid harshness towards herself because of what happened to her parents. Night Shuro had said earlier that she would introduce a psychotherapist to her, and had been missing out because of the duo's schedule. This matter was always hanging over Ji-in's heart. He couldn't interfere with Natalie Lu's reconciliation with the Lu family's parents, but he was constantly worried about her mental state. Take her for a break, Ikian said to himself. Shooting club, going or not? Ji-in had freed up his work time to spend with himself. Could Natalie Lu say no? She nodded. Okay, then you wait for me to have a breakfast. She could see that Ikian was worried about herself, and raised her head to smile at him, offering to mention, "Don't worry, I just haven't figured out how to face them yet." It wasn't something taboo that couldn't be mentioned, and she really was just a little overwhelmed. After breakfast, the duo set off. Ikian was focused in everything he did, and when he said he was taking a break with her he really didn't touch work stuff at all, and played with her without any distractions. The shooting gallery is a famous club in the capital, opened in the busiest area, and a lot of people come and go. This was a place he should come to often, and Ikian tossed the car keys to the porter, and immediately a waiter came over to take them in. When I just came back, all of a sudden I didn't have any intense training, and my hands were often itchy, so I found this club, Ji-in said. The equipment is quite professional, and there are specialized teachers to teach, but they didn't need to. With Ikian around, any good teacher was just a sidekick. There were actually quite a few familiar faces when they arrived at the shooting range, and Kong Qing was the first to see her, quickly dropping what he was holding and running over. Nico, you guys came here to play too? Quite a coincidence. Kong Chang looked at the duo and eeped as she came over to them. Nico, your eyes are a bit swollen. Natalie let out an ah and rubbed her eyes, a little embarrassed. Is it that obvious? You're crying? Kong Qing's gaze at Ji-in instantly became unkind. Did he bully you? No, Nico Lu cried. It's because of something else, nothing to do with him. Oh, Kong Qing glanced suspiciously at Ji-in, who was unperturbed. Natalie, since she said it was fine, it shouldn't be him. Kong Qing became active again and waved over there. Come, let me introduce you to someone. It was only then that Natalie Lu saw that the person with Kong Qing seemed to be a young man, wearing a hat and looking very low-key. The man came over, and Natalie Lu froze when she saw the handsome young face. Jiang Jojo, you guys should know each other. Kong Cheng smiled and said frankly, my boyfriend, Mr. Chi, ma'am. Jiang Jojo was in Chi's entertainment company, and Chi-in was considered his top boss. The two had met quite a few times at the company's annual meeting, so naturally they had known each other for a long time. But today it's being reacquainted in a different capacity. Natalie Lu didn't expect the always freewheeling Kong Qing to settle down within a few months, and couldn't help but admire the tactics of this global top streamer. Hello, she smiled, just call me Natalie Lu. Since it's your best friend's boyfriend, you don't have to be so much like an upper and lower classman. Ji-in also nodded slightly, with little other emotion on his face, looking calm. That's even a hello. Chi-in, Nico Lu. As this side was talking, two more people came over not far away. It was Li Shuyu, and next to her followed a very petite girl who looked especially well-behaved and cute. What a coincidence. Natalie Lu sighed from the bottom of her heart. She really ran into so many acquaintances today. Usually these big misses and young masters are busy with their feet, but today they are actually all gathered in this small club. It's quite a coincidence. All of them were people in the circle. Li Shuyu naturally also recognized Kong Cheng, and let out a light smile. Miss Kong, these two have similar auras and stand together in a tit-for-tat kind of way, especially Kong Cheng, who was still smiling just now. After Li Shuyu came over, the whole person immediately resumed that cold, stern and beautiful feeling when facing strangers. Li Shuyu smiled and she smiled back. MS, Li is also playing over here? Kong Cheng, however, was still haunted by the news she had gotten earlier. The man in front of her, her best friend's great love rival. Natalie is such a heartless person. At first glance, I can't play with her. What if I get bullied? She has to help watch. It's been a long time. Nico Lu. Li Shuyu smiled at Nico Lu. First time in a place like this, right? Natalie Lu nodded. Aha! That sounded a bit different to Kong Qing's ears. What's wrong with a first-time visit? What's wrong with Nico being a quiet little lady who's never been to a shooting club before? Newbies here can hire a teacher. But Chi Yin's shooting is not bad. so you can let him teach you.
Li Shuyu looked at the little girl's quiet and well-behaved appearance, and her heart was a little tickled.
Of course, I'm not bad either. I don't mind taking you for a ride.
As soon as she said this,
before Natalie Lu herself could say anything, two voices rang out at the same time. No need. We, Nico, have someone to lead. No, I'll bring it.
The former one, who was a bit punchy, was Kong Ching, and the latter was naturally Ji-in, who hadn't said anything. Li Shuyu raised an eyebrow and grunted.
Okay, it's kinda popular,
but that's not the main purpose of coming here today. The little girl who had just been next to her had already touched Natalie Lu's side,
and the two looked like they were having a good conversation. Chapter 121, to embroider a whole side of rose horns for Ji-in. Unlike the chaos over there, Natalie Lu and the girl in front of her were talking about something else. Hello, my name is Reassurance, and you're Natalie Lu, right? If the petite and cute little girl took the initiative to hitch a ride,
Natalie Lu naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded her head.
You're a hazelnut. The Nightwalker is your work, right?
And Xian's eyes lit up with the look of a little fangirl.
Natalie Lu was surprised for a split second. How did you know? Hey, I'm a fan of yours. I've watched you and Mr. G on the variety show before. Natalie Lu was a little embarrassed that this was her first third-dimensional interaction with a comic book fan. By the way, I'm also one of the people in charge of Dazzling Colors.
Our company has recently been interested in finding you to talk about the film and televisionization of the manga,
and it's quite a coincidence that I'm actually able to run into you here today. Dazzling Colors was the largest anime production company in China, and earlier, when the manga had just begun serialization,
Natalie Lu had chatted with her own editor, and had once painted a big picture for herself.
If you end up selling the rights to your manga directly to Dazzle Color, then you'll really be on fire.
During this period of time,
many companies had actually approached Natalie Lu to talk about copyrights,
but she had never decided, not realizing that she would run into her previous ideal partner so soon.
Hey, but let's not talk about business today. Let's add a WeChat. And Xian took out her cell phone and waved it around. Natalie Lu was happy to oblige,
and the former smoothly got a buddy spot.
It's my first time too.
I just watched Shuyu the whole time. The recoil of that wooden barn of hers is so strong that I can't hold it.
And Xian shook her wrist. The vibration made my tiger's mouth numb. But you can use the XXXX model. It's a bit lighter and suitable for us newbies. And Xian was a standard soft girl.
Her round eyes kept looking at her when she spoke. Nico Lu's heart was softened by her look and she fell without realizing it.
Good. After chatting for a while, Reassurance said, enough talk, you guys go on inside and play. We'll talk later.
Natalie Lu nodded and watched as she went back to Li Shuyu and the two of them left together.
Kong Ching, hiss.
Why does it feel like this Li Shuyu seems to have no interest in Ji-in?
She has interest in Nico? So attentive to take Nico to play, feeling that this is not Nico's competitor, but her Kong Ching's? Damn it, that's her bestie. How can another woman covet that? Kong Ching instantly realized where her more
inexplicable hostility came from than Nico Lu herself.
Alright, we're going to play over there too. Natalie Lu greeted Kong Cheng, who hadn't returned to her senses. I won't bother you guys with your date. Hey, Kong Cheng wanted to say something else,
but he saw that Ji-in had already left with his men.
Damn it, doesn't this man mind this woman who stole her wife at all? They're supposed to be a united front. Thanks for the invitation. That one just left. Hurry up and take my wife away. Don't let this one take over again.
Natalie vaguely heard Kong Cheng as if she hadn't finished her sentence and said, what's the hurry? There's no venue for a crowd later.
Ikin said in a serious manner. Oh okay, had a nice chat with that little girl just now? Ikin said as if he was not thinking. Aha, her name is an Xin. She's the director of an animation company. I didn't think she'd actually read my comics. I was kinda surprised, so I chatted a bit more. Natalie Lu laughed. It would be nice to talk more. Ikian thought,
squeezing her fingers and leaving the follow-up to this professional psychotherapist. The first thing the duo went to was the 10-meter hand wooden barn project, and as a painter and embroiderer, Natalie Lu had a steady hand. She wasn't very strong, but she was able to stabilize her wrists quickly after being off target a few times, and following Ikian's voice, she soon came to feel her hands. One shot at a time, the grades are getting better and better. After the round, Natalie Lu moved her slightly sore wrist and solicited, can you see if I have that much talent in me? Ikian just smiled and nodded indulgently. Well, very talented. He picked up the hand wooden silo that Nico Lu had placed on the table, and without even looking at it much, he went down with 10 rounds in a row, hitting the bullseye with each round. Natalie Lu's eyes lit up immediately. Amazing. The object of the compliment pursed her lips haughtily. It's okay. This level was all over the place in their previous training routine. This morning was mainly Nico Lu playing. Ji-in stood on the side to guide her, occasionally striking out and hitting 100 hits. A feeling of a big brother slaughtering a novice village.
With each hit, Natalie Lu looked at him with great admiration and a sincere flurry of compliments. The corners of someone's mouth turned up in praise. It's a day-to-day, and I don't know who's helping to soothe who. Shooting and skiing are different again, and this feeling of watching your results improve a little bit is always a great feeling of accomplishment. Throughout the day, Natalie Lu tirelessly tried all the programs, and was still feeling a bit unfulfilled at the end of the day. Seeing that she had indeed left her heart behind and was quite happy, Ji-in, who had accompanied the little girl all day, finally let go of her heart. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the two of them went out, and Natalie Lu felt her stomach growling with hunger. Happy? Ikane squeezed the girl's soft hand. Natalie Lu took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and landed a sloppy kiss on his cheek. Happy, thank you, Mr. Chie, thanking Ikane for being so attentive to herself and cheering her up. You're welcome, Mrs. Ikari. What would you like to eat later, Mr. Chie's wife? Coaxing service is a one-stop shop, with food, drink and entertainment. Natalie Lu thought for a moment and said, there's nothing to do this afternoon. Do you need me to walk you to work? Said it was a day of fun. That can't really pull the eldest young master not to do business for a whole day. He still has to earn money to support the family. Aha, of course. Then let's find a restaurant near the office. Good. Ji-in leaned over and buckled the man's seatbelt. All at your ladyship's service. Natalie Lu looked at the small scented pouch dangling in front of her and suddenly said, Ji-in, let me sew you another scented pouch. The man looked at the delicate and small contraption in front of him and said, isn't there already one? That's not the same. The little girl suddenly became stubborn. I'm going to give you another one. That one is her just married that time embroidered. That time, two people are not familiar. She also did not like him. Embroidered this gadget to complete the task like. Now this is different. She would sew all her love into it. Now that's a bomb that really makes sense. Good. Ikian smiled. The last time I had a rose under the moon, it was full of unopened buds. This time she was going to embroider a whole side of rose horns for Ikian. Chapter 122. Accompanying Ji-in to work. When the two of them returned to the company together, Chen Chi was chatting with the receptionist lady, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Chie, seeing his boss, Chen Chi's eyes lit up as he said, Madam is here as well. Ikian nodded. Well, what's my afternoon to evening schedule? It's like this. There's a 1-hour meeting at 4 o'clock, and an award ceremony at 7:30 p.m. As an investor, you, Mr. Chi, need to make a trip to attend. And you're requested to bring your female companion with you. Chen Chi said thoughtfully, have you and your wife eaten yet? Do I need to prepare food for you? No need. The three of them walked towards the president's special ladder, and Ji-in, who had already entered the work state, looked a bit serious and extraordinarily cold. Just send the meeting materials to my office. Okay, General Manager Chi. Chen Chi respectfully agreed, and didn't forget about Nico Lu. If Madam needs anything, you can also tell me. I'm always on standby. The secretary that Mr. Chi brought into the conference room wasn't himself, so Chen Chi was usually busy with something else or idle while his boss was in a meeting. Natalie Lu nodded and said yes. A lot of people will be going to the awards ceremony at the Star Movie Festival. It should be very lively. Ikian asked her, do you want to go? He'll go alone if he doesn't want to, and it's fine to just show up like before. Natalie Lu thought about it and wondered if Ji-in had any female companions when he attended these events in the past, but everyone in the circle knew that he was married, and this was the first time he had shown up in such a long time, so it didn't seem too good for him not to go. So she nodded. Go. She hadn't been to a movie festival like this yet, but at the end of the day the whole place should still turn into a networking ground for business bigwigs, and it never hurt for Ikian to go. There's nothing to do at home anyway, and the occasional socializing is something you can participate in. Good. Ji-in nodded and said, when I'm in a meeting, go find Chen Chi if you want to, and take a nap in the restroom if you're tired. We haven't had a lunch break yet today, and after a long day of play, the little girl should be a little tired. Aha. Natalie Lu nodded curtly and followed him into the office. It wasn't the first time he'd been here, so Natalie Lu familiarly took her laptop out of the drawer and set it down on the side-by-side table next to Ikian's desk. Sitting in a row with him and pretending that she, too, was trying to work. She didn't have a regular job, so she just looked at her lesson plan to prepare for the class. The next class was on Thursday. After Natalie Lu perfected her PowerPoint, a message popped up in a small WeChat window. It's a new friend I met today. Reassurance. She said that tomorrow Dazzling Colors is hosting their annual meeting and invited her to attend. Can I also participate in events like the annual meeting? Natalie Lu cried and laughed. Of course, you're our biggest partner for next year. Our boss has been wanting to meet with you for a long time. And Xin was very enthusiastic. By the way, you don't have anything to do after 4 p.m. tomorrow, do you? The event will officially start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Natalie Lu thought about it. but agreed, yes. Then we'll see you tomorrow afternoon? No problem. What person in the anime world wouldn't want to visit dazzling colors? Natalie Lu was looking forward to tomorrow's event more than the awards ceremony that served as a rowdy event tonight. She chatted with an XIN for a while, and when she turned her head, she saw Ji-in talking to the general manager about work matters. The man's usual appearance when he wasn't smiling was very dignified. Nico Lu had never seen it before, or rather, she hadn't seen the man in anything but tenderness, except for the out-of-control moment the night they were first married, and then he'd always been in a near-perfect position with himself, tender and attentive in every way. From the beginning to the present, all sense of proportion was held with precision, and absolutely nothing was done to make her angry or uncomfortable. His near-perfect management of his emotions in front of himself is good, but over time it can feel unreal. A person's personality shouldn't be so perfect. He should have likes and dislikes and flaws. That's why Natalie Lu was always happy to sneak a peek when she occasionally discovered another side of Ji-in. For example, he actually smoked when he was bored, just never in front of himself, but would run out onto the balcony alone and come back with the faint smell of tobacco still on his clothes. Natalie Lu gazed at the man's face as he smoked. Under the blur of smoke, only a little bit of the fire at his fingertips flickered on and off. He seemed to be lost in thought about something, a look that was attractive enough to make any woman fall head over heels for it. Then there was when he was working. It wasn't really common for him to look like Natalie Lu when he was working, or rather, Ikin wasn't too keen on showing the little girl that he was fierce. The general manager, a big man, sometimes can be scared by the sullen general manager. Ji cannot raise his head, let alone a small girl. Of course, Ji-in would never be able to afford to be mean to the little girl, but he would still worry about his carefully crafted mask of gentleness falling to pieces while he was at work. So when Nico Lu was at the company, all of the employees would feel as if Mr. Chi's temper was much better. Natalie Lu was idle again after she finished her own business. She stared at Ji-in for a while, then she felt as if she was a bit sleepy. The man inclined his head to see her yawn, so he said, "Going to the lounge for a nap? I'll be done with the meeting after I wake up." Natalie Lu nodded. "Drink some water while you're busy, too," she muttered in a small voice as she leaned in to kiss Ikian on the lips, mouths all dry. The latter's eyes darkened and his long arms reached out, pulling the person into his arms for a deep kiss. Natalie Lu's cry of alarm was gagged before it left her mouth. Creak a sound. "Mr. Chi, it's time for a meeting." Chen Chi's up blocked in his mouth, then quickly turned to close the door. "Excuse me." Natalie Lu was shocked and immediately got up, blaring at Ji-in. "You, whom?" The man leaned back in his office chair, his hand still pinching her thin waist, rubbing it slowly and methodically along the waistline, looking in a good mood. No nonsense in the office. Next time. Natalie Lu reddened her ears and got off his lap. Little serious in the Pooline tongue rolled a circle. In the end did not say out. Afraid that she really annoyed in the future will not give himself a kiss. Good Mrs. Chi, mercifully letting her go. Ikin lazily got up, "Go to bed." Natalie Lu took one look at him and realized that he didn't take his words seriously, and with a grunt, she turned around and went inside. Ikin, this bad man. She obviously only wanted a kiss. This is great. How can she face Secretary Chen in the future? How embarrassing. Chen Chi went out for a while, and Mr. Chi soon came out, rubbing his nose and looking at the sky and the ground, but he didn't dare to look at his boss. So soon. He's not interrupting the boss and the boss's wife from making a little prince, is he? Sin. Chen Chi was a bit vain and said, "Ahem, Mr. Chi, everyone is in the conference room." "Aha, that, I didn't see anything." "Oof, want to cover up." Chapter 123, Sister, can we talk? Natalie Lu didn't sleep for a while before she woke up. In fact, the environment of the lounge is very suitable for sleeping. The curtains are drawn dark as the night. She was wrapped in the covers, surrounded by Ikian's scent, with a hint of the men's perfume he always wore and a bit of tobacco, as if she were in his arms. Natalie Lu's naps never lasted long, and she woke up on her own half an hour later. She lay and fumed for a while, then pushed out the door, ready to sit outside and wait for Ikin to return. As soon as the result pushed open the door, he saw Chen Chi, who was leading people in. "Little Lu, totally you sit here." Mr. Chi went to a meeting, probably still 20 minutes to end. "It's fine, it's okay if I wait for a while." The man following Chen Chi was young and upright, like a vibrant pine, with a straight suit, completely different from the teenage boy Nico Lu usually saw. Chen Chi was in the front, and when he saw Nico Lu, he said in an unbelievably natural way, "You're awake, Mrs. Boss? This is little Mr. Lu from Shang Lu Group, who has been working very closely with our company recently." Little Lu is always a rising star in the industry, very powerful. Chen Chi is still rambling over here, completely unaware of the somewhat stagnant atmosphere between the two. "Sister." Lu Xingyi looked at her with some apprehension. Natalie Lu was also a bit silent, let out a soft hum and said, You have cooperation with the Chi family? Yes. With those words, there were no words between the two of them. Chen Chi, on the contrary, quickly reacted that they might know each other and laughed. So you guys already know each other. Ha ha, but the two of these acquaintances didn't seem to be in a wonderful mood, and Chen Chi smiled and laughed with some embarrassment. Touching his nose, he quickly went out. Sister, can we talk? Lu Xingyue asked carefully. Yesterday afternoon, when he condoned the truth being told, Natalie Lu's reaction wasn't quite what he expected. He expected the sister, who had been left out in the cold for so many years, to yell or cry in resentment, but those reactions did not come to her. She looked a little dazed and quickly got up to leave. Lyle was still a little confused. What's wrong? Lu Xingyue just smiled bitterly and shook her head. This day had finally arrived. He hadn't expected Natalie Lu to be there when he came to find Ji-in today. He just bumped into her. So this matter was always going to be resolved. He said, Sister, can we talk? From the time she just came in until now, Nicole Lu had not looked at him, and this would be a long silence before she nodded her head as if she had made up her mind about something. Where are they? Natalie Lu said softly. Back home too? Lu Xingyue knew that the they she was referring to were her parents, so she said, Mom's back, but Dad's not yet, and there are still some things over there that haven't been dealt with completely. Well, after last night's buffer, Lu Xinjin has been able to calmly talk to Lu Xingyi today. All these years you guys, how are you doing? Lu Xingyue let out a bitter smile and said, Does sister want to hear the truth? Natalie Lu finally raised her eyes, looked seriously at this brother who was related to her by blood, and nodded. Not so good, Lu Xingyue said. That car accident back then wasted both of my mom's legs and almost killed me as well. And we've been battling against Uncle San and Why all these years. And it's only in the last few years that we've slowly settled down. Why? Natalie Lu murmured. So Grandma and Grandpa had you guys in mind when they let me go to Y for college, right? Yes, Lu Xingyi said matter-of-factly. We've been missing you, especially Mom. That time in Cloud City, she met you. Natalie Lu was stunned. Mom's leg just finished surgery. She can't stand up yet. She heard that you were going back to Cloud City to take wedding photos. She got out of the hospital overnight and rushed back to the country. Lu Xingyue said to herself, I was going to find another time to take her, but she snuck out on her own, and she even met you guys at the beach. Natalie Lu thought of the woman in the shape of a withered woman, pale and fragile, completely different from what she remembered. She was afraid to even look up at herself. Natalie Lu's nose soured and tears immediately pooled. Has she always been in poor health? Obviously. In his own impression, that woman was gentle and healthy. How did she become like that? If the family was happy and well and why, Natalie Lu could still convince herself to resent them. But now, she was only filled with sadness and heartache. Although that car accident was a fake death, but in the end, it also broke Mom's body base, especially when she gave birth to me in the back. After that, she fell sick, coupled with pining for you, heart disease for a long time without a cure, and it became like this. I want to see her. Natalie Lu choked out. She couldn't really hate her family. Don't you hate us? Lu Xingyi looked up, a little stunned. He thought that knowing the truth, Natalie Lu would die with them, or at least be angry and furious. In the past, hated it. Natalie Lu wiped her tears and said in a mute voice, During the time when I was most helpless and missed them the most, I hated why they didn't take me with them, even if it meant death. Not when they grew up back there. She sniffled. Back there it felt like as long as they lived, even if they never saw each other, that was okay. Now that you guys are actually alive, how could I be angry? Natalie Lu averted her eyes and whispered, Death and separation. She was still more comfortable with the latter, and there was nothing like the fact that your parents were still alive. Lu Xingyue heard her heart sour and said dumbly, You can blame us for that. She was the little princess of the Lu family. She could obviously be more capricious. Natalie Lu shook her head. This was the scene Ikin saw when he came in, his wife sitting on the couch with tears in her eyes, next to her silent brother-in-law. Knowing at a glance what they had talked about, Ikin sighed and asked Shenqi to pour a cup of hot water for the two of them, saying, Talked about it? The siblings nodded one by one. In the end, Xiyin didn't ask them what they talked about, and said to Lu Xinghua, Looking for me today, or for that matter? The latter nodded. Aha. Natalie Lu looked at their familiarity and suddenly reacted. You already knew? Ji-in apologized. Yes, and you didn't tell me. The eyes that had been bright when she looked at him were all of a sudden dark and sultry. Ikian's heart tightened and he sighed. I just didn't know how I was going to tell you, so it's just a matter of pretending not to know. Even the parties involved had been tangled up for so many years, and it wasn't quite appropriate for him, an outsider, to mediate their family's affairs in any way. Natalie gave a sullen "oh" and went outside with her cup, not interrupting their conversation. Chapter 124, Let's take Ji-in for a facial. Natalie Lu had no idea what those two in there were talking about.
and she found a place in the secretarial area outside her office and prepared to sit for a while. Not long after she sat down, a female secretary in professional attire walked towards her. "Madam, there is about an hour left for the awards ceremony to start. Is it okay to reserve the next time for you to do your styling?" Natalie Lu glanced at the closed office, thinking that styling for girls was indeed much more troublesome than for men. So she nodded her head and sent a message to Ji-in. "I'm going to go styling with someone first." "Good." Natalie Lu put away her cell phone and followed the secretary lady. "Our company has a specialized styling team, because Mr. She has to attend various events from time to time, some of which require him to be on entertainment stations and news stations. So C.L. has a team under its banner that is always on standby to do styling specifically for Mr. She," the secretary lady said as she walked away. "All of them are ours, and Secretary Chen has already told us your skin and body data in advance, so you can rest assured. The company really did not have idle people for nothing." Ah, the secretarial department, that a large group of people in charge of various things really is not a setup, especially the almighty Secretary Chen. Natalie Lu sighed inwardly, thinking that Ji-in should turn around and give them a raise. Everything is arranged in a thoughtful and considerate manner. It is true that what kind of boss under the hands of what kind of employees. That styling team was on the 13th floor, and the duo rode the elevator down to it quickly. These 2 months were almost the time when Natalie Lu had the most contact with makeup artists and stylists. And not surprisingly, she would have to borrow this team when she went to Dazzling Colors' annual meeting tomorrow. The female secretary and took Natalie Lu to the dressing room, knocked on the door, and the two women chatting inside immediately stopped their voices and said, "Enter, AI. This is the boss's wife, who will be attending the Star Awards ceremony with the boss in a while." The female secretary greeted the people familiarly. "The various data has already been sent to you." "No problem." AI, who looked like a young girl, gave a lively okay. "We'll make sure the boss's wife is stunning." "That's not necessary." Natalie Lu couldn't help but smile. "I'm not the main character of the awards ceremony." The female secretary left and AI and the other makeup artist greeted her. "Hello boss lady, I'm AI. You can call me Yummy." There's no need to call the boss's wife or ma'am. Natalie Lu felt that these two titles were really weird to hear, and said, "Just call me Natalie." "Okay, then follow us over here." Yummy was a well-maintained woman in her mid-30s, and unlike AI's jumpy self, she looked especially professional. "Just cried?" After sitting down, the two men surveyed the state of Natalie Lu's skin at a glance. Natalie Lu nodded, a little embarrassed. "After crying last night and again today." A bit of a chuckle. "Okay, it's fine," the duo said without meaning to ask anything more. "Let's put on a mask first." Natalie Lu actually liked the feeling of being at the mercy of others. All she had to do was lay down there, and when she opened her eyes she could see her beautiful self. It was indeed refreshing. "Your skin is in such good condition." AI couldn't help but be very envious as she started applying makeup to her face after a set of maneuvers. "You're usually very attentive at home, aren't you?" "Indeed. It's much better than Mr. Ikari." Yummy unapologetically told her about the boss's small talk. "Or we women are more refined." Natalie Lu had nothing to do every night, and the maintenance process after washing took an hour, a habit that her second aunt had brought her into. "I'll take him to do the same later?" Natalie Lu just laughed. She used this kind of thing never lacked. Spring, summer, fall and winter all year round, the various bottles and jars of each family, a large pile on the dresser, unopened also a bunch of, to the pool hidden, also simple to pick out a set of use. There should be no problem. Beautiful are to spend time and energy to temper. Ji-in was originally older than her. Those years are still outside the climbing and rolling in the wind and sun. Well, this project could be on the agenda tonight. The two makeup artists looked at each other and remembered how they reacted when they had to give their husbands/boyfriends skincare. "I wonder if Ikari will be good enough to be pressed and manipulated by Nico." "I don't think so. Who doesn't know their Mr. G is a famous tough guy?" "That's fine, but don't you dare say we said that." AI blurted out as she blew out her hair. "If he gets annoyed by you later, we'll both be done for." "Don't worry, I won't betray you too." Natalie Lu also blurted out. "I had the idea of tossing him out to begin with. It's only when they said it today that this decided to materialize." The two makeup artists gave a gloating smile. "By the way, I have an event tomorrow afternoon, so I may have to trouble you guys again." Natalie Lu looked at herself in the glasses and sincerely complimented. "Looking good. Mainly you look good with this face any way you make it up." YMMY said sincerely. "No trouble, come on, got 3 dresses for you. Take your pick?" "Good." Natalie Lu went to the fitting room to change. The duo was notified that Ik-in had come down as well, and they were just about to rock paper scissors one to the other when they saw Mr. Ik was coming out the front door. Just at this time, Lu Nico also changed into the first set of clothes and came out. The two women's eyes lit up. If it was not for the presence of Mr. Xiao AI, a hooligan whistle would have to be blown out.
Today's eye makeup elongated Nico Lu's round eyes, polishing the usual good behavior with a bit of seductive charm, and the whole makeup was more mature, because Ji Yin's face was too sharp, and for this kind of occasion his female companion had better be equally beautiful. The first gown dress is a black sequin-fitted long dress. Excellent career line is hidden. White collarbone is very attractive to the eyes. The wedding dresses taken a few times before were not this bold. Natalie Lu was still expressionless when she came out, and she did have a bit of a cold look, and as soon as she saw the people, her little face immediately reddened a bit. Isn't it showing a bit too much? Seeing that Ji In was there too, she became even more embarrassed. Hey, this, good looking. AI interrupted her and went up to take a closer look, her mouth watering. It's true that dressing up a beautiful woman makes you feel accomplished. There is really nothing new about styling for Mr. Chi all day long, especially the clothing, a few suits coming and going. It's really no fun. With the boss present, Yummy was still restrained, but nodded approvingly. Beautiful. Sheen didn't pay attention to what the two were saying, and his eyes were full of amazement even as he looked at Nico Lu's dress. Was it good? Natalie Lu asked him. Good looking. Ikian affirmed their aesthetics. Not moving, but I'd like to see the other two. This one is for him alone. Chapter 125, Mr. and Mrs. Chi's Showstoppers. When the second one came out, AI couldn't help but let out a wow and said, this is good too. The second dress is a family's high fashion model this year. Hepburn style bustier sorry. Collarbone chain and black gloves make Natalie Lu's whole body has a kind of noble and elegant light mature style. The snowy white neck looks perfect for leaving something behind. Ikian thought as he did. Natalie Lu herself hissed and wrinkled her brow. This is a little tight. Her upper body is a little hoarse. This little waist cinched up makes the skirt look more and more fluffy, which is nice to look at, and not as sexy as the first one, which just isn't very comfortable. Change. Ikian didn't hesitate. Take a look at the next strip. Natalie Lu turned around and came out 10 minutes later. The last man narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Also in black. This one doesn't intentionally emphasize a woman's career line and collarbone, focusing on the waist, which should be blocked. Nice. This one looks best. Ji In said. Natalie Lu was about to say something, but next to her, Xiao Ai looked at the time and let out an ouch, saying, we can't delay any longer Mr. Chi, we'll be late in a while, so go. Ikin personally gatecrashed his wife's outfit for the night and walked away relieved. After he left, Natalie Lu asked why. Not quite sure. Is it better to let your hair down? No. The woman held up a finger and wiggled it. Not only don't put it on, you have to plait it up and listen to me. Well, Natalie Lu chose to trust the professionals. In the floor-to-ceiling mirror, the woman's figure was perfectly set off by the fitted long skirt, especially the slender back, beautiful and thin, icy beauty like a picture. Makeup for Ji In indeed much faster than her, less than half an hour. Even styling with clothes a piece of change and rolled out. He did not have to be as careful as Natalie Lu, only shallow retouching. About time. Ji In glanced at his cell phone. Chen Chi and the driver who had already been waiting beside him were busy following, and the group went out of the company's gate. The chauffeur and Chen Chi went to the car. Ji In and Natalie Lu waited at the curb. The dress skirt was always thin. Natalie Lu wore her own coat outside. The man took her hand and rubbed it for warmth for a moment. Once in the car it was heated, as was the venue for the awards ceremony, and Natalie Lu took her coat off slowly. Ji In raised his eyes absently. What's wrong with this dress? Where's that big piece of fabric on the back? Natalie Lu noticed the sudden change in his gaze and wondered. What's wrong? The man's voice was a little astringent. Is this dress what I just pointed out? Right. Natalie Lu nodded. What? Have you ever felt a little cold behind your back? Ji Yin's voice was a little stiff. It feels like something is missing? It's a little cold. Natalie Lu complained with a pout. You picked this one, but it wasn't cold in the car or at the meeting place. And just for a little while I could still recognize it. The little girl added. And it's pretty. Ik-in was silent and said with difficulty, should we go back and change one? Natalie Lu glared at him. What do you think? Entering in 10 minutes. Where's the time to go back and get another one? Alright. Who the hell prepared the dress? That's good. Next time, don't do it. Show too much. Ik-in is not a whole things. He held the girl's small waist gently rubbed. A moment to wear my jacket, okay? Natalie Lu looked at him with pitiful eyes and felt the big tail behind the man drooping as she struggled. Not for the entrance, and I won't wear it if you're going to be on stage for a photo shoot. IKEA is always disheveled. What does this look like? Dressed to socialize with him is her last bottom line. Yes, going on stage to take pictures of only the front side. Ik-in agreed readily. Natalie Lu looked at him with amusement. Why are you still so disgusted with the dress you picked out yourself? Just missed a trick. Ji Daoxiao depressedly came over to nibble on the little girl's lips. I didn't realize the dress was so heartfelt. I don't want to show you to that many people. Well, My lipstick. When they arrived at the place, the driver and Chen Shi got off early and stood on the side of the road looking at each other. No one dared to bother the two people behind them. Inside the car, Natalie Lu carefully made up the lipstick. Her watery eyes glared at Ji-in. This time there was no usual cuteness in it. There was more of a kind of seductive charm that made people's hearts itch. You just promised me. Someone relentlessly draped her in her own coat. Natalie Lu didn't bother to struggle. Fine. Get out of the car, young master. Ik-in carefully measured his wife all over, confirming that there is nothing wrong, and only then let the person down. Today's award ceremony came a lot of media. The first to enter the arena is all the investors and the Gold Master father, a water of middle-aged balding men and beautiful 18-line actress. The crowd is a little bit of aesthetic fatigue, but everyone is used to it. The front is just fun. The real film cost is in the back. The stars are the film killers. They all wait patiently. That's when the latest duo to enter the arena instantly caught the attention of the media crowd. I'll go. Kong Yenji. It really has to be one of these young princelings. The female companion next to him isn't the same one as last time, right? Yeah, another change. Compared to those in front of us, young Master Kong is indeed still pleasing to the eye. After Kong Yenji, another pair entered the arena and almost immediately overshadowed these two people, and a wave of asterisk sounds rang out one after another. These two? Can't recognize it? That's Mr. Little Pool, and next to him is Nico Lu, Mrs. Pool. Holy, I thought the star got in early. That's a great condition of appearance. The woman had a long dress. Her back was breathtakingly beautiful as she walked past, and the man next to her had the same color suit as her, and his gaze was so cold and stern that people didn't dare to look at him more than they had to. No, does Mrs. She look like this? I've heard that she's one of those gentle types. Ah, the lady of the house. This is too pretty. Natalie Lu and Mr. She just killed me with that stare down. I really didn't know that delicate beauty in a variety show could be so cold. Absolute. This couple is absolute. There was a flurry of clicks and flashes wherever the duo passed, and Natalie Lu's body, which had been poised at the end of the line, relaxed after she entered the venue on Chi-Yin's arm and took their seats. There was small sweet wine on the table next to her, and Ik-in poured a little to warm her up. Not nervous, are you? That overinterpreted look the duo just got when they walked the red carpet into the arena was actually, Natalie Lu, I'm a little nervous. Oh. Ik-in, also 10 meters in. There is not so much media inside. Natalie Lu took the cup. Much better. The next main character will not be her, so she can watch the handsome girl in peace. The man grunted and squeezed her hand. Coward. Chapter 126, It Gets Better. Just as Nico Lu thought. Apart from being baptized by the crowds of media on the way in, the rest of the day was the home stretch for all the stars. As the two sat in the audience, Natalie Lu whispered, "Are any of our people here to receive their awards today?" Yes. Ji-in had a moment to squeeze the little girl's warm fingers. Zhang Jojo's new movie was nominated again. Natalie Lu let out an "oh" and thought idly. Zhang Jojo seems to have made one hit after another. I don't know how many times it's been nominated. Does Ji-in come every time? As if he could see her inner thoughts, Ji-in said, "No, there is another purpose this time. Zhang Jojo is the pillar of the Star Entertainment is right, but Star Entertainment is only a very small subsidiary under the huge cheese. It is not necessary for Mr. Chi to personally come to the trip. The main purpose of this time is to officially publicize Natalie Lu's identity through today's media. They should have gotten a shot of what they wanted to make public when they just came in. I believe that the phrase #Cheese Air and his wife, Nico Lu, attended the Star Film Festival Awards ceremony together should have rushed to the top of the hot search this evening. As the No. 1 family in the capital, the Cheese have always been watched both explicitly and implicitly, and it doesn't even need their PR team to deliberately market themselves. There are countless media platforms that spontaneously write the circulars they want, with all the investors and nominated stars sitting in the front row. It's the most nerve-wracking and exciting part for these people that comes next. From time to time, the camera swept down to the stage. Natalie Lu did not lean lazily like just now. Sat up. A beautiful little face without expression there is some, and Ik-in is very similar to the coldness. The host on the stage is very good at selling. Originally the most excited are agents and stars. To the back of the hook investors are also very nervous. Except, of course, for Natalie Lu and Ik-in. The former is because they are not in the industry and don't know how important this award is, while the latter has been through this scenario so many times that they have been able to make waves. It took more than an hour to go from the Best Newcomer award to the Movie Emperor and the Movie Queen, before the various investors spoke at the end. Called to the pool hidden name when Nico Lu has already had a few glasses of wine. Vaguely drunk on the head, the guide's camera cut over. The first to zoom into the big screen is that pair of watery eyes. Careless glances simply people cannot help but scream. Natalie Lu also saw herself on the big screen and straightened her expression. And in full view of everyone, Ji-in rubbed her hand and whispered,
I'll take you out for a spin when I come down. He'd seen the little girl's annoyance and hadn't forgotten to calm her down before going on stage. The sound would not be synchronized to the stage.
And Natalie Lu nodded.
She heard a small reporter next to her screaming in a low voice.
Mr. G just looked at Madam with that doting glance. That is to say,
only Jiang Jojo can suppress the limelight of these two tonight, right? They would be absolutely ceiling level if they were in show business. Natalie Lu rubbed her forehead and closed her eyes,
feeling a little tipsy from the alcohol.
I have to stand with Ik-een for a while later,
so I can't drink anymore.
The man's voice came out of the microphone.
Its low, cool timbre almost enveloping the entire venue.
Natalie Lu opened her eyes to look at the stage.
Her mind didn't pay attention to hear what he was saying.
She just suddenly felt that the man on the stage was also dazzling.
Coincidentally, with so many people on stage,
the man's focused gaze fell only on her.
Natalie Lu's heart palpitated inexplicably.
Ik-een had been able to deal with this kind of occasion very skillfully, only unlike in the past. His normally cold and unfocused gaze was cast to the stage for the first time tonight,
with a softness and gentleness never normally seen. Ji-yoon's speech ended quickly.
He had some investors speaking after him,
and when he came down,
he held Nico Lu's hand and led her out.
The heating in the venue was sufficient. After drinking some wine, not only was it not cold, but it was also a bit stuffy and hot. After coming out and blowing a bit of wind,
Natalie Lu felt that the whole person was a bit more sober.
I want to go to the bathroom.
The little girl blushed slightly. Ik-een then takes her there and waits for her at the door himself.
Girls always take a little longer to go to the bathroom.
And when they came out, Ik-een's fingertips were a little brighter and smoky. That light was quickly snuffed out when he saw her come out.
The jacket was hanging on the side, but it didn't smell of smoke. Ji-een handed it to her. It will be a bit cold outside. After saying goodbye outside, Natalie Lu took the jacket and kept her blood-curdlingly beautiful back out of the way. The meeting was still going on inside the venue, and the two of them were sitting on the flower bed outside looking at the moon. Natalie Lu kicked up her heels and lazily leaned against Ik-een, her cute white feet exposed. The little bit of alcohol they had just had dissipated a long time ago, and the two of them had a conversation. Ji-een remembered Lu Xingyue's plea and said, "When are you going to meet your mom?" Natalie Lu was silent for an instant and said, "I haven't actually thought about it yet. Aren't you guys still busy with your business?" She thought for a moment. "How about waiting to settle down?" "It's also possible." Ik-een nodded. "It's almost time anyway. The big house's setup all these years wasn't a waste of time. They let the home estate go to let the third house let their guard down. So just catch the next head-on blitz." "Aha," Natalie Lu answered,
looking at the sky full of stars,
and said softly, "I actually didn't think that in the future my wedding would still be attended by my parents. I had fantasized about it before, but knew that it was something that would never happen. The future will get better." Ik-een murmured as he looked down and their foreheads touched, again as if making a promise. Nico will be safe and smooth for the rest of her life. She will have parents, a brother, family, friends,
and herself to love and care for her always. Natalie was so stunned that she couldn't help but jump over to him and hug him tightly on the shoulder,
letting out a heavy will. Under the moon,
two young figures embraced each other closely,
beautiful like a painting. Is Nico really willing to see me?
This was the fifth time
Shang had asked him this question tonight, and Lu Xingyi said helplessly, "Yes, really, sister is willing to see you." Receiving an affirmative answer again, Shang Yan was delighted and nervous. Then, when
the woman seemed to have all her hopes in her son at the moment,
looking at him impatiently and hopefully,
Lu Xingyue was heartbroken and helpless.
"This is not yet decided.
Why don't you guys add WeChat first?"
"Ah," Shang Yan nodded. "Good. My brother-in-law and I have discussed this.
You will now return to country Y for the last stage of treatment.
Father and I are already preparing to close the net.
Turn around and my sister will come to country Y with my sister. At that time,
you guys can sit down and have a good chat," Lu Xingyu advised. "The most important thing now is your body.
It's not too late to see your sister when you're better."
"Okay, Mom." Chapter 127, You're the best husband in the whole world.
Although the Lu family had been in decline for a long time on the surface, the second aunt had always been attentive to teaching Natalie Lu some social etiquette.
In situations like tonight's, even though she wasn't much of a socializer, she was able to handle it with ease, smiling when she needed to and answering the occasional question. On the way back,
Natalie Lu fell asleep from exhaustion without waiting until she reached home, leaning back in her arms with a tired look on her face. After arriving home, King bent down and carried the person off the car. She slept heavily and did not wake up like this. It was 11 o'clock when they returned, and Ben came out of his room when he heard the commotion,
and asked wordlessly, "Making a midnight snack or sobering soup?" Ji-een said softly, "Cook some sobering soup,
and send it straight up later." The little maid answered and went to work as he carried the man upstairs, changing into her pajamas and looking for makeup remover cream on the dresser.
Ik-een thought about it carefully. It seems like every time she puts on makeup, the little girl will also put on a mask. He unscrewed the little jar, saw a jar of pale yellow cream, and then inevitably thought of something awful. The usage should be different, right? Ji-in half-heartedly took out his cell phone and searched for it, and after a minute, dug out a pile of it and rubbed it in his hands, not too skillfully helping his wife remove her makeup. Looking at the exquisite makeup melted in the fingertips, leaking out the girl's clear and soft features, Ik-in wet the cotton towel carefully, wiped once, soaked in water, emulsified, and then washed several times to make sure that clean before coming to the dresser again, ready to give her a mask. It turned out that when I opened the cabinet, there were several rows of different types and they looked like they had all been used. Ji Deshao made the mistake of taking out a piece of each, carefully comparing the efficacy before unwrapping one that was suspected to be the one Nico usually used the most to put on. After doing this, Ik-in just felt more tired than he did reading papers in his office. Luckily he had watched Nico take off his makeup when he had something to do during the last month of traveling, so that he didn't know anything about it. Ji-in couldn't bear to wake up Natalie Lu's fragrant sleep, and felt that it was not good for her to sleep with makeup on, so she did it herself. After serving his wife, Ji-in remembered that he seemed to have something on his face as well, and looking at the jar of makeup remover cream, he thought that this stuff should wash cleaner than a face wash. Otherwise, why would Nico use this every time? It didn't come together at all. Thinking about this, Ji-in carefully dug up another small pile for his own use. I don't know if it's psychological or not, but I came out of the wash with my face feeling much cleaner. Since you've used them all, it shouldn't be too much to ask for another mask, right? I had just put it on and washed Nico Lu's face in the process when there was a knock on the bedroom door. Ben came up with the sobering soup. At this moment, Ji-in was struggling to find out what Natalie Lu used every night from a large pile on the dresser when he heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." As soon as Ben came in, he saw Mr. She was preoccupied with a face mask and picking at it on the dresser. He turned around. His expressionless face was rarely a bit confused, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. "Do you know which ones Nico uses every night?" Ben, a little girl, should know more than she did, so it was always right to ask her. Ben saw such a boss for the first time, and for a moment she felt that Mr. She's image of being wise and godly had taken a bit of a hit in her own heart, but the other party was so frank that she couldn't help but wonder if she was making too much of a fuss. "Isn't it just a face mask? It looks like Nico's boss took the makeup off his face too. The owner is such a good man who loves his daughter-in-law and is attentive." Ben quickly talked himself out of it, sobering up the soup and setting it down on the table, saying, "I'll see, Mr." She obediently retreated behind the little maid, listening carefully to her move these bottles and jars while introducing. Listening to listen to some smacked his lips. $8,000 for a little bottle? $20,000 for this thing that's not even as tall as his thumb? Is this filled with gold? It was a female secretary who usually placed these. He didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't realize that girls' things cost so much money. Looks like he's going to have to work harder to make money from now on, or else he won't even be able to afford to pay for the cost of Nico's beauty change. Ben quickly picked out 2 bottles and said, "These 3 will do." Ik-in took it and vainly asked, "What's this?" "This, water, the first one to use." The bottle was clearer, indeed like water, and Ik-in made a note of it. "This bottle, lotion, the second one, creamy, lotion, last one, serum." "Serum? Okay," Ik-in noted, saying, "Thanks, go get some rest." Ben went back to the kitchen with the tray in her hand. Ik-in first nursed Nico Lu's skin according to his newfound knowledge before he drank the sobering soup, patting himself on the watery cream in the process. Natalie Lu didn't know that Ji-in had accidentally opened her skincare chakra on her own tonight, and after no one had fiddled with her, she rolled over and went to the inside of the bed. A dreamless night. The next day she woke up on the rare occasion that she woke up earlier than Ik-in. She looked down. She was wearing pajamas and her face was fresh. Who took off her makeup? Ben? Natalie Lu climbed up and went to wash up, then saw the 2 mask bags in the trash can and reacted instantly. It can't be Ji-in, can it? Her movement quickly woke Ik-in. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he saw Natalie Lu staring into the mirror, thinking she was thinking about bedtime, and said, "I took off your makeup last night, using that little pot." He got out of bed and walked over to Natalie Lu, inviting credit, and "Put on your mask. I remember you had to get it once every 2 or 3 days, right?" Natalie Lu didn't expect him to be so patient and nodded with a smile on her face with toothpaste foam in her mouth. "Aha! I didn't recognize the water and milk, so I asked Ben. So that's what you put on before bed." Ji-in squeezed in next to her to wash up with her. Natalie Lu finished washing her face, took a cotton soft towel to dry the water, and praised him without mincing words. "Right, Ji-in, you're so great. You are the best husband in the world." It was rare for Natalie Lu to express her favorite so bluntly, and the man's ears turned a little red. When he finished brushing his teeth, Natalie Lu threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. "I love you so much, Ji-in." Ikari was flattered and accepted a rewarding kiss, then deepened the minty kiss with intent. In a villa in the capital, Lu Zhuyan angrily slammed all of the set of cups on the table. Did Ji-in really do that? Isn't he afraid that his business chain over in Australia will break? The man next to him sighed. His eyes flashed with deep scorn. This man is truly a madman. We still underestimated his methods. That's right. Whoever can climb up to this position would not be a simple person? Good, good. Lu Zhuyan smiled back in anger. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Doesn't he care for that cousin of mine? Humph. Akin, you wait for me. Chapter 128. Natalie Lu has been kidnapped. In the afternoon, she had to go to Dazzling Colors' annual company meeting, so Natalie Lu didn't go anywhere else. And when the time came, an XIN drove her car directly to her door to pick up the person. Just like one imagines, this largest anime production company in China is the hottest anime character stand-ups at the moment as soon as one enters the door. And the whole company can be called a two-stab-ape paradise. Natalie Lu sighed in awe and was taken on a tour of the company by an XIN almost the entire time. The two of them had a great time talking to each other. An XIN was a very smart girl, always able to accurately insight into her moods, and they got along very comfortably. When they went home in the evening, Natalie Lu and Reassurance's parting was reluctant. You're a very passionate person about anime. Very much looking forward to working with you. Nico. Anxiety waved at her. Goodbye an XIN. I'm looking forward to our next meeting too. After Natalie left, an XIN didn't leave immediately, but took out her cell phone and tapped it. A message was received on Ikyin's cell phone before he got off work at the company. Mr. Shi, after my observation, Ms. Lu's condition doesn't seem to be as serious as you said. She seems to be getting better. Anxiety had been learning about Natalie Lu's mental condition from all angles through chatting for the past few days, and realized that she seemed to be doing much better than she had expected. Ji-in had just finished signing the list in his hand when he saw the message from Reassurance and lowered his eyes to think about something. Natalie Lu's heart has always been tied up in the car accident when she was 3 years old, and now that she's learned that both of her parents are still alive, has that news made her feel better? On Thursday, Natalie Lu's class was likewise at 4 p.m. And the little electric donkey had been delivered to the garage, and Natalie Lu had tried it out for 2 days, and was free to drive. Checked the contents of my bag before I left and it was all complete, so I grabbed my keys and headed out. I don't know if I can still see Lu Xingyue on campus today, Natalie Lu thought idly. It looks like he seems to be just a front to come to Beijing University for graduate school. The real purpose should be something else, having already been here twice. Nico Lu finally had some impression and walked familiarly towards the classroom where she was taking lessons. With the experience of the first class, Natalie Lu wasn't so nervous anymore. The second class was still crowded, but there were many familiar faces, so she was much more relaxed. Since she had ridden the small electric donkey, Nico Lu didn't delay Chi-in from working overtime and was ready to leave after sending him a message. The person on the other end quickly replied, "Good, today's workload was a bit heavy, and I usually work late on occasion." So Natalie Lu opened the map and prepared to navigate home. The capital has many old hot-on alleys, walking and turning into places she has never seen before. Natalie Lu frowned at the wall in front of her. The map in her hand was still relentlessly telling her to go straight ahead for 100 meters. Natalie Lu, are you giving me a hard time? When she wasn't paying attention, a few black shadows followed behind her unknowingly, and just as Nico Lu sent out a message, she felt a pain in the back of her head, and then her entire body went black and her consciousness dissipated. At 7:32, Ikin received a voice message from Nico Lu. Ikin, I seem to be lost. Help me see what this place is. Comes with a location share. He was in a meeting and left his cell phone outside. By the time he came out it was already half an hour later. And Ikin frowned and immediately popped a call over to that end. The microphone rang a lot and stayed unanswered. Ji-in unexplained heart panic, changed the cell phone number to dial, or no one answered. He called Bend. Is Nico home yet? The person on the other end froze. Not yet. I thought she went to the office to wait for you to join her. Why? Natalie Lu would never not answer her own phone, and since it was unanswered, it wasn't a dead cell phone. The only possibility now was something had happened to Natalie Lu. The man pursed up his lips, his breath around him suppressed to the freezing point. Frightening Chun Chi, who had just come in, with a thump in his heart, carefully asked, Mr. Chi, what's wrong? Work stuff? I don't think so. Mr. Chi has never been so angry about his work. You're off work now. I've got things to do. Ji-in looked at the shared location on his phone and grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. I don't know if it was Chen Chi's illusion, but he seemed to see Mr. Ji's hands shaking. He did not show on his face, but in his heart, he was surprised. Mr. Chi, this kind of people who cannot change their color when they get shot. What in the world has happened? And even panicked like this? Mr. Chi, let me drive. Chen Chi took the initiative. You don't look in good shape right now. Ik-in took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Head for this position." The all-powerful secretary Chen took one look and knew what kind of place this was and answered, "Okay, but it's a hutong, so our car might not be able to get in. Why would Natalie Lu go to such a remote place?" Chen Shi probably also knew that the matter was not small, and rushed to Natalie Lu's positioning as fast as possible while obeying the traffic rules. The only thing in the dark alley was a small pink donkey and cell phone that had fallen to the ground. This car was personally picked out by Chen Shi to be delivered to the boss's wife, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he instantly reacted to what had happened and his face went white. Something's wrong with the boss's wife. Call the police. He took out his cell phone and was about to make the call when he heard his boss's cold, frosty voice. "The police department doesn't file a case until the person has been missing for 24 hours, and it was now less than an hour since Nico Lu's accident. But this, at a glance, it looks like something has happened." Chen Shi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Ik-in was silent for a moment, then turned and dialed a phone number. "Yo, young master, what can I do for you?" The voice on the other end of the phone was noisy, and the man's voice was lazy. "Shin Chi, help me call up the surveillance on this side of Locust Alley." The music on the other end was much quieter. Shin Chi waved his hand and the people next to him quieted down before he said, "Okay, what's wrong?" "Not sure yet. Natalie Lu is missing in the area. I suspect kidnapping." Shin Chi's men worked very efficiently and frowned after receiving the reply. "There is no surveillance inside Locust Alley. It's a dead end, but this area outside can be seen. I'll send it to you." Something happened to Ji Yin's wife? Who's so bold that they don't want to live? As chaos reigned outside, Natalie Lu opened her eyes over a bumpy ride. "I don't feel anything in my body, but my head hurts like hell, like something hit me hard." Not surprisingly, this is an accident on its own. Natalie Lu had just woken up and didn't dare to speak, but surreptitiously observed her surroundings. But this time the kidnapping was clearly professional. His own hands were tied. He couldn't sit up. He couldn't see out. And all he knew was that he was in a car with two men in front of him in the back of his head. Chapter 129, Lu Jinyan. "You're quite bold." Natalie Lu sighed and began to wonder if she had offended anyone. Come to think of it, she basically has zero social interaction on a daily basis, let alone offending people. And she doesn't really reach out to others, does she? Her circle is so small. Which big brother can she offend? Could it be Ik-in's enemies? As she thought about it, she figured that with her barren social circle, there really wasn't much reason why anyone she knew would kidnap her. It's against the law. While Natalie Lu was depressed, one of the big brothers at the front saw the hostage with her eyes open and gave a sardonic smile. "Miss Lu is awake?" They knew themselves, and Natalie Lu's heart went cold. It looked like this was a premeditated kidnapping. Now that she had realized she was awake, Natalie Lu stopped struggling and calmly said, "Who are you and why did you kidnap me?" "Kidnapping?" The man driving the car laughed. "What is Ms. Lu talking about? It's just that a deceased person asked you to catch up." "What kind of deceased person would invite himself in this way?" Natalie Lu looked at them with a speechless face. "Where are you going to take me? For money or for life? We, on the other hand, are only responsible for taking you to the place your boss requested. The rest is out of our hands." The older brother of the co-pilot threatened, "I advise you that you'd better be honest, or we don't promise not to do something to you." By the looks of it, they shouldn't have meant to die. Natalie Lu was relieved to be really honest, her mind racing. There was no way she could still have her cell phone on her person, and without being able to contact anyone, the only way to see when Ik-in would realize something had happened to her. As for who this deceased person is, we should find out soon enough. Natalie Lu didn't know how long she had been unconscious or how long the car had been traveling. Just another half hour before the driving slowed down, the two big brothers escorted Natalie Lu out of the car. She got a good look at her surroundings but couldn't recognize where this was. It seems to be in an abandoned warehouse halfway up a hill. The two big brothers dropped her off at the warehouse and then walked away without looking back. Natalie Lu, who was tied up in 5 different ways, she had dressed quite a bit when she left the house, so she wasn't cold inside the building, but the two kidnappers had the ropes tied very tightly, and Natalie Lu couldn't struggle out no matter what after tossing and turning for more than an hour. She collapsed to the floor panting, a pang of desire in her heart. After another half hour, the two kidnappers came back cursing, and Natalie Lu thought to herself that they really wouldn't just leave. The two men guarded her through the night and drove early the next morning to move the location. Natalie Lu was so cold and hungry that she barely slept all night. Once again, get off the site is a remote villa. A 10-mile radius seems to be the only one. Looks like a long time no one lived in. The appearance of the walls climbed a lot of creepers. The two kidnappers pushed her into the unoccupied living room after loosening her legs, then took it upon themselves to stand guard outside. After 5 minutes, a tall man arrived late from the inner room. The man had a pair of gloomy eyes, and Natalie Lu stared at him for a long time, always feeling that he looked a bit familiar. While he was secretly thinking about it, the man opened his mouth. "First time, dear cousin, I'm Lu Zhanyan. Natalie Lu froze. Lu Zhanyan.
He also called himself cousin.
This is the cousin of third uncle's family? Did cousin invite me here for something?
The word please was emphasized.
Cousin, do not misunderstand. Really, is the pool hidden? Will you look too tight?
Brother also has no choice but to come up with this plan. This person said the pool hidden in the eyes of hatred is not fake. Bias also have to pretend to be a human dog. If let sister frightened, I apologize.
Natalie Lu looked at him coldly and said, you think you can achieve your goal by tying me up? Just want to ask Mr.
Chi to have a good talk about that business through my cousin. Lu Zhanyan narrowed his eyes.
Aren't you curious if this time Big Uncle and the others will give up the family estate, or will they give up on you again?
Again. Natalie Lu lowered her eyes.
I don't know what you're talking about, but don't forget, this is China, not Australia. Threaten me?
Lu Zhanyan was surprised by this cousin who looked too soft to take care of herself and laughed a little. You can try to see if Ji-in will call the police. What the man did behind his back was no worse than his kidnapping.
Murder pays for life. Cousin, don't worry, I won't take your life. As I said, I just want to have a good business talk with Mr. Chi. Lu Zhanyan said, it's better to cooperate with Lu Xingyue than with me.
Our third house has always been no worse than the big house.
The conversation ended there,
and Natalie Lu stopped talking.
Lu Zhanyan, on the contrary, acted as if he had really invited her to be his guest, untied her rope, and said, this house is surrounded by my eyes. Cousin had better not think of escaping, and obediently wait here for Mr. Chi to arrive. He turned around and went back to his room.
The breezy demeanor he had just disguised shattering instantly upon seeing the message from his minders.
He sent the photo to Ik-in and said, Mr. Ik had better reconsider, or else I can't guarantee that anything will happen to my delicate cousin. In the warehouse, Ji-in sullenly read the message. Next to Lu Xingyi gritted his teeth. We're still a step too late. There is no surveillance in this place. Who knows if it was shifted last night or today? So much for half a day. Enough time to take a large living person to many places.
Recollections buried in the depths of his memory surged to his heart,
and Ik-in only felt a little breathless. His entire body pulled in lurid bloodshot eyes from the night's sleeplessness.
The car had no license plate number,
hadn't been coming down since it went up the hill, and was probably a different car to confuse the public. Ji-in dialed the number and said coldly, address, I'm going to talk to you now.
This man who had always been a strategist's loss of composure at the moment caused an almost perverted pleasure to rise in Lu Zhanyan's heart as he slowly said,
yes, but only you can be the only one. I don't want there to be a third person at the scene of our transaction. Cowering rats. Lu Xingyue snorted coldly, and the other man with glasses next to him looked pleased. The address is parsed out. Brother Chi, will we locate it for you now? Ik-in nodded wordlessly and said, time, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Take your men back, and I'll cut off one of Nico Lu's fingers if it drops one more point between now and this afternoon. The address will be sent to you by then. Lu Zhanyan always thought that Ji-in was just a traditional Chinese businessman. He was in a hurry again. In addition to listening to his own commands, but also cannot turn over the sky? But I didn't realize that Ik-in had directly found a comrade who had retired from the army with him. And wouldn't it be easy to decrypt something like that? Chapter 130, Rescue. Time passed minute by minute.
Lu Zhanyan looked at the still falling curve on the computer, his eyes scarlet with hatred.
Ik-in, don't you dare. It seems that verbal threats don't have much effect. Since you don't see the coffin and you want a woman and you want to swallow my company, you have to pay for your greed. Don't care about Natalie Lu? He wanted to see how much value this cousin of his had in Chi-yin's heart. Natalie Lu knew that Lu would not let herself go so easily, so she was calm and collected when she was tied up again. It looks like the threat has failed and other means will be used. Natalie Lu's heart was in a panic. Although China's laws were strict, but Lu Zhanyan did not receive 9 years of compulsory education. He had done a lot of illegal and disorderly things. If you're here today, you'll probably lose your skin if you don't die. Ik-in, come and save me. Your wife is going to be gone.
Natalie Lu forced herself to be calm. She could vaguely sense that Lu Zhanyan's current state was very unstable, as if he was on the verge of an outbreak. She didn't try to threaten or beg for mercy. Hostages were in no position to negotiate. The person he really wanted to see was Ik-in, and there was no point in provoking him himself. Natalie Lu pursed her lips tightly. Not having water or food for most of the day made her lips dry. Not eating for a day wouldn't kill her, but it was hard. My stomach burned and hurt as if in protest. Natalie Lu smiled bitterly. No matter if she could be saved today, her stomach problem was inevitably going to come back. She didn't realize that something like kidnapping would also appear in her boring and uneventful life. And the person who kidnapped her was her cousin whom she hadn't seen since she was a little girl. Natalie suddenly realized what he meant by not so good when she asked Lu Xingyue, how have you been doing all these years? A secret confrontation can go this far. So what kind of life has mom, dad, and brother had to live all this time? Definitely not as peaceful and smooth as the first half of my own life.
Natalie Lu was tied up and thrown into the basement and her mouth was taped shut. Lu Zhanyan took a few shots at her, presumably to threaten Ji-in. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for what was going to happen next. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon exactly, Ji-in, who was already close to the deserted villa, received a photo sent by Lu Zhuyan. The girl is tied up and left in a dark space, her mouth roughly taped, her normally bright eyes looking into the camera with a heartfelt coldness. Ji-yin's heart stuttered as he watched, his hand so strong he almost crushed the phone. Lu Xingyue, who was ready to depart, snorted coldly. After so many years, Uncle San and his family still only have this kind of tactic. The tall young man's temperament was not quite the same as usual, with more of a misanthropic indifference, not at all like the male college students that Natalie Lu usually saw. The silly white brother turns into a black rabbit. Shein looked at the villa not far away. This area had been surrounded by their people. There were a few people walking around in front of the villa as if they were patrolling, and surprisingly, they were carrying contraband from within China on their shoulders. With that, we can already go in and arrest him, a policeman said. Illegal possession of firearms, no matter what state he's from, is subject to arrest in China. If they weren't afraid that the people inside would jump over the wall and hurt the hostages, they would have rushed in long ago. 2 hours to go. Gotta figure out where Natalie Lu is first. What if Lu Zhanyan doesn't keep his word and refuses to release him? He didn't trust a greedy viper to obediently let go of the prey in its mouth. Ik-een in the big house's soft underbelly had been captured by him. Would he just let it go? The person over there created some commotion to lure away the people at the door. Ji-een expressionlessly replied to the message in a panicked tone. Don't you heard Nico? The situation of the stock market is not something I can control at once. You tell me the location immediately now and we'll talk face to face. Watching Ji-een finally sulk, Lu Zhuyan sneered and slowly sent a message to Ji-een. He wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Ji-een would really come alone. He had the wooden silo in his hand, and even if he couldn't take Nico Lu away in a moment of necessity, he could still get away safely himself. The men who picked him up were in the backcountry, and the helicopters were circling around, ready to land at a moment's notice. No one is going to stop him today. Lu Zhanyan went out, locking the basement door in the process. Natalie Lu closed her eyes. Her mind was full of demons and devils. These demons and devils only had one face. All of them were Lu Zhanyan's. She didn't know what time and minute it was now. She only felt that time had passed extraordinarily long. Lu Zhanyan hadn't made a move yet, and they should be coming to the confrontation stage soon. What do those kidnappers do on TV shows? Oh, and put the knife to her neck, stand face to face with the other person, and yell, one hand to the other. Then there's usually a whole bunch of cops who swoop in when the kidnappers let their guard down, snatch the hostages back, and subdue the kidnappers. It just looked like there was nothing entangled in the goods trade between Ji-een and Lu Zhanyan. There were just disputes left over from the previous generation. The delicate balance that had been maintained between the eldest and third houses was shattered by the sudden increase in the Qi family's stakes, and Lu's initial construction of power in the country was in shambles, which was now infuriated. Everything was pretty much as Natalie Lu had imagined it would be. Lu Zhanyan had indeed taken her, a hostage, to meet the person he wanted to negotiate with, only instead of a knife on her neck, a wooden barn that would be shot through her neck if she moved. She didn't even have a chance to try to fight back the way she did in the TV show. Natalie Lu had always acted calmly, but she just couldn't help her nose from getting sore when she saw the man in the black trench coat appear. She bit her mouth to keep the tears from flowing, and didn't look at him for fear that he might misjudge in a moment of weakness, not realizing that her appearance was enough in the man's eyes to make him lose control. Natalie Lu couldn't listen to a single word as these two men confronted each other. The bitter cold wind was blowing in her ears and her mind went blank. Natalie Lu kept her head hung down, and the person holding her hostage suddenly shook, and in a flash of lightning, it was as if she had been heavily pushed. There was a deafening sound of a wooden barn, and a man kept pulling himself away. She turned her head in a trance, only to see the handsome and resolute side of the youth's face. Ik-een seemed to have done the same, and it was all blinding red to the eye, so it was impossible to tell whose blood it was. One side of the people mounted to leave the other side behind, and Natalie Lu mechanically ran after the people, confusion before her eyes and confusion in her ears. The man next to him was injured, and when he couldn't hold on and was about to fall, Natalie Lu held him up. Gritting his teeth, he dragged him in the direction where Ik-een had just been. That's my brother. He's 21. Natalie Lu's eyes were a blur as she cried her eyes out. Chapter 131. Don't be sorry. Natalie Lu woke up again in the hospital. She thought about the blood stinging on her hands and was struck dumb, her fingers gripping the covers tightly as she stared at the words. The touch on her hands and the message she caught in her eyes told her she was safe, but Natalie Lu still had a long reprieve. She took a deep breath. The snow was white around her. It was dark outside and she didn't know how long it had been. The hand was in a sling, and his mouth wasn't so dry anymore. I think someone had dipped themselves in a wet swab. Noticing that she was awake, the man at the bedside looked up. Nick? It was Ji-in. His body full of hostility had not completely faded, but the gaze he looked at himself was gentle and heartbreaking. It's already fine. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ji-in was shocked in his heart and touched her face. This is a private hospital under the Ji clan. It's safe. Natalie Lu nodded gently, her voice a little muffled when she spoke. How's Star Whisper? Ji-in handed her a cup of water. Did not hide anything. The shoulder was hit by a shot, has been surgically removed, and is now in the ward for observation. When the cold fingertips touched the warm cup of water, Luniko then felt back on earth. Her nose was sore and she woefully lowered her head. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for her, how could Lu Xingyue be so badly injured? Ji-in stepped forward and carefully gathered the person into his arms, saying, it's only a matter of time before Lu Zhangyan deals with you. It's because we didn't warn you. They didn't expect Lu Zhangyan to be so bold, and to dare to be so blatant within China. Got him? Natalie Lu asked. No, he sent a helicopter to pick him up. What Ikian didn't say was that although the man wasn't captured, they left one of his hands behind. Or maybe it was Ikian who deliberately didn't let anyone catch him. If we let Lu Zhuyan fall into the net so soon, where will he carry out his revenge next? Shi-in hadn't thought of personally taking action. After all, that was an internal matter of the Lu family, and as Nico's husband, he could be appropriately involved. But Lu Zhangyan should never, ever have hit Nico Lu with his idea. It's the dying struggle of the prey that's the most interesting process, isn't it? The scent on Ikian's body was appalling for a moment, but Natalie Lu apparently didn't notice, and she clutched at his shirt as if she were feeling something to lean on. After a long time, she said, I'd like to go see Star Whisperer. The young man who had taken a bullet for her without hesitation was a brother 3 years younger than herself. Ikian nodded and said, tomorrow he'll be transferred to the general ward, so you'll adjust first tonight? Natalie Lu felt nothing bad about herself except that she was mentally stimulated, but since she had to adjust, she said softly, I want to drink fish and chip kanji. Ben has done it, on his way here, and wants some water. Ikian poured it for her, looking at the fact that although she was depressed, there was nothing else wrong with her state, and put his heart down a little. By the way, did they come to see Star Whisper? Natalie Lu asked suddenly as she held her glass of water. Ikian instantly grasped Natalie Lu's meaning and let out a hum. Your mom is here, just outside. Would you like to meet her? Natalie Lu actually wanted to see her, but never thought it would be under these circumstances. A sudden timidity rose in her heart. Will she blame herself for harming her brother? Natalie Lu wanted to shake her head, but found it hard to make any decisions at this point. She wouldn't dare. Ji-in sighed and rubbed the little girl into his arms, saying softly, no one would blame you. Nico, you're a victim too. Natalie Lu actually wanted to cry, but she tugged at her mouth and could only put on an ugly smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause you guys any trouble. Growing up, one of the beliefs she lived by was that she didn't want to cause trouble. She learned to understand and be independent, not to let the second aunt worry. After marrying into the Chi family is also very low profile, as if extraordinarily afraid to owe anyone. But this kind of thing still happens. When she was 3 years old, her parents had to go overseas for her safety, and 20 years later, her brother was lying in an operating room for himself. She's still giving them trouble. Ikian's heart had never been so sad. He looked at the girl's lost little face and only felt his heartache for words. His Natalie When Shang Yan gently pushed open the door of the hospital room, Nico Lu was looking out the window. He was in the morning light, and the girl looked especially pale and fragile in the sunlight, as if she was going to disappear into the air in the next second. She pushed her wheelchair a little closer and carefully called her daughter's name. Nico. Natalie Lu turned around and saw the pale, haggard woman. Her nose flared. She opened her mouth to say something, and the first words that came out of her mouth were, I'm sorry. What a complicated feeling. 1,000 words have become a sorry. Shang Yan had heard Qin say in the morning that Natalie Lu's state was not right, and when she heard this she was even more uncontrollably tearful. Don't be sorry. How could this sorry sentence be said by her? It is clear that they have wronged their daughter. Nico is no one's trouble. Shang Yan carefully approached her, finally unable to resist hugging her daughter's soft body. Mommy loves you. Lying in her mother's arms, Natalie Lu suddenly acted like an aggrieved child, tears rolling down her face in large chunks as she whimpered and called out to her, Mommy. From the time she was kidnapped until last night, Natalie Lu's emotions had been in a calm fluctuation. She wasn't afraid of what would happen to her, and even if Lu Zhanyan got annoyed and killed her, it didn't seem like a big deal. But when Lu Xingyue suddenly pushed herself out from behind and kicked Lu Zhanyan in the back, her mind went blank. Then there was a kakura sound, and the body of the person tugging herself away suddenly stumbled, and a great fear suddenly seized her heart. Natalie Lu was terrified. Lu Xingyue's sudden appearance seemed like a dream in which mom and dad hadn't died and they were living in another place with their brother.
The sound of the wooden barn rattling seemed to break the dream.
No mom or dad, no brother.
Everything was a figment of her imagination. She had always had the feeling that the world was unreal until just now, when Shang Yan hugged herself.
A mother's embrace is actually quite thin.
And the no longer young woman is still gentle and loving as she pulls Natalie Lu back.
Tell her it wasn't a dream.
Natalie was never any trouble.
Mommy's here. Mommy loves you. Natalie Lu then broke down emotionally.
The crying little man in her heart found support and couldn't wait to hug her mother and tell her grievances. Shang Yan gently patted her back like she had coaxed her when she was a child,
with extreme gentleness and patience,
until she had eased up.
Chapter 132. It was afternoon when Lu Xingyue woke up.
As soon as he opened his eyes, his mom and his sister were chatting next to him, and the atmosphere was quite cozy.
He whimpered, meaning he was awake. Turns out the two women over there didn't react much. Mom, sis, you look at me.
And you look at the protagonist of this ward. The two of them then turned their heads, and Lu Nico came up nervously to ask if he was alright, and Lu Xingyi was given a bit of comfort in his heart.
MS.
Shang glanced at him and in turn comforted Nico Lu.
Don't worry too much about him, he's used to it. Often just one man to pick on the third house and take a lot of shots.
Natalie Lu frowned at her own brother's shoulder wrapped in 3 layers, still a bit unworried. How is this going to work?
No one is used to getting shot at.
Lu Xingyue was touched. It was true that it was still his sister who cared for him, since the man was awake. He rang the bell for the nurse to come in and take a look, and Natalie Lu rang the bell and asked how he was feeling. The anesthetic strength hadn't passed.
It didn't feel good. Lu Xingyue smiled without so-called. It's nothing. It's not the first time. As long as you don't hit the vitals, you can't die. By the way,
Lu Xingyue remembered something and smiled gloatingly. During the time my sister was tied up by Lu Jingyan, Ji-in and Dad set up a big trap for the third house.
Even if Lu Zhanyan goes back, let alone rise again, he will have to face a bigger set. When Lu Xingyue returned to China,
a major purpose was to attract their attention.
The sound of the east strikes the west well. Lu Jianyan so much effort to deal with them,
that naturally want to give him a big surprise.
It's almost over. Nico.
Shang Yan held her daughter's hand.
The time when the third house falls completely is the time when our family is reunited.
This winter will soon be over.
The family will show up bright and early for their daughter's wedding next spring.
Natalie Lu was fine except for the shock and a few scrapes on her body. Ikeen was uneasy and pressed her hard for a few days on the bottle, just in time for her classes during the week before releasing her from the hospital. From time to time, Natalie Lu would go to the hospital to check on Lu Xingyi, taking a sick meal made by Bend. Shang Yan laughed from time to time, saying that Lu Xingyue had been injured so many times, and this was the first time he had been treated like this. Under the careful feeding of Lu Xingyue was also discharged from the hospital after half a month. In the beginning, one of his goals in entering the University of Beijing was to get close to Natalie Lu and get a few more chances to brush up on his face. The degree and all that came second, since he had already recognized each other. He didn't have to go to school every day to squat people, and went about his business in peace. With regards to Ji-in and Lu Xingyue's purpose, as well as what was going on with the third house, Natalie Lu didn't actually know the specifics of the situation. She doesn't ask much about Ikeen's work, but only occasionally sees him on the news and realizes what a great thing he's done. So she hugs Ikeen's neck and praises him for being great. Since the last time something happened, Ji-in would always pick her up from Kyoto University when she came out of class. Once in a while, Natalie Lu was a bit reluctant at first. This kind of small probability event can just happen once in a while. There is no need to be so wary. But Ji-in was extraordinarily insistent on this matter. No matter how much work he had that day, he would be sure to finish at 6 p.m. and go home with Natalie Lu after picking her up. So that little donkey was used twice and then never came out of the garage again. Before you know it, December is here. It was already winter, and Natalie Lu only felt a cold wind on her face as she exited the classroom, pulling her scarf up to shield herself as she smiled and said goodbye to the students. I received a message from Ji-in right after class, and she slowly typed a reply as she walked away. I'm out. It was snowing again today, and she hadn't brought an umbrella, and her hair was wet from the effort of walking this distance. At the entrance to the school, the man in the trench coat holding a black umbrella was the only solemnity in the pure white snow. Natalie Lu's eyes lit up when she saw him and she ran towards him like a child. The man was pounced upon, one arm wrapped around the girl's waist, and with her thick winter clothes, her whole body became a soft ball. Natalie Lu hooked his neck for a kiss and smiled. Ikeen, you look so good like this. The girl's cheeks and the tip of her nose were a little thinly red, her soft hair was a little damp, and her eyes were bright as if they were broken stars. Ikeen couldn't tell you how he felt at the moment, except that many times. This kind of blandness made him feel happy. He freed one hand to hold the little girl and gathered her cold fingertips into his palm. Next time don't answer messages if it's cold out. I wasn't afraid you'd get impatient. There's no rush.
I will always have the patience to wait for you to love you. So what are we eating tonight? Ben made hot pot, and Mom and Dad brought Ikian to rub it in again. Ha ha ha, how about calling my mom and Star Whisperer too? MS. You have called them. It's just the two of us. Then let's hurry home. Aha. Go home. It's not often that the Lantine landscape is so lively. Lu Xingyue met Ji Jin for the first time, and inexplicably became instantly familiar with this little friend, and in no time Ji Jin was clamoring for Lu Xingyue to be his own brother. MS. You was chatting with Shangyan, it's almost New Year's, and his father still can't come back? After recognizing with her daughter, Shangyan's entire body was in a much better state, as if she had nourished herself back a little from a state of imminent withering. Hesitantly, he said, I should be back in time for New Year's, right? I hope everything goes well, and this year our whole family can spend New Year's Eve together. How lively. The end of the month should be about right. New Year's Eve was at the end of the following month. Shang Yan calculated the time. If everything went well, it was possible to end it before New Year's Eve. We have to make a trip back to Y country next month. MS. You then suggested, let Ji-in and Nico come alone. The baby's father should miss Nico too. Shang Yan then said, if they are willing, of course. When the time comes, feel free to call on Ji-in if you need anything. He's still somewhat useful. MS. You smiled. Once everything settles down, let them have a child for us to play with. Look at them. They can have babies if they want to, and we'll have a few more years of peace and quiet if they don't. Also, you don't even know how exhausting it is to bring this Ikian kid out. I can't wait to shove him back in and rebuild him a lot of the time. My second boy is like that too. Ah, a leather monkey when he was a child, and he doesn't let people worry about him when he grows up. The two women talked about work from their children. The door opened and Ji Jin happily ran over. Brother is back. Brat, didn't you just say you wanted me to be your brother? Now that you're back, let's get ready to eat. Chapter 133, The Proposal of Marriage. On the day of Christmas Eve, Nico Lu happened to have class. I returned from class with several beautifully wrapped apples tucked in my bag, along with candies tied with bow ribbons. There were apples for sale inside the campus for $10 apiece, the kind of thing that treats people like little cuties. It's obvious that no one is falling for this ripoff. Natalie Lu thought for a moment that she might have to get cute when she had to meet Ji-in later. Tomorrow Bend is on vacation and they are the only ones at home. Although we don't celebrate this kind of foreign festivals, it is human nature to join in the fun, and it seems that any day can be made interesting in the name of various festivals. Life needs a sense of fun and ritual, so they were going to go shopping in a little while to decorate their home a little. Natalie Lu squatted in front of the stall, seriously picking the roundest and prettiest apple from a pile of apples, and lowered her head to look at the side of her face to stun the lady who set up the stall, until the sound of collection $10 ringing in the ears. This is back to God. Thinking that this is which fairy down to earth to buy apples for their loved ones. She's too good looking too. Natalie Lu put the little apples she had bought in her newly embroidered pouch. Just right, as if they were tailor-made. The bag is a beautiful Christmas tree with little golden bells, which is especially cute. Happy Christmas Eve, Ikian. The tassel fell in front of her eyes. Swaying, the man lost his smile and took out a fruit basket from the passenger side. And peace and joy to you too. Natalie Lu laughed at him. Where did you get a fruit basket? The little girl at work said an apple means peace for the year ahead. But I'm greedy. I want you to be safe all the time, not just for a year. Natalie Lu handed him the bag with the small apples and beamed. So I didn't buy less? Ji-in then smiled, cherishing the little apple that Nico Lu had picked for a long time. Little cutie. What kind of person takes it so seriously? But they are just two little cuties. Well, Nico Lu pursed her lips and smiled. The two went to the grocery store, hand in hand, and bought a not so large but not so small Christmas tree, and a mess of stickers, ribbons and balloons. Natalie Lu will be home all day tomorrow, plenty of time to set up. The night before had been a late one, and when Natalie Lu woke up Ikian had already left for work. She rubbed her slightly sore back and went downstairs after washing up. Breakfast was still warm. I went out and realized that the snow had fallen in thick layers, one step at a time, but the courier station wasn't far from their house, and despite that, Natalie Lu's eyelashes were frozen when she returned. It's so cold. Natalie Lu covered her reddened fingertips. She bought a lot of gift boxes, and on top of that, 2 days ago Kong Ching mysteriously told her that he had given her a gift and asked her to remember to pick it up. Natalie Lu was curious and was the first to open the gift Kong Ching had given her. Then with a red face, he closed the gift box. She's not mistaken, is she? Natalie Lu took a picture of Kong Ching and sent it over. Aren't these clothes? Fabrics a little bit less? The other end quickly replied, this is my special customized Christmas outfit for you. In addition to the clothes, there is also a customized fluffy that I spent a lot of money on. Natalie Lu sent an emoji covering her face. Ching ching. You are so dirty. You weren't like this before. Kong Chung hummed and laughed. Other people don't know you, but I still don't know. Don't you like foxes a lot? You dare to say that you don't have any thoughts about this furry one? Natalie Lu cried and laughed, but this furry is for me this time. Chopper, guaranteed to make you feel unrivaled pleasure tonight. After Kong Ching returned this to her, he didn't know where to go. Natalie Lu thought that it was really a good reincarnation of heaven. Last time it was Ji-in, and this time it was back to herself. While she put these things away, it's a good thing she's the only one in the house today, or how embarrassing it would be for others to see. By the time she had everything pretty much set up, she received a message from Ik-in. Baby, clean up and take you to dinner. Dinner? Natalie Lu had a hunch that on a day like this, Ji-in might pick a restaurant, so she thought about dressing formally. It turns out that when two people live together long enough, they can guess what the other is thinking. When Ji-in came to pick her up, he was really dressed quite formally. Nico was curious. Where are we going to eat? You'll see in a moment. The man drove with a steady hand, and his emotions were quite calm, pushing back that speculation that Natalie Lu was a little nervous about in her heart. It should be overthinking itself. The place Ji-in took her to was a private restaurant with quite a bit of privacy, which Natalie Lu had seen and heard that reservations were lined up until next year. The waiter led them to a booth and the two of them took their seats. It wasn't the first time he'd been out to dinner, either, and Natalie Lu was always inexplicably nervous tonight, and that thought popped up again uncontrollably. She shook her head and took a drink of water. Later, when Natalie Lu remembered the scene of that night, she would smile and say that a woman's occasional intuition was amazingly accurate. When the second course came up, Ji-in couldn't help but spill a glass. Natalie Lu was startled and asked him what was wrong and if his hand was okay. The man's face got serious, and his fingers trembled as he got down on one knee and held out his hand toward himself. He said, "I'm sorry, Nico. I was so nervous but so impatient that I totally messed up my plans. I've planned a lot of scenarios for the proposal, but it's the only one that's not happening right now." The water in the glass splashed all over the two men. The man, who was always calm and self-contained, had shaky hands and a shaky voice. "I don't know what I'm babbling about, but there's only one thing going through my head right now. Natalie Lu, will you marry me?" The license has been pulled for half a year of the couple. This question is obviously superfluous, but Ji-in finally turned the original paper of the marriage into a real and sincere love. The duo fell passionately in love after their marriage. Natalie Lu then laughed, and as she laughed, there were tears inside her eyes as she leaned down and allowed Ji-in to put the ring on her finger, saying, "I answered that question 6 months ago. Summer cicadas, winter snow," she said. "I do." The gift from Kong Ching did play a big role that night, and Nico finally mustered up the courage to wear it to him with a red face. I could tell Ik-in liked it. Outside, the snow was heavy, and inside, the lights were swaying. The streets looped with cheerful, crisp Christmas carols. Jingle bells, jingle bells. What fun it is to ski tonight. We're sitting on a sleigh. He called her name over and over in his ear. He said, "Natalie, never leave me." Chapter 134, Mirror Mirror. It wasn't long after Christmas that Kyu went on vacation, and Natalie Lu's career as a teacher came to an end for the time being. Dean White invited her to continue leading classes next semester, and Natalie Lu smiled and said I would consider it. In January, Lu Xingyue and Shang Yan were ready to go back to Y country, and as they had agreed before, they also brought along Natalie Lu and Ji-in. On the private jet, Shun Yan sighed. "I never thought that one day we would return to Y with Nico." Natalie Lu wrapped her arms around her mother's thin shoulders. "When it's all over, our whole family can go back to China. Aha, and we're going to spend New Year's Eve together." Lu Xingyi was looking forward to it. He had grown up in a foreign country, and many of the domestic customs and traditions were things he could only browse online. After the mother and son left, Lu father's daily clothing, food, housing and transportation are basically in the company. Y's private estate for a long time without the owner back. There was a Chinese-speaking white-bearded butler on the estate who wore a well-tailored suit and vest and looked very medieval that way. "Madam, young master," the housekeeper had long heard about them coming back, packed up the room where a few people were staying, and looked lovingly at Nico Lu. "This is Miss and Mr. She, isn't it? You look so much like Madam when she was young." Natalie Lu smiled. "Thank you. The butler is called Robert. Is the master family that the big house has been serving since it landed in Y. Lu Xingyue is the one he watched grow up, and the big house has followed along with him in all the years that it has not been easy." Lu's father flew back as soon as he learned that his wife and a pair of sons and daughters-in-law had arrived home. Natalie Lu looked at this man, no longer young but still gentle and refined, and whispered, "Daddy." Lu's father was very excited, and there were hidden tears in his eyes. "It's good that you're still willing to see us." Y's manor planted a lot of roses, each one in full bloom enthusiastically. Lu Xingyue said that her mother loved roses, so the garden full of roses was planted for her. Natalie Lu also loved roses, and she embroidered a tiny scented pouch for everyone in the family, each with a rose in a different form. Ji-in would sometimes go to the office with Lu's father, Lu Xingyin, and Natalie Lu would be at home with Shang Yan. The old housekeeper had taught her to make good aromatic coffee, so that every night when she returned, the three men were greeted by a steaming cup of coffee. Natalie Lu's time with her family at the manor was a time of freedom and joy she had never known in the first half of her life. Her family worked hard to make up for the missed loving favor of the previous 20 years, and Natalie Lu's empty and sensitive heart was filled with warmth. Many times she would feel like it was a dream, always sleeping through the night, as if the dream had woken up with a start. She runs up to the rooftop to goof off, sometimes drawing pictures of things she can't understand herself at first, and then she has no idea what she's drawn. Natalie Lu quickly realized she had a problem, because they always looked at her with worried and heartbroken gazes, especially Ji-in, who began to inch around himself as if he was afraid something would happen to her. Natalie Lu was sad, uncontrollably sad. How can this be when she already has a full life? Why is she sad? Who's the woman who often stands alone on the rooftop blowing off steam? And who is the person who cries and gasps for air in the middle of the night? Natalie Lu felt like she was living in a dream, awake and confused. Ikian took her to a psychiatrist, and the very authoritative specialist frowned and said that the girl's 1,000 holes were not completely healed inside. She refused to believe that what she had now was real. Natalie Lu at age 3 always came out every now and then to remind her that the world was fake. She always dreamed at night that there was a bang, the sound of breaking glass and explosions, young men and women jumping on her and hugging her tightly, and then there was endless darkness, like a person about to fall into an abyss. Natalie Lu tried to save herself by cooperating very actively with the doctor and taking her medication consciously. That's what pushed some kind of stupid impulse to the back of his mind. Perhaps you should give her a change of scenery, and suggested. Nico's nightmare is that car accident, and this manor is, in a sense, of the same nature as that car accident. It looked beautiful, but in Nico Lu's mind, this place was like a mirror. It's almost the end of the month. Lu's father's side has accelerated, and this 20-year-long, unsmoked war seems to be coming to an end. Natalie Lu had no idea how much of a ripple the business war between the two families had caused. It wasn't until January 28 that her mom suddenly and happily told her, "It's over, Nick, we can go back home." At that time, Natalie Lu was painting. She looked dazed for a moment, and quickly showed a relaxed smile. "Is everything safe?" "Yes, there's nothing wrong. Too complicated for Shang Yan to understand," she said, "but the third house will never have the chance to climb up again." She almost wept with joy. These words were like the shackles that had been on Natalie Lu's heart for so many days, and with a crash, the uneasy layer of glass shattered to the ground. "We're going to find them now." Shang Yan changed her clothes and said happily, "Robert, can you take us to the company?" "Of course, ma'am." The old butler poked his head out of the kitchen. "Is it over at the gentleman's end?" "Yes, come on, I really can't wait." Natalie Lu quietly put away the paintings at hand, and after changing her clothes, she pushed Shang Yan's wheelchair into the car. "My goodness, miss, did you paint this?" The butler inadvertently glanced at the panel and enthusiastically complimented. "It's really a wonderful, wonderful painting. Is Robert actually in it?" Natalie Lu smiled and said, "It's a family portrait. Uncle and Auntie Tu's grandparents, Ms. Ux's dad, Star Speechik Jean, Mom and Dad, Robert Butler and Bend, Anik Ian Nico. Each one is a few strokes, but they perfectly portray the characteristics of each person, and it's easy to see who this is at a glance." Shang Yan also saw it and smiled. "When we return to China, we can take such a big family photo." "Aha," Natalie Lu smiled. "The estate is halfway up a relatively remote hill, and you have to pass over a large disc road first, where young people race their cars from time to time in the dead of night." Shang Yan and Robert chatted, talking about where they would live after they returned to China, their development, Natalie Lu and Ji Yin's wedding after the new year, and a lot of bright futures. While Natalie Lu listened, there was a panic in her heart that she couldn't suppress no matter what. It was obvious that the car was driving smoothly, but she always had a blackout in front of her eyes. She's scared. Uncontrollable fear. Chapter 135, the grand finale. As the car drove smoothly, Natalie Lu blanched and covered her mouth, inexplicably wanting to dry heave. Shang Yan was right next to herself and was a bit worried. "What's wrong, Nico? Getting carsick?" Natalie Lu didn't know what was wrong with her. She had been having a bad appetite lately. She was already eating less, and she would vomit from time to time. The family was busy, and she would sometimes vomit alone in her bedroom in a stupor, her whole being shriveling up like a wilted flower at a rate visible to the naked eye. She shook her head. "I'm fine, Mom. It seems like a car is following us." The butler on the co-pilot suddenly frowned. "It's been following since the disc road. It's almost in the city. Why is it still following closely?" Natalie Lu's heart beat like a drum, and she turned her head to look out the car window. Not yet officially in the city, there were no other vehicles around, except for the one that had been following their asses closely, a black car with no license plate number. The car suddenly faltered fiercely, and Nico Lu clutched Shunyan's hand tightly, a terrible suspicion in her heart that seemed to be about to be confirmed. Damn, it looks like they're going to run us over. The driver was a local Y native, and he was instantly fired up when he was being chased down and rammed in the ass. The gas pedal was pressed hard, and two cars, one in front of the other, sped down the empty street, the few people in the cars tugging at their seatbelts. Natalie Lu only felt a fishy, sweet, rusty taste coming up in her mouth, and she bit the tip of her tongue, her mind, which hadn't been very lucid for a while, suddenly clearing up. It's not like a coincidence that this black car has been in hot pursuit of them. In light of the big moves the big house has been making against the third house in the last few days, if it was a dying backlash from the third house, then it all made sense. Lu Jinyan wanted them dead. The driver was obviously a man of some stuff, and the few times the black car behind him leapt forward he narrowly avoided it, and this was getting exceptionally close to the city. Black car as if annoyed. Also suddenly speed up. The driver is not willing to show weakness to accelerate. As long as the drive into the city, the flow of people and traffic, those people's purpose will not be so easy to realize. The black car behind them chased them more and more fiercely, as if they wouldn't stop until they hit them, and the driver was forced to go in a certain direction, and it so happened that the intersection was a visual blind spot. When the sound of glass breaking and the loud crash rang out, Luniko almost subconsciously lunged towards Shangyan. There was a fiery pain in her back, her head seemed to hit something, and the sky swirled before Natalie Lu's eyes, and there was blood running into her eyes, and she saw her mother open her mouth as if she were shouting, "Natalie!" She couldn't hear well, except that the scene suddenly overlapped with the car accident when she was 3, only this time, it was her turn to defend her mom. Natalie Lu's heart, which had been taut and about to collapse, finally relaxed completely. Before her consciousness disappeared completely, she saw her mother crying. She opened her mouth to touch her mother's face but couldn't lift her hand. "Mom," she mumbled, losing consciousness completely. It turns out that all the good things in the past were really just an empty mirror. Mr. This is today's inspection report. As usual, the little nurse handed the documents to the tall and cold man in front of her, too timid to raise her head to look at him, and hurriedly left. The private hospital owned by Chi received a special patient 4 months ago. She was like a quiet sleeping beauty, slumbering in the only VIP ward on the top floor, where no one was allowed to enter except for Mr. Chi and Dr. Luo, who was doing a routine checkup. The little nurse still remembers the day this patient was brought in. The always calm and collected Mr. G's face was never before panicked and scared. He watched with unblinking eyes as his wife was taken into the examining room. This patient has actually had the most basic of treatments, and I'm told that she lost a stillborn child in the crash. I came here after transferring back to my country overnight from Y. The entire hospital's most authoritative and top-notch medical team had stepped in, and after meticulously doing a series of checks, it became what it is now. Mrs. Chi never woke up for some reason, so Mr. Chi came to the hospital every day to keep watch as well, taking care of everything for her personally. The little nurse sighed and shook her head as she watched him turn back around. Mr. and Mrs. Chi's relationship is the kind that everyone would envy if they heard about it, meeting each other at a young age and then meeting and falling in love when they were young, and they have been happy and fulfilled until now. But unfortunately, fate has made things difficult for them. This actually happened at the end of last year. I heard it was a relative of Mrs. Ike's family who did it because of some dispute within the family. That relative, is no good. Their business has always operated in the gray area of the law, and they have done a lot of harm. I heard that in the end the men in that family swallowed guns and killed themselves, and the women went to jail. What a crime, the little nurse thought with righteous indignation. Mrs. She's such a gentle woman they all harmed. That's his own niece. It's so vicious. In the VIP ward on the top floor, Ji-in gave the sleeping beauty on the bed a gentle and careful wipe of her face as usual. Her hands were cold and glowing a lifeless greenish-black color from the needles she'd been sticking in them for so long. If it weren't for the fact that the machine next to her fluctuated a bit every now and then, proving that she was still alive, Ikian would have really woken up a lot of the time, carefully probing her nostrils. Nico, it's April already. The man's voice was low and gentle. When are you going to wake up? Still not waiting for a response this time. You said yes to my proposal. When are you going to wake up and have a wedding with me? He whimpered and held her hand like a disheveled beast. Natalie Lu, how could you lie to me? You promised to be with me forever. Ben has recently learned Y cuisine from Robert, which has a very special flavor, and Mom's leg is in the late stages of healing. She'll be on her feet in no time. And September had a litter of kitten pups, born on your bed, and she waited on your bed with the kittens in her mouth for a long time without waiting for you to come back. I've been waiting for you for a long time too. Don't go to sleep, okay? Winter is over, and in a couple months, it'll be our first wedding anniversary. He rambled on about trivial things in his life that he knew Natalie Lu could hear. She just didn't want to wake up.
She was afraid that she would wake up and face a world without her parents and relatives, afraid that everything she had experienced before she passed out was fake. Unlike the 3-year-old, they survived, and that's as good as it gets. Natalie, everything is still there. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to wake up. September is waiting for you to go back and cuddle it. Everything good in this world belongs to you. Open your eyes and look around, okay? Also, I really miss you. Chapter Extra 1, Keeping the Clouds Open and Seeing the Moonlight. Natalie Lu seemed to be trapped in a side of dark space. She was sitting on the floor with her knees in her arms and a child across from her. The child was long and jade snowy and cute. It was 3-year-old Natalie Lu. I have to go back. Natalie Lu looked at the child in front of her and said seriously, they're all waiting for me. Stay with me. Natalie pleaded. You're all I have. Natalie Lu sighed. But you've had me trapped here for a long time. After all these years, she lingered by her side, like a shadow that would never leave. Forget it, your world is complete. Donut lowered his head, a bit frustrated. We're no longer in the same world, so go away. I won't even look for you anymore, so live in peace. The little group turned around, gambling-like, and then ran away. Natalie Lu froze. With a sudden feeling that she was going to lose something. She stood up and took 2 steps after her, but the donut ran fast, faster and faster, until Natalie Lu lost sight of her completely. She's really gone. Natalie Lu stood blankly. She suddenly saw a light in front of her, and someone crying in the direction the light was coming from. Someone spoke to her. It's May 1st and you still haven't woken up. September was especially angry because you didn't come home. She thought you had other kittens out there, tore up your sheets, and ended up carrying them back to her nest. Nico, I missed you. The doctor said that if you don't wake up, your body functions will decline a little. It's going to be our first wedding anniversary soon, so wake up quickly and let's have our wedding on that day, okay? Natalie Lu had never heard Ikian say so many words before, and she kind of wanted to laugh, and touch his face and say, good. The light in front of them seemed to be moving, and Nico Lu panicked and darted forward. She ran after the light, faster and faster. She was going to lose it until a hand suddenly appeared in the light. A long, pale, wedding-ringed hand. Natalie Lu's eyes burned, and she reached out and gripped the hand tightly, as if grasping the hope that would take her out of here. Then she went into a trance, as if something had sucked her out. Natalie Lu opened her eyes and saw bright sunlight and a pure white human world outside the window. The man fell asleep against his hand, the blue and black under his eyes heavy, like he hadn't had a good night's rest in a long time. Her hand was held tightly, and Natalie Lu curled her fingers, feeling a wave of weakness. This slight movement quickly woke up Ikian, who looked up, looking at himself with surprise beyond words, and choked up a little when he opened his mouth. Nico! Natalie Lu let out a soft and stiffly hooked out a smile. Hidden. I'm not dreaming, am I? You're really awake, murmured Ikian, tears flashing in his dark, sunken eyes. He dreamed of Natalie Lu waking up a lot of the time, so much so that he couldn't tell reality from dreams. He must have been too tired lately and that was why he was hallucinating. Ikian smiled bitterly and lowered his head. It seemed that he had to turn around and see a psychiatrist as well. Natalie Lu was a little helpless as she gently tickled Ikian's palm, patiently, one after the other, until the man looked up again. I'm really awake, Ikian. The girl looked at him tenderly, her eyes full of love. I'll never leave you again. Don't cry. She lifted her hand to touch Ikian's face, and he then reacted to the fact that he had burst into tears at some point. First time I've seen you cry. Natalie Lu was a little new to this and laughed softly. Ji-in wiped away his tears in a wolfish manner and carefully leaned over to hug her, burying his head in the crook of her neck and muffled. Why are you just waking up? Like a big dog that's been waiting for its master for a long time. It's aggravated and satisfied. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was only an hour from being full of joy and ready to return home with them to receiving that bolt from the blue. He had been waiting for Natalie Lu to wake up. From last winter to this summer, he was really afraid that he would never wait for her again. To have and then to lose is the most excruciating pain, and Natalie Lu had already experienced it, but almost made them taste it again. I won't make you wait that long again. Natalie Lu hugged him back and apologized with a sigh. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just wake up. After 4 months and 20 days, he finally, kept the clouds open. Chapter 137, The Wedding. The wedding is in July. At that time, Natalie Lu had finally been raised with a bit of color. Not as plump as before, but much more lively. The gloom in her eyes seemed to have been swept away, and her entire being radiated vitality and joy from the inside out. When there was no accident, Lu's mother and Ms. Ji-in discussed many details of the wedding. Only the sudden accident interrupted all the plans. The week before the wedding, Natalie Lu stayed at her mother's house. Her mother cherished the week that her healthy and active daughter and herself were still together.
The wedding ring for the two of them was designed by her and Ik-in together. Natalie Lu had never seen it until now, but in the past few days, she had seen her mother's other works. Shang Yan always looked at her daughter in despair and smiled when Nico Lu asked, "I'm just a little sad to see you go. It hasn't been long since our family was reunited, and we're going to give you away to someone else's family with our own hands." The only consolation now was that the child, Nico and Ik-in, was complete and happy, so that she would have no regrets. The day before the wedding, Natalie Lu went to bed early because she had to get up in the early hours of the next morning, and on this night she slept with Kong Chang, and the two sisters had a long chat. "I didn't realize that this Ji-in guy is still really better than my brother." Kong Chang smacked his lips and admitted, "You don't even know that during the time you were in a coma, he was literally unclothed and guarded by your side for months, when the three houses were just screwed up, so big a piece of pie, countless people scrambling to share, Ik-in that called an indifferent, full of eyes only sleepy wife. He is so busy at work, he can still squeeze out several hours a day to go to the hospital to be with her." Shunyan NMS, "You said to replace him, could not persuade, just want to personally guard." In the third month, the doctor said that there is a risk of brain death. Everyone froze. Shang Yan was even in tears. Only Ji-in looked the most calm, insisted on continuing to wait for her, according to the doctor's instructions to talk to her every day. Only a few whimpers, suppressed to the extreme, would occasionally come from the ward in the dead of night. In fact, he was also afraid. No one was more afraid of losing Natalie Lu than he was. Without speaking, Natalie Lu smiled gently, her curved eyes full of reassurance and happiness. The next morning when he woke up, Lu Nico was in good spirits, but on the contrary, Kong Chung hadn't slept all night and didn't know what he was blindly excited about. The makeup artist also came to the door early with her bag. Amy is an old acquaintance and congratulated her as soon as we met, taking extra care with her makeup. The bridesmaids also came to Li Shuyu's wedding, and so on, and all of them chatted with Nico enthusiastically. And Kong Ching originally did not deal with Li Shuyu, but on the basis that today is the wedding of her best friend, she was still interested in discussing with them about how to block the door. Ordinary methods definitely won't work. Li Shuyu held up a finger and shook it. Those traditional physical work simply can't defeat Ji-in. We have to find a different method. And Xin smiled confidently. Let's test their 6th grade listening, and if more than half of them can pass, they will be considered successful. It's still you. Dai Shichi gave a thumbs up. After working for so many years, her own English had long been returned to her teacher. Not to mention the 4th grade. On second thought, what about the other projects? Kong Chang said, we can't just let them in so easily. Natalie Lu was sitting over here listening to them, and Shang Yan was putting a gold and jade bracelet on her wrist. This was given to me by your grandmother when I got married, and now Mom is giving it to you, hoping that my Natalie will be safe and sound all her life and have no illnesses or disasters. Natalie Lu's eyes burned and she hugged her mother's neck tightly. Mommy. The procession to receive the bride arrived at noon. Nico Lu was sitting in her room, looking down at the pattern on her wedding dress, when there was a sudden commotion outside, and Dai Shichi ran in a panic. Coming, the sisters are ready. Kong Chang stood up with a fighting spirit. I won't let them go until I block them for 2 hours. The 4 girls glanced at each other, and Natalie Lu suddenly became worried about the safety of the group of best men. Grade 6 listening is a real killer if you put it in the average best man's group. Unfortunately, Ji Yin's best man group was the first to screen out people with less than a master's degree, and among those who came, Fang Zitaki was a doctoral student majoring in finance at Beijing University. Gu Xishuang, the scum of the earth, graduated from one of the top schools abroad, and even the unobtrusive Zhang Zhozhou actually majored in English at Tsinghua University. The best man's group, 5 of them, crossed the line with ease, not including, of course, the English-speaking dregs of Ikian. After all, he went out to talk business and was impatient with what people said, only caring about yes and no men. The bridesmaids were a little chagrined to see them so relaxed, lost count, didn't realize this guy was so devious. However, after all, Kong Ching still realized his ambition of blocking the door for 2 hours, and finally struggled for half a day before compromising when being carried away by Zhang Zhozhou. Forget it, it's not easy for them either, so let these guys go for now. Facing Kong Ching's angry glare, Zhang Zhozhou smiled and raised his hands in surrender. My dear, Mr. G is my top boss. Finally receiving the person without any problems, Ji-in looked at the well-behaved, cat-like girl in his arms and lowered his head to kiss the corner of her forehead. You've been out for a week. I kind of missed you. The aggrieved lion rubbed the nape of her neck. But I can't go see you yet. Natalie Lu just laughed. So impatient? Yeah. The man hugged her and wouldn't let go. I've been wanting to abduct you home for a long time. Now you're completely mine, aren't you? The whole world will know she's his now. Yes, Mr. Ikari, congratulations on getting what you want. Thank you, Mrs. Ikari. I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Ji-in is a man of his word, and when he said he wanted the world to know about Mrs. G's identity, he invited all the media, and in the years that followed, the wedding of the century was envied and talked about by many. At the wedding, Ji-in said to her, "Natalie Liu, I have been planning for you from the beginning. Meeting you is all the luck I've ever spent in my life." Chapter 138, Extra 3, Bringing Nico Home, 1. Ikian woke up from his bed,
subconsciously reaching out for someone and touching nothing. He opened his eyes and realized that his surroundings seemed a bit odd. Pure white sheets and covers, a room that isn't small but isn't big either, and short tiny fingers. Ikian sat up, looking at his shrunken body several times over, and fell eerily silent. What's going on here? Waking up as a child? The surroundings and his present situation looked a little familiar anyhow, and after half a day of calm and laborious thinking, he finally remembered. The scene seemed like his own time at the nursing home when he was 5 years old, though he didn't know why he had somehow woken up 20 years ago. Ikian kept his composure and his dark eyes surveyed his surroundings warily. He was in a special condition back then and was isolated in a separate ward. So if this is the year he first went in, that means that Nico was here too? Ikian got up from the bed and looked out the window. It was a beautiful moonlit night, and a small figure snuck outside under a tree in the yard. Natalie Liu missed her mom again tonight. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Remembered what another young lady in the same ward had told her about the paths that weren't patrolled by the nursing sisters, and quietly got out of bed and walked out. It was midnight, and the staff on duty were sprawled out in the duty room in a fitful sleep, so it was surprising that they actually let the little guy slip out without incident. Natalie Liu tiptoed, and went to the tree where she usually liked to laze around the most. The moon was full and big tonight. She hadn't seen such a nice night view in a long time. "What are you doing here alone?" Another voice suddenly came from behind her, and Natalie Liu was so startled that she sat down on her but with round eyes. I can't sleep." Tuanzi turned around, only then seeing who she was talking to, mouthing and pleading, "Brother, don't tell anyone." She remembers this brother who never played with them. "Nurse sister gave me a candy. I kept it and didn't eat it. Here." Jade Snow's adorable donut stretched out her hand like she was paying protection money, and there was a cute milk candy lying in her tiny palm. I don't know if it was affected by his current body, but Ikian stared at the little girl's face with baby fat and couldn't help but reach out and pinch it just like before. "Brother," the little girl softly pleaded with him, "don't bully Natalie. I'll give you candy." Ikian took the candy, the corners of his lips ticking upward in an unnoticeable manner. He didn't mean to say anything about it. 3-year-old Natalie sighed quietly in relief. The two children sat together under the tree, each silent, but finally Natalie Liu couldn't help but open her mouth first. "Brother, can I talk to you?" Ji Xiaoyin, who had been carefully watching his wife, immediately nodded. "Aha, brother, I heard Grandma Dean say today that I'm going to be sent to an orphanage from now on." Her words made Ji Yin's eyebrows jump, and how can that be? Almost came out of his mouth. Natalie Liu was obviously adopted by the second house of the Liu family after she got out of the sanatorium, and then there was the old man and the old lady, so how could she not be sent to an orphanage? He was silent as he listened to Nico Liu continue on. "Because second uncle and auntie are going abroad with brother Xingyan for treatment law. They can't support Nico." "Brother, I kind of miss my mom and dad." Natalie Liu hugged her knees and said sadly. Ikian's heart fluttered, and reverting back to this time 20 years ago made him think it was an opportunity, and the trajectory after the reset seems to be different from before. So if Natalie Liu is going to be sent to an orphanage, then the Chi family is perfectly capable of taking her back. Ikian's heart fluttered up. Raising his wife with his own hands, this kind of thing, anyone who hears about it will be touched, right? Natalie Liu was lost inside her emotions when she heard the other child, who had been silent, suddenly speak. "Do you want to come home with me?" Natalie Liu, as if he had thought of something, the boy became stubborn. "You'll come home with me, Natalie Liu, and I'll raise you right." Little Natalie thought hard about it. If she went to the orphanage, she didn't know a single person. But if she followed this brother home, even though he was mean during the day and didn't care about anyone, he would keep her secrets, listen to her alone, and be willing to take her home. "Okay," the little girl agreed, and didn't forget to thank her seriously. "Thank you, brother. You can call me Ikian." The boy pursed his lips. "It's not a brother." Chapter, Extra 3, Bringing Nico Home, 2. As far as I can remember, Natalie was discharged from the hospital after a year, and I stayed for half a year before I was judged cured. But since I'm starting over, and have decided to bring Natalie home, the poor, unloved Natalie, Ice Cane naturally wants to be cured sooner rather than later. The memories of my time in the sanatorium are actually muddled, with only little Cotton as the only glimmer of light in a gray world. But being awake and going back to being a toddler and spending time with the clueless and naive little group again is actually an amazing feeling. The adult in a child's shell, Ikian, thought as he did. I don't know if Natalie Liu took what she said last night seriously, but anyway, after they got up the next day, when they met on the lawn of the yard, the little group was much closer to herself. Yushu, a cute group of people selling their good behavior is really will make people heartache, especially that pair of watery cute round eyes seriously look at him. Shein hate to pick the star in the sky to her. Then the nursing home crowd was surprised to find out how the most popular one, the autistic little groupie, seemed to be getting close to the least popular bipolar lately. Miraculously, it seemed that the little group didn't just stare at others quietly like before. She would tilt her head up and talk seriously to the boy, who was also more gentle as if. In the dean's office, Ms. You looked out the window at the two children sitting obediently together, and suddenly said, "Ekin seems to be in a good state right now. Is it possible to go home after a while?" Mrs. Dean nodded. Yes, Nico the little one is soothing Ekin very well. They seem to be healing each other. You mean the little one? Is her name Nico? Ms. You had long since noticed the cute little one next to her son. The boy is a poor one too. He should be sent straight to an orphanage after he's discharged. Mrs. Dean sighed and sipped her tea. Ms. Yao's heart fluttered. Doesn't she have anyone at home? How can you be sent to an orphanage when you can afford such an expensive sanatorium? You don't know. Their family went bankrupt. Mrs. Dean said. The child's real parents were killed instantly in a car accident. The grandparents died. The relatives were left to fend for themselves. And at that age, with no one to raise them, they had to be sent to an orphanage. Ah, said Ms. Yao, with a twitch in her heart, perhaps I can. She and her husband didn't have any daughters at their knees, and such a delicate and cute little group was simply her dream girl. Moreover, Jean seemed to like her quite a bit, and their family was perfectly capable of raising an additional daughter. Just like that, without waiting for Jean to step in and convince Ms. Yu, Natalie Lu conquered Ms. Yu's heart with a small back. Jean was discharged from the hospital a little earlier, and before he left, he lowered his head and seriously told Natalie Lu, I'll take you away for 2 months, so remember to wait for me. The group blinked. I remember. To wait for him to pick himself up and take him home. Ikian took Ms. Yu's hand and waved it reluctantly. Ms. Yu smiled and tapped his forehead. What's the hurry? It's only 2 months. We still have to go through the formalities, and then my sister will be able to come to our family in name only. After they left, the little group was left alone, staring at their backs, laboriously calculating that every week she could follow the nurse's sister to see the roses she had planted in the flower room, and that 2 months would be 9 weeks. The nurse's sister has said that her flowers will be ready in 2 months. Natalie Lu was suddenly a little happy that the flowers she had grown in earnest were just in time to be delivered to Akin, who had brought her home. Natalie Lu carefully counted the days. The first week, she watered her rosebuds carefully. The second week, Natalie Lu quietly accompanied the rosebuds to bask in the sun. Nico, your flower seems to be dying. Week 3, the nurse's sister frowned at the suddenly sick pod. Natalie Lu bit her mouth, tears falling down in big drops. The gardener's sister in charge of the flower room couldn't bear it and gave her a tiny packet of medicine. Sister promises to help Natalie bring the little flower back to life, and you'll have to insist on coming to see it in the future as well. Nico will. The little group wiped the tears from their eyes and squeezed the pale yellow packet of medicine very carefully. On the 4th week, Natalie Lu went to the flower room very early in the morning, looking at the tiny buds of the absent flowers. The gardener's sister comforted her. When you come here next time, the little flowers will be back to health. Come on. Let's give the little flowers medicine together. Natalie Lu pursed her lips and carefully gave little flower her medicine. Natalie, take your medicine and pills too, said the nurse's sister next to her. You need to get better with Hannah. Natalie Lu nodded. She still had to wait for her brother Akin to pick her up and take her home. On the 5th week, Natalie Lu finally saw a return to health, while the little fuchsia bud finally showed signs of opening. Sister Gardner said, it's early, it's still a month away. The group pursed their lips and smiled. Nico knows. In the 6th week, the little bud became even bigger, and Natalie Lu carefully stroked it and whispered, it's going to grow up so fast. In week 7, Natalie Lu was moving at a brisk pace, feeling as if it was going fast even though 2 months was a long time. In the 8th week, the little buds were half bloomed, and Natalie Lu was so happy that she hugged the nurse's sister's arm on the way back and talked for a long time. In the 9th week, early in the morning, Natalie Lu came to the flower room, and the gardener's sister joked, our little Princess Rosebud is here so early today? Natalie Lu scratched her head in embarrassment and nervously took the gardener's sister's hand. Did the little flowers bloom? It's open, and it's especially beautiful. Natalie Lu's eyes became bright all of a sudden. Today was the day that brother Chiin came to take her home. She could give him the prettiest little flower. Natalie Lu carefully wrapped the bouquet with her gardener's sister, and the thorns of the roses cut the little group's delicate fingers. But Natalie, who had always been afraid of pain, didn't cry, and she took the flowers back to her hospital room. Expectant and well-behaved, she waited for brother Akin to come and take her home.
waited from dawn until dark, and didn't wait. Natalie Lu's heart full of joy and anticipation also gradually lost its way. Until, Natalie, come on, sister will take you somewhere, let's be quiet. The nurse sister suddenly appeared and said mysteriously. Natalie Lu's heart pounded wildly. She took her flowers, put on her shoes, and followed the nurse's sister out the door, then saw Ikian beyond the fence. Almost at first glance, the tears that had been welling up in Natalie Lu's eyes fell. I thought, you won't come. Tuanzi's huffing and puffing sobs literally crashed into Ji Yin's heart, and he gritted his teeth to keep this body from crying along with him as he said through the fence. Today, mommy was busy, came right over as soon as I was free. Natalie Lu handed him the flowers that were no longer so fresh. This is something Natalie grew with her own hands. For brother. Ji Yin's heart melted and he said seriously, thank you Nico, and sorry I'm late. As soon as she said this, Natalie Lu remembered how she had gone from full of anticipation to disappointment during the day. Her mouth deflated, and her eyes became clouded with watery mist again. If you come, Nico will not be angry with you. Chapter 140, Extra 3, Bringing Nico Home, 3. Natalie Lu was taken home by Ji Yin. The whole family loved the new little guy, especially Ji Yin, who loved the man like the apple of his eye. His mainland Nico was 2 years old, and by the time Nico Lu started kindergarten Ikin was already preparing for first grade. Originally, Ikin wanted to bring her by his side all the time, but it was a bit inappropriate to let a 4-year-old go to elementary school, so he could only give up the idea helplessly. The day Ikian's first grade year started, you hugged Natalie Lu and went to see him off. There were a lot of wailing children at the entrance of the school. Natalie Lu looked around with round eyes and reached out her little hand to pat Ji Yin. Brother, don't cry. Natalie will come to pick you up this afternoon. Ji Yin's face darkened. I'm not going to cry. You smiled and waved at him with Nico Lu. We're going home first. You study hard. The two children were 2 years apart. As the adopted daughter of the Chi family, Natalie Lu called Chi Yin her brother, which was actually not a problem at all. No one in the family had any problem with it, but Chi Yin had a problem with it, especially as he gets older. Ikian seems to be getting more and more uncomfortable with the term brother. In the classroom, Natalie Lu packed her bag and was ready to find Ji Yin to go home with her. The dismissal time of senior year and freshman year were different. Senior year was even half an hour later. At the entrance of the classroom of the third senior class, a girl poked her head out, her moist black eyes looking in with curiosity and ignorance, and was immediately captured by several people inside. Ji Yin, your sister is here to pick you up from school again? Fang Zitaki was the first to shout out, with an envious look on his face. I would also like to have a pretty sister to pick me up from school every day. Upon hearing the name sister, Ji Yin's brows sank and he gritted his teeth. That's not my sister. The bystanders all heckled. What your chief family's little girl. What is she if not a sister? The words child bride were on the tip of his tongue, when Nico Lu walked in at the door, interrupting him and said briskly, brother, Ji Yin, we can go home. She remembered Ikian's reaction to her calling him her brother, and heard what they had just said. Although she was a little sad in her heart, Nico Lu couldn't see any abnormality on her face at all. You guys go first, I'll be a while. Uncle Wang has to pick up my mom first. Fang Zitaki lazily fiddled with his cell phone and waved his hand. Aha! Ikian nodded, and had no intention of taking him back with him. Even with the three of them in the car, it was perfectly more than enough. As the teenage girl exited the school gates side by side, the driver, Uncle Lee, took their school bags and looked at the atmosphere that seemed to be getting stiffer between the two of them, smiling and exchanging pleasantries. The heart was in disbelief. When the young master brought Miss Nico back, he was obviously so rare. How come he is not as close as he was when he was a child instead of growing up? Especially the young master, who repeatedly pushed away Nico, who tried to get closer, with a kooky look. In the carriage, the two of them were sitting on one side each, clearly separated. The closeness they had just felt inside the classroom seemed to have completely disappeared. Both of them were silent. No one took the initiative to open their mouths. Brother. In the end it was Natalie Lu who couldn't help but open her mouth, and before she could say anything, she was interrupted by the teenager frowning. No calling your brother. The closeness of early childhood seemed to have a disconnect in growing up. Natalie Lu felt aggrieved in her heart, and when he was fierce, she closed her mouth again and resumed her silent appearance. Ikin angrily felt that this girl was really retarded as could be, while at the same time deeply spurting up his own likes that he dared not say out loud. What wouldn't he dare to do? After so many years, he had clearly always had one heart for Nico Lu. He had watched her grow from such a small mass to a pint-sized maiden, and the longing in his heart had stirred with the restless hormones. But this silly girl is still immersed in the good brother and sister overload. Ji Yin looked at Nico Lu's drooping eyes and realized with shock that he had just been a bit aggressive, and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry. He really thought he could do it all over again.
at an age where he could be very open about revealing his love for her, but then realized that the longer the time, this love seems to become some kind of unspeakable secret. Actually more and more unable to speak, Ikian was holding back. He felt he had to talk to Nico sooner or later, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, everyone around him thought they were good siblings, even Nico herself. He dwelled on it until the next day, and then something happened. Natalie Lu has run away from home. To be precise, it was go out for a few days to take a break, which Chi's father and Ms.U accepted with understanding, but only Ji-in was upset. It must have been her own attitude that made Natalie Lu sad, and that's why she was thinking of living outside. She doesn't even want to see herself. Ikian called Natalie Lu, but there was no answer. It's already 9 p.m., and even if it takes a day to pack up, that's totally enough. An unexplained irritation rose up in Ikian's heart, and he finally asked for Natalie Lu's address from Ms.U. When he arrived, the little girl was being forced into an alley by a group of punks. His eyes sank and he rushed in without thinking. Ikian, are you an idiot? Natalie Lu's eyes reddened as she looked at Ikian, who had broken the corner of her mouth. I called the police when I realized something was wrong. A couple of punks were skewered and thrown to the police station, and Natalie Lu was in her new room medicating Ikian. The teenager drooped his eyebrows and sulked. Why did you move out? Didn't I make it clear? The spring recruiting class was too stressful. I came out to take a break. Natalie Lu eased her movements carefully. Does it hurt? The latter was silent for a long time, and suddenly said without a thought, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Natalie Lu wondered. I didn't mean to disown you. Ikian scratched his hair, annoyed and not knowing what to start with. I just simply don't like you as a sister. This relationship with his sister was not what he wanted. I know, you don't like it. I'll just stop calling you brother from now on. Natalie Lu smiled frankly. Ikian looked at the little girl's ungrown, tender but still pretty little face, and carefully went up and kissed the corner of her lips. Natalie Lu's entire body froze, but she ghosted and didn't duck, her heart racing as she answered the shaky, tentative kiss. Do you see what I mean? The teenage girl was sitting face to face, obviously not doing anything, but they were both blushing. Ikian stepped back a little, his forehead against the younger girl's, and Natalie Lu almost stopped breathing, blinking very softly and slowly to hear his slightly shaky voice. I don't want to be just family with you, Natalie Lu. I like you. Don't be family, be a lover. Chapter 141, the final part. The image was thus frozen in this moment, and Ikian went into a trance as his soul detached itself from this body. As if in a void, he looked at himself and said seriously to Nico Lu, when you're the right age, can you consider being with me? This time it's not a lost and found script. This time it's a childhood friend and 2 children. He watched as the 2 of them finalized their relationship on Natalie Lu's 18th birthday, then logically got engaged and married after graduation. They are happy and peaceful in this world, without so many twists and turns and difficulties. Looks like the little group from the other parallel world has been completely redeemed this time, right? He closed his eyes reassuringly. Ikian, wake up! A gentle female voice sounded in his ears, and Ikian rolled over, closing his eyes and pressing the girl, who was already sitting up, back under the covers. Aren't you going to work today? Natalie Lu only showed one pair of beautiful eyes. It's already 8 o'clock. I don't want to go today. It seemed like it was just a dream, but Ji-in felt like he hadn't seen Nico Lu in a really long time. He took the person into his arms tightly, with a force that seemed to rub her to pieces. Natalie Lu gasped a little and struggled in his arms. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? The man loosened his arm. No. It just suddenly struck me that it really is the luckiest thing in my life that we got married by mistake after all these years. Natalie Lu felt as if Ji-in was extra sensitive this morning, and smiled softly as she took the initiative to hug him. I feel the same way. Every couple that can be happy and fulfilled together has carried a lot of difficulties to be together. That's why I will cherish you, Mrs. Iki. I know, Mr. Chi. I was thinking about writing more for Extra 3, but it felt most appropriate to stop there. In another parallel world, 3-year-old Natalie Lu is redeemed and 18-year-old Ji-in makes amends. In fact, I write this kind of small language text is very little. The first book is high school time to write. This is the second book. The pen power is not enough. The plot is not enough wonderful. There is no other text so much face or refreshing points and so on. There are bad reviews are also in my expectations. Thank you for the corrections. The future will be more hard to hone their own writing. To write a better look at the text to everyone **. And of course, even more thanks to all the students who enjoyed this little sweetie pie. So thank you for staying with me all the way here and letting me know that even such immature writing from such an immature Dickie has a lot of favorites. In fact, there is a period of time in the middle of the book's data is particularly poor. I once thought of giving up, or grass finished forget, but I see that there are still a lot of little darling has been urging more comments, which makes me motivated to stick to the end.
The vision at the beginning was to end it around 300, 000. And when the numbers were good I thought about writing up to 400, 000. But I ended up writing it back down to 300, 000. Mostly because I was shocked that the plot seemed to be all gone. So let's wrap it up. This is where Nico's story comes to a complete end. And they will be very happy together for the rest of their lives. I also wish all the little sisters in real life to find their own destiny. No matter whether they can go to the end or not. At least they will always have good memories when they are together. Anyway, I wish you all the best. I'll see you in the Jianghu.